This young man is participating in the new Explorer trial on the Demon Planet with his team. The goal of the trial seems simple: just survive on the Demon Planet for 5 minutes to complete the class change. However, facing this man-beast, he fears that he may not survive even a minute. 50 years ago, a massive celestial body known as the Demon Planet appeared near Earth, causing the planet's flora and fauna to suddenly transform into monsters. These creatures, called beast gods, began wreaking havoc around the world. In desperation, the survivors discovered mysterious teleportation circles that appeared on Earth. The first brave souls to venture onto the Demon Planet realized it resembled a superreal digital world where humans could change into various professions. After class changing, each person could upgrade their stats, gear, and skills, gaining powerful attributes. A new concept emerged: adventurers who journeyed to the Demon Planet in search of strength. But what is Jiang Kai experiencing right now? This is his very first new Explorer trial after his class change. At the moment, Jiang Kai is the only survivor, but before him lies an abyss with no way to escape. Facing the advancing man-beast, Jiang Kai feels lost, but he refuses to accept his fate. He tells himself that he can't just stand there and die to reach the Demon Planet. Rather than waiting for the enemy to take his life, Jiang Kai decides to risk it all for a chance to survive. He chooses the risky option of jumping into the abyss. As he falls, Jiang Kai sees the man-beast rush to the edge of the cliff, staring at him but unable to follow. At the same time, a panel appears before him, displaying the following message: "Due to your actions resembling those of a gambler, congratulations. You have activated a 1 in a million chance to unlock a hidden profession. You have successfully changed your profession. Congratulations on becoming the hidden profession gambler." After some time, Jiang Kai awakens at the edge of a forest. He coughs a few times and sits up. However, Jiang Kai notices something unusual. Despite falling from such a great height, he isn't injured. The wounds from the man-beast's weapon have also fully healed. The system screen reappears. The notification explains that because Jiang Kai successfully class changed, his basic attributes were refreshed, effectively healing him completely, so he was not injured. In front of him, a beautiful girl with long white hair appears. Jiang Kai realizes that she is an AI intelligence that coexists with the Demon Planet. She doesn't deny this and begins to introduce the special ability of the profession he just awakened: gambler. The ability, called Double Up, allows any rewards or penalties he receives to trigger a doubling effect, with a 1% chance to activate a super double effect. When this effect occurs, the reward or penalty will increase by 10 times. Thanks to activating the Double Up ability, Jiang Kai receives 2 profession abilities instead of just one like an ordinary person. This leaves him in complete shock. Jiang Kai's second ability is Super Critical Hit, which allows him to modify critical hit damage up to 200 times. His base critical hit rate is set at 0.1%. Afterward, Jiang Kai's information window opens, showing level 1. He has 4 points in strength, 8 points in physique, 12 points in agility, 12 points in mental strength, and 0 points in defense. Ordinary people usually have around 20 points after class change, but he has reached 36 thanks to the Double Up ability. The AI explains that the Double Up ability doubles the usual attribute points after class change. Jiang Kai's eyes brighten as he realizes that every time he levels up on the Demon Planet, he will surpass others. Ordinary people get 10 attribute points per level, but Jiang Kai gets 20, equivalent to others leveling up twice. Combined with Super Critical Hit, his critical hits are 200 times stronger than ordinary people. Although his current critical hit rate is just 1%, if he can improve it, the damage will be incredibly devastating. Jiang Kai is very satisfied with his newly acquired profession, and his gamble to escape the man-beast has truly paid off. Jiang Kai recalls the monster that threw weapons at him. The weapon had fallen with him into the abyss and lodged itself in the river below. Before, he had only thought about class changing quickly. He had come to the Demon Planet to earn money for his older brother's kidney transplant, because even though his profession was weak, making money on the Demon Planet was easier than on Earth. Little did he know, he had unknowingly become a powerful hidden profession, the gambler. Because of this, Jiang Kai can quickly earn money to treat his brother and bring happiness to his family. He pulls out the spear of the man-beast lodged in the river and receives a new reminder. After successfully class changing, the next task is to complete the new Explorer Challenge: safe arrival at Saintly Miracle City within 7 days. Class changing is just the first step. The new Explorer Challenge is the main goal. Within the 7 days, Jiang Kai must reach Saintly Miracle City, the final destination of the trial zone. To succeed, he must pass through a monster-filled area. Being defeated will result in failure and teleportation back to Earth. Dying on the Demon Planet doesn't equate to dying on Earth, and the body remains unharmed. However, logging back in is costly, which is only easy for the rich. Jiang Kai has already spent most of his fortune to come here. The wealthy can try again and again, but someone like him with no money must succeed in one go. There's no second chance. Jiang Kai is tense, clutching his weapon as he moves forward, suddenly hearing a scream. The owner of the scream sounds familiar. Moving forward a little, he realizes it's his longtime friend, Yuan Zhu. At this moment, Yuan Zhu is surrounded by six-legged snakes, and it's understandable that he's terrified of them. Jiang Kai doesn't rush in because the six-legged snakes have very potent venom. One bite could be deadly, and there are still 3 of them. "Master, don't be afraid, I'm here," Jiang Kai yells. Yuan Zhu turns around, surprised to see Jiang Kai here. "Jiang Kai, what are you doing here?" Yuan Zhu exclaims, the only thing he can think to say. He tells Jiang Kai not to worry and to run, as this place is very dangerous. Amid tears and snot, Yuan Zhu is suddenly attacked from behind by a six-legged snake. Jiang Kai reacted swiftly, hurling his spear into the snake's head and pinning it against a tree hollow. Yuan Zhu watched in astonishment, unable to believe that his friend Guo could defeat the snake so effortlessly. In fact, Jiang Kai had planned ahead. He used Yuan Zhu to distract the snake, then circled behind to strike. The plan was highly effective, as evidenced by the snake's defeat, but now the 2 remaining snakes had noticed him. Still, Jiang Kai pressed forward to retrieve his weapon. Yuan Zhu felt a surge of fear, sensing that the situation was precarious. The snakes were fast, but Jiang Kai's agility matched them. With Yuan Zhu's anxious gaze upon him, Jiang Kai dodged the attacks of the remaining snakes. After switching classes, Jiang Kai's attributes had doubled, with agility at level 2 surpassing the level 1 snakes. Thanks to this, defeating them was only a matter of time. Jiang Kai spoke to Yuan Zhu. Yuan Zhu continued to distract the snakes. Jiang Kai retrieved his weapon, and together they coordinated perfectly, quickly taking down all 3 snakes. Yuan Zhu could hardly believe it. He was only supposed to distract, yet Jiang Kai defeated them with ease. Jiang Kai exhaled in relief, realizing how fast his power had become. Though his power was low, Jiang Kai could still eliminate level 1 monsters instantly. The spear he had obtained from the beastman enhanced his strength in the novice area. Legend says that novices can be killed by monsters but cannot kill them. "How did you do that, Kai?" Yuan Zhu asked, suddenly approaching. Being close friends, Jiang Kai didn't hide anything, explaining that he had luckily switched to the gambler class, boosting his attributes. "Don't tell anyone about this," Jiang Kai warned. Yuan Zhu grinned innocently, then quickly composed himself and boasted about his own class. "My class isn't weak either," Yuan Zhu said proudly. He was a martial artist, a strength-focused class with 8 points in physique, 8 in strength, 5 in agility, and 5 in mental power. Jiang Kai understood why Yuan Zhu could withstand 3 snakes for so long. Martial artist was one of the top 5 classes in Saint Dao Kingdom. Though no one knew the exact number of classes, every adventurer had to switch classes on this planet. When entering the Demon Star, switching classes was crucial, and those with money could buy powerful materials to switch. They could upgrade to high-level classes like martial artist or knight. In contrast, the poor could only afford cheap materials, leaving them with useless classes like drunkard or beggar. Hearing about Yuan Zhu's martial artist class, Jiang Kai felt both relieved and worried. "But a martial artist material costs 50 million. You don't owe anyone, right?" Yuan Zhu laughed, saying, "No, it's a long story, I'll tell you later." Jiang Kai felt lucky his friend had no debts. Jiang Kai told Yuan Zhu to gather the 3 snakes, as he had heard they could be exchanged for money. On the Demon Star, many items could be sold. Jiang Kai wanted to earn money to help his family. Looted items, such as monster drops or equipment, transformed into cards that adventurers could collect and sell. Jiang Kai's gambler class was even stronger than martial artist, giving him confidence to earn money. As they finished collecting the snakes, a third person appeared. Yuan Zhu, fearing another monster, hid behind Jiang Kai. However, the newcomer was just a fragile girl. "Hello, my name is Su Nuan. It's hard for me to pass this trial alone. May I join your team?" she stammered from nervousness. Though she appeared delicate and beautiful, Jiang Kai was not infatuated. He knew it would be difficult to protect her and didn't want the extra burden. Still, Su Nuan convinced him by revealing she was a doctor. Though she couldn't attack, she could heal and enhance the team's weapon. "Please don't abandon me," Su Nuan begged, tears welling up. Yuan Zhu's eyes lit up with admiration. A girl who could heal and apply poison was impressive indeed. Jiang Kai thought carefully, recognizing that a doctor was vital in the trial, especially for healing. He recalled falling into a chasm. Without recovery, he would have surely died. Finally, Jiang Kai agreed to let Su Nuan join. He introduced himself and Yuan Zhu. Nuan was moved and kept expressing her gratitude. "Did you change your mind because of her looks?" Yuan Zhu whispered to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai knew his friend was joking, though he still wanted to hit him. Meanwhile, at Demon Star Login Base 18, Professor Lee excitedly used his watch to track the adventurer's position. The watch not only tracked locations but had many functions. The higher the grade, the more features. Wind processor, how are the rookies doing? And my sister. Su Lam Lam, the trial instructor and Nguyen Nguyen's elder sister, entered the room. According to the tracking, many rookies have already been eliminated. Su Lam Lam was anxious hearing that her sister had joined another team. She had warned Nguyen Nguyen not to form a team so soon. In the beginner's trial, the more people gathered, the easier it was for monsters to be attracted. After about 3 minutes, Professor Lee confirmed Lam Lam's worries were true. 2 beast-faced monsters had appeared along with Jiang Kaiyuan and Nguyen. Lam Lam trembled with fear upon hearing this. One beast-faced monster was already dangerous enough, let alone 2. She didn't think her younger sister would survive this situation, and death on the demon planet seemed unavoidable. Although death in the game was only virtual and didn't affect the player's physical body on Earth, the experience of dying in the demon planet would leave severe psychological scars. Many new recruits had gone mad after returning. Lam Lam was worried about Nguyen Nguyen, a timid girl, and wondered if she could handle such a shock. Therefore, she had prepared to bring her sister out for psychological counseling. However, just then, Professor Lee announced that Nguyen Nguyen was still alive, and the 2 monsters had been killed by their team. This announcement shocked the entire research room. 3 minutes earlier, when the 2 beast-faced monsters attacked their team, everyone's initial reaction was to flee. Jiang Kai also wasn't an exception, but he realized that running away was not the solution. The pillars were not as agile as Jiang Kai and would be caught up with. So, Jiang Kai decided to stop, telling the pillars and Nguyen Nguyen to run ahead while he stayed behind to block the monsters. This was a risky decision, as he wasn't sure he could handle 2 beast-faced monsters. He didn't know if he could defeat them, but if he didn't try, all 3 of them would die. Jiang Kai grabbed his spear and courageously charged at the monsters. His thrust was precise, but the monsters' strength and health were not weak either. Jiang Kai couldn't finish them off immediately. Instead, one of the monsters grabbed him and threw him hard against a nearby rock. Before he could catch his breath, the 2 beast-faced monsters resumed their attack. His body was in immense pain and he couldn't move. Jiang Kai could only watch as they closed in on him. Damn, am I about to die? Will my trial end like this? At the same time, the pillars and Nguyen Nguyen stood nearby, witnessing this scene. Although Nguyen Nguyen was timid when she saw Jiang Kai in danger, she also wanted to turn back and save him. The pillar, though stronger than her, was also shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the Jiangzhang residential area on Earth, the pillar's mother was receiving a mysterious guest. This man was the one who provided materials for the pillar to upgrade to a martial class. While the pillar's mother served tea to the guest, she said, "I don't understand why you value my son so much. He's tall, but he's really timid. Surely, if he encounters a monster on the demon planet, he won't dare to fight." The man took the teacup from the pillar's mother and replied, "That's right, pillar's mother. Your son is more frightened than the average person when facing danger. But I see, even though he's afraid, as long as he sees someone in need, he won't hesitate to jump in and help, even if it means sacrificing himself." These words of the man proved true when the pillar stood in front of Jiang Kai, overcoming his fear. The pillar overcame his fear and blocked, protecting Jiang Kai. He asked, "Kai, did you leave me behind to protect me because you think I'm too timid? We're brothers, brothers stick together. If we die, I'll die with you," the pillar said, punching the monster with all his might. All of his panic and fear seemed to be transferred through that punch. The pillar's powerful punch knocked the monster down with a single blow, even though his damage wasn't high. But the control of his martial class played its role. Jiang Kai felt relief as Nguyen Nguyen treated his wounds. He realized she had come back and immediately became tense. "Nguyen Nguyen, why did you come back? You're not a combat class, it's very dangerous." Ignoring Jiang Kai's words, Nguyen Nguyen continued to treat him. She said, "My class is a doctor, I can't abandon my patient." Despite her fear, she remembered how her father had sacrificed without medical support when facing the beast Tai. Nguyen Nguyen didn't want anyone to experience that sight again. She couldn't abandon Jiang Kai, her teammate. With Nguyen Nguyen's help, Jiang Kai's injuries healed quickly. He smiled helplessly, realizing that both of his teammates weren't afraid of death. However, despite their cooperation, the 3 of them were still not strong enough to defeat the beast-faced monster. The pillar continued to resist while Jiang Kai searched for a way to escape the situation. He had come up with a solution. Jiang Kai remembered Nguyen Nguyen's words when she persuaded them to join the team. "In addition to healing, I can use venom to strengthen weapons." Jiang Kai asked, "Nguyen Nguyen, you said before that you could inject snake venom, right?" Nguyen Nguyen responded nervously, "That's right." Jiang Kai continued, "So, can you heal the pillar while applying venom to my weapon?" This was the only thing they could do. If successful, they would win. Jiang Kai couldn't withstand the monster's attacks, but the pillar could and was doing his part well. Although the pillar's punches weren't strong enough to kill the monster, Nguyen Nguyen could enhance Jiang Kai's weapon with venom. The 3 of them coordinated perfectly, forming the ideal combat team in the game. Soon, Jiang Kai's weapon was coated with venom, and he confidently charged forward to attack. He wanted to break the stereotype that newbies were weak and help his team overcome this trial. Jiang Kai shouted, "Master, control the beast-faced man for me." The pillar immediately delivered a powerful punch, stunning the monster. Jiang Kai seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and thrust the venom-coated weapon into the monster. The three of them coordinated perfectly and finally killed one of the monsters. The remaining monster glared at the three of them with fury and howled. Nevertheless, the three of them remained determined to defeat this monster. Both the monster and the three individuals of Jiang Kai charged forward, signaling another intense battle. The pillar restrained the monster, Jiang Kai attacked, Nuan healed, and the battle was fierce. They all declared that they could also defeat the enemy perfectly. On the other side, Professor Li and Su Lanlin were very surprised. She was watching the monitoring screen and asked, "What?" The data from the wristwatch shows that they really killed two human-faced beasts. But even one human-faced beast had the ability to massacre a whole group of people. How did the three of them manage that? Professor Li broke into a cold sweat and analyzed. Indeed, according to the wristwatch data, Nuan currently has no killing ability. Her team is using a level 1 martial artist, and the damage is quite weak. Thus, the only one who could have killed the monster is Jiang Kai. However, it's strange that his profession cannot be traced. In the observation room, everyone stood staring at the large screen displaying Jiang Kai's image and information. The information showed Jiang Kai, male, 18 years old, residing in the Jiangzhengcheng slums, profession unknown. Su Lanlin, hearing this, was slightly surprised and said, "No profession can be traced. How is that possible?" Thoughts kept appearing in her mind. She wondered, someone who could kill two human-faced beasts and still have an unknown profession, who exactly is this person? The scene shifted, and after killing the two monsters, the system sent Jiang Kai a notification. Player Jiang Kai, earnings, killed two human-faced beasts level 2x2. The three of them rested on the ground after the battle. Nuan spoke, "We did it, we succeeded." The pillar laughed loudly, excited. "I didn't expect Brother Kai to remain so calm and resourceful, so cool." Nuan sat up, her eyes full of confidence, and said, "Now we have the strength to face human-faced beasts. We will definitely make it safely to the training destination." The pillar agreed, adding, "We can go straight to the destination to finish the training." The two of them eagerly discussed. At this point, Jiang Kai finally sat up and slowly said, "Not so fast, there's still plenty of time to reach the final destination for the holy wine. We're not in a rush." This made the pillar and Nuan look at him, confused. Jiang Kai, with a determined look in his eyes, said, "Don't worry. You all know that after passing the challenges, points are awarded. If we can rank in the top 3 on the leaderboard, the army will reward us with equipment." The images of sparkling equipment appeared in his mind. "I've heard the army's equipment is great for new players in Guiqing." He opened the system, checked the monsters he had collected, and said, "Now we have the strength to kill monsters. Killing monsters can earn points. More points mean a better chance to rank on the leaderboard." He glanced at the pillar and Nuan, smiling, "Let's go for the rank." "Then why don't we go hunt monsters to earn points and get rewards from the army?" The pillar and Nuan were a little surprised, not expecting Jiang Kai to think this way. Hours later, the sky darkened and the three of them were still searching for monsters in the forest, far from their destination. The pillar was getting impatient, his voice filled with doubt. "Kai, can this method of yours really earn points? I'm not afraid, but you had me attract all these serpent monsters." Standing among the snakes, each one had red eyes, their tongues flicking out, ready to charge. The pillar's eyes were slightly teary, his voice trembling. "Am I going to die here?" Jiang Kai replied from the tree branch. "Master, don't worry, you're a martial artist, you can fight and defend." Nuan beside him focused on activating her healing ability. Jiang Kai continued, "Besides, Nuan can heal us anytime." The snakes charged and his voice rang out, "Want to die?" He charged forward, unleashing his strength to defeat the snakes, and added, "It's not that easy." 3 snakes were taken down instantly. The system notified, "Killed 3 level 1 Luheng serpents, 100 experience points." Standing among the snakes, he tightened his weapon and thought about the rules of Guiqing. Only the person who kills receives the experience points. Currently, only he had the ability to defeat the monsters, so he decided to keep the experience for himself. The snakes opened their mouths and charged at him. Jiang Kai leaped into battle. He used all his strength to take down each one. He continued thinking, "Let me level up first, enhance my strength, and ensure the team's safety." The next day in the forest, Jiang Kai and the group had defeated all the Luheng serpents. Jiang Kai, exhausted, sat on the ground. The system notified, "Congratulations, Explorer Jiang Kai, 100 experience, level 2, double effect. You receive double attribute points after leveling up." Explorer Jiang Kai, profession gambler, level 2. He looked at the attribute chart. "Great, after killing Luheng serpents all day, I finally reached level 2. The pillar and Nuan were happy to see him level up as well. Nuan admired, saying, Jiang Kai, congratulations on finally leveling up. The pillar, curious, asked, tell us, what are your attributes after leveling up? Jiang Kai happily replied, I leveled up and gained 20 attribute points, so my total attributes at level 2 are now 56 points. It's not bad. Nuan and the pillar stared in disbelief, and the pillar asked again, how many? The pillar's eyes widened, mouth agape, and opened the attribute chart. Explorer pillar, martial artist profession, level 1. He said, oh my god, I knew leveling up only increases strength. Physique, agility, and mental power for regular people, leveling up only adds 10 points. You got 20, and my total attributes are only 26. Nuan also opened her attribute chart. Explorer Doctor level 1. She continued, total level 2 attributes are 56, comparable to level 4, that's incredible. Jiang Kai, hearing their questions, explained, it's nothing, just the profession's trait. My profession doubles the rewards for leveling up, so both punishment and rewards are doubled. Remember to keep it a secret. Nuan stepped closer, clapping. Even though I don't understand, it seems like a powerful profession. The pillar also spoke up. How can it be cooler than my martial artist profession? While the three were talking, AI Brain appeared. Players who level up to level 2 will receive a profession skill. Since your innate ability is doubled, you will receive 2. Jiang Kai, surprised, responded. A skill gained at level 2 also be doubled, so now I have 2 profession skills. The pillar and Nuan were even more surprised. The pillar exclaimed, your skills can be doubled, that's too strong. AI Brain continued. Yes, the first profession skill is demon hand throwing cards, represented by an arm holding a card. The profession description says, demon hand throwing cards, when throwing items, it adds a 20% piercing effect. When throwing item cards, except for item cards, the piercing effect increases by 200%, but mental power consumption increases by 100%. The skill can be upgraded. The second skill is Demon Eye Focus, with a profession symbol of an eye with 2 red pupils. Jiang Kai looked at the screen and commented on his new skill. The vision and tracking ability of the demon eye have increased by 50%, but the mental consumption is doubled. This skill can be upgraded. He continued, although I still don't understand how to use it, it seems like gambling is a profession that suits me quite well. Jiang Kai continued, now that I'm stronger, we can go look for higher level monsters to fight. Nan smiled and nodded. Zai stood behind him, looking slightly irritated. This brat is acting all tough again. 2 days later, in the observation room, Suo Lanlin stood before the large screen, watching intently. Professor Lee walked over and said, Suo instructor, it's been 2 days already, I didn't expect your sister to still be alive. Lanlin coldly glanced at him and replied, is that so? She smiled and continued, the rookie team managed to survive, it seems Jiang Kai has some real skill. Suddenly, hurried footsteps entered the room. Lieutenant Lin walked in and pointed, shouting, person in charge of the newbie area, pay attention. The newbie trial is about to encounter danger, immediate alert required. Everyone turned to look at him, their faces filled with worry. Lieutenant Lin continued, we've detected that the foreign enemies are infiltrating our newbie area, and the scale of the invasion is very large. Then, a man entered, stopped, and stood at attention. The man who entered was Commander Jiang Zhangwei. He paused for a moment and said, we must prepare to deal with this quickly. Suo Lanlin could hardly believe her ears, nervously asking, foreigners infiltrating on such a large scale, is that true? Wei Ying sighed and replied, if it were false, I wouldn't be here. Suo Lanlin's face turned pale, and she worriedly thought to herself, this is bad. The invaders from foreign lands are notorious for killing the newbies of other nations. They prevent the special careers of other nations from developing. The scene shifts to the training area where people are standing near the fence cheering, keep it up. A newbie responds, we will try our best. As he finished speaking, comment bubbles appear. Due to the rules of the newbie trial, high-level players cannot enter the area to help the rookies. Therefore, the newbies can only rely on themselves to pass the trial. However, the invaders are not restricted like that. They can use their job abilities to infiltrate other countries' newbie areas, and these nations cannot resist. Moreover, they use ruthless methods, hunting and killing rookies, creating a terrifying death experience for them. A memory flashed, a newbie named Chen Hai was captured by an invader. A knife pressed to his throat, he cried and begged, but it was all in vain. Only the sound of his desperate screams remained. No. Their goal is to terrify the rookies, thus preventing new players from logging into the demon crystal. After Chen Hai was rescued, his mind was not clear, he was always scared. No, even if you kill me, I don't want to go to the demon crystal. Suo Lanlin clenched her fist and slammed it on the table. Damn it. She gritted her teeth, angrily saying, Nuan's endurance is so weak. Once she encounters those beasts. Wei Ying sighed and said, we need to prepare psychological counseling for the newbies. Their large-scale infiltration has already occurred. Therefore, for this trial, we must prepare in advance. No one can be left alive. The 3 of them, Jiang Kai, were walking through the forest. Suddenly Jiang Kai turned around, his gaze alert. Over there, Zhu Zai asked, what's going on? Jiang Kai coldly looked in that direction. You hold the iron stick and get ready to check it out. Yuan Zhu and Nuanuan felt nothing. Yuan Zhu asked, Kai, what are you doing? Nuanuan also said, there's nothing there. Jiang Kai now used his demon eye, his eyes glowing. Jiang Kai said no, farther out. He used his demon eye concentration, throwing the iron rod into the distance. Something was there. The rod flew fast, piercing through many parts of the forest. Suddenly, a noise came from afar. Jiang Kai realized something and quickly ran towards it. Got it, let's check it out. Yuan Zhu and Nuanuan watched him run off, still not understanding what was happening. Yuan Zhu was doubtful. There's nothing there, how could it have hit? Has Jiang Kai been possessed by a ghost? On the other side of the forest, the moonlight shone, and Jiang Kai's iron rod had pierced through a wild boar monster. When Jiang Kai and the others arrived, they saw the scene before them. A system notification appeared. Explorer Jiang Kai has killed a level 2 wild beast. Current experience value 199 out of 200. Yuan Zhu looked at the notification and exclaimed, oh my god, Kai, did you use an eagle eye or something? How could you see that wild boar from so far away? Nuanuan was also surprised, and you even killed a level 2 wild boar. Jiang Kai approached the beast, pulled out the iron rod with both hands and spoke while doing so. Nothing surprising, just the benefit of my new skill. A notification appeared before Jiang Kai again. Do you want to collect the level 2 wild boar's corpse? Jiang Kai quickly selected yes, then opened the system to view the cards he had collected. He thought, currently my demon eye card has enhanced my attacking ability. Jiang Kai looked at the cards. The demon eye concentration is like a telescope doubled, and its special effect slows down. He continued thinking, I can assassinate enemies from a distance without them detecting it. I can definitely kill enemies from afar without being detected. He looked at the two. All right, I just need a little more experience to reach level 3. Let's head to where we killed monsters last time. Nuanuan nodded in agreement while Yuan Zhu sighed. I'm still at level 1. The scene shifts to a stream with the water rushing through the night. Jiang Kai and the group didn't know the danger that lurked as they crossed the stream. A whisper echoed, didn't expect to encounter breakfast so soon. A group of people appeared from the stream. Their leader Jiang Kua drew a knife from his back. We've got some toys now. Jiang Kai stood guard in front of Nuanuan, loudly asking, who are you? Jiang Kua grinned savagely, drew his knife and said, don't be afraid, little one, we're not bad people. Jiang Kua and his companions looked at the three of them with manic grins. We just want to rip your chests open, hang you up to drain your blood, or feed you to the beasts so you die slowly. After laughing loudly, they slowly advanced, surrounding the three toward Yi Hao. One emerged from the water, lifting his head and holding his hat as he spoke. The target this time was only Jiang Kai, who glanced at him with a mix of curiosity and fear. The masked figure with the sharp beak and glowing eyes was Crow Beak. The leader of the smuggler squad stepped ashore and continued, we're here to capture the newcomers of Shengyao. None of you will pass the trial. Known, her eyes full of fear, recognized them and said, Kai, these people. I know they seem to be smugglers who specialize in killing newcomers. Jiang Kai and the deputy turned to look at her in horror. The deputy shouted, what? Known opened her watch, the image of the smugglers appearing. I even checked their ranks, all level 3 or higher. Among them was one of the highest rank, even level 5. Thinking of this high-level group made her mind go blank. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, his gaze cold, thinking, too many people and a level 5 explorer. With my total attributes, I can only contend with level 4. As for level 5, Jiang Kai's thoughts were cut off by Crow Beak's sharp voice. Brothers, ready or not? He continued thinking, damn it, this is the only way. Jiang Kai turned to flee, reminding the deputy and Known. Deputy Known, stay together, we'll pull back for now. The two responded while running, yes, understood. Crow Beak and his team only smirked. He mocked, sharing fortune and misfortune, huh? All Shengyao disciples are like this. His eyes turned red as he ordered his subordinates. Two of you rush to kill the one running alone, leave the rest to the larger group to torture slowly. The two subordinates replied in unison, understood. Jiang Ku and Red Eye were both level 3. They pursued Jiang Kai and the chase began. Red Eye laughed while chasing, this kid runs fast. Sawtooth replied, but he'll get caught soon enough. Suddenly, Jiang Kai disappeared from their sight, gone in an instant. Jiang Ku was slightly surprised, and the two stopped, observing their surroundings, backs against each other, each looking in a different direction. Jiang Ku said, kid, you want to play hide-and-seek with us? Red Eye chimed in. Exciting, wait until we find you. First, we'll break his legs. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's steel tube shot out at incredible speed. Red Eye drew his sword, excited. This kid wants to resist. But the attacks of these new recruits don't concern me. A gust of wind surged and Red Eye was thrown back before he could react. Jiang Ku watched his comrade fly hundreds of meters, still not understanding what had happened. He asked, why did he fly away? What happened? Looking again, he could only widen his eyes, pupils shrinking, seeing Red Eye collapsed under a tree, arms limp, pierced through by the steel tube. Then how is that possible? Jiang Kai stepped out from the forest, smiling lightly. One strike, one kill. And this is just a practice weapon, his eyes full of vigor, holding 3 feathers collected from wild boars. Seems not as strong as I thought. Jiang Ku opened his watch to check, stammering, Are you a newcomer of Shengyao? How could you kill that level 3 guy? He looked at Jiang Kai's information on the screen, along with a warning. Critical hit rate unknown, critical damage unknown. Jiang Ku trembled, pointing at him. What? I'm level 3, only 45 attribute points, and this newcomer already has 60 points after gaining attributes. How is this possible? Jiang Kai replied. Why wouldn't it be possible? As soon as he spoke, Jiang Kai charged at Jiang Ku, leaving him no time to react. Too fast, Jiang Ku knelt under Jiang Kai, stammering a few words. Seeing both enemies defeated, Jiang Kai paused to think. Success, total attributes equivalent to level 4, able to eliminate level 3. Jumping and running to divide their strength, he could act with ease, just a little short of level 3. Back on Earth, killing an explorer could, before he finished thinking, AI brain appeared saying, you have successfully eliminated the explorer, you can take the watch from the fallen. Moreover, before the explorer's body disappears. Confirm experience gained from the killed explorer, 2 level 3 explorers, 100 points each. Whatever you take, the other loses double. Jiang Kai listened, face excited. So it really is possible to steal experience. Moreover, experience from explorers far exceeds monsters. Each only grants 100 points. AI brain confirmed, then disappeared. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Jiang Kai looked at the information board, thrilled. Finally level 3. On the board, Explorer Jiang Kai, Occupation Gambler, level 3. He approached Red Eye and Jiang Ku, taking the watch from them, muttering, now total attributes are 76 points. And level 5 only has around 60 points. Jiang Kai held the steel tube, eyes determined, speaking while walking. Now I'm strong enough to return and save the deputies. The deputy and Known weren't looking good. The deputy was injured, blood flowing from his arm, Known's clothes torn. Han Sha, one of the pursuers, said, a martial artist, a healer, who would have thought they are 2 top-level Shenghui profession. Lan Ying, standing nearby, laughed. Such delicious profession. Another held a short sword, watching Known heal the deputy. He smirked, take your time grinding them down. Known, tears in her eyes while treating the deputy, asked, Deputy, Kai was pursued by 2 assassins. Is it really impossible for him to return? The deputy gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. He'll manage, usually he flirts, but in battle. A pair of eyes in the forest observed the group chasing the deputies. The deputy looked at the intruders surrounding them, thinking, if friends or loved ones were in danger, no matter how desperate. Crowbeak cut off the deputy's thoughts. Those games are boring, this time let's skin them. Han Sha replied, understood. The deputy's thoughts continued, thinking about Jiang Kai, who would surely appear. Suddenly, Jiang Kai shot out from the forest like the wind, emitting green light, launching something at the intruders. 2 of the intruders intended to deal with the deputy and Known were pierced through the head by what flew at them before they could react. Known, witnessing this, realized what had just gone through the intruders' heads. The deputy smiled. I knew he would return. Crowbeak was also slightly shocked, speaking, where did you sneak back just now? If you've got guts, come face me. In the forest, Crowbeak searched but saw no one, standing frozen in place. Empty. The crow felt a bit confused, his eyes darting around as he tried to think but couldn't come up with anything. He didn't understand where he was. Could this be a new challenge that only beginners had to face? Suddenly, he felt an urge and turned to run without thinking further. Yuanzhu and Nuanuen were surprised by the crow's hasty actions. Nuanuen couldn't help but speak up. The captain's running away. Just then, a figure stepped out of the shadows. It was Jiang Hai, holding a metal pipe, walking toward them while saying, planning to run. Jiang Hai looked at him with eyes full of anger and shouted, give me your life, lie down. With that, Jiang Hai threw the metal pipe at the crow. The pipe flew past him, creating a loud explosion. The crow screamed just before falling to the ground. The surroundings were shrouded in smoke and dust. The bodies of the intruders scattered on the ground. Jiang Hai slowly walked out of the forest, approaching Nuanuen and asking, the thieves have been dealt with. Nuanuen, are you okay? Nuanuen saw Jiang Hai, her eyes teary. You're finally back, she said, her voice slightly choked. She stepped forward, ready to leap into his arms, but stopped, worriedly saying, but Zhuzi, he's seriously injured. I can't help him anymore. Yuanzhu lay on the ground, his body covered in wounds, blood flowing in streams. Opening his eyes, he looked at Jiang Hai and said, Kai, I knew you would come back, but this time I might not see you guys again. Yuanzhu sighed and then collapsed, muttering, Ba Zai, go ahead. He lay motionless on the ground with Nuonuan sitting beside him. His hand trembled as he pointed at Jiang Hai, his voice weak. Kai Nuonuan, having had the adventure with you two is the best memory of mine. From now on, you guys will have to carry my part, Yuanzhu continued, his eyes slowly closing. You have to strive to overcome that challenge. Upon hearing this, Nuonuan couldn't hold back and burst into tears, calling out, Zhuzi. Jiang Hai stepped closer, looking down at him, his fists clenched as he called out, Zhuzi. Suddenly, Jiang Hai threw an intruder onto Yuanzhu's body. What are you mumbling about? Jiang Hai's voice was filled with anger. Nuonuan, sitting next to him, was startled, her tears still flowing. Yuanzhu painfully sat up, shouting, Who dares to die? He stared at the surviving intruder in front of him, his eyes filled with rage. Jiang Hai explained, I plan to take 6 of them, only injure them, and leave the rest for you two to kill in order to gain experience and level up. This way, your health will fully recover. Nuonuan nodded upon hearing this. Right, in Giting, you can level up by killing the explorers while reducing the damage. Yuanzhu unexpectedly asked, Is there such a way? So am I being tortured now? Jiang Hai sneered and said, So now you know you're in pain. Then he changed the subject. Didn't they just torture you? Now it's our turn. Now we'll torture them back, Jiang Hai continued. Using the left hand to finish them off is fine. Yuanzhu and Nuonuan smiled slyly, speaking in unison. Let them know what the cycle of heavenly law is. One intruder, lying on the ground, tried to crawl away. Yuanzhu laughed loudly. Kai, this isn't good. Jiang Hai, Yuanzhu, and Nuonuan with sly expressions looked at the intruder on the ground. Jiang Hai laughed loudly. Not good. In Shenghui, this is called a return gift, a tradition we must maintain. Yuanzhu raised his hand towards the intruder and said, All right, a fine tradition, then I must preserve it seriously. The intruder painfully sat up and screamed, You evil demons, don't come over here. The scene changed to the research facility of the Soul Collector Manager, with continuous warning sounds blaring. Too terrifying, too scary. A group of people woke up, their minds in chaos, screaming loudly. They were panicking and frightened by what had just happened. Just now, someone new from Shenghui came and killed us all. They were too ruthless, one person said, sweat dripping down their forehead. He stole my experience points, my level dropped, another person shouted in despair. In the observation room, 2 men stood looking at the screen. One of them was Huang Kai, a senior national leader who couldn't believe his eyes upon seeing this and spoke. What's going on here? How did it come to this? Could be that a new profession appeared in Shenghui that can counter the soul collectors. At the same time, in Shenghui country, in the observation room, Professor Lei, holding a tablet, said anxiously, This is bad. The data sent from Nuonuan's watch shows that her team must have encountered the soul collector. Su Lanlin was worried. What? Is Nuonuan all right? Wei Ying was also present, holding a cup of water, nodding calmly and saying, No one has ever escaped the soul collectors. Prepare yourselves for their deaths. Professor Li, hearing this, immediately explained, No, that's not what I meant. According to the data, Nuonuan and her team did meet the soul collectors, but they didn't die. Moreover, they leveled up. Su Lanlin and Wei Ying looked at each other, both stunned. Su Lanlin stammered, What? Wei Ying furrowed his brows and asked, How is this possible? They encountered them but didn't die and still leveled up. Did they help her kill monsters? Professor Li checked the data on the tablet, confirmed it, and said, No, it's not that. If Nuonuan leveled up by killing monsters, I'd believe it. But according to the data, she leveled up by 2 levels. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed in unison, Nuonuan must have killed the soul collectors. Wei Ying's water cup fell to the floor, spilling the liquid. Su Lanlin called out loudly, Commander. Wei Ying stood up and hurriedly said, Show me the data from Nuonuan's team immediately. Professor Li quickly opened the data on the tablet for the commander to see. The information on Jiang Kai, Nuonuan, and Yuanzhu appeared on the screen. The data showed Jiang Kai, rank unknown, profession unknown, Su Nuonuan, level 3, profession doctor, Yuanzhu, level 3, profession martial artist. Wei Ying smiled and said happily, So they really did level up to level 3. Su Lanlin still couldn't believe it, her voice hesitating. This is impossible. Nuonuan is a profession that can't fight. Early-stage martial artists don't have high damage. Could the soul collectors have all been defeated by Jiang Kai? Wei Ying laughed heartily. I'm sure it was Jiang Kai. But why is his profession undefined? Professor Li looked at the tablet and speculated. I've found some information about Jiang Kai. The reason it's undefined is that every explorer who goes to Giting must carry a watch to update their information. But Jiang Kai is using an old generation watch, very outdated. Professor Li continued to explain, the servers for the old generation watches stopped maintenance more than 10 years ago, and network connectivity has become very difficult, so we can't see his information. Su Lanlin couldn't believe it, stammering, What? Who still uses old generation watches in this day and age? Wei Ying spoke up. Interesting, very interesting. Su Lanlin demanded, Professor Lee, quickly bring me all the data on Jiang Kai. I'll investigate what kind of person that kid is. Professor Lee responded and turned back to Jiang Kai's group. Yuan Zhu looked at his information panel and excitedly said, This is awesome. I can't believe I actually leveled up and fully healed. Nguyen also opened her information panel, so overjoyed that she unconsciously clenched her fists. I never thought I could feel childlike joy watching Yun Zhu's new skill. The earth-shaking stomp now lets me send enemies flying. As the skill activated, Nguyen reached out to touch the notification screen. The skill unlocked, Nguyen's heart glowed with happiness. I've activated the doctor's heart skill too. Healing power is stronger now. Seeing their joy, Jiang Kai held back a thought and said, No wonder these are the warrior and doctor skills, very practical. Yunju stepped before Jiang Kai and said, Jiang Kai, see, I'm now one level above you. I can take on border crossers like you. Hearing this, Jiang Kai opened his info panel for them and asked, You think level 3 is enough to fight border crossers? I'm now level 4. When Yunju saw Jiang Kai's info panel, his jaw dropped in shock. Huh. He raised his hands to his head, stunned. When did this kid reach level 4? He was level 2 just a moment ago. Nguyen's eyes sparkled in admiration. Moreover, total attribute points 96, equivalent to a level 8 explorer. Jiang Kai calmly replied, I killed a level 3 border crosser while fleeing, then another 5 on the way here, so now I'm level 4. Yunju was frustrated. How are you stronger than me? I can't take this. Nguyen stepped in front of Jiang Kai and asked, Kai, what do we do next? He looked at her and said, Next. He paused for a moment, then made a decision. Earlier, I heard the captain say they were the second border crossing team. Jiang Kai said, Then next, we just take out Team 1, right? Yunju and Nguyen were stunned. Half a day later, in the rookie forest area, a group moved about, laughter echoing. It was a joke. In the forest, a slightly savage group was talking. One man on a branch said, Team 2 got wiped out by some newcomers. Never in my dreams. A man below, hair spiked and teeth sharp, added, Exactly, might as well retire them. This man was Yan'an, a level 5 member of the first border crossing team. A tall man with tattoos and a scar on his cheek reminded everyone, Don't act recklessly if the higher-ups spoke about this. He was Tai Ba, captain of the first border crossing team, level 5. Another sneered, What room? The rookie area's highest is level 5 and our whole team is level 5 anyway. Another chimed in, Exactly. Jiang Kai's group of 3 hid in the shadows observing. Yunju squatted low, uneasy. No way, Kai, you really want to fight 9 level 5 border crossers? Nguyen was scared. Maybe we should just leave. Jiang Kai hid behind a tree, speaking softly to reassure. Don't be afraid. With my current attributes, even if they don't know, protecting you while retreating isn't a problem. Besides, if we don't kill them, they'll target our newcomers. As he finished speaking, Jiang Kai charged, both hands gripping the steel pipe. While running, he said, So instead of passively defending, it's better to strike first. Yunju and Nguyen hadn't reacted before Kai charged. They called out, Hey, you! Tai Ba turned, alert. Seeing someone rushing at him, he clenched his fists, warning the group, Careful, someone's coming. The group turned and checked Jiang Kai's info on their watches. Henyumi spoke smugly, Check, a level 4 newcomer. Ying, standing nearby, also cautiously added a comment. Level 4, surviving as a newcomer is impressive, but leveling up, maybe he already killed Team 2. Tai Ba laughed sinisterly. Not bad, this is a big find. He ordered, Everyone stay alert, pursue. Capturing him earns military merit. The group surged forward to follow him. Jiang Kai ran ahead, luring them, glancing back, frowning. Not good, border crossers maintain formation. The plan to lure them forward remained in his mind. Wait for Yunju to use earth-shaking stomp to knock them all away. Jiang Kai ran, thinking if the formation stretched too long and Yunju didn't knock them all in one strike, a few border crossers would escape. Still, we have a way. Jiang Kai stopped, thinking further. To wipe out all border crossers, he braked with his foot, spun around, one hand on the ground, channeling strength into the raised steel pipe. He charged straight at the pursuing group, a blue light enveloping his body. He made a bold decision, using full force. Jian An and He Ying led the pursuit. Seeing Jiang Kai turn back toward them, the 2 men handling prisoners were shocked. Why is he turning around? Yanan charged with his knife, laughing. Where are you running, kid? Too scared to run now. He swung the knife, hitting Jiang Kai's arm. With a defiant look, blood sprayed as Jiang Kai grimaced. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Kai endured the pain, coughing once. In his mind, no, not close enough. He spun and ran headfirst, shouting, Keep running, seeing the border crossers regroup. Jiang Kai thought they've regrouped. He Ying raised his knife, Skin him. Jiang Kai dashed toward He Ying's group, skillfully dodging all attacks. Tai Ba saw this and shouted, What are you doing? But it was too late. Jiang Kai was nearly upon him, swinging the steel pipe, making him sweat in shock. We're level 5, how can a level 4 kid avoid all attacks? He Ying checked his watch again, yelling, Captain, this isn't right. Seeing the alert on the screen, he continued, Initially the time was too short to check his attributes, but just now I rechecked with a high-level watch. Although total attributes weren't clear before, now agility could be measured. Jiang Kai charged, his body glowing blue. His eyes shone, He Ying shouted, almost within 30 points. Tai Ba was astonished. What? 30 agility points? Jian An turned angrily. You misread, right? Jiang Kai thought, my agility isn't even 20. If he were much higher, how could I block him? Tai Ba froze, raising his hands defensively, watching Jiang Kai pass each person. Not possible, the watch can't misread. If that kid is really that fast, isn't he faking being chased? Tai Ba realized he'd been tricked, shouting, no, we've fallen for a trap, scatter. The men under his command froze, standing in stunned silence. One of them asked, what? Jiang Kai stood among the border-crossing group, his eyes blazing, issuing a hollow command before saying, a bunch of fools finally realized it. Now your formation has been tricked into a single unit. Before Jiang Kai finished speaking, a golden light appeared above the group. He continued, it's too late. A pillar descended from above, enveloping his body in golden power. The pillar unleashed a threatening strike, immediately triggering a massive explosion that sent the border crossers flying. They managed to shout, ah! Jiang Kai smiled and said, well done, pillar. Then he released streaks of blue lightning. He wielded the two short weapons he had used to eliminate border crossing Team 2. Jiang Kai took advantage of the pillar's follow-up strike, running while saying, leave it to me. By the time he finished, all members of Team 1 lay scattered on the ground. Jiang Kai stopped, the lights around him fading. He exhaled, clean sweep. Seeing this, the pillar roared, play the ground. All 9 level 5 members have been wiped out. Jiang Kai replied, you're overreacting. System notification. Adventurer Jiang Kai has killed 5 level 5 poachers. He gained a total of 2,000 experience points, ranking first among newcomers. Jiang Kai leveled up to level 5, glancing at the status panel with a slight smile, finally reached level 5. He thought to himself, killing 1 adventurer grants a level. Experience points received are double. Nguyen looked at Jiang Kai with admiration and exclaimed, Kai, you're level 5 now. I heard level 5 is the highest in the rookie village. The pillar chief added, wow, you're at the top. Jiang Kai turned and replied modestly, it's nothing. An adventurer killing an adventurer just earns higher experience. He then looked at the 4 survivors on the ground and continued, I'll leave 4 of you with remaining health. You should finish them and claim the experience. Nguyen agreed. The pillar chief asked, Kai, what's next? Jiang Kai looked into the distance and said, before to gain strength I killed monsters for upgrade points. Now I have enough, I'll lead you to defeat monsters and earn points. When you reach enough points, you'll reach the end point. The two were extremely excited. Nguyen smiled, eyes sparkling, and replied, all right. The pillar, slightly doubtful, flexed his muscles and said, finally, it's our turn to kill monsters. The 3, Jiang Kai, the pillar, and Nguyen, after defeating the border crossing group, continued their monster hunting journey in the forest. Jiang Kai led, reminding them, everyone, pay attention. Near the end point, you can sweep many points, but the closer to the final point, the stronger the monsters, even including rookie area bosses. Be careful. Jiang Kai at the front, the pillar at the rear, both fully alert. Nguyen followed, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, the 3 saw a horrifying sight. A humanoid beast lying on the ground, its body mangled, eyes rolled back. Nguyen trembled, stammering, it's a humanoid beast corpse. The pillar couldn't hold back. So many bite marks, was it killed by something? Jiang Kai calmly activated his demon eyes, strange characters appearing in his gaze. He examined the humanoid beast closely and said, earlier there was a golden glint from afar. Could a golden monster have killed these 2 humanoid beasts? Nguyen asked. Golden monster. Unbeknownst to them, something silently observed from behind. Suddenly, a golden power appeared. The pillar chief, still unaware, muttered, what kind of creature could kill 2 humanoid monsters? Is it targeting us? The orb shot a beam of light, attacking Nguyen and Jiang Kai. Unable to dodge, Nguyen cried, it hurts. The pillar shielded his body, eyes wide. Golden color means it's a golden creature. It's coming for us. It attacked the 2 before lunging at Jiang Kai. He stood still, observing. The pillar clutched his arm in pain, yelling, Kai, be careful. Be careful, that thing hits hard, it bites, be careful not to get killed. Jiang Kai threw the attack tube and caught the golden light. Nguyen and the pillar, one worried, one furious, watched him. Jiang Kai paused for a few seconds. It turned out he had caught a plump mouse with his bare hands. The pillar was stunned. What? That fast? Nguyen covered her mouth, caught it with bare hands. Jiang Kai looked at the mouse. Huh, you think it's fast? Isn't it just a fat mouse? The mouse, furious, shouted, you scoundrel, who are you calling slow and fat? Me being caught was your mistake. Jiang Kai laughed. This mouse still refuses to submit. Then he released it. Let's see. The mouse glowed gold, mouth wide, screaming, how dare you underestimate me? It attacked Jiang Kai with golden electric sparks. The pillar raised his hands to shield his head, shouting, Jiang Kai, why are you letting go? It's the one that killed those two humanoid monsters. Jiang Kai caught the mouse barehanded again. He released it once more. Jiang Kai said, no problem, it's too slow for me. He repeatedly caught and released the mouse, still toying with it in his hand. The pillar's face stiffened. Jiang Kai, that fast? Nguyen Nguyen covered her mouth. Nguyen Nguyen admired, so skilled. After a few minutes the mouse surrendered, resting in Jiang Kai's hand. He said, this mouse submits to me now, won't run anymore. The pillar was also surprised. Jiang Kai caught the pet with hand speed. The three turned to look at the two humanoid beasts on the ground. He said, not sure if this mouse can be tamed as a strategy pet, but picking up two monsters is still useful. Jiang Kai placed the mouse on his shoulder, looking at Nguyen Nguyen and the pillar. Nguyen Nguyen, you're almost level 4. Each of you take one, hunt monsters, and aim to reach level 5 before the trial ends. Nguyen Nguyen saw the mouse on Jiang Kai's shoulder, eyes shining, faintly swooning. Such a cute little mouse. The pillar looked at Jiang Kai, feeling inferior. Compared to Jiang Kai, a martial artist like me is nothing. Scene shifts. Deep in the forest, a man walked slowly. He wore a round blue robe covering most of his face, revealing only a bit of hair. Seeing something ahead, he laughed aloud with excitement. Finally, we've arrived. Been too long to reach the final point of the rookie area. Before him stood a large city, Shangdao City. He climbed the stairs, the city gates opened, and a group of spear-wielding men slowly emerged. The three men walked down the stairs and approached the robed figure. The leader stepped forward to greet and congratulate the newcomer for completing the trial, introducing them as the guide for the newcomer, and welcoming them to become an explorer of the demon realm. This person was none other than Zia Dao, the guide. Zia Dao walked forward, placing a hand on his shoulder to offer comfort, stating that the first place had already been taken, but rankings weren't important, as simply passing the trial was an accomplishment. The man immediately shrugged his hand off and snorted. Officer, I may not be the first one here. He raised his hand, proudly showing the collected tokens with a smug tone. But why do you think I'm not in first place? The three were stunned at the sheer number of tokens. The person behind Zia Dao was Zia Wei. He asked about the ranking system based on points, suggesting that with so many monster tokens, he could exchange them for a lot of points. Zia Dao commented that a person like him could have killed many monsters. He slowly lowered his hood and smirked arrogantly, showing disdain. With his blonde hair, he looked up and declared loudly, I am the second young master of the Huang family, a future high-ranking member of the Xuanwu Guild. Before coming to the demon realm, I had special training. Zia Dao was even more astonished upon hearing this. He affirmed the Huang family owns the Xuanwu Guild. Zia Wei added, explaining that the guild was one of the top 10 major guilds belonging to a powerful family, so it was nothing surprising. Zia Dao congratulated him, then congratulations. Moreover, based on points, not only will you be in first place in this trial, but you may also rank within the top 10 of the Saints' honor. Huang Wei spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. All right, today I'll be generous. Taking first place in the trial is just the beginning for a newcomer. He continued, just give me more time in the demon realm and it will be my era. The scene shifted deep into the rookie trial zone, where Jiang Kai's group continued searching for monsters in the forest. They traveled down the path but encountered nothing. Jiang Kai wondered, this is strange. After traveling for a whole day, logically, the closer we get to the goal, the more monsters should appear. Why haven't we found any? He glanced back. Did this little mouse scare them off? How could that be? Nguyen Nguyen walked behind, only paying attention to the chubby little mouse sleeping on Jiang Kai's hood. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing everyone to turn around in fear as a sharp claw appeared from the ground. Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he exclaimed, this is the Shadowless Wolf. A pack of vicious wolves advanced toward the three, and a massive wolf stepped forward. As its paws touched the ground, a surge of green energy erupted. The large wolf with gray-white fur and a scar over one eye was the boss of the rookie trial zone, the Shadowless Wolf King. The three, Jiang Kai, Nguyen Nguyen, and Yuan Zhu, huddled together, their expressions shifting from fear to pale terror. Jiang Kai recognized the wolf and shouted, we're doomed, this is the boss of the rookie zone, the Shadowless Wolf King. It turns out there were no monsters because we've entered the boss's territory. The wolves surrounded the three and they said in unison, we're surrounded. Yuan Zhu looked at Jiang Kai with teary eyes. Jiang Kai, I heard that Lan Wang is the strongest creature that has never been killed in the rookie zone. If we encounter it, there's no escape. Jiang Kai gripped the iron pipe tightly, thinking to himself, there are too many wolves, we're surrounded. I might escape alone, but the others can't. The only option left is to fight for our lives. Over by Yuan Zhu and Nguyen Nguyen, things were not looking good. The boss was injured and blood kept flowing down from his arm. Nguyen Nguyen's clothes were torn to shreds. Han Sha, one of the pursuers chasing Yuan Zhu and Nguyen Nguyen, saw them in that sorry state and spoke. A martial trainee and a nurse didn't expect to run into two top-tier Holy Radiance classes. Blue Shadow beside him chuckled in regret. Such sweet classes. Another man held his longsword, watching Nguyen Nguyen treat Yuan Zhu. and curled his lip with a grin. Take your time wearing them down. While healing Yuanzhu, Nguyen asked through teary eyes, Boss, Kai is being hunted by 2 assassins. He really can't make it back. Yuanzhu clenched his teeth and endured the pain, replying, he definitely can. Normally he's a shameless flirt, but when it's a fight. In the forest, a pair of eyes was watching the group hunting the boss's team. Looking at the intruders surrounding him, Yuanzhu thought, if his friends or family are in danger. Even if everything feels hopeless, Probik spoke up then, cutting off Yuanzhu's thoughts. I'm bored of those games, this time peel their skin off. And Shah replied, fine. Yuanzhu's thoughts continued. He thought of Jiang Kai. He will definitely show up. Suddenly, Jiang Kai burst out of the forest like a gust of wind, blue lightning flickering around him. He hurled something toward the intruders. 2 intruders moved in, intending to finish off Yuanzhu and Nguyen. Something flew in and pierced through their heads before they could react. Nguyen saw the scene and seemed to recognize what had just gone through the 2 intruders' heads. Yuanzhu smiled and said, I knew he'd come back. Probik was also slightly startled by this. He shouted, who is it? Where are you? Did you sneak back just now? If you've got guts, come out and face me. In the middle of the vast forest, Probik turned around searching but saw no movement or silhouette. He could only stand still in place. Probik was a little frightened, his pupils tightening as he thought, I can't see anything. I have no idea where he is. Is it only the holy ones who can give new jobs to newcomers? If not, Han suddenly turned and fled, hurry, run away. The 2, Yuanzhu and Nguyen, witnessed the crow's escape and were very surprised. Nguyen couldn't help but speak up. The captain is running away. A figure appeared from the dark night. It was Jiang Kai, holding a metal pipe, looking at the crow and saying, you think you can run after messing with my brother? Jiang Kai looked at the crow with a furious gaze and ordered, leave your life behind, lie down. After that, he threw the metal pipe at the crow. Jiang Kai thrust the metal pipe through the crow, causing an explosion. The crow only managed to scream once before collapsing to the ground. The ground was covered in smoke, and the bodies of the invaders lay scattered across the ground. Jiang Kai slowly stepped out from the forest and asked Nguyen, the bandits are dealt with. Nguyen, how are you? Nguyen saw him and her eyes blurred with tears, emotionally saying, you finally came back. She stepped closer, about to throw herself into Jiang Kai's arms, her voice trembling. However, she continued, but Zhu Zai, he's severely injured, I can't help him anymore. Yuanzhu knelt on the ground, unmoving, covered in wounds with blood flowing in streams. Yuanzhu opened his eyes, looked at Jiang Kai and said, Kai, I knew you'd come back, but this time I may never see you again. With those words, Yuanzhu collapsed, muttering, Ba Zai, I'll go ahead. Nguyen sat beside him, Yuanzhu's hand shaking as he pointed towards Jiang Kai. Yuanzhu's weak voice, Kai Nguyen, getting to risk my life with you both is the best memory I have. Later, you both must carry my share. Yuanzhu's eyes slowly closed. He tried to speak again. You must strive to pass that trial. Upon hearing this, Nguyen couldn't hold back and cried, calling his name. Master, Jiang Kai went to his side, looking down. His hand clenched into a fist and he called, Master. Suddenly, he threw an invader onto Yuanzhu. Jiang Kai said, what are you muttering about? Nguyen beside him was startled, and Yuanzhu, being crushed, groaned in pain and sat up, shouting, who dares to die? Yuanzhu glared at the living invader in front of him with a vicious look. Jiang Kai explained, I just wanted to take out 6 of them, only injured them. Kill them to gain experience and level up, that way the blood will fully recover. Upon hearing Jiang Kai, Nguyen nodded in agreement. That's right, in the abyss, experience can be gained by killing explorers to level up. Yuanzhu, not expecting that, asked, really, so does that mean I'm being tortured now? Jiang Kai replied, forget it, no more talking, I was just about to. Jiang Kai laughed, squinted, and changed the subject. Wasn't it them torturing you? Now we torture them back, you can even use your left hand for the last hit. Yuanzhu and Nguyen both laughed maliciously and said together, let them know what the cycle of heaven's law is. One invader lying on the ground tried to crawl away. Yuanzhu laughed with pleasure. Kai, this isn't so good. Jiang Kai, Yuanzhu, and Nguyen looked at the invader on the ground. Jiang Kai laughed loudly. Not good. In Shanghui, we call this a return favor. This is a beautiful tradition that we must preserve. Yuanzhu reached his hand towards the invader and said, all right, a beautiful tradition, I must preserve it seriously. Yuanzhu sat up and shouted, you evil demons, don't you dare step over here. The scene changed in the research facility. The warning system continued to blare. The screams from inside the room. This is terrifying, so scary. A group of people woke up, their spirits unstable, constantly screaming. One person, panicked, said, Earlier, someone from Shanghui came and wiped us all out. He was too ruthless with us. My experience points were stolen, my level was lower. In the observation room, two men stood watching the screen. One was Huang Kai, a senior leader who couldn't believe his eyes and said, "What is this? How did you all end up like this? Did a new profession appear in Shanghui that can fight against the loot gatherers?" At the same time, in Shanghui Kingdom in the observation room, Professor Li, holding a tablet, hurriedly said, "According to the data from the watch that Nuanuan just sent, her squad has definitely encountered the fake illusionists, and the situation is grim." So Lam Lam worried about her sister and asked, "What happened? Is Nuanuan okay?" Wei Ying stood there holding a cup of water, nodding and calmly saying that no one has ever escaped from the fake illusionists, so they should prepare for their death. Professor Li responded, explaining, "No, that's not what I mean," then pointed to the data on the large screen and continued. He said that according to the data, Nuanuan and her team encountered the fake illusionists but didn't die, they even leveled up. So Lam Lam and Wei Ying were both astonished. Lam Lam asked, "What?" Wei Ying was surprised, "Are you serious? How could they survive an encounter with them and level up? Did they help her kill monsters?" Professor Li checked the data on the tablet several times, then said, "No, I could almost believe that Nuanuan leveled up by killing monsters." He continued, "According to the displayed data, she leveled up twice." Both Wei Ying and So Lam Lam were amazed. Nuanuan's group killed the fake illusionists. The cup of water in the commander's hand fell. Lam Lam called, "Commander A." Wei Ying stood up and ordered, "Quick, show me the data from Nuanuan's team immediately." Professor Li replied. He quickly opened the data on the tablet for the commander to see, displaying information about the three-person team. The identities and ranks of Nuanuan and Jiang Kai, with no clear profession, appeared on the large screen. Detailed information. So Nuanuan level 3 profession, Dr. Jiang Kai level 3 profession, martial artist. Wei Ying laughed happily, saying, "She really reached level 3. There's no way she could level up twice in such a short time without killing those fake illusionists." So Lam Lam was doubtful. "This is impossible. Nuanuan is a profession that can't fight." She continued, "The early stage martial artist's damage isn't that high. Could it be that the fake illusionists were all defeated by Jiang Kai? This sounds too exaggerated." Wei Ying laughed loudly. "I'm sure it was Jiang Kai. But why is his profession undefined? What's going on here?" Professor Li looked at the tablet and speculated, "I found some news about Jiang Kai. The reason his profession is undefined is that every explorer in the demon realm has to carry a watch to update information." He added that Jiang Kai was using the oldest first-generation watch and displayed an image for everyone to see. The first-generation watch was the first device used in the demon realm. He continued, analyzing that the server for this watch had not been maintained for more than 10 years, making network connectivity very difficult. That's why his information doesn't show up. So Lam Lam didn't believe it. "What? How can he still be using a first-generation watch?" She continued, "What era are we in and he's still using that kind of watch?" Wei Ying commented, "Interesting, it's quite fascinating." So Lam Lam demanded, "Bring me all the information about Jiang Kai. I'll investigate what kind of person this guy is." He acknowledged the order and responded, "Right away." Returning to Jiang Kai's team, the squad leader looked at the information board and excitedly said, "That's amazing." He continued, "I didn't expect that I really leveled up and revived with full health." Nuanuan opened the information board, happily clenching her hands. She continued, "I didn't expect I'd also," checking her new skills, joyfully like a child, and even had the new career skill, Earthquake Stomp. He said, "Now I can knock away enemies around me. It's very powerful, and the Earthquake Stomp skill is activated." Nuanuan tapped the screen, unlocking the Heart of the Doctor skill, happily saying, She said, "I've activated the Heart of the Doctor skill. The healing power is stronger now." Jiang Kai observed, placing a hand on his chin, commenting, "As expected of the skills from both a warrior and a doctor, very practical." The squad leader stepped forward and said, "Jiang Kai, look, now I'm a level higher than you." He continued, "Now I can fight someone like you who crossed the border." Jiang Kai opened the information board, confused. "What do you mean? Do you think level 3 can fight someone who crossed the border?" The squad leader said, "Now I'm level 4, look at my attributes." Looking at the information board, Jiang Kai was stunned, amazed. The leader raised both hands to his head, his expression showing astonishment at the crazy situation, asking when the boy had reached level 4. When did this boy reach level 4? No noticed that he was just at level 2 earlier, her eyes still sparkling with admiration. She added that his attribute points totaled 96, equivalent to level 8 exploration. Jiang Kai observed them. Wasn't he at level 2 earlier? Non's eyes also showed admiration. She added that his attribute points were 96, which is equivalent to level 8 exploration. Jiang Kai looked at them. Bing explained that while escaping, he killed a level 3 border jumper and then killed 5 more, which leveled him up to 4. Bing casually replied, when I was escaping, I killed a level 3 border jumper, then killed 5 more, so I leveled up to 4. The leader appeared dissatisfied when he saw the boy was stronger than him, shouting loudly, "Why are you stronger than me? I can't stand it anymore." Non stepped forward to ask Jiang Kai about the next steps. He looked at her and explained that they should pause and make a decision, as he had heard the captain say they were the second border jumping team. "Kai, what should we do next?" He looked at her and said, then paused to make a decision. "I heard the captain say we are the second border jumping team." He asked if the next step was to go kill Team 1, shocking both the leader and Non. "So next, we go kill Team 1. As soon as he said that, both the leader and Non were shocked and said it in unison. Half a day later in the new recruit forest area, a group of people walked through the forest, laughter echoing. Half a day later, somewhere in the new recruit forest, a group of people was walking back and forth through the woods. Laughter from someone echoed, it was truly a joke. In the forest, a group of rough-looking people were talking, and someone perched on a tree branch said that Team 2 had been wiped out. In the forest, a group of rough-looking people was talking, and someone perched on a tree branch said, Team 2 was wiped out by the newcomers. A man with spiked hair and sharp teeth commented that it was true, otherwise they should retire. No one would dare even dream of that. The man with spiked hair and sharp teeth spoke up with regret. That's right, otherwise they should retire. This man's name was Wild Fang, a member of the first border jumping team at level 5. His name was Wild Fang, a member of the first border jumping team at level 5. A tall man with a tattoo on his arm. A tall man with a tattoo on his arm and a scar on his cheek reminded everyone to be cautious of their superiors. He had a scar on his cheek and spoke up to remind everyone not to be careless, as the higher-ups had spoken about this. We should be cautious. This man's name was Iron Wave, the captain of the first border jumping team at level 5, and he spoke with disdain. His name was Iron Wave, the captain of the first border jumping team at level 5. One person spoke with a tone full of disdain. What kind of wind is this? The largest new recruit area is only level 5 and the whole team is at level 5. Another person agreed. The largest new recruit area is only level 5 and our whole team is level 5. Here, we kill gods when we meet gods and we kill Buddhas when we meet Buddhas, another person echoed. Right. Jiang Kai's group of 3 hid in the shadows, observing the other group. The leader crouched down, watching them leave, looking uneasy. Over here, Jiang Kai's group of 3 hid in the shadows, observing this group. The leader crouched down and watched them leave, his voice tinged with unease. The leader anxiously asked Jiang Kai if he was sure about fighting the 9 level 5 border jumpers, and Non also nervously advised against it. No way, Kai. Are you sure you want to fight the 9 level 5 border jumpers? Non also nervously spoke up to advise, should we just leave? Jiang Kai, hiding behind a tree, reassured them, confirming that with his current attributes, they had nothing to fear. He gently comforted them, don't be afraid with my current attributes. He explained that although he wasn't sure about everything, protecting them and retreating would be fine. Furthermore, not killing them would help protect the newcomers. Even if I'm not sure about everything, protecting you and retreating would be fine. Besides, we won't kill them. They'll attack the newcomers in our country. After finishing his sentence, Jiang Kai charged out, gripping the steel pipe tightly, running while outlining the strategy. It's better to strike first than to passively defend. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Kai charged out. His hands gripped the steel pipe tightly. While running, he said, instead of passive defense, it's better to strike first. The leader and Non didn't have time to react before seeing Kai charge out. They shouted, and Iron Wave turned around in alert. The leader and Non didn't have time to react before seeing Kai charge out. They both shouted, hey, you. Iron Wave turned around and looked back, his eyes filled with caution. Seeing someone rushing toward them, Iron Wave clenched his fist, reminding the group to stay alert. The group also turned around. Seeing someone rushing toward them, he clenched his fist and reminded his group, be careful, someone's coming. The group turned around and looked. Jian Ying checked his watch to confirm Jiang Kai's information, looking smug. Jian Ying opened his watch to check Jiang Kai's information. He smirked, saying, I found it. A level 4 newcomer standing next to him, the guy also spoke carefully. One person commented that level 4 was good and guessed that he might have been the one to kill Team 2. Iron Wave laughed wickedly. Level 4, it's good that the newcomer can survive here. How did he level up? Maybe he's the one who killed Team 2. Iron Wave smiled wickedly. Not bad, this is a big find. He ordered the group to maintain formation and chase Jiang Kai down. Immediately, he raised his hand to order the group. Everyone maintain formation and pursue. Catching him will be a great achievement. The group responded and rushed forward, while Jiang Kai ran ahead to lure them, looking back behind him. The crazy group all rushed forward and responded to him. Yes, Jiang Kai ran ahead to lure them. He turned around to look behind him. He furrowed his brows, thinking about the plan. The border jumpers knew how to maintain formation, so he should lure them first. He furrowed his brows, thinking, this is not good. The border jumpers know how to maintain formation. The previous plan was to lure them first. He planned to wait for the master to create an opportunity to use his skill to knock them all away, seizing the opening. Wait for the master to find the opportunity to use the earthquake skill to knock them all away. I will seize the opening when the border jumpers are knocked out to kill them all. He noticed that the border jumper formation was stretching, and if the leader couldn't knock them all out at once, some would still escape and the pursuers would continue chasing. But the border jumper formation was too long, and if the leader couldn't knock them all out in one go, there would still be some escaping. Jiang Kai continued running while thinking the pursuers were still behind him. So I just need to leave a few border jumpers. There's a chance they will escape. Even so, Jiang Kai still had a strategy to deal with it. He stopped, thinking about how to kill all the border jumpers. But even so, we still have a plan. Jiang Kai suddenly stopped running, thinking more just that if he wanted to kill all the border jumpers. He used his foot to brake, placing his hand on the ground and exerting all his strength into the steel pipe. He used his foot to brake, turned around and placed one hand on the ground, channeling all his strength into the steel pipe he was holding up. He charged straight at the pursuers, his body enveloped in green light, deciding to go all out in his attack. He charged straight at the pursuers, his body enveloped in green lightning. As he charged at the border jumpers, he made a bold decision, realizing he would need to use all his power. Giant Aang and Black Shadow led the group in pursuit. Seeing Jiang Kai turn and charge at them, both froze in shock. They were confused, wondering why Jiang Kai had turned back when he was only a few steps away, wielding a metal pipe. Giant Aang lunged with his knife, laughing maniacally, and said, "Where do you think you're running, kid? Too scared to move." He swung the knife and struck Jiang Kai's arm, his face wild yet focused, delivering a precise blow. The cut arm bled profusely. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, coughed, and thought he still wasn't close enough, so he turned to run again. He ran shouting loudly, seeing the crowd gather. Jiang Kai thought to himself that they had assembled. Black Shadow gripped his knife and shouted, "Slay him!" Jiang Kai charged toward Black Shadow's group. He still felt he wasn't close enough, so he kept advancing, skillfully dodging every attack from Black Shadow's men. Tai Ba saw the scene and shouted, "What are you doing?" But it was too late. Jiang Kai was nearly upon him, charging with the metal pipe. He sweated, thinking silently, "Level 5s, how could a level 4 kid dodge all these attacks?" Black Shadow checked his watch and shouted, "Captain, something's wrong." He looked at the alerts on the screen and continued. Initially, there was too little time to check Jiang Kai's stats. But just now, I used the advanced measuring watch to check again and discovered, although the total stats were unclear. Now I can measure agility. Jiang Kai charges, his body glowing blue, eyes glowing as well. Black Shadow's voice rang out, almost within 30 points. Tai Ba was shocked. What, 30 agility points? Giant Aang also turned back angrily and shouted, "You must be wrong. My agility isn't even 20. If he's that much higher than me, how could I stop him?" Tai Ba was stunned, raising his hands in defense, watching Jiang Kai pass through everyone one by one. He thought, the watch rarely lies. If this kid is really that fast, maybe he's pretending to be chased. Tai Ba realized he had been tricked. He shouted, "No, we've been fooled, scatter." The group was shocked. One of them asked, "What?" Jiang Kai stood amid the group, eyes glowing, shouting. Finally, a bunch of fools realized it. But now their formation had broken. Before they could run, a beam of golden light appeared above. Jiang Kai continued, "Too late now." A pillar descended from above into the gathered crowd. Golden light enveloped his body. The pillar struck, causing a massive explosion that threw the intruders aside. They screamed as they were flung away. Jiang Kai smiled and praised, "Well done, pillar." Next, Jiang Kai's body emitted blue electricity. In both hands, he held short rods like the ones he used to eliminate the second team of intruders. Riding his momentum, Jiang Kai charged forward, shouting, "Leave it to me." At this time, the first team of intruders lay scattered on the ground. Jiang Kai stopped, the light faded, exhaled, feeling the threat neutralized. The pillar roared alongside him. All 9 level 5 intruders were wiped out. The system sent a notification to Jiang Kai. Adventurer Jiang Kai killed 5 level 5 poachers, gained 2,000 experience, topped the novice area, and leveled up to the highest rank. Level 5 Jiang Kai looked at the info panel and smiled. Finally reached level 5, thinking to himself, killing a high-level adventurer grants 1 extra level. But stolen experience is doubled. A level 5 adventurer can steal 400 experience. Nguyen looked at Jiang Kai, exclaimed, "Wow," and then spoke. Kai, you've reached level 5. Rumor has it that level 5 is the highest in the novice village and the master has confirmed it. Now you're at the top. Jiang Kai turned around and replied calmly, "It's nothing, I just risked myself killing monsters to gain experience." He looked at the 4 survivors lying weakly on the ground and said, "I also left 4 with some remaining health. You should finish them and gain experience too." Nguyen heard this and nodded in agreement. The master also spoke, "Kai, what do you plan to do next?" Jiang Kai looked into the distance and replied, "Before, to increase my combat power, I would kill monsters to gain upgrade points. Now I've killed enough. Now I'll lead you to kill monsters and earn points. Once you've accumulated enough, it will be the final point." Nguyen and the master listened, both clearly excited. Nguyen smiled and said, "All right." The master couldn't hide his excitement either. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal his bulging muscles and said, "Finally, it's our turn to slay monsters." The 3 of them, Jiang Kai, the master, and Nguyen, continued their journey to hunt monsters after finishing the border crossing group. Jiang Kai led and reminded them, "Everyone, pay attention. Near the destination, there will be many opportunities to earn points. But the closer we get to the final point, the stronger the monsters become, and there might even be a novice village boss. We must be very careful." Jiang Kai led in front, the master at the rear. Both were highly alert to their surroundings, while Nguyen stayed behind Jiang Kai. They nodded at his words. Suddenly, the sight before them terrified all 3. A humanoid beast lay on the ground, its body destroyed, eyes rolled back, looking utterly horrifying. Seeing the humanoid beast, Nguyen was scared and stammered. The humanoid beast's corpse. The master also couldn't hold back and spoke up. "There were many bite marks on it. It must have been bitten by something. Jiang Kai, stay calm and use your demon eye to observe." Strange characters appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. He looked at the humanoid beast's corpse and said, "I just saw a golden light from afar. It seems a golden monster killed these 2 beasts." Nguyen asked, "A golden creature?" The 3 of them didn't realize that something was silently watching them from behind. Suddenly, a stream of golden power appeared. The master still didn't notice it was right behind him. He continued speaking, "What creature could kill these 2 humanoid beasts? It's not targeting us." Suddenly, a sphere shot out streaks of energy toward Nguyen and Jiang Kai. They couldn't dodge in time and were hit. Nguyen screamed in pain, "What is that?" The master tried to raise his arms to protect himself, then opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Golden, it's a golden creature, it's really targeting us." After attacking the 2, the creature lunged toward Jiang Kai. He remained standing still without reacting, only observing with wide eyes. The master held his injured arm and shouted in pain, warning Jiang Kai, "Kai, be careful. That thing's damage is very high. Be careful not to get bitten to death." Jiang Kai dropped the iron tube in his hand and caught the golden light. Nguyen and the master looked at him, one worried, the other angry. Jiang Kai stood still for a moment. Jiang Kai released the mouse and said, "It's fine, it's too slow for me." The mouse squeaked back, "You bastard, who are you cursing? Too slow and fat. Being caught by you is just my slip-up." Jiang Kai looked at the mouse scolding him and only smiled. The mouse still wasn't convinced. He said then and released it again. "Let's see you go." Suddenly, the mouse's eyes emitted golden light and its mouth opened wide, daring to underestimate me. It lunged toward Jiang Kai again, with golden electric streaks. Seeing this, the master covered his head with both hands and shouted, "Jiang Kai, what are you doing? That's what killed the 2 humanoid beasts." Jiang Kai once again caught the mouse barehanded and released it, casually saying, "It's fine, it's too slow for me." Jiang Kai continued the act of catching and releasing the mouse, as if playing a game. The master was astonished. How is Jiang Kai so fast? Nguyen covered her mouth and praised him. Amazing. After a few minutes of this, the mouse finally surrendered and lay obediently in Jiang Kai's hand. Jiang Kai looked at the mouse lying still in his hand and said, "I have tamed this mouse. It cannot run anymore." Yuanzhu saw the obedient mouse in Jiang Kai's hand and was stunned, mouth hanging open in disbelief. Jiang Kai said, "You caught the pet thanks to your hand's speed." The 3 of them turned to look at the 2 human-faced beasts lying on the ground. Jiang Kai continued, "I do not know if this mouse can be trained into a battle asset, but picking up the loot from those 2 human-faced monsters is a big profit." Jiang Kai placed the mouse on his shoulder, looked at Nguyen and Yuanzhu, and continued, Nguyen, you 2 are just a little XP short of level 4. Each of you take 1, then keep hunting monsters. Push to level 5 before the trial ends." Nguyen stared at the chubby mouse on Jiang Kai's shoulder, her eyes lighting up. She lifted her head and replied, "That little mouse is so cute." Yuanzhu looked dejected and said, "Compared to Jiang Kai, a martial disciple like me is nothing at all." Scene change. Deep in the forest, someone walked forward slowly, step by step. He wore a round blue cloak that covered his face, revealing only a bit of hair. He seemed to spot something, smiled in delight, and said, I am here. Finally, I am here. After so long, I have finally reached the end of the beginner zone. Before him stood a massive city, Holy Providence City. He climbed the steps and headed toward the city gate. The gate opened and a group of spear-wielding people marched out. 3 of them came down the steps and approached the cloaked man. The leader stepped forward and greeted him. Congratulations on passing the trial. We are the guides. Welcome to becoming an explorer of Demon Star. This guide was Zia Tao. Zia Tao patted his shoulder in consolation. It is a pity. Someone reached first before you, but ranking is not important. For a newcomer to pass the trial is already outstanding. As he spoke, Zia Tao flicked the man's hand off his shoulder. He snorted and said, Officer, I am indeed not the first to arrive here. Then he raised his hand, showing the tokens he had collected. With a smug tone, he said, But what makes you think I am not first place? The 3 people behind Zia Tao stared at him, utterly shocked. The one behind Zia Tao, Zia Wei, spoke up. What? The rankings are based on accumulated points. With this many monster kill tokens, you can exchange them for a lot of points. Zia Tao added, Someone like you killed that many monsters. He slowly pulled down his hood, sneered, and said, Spare me. I am the second young master of the Huang family, a future executive of the Black Tortoise Guild. Before coming to Demon Star, I received special training. The second young master of the Huang family, Huang Wei. Hearing that, Zia Tao was even more astonished and blurted out, What? The Huang family owns the Black Tortoise Guild. Zia Wei cut in. The Black Tortoise Guild is one of the 10 great guilds. It is not strange for a major clan. Zia Tao turned to congratulate him. Then congratulations. By accumulated points, you are not only first place in this trial, you might even make the top 10 of Holy Providence. Huang Wei spread his arms wide and threw his head back, laughing loudly. Good, today I, Huang Wei, will declare it here. Taking first place in the trial is only the first step for a newcomer. Next, give me a little time, and Demon Star will become the era of Huang Wei. Scene change, Jiang Kai's group continued hunting monsters in the forest. They had traveled a long way without seeing a single monster. Jiang Kai felt puzzled. Strange, we have been walking all day, but we have not met even one. They say the closer you get to the destination, the more monsters there are, so why have we not run into any? Jiang Kai glanced behind him and said, Maybe this mouse scared them away. No way, Nguyen, walking behind, only stared at the chubby mouse sleeping on Jiang Kai's hood. That little mouse is so cute. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Everyone in Jiang Kai's group turned around, sensing something that made them uneasy. A sharp-clawed paw print appeared on the ground. Jiang Kai widened his eyes and said, These are shadowless wolves. A pack of vicious wolves is closing in on us. A gigantic wolf stepped out. As it moved, its paws gave off a green force. The great wolf had gray-white fur and a scar over one eye. It was the beginner zone boss of the Sacred Radiance Kingdom, the Shadowless Wolf King. Jiang Kai, Nguyen, and Yuan Zhu stood back to back. Their expressions shifted from fear to a deathly pale. Jiang Kai recognized this wolf. He shouted, Oh no, it's the Novice Zone boss, the Shadowless Wolf King. It turned out there weren't any monsters at all. We'd accidentally barged into the boss's territory. The wolves had already surrounded the 3 of us, and all 3 shouted in unison, We're surrounded. Yuan Zhu looked at Jiang Kai, his eyes glistening, and said, Jiang Kai, I heard the Wolf King is the strongest creature in the Novice Zone that has never been killed. If you run into it, there's only death. What do we do now? Jiang Kai gripped the iron pipe tighter, thinking, What now? There are too many wolves here. If it were just me, I could run, but those 2 can't. Then the only choice is to fight to the death. You finished thinking and immediately charged forward, shouting to the 2 who were still standing still, Zhu Zai, Nguyen, we can't escape. Only by killing Lan Wang can we break the encirclement. Let's cooperate to kill Lan Wang. The 2 agreed when they heard Jiang Kai. You charged ahead. Zhu Zai used his strength to strike hard on the ground, creating a huge explosion that sent the wolves flying. Jiang Kai shouted, Watch me. Jiang Kai praised him, Good control, Zhu Zai. Then he ordered Nguyen, add the venom of the green viper to my weapon. She immediately complied. She responded, Got it. Then Jiang Kai used 2 skills at once and shouted, Now watch me. He released a massive beam of light energy. Jiang Kai launched his attack straight toward Lan Wang. The wolf howled, bared its teeth, and glared at Jiang Kai's group with an angry look. The 3, Nguyen, Zhu Zai, and Jiang Kai, stood stunned. Jiang Kai shouted, What can't even break through Lan Wang's defense? Lan Wang bared its teeth and charged at the 3, with the other wolves following suit. The 3 were attacked by the wolf pack. Nguyen was injured and stammered, This isn't good. Zhu Zai used his strong arm to push a wolf away. He held his ground while speaking. Jiang Kai attacked Lan Wang, but with no effect. He started thinking, Lan Wang's defense is too strong and there are too many wolves surrounding them to kill. Suddenly, the chubby mouse on Jiang Kai's hat. The mouse woke up and yelled, Get out! Seeing the wolves charge, it quickly identified the culprit. Jiang Kai continued to fend off the wolves. The little mouse leapt out, its body glowing, its sharp teeth biting down. It immediately charged into the wolf pack. It opened its mouth, its eyes burning with fire, and tore into Lan Wang. Lan Wang howled in pain. Jiang Kai was stunned. That mouse tore Lan Wang's skin. He immediately activated his focused demon eye. He clearly saw the wounds on Lan Wang and thought, this mouse caused the wounds. Lan Wang's defense was too high before, so my attack failed, but now it's torn. Just need to attack the wound. Jiang Kai's train of thought was interrupted. He held the mouth of a wolf while his other hand cast a skill, funneling power into a metal tube and launching it at Lan Wang. He thought, Lan Wang's defense will be useless now. The metal tube struck Lan Wang, causing it to howl. The mouse on Lan Wang fell to the ground. Seeing the effect, Jiang Kai continued casting his skill, launching 3 short blades and thinking ahead. Jiang Kai realized the method was effective and continued attacking with his focused demon eye. After several consecutive strikes, Lan Wang was injured, blood staining its fur. Jiang Kai delivered a final blow, causing Lan Wang to explode with a critical hit x200. Nuan and Zhu Zai witnessed the explosion. Nuan covered her eyes and said, "What?" Zhu Zai responded, "Killed the Phantom Wolf King." Jiang Kai stood still, the system announcing, "Congratulations, adventurer Jiang Kai, for defeating the Phantom Wolf King in the beginner's area." He couldn't believe his eyes. Jiang Kai thought, what? I wanted a long fight, but I triggered a critical hit x200. Well, it's been a while since I had a critical hit while grinding, so it's normal to get one now. The wolves, seeing Lan Wang's death, immediately panicked and retreated. The wolf pack turned to run. Nuan noticed and said, Jiang Kai, look, the wolves seem to want to run. Jiang Kai asked the two, Zhu Zai, Nuan, can you still fight? Both answered in unison, yes. Jiang Kai replied, then let's go. He charged forward. Zhu Zai said, remember how they dealt with us earlier? The three said in unison, don't let them go. The three rushed into the wolf pack, working in perfect harmony, with Jiang Kai and Zhu Zai attacking while Nuan supported with healing. When the wolves were sprawled on the ground, they laughed and celebrated. Zhu Zai happily said, I never expected we could take down the boss of the beginner area. Nuan cheered, we're really amazing. Jiang Kai looked at the two. I left a lot of phantom wolves earlier, you should collect the contribution points. Nuan nodded. Zhu Zai asked, what happens next? Jiang Kai replied, we have a lot of contribution points now. Next, let's head to the final destination. A few hours later, as the sun rose, the three arrived at the destination, a busy and bustling area. Zhu Zai observed and said, is this our Saint Miao Kingdom's territory? Nuan excitedly said, it's so magnificent. Jiang Kai, hearing this, also joined in. Jiang Kai said, Saint Miao City is the largest hub of activity for the people of the Saint Miao Kingdom. Suddenly, the mouse jumped off Jiang Kai's hat and ran away. Nuan reminded, that mouse is running away. Jiang Kai calmly responded, of course, it's fine, that's its freedom. If fate allows, we'll meet again. This was the final welcoming point for beginners bustling with activity. Ha Dao led the group and said, congratulations on passing the trial. I am Ha Dao, the beginner guide. All newcomers who pass the gate are here. Jiang Kai asked, Master, may I see the ranking of the new players who passed the trial? Ha Dao replied, of course. From a distance, Huang Wei observed and smiled sinisterly, heading toward Jiang Kai. Huang Wei pointed at the watch on his wrist, smugly saying, I never expected these bandit scum to join the trial. Should I show you the leaderboard? Jiang Kai's face darkened, thinking, I can't believe he's here so early. Huang Wei opened the leaderboard, saying smugly, I'm in first place. You guys also managed to get the top spot, but only counting up from the bottom. A group of others saw Jiang Kai and mocked. The one ahead is Liang Wen, their voices dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Kai felt uneasy, frowning when he saw Huang Wei. He opened the leaderboard and said, here, I'm in first place. You guys managed to get the top spot, but only counting up from the bottom. The others mocked. The one ahead is Liang Wen. Their voices were full of disdain. Jiang Kai looked at Huang Wei, feeling uncomfortable but keeping his composure, observing the reactions of the people around him and preparing his next move. Jiang Kai stared at Huang Wei with icy eyes, feeling a surge of rage. He thought of his sister, who had come here to earn money, worked hard in Huang Wei's house, only to be deceived and harassed repeatedly. Huang Wei often exploited Jiang Kai's brother's illness to mock and torment him. Every time he was beaten, Jiang Kai could only endure the pain silently, suppressing his suffering. After each beating, Huang Wei would laugh triumphantly and taunt Jiang Kai, your brother is just a sick dog and you are weak. Yuan Zhu, furious, was about to retort, Huang Wei, watch your mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Kai stopped Yuan Zhu and comforted him. It's all right, Zhu Zai. As everyone began to disperse, Jiang Kai stepped forward and announced, excuse me, the ranking board will be updated. Jiang Kai continued, the top 3 positions are already taken by us. Huang Wei's followers laughed loudly. Huang Wei pointed at his head and said, are you crazy? 3 people taking the top 3 spots just with words. Huang Wei laughed and said, Commander, I think these people are sick. Another person in his group added, yeah, they probably need psychiatric treatment. Jiang Kai turned and said, Master No, we don't need to pretend anymore. No nodded. Yuan Zhu pulled out the watch and said, I've been waiting for this moment, let's reveal the cards. As soon as the watch opened, thousands of monster cards appeared, leaving Huang Wei's group stunned. Huang Wei couldn't believe his eyes, staring at the pile of cards, muttering, what is this? His eyes widened at the sight of countless monster corpses, not just humanoid beasts but many shadow wolves as well. Huang Wei could hardly believe it, his voice harsh. What kind of joke is this? How can you, a bunch of trash, kill so many monsters? His disbelief turned to anger. How is there even a shadow wolf king? How could this happen? Jiang Kai ignored him, smirking. The ranking board has already proven everything. Everyone started murmuring, look, the ranking board really has changed. Someone asked, so their scores are real? Huang Wei gritted his teeth and checked the watch himself. Impossible. Huang Wei continued, furious. How could this be? Did they really take the top 3 spots? Jiang Kai smiled, stepped forward calmly and said, do you think that's all? Jiang Kai pulled out a pile of watches and added, do we count bonus points as well? Zia Dao saw the pile and exclaimed in surprise, these are Lu's fake calibration watches. Huang Wei, furious, laughed loudly. You've been exposed. How could rookies defeat the fake calibration? You are clearly cheaters. Huang Wei pointed at Jiang Kai's group. Commander, look, how many witnesses are there to this? Besides them, no one has encountered fake calibration. He continued to accuse, they are frauds, their achievements must be revoked and a serious investigation is needed. Zia Dao didn't know what to do and muttered, this. The crowd began shouting, handle it, deal with them quickly, punish them. Someone suddenly stepped forward and said, rest assured, fake calibration really exists, it just hasn't been announced. Huang Wei looked in surprise. It was Luo Zhenyang, deputy commander of the Jiangxingcheng military district. Luo Zhenyang, wearing a white suit and glasses, stepped forward with 2 others. Calmly he said, I was surprised at first too, but my superiors instructed me to commend Jiang Kai and the others. This proves it's all true. Huang Wei and his group were stunned. Hai Dao and another exclaimed in unison, what? That's Luo Zhenyang, deputy commander of Jiangxingcheng. Huang Wei could only stammer. Is it really true? Luo Zhenyang continued. The military has decided to upgrade your rewards for resolving the fake calibration issue. Luo Zhenyang looked at Jiang Kai and smiled lightly. The rewards for 2nd and 3rd place will be upgraded to level A, while Jiang Kai's reward will rise from level A to level S. Jiang Kai, Yuan Zhu, and Non were overjoyed. Yuan Zhu laughed loudly. Really? Non smiled brightly. That's wonderful. Jiang Kai thanked him. Thank you very much. The onlookers were shocked. One of them shouted, what? From level A to level S? Hai Dao also stood there astonished. Jiang Kai imagined his demon spirit class in his mind. He stood on the podium where equipment was graded from S to F. F was the lowest, S the pinnacle, every explorer's dream. Huang Wei stood outside, fists clenched, veins bulging, face flushed. In his mind he thought, even if Jiang Kai got a level S reward, what can he do to me? Furious, his face blazing red, Huang Wei shouted, there's definitely something wrong with this achievement. How did Jiang Kai surpass me? Jiang Kai looked at him coldly and replied sternly, the military has confirmed it and you still don't believe it. Jiang Kai continued, and I warn you, do not bother my family. An armored man ran up to stop Huang Wei, but it was too late. Huang Wei drew his sword, voice full of defiance. What? Am I wrong? Huang Wei stood before Jiang Kai, continuing to insult. Your brother is a sick dog, your sister just a servant. You are a wretch I beat, how dare you step over me? Jiang Kai said nothing, his face darkened. Huang Wei frenziedly charged at Jiang Kai, shouting, your sister is still working for me, you dare touch me. Jiang Kai didn't let him finish, immediately drew his sword and swung across Huang Wei. Blood spurted, Huang Wei hadn't even reacted and everyone around was horrified. Lo Tuan stood outside, watching the scene with a faint smile and thoughtful eyes. He wondered if it was time to make a move. Jiang Kai struck Huang Wei, leaving him severely injured. The crowd around them was stunned, including Liang Wen, who looked completely shocked. Huang Wei knelt, his body trembling. Someone in the crowd announced that Huang Wei was a descendant of the Huang family, one of the 10 most powerful guilds in the country. Jiang Kai dares to strike Huang Wei. Huang Wei clutched the wound on his chest, blood flowing endlessly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Jiang Kai, you dare touch me, do you know what the consequences will be? Jiang Kai turned around, holding an iron pipe in his hand, his eyes cold as he replied, you spread rumors and dared to touch my family. I don't care who you are. Huang Wei stared at Jiang Kai in fear. Jiang Kai stepped closer, speaking as he approached. Family means everything to me. If anyone dares to harm them, I will act. The onlookers were silent. Jiang Kai stood in front of Huang Wei, raising the iron pipe. Jiang Kai enunciated each word clearly. No matter who you are, I will act. Huang Wei trembled, raising his hand to defend himself, his voice faltering. Wait, but Jiang Kai showed no mercy and thrust the iron pipe into Huang Wei, who screamed in pain. When Jiang Kai pulled the pipe out, Huang Wei was dead. The system announced, Jiang Kai has killed level 1 explorer Huang Wei. You may loot 6 experience points. Do you want to loot? Jiang Kai frowned, thinking, only 6 experience points, is this family that poor? Having just killed Huang Wei, the crowd, including Liang Wen, looked on in horror. Someone shouted, he dared kill the young master of the Huang family. Even in these circumstances, he had to die. Another added, the Huang family's Xunwu guild is a major power. Another voice said, this guy is reckless. Lo Tuan stood behind, hands in his pocket, silently assessing the situation. Not bad, this kid is brash but capable, Lo Tuan thought. He cleared his throat and spoke, it's over. Jiang Kai was just defending himself. He gestured for Jiang Kai's group to follow him. Jiang Kai, come with me, I'll take you to receive your rewards. Jiang Kai replied, yes, thank you, Chief Officer. Yuan Zhu looked at Jiang Kai with admiration. Jiang Kai is amazing, Non also commented. Jiang Kai's group and Lo Tuan stood in a tent. Lo Tuan crossed his arms and said, these are special military rewards for you, open them quickly. Jiang Kai thanked him and opened his box. Non opened her box, a brilliant light shining out. Life Jade, she said happily. This is the most valuable item for a junior doctor. Lo Tuan nodded. This Life Jade enhances physical and spiritual strength, very useful. Yuan Zhu tried on his armor, which sparkled. Look at this, mine is leather armor, so cool, he said proudly. Lo Tuan smiled. This leather armor adds 16 defense points and reduces damage by 16%. It's a versatile set, very practical. Non, seeing Yuan Zhu's excitement, turned to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, open your box too. Jiang Kai nodded. All right. Jiang Kai opened his box, a strong light emanating from within. A sword set appeared in the box. The system prompted equipment appraisal. Lo Tuan said, you have to appraise it before seeing the stats. Yuan Zhu commented, if it needs appraisal, it must be good. Lo Tuan produced appraisal cards. Good equipment usually requires appraisal. I have a few that can help you appraise yours. Lo Tuan inserted the appraisal card and Jiang Kai's equipment information appeared. 9 Tribulations Life Seeker, an S-grade weapon with 10% critical damage boost per use, up to 90%. Lo Tuan was surprised. This weapon has critical damage. At Jiang Kai's level, even with critical hits, the damage wouldn't be high. Yuan Zhu looked puzzled and asked, Chief Officer, is this a trick? He then asked Lo Tuan, can Jiang Kai's equipment be exchanged? Lo Tuan put his hands in his pockets and replied, I can help you submit a request, but I can't guarantee an exchange. Jiang Kai immediately refused. No need to exchange, I want to keep it. Everyone was surprised at Jiang Kai's refusal. He picked up the sword set, examining it thoughtfully. Jiang Kai thought, this equipment can't harm me. It's exactly what I need. My critical damage isn't just double, it's 200 times that of a normal person. He continued thinking, though the critical rate is low against strong enemies, after 9 attacks, it will reach 90%, almost guaranteed. Jiang Kai raised the sword set proudly. This is the perfect weapon for someone who loves gambling with odds. Lo Tuan, seeing Jiang Kai unwilling to exchange it, simply nodded. Then, Jiang Kai, if you like it, keep it. After completing the trial, you can return to Earth. Lo Tuan gently patted Jiang Kai's shoulder. Jiang Kai, I want to remind you, someone might come looking for you. Be careful when you go home. Jiang Kai, Yuan Zhu, and Non stood there, watching Lo Tuan leave. The scene shifted to Shangdao Nation, Zhangzhengcheng, the slum area. Jiang Kai happily rode his bike home, thinking, I didn't expect to pass the trial so easily. I wonder how my brother will react when he finds out. He continued thinking, next, I'll get my elder brother and cousin out of here, as far from the royal family as possible. Step by step, he stopped and looked up at the old building that had deteriorated over the years, surrounded by piles of trash emitting a foul stench. He thought to himself, from now on, we won't have to live in the slums anymore. The elder brother's body will be well taken care of, and he will no longer be disturbed. He held the phone in his hand, his gaze drifting into the distance. As if looking toward the distant future of his family, Jiang Kai continued to think, everything will get better. He parked the bike, went inside the house, opened the door, and called out, Elder brother, are you there? He smiled with squinted eyes and stepped into the house, continuing to call. I'm back, everyone. Guess how my beginner's trial went? No one responded. He opened his eyes and saw a man sitting in front of him. In the living room, a group of strangers had appeared. Each one looked menacing. The man sitting in the chair stared at him. It was Huang De. Seeing him, he spoke. After waiting for so long, someone finally came home. I heard the little brat did quite well in the beginner's trial today. He wasn't prepared for it. He stammered, you're Huang Wei's older brother. Huang De replied, What are you going to do something? A thought flashed through his mind. This is bad. How did the Huang family's people arrive so quickly? Before he could finish thinking, a hand pushed him forward, making him stumble. Two men on either side held his arms tightly, forcing Jiang Kai to kneel. He tried to resist, but he was restrained. Huang De stood up and looked down at him, holding a baseball bat in his hand. One hand in his pocket, he said, "Jiang Kai ha, do you know my little brother was killed by you on the ghost crystal? Now he's come back only to be sent for psychological treatment. You know, only people from the Huang family get to bully others. No one has dared to bully the Huang family until now." Jiang Kai glared at him in anger. Huang De seemed to go mad, his eyes bloodshot, laughing savagely. "What you did to Huang Wei, putting him offline for a month, hell, he's going to be logged out for life, you dog." Before finishing his sentence, he swung the baseball bat down at Jiang Kai's head. Jiang Kai widened his eyes, gritting his teeth and staring at him, but he couldn't fight back because he was restrained. Suddenly, the door to Jiang Kai's house was kicked open. The door flew out, hitting the two men who were holding him. They let go of Jiang Kai in pain. Both men and Huang De were knocked down, lying on the floor. Huang De shouted loudly, "Who did that?" A tall figure appeared next to him, followed by Su Lanlin. The man spoke, "Jiang Kai, I told you to pay attention when coming home." He puffed on a cigarette as he continued speaking. "Why didn't you take it seriously?" Su Lanlin walked in, holding a piece of paper, speaking sternly, "Don't move, military business." The people from Huang De's group were shocked when they saw the Weiying. One of them spoke up. "What? The senior commander of the Weiying from Jiangzhong military district?" Huang De was stunned. "Why would such a big shot come here?" The Weiying took the cigarette from his mouth, his face grim. "We're here for Jiang Kai. You've messed with the wrong person today." Huang De's face darkened upon hearing this, never expecting the Weiying would come for Jiang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Commander, here for Jiang Kai? How is that possible? What status does that guy have?" Jiang Kai slowly leaned against the wall, embarrassed as he stood up. A thought ran through his mind. A big shot like the senior commander of the Jiangzhong military district came for me. Under the military's pressure, Huang De finally bent over and apologized. Two guards stood behind him, monitoring his every move. Three people, Jiang Kai, Weiying, and Su Lanlin, stood in the hallway looking down. Jiang Kai spoke up, expressing his gratitude. "Commander Weiying, thank you all for coming to save me today. I just don't understand why you all." Weiying interrupted, "Don't be nervous, we're looking for you for a reason. In this beginner's trial, you, Yuan Zhu, and Su Nuanuan performed excellently. Do you know that after you left the line, Yuan Zhu and Su Nuanuan were invited to join the military? We'd like to invite you too, after all." He paused for a moment, took a drag from his cigarette, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. "You also have a new career now." Jiang Kai was slightly stunned, not understanding how Weiying knew about his situation. Su Lanlin turned around and looked at him. "Jiang Kai, do you know what it means to have a new career? Currently, the career of ghost crystal exploration is very diverse. Each time you level up by 20, you have a chance for a job change. Each job change affects the attributes and skills of an explorer. Some people become stronger, while others become weaker. Many of the careers that transition to the later stages are basically useless now. That's why, to find stronger strategies, the military still seeks out new careers." She stepped forward, speaking, "The career you currently possess seems quite powerful, so Jiang Kai, would you agree to join the military with your new career status?" After Su Lanlin finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Weiying broke the silence. "Don't worry, we're not forcing you. Before we came, we investigated your family and are aware of your elder brother's illness." Su Lanlin continued, "If you agree to join, the military won't just protect your family but will also cover all the medical costs for your elder brother." Hearing this, Jiang Kai pursed his lips and remained silent. Weiying and Su Lanlin left, leaving him standing in the hallway. Before leaving, Weiying said, "Well, didn't you come to Ghost Crystal for your brother's treatment costs? If you agree, report to the military tomorrow." Su Lanlin texted, "Just look for me when the time comes." Watching the two of them leave, Jiang Kai seemed to have made a decision. "Sorry, I declined the military invitation." Weiying and Su Lanlin were taken aback. Lanlin asked, "Why?" Jiang Kai replied, "I know joining the military is good, but that's for a career that will definitely grow strong, like Yuan Zhu's martial artist and Nuanuan's doctor." He placed his hand on his chest, his gaze resolute. "But I'm not like that. I'm a new career. Remember back then when the ghost liquor career was discovered? Didn't the military also value it? Back then, the military worked hard to support the ghost liquor. Ghost Oracle was at its peak, but when the military realized it would no longer develop, they abandoned it. The career shifted into Ghost Oracle, and the outcome was no different from a dead end." He thought of his happy little family and continued speaking. "This time I was too reckless, unprepared. I never expected the Huang family wouldn't act directly. We need to quickly leave the area under Huang family control. I truly appreciate everyone's help." but the three of us have lived together, depending on each other for over a decade. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, showing determination. We are more used to taking our fate into our own hands than relying entirely on others' protection. How Lam Lam heard this and became angry, but she knew that the man was facing an important crossroads. Jiang Kai's new occupation could change the entire world, and humanity needed him. How could he think like that? Jiang Kai turned away, avoiding her gaze, and replied, "I'm sorry, I'm not that great. I just want to protect my family and live safely." Tao Lam Lam wanted to argue, but Wei Ying had arrived, placing his hand on her shoulder and interrupting, "Forget it, I understand." Wei Ying had lit a new cigarette without her noticing. He held the cigarette between his fingers and slowly spoke to Jiang Kai. "Habits formed over the years can't be changed overnight. But kid, your brother doesn't have much time left." The cigarette was almost burnt out. He flicked the ashes away and continued, "Moreover, in this apocalypse, fighting alone will be ineffective. We should bet together." He looked at Jiang Kai and smiled. "In the next month, the military will protect you from royal interference. In 1 month, if you can raise enough money for your brother's surgery and prove your ability to protect your family, I will allow you to refuse conscription. But if not, the military will cover your brother's medical expenses, and you will have to enlist for evaluation." Tao Lam Lam was surprised after hearing this, not expecting Wei Ying to be so thoughtful. Wei Ying and Tao Lam Lam stood before Jiang Kai again. Jiang Kai smiled and agreed to follow his words. "Okay, I agree." In the city, it was already dark. Jiang Kai was alone at home, starting to think about the military's bet. He needed to quickly earn money for his brother's surgery. He wrote a note, left a message for his elder brother and younger brother, then left. "Elder brother, younger brother, are you all still working overtime? I passed the exam and will return to Martin first." He stepped out of the house, walking along streets full of homeless people and addicts, his mind still in turmoil. "With the royal threat, we can't stay here anymore. We must move to a safer area to protect ourselves. Returning to Martin is a big challenge, but I will return with enough money." Jiang Kai arrived at Shengyao City, Martin, where the streets were still bustling with people. He had changed into a new outfit, looking at the clothes on himself. He thought, after passing the beginner's trial, the adventure on Martin would officially begin. He changed clothes in the trading area, finally able to earn money by fighting monsters. He looked up at the sign that said guild. He knew that to make money on Martin, newcomers had to join a guild. The monsters here were strong, and without team support one could easily die. A guild was a large team, helping members fight monsters and increasing survival chances. He decided to find a guild to join, opened a room door and entered. "Hello, I want to join a guild." The purple-haired girl sitting at the reception desk, named Zik Shuan, responded. "Sorry, are you Jiang Kai? Right now you can't join a guild." Jiang Kai asked again, "Why?" The girl pointed at his picture, marked with an X, and explained, "Because you've offended the royal family, you've been blacklisted by most guilds." Jiang Kai was stunned for a moment. "So that means I will have to face monsters alone without anyone's help." Jiang Kai walked away, thinking in his mind, "No guild will dare take me. The Yin Mountain path, maybe it ends before it even begins." Suddenly, a person with a patch on his shoulder came from behind and called him. Jiang Kai nodded. The girl turned around. She was an explorer named Hu Nian, a level 29 fortune teller. She smiled mischievously and said, "I'm a fortune teller. I can tell you the best places to go, only for 100 Martin coins." Jiang Kai looked at her silent. He turned around and waved his hand. "Sorry, I'm an atheist." Hu Nian quickly called out, "Wait, you can try it once for free. Consider it a special offer for the opening." Jiang Kai heard the word free and immediately turned back, smiling. "Free? Then excuse me, I'm very superstitious right now." Hu Nian was surprised by his quick change, just standing there with her mouth open, thinking, "He came back for something free, this guy is really stingy." She opened her skill bag, gritted her teeth, and took out her divination plate, thinking, "Forget it, I'll just practice my skill." She raised the divination plate and it immediately glowed. She murmured the characters and lines that appeared in front of her. She looked at the characters and said to Jiang Kai, "You're in danger. If you don't want to invite more trouble, I suggest you leave." She looked ahead and recognized it as the Royal Mountain. Jiang Kai raised his hand, thinking for a moment, "This is really dangerous. The royal family is definitely targeting me. But the safe zone doesn't allow killings. The royal family won't dare touch me." He thought about the wasteland plains where strange monsters and 2 giant worms roam. The landscape looked like a furnace, with erupting volcanoes, cracked earth, and flowing lava. This was the training area for beginners from level 1 to 10, but the royal family might send people to kill him. He decided to change direction and go to Taiping Mountain Path, an area for explorers level 15 and above. He knew he wouldn't survive if he went there now. Jiang Kai thought for a moment, then decided, "The Royal Mountain is my #1 target. If the royal family doesn't let me join a guild, I will fight alone." With his current strength, Jiang Kai could enter the Royal Mountain and fight. The royal family wouldn't expect him to choose this place. He decided to step into the challenge. Jiang Kai ran off, turning back to say to Hu Nian, "Thank you for pointing that out." Hu Nian didn't understand what had happened, only waving goodbye to him. A while later, Hu Nian realized something, her eyes widening in surprise. She stopped and wondered, why is he going into the Royal Mountain alone? I told him he needs a team. A newcomer like him stepping in there is truly dangerous. She quickly packed her things into her bag to leave, thinking this had nothing to do with her, as long as she kept her 5-star rating intact. The scene shifted to the kingdom King Valley, where Jiang Kai had just arrived. Before him was a scene of lush green hills and clear streams. Jiang Kai looked around and wondered if this was the kingdom King Valley and what kind of monsters were here. Suddenly, a roar came from behind, causing him to turn his head, his eyes wary. From the source of the roar, a giant mutated ape with sharp teeth and long fangs opened its mouth and howled, attacking a group of people, throwing them away with its overwhelming strength. A blonde-haired boy with his hair tied up tried to hold his ground and encourage the others. At the same time, the system displayed information about the giant ape with a warning. Monster, Mighty Strength Beast, Level 11, Power 172, Physique 68, Speed 142, Mental Strength 13, Defense 3. One of the team members spoke up. "This black monkey is level 11 and we're already level 10. Just a little more and we can take it down. Let's attack harder, everyone, get ready to fight." Jiang Kai hid behind a tree, observing the situation. Seeing them, he thought to himself, so this is the team of adventurers, it's really intense. Moreover, the monsters here are very strong, who knows what kind I'll encounter. Suddenly, Jiang Kai noticed 3 pairs of eyes from the monsters glaring at him. Jiang Kai jumped back to defend himself. Really, they've come, just talking about Cao Cao, and he appears immediately. He checked his watch, receiving a severe danger warning from the 3 mighty strength beasts ahead, with the system evaluating their level and danger. The system continued announcing mighty strength beasts, level 12, 13, 14, all of which were dangerous. The earlier team had just finished off a level 11 mighty strength beast, and the system confirmed that the Heavenly Sword team had defeated the level 11 mighty strength beast HVN. They rejoiced in their victory. One person gave a thumbs up to the blonde boy and asked, "Are you Wu Hang?" Wu Hang replied, "Team leader, we level 10s can take down a level 11 mighty strength beast without losing anyone. Can we embellish this achievement a little?" The blonde boy grinned proudly and introduced himself. "My name is Tun Jai, of course, look who's the team leader." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise attracted their attention. Turning around, they saw 3 black beasts chasing Jiang Kai, who was running while dodging their attacks. Jiang Kai wondered if he had mistakenly entered their territory. Seeing the monsters rushing toward them, Wu Hang said, "Team leader, there's someone fighting those 3 black beasts over there. Each of them is at a higher level than the one we just fought. Don't panic, we have to help that person." Tun Jai, hearing this, grew fearful. "These fools, that guy must have attracted all 3 monkeys at once. We still couldn't kill one. If we go over there, we'll definitely die. We'd better run." Tun Jai turned to leave, but a loud explosion stopped him in his tracks. A black beast flew far away, and the system notified that Jiang Kai had used the Soul Seeker killing blow to defeat the level 12x1 black beast. One down, Jiang Kai happily thought to himself, "This is good. The Soul Seeker increases critical hit chances with every use, and by the 5th time, it'll deal a super critical hit." Tun Jai's group watched in awe, unable to believe it. Tun Jai stared wide-eyed, stammering, "What, we have to give it our all. Only with all our strength can we kill a level 11 black beast." Another person from the group chimed in, and Tun Jai continued, "You killed a level 12 in just a few seconds." The other 2 black beasts, seeing their comrade killed by Jiang Kai, became even more furious and relentlessly pursued him. Jiang Kai ran while glancing back, holding the Soul Seeker, thinking, "All right, time to take down another one." He launched a Soul Seeker and hit one of the black beasts. The black beast exploded, and the system announced the elimination of the level 13x1 black beast. Jiang Kai was overjoyed, his eyes filled with confidence as he prepared to kill the last black beast. The attack with the Soul Seeker increased the critical hit chance by 10%, triggering a super critical hit. Tun Jai's group watched as Jiang Kai continued to eliminate another black beast, their expressions filled with disbelief. Tun Jai's jaw dropped as he stuttered, "What again? Another one down." The last black beast continued chasing Jiang Kai, who ran for his life while thinking. "All right, now there's only one left." Tun Jai was sweating profusely, saying, "This is the level 14 black beast, the strongest one. I don't believe he can kill it." Jiang Kai glanced behind. He calculated that he had only 3 more Soul Seeker uses left, but his divine and physical energy were almost exhausted. He gathered all his strength into 3 Soul Seekers, thinking to himself. With that thought, he decided to increase his super critical hit chance before being caught, splitting the 3 Soul Seekers into many smaller pieces. Jiang Kai used all his strength to launch the 3 Soul Seekers at the final black beast, preparing to see who would die first. The red lightning from the Soul Seeker struck the black beast, It charged toward him but was blown up by the three soul seekers, barely able to scream before it died. Jiang Kai saw the black beast explode and happily shouted, "Nice, I wiped out all my weapons in one go." The black beast fell near Tun Jai's group and they were once again left speechless. The system announced the elimination of the level 14x1 black beast. Tun Jai's group's faces turned from white to green and they all exclaimed in unison, "He really killed all three." A group of over 10 people had just barely taken down 3 black beasts and they were all stunned. Jiang Kai approached the black beast, breathing a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected this monster to be as easy to defeat as he had imagined. Jiang Kai collected 3 tokens from the 3 black beasts and looked at them, thinking about how he now had 3 tokens containing their bodies. He realized that traveling alone wasn't so difficult after all and quickly ran off. Tun Jai chased after him but couldn't catch up. He stood still and shouted, "Damn, the great god's gone. When you meet a god like that, you should befriend them, not chase them away." He cried out in despair, "Who told you to stop me from helping the great god at the beginning? I regret it so much." Wu Hang and his group looked at his expression, speechless, only thinking, wasn't he the team leader? The scene shifted to a plain where a group of people had gathered below. One person in the group suddenly spoke up. "Am I seeing this right? Are there 3 martial artists, 1 soldier, and 1 doctor?" Another person asked. Could this be the famous Falcon Squad from the royal family's Xunwu Guild? Seeing someone in the squad tightening his grip around a girl's neck, whispers began to spread. Everyone wondered why they had appeared in the newbie area of Pingyuan. She was incredibly strong. That girl was the team's doctor, a specialist in rare beasts. Looking at the martial artist choking the girl, she snorted and spoke. "We've scoured Pingyuan, yet still haven't found Jiang Kai. Strange, the members of the Hawk team are gradually revealing themselves. Doctor level 20, martial artist level 20, soldier level 20. Shanghai, the one choking the girl, spoke up. "Who was the last person to see Jiang Kai? Tell us where he is." The one chained by the neck was Hu Enhan. Hu Enhan coughed several times, struggling to speak. "Why are you looking for him?" Another girl in the group said, "She's Hong Yan. Didn't Jiang Kai do something against the royal family?" When she, standing nearby, smiled and said, "Jiang Kai crossed the royal family. We were assigned to avenge them." Hu Enhan, struggling against the chokehold, tried to move with both hands, looking at them with contempt, and replied, "Is that so? Jiang Kai has entered the King's Valley. Go there if you want to find him." Hearing this, Shanghai released his grip, letting Hu Enhan fall to the ground. He glared at her menacingly. "All right, but if you deceive us, you won't survive when we return." Passers-by who overheard the conversation began discussing. One girl said, "The Hawk team is the top among the level 20 royal family explorers." Another added, "Going up against a team that strong, Jiang Kai is surely dead." Hu Enhan sat on the ground, holding a piece of yin-yang 5 elements in her hand, coughing lightly before speaking. "Very strong. For someone who doesn't understand reason, even a fortune teller can't predict the outcome." Her gaze darkened as she continued, "I just read their fortunes, ran some calculations, and the results could be very." Hu Enhan stopped, staring at the Bagua array, a skull image appearing. She spoke one word, "Death." A day later in King's Valley, after a full day of monster hunting, Jiang Kai opened his information panel. Looking at the panel, he said happily, "Good, I've defeated 16 black orbs and finally reached level 6. The panel displayed, Explorer Jiang Kai, profession, Gambler level 6. Attributes, Strength 24, Defense 0, Stamina 28, Critical Rate 0.1%. Agility 42, Critical Damage 20,000%, Spirit 42, Experience 853200. Jiang Kai stood atop the corpse of a black orb. He looked at the black orb's card in his hand and thought, "I heard the corpse can sell for a high price, but transporting it is a hassle. Still, I need it. It will save on Kaka's medicine costs." While Jiang Kai was contemplating, a voice sounded behind him, "Kid, want to join our hunting squad?" Hearing this, Jiang Kai turned. Ahead was a small hunting team. The leader wore a fully cloaked robe. His name was Hong Da. One member said, "We're hunting an elite black orb. If we succeed, we'll get the elite treasure." Hong Da gestured for Jiang Kai. "Join us." Jiang Kai replied, "A hunting squad, but I don't have a team, I go alone." Hong Da looked at him warmly and said, "No problem, we need someone like you, come on." They took him to a high mountaintop. From above, 4 black orbs slept soundly. Someone said, "See that? Elite black orbs level 15. Another added, "But these 4 are strong and we only have 3 squads, so you'll need to lure one out. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. Hong Da added, "Just lure one and the 3 of us will handle the remaining 3. When we return, you'll get a share of the treasure." Hearing the words treasure, Jiang Kai thought for a moment. Elite treasure? I heard it contains rare items worth more than just gold from these monsters. I must get it. His gaze turned cold, but dealing with powerful elite monsters requires a team. Yet they want me to lure one. Clearly, they don't want me to come back. They want to swallow the treasure from all 4 squads. But now on the boat, refusing would make escape impossible. Jiang Kai smiled. "All right, I agree." The team cheered and began to move. "Good, then do it this way. Everyone stay alert." They slid down the cliff, moving while calling out in unison. Jiang Kai led the way. The 4 black orbs awoke at the commotion, growling warnings at each other as they saw attackers. Hongda called from a distance, "Kid, act now." Jiang Kai immediately struck okay. He attacked 1 black orb to draw its attention. The creature roared and chased Jiang Kai. Hongda laughed, "Not bad, the kid can really do it." He shouted, "Then one less team to share the treasure." The black orbs charged at them. Now they could handle them one by one. His teammates rushed in, determined to fight the black orbs. Their attacks produced deafening explosions. Jiang Kai ran, panting. Everything is calculated perfectly. Behind him, a black orb chased, claws raised to strike. This elite black orb was far stronger than a normal one. Any normal explorer would already be dead. Jiang Kai suddenly slammed on the brakes and turned to face the black orb. Swift as lightning, he struck it. No ordinary explorer. The black orb howled in pain as sharp energy sliced through it, blood spraying. Jiang Kai leapt back. The black orb was immobilized. Immediately, a flash of light appeared where the black orb stood, and it exploded on the spot. Jiang Kai jumped up, standing on its fallen corpse. System displayed, eliminated elite black orb level 15. Jiang Kai smiled, thinking, perfect. Didn't expect a single super critical strike to take down this elite black orb. He frowned, eyes still triumphant. Then the treasure, it's my turn to take advantage. In the distance, the others were still fighting. Treating allies, others surrounding the black orbs. Everyone cheered each other on. Come on, just a little more. After this we share the treasure. Hongda gritted his teeth at the tough situation, unaware that Jiang Kai had silently approached from behind. He struck unexpectedly. Hongda barely had time to scream before collapsing. Jiang Kai quietly entered the cave. He ventured deeper, following the dense vines, and discovered a shiny chest resting on a rock. Jiang Kai felt a surge of excitement, surprised at how easily he had made it this far. Moreover, there was indeed a treasure chest, and it seemed well worth the price. As Jiang Kai reached out to grab the chest, he thought to himself, this is great. With this, luring a level 15 black elemental elite won't be in vain. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed in the cave and something brushed against Jiang Kai's shoulder. A black elemental appeared above him, eyes wide, grinning with drool dripping from its mouth, looking terrifying. Jiang Kai sensed its presence, his body stiffened, sweat beading on his forehead. The black elemental leaped down, punching the spot where Jiang Kai had been standing. Jiang Kai quickly dodged and exclaimed, what was that? He was stunned. Another level 20 black elemental elite in the cave. Hadn't they investigated thoroughly before the battle? The black elemental bared its teeth, and Jiang Kai laughed nervously. Monster, Earth Elemental Black Elite, level 20, special and dangerous. After regaining his composure, Jiang Kai realized the situation. It was blocking the cave entrance. He rushed forward, waving his hand to strike, ready for the battle. His attack hit the black elemental's eyes and chest, but it had no effect, leaving him surprised. The strike left no wound, even when aimed at the eyes. The black elemental's eyes glowed red, bulging. The Earth Elemental Black Elite had a defense of 23, and the current attack could not penetrate its surface defense. Jiang Kai frowned. His face showed clear concern. The piercing power of his attack was only 9. Its defense was 23. Was this like the Wolf King? Did he have to break through its defense to deal damage? The black elemental suddenly jumped high, raising its hand. Jiang Kai was caught off guard. Immediately, it threw a large rock down, causing a loud explosion with the ground cracking into long fissures. Jiang Kai was struck, coughing violently, his body covered in injuries. He struggled to open his eyes, thinking to himself, it hurts so much, it's really too much. Am I going to die? Taking advantage of Jiang Kai's immobility, the black elemental picked him up. Dying in the Gui Ting would result in a penalty, forcing him to wait a month before logging in again. It brought Jiang Kai in front and grinned. If it's like this, doesn't it mean we've lost the personal deal with the commander? Jiang Kai, exhausted, gasped heavily, thinking, I'll drag my brother and sister into this. Will they force me into the military? He closed his eyes in helplessness, his mind turning dark. A voice echoed in Jiang Kai's empty mind. Wake up! Memories flashed before him, showing someone running frantically. The voice continued, wake up, and Jiang Kai saw himself as a child, covered in wounds, being carried. It was his older brother carrying him in his arms, running and crying through the smoke and gunfire, urging, don't sleep, stay awake. His brother was gasping for breath, continuing, I will definitely. Jiang Kai looked at him, seeing his brother covered in wounds. Around them was a blood-red sky, death everywhere. Monsters roared, the desolate, terrifying landscape before them. His brother screamed through his tears, I will get you all out of this battlefield. This was the Beast God battlefield 10 years ago. Jiang Kai's mind grew dim once again. This time when he woke up, the black elemental was still holding him. He snapped to attention. What? How could I have fallen asleep? The black elemental opened its mouth and began to swallow him. He remained motionless in its grasp. His older brother had saved him and his sister on the beast god battlefield. Jiang Kai opened his palm, a bright red light shining from it. He thought, how can I? His eyes widened, his body surging with power, the red aura spreading everywhere, almost collapsing on the spot. The black elemental swallowed him before he could act, grinning with satisfaction from the meal. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced its eye, causing its face to change drastically. Blood splattered everywhere. Its head was now a bloody mess. The black elemental collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Jiang Kai pushed himself up, having slain the Earth Elemental Black Elite level 20x1. He quietly rejoiced success. Even though its surface defense was high, there was no defense inside its mouth. He slowly pulled his hand from the ground, realizing that attacking inside the mouth could penetrate its defense, just like when he killed the Wolf King. Jiang Kai struggled to stand, his body covered in injuries, but that treasure chest was still there. Jiang Kai turned and looked at the bright chest on the stone, smirking. It was finally in his hands. Half an hour later, the group outside had wiped out all the black elementals. They cheered, "We've won." Someone shouted loudly and a kid led one away. Without that, the entire team would have been wiped out. Another person agreed. "Then that brat must be dead, right?" Hung said. "All right, he's dead, we get a share." They gathered at the cave entrance, eager to go inside. "Let's go, the treasure must be inside our team. We're in for a big haul." Hung Dat stopped, eyes wide in joy. The cave was pitch black and the chest had been taken. He yelled angrily, "What's going on? Where's the chest?" One of them quickly raised his hand, saying to Hung, "Boss, I remember now, earlier during the fight that kid sneaked into the cave." Hung Dat shot him an astonished glance. Hung asked, "What? Why didn't you say earlier?" The one who spoke was the support, his voice hesitant. "I thought it was an illusion at the time. I didn't think he'd survive." The others began to chatter. "Captain, didn't our fight end up being in vain? We spent so many days, and even if we didn't get the treasure, you still owe us our wages. You owe me several months of pay." Hung shouted in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. "I can't believe that brat tricked us in the end," he screamed, cursing uncontrollably. "In Gu Wang Gu," Jiang Kai's voice echoed. "This is the only way to escape those people." He stood in the forest, opening the electronic screen. A chest with 3 sharp claws appeared. Jiang Kai looked. "Let's see what's inside this treasure." The chest opened and his eyes gleamed. The light was blinding, and inside were countless jewels, pearls, and in the center, a robe. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. "I didn't expect so many ores and even equipment." Jiang Kai held the robe from the chest. The value of the ores and equipment in Giting was worth 10,000 times more than the monster's drops. "I've struck it rich." While retrieving the equipment, he noticed something among the jewels, a glove with a metal ring on its back and a sword of fire in the middle. More equipment. Jiang Kai picked it up, admired it, and put it on. The glove was still brand new. Jiang Kai was curious. "What kind of equipment is this glove? Is it for attack? Let me try it on." A surge of light enveloped him, and after putting it on, his body felt lighter and more energetic. Jiang Kai looked at the land ahead and tried to move. He clenched his hand. 3 claws shot out from the glove, swung forward, cutting through the air like a gust of wind. Suddenly, flames erupted, blazing forward relentlessly. Jiang Kai frowned, pondering the fire on the throwing blade. Could this be a common auxiliary fire enhancement for weapons? He recalled how fire affected monsters, especially in the demon core, where various fire enhancements existed. Fire could inflict different types of wounds in combat. He remembered the image of a monster being attacked. However, ordinary fire enhancements caused very low damage and were useless in actual fighting. Jiang Kai felt disappointed, wondering if this was only good for cooking. In his mind, the monster sneered, "Ordinary fire? Are you scratching my ass?" He released his hand, displeased, questioning if this was just for roasting meat. Suddenly, a scream cut through his thoughts. A scream and a thud echoed as Hu Yuan slammed his hand on the ground, followed by a series of rumbles rushing toward Jiang Kai. System alert. Monster, heavy dark core earth element, elite X4 level 18, special dangerous. Jiang Kai froze. 4 dark cores with earth element, elite rank, Jiang Kai thought, stepping back and cursing under his breath. This was the moment to test the glove. He lunged forward with his claws. Previously, 1 monster nearly killed him, and now there were 4. The claws shot forward, the flames burning brighter than before. Jiang Kai aimed at the open mouth of 1 monster, focusing his attack as he had before. But 3 claws broke against the other dark cores before reaching the mouth, unable to penetrate their defenses. Damage was insufficient. Jiang Kai glared. "This is bad." The 4 dark cores charged at him, and Jiang Kai turned and fled desperately. "They know to bite down to block attacks," Jiang Kai thought anxiously. Even if they opened their mouths, he couldn't kill all 4 with the death pursuit in hand. "Am I going to die here today?" Suddenly, flames from his claws erupted, engulfing 1 dark core. The remaining 3 were also enveloped, each fire reducing 10 health. Jiang Kai was slightly surprised. The fire, why doesn't it go out? He stared at the dark cores. The flames continued to burn, spreading over their bodies. One dark core suddenly opened its eyes wide. The fire roared violently, and in the next moment it was engulfed, system showing 2,000 health lost, accompanied by screaming. The dark core roared in pain, unable to escape the sea of flames. The fire surged even stronger and it collapsed. The system alerted continuous 2,000 health loss. The remaining dark cores froze, not daring to advance. Jiang Kai ran while glancing back, equally astonished. What is this great fire? A gust blew, carrying embers toward the other dark cores, setting them ablaze and submerging them in flames. The four massive flames converged into a terrifying scene. Jiang Kai stopped running, kneeling on one knee to observe. The fire gradually faded, revealing the fallen dark cores. Jiang Kai was shocked. All of them are dead. System notification. Eliminated heavy dark core, earth element, elite X4. Jiang Kai stood motionless, wondering, earlier the fire did 10 damage, how did it become 2,000? He couldn't help but wonder if the glove had emitted ordinary fire, but somehow triggered his critical X200 damage. He recalled the dark cores catching fire, realizing ordinary fire was weak. But if a monster lacked fire resistance, damage could quietly pierce through defenses. Jiang Kai looked at the sea of flames, sensing each second transforming into a battlefield of fire. This equipment truly is a divine weapon for dealing damage. He smiled confidently. Now I don't have to worry about piercing defenses anymore. The forest appeared amidst the flames. Overnight, the heavy dark cores in King's Valley were annihilated. Explosions and screams echoed. Each dark core was destroyed one by one. They had never seen anyone roast them like frogs with ordinary fire. Under the moonlight, the dark cores fled the flames in panic, while Jiang Kai stood in the center, laughing loudly. The next day, King's Valley still smoked. Grass was scorched, leaving only layered mountains. Jiang Kai's wounds had healed. He looked at the electronic board, happily saying, eliminated over a dozen dark cores in one night, finally leveled up. Explorer Jiang Kai, profession gambler, level 7. Strength attribute 28, defense 0, constitution 32, critical rate 0.1%, agility 48, critical damage 20,000%, spirit 48, experience 856400. Jiang Kai looked at the claw on his hand. Its shape resembled a death pursuit. The glove's fire damage was now overwhelming, unstoppable within level 20 damage range. Jiang Kai looked at the screen, seeing numerous dark cores and Yang appearing. He still had 10 elite Yang artifacts and many dark core corpses. He thought to himself, this will definitely sell for a lot. He suddenly reflected, smiling. Jiang Kai stood in the meadow, staring into the distance. Playing alone in the demon core is a bit lonely. I really miss the days fighting with Nguyen. His voice carried a hint of loneliness and worry. I wonder how they are now. They probably have an army backing them. He paused, his tone slightly lonely. Yuan Zhu sat frustrated, yelling, why is there nothing here? Who killed all the dark cores in King's Valley? Nguyen sighed, it would have been so much better when Jiang Kai led us to exterminate monsters. A voice called from behind, soldier, bet Yuan Zhu and Su Nguyen don't speak such sorrowful words. At current level of the newcomers, this area is home to high-level monsters. Li Bio warned that if Jiang Kai led them to the Kingdom of the Valley, they would face serious danger. Therefore, I took the time to bring them here to experience and avoid hearing complaints. He shouted loudly, let's go continue searching for the black apes. The two attendants, Wen Zhu and Nguyen, stood still after hearing this, their hands clasped in front of their chests. With such a posture, Li Bio moved forward while they silently cried in their hearts. But I still thought about Jiang Kai and I felt the same. 3 days later, the Shanghai group stood before several black monkeys. He exclaimed, surprised that after a few days in the kingdom of the king, they had only found a few ordinary black monkeys. Then he looked down, laughing triumphantly. For us, these common black apes are too easy. The man Wen Shui beside him gave a thumbs up and laughed loudly. Huang Wei Zio said, let's go kill Jiang Kai. It truly is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. One person killing one ape is still like that. Shanghai was startled. He frowned and glanced backward. Junjai, chewing something, spoke coldly. A few days ago, we saw a great warrior kill 3 black apes in a row. The scene was truly terrifying. Shanghai was not surprised and showed a look of disdain. One person kills 3 apes. Is this level really that impressive to you? Junjai sat on the rocky ledge, smacking his lips, eyes closed as he savored the moment, uninterested in them. Shanghai raised his hand and the electronic display showed Jiang Kai's image. Forget it. Let me ask, have you ever seen this person here? Junjai glanced at the image and immediately recognized the person in it. How interesting, that's the great warrior I mentioned who killed 3 black apes. The scene immediately lit up as Shanghai saw Jiang Kai's face. Super handsome? Liang Qiang raised his voice and questioned, are you blind? Look closely, this guy is just a level 5 newbie. Shanghai sneered, That's right, don't spout nonsense just because you're jealous. Junjai tossed the fruit pit he had been eating aside and turned to leave. If you don't believe it, go look for this great warrior. We just saw him leave the kingdom of the king, and I still need to greet that big shot. Hearing this, Chiang Hai grinned sinisterly. The group moved forward, their eyes red with anger. Liang Qiang spoke up. Let's go, I've been wandering here for days. He pulled the sword that was planted in the ground earlier. Chiang Hai still wore his sinister grin. It's time to give Huang Wei Zio an explanation. The group looked weary. They wanted to settle scores with the great warrior but seemed frustrated and helpless. The great warrior's aura was like a master seeking to escape the mundane world. The confusion of these people was often seen as cannon fodder in comic books. Jun Zhai agreed. At the exit of the kingdom of the king, many people had gathered, one of them dissatisfied. How unlucky, why didn't we encounter any black apes this time? A man with a scar on his mouth spoke up. I heard there was a fire and all of them were burned to death. We have to wait before we can enter. The bald man behind him nodded in agreement. Yes, everyone has to wait, no worries about being killed. At that moment, the culprit of the mass slaughter appeared, Jiang Kai. He happily looked at his electronic display. It took 3 days to wipe out all the black apes, reached level 10, and even got 19 elite Yang Baos. He planned to return to Shengyu City to sell them for money. The display showed Explorer, Jiang Kai, Gambler Profession, level 10, Strength 40, Defense 0, Constitution 44, Critical Hit Rate 0.1%, Agility 66, Critical Damage 20,000%. Spirit Power 66, Experience Points 332 out of 12,800. A voice called out loudly, Jiang Kai, stop right there. Jiang Kai was slightly surprised and turned to see who it was. Chiang Hai's group had caught up. Chiang Hai pointed at Jiang Kai's face and arrogantly said, You've been hiding for days and it's been really difficult for us to find you. He didn't expect the monster to be easier than predicted and collected 3 cards from the 3 black orbs. Looking at the cards containing their remains, he realized going alone wasn't too difficult. Thinking this, he ran off. Tu and Jayat chased but couldn't catch up, standing still and exclaiming, Gone, the master is gone. Should have made friends if we met a master like this. He cried out in despair, Who told you to stop me from taking the master at the start? I really regret it. 3 martial men watched silently, speechless at his behavior. They just thought, isn't this the captain? Scene shifts to the wasteland, seeing a crowd gathered below. One person in the crowd said, Am I seeing this wrong? There are 3 martial artists, 1 soldier and 1 doctor. Another said, Could this be the famous Hawk Squad from the Royal Xunwu Guild? They saw a member tie up a girl, whispers growing. Why would they come to the beginner's area of wasteland? One person said, She's strong, she's the team's doctor. They saw the martial artist tighten his grip on the girl's neck. She snorted and said, We've circled wasteland already, why haven't we found Jiang Kai? The squad members' ranks were gradually revealed. Level 20 doctor, martial artist. The level 20 soldier, holding the girl's neck, also started questioning. He said, I heard you last saw Jiang Kai, tell us quickly where he is. Ho Enhan, the girl tied up, coughed and replied with difficulty, What do you want with him? Another girl in the group spoke, Hong and Gan. Isn't this someone everyone knows? Van Thai next to her smiled and said. She continued, Jiang Kai has provoked the royal family. We were sent by the royal family to respond. Ho Enhan was still restrained. She struggles to push the person away with both hands, her eyes filled with contempt as she looks at the crowd in front of her. She asks again, Is that so? Jiang Kai has already arrived at the King's Valley. You should go there and find him. Hearing this, Jiang Hai releases his grip, causing Hu Nian to fall to the ground. He looks at her, his voice full of threat. Fine, but if you dare deceive us when we come back, you'll be dead for sure. A girl who overheard their conversation commented, The Eagle team is the top team among the level 20 Royal Explorers. Another person added, Encountering a team as strong as this, that Jiang Kai is as good as dead. Hu Nian sits on the ground, holding a yin-yang 5 elements piece. She coughs a few times before replying, Very strong, huh? For those who lack morals, even a fortune teller can't predict their fate. Her gaze darkens. She continues, I just read their fortune earlier, did a quick calculation, and when they find Jiang Kai this time, the result is likely to be. Hu Nian pauses for a moment, looking at the Bagua array. A skull image appears. She speaks a single word, death. 1 day later at the King's Valley, after defeating the monsters, Jiang Kai opens his information panel. Looking at it, he says happily, Great, I've killed 16 black venoms and I've finally reached level 6. The information panel displayed. Explorer Jiang Kai profession, gambler level 6 attributes. Strength 24, Defense 0, Constitution 28, Critical Hit Rate 0.1%, Agility 42, Critical Damage 20,000%, Mental Power 42, Experience 853200. Jiang Kai stands on the body of a black venom, looking at the black venom token in his hand, thinking, I've heard the body of a black venom can sell for a high price. He thinks, but carrying it around is a hassle. Still, I have to bring it so the medicine for Kaka won't be as costly. While Jiang Kai is lost in thought, a voice calls from behind, Kid, would you like to join our hunting team? Jiang Kai turns around to see a hunting team. The leader of the team, wearing a hooded cloak, is Hongda. One member of the team says, our team of 3 is hunting an elite black venom. If we win, we'll receive a rare Baoyu essence. Hongda raises his hand in invitation. Will you join? Jiang Kai responds, a hunting team, but I don't have one, I'm alone. Hongda looks at him, his expression friendly, then says, it's okay, we need people, let's go. Hongda continues, we need one more person. We'll head to the top of the mountain. From there, we can see the 4 black venoms sleeping below. Above, one team member says, do you see them? The elite black venom at level 15. Another person adds, there are 4 elite black venoms over there. Inside their cave, there's rare Baoyu essence. But these 4 are strong, we only have 3 teams, we need you to lure them out. Hongda speaks again. As long as you lure one, the other 3 teams will take care of the other 3. When you come back, you'll get your share of the rare Baoyu essence. Jiang Kai thinks for a moment and asks, rare Baoyu essence, you say? He thinks, I've heard that rare Baoyu essence has many valuable items. It might be worth more than the bodies of those monsters. I need to find a way to get it. His expression turns cold, but when facing such strong elite monsters, I'll have to fight as a team. Yet they want me to lure one out. Clearly, they don't want me to return. These 3 probably want to take all the Baoyu essence for themselves. But now I'm already on the boat, not agreeing would mean I can't move forward. Jiang Kai forces a smile. He replies, all right, I agree. The group cheers in unison and starts moving into action. They slide down the cliff, responding together. Jiang Kai leads the way. The 4 black venoms wake up upon hearing the noise, growling as they see the people attacking. Hongda stands from afar, shouting to Jiang Kai, little brother, hurry up and act. Jiang Kai hears this and takes action, replying, all right, I'll do it right now. You strike at a black ape to draw its attention and the monster immediately roars. Jiang Kaiheng laughs loudly, pleased with his tactic. All right, you hit a black ape to pull its aggro. The moment your attack lands, it lets out a steel-shaking roar. It goes berserk, chasing Jiang Kaiheng. He laughs smugly. Not bad, huh? He yells when he sees the kid actually pull it off. That kid really did it, then we can peel off one group now. His shout draws the black apes in and everything seems under control. The black apes charged over because of his yelling. Now we can handle them steadily, one group at a time. Everything is in my hands. His companions rush in together to face the black apes, while the black apes howl and their attacks detonate with ear-splitting blasts. Jiang Kai runs while gasping for breath, feeling this is far too risky. An elite black ape keeps chasing right behind him. It raises its claws to snatch him, and the strength of this elite black ape far surpasses that of ordinary ones. If it were an ordinary adventurer, they would already be dead, but Jiang Kai suddenly breaks hard. Instead of fleeing, he turns to face the black ape. If it were a normal adventurer, they'd be dead for sure. Fast as lightning, Jiang Kai unleashes a strike at the black ape. But I'm not a normal adventurer. The black ape howls in pain as the blow lands, and razor-like bursts of force carve into its body, spraying blood. Jiang Kai springs backward. The black ape freezes for an instant, then explodes on the spot as a flash of light erupts where it stands. Jiang Kai jumps up, standing atop the fallen black ape, and the system displays. Eliminated Brute Black Ape Elite LV 15x1. Jiang Kai grins, thinking, perfect. I can't believe a single supercritical move dropped this elite black ape. He narrows his eyes and looks ahead with a triumphant air, telling himself it's time to take advantage of them. In the distance, his teammates are still fighting, and some are pulling allies back for treatment. Some of them surround the black apes, all shouting to push a little harder. Everyone just a bit more. Once we finish, we split the yang. Hung sees how tough it is, grits his teeth and snorts coldly, never noticing Jiang Kai has been standing behind him for who knows how long. Jiang Kai throws a punch into Hung, making him yelp and drop. Jiang Kai quietly slips into the cave. Ambushed, Hung only has time to cry out before collapsing. He goes deeper along the direction where the vines grow and spots a gleaming yang resting on the rock. Jiang Kai is overjoyed. He didn't expect getting in to be this easy, and there really is Bao Yang here worth its value. I can't believe it was this easy to get in, and there really is Bao Yang. Looks like it's worth the price, doesn't it? As Jiang Kai reaches out for the yang, he thinks, beautiful. With this, luring away an elite black ape LV 15 wasn't for nothing. Suddenly, a faint sound echoes inside the cave, and something brushes Jiang Kai's shoulder. A black ape is above his head, eyes wide. It grins grotesquely and drools, terrifying to look at. Jiang Kai senses its presence, his body goes rigid and cold sweat beads up as the black ape leaps down and strikes. His body stiffens, cold sweat pours out. The black ape jumps down and drives a heavy fist into where Jiang Kai stands. Jiang Kai dodges just in time and blurts out in shock, "What the?" There's another elite black ape LV-20 inside the cave too. He wonders why no one scouted before fighting. While the black ape bares its teeth in a creepy grin, an elite brute black ape, level 20. After calming down, Jiang Kai reads the situation. The black ape is blocking the cave entrance, extremely dangerous. He darts straight in front of the black ape and attacks, ready to fight. Strikes to its eyes and chest do nothing at all. Jiang Kai frowns in surprise. This black ape isn't taking any damage, even when I target the eyes. The black ape's eyes burn red as it glares. An Earth Element elite brute black ape, defense 23. His current attacks can't pierce its outer armor. Defense 23, my attacks can't break through the surface protection. No damage. Jiang Kai knits his brows, anxious and uneasy. Doomchaser's penetration is only 9. Its defense is 23, far higher. He wonders if it's like the Wolf King, where you must shatter the defense first to deal damage. The black ape suddenly springs up, raises its arms high, and slams a boulder down with tremendous force, blasting with a booming explosion as the ground splits into long cracks. Jiang Kai can't react in time. He takes the hit head-on, coughing violently, battered all over. He forces his eyes open. His body is soaked in blood, pain ripping through him, and he wonders if he's going to die. The black ape takes advantage of Jiang Kai being unable to move and lifts him up. If you die in the ghost realm, you're penalized and must wait a month before you can log in again. It brings Jiang Kai close, baring its teeth and drooling as it grins. If it's come to this, doesn't that mean I'll lose the private win deal with the commander outright? At this point, Jiang Kai was exhausted, his breathing heavy. He wondered if he would drag his brother and sister into this mess and end up being forced into the army. He closed his eyes tightly, helplessly whispering that if he stayed like this, he would fall into a difficult situation, and his consciousness slowly faded. In the empty void of Jiang Kai's mind, a voice suddenly echoed, "Wake up!" Memories flooded back, showing an image of someone running in a hurry. The voice didn't stop. "Wake up!" Jiang Kai saw himself as a child, covered in injuries, being carried by someone. It was his older brother carrying him through the smoke and flames, crying while running, "You mustn't fall asleep. You have to keep going, don't sleep." His older brother was panting from exhaustion but still trying. Jiang Kai looked at him, his brother covered in wounds with a blood-red sky of death surrounding them. The monsters roared continuously and the scene was terrifyingly desolate. His brother cried and shouted, "I will get you all out of this battlefield." It was the beast god battlefield from 10 years ago. Jiang Kai's mind went dark again. When he opened his eyes, he was still firmly held by the black abyss, and he suddenly exclaimed, "What? How could I fall asleep?" The black abyss opened its mouth wide to swallow Jiang Kai, but he remained motionless in its grasp, the image of his brother on the beast god battlefield still lingering in his mind. His brother had been able to save him and his sister. Jiang Kai struggled to open his hand. A bright red light shot from his hand, and he widened his eyes. "So, how could I?" His body erupted with strength, the red aura spreading everywhere. Jiang Kai fought to hold on, not allowing himself to collapse here. But the black abyss swallowed him whole before he could strike, grinning with pleasure after having a delicious meal. However, right after that, a beam of light shot straight out from its eyes. Its face changed color, and before it could react, blood sprayed everywhere. Where its head used to be, there was only spurting blood. The black abyss fell to the ground, motionless, and Jiang Kai pushed himself up, destroying the elite black abyss with defense attributes level 20x1, feeling secretly pleased. It's a success. Although the outer skin of the black abyss had high defense, there was no defense inside its mouth. Jiang Kai slowly lifted his hand off the ground, realizing that striking inside its mouth would break through the defense. It was the same way he killed the forest wolf. Jiang Kai staggered to his feet, covered in injuries, and suddenly remembered something: the precious Yang essence. He turned to look at the glowing object. The essence lay neatly on the rock, finally in his possession. Half an hour later, the group outside had wiped out all the black abysses, cheering, "We won." Someone shouted loudly that the boy had led one away, or else they all would have been wiped out. Another person echoed this. "Then the kid must be dead, right?" Hung Dat heard this and said, "All right, if he's dead, don't we get an extra portion?" They gathered in front of the cave entrance, excitedly rushing in. "Let's go, the precious Yang is surely inside waiting for us. We're about to get a big haul." Hung Dat suddenly stopped, his eyes wide in shock. The cave was now empty and dark, only the sound of the wind howling, and the essence was gone. Hung Dat couldn't believe his eyes, angrily shouting, "What's going on? Where's the precious Yang? Why isn't the essence here?" One of them quickly raised his hand and spoke to him. "Boss, I remember now. During the fight, I think I saw that kid sneak into the cave." Hung Dat looked at him in astonishment. "What? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" The one speaking was the assistant. He hesitated. "I thought it was an illusion because I didn't think he could still be alive." The others were also stunned. "What?" Then they started to panic. "Captain, doesn't this mean our effort was in vain? We've spent so many days on this trip, you see. Even if we don't get the precious yang, you still have to pay us. You still owe me several months of wages." Hung Dat yelled in anger, the veins on his forehead popping. He gritted his teeth. "I can't believe we were tricked by that kid in the end." He yelled and began cursing uncontrollably. Elsewhere, at the King's Valley, Jiang Kai's voice echoed, "This is the only way to escape from those guys." He stood in the forest, opening his electronic screen. He looked at the essence with 3 sharp claws displayed on the screen and muttered, "Well then, let's see what's inside the precious yang." As the essence opened, Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. It emitted a blinding light, and inside was filled with gemstones and pearls. Right in the center of the essence was a cloak. Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed, and he was so excited that he almost choked. "Incredible! I can't believe there are so many ores in here." Kevin picked up the robe from the stand, noticing that the value of the mineral stones and equipment from the demon crystal was many times higher than the color of the monsters. He thought he was about to strike it rich. "I'm getting rich here." While equipping, he found an item mixed among the gems, a glove with a metal ring on the back of the hand and a fiery sword emblem in the center. Turns out there's another piece of equipment. Kevin picked up the glove to inspect it and tried it on, noticing it was brand new. He was curious about its type, attack, or something else and decided to test it. "I have to try it on." The moment he wore the glove, a glow enveloped his body, making him feel lighter and much stronger. Kevin wondered if this was a strength and speed-enhancing item, then looked at the land ahead to try out an attack. He clenched his fist. 3 claws shot out from the glove, swung forward like the wind, and burst into flame. The blazing claws continued forward. Kevin thought about the flames appearing on Fidao and wondered if this was just a standard fire enhancement for weapons. He recalled the effect of different flames on monsters. Demon crystals have various fire types, with special flames causing unique wounds in combat. Images of monsters being attacked appeared in his mind. Ordinary flames dealt low damage, insufficient for fighting. Ordinary flames can only be used for cooking. Ordinary flames, are you teasing me? Kevin grimaced at the thought that this might only be for roasting meat, when suddenly a scream pierced his thoughts. A strange sound rang out, followed by a crash as the dark orb hit down, then a series of rushing noises toward Kevin. System alert. Monster, elite level dark orb of earth element X4, level 18. Special danger alert. Kevin faced 4 elite defense dark orbs. He leapt backward. He muttered that this wasn't good. He had just tested the glove attack. He lunged the claws forward. Earlier, dealing with one nearly killed him, now 4 claws rushing. This time the flames burned even brighter. Kevin aimed at the open mouth of one, focusing the attack as before. 3 claws were broken before reaching the mouth. Unable to break the defense, damage dealt 0. Kevin's eyes widened, danger. The 4 dark orbs charged immediately. He turned to run for his life. These monsters knew to use grit to block attacks, growling angrily, continuing the pursuit. Even with an open attack, he couldn't kill all 4 at once. Kevin worried, wondering if today would be his last. Then, flames from his claws flared, burning part of a dark orb. The remaining orbs suffered the same. Each flame reduced 10 health. Kevin was surprised, seeing the fire still spreading on them. The dark orbs caught fire due to their fur. The lead one's eyes widened, flames raging intensely. The fire continued, system showing 2,000 health lost, accompanied by screams. The dark orb's eyes bulged, unable to escape the flames, roaring in pain. The bigger the fire, the more it fell, system reporting 2,000 health lost repeatedly. The orbs behind froze, not daring to advance. Kevin ran while looking back, equally stunned. What is this huge fire? Sparks flew with the wind to the other orbs. The remaining 3 quickly caught fire and were engulfed. The 4 massive flames converged into a terrifying scene. Kevin stopped, knelt on one knee to observe, watching the dark orbs. The flames gradually died down, revealing the fallen orbs. Kevin was shocked. They were all dead. System displayed, eliminated elite earth element dark orbs X4. Kevin stood frozen. He wondered, earlier the flame did 10 damage, now 2,000. Collecting the remains of elite earth element dark orbs X4, that's 200 times 10. Kevin looked at the shiny glove, raising both hands in disbelief and joy. Could it be that this glove unleashes ordinary flames? Is it possible to deal another critical hit, dealing an additional 200% damage? Moreover, this type of fire spreads, affecting the surrounding area as well. He recalled the scene when the black orb started burning. The fire was weak, but if it encountered a monster without fire resistance, the damage would silently penetrate through their defenses. Jiang Kai raised his hand, floating in the sea of flames. Every second, the fire burned away 2,000 HP, and it quickly turned into a fiery battle. This equipment was indeed a powerful weapon, maximizing damage for him. He smiled, his confident expression showing clearly. Now he didn't need to worry about being unable to pierce through the opponent's defenses. The image of the burning forest appeared in his mind. All through the night, the black orbs in the King's Valley were continuously eradicated, their explosions and tragic screams echoing, marking the darkest moments in the lives of the monkeys. One by one, the black orbs fell, never having seen anyone take them down with nothing but an ordinary fire. Under the bright moonlight, the black orbs ran terrified from the sea of flames, while Jiang Kai stood still, calmly watching, none of them able to see his health bar. A whole series of black orbs lay motionless, for the master assassin missed no one. Jiang Kai stepped through the flames, arms wide. The fire kept blazing without stopping. He laughed loudly, surrounded by precious treasures. The next day, the King's Valley was still smoking, the land burned to a crisp. Only the mountain ranges remained. Jiang Kai's wounds had healed, and he cheerfully said, "Amazing." He looked at the electronic board and continued joyfully, "One night, and I took down more than a dozen black orbs." The display on the board showed, Explorer Jiang Kai occupation, Gambler level 7, Strength 28, Defense 0, Vitality 32, Critical hit rate 0.1%, Agility 48, Critical damage 20,000%, Mental power 48, Experience 85 out of 6,400. Jiang Kai admired the claw on his hand. It looked more like an assassination weapon. Currently, the fire damage from the glove had become unparalleled in the level 20 range, especially in terms of splash damage. Jiang Kai looked at the screen, critical hit rate 0.1%, agility 48, critical damage 20,000%, mental power 48, experience 85 out of 6,400. He admired the claw, a very powerful assassination weapon. "With this many treasures and HP, I could definitely sell them for a lot of money," he said, suddenly lost in thought. Jiang Kai stood in the middle of the vast grass field, the wind blowing fiercely. "It's so lonely playing alone in Demon Spirit. I miss the days I fought alongside Nguyen Nguyen. I wonder if they're okay. But they have an army behind them, so they should be fine," he muttered, his voice tinged with loneliness. "How could anyone be worse off than me?" Somewhere in the King's Valley, a tower guard frowned and shouted, "Why is there nothing here? Who killed all the black orbs in the King's Valley? We've been here for days and haven't seen a single one. What kind of tough battle is this?" Nguyen Nguyen sighed and replied, "I remember when Jiang Kai led us to the whirlpool area, it was so great." A voice came from behind. It was Li Bio. Li Bio, a cavalry player, level 38, hands on his hips, spoke seriously. "You encountered monsters because you were in the newbie test zone. Now you're in the high-level monster zone. Don't expect to find monsters easily." Li Bio frowned. "If Jiang Kai brought you to the King's Valley, it would be disastrous. I'm specially taking you all here to experience it, not to hear complaints. Let's go continue looking for the black orbs." The tower guard and Nguyen Nguyen stood still, clasping their hands in front of their chests. "Li Bio is right," they quietly said, "but I still miss Jiang Kai." "Me too," Nguyen Nguyen sighed. 3 days later, Zhang Hai stood in front of the bodies of the black orbs and spoke. "We've been in the King's Valley for a few days and only found a few ordinary black orbs." Then he laughed loudly. "With these black orbs were as easy as eating cake." When Shui, standing beside him, clapped his hands. "The young master Huang Wei told us to kill Jiang Kai. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "One person killing one monster, it's nothing special." Zhang Hai jumped, turning around. The voice was Jiang Kai. He stepped forward, wearing a cold smile, his sharp eyes staring straight at them. "Gao, when you looked back," Tuan Jayat said coldly while chewing, "a few days ago, we even saw a top expert wipe out 3 black apes." Han Trung agreed, "That's right, the scene back then was terrifying." Truong Hai didn't look surprised, instead he showed disdain. "Someone killed 3 to you, that's impressive. Is that really so scary?" Truong Hai said. Tuan Jayat sat on the cliff edge, smacking his lips, eyes still closed, indifferent to them. Truong Hai raised his hand and a digital panel displayed Jiang Kai's image. "Enough, let me ask you something. Have you ever seen this person before?" Truong Hai asked. Tuan Jayat glanced over and recognized the man in the photo at once. Well, what a coincidence, that's the top expert I was talking about, the one who killed those 3 black apes. Tuan Jayat said. When Can Trung saw Jiang Kai, his eyes lit up too. So handsome. Luang Quang shouted a challenge. Are you blind or what? Look closely. This guy is only a level 5 newbie. Truong Hai grinned nastily. That's right. Don't talk nonsense just because you're jealous of us. Tuan Jayat tossed the fruit core he'd been eating to the ground, then turned and walked away. If you don't believe it, go find that top expert yourselves. We just saw him leave King's Valley. I've still got to go ask that big shot something first. Hearing that, Truong Hai broke into a savage smile. What, you mean Jiang Kai is nearby? Truong Hai asked, pulling out the sword he had planted in the ground earlier. All 5 of them surged forward, every pair of eyes bloodshot. Luang Quang said, let's go. I've been wandering this wasteland for days, time to give young Master Hong Vai an explanation. Truong Hai kept that feral grin. Good, finally we can kill that brat. Can Trung looked exasperated. Looks like they want to hunt down the top expert and settle the score. Nhu Kai also wore a weary, helpless expression. The top expert's aura is like a hidden master trying to escape worldly concern, and this bunch's arrogance is usually nothing but cannon fodder in comics. Tuan Jayat agreed. Exactly. Back then, a crowd had gathered at the exit of King's Valley. One person complained. What rotten luck this trip to King's Valley, and we didn't even see a single black ape. A guy with a scar at the corner of his mouth spoke up. I heard there was a forest fire that burned everything to death, so we have to wait for it to reset before we can go in. The bald man behind him agreed. Yeah, either way, everyone has to wait, and nobody has to worry about someone wiping the place clean right now. The one who wiped them out is walking right past us, that's Jiang Kai, he said cheerfully, walking along while looking at his digital screen. It took me 3 days to clear all those black apes just to reach level 10, and I even got 19 elite sun gems. First, I should head back to Sanctuary City to sell them for cash. His screen displayed, Veteran Explorer Jiang Kai. Class Gambler level 10, stats Strength 40, Defense 0, Vitality 44, Crit Rate 0.1%, Agility 66, Crit Damage 20,000%, Spirit 66, Experience 332 out of 12,800. Experience 332 out of 12,800. A voice rang out shouting his name. Jiang Kai, stop right there. Jiang Kai was a little surprised and glanced back to see who it was. It was Truong Hai's group they had caught up. Truong Hai pointed straight at Jiang Kai's face. Hong Hatch said, you've been hiding for so many days. It's taken us a lot of trouble to find you. Everyone around was noisily speculating. Isn't this the Royal Xunwu Martial Arts Guild's Eagle Squad? How dare this kid provoke an elite team like that? Jiang Kai asked seriously. Royal family, which Xunwu Martial Arts Guild is this? Did you send someone to find me? Truong Hai slowly drew his sword, expression unchanged. Forgotten already? Have you forgotten who you insulted during the rookie trial? You dare pick a fight with young Master Huang Wei? The other 3 drew their weapons in unison, ready to fight. We came to take your life. Even now, Jiang Kai did not yield. Are you sure you want to fight me? He lowered his head, focusing all his strength into his body, and replied, young Master Huang Wei struck first in the rookie trial. I was only defending myself. Truong Hai charged forward, laughing loudly. I don't care who's right or wrong. Do you know how much young Master Huang Wei will reward us if we kill you? Jiang Kai drew his fire claws and replied calmly, is that so? If you fight only for profit without discerning right from wrong, he hurled Tri Ming at. Tri Ming shot forward like lightning. Jiang Kai said, then I have no reason to hold back. Tri Ming passed through Truong Hai's group. They dodged, but each took a bit of fire damage. The system announced a loss of 10 health points each. Truong Hai still laughed scornfully, pathetic, no harm at all. So this tiny spark is your skill? Hong Yan laughed loudly. Now I wonder why young master was threatened by trash like you. The crowd began mocking Jiang Kai. Such a normal flame, and it's supposed to be strong. One strike with such damage is embarrassing. I thought it was powerful. Isn't that just a small flame? Jiang Kai remained confident, smiling as he said, embarrassing, the damage from my flame may be small, but what if I make this flame stronger? Truong Hai looked down. His armor was catching fire and he was surprised. Instantly the flames roared, engulfing his entire body. Truong Hai screamed in pain. The other 3 panicked, sweating and shouting, Truong Hai, Captain. Truong Hai howled in despair as his health continuously drained. What's happening? How can a normal flame be this strong? Those nearby began to be engulfed by fire too. They screamed in agony as the sea of flames consumed them, unable to escape. They yelled, trying to escape but failed. Why do I feel the same? The flames grew stronger and quickly their figures vanished, the sky glowing red. System announcement, Explorer Jiang Kai has defeated the Eagle Squad. Experience from the Ming Chuan elite team can be obtained. Onlookers were astonished. What's going on? Chuang Hai collapsed in the fire. Jiang Kai stepped forward, watching the flames fade. All right, if you've willingly handed your heads to me. He smiled at Chuang Hai, who had been arrogant moments ago but now lay defeated. Then I will accept this filial duty. The crowd panicked. What the hell, this kid wiped out the entire Eagle squad. The elite team was level 20. If I hadn't seen it, I'd think it was staged. They were so shocked they swore continuously. Who is this kid really? Jiang Kai remained calm, recalling Tri Ming and beginning to absorb experience. Someone started looking up information about Jiang Kai on their electronic device. Why can't my watch evaluate his attributes? Level 12. Attributes exceed allowable range. Others were stunned. Impossible. How could this be? The man widened his eyes, sweat pouring down his forehead. I get it, he stammered. Could he be a grand fire mage using a device to hide his attributes from others? Others began to murmur, that must be it. He is the fire god. Jiang Kai remained indifferent, calmly surveying the surroundings. Level up again. Explorer Jiang Kai, profession. Gambler, level 12, attributes. Strength 48, Constitution 52, Agility 78, Mental Power 78, Defense 0, Critical Rate 0.1%, Critical Damage 20,000%, Experience 1716 12800. Jiang Kai looked up and quietly asked Eyebrain, by the way, Eyebrain, why can't they see my attributes? Eyebrain replied, because your dual gambler talent has so many additional attributes that outsiders cannot evaluate them. Jiang Kai glanced coldly behind him. Is that so? He turned and walked away, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Not being targeted by outsiders isn't bad. At the Gui Star Holy Light City, the item trading area, Jiang Kai entered. Hello, I want to sell some items. The elegant trader slumped over the counter, drowsily replied, welcome, trading counter. Jiang Kai sighed, only one customer all day. Today's efficiency is low. Jiang Kai smiled, all right, I have plenty of items, check the prices for me. Then Nha lifted her head, bored. How much can you really sell? I guess not much. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Images of the dark gems Jiang Kai had defeated appeared before her. Look, I have over a dozen slices of the dark power gems here. Then Nha jumped up, stunned. Jiang Kai smiled, raised his hand, and a series of images appeared. There's more, I also have 19 Yang Elite gems. Jiang Kai peeked through the images. Excuse me, can you still see me? I want to know the total price for all of these. Then Nha stared at the items, blinking not once. Is this guy from a hunting corporation? Others sell one at a time, and he sells a whole basket. She shook her head, composed herself, and slammed her hand on the counter excitedly. Don't worry, I am the champion consumer here, she thought. So he's a tycoon. Even risking myself, I have to make this deal. Jiang Kai smiled brightly, then I'll trouble you. A number appeared on her handheld device. 180,000. Then Nha flipped through papers, astonished. This wealthy customer, your dark power gem cards can sell for 10,000 yuans each. The Yang Elite gems and other items can sell for 170,000 yuan. She paused, cleared her throat. In total, you can sell for 180,000 Gui Star yuans. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up, unbelieving of the huge sum. 180,000 Gui Star yuans, really? He thought. 10,000 Gui Star yuans equals 100,000 Saint yuan, that's 1.8 million. Enough for my brother's medical expenses. Jiang Kai walked down the street, hands in pockets, eyes closed, looking very content. The bet with the command guard is settled. Now I can return to care for my brother and arrange his hospital admission. Jiang Kai entered a store, looked around, and said, I want to sell some items. The clerk showed little expression and coldly replied, hello, I'll assist you. A voice suddenly rang out, calling after him and repeating from before, I am Hu Nian, the fortune teller. Jiang Kai turned around and saw Hu Nian rushing toward him, out of breath. Last time I advised you to go to the Kingdom King Valley, right? You must have achieved a lot and even dealt with some rude people. Jiang Kai immediately realized, smiling, going to the Kingdom King Valley really helped me a lot, thank you so much. Hu Nian raised a finger in front of him. Then could you do me a small favor? Without hesitation, Jiang Kai responded, of course you've helped me so much, go ahead. Hu Nian hesitated, well that is. Her face turned red, a few beads of sweat dotted her forehead. She pointed at herself and smiled. It's me, Hu Nian, who wants to join your team. I hope you'll allow me to fight alongside you from today. Jiang Kai turned and walked away, an uncomfortable expression on his face, rejecting her. Hu Nian quickly turned down, surprised. Why are you leaving? You're so blunt. Her eyes were sad, sighing just as predicted. Still the same, a person the military considers a waste. How can anyone? Hu Nian's voice sounded downhearted. Forget it. I know you like free stuff. Do you want my equipment? I'll give it to you even though this is the last time I'll log into Ghost Star. Jiang Kai turned back, puzzled. Last time, are you poor too? Are you planning to go offline permanently? Why don't you want to keep making money on Ghost Star? Hu Nian avoided his gaze, her voice sad, but she still smiled. I would like to, but I can't. What team would want a useless person like me who only knows fortune-telling in battle? she sighed. Hunayan calmly explained that when the military recognized the Feng Shui master as a powerful occupation, she took advantage of the military's support and reached level 20 before switching to fortune-telling. Her initial talent only helped her sense time, place, and people well, later adding fortune-telling skill. She recalled the scene when she and other fortune-tellers were escorted by soldiers, and then abandoned when the military realized they had no combat skill. The Alliance abandoned them for being too weak. No one wanted to form a team with them and their levels stagnated. Hunayan remembered sitting alone, with no one to lead her to hunt monsters, struggling daily to survive on Ghost Star. If I went back to Earth to do trash collecting or carry loads, I could at least get food. The image of her carrying a bag came to mind, her voice heavy. At least I'd eat instead of starving. Jiang Kai felt a pang of sympathy, realizing how tough it had been. My older brother's body also broke down from overwork. She's just a weak girl, how can she bear it? Hunayan smiled gently. What else can I do? I still have a younger brother and sister. I'm the pillar of my family. Even if I can't bear it, I still have to endure. Behind her smile was a sadness that couldn't be described. That smile reminded Jiang Kai of his older brother. It's okay, my brother could handle it. Her circumstances shocked him, and he instinctively distanced himself as it reminded him too much of himself. Jiang Kai remembered when he was young, his older brother was like that, wanting to develop in Ghost Star, nurturing the ambition to one day defeat the beast god. He hesitated, but after taking care of his younger sister, his older brother feared being alone, giving up the opportunity to enter Ghost Star, leading to his physical weakness. Hunayan's voice interrupted his thoughts. She turned around. All right, do you want my equipment or not? If you do, wait, I'll get it for you before heading back to the real world. Never coming back here again, bye-bye, Jiang Kai called out. Wait, let's do it next time. Hunayan was slightly surprised. He turned back serious. I'm Jiang Kai, I have to log off now, but not for long. Next time I'm online, you can find me and we'll form a team. Hunayan blushed, touched her legs trembling, her voice stammering. Really? Jiang Kai walked away, waving. Really, if I lie to you, I'll never have money again. Hunayan wiped away her tears. Hunayan's voice trembled with emotion. A stingy person like you who only cares about money. If you said this, it must be true. She ran and hugged Jiang Kai from behind, shouting loudly, Thank you, you're such a good person. Jiang Kai was caught off guard by Hunayan's hug, choking on his breath. How am I supposed to live like this? Hunayan didn't care, wanting to hug him more. It's fine. At the slum where Jiang Kai lived, he arrived and called out loudly, Big brother. Little brother, from today you two don't need to work anymore. I've earned money. The three of them sat around a round table. Jiang Kai crossed his arms confidently, while his older brother was a bit surprised, leaning forward, pointing with suspicion. Where did you get the money, huh? Is it legal? Jiang Kai winked at the little girl. What's she talking about? I made it on Ghost Star. Tomorrow I'll arrange for Big Brother to have surgery. You go back to studying. His older brother hesitated. Little Jiang Kai, you've had a hard time lately. Jiang Kai scratched his head, embarrassed. It's nothing, brother. Compared to how hard you've worked taking care of us, this is nothing. He looked at the photo of the three of them happily together. Rest assured, big brother. You've always worked hard, now I'm capable. I will definitely make sure everyone lives a good life. The three of them cheered, holding up their glasses. For the family, for love, cheers. Jiang Kai was drinking when he heard his phone ring, looking at the unknown number. He answered, and the voice of Wei Ying came through, sounding like he was on the battlefield. Jiang Kai, you won the case. Do you have time now? His voice was low. Wait a moment, I'll send someone to pick you up and show you some stuff. Jiang Kai realized. Is it Commander Wei? A little while later, he arrived at the Beast God battlefield, outside the safety zone of Shengyao Kingdom, where the skyscrapers were ruined and in ruins. Jiang Kai was led by two soldiers. He looked around. The city where he had grown up as a child now looked like this. The leading soldier stopped. Jiang Kai looked up and saw a white-haired man, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Wei Ying, I'm not sure why you called me here. A loud roar suddenly sounded, shaking the earth. Jiang Kai gaped, startled by the loud noise. The burning buildings collapsed, and among the flames was a giant monster. On its back, three figures moved quickly, fighting the monster. Jiang Kai was stunned by the sight, realizing these were the extraordinary experts in the Beast God battlefield. Currently, level 20 was a key step for explorers of Ghost Star, divided into 6 stages. Although explorers from level 1 to 80 could become stronger after switching careers, their strength was only useful in Ghost Star. Right at that moment, the three in front started to move. But for other extraordinary experts, when stepping from level 81 to 120, they needed a qualitative change to become true extraordinary beings. The three of them wielded weapons and charged toward the roaring monster. The black orb didn't wait for its opponent to attack first. It lifted its head, opened its mouth, and released a beam of light. It was ready to strike, while Jiang Kai kept saying that this power could only be used against spirit beasts. The leader quickly raised his shield, completely blocking the monster's attack. The group frowned, tense as they faced the enormous creature which could be brought back to use on Earth. The three of them took to the air, fighting with all their strength, refusing to yield. They pressed on into the battle. The emergence of this supernatural power wasn't just a major shift in human military history. It was also a formidable challenge in the fight against divine beasts. Jiang Kai's voice grew excited, because this was an extremely effective tactic. The trio's attack succeeded, piercing the monster's flesh. Jiang Kai leaped up, shouting, "It's dead, so strong." Wei Ying stood nearby, calmly smoking. "Strong, this is just an ordinary divine beast." Wei Ying continued, "We've already lost 2 transcendent fighters just to defeat that one." Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Wei Ying lowered his voice. "Jiang Kai, humanity is in a dire state. Don't forget how dangerous it is if you linger too long in safe zones. You won this time, but I won't force you to join the army." Thunder roared as the sky darkened. Wei Ying closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. "As for the royal family, I'll remind them not to touch you." Jiang Kai looked at Wei Ying in surprise. Wei Ying smirked faintly. "You're probably wondering why I value you so highly, right? Because I always trust my intuition." Rain began to fall, a few drops landing on Jiang Kai's face, yet he listened intently. Wei Ying continued, "My intuition tells me you could become a powerhouse. In the future, you'll be so strong that even Sheng Dao might need your help." The rain grew heavier, pounding the ground. The three of them stood in the downpour beside the fallen black orb. The sound of rain mingled with Wei Ying's voice. "But I know you only want to protect your family. If you join the army, you'll have to go to the battlefield." "The battlefield is extremely dangerous," Wei Ying said, inhaling from his cigarette. "But this world needs people to fight these monsters, right?" He flicked the burning cigarette away, his voice steady. "And perhaps one day I'll die on that battlefield. But I am willing to sacrifice for the nation, for its people, if I can." Wei Ying turned to Jiang Kai, eyes weary. "If I can die for my country, I will do so willingly." A lightning bolt struck the ground behind Jiang Kai, who stood frozen in surprise. "Jiang Kai, I won't force you to choose, but if Sheng Dao faces danger in the future, I hope you'll fight for it." A few days later, Jiang Kai rested on Earth before returning to Qi Star, reaching Sheng Dao City. He couldn't stop thinking about Wei Ying's words, surprised at how highly the man regarded him. "Could I really become someone Sheng Dao needs?" Jiang Kai thought, then glanced at his watch. "Forget it, I should worry about myself first. The black orbs in King's Valley must have been defeated by now." The screen displayed information on the spirit female demon, an elite-level monster with extreme damage capable of killing adventurers. Its attacks could also disrupt spirit formations, useful against spirit entities. Another line of text appeared. The female demon's scream could immobilize adventurers within 10 meters, inducing extreme fear. Only attacks within this range could harm her. Jiang Kai muttered as he reread the information on the screen. He stared at the female demon, a truly formidable monster. Within 10 meters, disrupts formations. Beyond 10 meters, no damage. Jiang Kai turned off the screen, closed his eyes, resolute. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked with determination. This monster was certainly more troublesome than a black orb. He needed teammates. From afar, Hu Ran was dozing, standing in the middle of the path, holding a sign. "Do not disturb me, I'm waiting for the captain," she mumbled as she spoke. "Hu Ran, captain?" she called as passers-by glanced judgmentally. Jiang Kai appeared behind her, exasperated. "You didn't just stand here waiting for me the whole time I was offline, did you?" Hu Ran immediately woke up. She turned to Jiang Kai, eyes glistening, speaking non-stop. "Captain, I knew you'd come back. I've been waiting for you for days." Jiang Kai smiled. "I missed you." Hu Ran squinted, full of mischief. "Captain Jiang Kai, do you want to take me to fight monsters now?" she continued. "I'll help you find a really strong teammate. I found someone excellent at fighting monsters." Jiang Kai responded cheerfully. "Helping with monsters, sure, but not a useless one." A chubby boy stood before them, scratching his head. "Hello, I'm Nguyen Ngu, I'm a useless one." Jiang Kai immediately ran away, shouting as he ran, "I don't need that." Hu Ran smiled awkwardly. "Captain Jiang Kai, why are you so honest?" Nguyen Ngu looked embarrassed. Hu Ran yelled after Jiang Kai, "Captain Jiang Kai, take Nguyen Ngu with you. He's used to hardships and very obedient." Nguyen Ngu blushed, bowing his head, fidgeting with his hands. Hu Ran didn't give up, chasing after Jiang Kai. "Nguyen Ngu will cook for you, massage your legs and shoulders. He even said as long as you agree to bring him along." Jiang Kai scowled, but agreed to let him join without expecting loot. Jiang Kai was surprised, eyes wide, rushing forward to grasp Nguyen Ngu's hand. "Greetings, comrade Nguyen Ngu, I am Captain Jiang Kai. The moment I saw you, I knew you were talented. From now on, you're a member of our team." Jiang Kai laughed heartily, raising his hand high in excitement. "Today, I, the captain, will lead everyone to find the spirit female demon. We're a family now, let's go." Nguyen Ngu looked at Hu Ran, stammering. "Our captain is a bit," Jiang Kai still shouted. "We are family." Hu Ran sighed helplessly. "Right, it's not really a family. It's only because you're free that the captain acts like that." Night fell, the bright moon illuminating the trees and mountains. Deep in the forest, a dilapidated wooden house appeared, shrouded in mist. This was King's Valley, home of the spirit female demon, an elite-level monster. Inside the wooden house, eerie moans echoed. A clawed hand was performing magic. It was the spirit female demon, level 20 elite monster, wearing a tattered white dress and emitting terrifying cries. Jiang Kai watched stealthily. Only attacks within a 10-meter range are strong enough to defeat it, so everyone must be extremely cautious and find a way to approach. Ho En-han seemed a bit frightened. A voice broke the silence with a drawn-out echo. "Captain," Jiang Kai softly called out to Ho En-han, while Ho En-han, confused, pointed at herself. She didn't understand why Jiang Kai mentioned her. The voice continued, accompanied by a strange sound. "Captain," Jiang Kai didn't turn around. "Stop being so serious, Ho En-han, just quiet down." Ho En-han hurriedly waved her hand. "Captain, I didn't say anything." The strange sound persisted. Jiang Kai lost his patience, turned around, and realized it wasn't her, but someone else causing the commotion. Nguyen Ngu was hanging carelessly from a tree branch, surrounded by empty bottles, holding one in his hand and shaking it as if it were thunder. He suddenly shouted excitedly, "Captain, look what I found!" Nguyen Ngu shouted out loud. The person thanked and toasted the captain. Jiang Kai and Ho En-han gritted their teeth. The female demon also heard the noise and quickly turned around, flying high and finding the spot where the three were hiding. Jiang Kai was astonished by the extraordinary speed. The female demon screamed, her mouth glowing. Her eyes were fiery red and 4 sharp fangs glistened. Jiang Kai shouted in fear, "Nguyen Ngu, what are you doing?" Ho En-han silently thought, "Didn't I say that him joining would be beneficial?" Ho En-han, with a pale face, just acted according to the situation. Jiang Kai was in shock, realizing the great danger. The female demon screamed loudly, shattering the surrounding air, creating an immense force that seemed ready to blow the three of them away. An invisible force acted directly on them. Jiang Kai and Ho En-han quickly sensed the abnormality. Nguyen Ngu was still lying on the tree branch, drowsily sleeping. Jiang Kai's face darkened as the system reported an abnormal state, breaking the communication. The female demon had already transformed, becoming even more terrifying than before, leaving Jiang Kai and Ho En-han frozen in place. Ho En-han, feeling terrified, recognized the strength of the female demon and became completely motionless. She said, "Captain, we can't win. With just the two of us, we're waiting to die." The demon reached out, intending to grab both of them. An excited voice rang out. Nguyen Ngu rushed at the female demon, his face flushed, tongue sticking out. "How could there be such a beauty? How come there's a beauty like this here? May I ask, are you looking for me?" He leaped from the tree branch, astonishing Jiang Kai and Ho En-han. Nguyen Ngu hugged the female demon with immense force, sending her flying backward. He laughed. "The female demon on the ground, surely fate has allowed me to meet this beautiful lady. Let me love her." Nguyen Ngu stroked the female demon's face, complimenting her. "Wow, this skin, it's so real." The female demon's eyes went dark, mouth agape in disbelief. Ho En-han gently moved her hand. "I can move now." The communication block had been lifted. Jiang Kai jumped to his feet. Jiang Kai wondered, what's going on? How is the female demon being controlled by Nguyen Ngu? He quickly regained his composure. Clenched his fists, the tracking path emerged. The female demon's communication block needed time to recover. This was the opportunity to attack before the female demon recovered for a second time. He launched daggers forward, with precise tracking strikes hitting the female demon. The flames ignited, and Nguyen Ngu was still on the female demon, poking his face toward hers. "Lady, let me teach you how to kiss French style." The female demon didn't understand the bizarre situation. Nguyen Ngu's kiss was about to reach her, but she couldn't resist. "From now on, you are my wife." However, Jiang Kai's tracking flames flared up fiercely. The fire consumed her entirely. After a while, only black smoke remained. Nguyen Ngu escaped from the blaze, looking confused. "Where's my wife?" Jiang Kai clenched his fists, smiling. "All taken care of." The system reported the elimination of Elite Demoness X1. Ho En-han's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Captain, you really managed to eliminate an Elite Demoness." Nguyen Ngu knelt on the ground, defeated and saddened, tears welling up. "You filthy beasts, you made my wife explode." Nguyen Ngu looked up, his face a mess of tears and snot. "That was the only love of my life. Without her, I can never love again." He cried out to the sky, "My dead wife." Jiang Kai whispered to Ho En-han. Jiang Kai asked, "Does Nguyen Ngu often get so drunk he goes crazy?" Ho En-han forced a smile. "Yes, Nguyen Ngu is a total alcoholic. He can't help but drink, and when he's drunk, he gets pretty dumb." She ran toward the wooden house. Ho En-han excitedly said, "Captain, let me first get you the treasure of Duong and the corpse card of the Elite Demoness." Jiang Kai nodded slightly, thinking, "Right, Earlier, Nguyen Ngu had definitely been hit by the female demon's communication block. Jiang Kai recalled Nguyen Ngu's state of drunkenness, but he hadn't been affected at all and even managed to fight back against the demoness. The image of Nguyen Ngu hugging the demoness, sending her flying backward, still lingered in his mind. He watched as Nguyen Ngu cried and drank. An alcoholic hates losing control of their consciousness when drunk, but who would have thought that this weakness unintentionally removed the demoness's communication block? Jiang Kai suddenly grinned. At that moment, Ho Enhan had retrieved Duan. When she returned, she saw Jiang Kai smiling mischievously. His eyes narrowed in a creepy manner. Isn't Nguyen Ngu the perfect natural counter to the female demoness's communication block? Ho Enhan was startled, standing frozen in place. Ho Enhan wondered, why is he smiling like that? Just when everyone thought it was over, in another hut, a female demon growled angrily just like the previous one. Footsteps rang out and she sensed someone nearby, quickly turning around. Before she could react, Jiang Kai and Ho Enhan rushed forward. Nguyen Ngu made his decision. Let's continue, Nguyen Ngu, let's go. Ahead of them, Nguyen Ngu snuck forward, smiling gleefully. The female demon screamed loudly, but her communication block attack was useless against Nguyen Ngu. Nguyen Ngu's eyes sparkled. Beautiful lady, why are you drooling when you see me? Are you craving my body? He rushed forward, embracing the female demon, leaving her shocked and gasping. How coincidental, I want you too. Jiang Kai behind them was ready. Nice, this technique has indeed been broken. Now we can approach and attack. Nguyen Ngu pinned the female demon down, singing, come on baby, I found love again when I met you. Let's light up this little flame of love tonight. Jiang Kai unleashed a series of tracking flame attacks at the female demon. She was caught off guard by Nguyen Ngu's actions, unable to defend, and was easily struck. The flames quickly engulfed her, and she screamed in pain. The electronic board lit up, reporting that adventurer Jiang Kai had eliminated elite Yulin female demon X1. Nguyen Ngu, not hit by the tracking flames, was thrown into the air by the fire, slowly waking up with his eyes half closed. He floated in the air and shouted, damn it, those beasts, you made my wife explode again. Nguyen Ngu landed on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. I curse you all, you beasts. Jiang Kai confidently looked at him. Very nice. While Nguyen Ngu is still out, let's go find another demoness. Ho Enhan agreed. Nguyen Ngu was once again thrown into the air by the flames. As he flew, he shouted, don't blow up my number 11 again. A moment later, he sat dejectedly crying at the door. My 23rd wife has been blown up by these two beasts. Jiang Kai and Ho Enhan inside the house looked on with bright eyes. As the chest was opened, Yun Shen began crying uncontrollably, reaching out to stop Jiang Kai, pleading, please spare my 35th wife. Another chest was taken out from the female demon's wooden house, its surface smooth and heavy. Jiang Kai laughed loudly, hands on his hips, exclaiming, wonderful. Yun Shen never expected that, thanks to him, he had collected 35 elite female demon treasures in such a short time. He had directly destroyed the demoness of the kingdom's royal valley. Hunayan, holding her face, said, I couldn't have dreamed of this performance, Jiang Kai. She glanced at the digital screen and continued happily. Moreover, after defeating the 35 elite female demons, I leveled up twice, reaching level 14. Jiang Kai turned to Yun Shen and winked. But the price to pay isn't small. Yun Shen felt numb, his heart aching. Hunayan said, she's really useful as expected. Hunayan smiled at him. Indeed, and we've also helped Yun Shen train his psychological endurance after breaking up with his girlfriend. Yun Shen, swollen-eyed from crying, reacted upon hearing this. Train my psychological endurance, you guys are really something. Hunayan gave Yun Shen a thumbs up and said, Yun Shen, you really. In response, he simply said, you're a beast. Jiang Kai looked at them and continued, and there's more. He raised 2 shiny skill cards, saying, I've also collected 2 skill cards from the female demon Little Demoness, and I can learn an additional skill. The first card had an image of dark clouds and rain, with the skill being Rain Calling Technique, using powerful spiritual strength to create widespread heavy rainfall. Jiang Kai envisioned using the rain to form a lake, drowning and sweeping away monsters when the terrain was right. High-level experts could even create lakes and rivers from the air, which could create miracles in real battle. He handed the card to Hunayan, saying, you, level 29 with higher spiritual strength than me, can learn this skill. Hunayan was slightly surprised and asked, really a skill card? She spoke with tears in her voice. Thank you, Jiang Kai, team leader. Finally, I have a skill other than fortune-telling. I'm no longer useless. She knelt and bowed in gratitude. Her voice trembling, she said, Jiang Kai, you will always be my big brother. Please accept my respect. Jiang Kai helplessly looked at her. Don't do this, you're deserving of it. Hunayan continued bowing, then picked up the card, happily saying, I'm no longer useless. Jiang Kai looked at the remaining card, deep in thought. The remaining skill was a one-time skill point for hidden profession. He looked at the card and the information appeared. This skill point could activate activate a supplementary skill for hidden professions, but it could only be used once and would disappear after activation. After reading it, he thought, is that so? Well, let's activate it. The card in his hand immediately lit up. Jiang Kai looked at the glowing card and thought to himself, even if it's a one-time use, if it's a skill that can only be activated by a hidden profession, I have to try it. A blinding light enveloped Hu Nian. Congratulations, the hidden professional gambler has activated the supplementary skill, Casino Pickpocket. The card showed an image of a misty hand controlling 2 magical dice. When the pickpocket skill is activated, it steals 1,000th of the target's total attributes and adds them to the user. After 30 minutes, the additional skills and attributes will be removed. Jiang Kai frowned, feeling disappointed. Is that all? Jiang Kai was angry. Such a valuable one-time skill only steals 1,000th of another person's attributes. He knelt, his face dark, saying, I only have over 200 attributes now. Stealing this is pointless. Yun Shen, now sober, sat up and asked, what happened to me? Why did I fall asleep? He placed a hand on his chest, feeling pain. Hu Nian stepped forward and whispered, the demon of the first depths of love. How could you forget losing 35 wives last night? Yun Shen recalled, stuck out his tongue with a satisfied expression, then began hugging others. Immediately he vomited and cried, I'm sorry, Jiang Kai, I hindered you. I'm an uncontrollable alcoholic, and if you're not satisfied, I can leave the team. Jiang Kai said nothing, only handing Yun Shen his coat. He looked at Yun Shen with a gentle smile, saying, last night you were a great hero. This equipment belongs to you. Yun Shen looked up and Jiang Kai continued, without you, I don't know how many times I would have been killed by female demons. You're the backbone of this trip. Yun Shen, moved and blushing in embarrassment, replied, no, Jiang Kai, I don't need it. I've said it before, bringing me into the team is enough. Jiang Kai put his arm around him, saying, take it. I told you I wouldn't mistreat my teammates. Besides, there's also something for Hu Nian. Hearing this, Hu Nian turned around and both Hu Nian and Yun Shen's eyes bright. Is this real? They both kneeled before Jiang Kai, shouting, Jiang Kai, from now on we will follow you. We live as your people. Jiang Kai was shocked and helpless, stopping them. Why are you two? Then, the three of them returned to the Kui Spirit's item transaction spot. A refined voice echoed, the master has come again. Unlike the first time, she welcomed Jiang Kai with great enthusiasm, which was truly surprising. Today, your sale of monsters and demon treasures has reached 840,000 demon spirit coins. Jiang Kai, elated, said, that's great. Doesn't that mean it's equivalent to 8.4 million holy wine coins? In that case, the future living expenses for the big brother and me are covered. Jiang Kai entered the changing room of the trading area thinking, moreover, not only is the money for living expenses covered after selling the spoils, but I also got 2 pieces of equipment that are suitable for me. He changed into new clothes, one being a pair of Shadow Dusk pants, along with the Shadow Dusk cloak from earlier. The Shadow Dusk pants allow stealth without detection, with quality enhanced agility by 11 points, strength by 6 points, defense by 3 points, and can enter a state of invisibility for 3 minutes at night. Jiang Kai donned the high-collared coat, reaching to his waist. The second piece was a ghost spirit armor, which could become ethereal at critical moments to avoid deadly attacks. The ghost spirit armor, quality A, boosts agility by 24 points, strength by 8 points, physique by 9 points, and spiritual strength by 14 points. Every 10 minutes, it can trigger the ethereal effect to dodge a physical attack. Jiang Kai raised his hand, inspecting carefully. The glove's effects had also been tested. The flames from these gloves could indeed stack onto his critical wounds. The infernal gloves, quality, enhance agility by 7 points, strength by 6 points, allowing weapons to carry normal flames and effects over areas with fire. The flames accompany the weapon, delivering explosive damage and critical hit damage. Jiang Kai stepped out confidently, pulling the curtain aside, feeling much stronger than before. Now, even against level 20+ explorers, he was confident he could win. The information display showed, Explorer Jiang Kai profession, Gambler level 14 attributes, Strength 76, Defense 3, Physique 69, Critical hit rate 0.1%, Agility 132, Critical hit damage 20,000%, Spiritual Strength 104. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, telling himself, I still have confidence in victory. Jiang Kai stepped outside, feeling much more confident than before. Even when facing high-level explorers, he wasn't worried. He took large strides, preparing for the challenges ahead. Nguyen Ngu rushed from a distance, his left hand raised with a wooden stick on his shoulder, accompanied by a shout of "Try men." He said that he had helped Jiang Kai improve the Try men a bit. Jiang Kai turned his head and looked at Nguyen Ngu. Nguyen Ngu ran while panting, barely getting the words out, "Let me." He then threw the spear forward to test its effectiveness. Jiang Kai raised both hands to shield his face. Nguyen Ngu, what are you doing? He shouted in panic. Nguyen Ngu wondered if he was still holding a grudge about the 35 wives of Jiang Kai. The spear flew towards him, just a few centimeters from Jiang Kai's eyes. Nguyen Ngu threw the log high into the air and yelled, come back here. The log above his head was cut in half by Tri-Men in an instant. Nguyen Ngu raised his hands to catch it, pulling it back with both hands. Jiang Kai, I noticed you often have to retrieve the Tri-Men during battles, he said softly. Nguyen Ngu explained that it was troublesome, so he had added some magnetic stones to the Tri-Men. Now, when you throw it, just use the magnetic stones to pull it back, he said. Jiang Kai became excited. Really? So that means. Nguyen Ngu continued, saying that Jiang Kai no longer needed to worry about how many Tri-Mens were left and that while being pulled back, the Tri-Men could still damage objects. Jiang Kai patted Nguyen Ngu on the shoulder. I didn't expect this. You really are a genius when it comes to weapon modification. Nguyen Ngu rubbed his hands awkwardly. I learned it all by myself. Am I really that impressive, Captain? Jiang Kai raised 3 fingers in a vow. I swear to God. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down on a clear day. Right behind Jiang Kai, the sky suddenly turned rainy, the sky gray unlike before. Jiang Kai broke out in a sweat, stammering, What's going on? Nguyen Ngu was also confused. Captain, are you tricking me? From afar, Hu Enhan skipped through the rain. Captain, it's me. I just learned the beginner rain summoning technique. Nguyen Ngu sighed in relief. So it's Hu Enhan, Jiang Kai reassured her. Jiang Kai told Hu Enhan that her skill couldn't be useless. Look, people are hiding from the rain because of you. If the rain becomes heavier, it will hinder the enemy's movements. He looked at everyone rushing about. Jiang Kai seriously told Hu Enhan that the enemy would become sitting ducks and he could take down anyone. Hu Enhan laughed loudly, confidently. Really? So I'm actually useful. Hu Enhan was determined to train her rain summoning skill. Jiang Kai nodded. Keep it up. He looked into the distance, smiling with peace of mind, seeing that Nguyen Ngu and the team could fight and Hu Enhan had the ability to summon rain. The team had become much stronger. The 3 of them walked past and someone cursed. What's with this damn downpour? All the equipment brought to the ice island is wet. What if the royal family blames us for being late? Jiang Kai heard royal family and suddenly realized, calling out, Wait a minute, you 3, are you talking about the royal family? Nguyen Ngu handed an umbrella to Hu Enhan. Here, take this. Kandu looked at Nguyen Ngu as if he were some strange creature. You, don't browse the internet. The person next to him, Wen Hao, laughed. The Xunwu Guild from the royal family is sending 200,000 people to the ice island to hunt the King Tier boss. Hao Wu added that if they defeat the boss, the country will expand its territory on the great demon planet. Besides the royal family, many explorers are also coming to help fight off the monsters, they continued. They mentioned that this responsibility was related to the rise and fall of the kingdom, and Jiang Kai was astonished. They quickly left. Let's go, don't stand here looking stupid. Being late might get us punished. Jiang Kai stood there deep in thought. Jiang Kai wondered if the royal family was hunting the boss for the country, and whether Huang Wei was participating as well. He became serious, realizing that the divine beasts were causing chaos on Earth, and each country had to find resources on the demon planet to resist them. He thought about the 5 important resources: secret realms, equipment, ore veins, materials, and energy crystals. But all the demon planet's resources were occupied by bosses. Only by defeating the bosses could a country dominate and gather resources. He realized that monsters on the demon planet were divided into levels: common, elite, warrior, overlord, king tier boss, map boss, and guardian kings. A battlefield with tens of thousands of people appeared in his mind. Among them, the king tier boss required hundreds of thousands of people to defeat. Everyone fought fiercely with the monsters, and Jiang Kai wondered if the royal family could lead the Xunwu Guild to contribute to the country. A figure of Huang Wei appeared, holding a sword and fighting. Jiang Kai stood still, suspicious. Had Huang Wei truly reformed, becoming a commander who cared for the people? He remembered the words of the scout. The rise and fall of the kingdom required someone to stand up against the monsters. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, looking at his reflection in the water. If Huang Wei could do it, should he go to the Eternal Ice Island and contribute to the country as well? On the demon planet's ice island, the starry night sky, beneath which was a snowstorm and snow-covered mountain. The 3 members of Jiang Kai's group trudged through the storm, and Hu Enhan's voice trembled. Captain, the ice island is really cold. Didn't you buy any clothes or shoes? The 3 of them hugged themselves, shivering. Jiang Kai's face turned pale, his nose running. I didn't expect it to be this cold here. A loud shout rang out. Hey! Jiang Kai looked up and saw 3 figures on the cliffside, a group of idiots from some team. They didn't know that they weren't supposed to walk on the ice before the battle began. Jiang Kai was slightly confused. Dun Dun said, It's our first time here, may I ask why we can't walk on the ice? The leader, Wang Cheng, crossed his arms, looking down and loudly replying. Wang Cheng asked, Ah, where are you rookies from? Don't you know that under the ice island is a monster den? You're walking on the ice like this. Below Jiang Kai's feet, the ice began to crack. He continued speaking. Wang Cheng worried that they might disturb the fishmen below. A fishman jumped up from the ice holding a spear. Jiang Kai's group was shocked and fell. It was a level 22 monster standing on two legs, grinning wickedly. Jiang Kai grabbed Nguyen and Gu's collar to lift him up, and Hu Enhan said, "A fishman." Above them, following Wang Cheng, was Yu Li. He laughed. "You guys are really idiots." Wang Cheng shouted down. "A level 22 fishman, only a team of level 20s can handle it." He yelled so Jiang Kai could hear. The fishman was great at close-range attacks. Once caught, especially a level 22 fishman, getting close meant certain death. The fishman held a trident and thrust it forcefully towards Jiang Kai, while Wang Cheng continued talking. Jiang Kai suddenly stood in front. Hu Enhan ran to block. "Captain," just as the fishman thrusts the trident, Jiang Kai immediately shouted, "Yu Ling, armor." The merman was burned alive, and a wave of intense heat spread from its body, emitting agonizing screams. Jiang Kai stood before it, smirking. He thought this creature was powerful, but it turned out to be nothing more than a weak fish. He kicked the merman hard in the face, using his skill to deliver a decisive blow. The merman burned fiercely, howling in pain. The three men stood on the cliff, staring in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. Not only did he avoid the attack, but he also countered against such a powerful merman. His teammates were stunned, unable to believe that a newcomer at level 10 could do such a thing. They had thought that defeating a merman required a team of level 20 or higher. Wang Cheng wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to comprehend what was happening. He looked at Jiang Kai, who stood firm, and shouted, "How did you do that?" Jiang Kai looked at the burned merman and laughed loudly. The coldness had disappeared after moving a bit. He thought about his current power, which had reached 76 points. With the storm strike, he could defeat any enemy. The execution orders that Jiang Kai had used earlier slowly returned. They had dealt at least 15,200 points of damage. However, he calculated that with the lowest damage of the storm strike, nothing could escape his grasp. The execution orders returned to his space pouch. Jiang Kai felt confident. Surely, no level 20 monsters or adventurers would withstand his blows. He gazed at the returned execution orders, thinking calmly. Ho-Ren raised his hand high, holding the merman's token. "Captain Jiang Kai, I'll help you pick up this token." Jiang Kai turned around and smiled. "Thanks, let's head to the shore." He looked up at the cliff and asked the three men, "Do you know where Huang Wei is?" The three were still stunned by the event. Hearing Jiang Kai's call, they turned around. Ziu Li rubbed his hands and laughed. "Your Excellency, what are you talking about? We're just your little brothers." Wang Cheng mimicked. "That's right, we're your little brothers." Bo Sheng added, "Then these three little brothers will guide you." Jiang Kai thought about their words, agreeing but not allowing Ho Ren and Nguyen and Gai to follow him. He didn't want anyone to be involved in the matters between him and Huang Wei. Jiang Kai wanted to find Huang Wei alone to settle everything. Although the three had said that he was here, Jiang Kai couldn't find him. Suddenly someone shouted his name. "Jiang Kai!" Jiang Kai turned around and recognized the caller. It was Huang Wei. Huang Wei stood there, hand on his sword, looking at Jiang Kai with a cold expression. Jiang Kai approached and called out, "Huang Wei, after hearing that you will defeat the boss for the country, I'm very impressed. I think we can put aside our grudges and cooperate for the greater good." Unexpectedly, a flash of light appeared and Huang Wei drew his sword, swinging it toward Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai quickly jumped aside, dodging and shouting, "Huang Wei, what are you doing? I just want to make peace." Huang Wei glared at him, gritting his teeth. "Make peace? You killed me before and now you talk about peace?" He sneered, holding his sword, preparing to attack again. "How much time have you made me waste healing and now you want peace?" Huang Wei grew furious, shouting, "After you killed me, I tried everything to get revenge, but the army blocked me. So I joined the battle to gain merit, hoping the army wouldn't protect you anymore." Jiang Kai was astonished, unable to believe it. "You just wanted to fight the king-level boss to make the army stop protecting me?" Huang Wei replied without hesitation. "Yes, but I didn't expect you to come after me." Huang Wei did not give up, swinging his sword at him. Jiang Kai sighed. "Turns out I was wrong. I didn't expect you to be such a villain." He prepared to face him. Jiang Kai raised his hand, flames erupting from his palm. "If you want to kill me, then let's fight together. After all, your Eagle Hunter team won't escape my hands." Huang Shan sneered, "You can kill the Eagle Hunter team just because of the army behind you." Huang Wu agreed. "That's right, what makes you better than us?" At this moment, Huang Wei was burned, screaming in pain. "What's going on? Why is there fire here?" Huang Wei panicked, crying for help. "Help me, someone." His teammates heard the screams and rushed over. They were confused, not understanding why the fire was causing such strong damage. Jiang Kai stood coldly from a distance and said, "Your young master is dead. If you don't want to end up like him, don't stop me." Huang Wei still struggled. "No, I don't want to die." He painfully crawled out of the fire, his armor burned black. He yelled, "Kill him now, save me." Huang Wei ordered his teammates, "Torture him to death." The four of them simultaneously raised their weapons and charged at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai looked at them and coldly smiled. "You still want to continue fighting?" He leaped forward, sending out execution orders. The execution orders grazed past them, forcing them to dodge. Huang Shan laughed. "You must be scared, that's why your hands are shaking." He charged toward Jiang Kai. "I'll go first." Jiang Kai replied, "I've never heard of someone being scared like this." The execution order pierced into Huang Shan's back and flames erupted. Jiang Kai stood still, watching Huang Shan writhe in the fire. The onlookers were shocked. How is this possible? They couldn't understand how a kid at level 10 could defeat a team leader at level 32. Huang Shan had been burned to ashes, lying motionless on the ground. They fearfully shouted, "He died instantly." Jiang Kai quickly moved behind them, recalling his execution orders from a distance. Another one was struck by the execution order and flames erupted. He looked on in fear as the fire spread. Huang Xiu and Huang Wu were in a panic. "Is he a false god who eats up wolves?" Huang Wei struggled to rise and shouted, "You fools, don't you see how powerful his long-range attacks are? Attack him together, get close to him." Following Huang Wei's orders, the other two advanced together. They answered in unison, "Yes," while Jiang Kai laughed arrogantly. Jiang Kai was certainly a skilled assassin, capable of powerful ranged attacks, but up close he was weak, and before he could even finish speaking, the two in front were engulfed in flames, screaming in pain. "No!" Huang Wei was helpless, his face filled with shock. Jiang Kai approached slowly, his eyes cold, staring at the helpless figures, speaking with contempt and anger. "Is there no difference?" Huang Wei tried to brace himself, retreating backward, unable to believe it. Despite his superior rank and strength, how could it be like this? Jiang Kai ignored his question and simply drew his sword. "Our feud has been settled, yet you truly disappoint me," Jiang Kai said, sword in hand, stepping swiftly toward Huang Wei. "Aren't you supposed to be tough, trying to kill me?" Huang Wei panicked. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Kai raised his sword high. "Nothing. If you want to kill me, I will respond in kind." He smiled maliciously. "I heard I once killed you, leaving a ghost in your heart. This time let the darkness grow larger." Huang Wei's eyes reflected both fear and helplessness. The sword plunged down and Huang Wei screamed, his cry echoing through the forest. Minutes later, Jiang Kai stood there, hands in his pockets, staring at the electronic board, still killing the most experienced explorers. Never thought I'd kill 4 level 30s plus the useless Huang Wei, and still level up to 17. Suddenly, a red warning appeared on the screen. Killing more than 10 explorers from the same team would trigger the bloodthirsty assassin penalty. Jiang Kai stared in disbelief at the screen, which added another warning, bloodthirsty assassin. While in this state, all nearby players will know your location. When a bloodthirsty assassin is killed, experience gained is tripled. Use 10 tears of remorse to remove the bloodthirsty assassin state. Jiang Kai broke into a cold sweat. Bloodthirsty assassin? Isn't that the severe punishment title from Ghost Star that strikes whenever you appear? He recalled the scene at Ghost Star. Receiving this penalty is like becoming a mobile experience bag. Everyone can sense your position and kill you on sight. Returning to normal, the double talent bonus would double system rewards or penalties, with a 1% chance of triggering a super level. Rewards and penalties are multiplied tenfold. Jiang Kai scratched his head, frustrated. "And my double talent can further increase penalties up to 10 times, bad luck." Suddenly, he realized, yelling, "If I die once, I'll lose 30 times experience, maybe even drop back to level 1. Jiang Kai ran forward, speaking as he went, "This is bad, I'll never go to crowded places again. Plus, I need to find tears of remorse to remove this state." On Icebound Island, within the royal garrison of huts and guards, an angry male voice rang out, startling the soldiers. "What? Huang Wei is dead? What kind of protection is this?" It was Huang Wei's father, Hong Thong, commander of the Icebound Island campaign. He was furious. "I just called 3 of our Hong family to fight for the nation, and he's dead. Won't I be seen as untrustworthy?" Beside him was Hong Wei's older brother, Hong Dat, deputy commander of the Icebound Island campaign. Hong Dat steepled his fingers, speaking in a low voice, "Father, what do we do next?" Hong Thong slammed the table until it cracked, shouting angrily, "Just join the battle, we will take down the king-level boss. If we defeat the boss, we can use the glory to force the army to stop protecting Jiang Kai." He nearly roared, "Then I'll make Jiang Kai pay the highest price." Others in the room sneered, the atmosphere tense and scheming. Half an hour later, Jiang Kai reunited with his teammates. Hu Enhan asked, "Captain Jiang Kai, why do you have this new title?" Nguyen and Gu shouted, "Bloodthirsty assassin." Jiang Kai whispered. Keep quiet or we'll be exposed. He grabbed Hu Enhan's hand and pulled her along. I don't have time to explain. In short, I'm now an enemy of the royal family. We have to leave quickly. Hu Enhan was slightly surprised by the urgency. But you came here too. As the three ran and talked, a loud sound echoed, a prolonged drum. Jiang Kai froze. What's that sound? It reverberated across the snowy hills. Nguyen and Gu panicked. Is this the battle drum? Why now? Jiang Kai guessed, could the royal family have declared war? Hu Enhan's face went pale. Captain Jiang Kai. Look over there. Jiang Kai followed Hu Enhan's gaze. Her trembling voice said, look at the frozen lake. The ice had cracked, chunks rising. Hu Enhan screamed, the frozen lake is breaking. The ice jutted violently as if something tried to emerge. Then, a clawed foot smashed through, followed by hundreds more. Merfolk began surfacing from the frozen lake. The three were shocked. Among the merfolk stood a giant fisherman, 100 times larger than normal merfolk, Captain Icy Armor. This beast was a king-level boss, the Icewind Merfolk Spirit Lord, unknown level, full health. Hu Enhan stammered, that's the boss. Jiang Kai frowned, the pressure is immense. Nguyen and Gu trembled, I'm scared. A shout echoed, it was Hong Thong's voice. Soldiers on the battlefield, the king-level Icewind Merfolk Spirit Lord has been unleashed. Prepare to fight. He wore shining armor, rode a fierce beast, shouting as he rode, his voice echoing across the mountain. If we win, everyone will receive generous rewards and help Sheng Dao secure the territory, protecting your families from divine beasts in the future. Hong Thong raised his sword to the sky, majestic. We must do everything to win, even if it means facing death. The soldiers readied their weapons instantly. Warriors, once the arrow leaves the bow, there's no turning back. The king-level boss battle officially begins. Soldiers surged onto the frozen lake, shouting, charge, kill, kill. Nguyen and Gu hid behind an ice chunk, turning to Jiang Kai. Captain Jiang Kai, why aren't we moving? Hu Enhan agreed, this king-level boss battle is huge. Why are we still standing here? Jiang Kai stood, waving his hand. No, not yet. He smiled. With the battle started, the royal family won't have time to bother me. Let's stay and watch the king-level boss fight. Opportunities like this are rare. The soldiers charged toward the merfolk, Back Van and Hao Thien leading, shouting, kill it. Another crash sounded and the ice cracked again. Countless lives were lost. A giant fish-like monster with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth rose from the water's surface. It was a level 25 common rank dual-legged merman. Hao Tian saw it and quickly signaled, trying to reassure everyone not to panic. It's just a rotten fish, we outnumber it greatly, we can defeat it, he said. But before he finished, he was suddenly yanked. The dual-legged merman grabbed him and dragged him towards its tooth-filled mouth. Hao Tian screamed in terror, help me, but it was too late as the monster shoved him into its mouth. Blood sprayed everywhere and Hao Tian screamed, it hurts, someone help me. His cries were cut off, replaced by the horrifying sound of chewing. The others looked at each other in fear. What's happening? Is the fish eating people? It's terrifying. Hu Enhan covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Hu Enhan remarked, turns out it's just a regular merman, but is it really this strong for an explorer? Nguyen and Gu added. Also, it feels like there are so many mermen. Jiang Kai looked serious, his voice deepened. I've heard that if this boss isn't killed in battle, the merman army will keep coming. This isn't just a battle between 200,000 explorers and the merman army. Jiang Kai continued, the real goal of this battle isn't to defeat the boss, but to deal with the constant arrival of the merman army. Jiang Kai paused to observe. Someone just flew past the ice field. Who is that? He wondered, peering closely, and then said, that's a transcendent. Alongside Bosco, the two were rushing through the merman forces. The soldiers who saw them immediately gave chase, clearly intrigued. Tuan Kayat, the leader, used fire abilities. Be careful, our 8-person team has entered the boss's area, he said. The others kept pushing forward, using their powers while running. Bak Yan and the others also charged toward the mermen. Everyone was doing their best to maintain peak condition. Each person in the team wielded their weapons and launched attacks, all aimed at the mermen. We need to deal as much damage as possible to the boss, Hu Enhan sighed. They're really strong. Is this what a transcendent looks like? Nguyen and Gu gasped. The Senza boss is probably about to be defeated. Jiang Kai lowered his head, his voice anxious. No, I don't think things are looking good. He raised his head, eyes wide. The demon eye focus detected something unusual. Looking at the merman, it remained firm, its gaze filled with killing intent. Jiang Kai continued, their skills seem strong, but through my demon eye, the merman is still grinning wickedly. The boss's defense hasn't been broken. A notification appeared, unable to penetrate the defense. Tuan Kayat couldn't believe his eyes. What? We can't break the boss's defense? Suddenly, the merman charged, swinging its arm at the group of transcendent experts. The ground shook violently, the ice shattered, and those standing nearby were thrown back. They were sent flying, some struck by the attack, blood gushing from their wounds. Those falling from the air hit the ground with force. The merman looked at them. a satisfied grin spreading across its face before letting out a strange roar. The soldiers in Jiang Kai's group exchanged looks. One move from the boss and it killed 8 transcendent experts. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. One move and it killed 8 people. That was too easy. He stared at the merman. Is this the true power of a king-level boss? Suddenly someone charged forward grabbing a spear. Jiang Kai was shocked. All 8 people just died. How dare he charge forward now? Oh, Enhan shouted, don't go. He faced the merman directly and the merman showed no mercy, throwing a trident at him. Those witnessing this cried out in unison, it's over, another person's going to die. He stopped, sliding the spear tip along the ice before swinging it up. The spear collided with the trident, creating a tremendous force. The merman was stunned as its attack was blocked. The soldiers in Jiang Kai's group spoke in unison, what? This person blocked a boss's attack. He gripped the spear tightly, sneering, that boss, my teammates are just pretending to die. He looked up, his gaze filled with determination. You think we'll let you kill us so easily? This is the Transcendent Illusion Skill, Warrior Spear, the title of the strongest of the Mystic Martial Arts Guild. The merman withdrew the trident. Chuang Fang slowly walked toward the merman. Above Chuang Fang appeared a notification. Talent, Blessing of the Fallen. Whenever a transcendent teammate dies around him, he gains 25% of their power. Without hesitation, Chuang Fang dashed past the merman, moving behind him like lightning, then grabbed the merman. The merman couldn't react to his speed. He swung the spear and stabbed the merman, a jolt of electricity passing through, breaking the boss's defense. Blood began pouring from the wound. Yang Kai was surprised but excited. That's really strong. This person can break the boss's defense. Ngok Long, one of the soldiers below, said in admiration, this godlike figure has a chance to kill the boss. Wang Tong looked from afar and smiled triumphantly. Do you really think our Mystic Martial Guild is weak? The transcendent experts who just died were part of our premeditated plan, Wang Tong continued, to enhance Chuang Fang's strength. Because Chuang Fang was already a powerhouse, 1 against 10. After adding the Blessing of the Fallen, his power increased by 200%. Chuang Fang rushed forward, his eyes blazing. Now Chuang Fang can match a 20-man transcendent army. Chuang Fang moved so quickly that the merman couldn't keep up. Each of his steps left a deep cut on the merman's body. Wang Tong watched. Unless something unexpected happens, this battle will end soon. Jiang Kai and the other 2 were focused on watching Chuang Fang fight, unaware that a dark figure was approaching from behind. Oh, Enhan shouted, keep going, we'll definitely win. But they didn't realize that behind them, an elite merman monster, level 32, had appeared. Hong Dat held up an electronic board displaying a red warning, shouting to Huang Tong, Dad, it's bad. A large number of mermen have appeared from behind the frozen island. Huang Tong was horrified. You mean an entire merman army from the sea has been called here? Hong Dat quickly responded, yes, I'm afraid there are hundreds of them, all elite mermen, level 30. Huang Tong was anxious. I don't know what to do now. Huang Tong said seriously, now Chuang Fang can fight the boss without worry because we've stabilized the battlefield. He continued, the battlefield is now divided into 5 zones based on the mermen's levels, and we've assigned forces to each zone. But if the rear is breached, the situation will be chaotic, Huang Tong said, his voice trembling. Not only will Chuang Fang be unable to kill the boss, but we will lose everything. Huang Tong thought about the grim scene. Chuang Fang needs at least 30 minutes to kill the boss, but who knows how long it will take for these mermen to reach the battlefield. Huang quickly manipulated the electronic board for the boy to see, and immediately numerous red alerts flashed, signaling a large number of merfolk approaching. He spoke in horror that something would happen in about 10 minutes. The life-seeking blades of Jiang Kai shot through the air toward a merfolk. Jiang Kai leapt past it, landed cleanly, and with one hand ignited the blades, killing the elite merfolk X1, who ran hid in fear behind a large rock and said, Captain Jiang Kai, why are so many merfolk suddenly here? We should leave quickly. Jiang Kai turned, narrowed his eyes, and asked, leave now? He stood on the cliff, hands clasped, looking down at the frozen lake. The battlefield was in a fragile balance. If no one stopped the merfolk, the entire battle could fail. Jiang Kai frowned, contemplated something, then coldly said that the royal family was his enemy and he would take pleasure in seeing them fail. On the royal side, the situation remained extremely difficult. Jiang Kai continued, saying that the future of the Essence and the 200,000 called to fight were innocent. He shut his eyes tightly, unable to decide, while Wei Ying's words echoed in his mind. Everyone must bear responsibility for the world's ups and downs. Someone must fight the monsters. Jiang Kai thought for a moment, then lifted his head resolved and called his 2 teammates, who ran, Nu Yin Yu, were not leaving yet. Under the watchful eyes of the 2, Jiang Kai walked forward and said, not only that, I need everyone to gather all the merfolk nearby to me. He raised the life-seeking blades, eyes cold. I will handle all these sea merfolk alone. who ran and Nguyen Yu were shocked by this and felt Jiang Kai was extremely daring. Within 10 minutes, the ordinary merfolk had wiped out nearly all the royal soldiers. Scenes of people kneeling on the ground, clutching bleeding arms, tremblingly said, "Captain, please stop." Many explorers in the rear were caught by the sea merfolk. Once they surrounded us, it would be over. Therefore, it was best to flee quickly. Hearing this, the others froze, each battered and wounded. Jiang Kai thought about his team. Now they had Nguyen and Gu for combat and Ho En Han with rain calling. The whole team was much stronger. 3 people passed in front of them, one swearing loudly, "What the hell is this rain? All the gear we brought to the ice island is soaked. If the royal family blames us for being late, what are we supposed to do?" The moment Jiang Kai heard the words royal family, he snapped, fully alert. "The royal family? Hey, wait, brothers, which royal family are you talking about?" Nguyen and Gu handed an umbrella to Ho En Han and said, "Take this." Kandu stared at Nguyen and Gu like he was looking at a strange creature. "You haven't been online?" The guy next to him is Van Hao. He said, "The royal family's Black Tortoise Guild will bring 200,000 people to the ice island to hunt the boss. Over there, if you defeat the boss, it can help the nation expand its territory," Van Hao added. "So besides the royal family, a lot of explorers will come to help drive off the monsters. This is a responsibility tied to the survival of the whole world. You didn't know news this important." After saying that, they quickly turned to leave. "Let's go, stop standing there daydreaming. If we're late, we could get punished." Jiang Kai stood still, thinking, the royal family is hunting a boss to protect the nation. Could Huang Wei be involved too? Jiang Kai lowered his head, lost in thought. Right now, the divine beasts are wreaking havoc across the earth. Each country can only seek resources on the demon planet to cope. I remember 5 key resource types: secret realms, equipment, mineral veins, materials, energy sources. But all resources on the demon planet are occupied by bosses. Only by defeating the bosses can a country claim land and gather resources. But monsters on the demon planet have ranks: common, elite, warlord, commander, king tier boss, map boss, and king's guardian. Jiang Kai imagined a scene where tens of thousands were fighting. Among them, a king tier boss needs several 100,000 people to face it. They're fighting a terrifying beast. Jiang Kai found it hard to believe. And the royal family can actually lead the Black Tortoise Guild and contribute to the nation. The silhouette of Huang Wei appeared in his mind, holding a sword, battling. Jiang Kai fell silent, suspicious. Could it be Huang Wei has turned over a new leaf, becoming a commander who cares about the lives of everyone in the world? Jiang Kai recalled the Eagle Guard's words, yet he still couldn't stop thinking. When the world rises or falls, even an ordinary man bears responsibility. Someone has to stand up and fight the monsters. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, looked down at his reflection in the water, and asked himself, if Huang Wei can do that, should I go to the eternal ice island and contribute to my country too? On the ice island, the night sky glittered with starlight, while on the ground, a thick blizzard raged over mountains buried in snow. The 3 of them trudged through the blizzard. Ho En Han trembled, her voice catching. "Captain, you decided to come to the ice island just like that. Didn't you buy any extra clothes?" All 3 huddled together in the cold. Jiang Kai's face was bluish-purple, his nose running as he said, "I didn't expect it to be this cold." A loud shout rang out. Jiang Kai looked up and saw 3 figures on the cliff, one yelling, "Which squad are you idiots from? Don't you know that before the battle starts, you're not allowed to walk on the lake's surface?" Jiang Kai was a bit flustered. "It's our first time here, why can't we walk on the lake?" The leader, Wang Qiang, folded his arms, lifted his chin, and shouted, "Why are there new people like you? As we all know, beneath the ice island lies the dwelling place of monsters." He almost shouted, "You're walking on the lake's surface without fear." Beneath Jiang Kai's feet, the ice began to crack little by little. Wang Kao continued, "I wonder if we've disturbed the ones wandering down there." As soon as he finished, a merman jumped up from the ice. Holding a trident, Jiang Kai's group was suddenly shaken and fell down. It was a monster, a 2-legged merman, level 22, grinning horribly. Jiang Kai quickly grabbed Nguyen Ng letter 1EF's collar to help him up. Hu Enhan added, "A merman, the one standing near Wang Kao is Yu Li." He laughed, just like the 3 fools Wang Kao mentioned. "A level 22 merman, you need a full team of level 20s to handle it." He continued, speaking loudly for Jiang Kai to hear. "As we all know, mermen are great at close-range attacks. Once caught by a merman, especially one at level 22, escape is impossible. When they close in, the merman will strike hard with its trident towards Jiang Kai. If this continues, death is certain." Jiang Kai suddenly stepped in front. Hu Enhan ran to stop him. Just as the merman struck with its trident, Jiang Kai shouted, "Yu Ling Jiang Kai armor." Void, the merman was stunned. Void ended. Jiang Kai jumped in front of it, smirking, "I thought you were tougher. Turns out you're just a mixed fish." He kicked its face hard, combining it with a fiery kill command. Get lost, the merman burned intensely, emitting painful groans. The three standing on the cliff stared in shock. Yu Li was surprised. Not only did he dodge it, but he also countered the merman in close combat. The bearded man, Bo Sheng, was equally stunned. Moreover, you need a full level 20 team to handle this level 22 merman. Wang Kao sweated. And yet he's only a few levels higher. He looked at Jiang Kai, who stood firm below, and shouted, "Are you going to kill it again?" Jiang Kai looked at the merman burning away. Laughing loudly, "After warming up, I really don't feel cold anymore." He raised his hand and called the kill command back. "Come back now," Jiang Kai thought. "My strength is already 76 points. Once I activate the storm strike." The kill commands that were embedded in the merman's body started to move. The damage was at least 15,200 points. And that's not even counting the additional damage from the kill command. The kill commands gradually gathered back towards Jiang Kai, but even with the lowest damage from the storm strike he calculated. He silently thought, "Right now, my damage to level 20 monsters or explorers is certainly enough to wipe them out in one hit." Jiang Kai was pleased. "They definitely won't be able to handle one of my hits." Hu Enhan ran over, holding up a shard. "Captain Jiang Kai, let me help you pick up this merman's shard." Jiang Kai turned and looked. "Thanks, let's head to the shore quickly." Jiang Kai looked up at the cliff. "By the way, three big brothers, do you know where Huang Wei is?" The three of them were still in shock. When they heard him call out, they jumped. Yu Li rubbed his hands and flattered, "Master, what are you talking about? How can we be called big brothers? We're your little brothers, just little brothers among little brothers." Wang Kao mimicked, "Well, we do know where Huang Wei is," Bo Sheng added. "Then let these three little brothers show you the way." Somewhere on the ice island, Jiang Kai walked alone, thinking, "I don't want Hu Enhan and Nguyen Ng letter 1EF to get involved in the matter between me and Huang Wei, so I didn't bring them here. But didn't those three big brothers say that Huang Wei is here? I want to find him and talk, but I can't find him." Suddenly someone walked over and called his name loudly. "Jiang Kai." Jiang Kai turned and looked. With such a cheerful tone, Huang Wei. Huang Wei in full armor, his hand on the sword at his waist, his face cold. Jiang Kai walked over, raised his voice. "Huang Wei, after hearing that you would defeat the boss for the country, I was really impressed by you. I think we can put aside our enmity, and I'm willing to contribute my part to the ice island." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in front of Jiang Kai. He was slightly stunned. Huang Wei drew his sword and slashed at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai quickly jumped aside to avoid it. Jiang Kai dodged the attack while shouting at Wang Wei, "What are you doing? I just want to make peace and clear up the misunderstanding with you." Wang Wei missed his strike, and I frowned. "Make peace, huh?" He looked up, a twisted smile on his face, and gritted his teeth. "You killed me before, then made me spend so long to heal. Now you say make peace, and you expect me to do that with you." Wang Wei tightened his grip on the sword, his voice turning cold. He ground his teeth. "Do you know how many ways I thought of to get revenge after you killed me last time? But the army ordered my family not to touch you." He glared at Jiang Kai, then roared, "How could I accept that? So I joined the battle to kill a level king boss." He continued, "I only needed this achievement to request the army stop protecting you." Jiang Kai was shocked. "You went to defeat the level king boss just for that?" Wang Wei replied. "That's right," he shouted as he rushed straight at Jiang Kai. Wang Wei laughed coldly. "I didn't expect you to come to me. Never mind the great battle right ahead, I must kill you first." He swung his sword down at Jiang Kai, aiming to claim the military merit for killing the boss. Jiang Kai crouched down, barely dodging the strike, retreating and then scoffing. "Turns out I was overthinking." Jiang Kai said coldly, "I didn't expect you to still be such a petty person." He raised his hand and flames engulfed his palm. Jiang Kai spoke decisively. "If you want to kill me, I suggest you all come at me together. Either way, your Eagle Hunt team will be wiped out by me." Huang Xiao, standing behind Wang Wei, laughed loudly. "Impressive. You only wiped out the Eagle Hunt team because of the army behind you." Huang Wu joined in. "Now Yi Xiao is above level 10 and has S-grade equipment. Do we still need to help kill you?" Huang Shan nodded while checking his watch. "That's right, this newbie." The electronic board lit up and Huang Shan was immediately startled. Wait. In front of him was Jiang Kai's profile. Huang Shan froze. How did this kid level up to 14 so quickly, just like the young master? On the opposite side, Wang Wei was engulfed in flames, screaming in pain. He looked around, realizing his entire body was burning. He screamed and struggled. "What's going on? Why is there fire here? Help me, someone save me." The others heard his cries and rushed over. "What's happening?" One of them, panicking, said, "The fire on the young master's body was supposed to be just normal fire. Why is it causing so much damage?" Jiang Kai stood at a distance, his voice cold. "Your young master is dead. If you don't want to end up like him, don't try to stop me. Wang Wei stubbornly raised his nearly burned arm and yelled, "No, I don't want to die." He crawled out of the sea of fire, his armor charred black. He gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. "My equipment can lock 1% of health, so I won't die immediately." Then he shouted loudly, "Hurry, someone else kill him for me." Wang Wei still stubbornly shouted, "Torture him to death for me." His 4 companions immediately grabbed their weapons and advanced toward Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai spoke in a deep voice, "Here." He clenched his fist. "Still want to offer up your heads?" After speaking, he rushed forward, using all his power to unleash his tracing strike. Jiang Kai said, "Perfect timing. I'll use you guys to test my strongest magnet to pursue light." The tracing strike barely missed them, and although all 4 were surprised, they managed to dodge. Their eyes gleamed with cunning. Huang Wu scoffed, "You threw so many darts and didn't hit a single one. Is this what you call accuracy?" The 4 were levels 31, 28, 29, and 32. Huang Shan laughed condescendingly. "Are you afraid because you see we are all level 30 and your hands are shaking?" After speaking, he lunged at Jiang Kai. "I'll go first." Jiang Kai raised his fiery hand, smirking. "Never heard of it." Jiang Kai said coldly, "Want to take the lead?" Just as he finished speaking, the tracing strike flew from behind Huang Shan, striking his back. Flames erupted from the tracing strike, quickly spreading. Jiang Kai coldly watched Huang Shan being consumed by fire, screaming in despair. The others were stunned. Why did the dart come back? They stared at Jiang Kai, still standing motionless. Moreover, how could this kid, who is only level 10-something, defeat a level 32 captain? They glanced at Huang Shan, who was now burned to death. Huang Shan lay on the ground and they screamed in fear. Dead instantly, Jiang Kai shot out from behind them like a bolt of lightning. "It's not over yet." He raised his hand, recalling his tracing strike, and the weapon immediately flew back to him. But because someone was blocking, he was struck. The fire erupted again and the person's face turned pale, helplessly watching the flames spread across their body. In the end, he couldn't avoid being burned. Huang Xiu stood watching, stammering, What skill is this? Why is the damage so high?" Huang Wu was extremely confused, wondering if this kid was some kind of expert pretending to be a fool. Huang Wei struggled to stand, shouting loudly, "You fool! Didn't you see he excels at ranged attacks? That idiot attacked together. 2 of you can close in on him, can't you?" At Huang Wei's command, the other 2 charged at Dong Qing together. "Yes," Huang Wei grinned. Jiang Kai laughed arrogantly. Jiang Kai must be an assassin skilled in long-range attacks, high damage, but if close, he will surely. Before he could finish, the 2 in front of him were engulfed in flames, screaming in pain. Huang Wei knelt helplessly, his face full of disbelief. Jiang Kai slowly walked toward him. He coldly looked at a useless fool and a group of worthless fools, his eyes filled with contempt and anger. "Is there any difference?" Huang Wei pushed himself back, struggling to retreat, exclaiming, "Impossible, clearly his level is so high. How did you do that?" Jiang Kai didn't answer Huang Wei's question, drawing his sword. "The grudge between us should have been erased, but you really disappoint me." Jiang Kai took his sword and quickly walked toward Huang Wei, commanding coldly, "Huang Wei, you're a tough one, you want to kill me, don't you?" Huang Wei was frightened. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Kai raised his sword high. "Nothing. If you want to kill me, I can't just ignore it. I heard you had psychological trauma after I killed you last time. So this time," Jiang Kai smiled wickedly, "let's make the darkness a bit larger." Huang Wei's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness as the sword came down. He screamed, and his cries echoed throughout the forest. A few minutes later, Jiang Kai still stood in the forest, hands in his pockets, staring at the electronic display, thinking to himself, killing the most experienced explorer was really the best. I didn't expect that by killing 4 level 30s and that useless Huang Wei, I'd level up to 17. But suddenly, the screen turned red and a warning popped up. Since you've killed over 10 explorers in the same faction, you will receive the bloodthirsty assassin penalty. Jiang Kai was shocked, not understanding what was happening, and the screen displayed, "Bloodthirsty assassin. While in this state, all players around will know your location. When a bloodthirsty killer is killed, the experience gained will triple. Use 10 drops of gray tears to remove the bloodthirsty killer state." Jiang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Bloodthirsty assassin. Isn't this the severe punishment title that everyone on Ghost Planet just beats on sight? He recalled the scene on Ghost Planet, where someone with this penalty essentially became a moving experience bag that everyone could track. Would I just get killed on sight? Once back to normal state, the double rewards or penalties would trigger double effects, with a 1% chance to trigger a super amplification. The rewards and penalties would be multiplied by 10 times. Jiang Kai scratched his head, and with my double reward talent, the penalty could be amplified up to 10 times. This really seems unlucky. Then he suddenly realized and shouted, "If I die once, I will lose 30 times the experience and I might even drop back to level 1. Jiang Kai ran ahead quickly, speaking anxiously as he moved. "I can't go near crowds anymore, and I need to find a way to get those gray tears to remove this state." On the icy island, at the royal family's outpost, located in the same forest from earlier, there were many small tents and guards stationed. A man's angry voice echoed through the tent, causing the soldiers to panic. "What? Huang Wei was killed by someone else? How are you protecting him?" It was Huang Wei's father, Huang Tong, the commanding general of the icy island operation. He was furious. "I just shouted that the three of us Huang family would fight for the country, and now he's dead. Doesn't this make me a liar to the entire country?" Beside him stood his elder son, Huang Dat, vice commander of the icy island operation. He interlocked his fingers and slowly spoke. "Father, what should we do next?" Huang Tong slammed his fist on the table, causing it to crack instantly, speaking with anger. "Just continue fighting. We will directly take down the king-level boss. Once we kill the boss, we can use military achievements to pressure the army to stop protecting Jiang Kai," he shouted. "By then, I'll make Jiang Kai pay the most painful price." The others in the room laughed sinisterly, and the air was thick with malice. Half an hour later, somewhere on the icy island, Jiang Kai met with his team again. Ho Enhan asked curiously, "Jiang Kai, Captain, why do you have this new title?" Nathan shouted. "The bloodthirsty assassin," Jiang Kai whispered. "Keep your voice down, be careful, otherwise we'll be exposed." He grabbed Emily's hand, pulling her along. "I don't have time to explain what just happened. To put it simply, I've completely become an enemy of the royal family. We need to get out of here immediately." Emily was still stunned by the urgency, about to ask if coming here was, suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. It was the sound of a trumpet drawn out. Jiang Kai froze. "What's that sound?" The echo reverberated across the snowy hills, and Nathan said anxiously to Jiang Kai, "Is this a war trumpet? Why now?" Jiang Kai immediately guessed. Could it be that the royal family has already started the war? Emily turned pale. "Captain Jiang Kai, look over there." Jiang Kai followed her gaze, Emily's voice trembling. "Look at the ice lake." The surface of the lake had cracked, chunks of ice being thrown up. Emily shouted, "The ice guardians are breaking." The ice chunks surged violently as if something was trying to emerge from the lake. Then a clawed foot stepped onto the ice. More feet appeared, hundreds of merfolk rising from the frozen lake, leaving the three speechless. At that moment, another loud sound echoed. This time, a tremendous force rose from the bottom of the ice lake. Among the merfolk, a gigantic fisherman emerged, 100 times larger than the others, like an icy mountain rising. The colossal monster was a royal-level boss. Icewind Fisher Lord, rank unknown, remaining HP 100%. Emily stammered, "That's the boss." Jiang Kai frowned. "The pressure is immense." Nathan's voice trembled. "I'm scared." At that moment, a booming shout arose. It was William's voice. "Soldiers on the battlefield, the royal-level Icewind Fisher Lord has risen. Prepare for battle." He wore gleaming armor, riding a fierce beast, shouting loudly as he charged, his voice echoing through the mountains. "If you win this battle, you'll not only gain rich rewards, but also help Saintlight secure territorial resources and protect your families from the beasts to come." William raised his sword to the sky, imposing. "Therefore, whether for the present or future, we must do everything we can to win, even if it means facing death." Hearing this, the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly. Warriors, once the arrow leaves the bow, there's no turning back. So this royal-level boss battle officially begins. As he finished, the soldiers surged onto the ice lake, shouting, "Charge, kill, kill." Nathan hid behind an ice chunk, speaking to Jiang Kai. "Captain Jiang Kai, why haven't we moved?" Emily agreed. 200,000 on the battlefield. This is the royal-level boss fight. Jiang Kai stood, waving his hand. "No, not yet," he smirked. "As long as the war has begun, the royal family won't have time to worry about me. Let's stay and watch this royal-level boss fight. It's a rare chance." Ahead, soldiers swung weapons, charging at the merfolk. Elder Wen and Hao Tian led, shouting while running, "Kill it!" Another loud bang cracked the ice, sending countless people sprawling. A giant fish-like monster emerged, red-eyed, razor-toothed. It was a standard-level twin-finned fisher, level 25. Hao Tian panicked, face pale, but tried to reassure others. "Don't be afraid, isn't it just a rotten fish? We're more numerous, we can handle it." As he spoke, he was suddenly grabbed by a terrifying force. The twin fin seized him, lifting him toward its gaping jaws. Hao Tian screamed, struggling, "Help me!" The monster shoved him into its mouth, biting down as blood sprayed everywhere. Hao Tian shrieked, "It hurts, someone help me!" The cries abruptly stopped, leaving only the gruesome sound of chewing. The onlookers stepped back in horror. "What?" Merfolk eat humans, terrifying. Emily covered her mouth, realizing even a normal merfolk was so powerful against explorers. Nathan added, also, it feels like there are a lot of them. John Kai tensed, speaking gravely. I heard that as long as the boss isn't defeated in this royal-level boss fight, the merfolk army will keep appearing. He kept watching the battle closely. Therefore, the key wasn't the confrontation between 200,000 explorers and the merfolk army. John Kai stopped to observe, noticing someone dart across the ice. He continued, it's the extraordinary warriors. According to Bosker's observation, the two crossed the soldier formation, speeding away like arrows. As soon as they appeared, the soldiers cheered and chased after them. The leader was Tuan Kayat using fire powers. Attention! Our 8-member team has infiltrated the boss area. The rest of the team pushed forward, running while unleashing their powers. Bakyan also led his team straight toward the merman. All members were trying to adjust their condition to the best level. They held weapons in hand, all aiming at the merman ahead. We must do our best to deal maximum damage to the boss. Ho Enhan couldn't help but exclaim, so strong, is this the superhuman? Nguyen Ng letter 1EF opened his mouth, guessing that the Senza boss was about to be defeated. Only Jiang Kai kept his head down. He whispered worriedly, no, I feel something's off. Then Jiang Kai looked up, eyes wide open, activating his focused demon eyes. He looked toward the merman. It was still standing strong, its eyes sharp and full of killing intent. He continued, their skills seem very strong, but through my focused demon eyes, the merman is still grinning slyly. It seemed that even the boss's defensive layer hadn't been broken. The system displayed a red message, cannot penetrate the defense layer. Tuan Kayat couldn't believe his eyes. What? Even the boss's defense layer isn't. At that moment, something shot straight into the sky. The merman raised its hand and dealt a powerful blow down onto the superhuman standing below. The ground shook violently, ice shards flew, knocking away those who were standing firm. Some were thrown far, others took the direct hit and lost all their health. The group all fell heavily to the ground from midair. The merman looked at them, smiling satisfied before letting out an eerie growl. The soldiers behind and Jiang Kai's group screamed in panic. With just one move, the boss killed 8 superhumans. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, staring at the merman. One move to kill 8 people, and so effortlessly. Is this the power of a king-level boss? Suddenly, someone clenched their spear and rushed forward, leaving Jiang Kai stunned. Just now, 8 people had been wiped out completely. Now only one person remained and still dared to charge. Ho Enhan shouted, don't go. He confronted the merman directly, and the merman didn't give way. The merman threw a trident straight at him. A witness screamed, it's over, another one's dead. He suddenly stopped, swiping his axe across the icy surface before swinging it forward. The axe collided with the trident, creating a massive shockwave. The merman froze, shocked that its attack was blocked. The soldiers and Jiang Kai's group all gasped in disbelief. What? This person actually blocked the boss's attack. He gripped the axe tightly and sneered, that boss, my teammates only pretended to die just now. He looked up, eyes fierce, gritting his teeth. Do you really think we'll let you kill us all with one move? This was the superhuman T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF NG Fong, a spearman, the top powerhouse of the Xuanwu Guild. The merman retracted its trident, while T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF NG Fong calmly stepped forward. Today, I represent the fallen comrades. On T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF NG Fong, a notification appeared. The passive skill blessing of the dead activated. Each fallen superhuman around increased his strength by 25%. Without hesitation, T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF NG Fong leapt over the merman, sliding behind it before quietly shouting, got you. The merman couldn't react to T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF NG Fong's speed. He thrust his axe directly into the merman, a bolt of electricity sparking, breaking through the boss's shield. The wound on the merman began to bleed and it glared, clearly annoyed. Jiang Kai was both surprised and excited. Wow, can this person really break the boss's defense? Ngok Long, a soldier below, was moved. This great hero might just have a chance to defeat the boss. Hang Thong, watching from a distance, grinned in victory. Did you really think our Xuanwu Guild is weak? The superhumans who were killed were actually part of the plan from the beginning, to boost T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF, NG Fong's power. At this moment, T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF, NG Fong was brimming with vitality, his body radiating an enormous surge of power. Hang Thong's voice remained steady. Because T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF, NG Fong was already a powerhouse capable of taking on 10 at once. Moreover, after receiving the blessing of the dead, his power increased by 200%. T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF, NG Fong charged forward again, his eyes shining brightly. Now, T letter 1B0 letter 1EDF, NG Fong alone is on par with a team of 20 superhumans. T letter 1B0 letter 1EDF, NG Fong moved so fast that the merman couldn't keep up with his movements. Each step he took left a deep cut on her. Hong Thong closely monitored the situation, so as long as nothing unexpected happened, this battle would be no problem. The three of them, Jiang Kai, were intently watching the battle, unaware of a dark figure approaching from behind. Honan yelled, "Come on, we will definitely win." While they weren't paying attention, a figure appeared behind them. An elite-level merman monster, level 32, Hong Dat held an electronic board with a glaring red alert. Hong Dat shouted to Hong Thong, "This is bad, Dad. I just detected a large number of mermen heading towards the back of the ice island." Hong Thong was alarmed. "Do you mean a whole army of mermen from the sea has been called here?" Hong Dat quickly replied, "Yes, there might be hundreds coming, and they are all elite mermen level 30 or above." Hong Thong was at a loss, only managing to shout, "Over there, Chuang Fang is still fiercely fighting the mermen. This is bad. Now Chuang Fang can safely fight the boss because we have stabilized the battlefield." Hong Thong's voice was serious. "The battlefield is divided into 5 zones based on merman ranks: common, elite, warlord, commander, and boss. In each zone, I have deployed a large force to fight against the mermen, creating a balance on the battlefield," Hong Thong added with concern. "But if the rear is broken and the situation becomes chaotic, not only will Chuang Fang fail to defeat the boss, but 200,000 of us will die." Hong Thong trembled as he spoke. He imagined the scene of thousands of people crying and begging for help, but instead, 200,000 people will die here. Sweat beaded on Hong Thong's forehead. Hong Thong yelled at Hong Dat, "Chuang Fang needs at least 30 minutes to kill the boss. I don't know how much longer until these mermen reach the battlefield." Hong Dat hastily worked on the electronic board. "Let me check at most." The board displayed numerous warnings with red dots. "The electronic board reports a large number of mermen approaching, at most about 10 minutes. Hong Dat said in horror. On the other side, Jiang Kai's hunting orders shot up into the sky, aiming directly at a merman. Jiang Kai rushed over, landed on the ground, and raised his hand to activate the hunting order, causing it to flare up. Explorer Jiang Kai had killed an elite merman X1. Honan, scared, hid behind a rock. "Captain Jiang Kai, why are there so many mermen suddenly? We should leave here." Jiang Kai turned around, squinted his eyes. "Now, we should leave." He stood on the cliff, looking down at the frozen lake where the battlefield was at a fragile balance. Jiang Kai thought for a moment and coldly said, "If we don't stop these mermen, the battle could be a total failure." Jiang Kai furrowed his brow, his expression serious. "The royal family is my enemy. If I see them fail, I'll be very happy." He closed his eyes, still undecided. The words of the griffin rang in his mind. Everyone must take responsibility for the rise and fall of this world. Someone has to fight these monsters. Jiang Kai reflected and then raised his head high. Determined, he called his 2 teammates. "Honan, Nguyen, and Giletter 1EF, we won't leave just yet." Jiang Kai spoke as he walked. "Not only that, I need you guys to lure all the mermen around here towards me." Jiang Kai raised the hunting order, his eyes cold. "I will handle all these mermen myself." Honan and Nguyen and Giletter 1EF were surprised, thinking Jiang Kai was too brave. After about 10 minutes, the common merman had nearly wiped out the royal army. A merman knelt on the ground, holding his bleeding arm, trembling. "Captain, stop attacking. Many explorers at the rear have been caught by the mermen. We'll be surrounded if these mermen come here. It's best if we run quickly." Everyone around heard that and stopped to intervene. Each of them was injured. The soldiers began to panic, each worried that a month without pay would leave their families homeless. One armored man spoke sternly, urging everyone to move immediately or face danger. A soldier stepped forward, sword in hand, and shouted, "No need to run, everyone fall back." The captain replied anxiously, 10 minutes have passed since the merfolk were spotted. They'll appear on the battlefield any moment now." He continued scanning the mountains but saw no one. Someone in the group asked, "What does this mean? Why isn't a single merfolk in sight?" A voice speculated, "Could a superhuman have intervened?" The captain frowned and explained, "No, the royal army isn't stationed in this area." He suspected a group of powerful figures was assisting from behind. Elsewhere, Jiang Kai was being relentlessly pursued by elite merfolk. The creatures roared and lunged with gaping jaws. Jiang Kai didn't look back, smiling confidently. Jiang Kai landed lightly on the ice, swiftly turning to face the merfolk. His hand glowed red as he prepared for combat. He surged forward, obliterating the merfolk in front of him. Moving with lightning speed, he wiped out the group in an instant. Jiang Kai exhaled. "It's really slow having to kill them one by one." System notification. Explorer Jiang Kai has slain elite merfolk X2. Just then, Hu Ran shouted, Captain Jiang Kai, help. Nguyen and Gu ran up, calling out, Captain Jiang Kai, I need help too. Jiang Kai gripped his hand, smiling. Don't worry, I've got this. Both of you move aside quickly. Gu Ran worriedly asked, Captain Jiang Kai, can you really take out all those elites? You're exhausted after just two. Nguyen and Gu added, yes, just two and you're already struggling to breathe. Jiang Kai dashed past the charging merfolk, coldly replying, I may have only killed one or two so far, but you don't know that I prefer wiping out the whole group at once. Jiang Kai moved rapidly through the merfolk, flames erupting with every step. He said seriously, for me, fighting the entire group is far more exciting. A massive explosion shook the ground, sending rocks flying. System notification. Explorer Jiang Kai has annihilated elite merfolk X-257. Gu Ran and Nguyen and Gu erupted in joy, hugging each other. Captain Jiang Kai is incredible, just over 10 levels and already this powerful. Suddenly Huang Tong's team arrived, witnessing the pillar of fire. Everyone was stunned. Huang Wu panicked. Why is there an explosion in the rear? Huang Tong pointed at the map, suspicious. Impossible, my father's army just reported in, how could they arrive so quickly? Huang Tong frowned, deciding, ignore it. If the army has arrived, announce it to the battlefield. This will let Jiang Fang focus on the boss. Huang Tong smiled proudly. Jiang Fang is the ace we carefully selected. With his superhuman talent, he can reflect the boss's damage and lead us to victory. The rear team cheered. Yes, the boss has only 1/3 of its health left. We're about to win. Suddenly, under mounting pressure, the merfolk roared, smashing the ground and surprising Jiang Fang. Huang Wu shouted, be careful. When the boss loses 1/3 of its health, it enters an extreme attack phase. Huang Wu's voice echoed. During this phase, the boss's attack speed is unstoppable. Jiang Fang can only defend. Jiang Fang gritted his teeth against the onslaught, each hit drawing blood. Everyone watched anxiously, knowing he might not survive. System notification. Explorer Jiang Fang's life points at 5%. Jiang Fang roared, do you think such little damage can kill me? He took a deep breath, ready to counterattack. The merfolk's attacks continued, striking Jiang Fang's armor. System notification. Damage immunity. Simultaneously, a message from the merfolk. Damage reflected. Jiang Kai watched in awe. Jiang Fang's armor is incredible, immune and reflective at the same time. The royal team rejoiced. Now we have hope to kill the boss, Huang Tong proudly said. Jiang Fang is the one we chose. With his superhuman talent, he can reflect 50% of damage for 90 seconds. Huang Tong laughed triumphantly. The faster the boss attacks, the more its health will drop. The boss had lost only 30% of its health, and Huang Tong confidently said, as long as we maintain this, we'll win. The merfolk suddenly unleashed a powerful strike, piercing Jiang Fang's armor and sending him flying hundreds of meters. He crashed into the ground, forming a deep crater, gasping for breath. Huang Tong fell silent, watching Jiang Fang topple, saying, that must be the boss's armor-piercing skill. The Xunwu Guild panicked, shouting, we can't win anymore. If Jiang Fang falls, this battle is lost. A wave of despair swept the battlefield and everyone screamed, run, we can't win. Li Bio defended himself while blaming himself. I was wrong, I shouldn't have brought you here. Regret filled Li Bio. Jiang Kai wouldn't have led you into death, yet I brought you into this place. Known screamed for help. Captain Li Bill, is anyone there? Someone save our captain. She had never felt so powerless, with no spiritual energy left to heal. On the blood-soaked battlefield, even the boss could not be defeated. The army of sea demons kept surging forward. If no one intervened, everyone would die. The trident of the sea demon had pierced Li Biu's shield. They called for help. Was there really no one? Li Biu stared at the scene, the sea demon's red mouth gaping. He prayed in despair, would anyone save them? Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky, sharp flames tearing through the air like meteors. Li Biu's eyes widened in shock as the sea demon before him exploded into pieces in midair. Debris rained down, kicking up dust and stones. A deep voice rang out from behind, making all three look up. It was. Everyone was stunned. It was Jiang Kai. He glided past them, leaving his voice echoing in the wind. Master, known, long time no see. I'm going to fight the boss. You two take care of yourselves. Yuan Zhu trembled. What did Jiang Kai just say? He wants to fight the boss. Did I hear that right? Watching Jiang Kai, he gritted his teeth. How could he sense his exact location? Known nodded frantically. Me too. On the battlefield, clashing swords and screams echoed as the two armies fought fiercely. Suddenly, 200,000 soldiers of the Xunwu Guild all froze, murmuring, wait, why do I sense someone nearby? I feel it too. It was the effect of a bloodthirsty assassin, truly a bloodthirsty assassin. Hunan and Nguyen and Gu shouted, Captain Jiang Kai, what are you doing? Haven't you realized the situation? With that title, 200,000 eyes will be on you. Before the words finished, tens of thousands of eyes turned to Jiang Kai, charging forward. Bloodthirsty assassin, these eager fighters, damn it. Thinking they were about to die, they didn't expect to encounter a bloodthirsty assassin here. Killing him would yield huge experience. Before the sea demons could strike, they wanted to take him down first. Countless figures launched an attack on Jiang Kai. But as they closed in, Jiang Kai suddenly paused, eyes wide. A burst echoed in the middle of the hill. From afar, Yuanzhu's face turned pale. What? Jiang Kai's dead. No sob. Jiang Kai, a gust of wind swept by and Jiang Kai pressed his lips. It was just a move of mine. To block it, he wrapped his aura around himself and kept charging. Behind him, attackers were thrown back, clutching their chests, dying. How could his damage be so high? He's just a rookie barely over 10 levels. What is happening? Non and Yuanzhu, seeing Jiang Kai unharmed, shouted in excitement. Has he already handled them? He is really strong. Li Biu struggled to stand, staring at the scene. He was stunned. Is this really Jiang Kai? Surrounded by so many level 20s and still safe, impossible. Nearby, Huang De gasped. Father, I can feel it. Jiang Kai has killed Zio Wei and is heading toward the boss. Huang Tong couldn't believe it. Jiang Kai, why is he doing this? Can he really kill the boss? Focus was needed to minimize losses. Huang De reluctantly obeyed, but his heart burned like fire. But why did it feel wrong? Why did he vaguely think Jiang Kai could kill the boss? The thought drove Huang De to see Jiang Kai plunging into the battlefield, protecting himself while still participating in the fight. Helping the Huang family defeat the boss was something never done before. Wei Ying's words from long ago echoed. If Sheng Dao is in danger, I hope you can fight for him, if you still have strength. He smiled faintly. Who would let me be the commander of the guard? The nation is in crisis, needing territory for resources. I just happen to have some defensive ability. Yet his steps quickened, his figure becoming a gust of wind. He whispered, Intelligent Brain, I want to activate the one-time use skill from before. AI Brain appeared as Casino Pickpocket activated. Nearby explorers would steal 0.1% of total attributes and add them to you. After 30 minutes, stolen skills and attributes would be permanently deleted. Jiang Kai pondered this skill. It only stole 0.1% from each follower, but it was useful now. He reminded himself, I'm a bloodthirsty assassin now. Most people on the battlefield may notice me. Rumors spread. Is the bloodthirsty assassin here? I can sense it too. The system began stealing 0.1% of total attributes from followers. Jiang Kai thought each person only took a small part, but seeing people pointing at him, the bloodthirsty assassin was there. He could feel it. But with over 200,000 people here, a single flame would tear through the sky. Thoughts raced, though each only stole 0.1%. Combined, the total was massive. System notification. Explorer Jiang Kai, profession gambler, level 20, strength 30,000 plus, stamina 20,000 plus, agility 60,000 plus, spirit 40,000 plus, defense 3, critical rate 0.1%, critical damage 20,000%. Huang De stared and shouted, Damn it, Jiang Kai is running toward the boss. He can really steal the boss. Huang Tong frowned, pointing at the screen. Look, Father, Jiang Kai's total attributes have become terrifying. His total attributes even exceeded imagination. Huang Tong was horrified. Jiang Kai's location, Sea Demon General Area. A set of sharp teeth approached, the system flashing, Sharktooth Sea Demon General, level 51. It chased Jiang Kai, jaws wide, trying to tear him apart. Huang De was stunned. Jiang Kai didn't dodge, facing a Sea Demon General. Huang Tong thought, even if the attributes weren't real. But a bite from a sea demon was a skill level 60 explorers had to fear. The monster opened its mouth, ready to strike, and Huang Tong felt a chill, thinking it might end here. But Jiang Kai clenched his fist, roaring, Don't block my way. A punch struck the shark-toothed sea demon in the chest. Everyone was stunned. What? No weapons. He killed a sea demon general with his fist. Are these real attributes? He would. The shark-toothed sea demon collapsed, shocking the other sea demons on the battlefield. Could he really kill the boss? New system tracking. Jiang Kai's location, Sea Demon Commander Area. A Sea Demon Commander, level 74, spotted Jiang Kai. It pushed aside Xuanwu Guild members, opening its mouth to emit sonic waves at Jiang Kai. He suddenly felt his ears ringing, head pounding like an explosion. Huang De saw this, shivering in fear. The level chief merman's roar could only be resisted if the player possessed special skills or equipment. Relying solely on attributes would be ineffective. Hong Thong muttered, That kid really doesn't understand anything, just wants to steal the boss. The level chief merman immediately jumped down. The massive hand was about to slam down on Jiang Kai. Hong Thong coldly said, A madman speaking nonsense. From a distance, Nguyen and the pillar shouted in panic. Jiang Kai, Nguyen Ngu over here is still tipsy after a big beer. When Jiang Kai saw he was about to be bullied, his stomach churned with anger. Smoke billowed from his nose as he roared and charged forward. I, Nguyen Ngu, will never be weaker than anyone in my life. Nguyen Ngu yelled as he threw a punch. Hero, I'm no worse than my captain. Right? Don't just seduce my captain. Both Nguyen Ngu and the level chief merman were knocked back to opposite sides. He rebounded and roared, "Can't a man of noble character like me attract you? Let me give you a cross-species kiss." Nguyen Ngu embraced the level chief merman. "This time, no one will blow up my wife." He puckered his lips, face flushed, and kissed the monster's tooth-filled mouth, causing the level chief merman to freeze, fingers twitching uncontrollably. Immediately, the level chief merman went berserk and slapped Nguyen Ngu down to the ground. He stood up, grinning foolishly, his personality quite fierce, but he liked this personality of hers. The system announced that Nguyen Ngu had activated the drunken dream death state. This state significantly reduced incoming damage but left the person in an unalert state. Hong Thong and Hong Dat were horrified, realizing this was AI Chi's avatar and everyone deserved it. They had ignored the growl of the level chief merman and still managed to withstand the attack. How could there be someone who made the merman leader hate him so much? Jiang Kai was stunned when he saw Nguyen Ngu appear, wondering why he had followed them here. Hadn't he told both not to follow him anymore? At that moment, a sharp cry rang out in his ears. "Captain, do you think we would embarrass you?" Ho Enhan charged forward, raising her hands high to gather energy. "Watch me, undefeated mystic dance." She pushed Jiang Kai back. "Captain, hurry and lead." Nguyen Ngu couldn't hold out much longer. The distance between him and the level chief merman was too great. Meanwhile, Nguyen Ngu kept chasing the level chief merman. "Merman wife, I'm coming again," Jiang Kai thought to himself, both moved and helpless. All right, really have no way with the two of them. On the mountaintop, Ho Enhan launched her attack, and the people of the Xuan Wu Guild all stopped to look up. They were stunned when they saw this woman activate the mystic dance. What's this? Could all these mermaids be killed by the rain? Jiang Kai confidently commanded, "Then leave this place to those two." Ho Enhan scoffed, mocking, "Do these people not even know basic physics?" One person pointed up, panicked. "No, everyone look up there." Another person shouted, "It's not rain falling from the sky, it's a massive hailstorm." Along with the screams of the crowd, countless sharp hailstones fell. The chaotic shouts echoed across the battlefield. "What is this? It's not mystic dance, it's ice burst technique. But why can't we distinguish between enemies like this? Help." Ho Enhan laughed triumphantly, praising herself. By taking advantage of the extreme cold weather on this icy island, the rain summoning technique naturally turns into a huge iceberg. I didn't have any attack skills before, but now I can defeat 200,000 people at once. How wonderful, she shouted to Jiang Kai. "Jiang Kai, Captain, didn't you say? As long as my rain summoning technique can hinder the enemy's movement, they'll become your living targets. My ice burst has drawn the attention of the merfolk. They can't roar and attack anymore. You can easily kill the boss now." Jiang Kai scanned the entire battlefield of merfolk, all of them motionless. Ho Enhan continued, "Captain A, remember we are a team, you don't need to fight alone." Jiang Kai seemed enlightened, the current situation clear. The Xuan Wu Guild seized the opportunity to strike down the level chief merman and eventually killed a merman leader. Nguyen Ngu cried out in despair, "You killed my wife again." Jiang Kai laughed. "Right, why am I alone? Ho Enhan, Nguyen Ngu, I've underestimated both of you." Flames began to surge from his fingertips. Jiang Kai whispered, "With you two here, these brats." The flames shot out, turning the icy mountainside into a sea of fire. Jiang Kai shouted loudly, "I'll deal with them first." Hong Thong and Hong Dat were terrified. "What?" Jiang Kai killed all the level chief merfolk. Xuan Wu Guild was panicking. "It's taken us more than 10 teams to even withstand this much." Li Bio's team was excited. "What kind of monster is this with such power?" Jiang Kai was still speeding ahead like the wind. He thought to himself, his enhanced attributes now were terrifyingly strong. If this caused a fatal blow, even the King of Heaven couldn't stop it. His pace slowed, cold energy radiating from him, finally arriving before the enemy. From a distance, you looked very formidable, but up close you looked so weak. The system announced the merman had 35% health left. Hong Thong and Hong Dat were horrified, unable to believe the kid had reached the boss. The crowd was buzzing. Could he really? Ho Enhan shouted loudly. "Charge, Major," Jiang Kai replied. "All right, you channel the energy and shoot ahead." The merman opened its eyes, Li Bio anxiously shouted. The boss launched a high-speed, high-damage attack. Jiang Kai couldn't keep up. The merman attacked continuously, but his steps were incredibly light, skillfully dodging each sharp blow. Jiang Kai thought to himself. The boss's speed is fast, clearly, before he was so slow that even the royal ace could dodge. Why is he resisting so fiercely now? He leaped onto the merman's weapon. The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curled, staring directly into its eye. The Xuan Wu Guild seemed to see a ghost. Li Bio was stunned. Did I not see correctly? Not a single hit landed. This kid avoided every attack from the boss. Ho Enhan cheered. As expected of the captain, Hong Thong and Hong Dat were frozen in shock. He was quicker than the boss. Jiang Kai charged along the weapon's edge, his hands sprouting sharp spikes. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The merman's tail struck at him from behind. Jiang Kai leapt up and yelled, "Too slow." He spun around, using his speed to dodge the tail. Jiang Kai struck hard at its tail, creating a huge explosion in midair. When he landed, the system rang out, with the merman's health now at 25%. Xuan Wu Guild gasped. This, from 35% down to 25%. That bloodthirsty killer really reduced the boss's health by 10% with a single blow. Hong Thong and Hong Dat were stunned, thinking they'd have to fight for 10 minutes. Even Li Bio was startled. What kind of damage is this? A loud crash echoed as the merman slammed its weapon into the ground and stood up. Jiang Kai stood tall, staring directly at it. One man, one monster standing firm together. Hong Thong's team, Hai Hong, what? We thought we couldn't even stand face to face with the boss anymore. Li Bio was anxious. Yu En-han and Tang Fang were stunned by the boy, but he didn't use his full strength to face the boss. Over there, Jiang Kai mocked the merman. Finally, you know how to use those legs. The merman took a deep breath and roared, sending sonic waves toward him, shaking the entire icy mountain. Jiang Kai dodged to the side, sneering, I won't fall for it again. He thrust his weapon at him. The merman's weapon dropped to the ground and the earth and rocks were swept up. The Xuanwu Guild struggled to hold their ground, everyone panicking and launching strong attacks. He's definitely dead. Jiang Kai laughed. Dead? You? The merman was startled and turned around. The weapon in his hand had already broken. Jiang Kai roared, wrong target. The merman huffed angrily. Jiang Kai stepped out from the dust, coldly mocking, I see no weapon in your stance. Don't you know how to fight? Don't know how to fight? The entire battlefield was in chaos. Did he really destroy the boss's weapon? What kind of monster is he? Has anyone ever destroyed a boss's weapon on the Ghost Star? From Jiang Kai's hand, fiery blades shot out. Growing impatient, he said, all right, fighting you is a waste of time. I'll finish the merman quickly. Blazing flames shot toward the merman. The flames turned into powerful bombs, igniting violently as if they were about to tear the merman apart. He grunted, letting out a loud roar. The system notification showed, health remaining, 15%. Jiang Kai didn't let up and flames swept over the merman's other leg, causing another huge explosion. The merman's howl blended with the system notification, health remaining, 5%. Ashes flew through the air, surrounding Jiang Kai like a vengeful ghost. He growled, in your eyes, do I seem disrespectful? Why do you still show such disdain? A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. I've never liked that arrogant face of yours. Hundreds, thousands of sparks tore through the air. They slammed into each of the merman's legs. Huang Tong and Huang Do were speechless. The merman stood motionless, and Li Bio's team held their breath. The merman turned, smoke rising from his body. Yuo En-han smiled smugly, slumping down as a resounding explosion rang out. The merman collapsed onto the cold snow. Jiang Kai stood firmly, watching the merman's tragic form, half-cut and trembling on the ground. He was gasping, and the system announced, life value remaining, 0.1%. Huang Tong was shaken, and the battlefield fell into a stunned silence before erupting with commotion. Damn, did he really take down the boss, and without even getting hurt? Just then, footsteps approached, and a commanding voice said, Luo Zhen, speak. Huang Tong quickly requested help from their army. But when we arrive, we won't need to do anything anymore. It was the Supreme Commander of the Jiang Central District, Vice Commander of the Black God's Guard, and Luo Zhen, the extraordinary Vice Commander of the Jiang Central District. Luo Zhen was silent. Yes, I didn't expect the tide to turn thanks to this young man, whom the Special Commander highly respects. He looked at Jiang Kai standing amidst the flames, gently reminding everyone, the silver hailstorm has stopped. The boss should be dealt with now. Huang Tong snapped to his senses. There's no choice. The boss only has a sliver of health left. We cannot let Jiang Kai defeat it. He ordered, all members of the Xuanwu Guild must obey orders and immediately abandon the fight with the merman. At all costs, eliminate that bloodthirsty assassin. Huang Tong gritted his teeth and declared, whoever kills him will be rewarded 50 million Saint Glory coins. But if he steals the boss, don't expect any reward. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Xuanwu Guild exploded in an uproar. What? I don't care about the 50 million, but how will my family survive next month if I don't get paid? That's right, my child still needs treatment. One person shouted, forget the merman, hurry and kill that bloodthirsty assassin. Otherwise, we're all finished. Everyone came to their senses. Thousands of people rushed forward. Yes, go kill the bloodthirsty assassin. The sound of heavy footsteps shook the ground. Thousands of people ignored the merman and rushed forward recklessly. Charge, kill him! From the mountaintop, Jiang Kai saw countless people like black ants turning back with white dust flying everywhere. He frowned. The royal family should never be able to defeat the boss. Now that they see I can do it, they're using it to threaten everyone to kill me. It's disgusting. He glanced at Tang Fang, who was still conscious. Jiang Kai helped him up and asked softly, hey, Royal Ace, you're still alive, right? Tang Fang looked puzzled. Bloodthirsty assassin, do you trust me? You've hurt the boss, why not just kill it? Jiang Kai shrugged. I'm good at draining monsters' health, but who says I need to compete with you for the boss? If I steal the boss, the royal family won't lose much. But if they use the reward to threaten me, then 200,000 families will suffer. Jiang Kai helped Tang Fang toward the dying merman. You're very decisive, so you're representing the royal family, right? He pushed Tang Fang forward. Then please deliver the finishing blow now. Tang Fang was stunned. What, you? Jiang Kai stood tall on the mountaintop, gently urging, hurry up, if you don't strike they'll kill me, think of it as doing me a favor. Tang Fang stepped heavily toward the merman. All right, I understand. He shouted loudly, then thanks. At the same time he gathered strength and struck the merman. Its eyes opened, screaming in pain. The system frame popped up, showing life value remaining 0%. The merman's scream echoed, shaking the icy mountain. The system's notification sounded. The extraordinary Tang Fang from the Xuanwu Guild killed the boss. The merman king-level leader. The crowd was stunned. It wasn't the bloodthirsty assassin, it was the great Tang Fang who killed the boss. The merman's body shattered, turning to ash and flying with the wind. The sea merman army panicked and jumped into the water to escape. The members of the Xuanwu Guild cheered. The merman army has retreated. Everyone rejoiced in disgust. I never expected the great man on our side to kill the boss. Why didn't the bloodthirsty assassin steal the boss? Does this mean we'll get the reward? Wang Tong snapped out of his stupor. What happened? Did we win? The boss was killed by Tang Fang. Wang De came to his senses. Could it be that Jiang Kai allowed the kid to kill the boss? The image of Jiang Kai standing proudly on the mountaintop appeared in everyone's mind, and the whole battlefield erupted in cheer. It seems we've won. The bloodthirsty assassin is amazing, but letting the boss go, what great chivalry for the people. That's right, now anyone who dares to touch our benefactor will have me to answer to. Nguyen and Yuan Zhu admired. Wow, Jiang Kai's actions were so cool, noble, and handsome. Li Bio was full of admiration. Hearing it isn't the same as seeing. Today I officially admire Jiang Kai. He's the greatest hero of this battle. Yu Enhan smiled brightly. The bloodthirsty assassin is so good, generous. Now do you see the strength of our captain? Let's see who the captain chose. Suddenly, the Xuanwu Guild changed direction. Now that I think about it, the royal family's threats were disgusting. They wanted us to offer our lives, and in the end, the commanders failed and wanted us to pay the price. Shouting echoed around, challenging Hong Dat to come down and fight. They mocked him, saying that if he had money, he shouldn't be arrogant, and demanded that Hong Dat leave the Xuanwu Guild to face them alone. Hong Dat's expression darkened as he looked at his father. Get down here, you damn capitalist. You think you're so impressive just because you have money. If you're so bold, come down here and fight us solo. I want to leave the Xuanwu Guild. Right, I'll leave too. Hong Dat warned that 200,000 people leaving the guild and spreading negative comments would damage their family's reputation, and angrily vowed to remember Jiang Kai's name for future revenge, then suggested they leave. Father, this is bad. 200,000 people leaving the guild and the negative comments will make our family's influence plummet. Hong gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll remember Jiang Kai's name today. Let's go first. Next time, we must take revenge on Jiang Kai severely. After the victory, Chuang Fang bid farewell and introduced himself to Jiang Kai, also curious about his attribute. Jiang Kai explained that it was a one-time skill attribute. Hello, I'm Chuang Fang, I owe you a favor, he asked, but I want to know why your attribute. Jiang Kai shook his hand. I'm Jiang Kai. This attribute of mine was exchanged for a one-time skill. Chuang Fang was amazed by the power of the one-time skill, but Jiang Kai clarified that it wasn't strong and would disappear once used. As they talked, the ice on the ground began to crack. I didn't expect such a strong one-time skill, Jiang Kai replied honestly. Actually, it's not that strong. Once it's used up, it's gone. Chuang Fang asked, so what are you then? Jiang Kai explained that he was merely exploiting the bloodthirsty assassin's punishment mechanism, but suddenly, tentacles wrapped around him tightly and dragged him away, causing Chuang Fang to scream. He was locked in place, unable to move, only able to widen his eyes as his body was pulled into the cold darkness. I'm just exploiting the bloodthirsty assassin's punishment mechanism, Chuang Fang screamed. Jiang Kai. Ho En-han immediately ran over, surprised to see Jiang Kai in danger. Chuang Fang admitted his mistake. Ho En-han confirmed that Jiang Kai was their team leader. Jiang Kai. Ho En-han ran over immediately. Team leader Jiang Kai, what happened to our team leader? Chuang Fang collapsed. It's my fault. Ho En-han nodded. Chuang Fang trembled as he apologized and delivered the bad news about Jiang Kai's situation. Ho En-han worried about the possibility of death and revenge, explaining the skills of certain bosses after death. Yes, Chuang Fang trembled. Sorry, I have bad news. With this situation, it's highly likely that Jiang Kai has triggered the death-revenge mechanism of a boss. Ho En-han turned pale. Ho En-han described that when a boss dies, revenge by explorers is terrifying. They would suffer immense punishment, and dying is just the first step in revenge. If the target of revenge dies and returns to Earth, the painful memories would make them choose a cruel end. He explained, death revenge is a skill some bosses use after death, usually very terrifying. Explorers would face extreme punishment. Being tortured to death is only the first step of revenge. The scariest part is when the person who's been revenged, after dying and returning to Earth, can't endure the painful memories and chooses. Oenhan described the terrifying scene, making everyone understand the cruel end, and they worried about team leader Jiang Kai. The bright red flashed in his mind. At that moment, no words were needed. Everyone understood a cruel end. Oenhan shuddered, looking down into the abyss. Team leader Jiang Kai, will he end up like that? She sobbed, her reaction one of despair upon hearing the news. Jiang Kai groaned and opened his eyes, feeling like his body was about to be crushed. No, don't! A scream echoed from the mountain top. Jiang Kai groaned in agony. It hurts so much. Why does it feel like my body is about to be crushed? What's going on? He realized he was hanging upside down in midair with a giant fishman's mouth wide open beneath him. Tentacles pierced through his body and ears, causing excruciating pain. I didn't expect this, being hung upside down with the fishman's mouth wide open below, just waiting for me to fall. It's staring at me. The tentacles twist and crawl up through my body, even into my ear. The pain is so sharp. What is this? It's digging into my body. It hurts so much. The system warned that the one-time skill and attribute would soon disappear, with 20 seconds left, asking him to prepare. System update warning: your one-time skill and the attribute gained will soon disappear, 20 seconds remaining. Please prepare for the transition of skills and attributes. The countdown began, 2019-18. He realized, I get it now. He realized that the only reason he was still alive was because of the current attributes, and if they disappeared, he would die immediately. I'm being tortured by this monster. Right now, the many attributes I have are what's keeping me alive. If they disappear, I'll definitely die. The countdown continued. 17, 16, 15. If the attributes disappear, I'll die immediately. The phantom image of the fishman appeared, and the system's countdown kept ticking. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, facing the remaining phantom image. The phantom image of the fishman emitted a mournful cry, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. The system displayed the remaining phantom image of the fishman boss. The countdown, 14. A flash of light cut through the tentacles, and Jiang Kai's body fell, recovering to its original state due to the phasing out. The countdown continued. 12, 11, 10, 9. Jiang Kai was shocked. Did the body recover because the phasing out got rid of those things? The countdown sped up and the fishman screamed loudly. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, his body weakened, forcing him to go all out and use his mixed attributes to resist. The countdown continued. 7, 6. The fishman screamed, Die, I want you to die. The countdown neared its end. 5, 4, 3. Jiang Kai, no, my body is too weak to escape. Now I have no choice but to go all out. I have to use my mixed attributes. Jiang Kai fired his final barrage of flames. The fireball exploded, sweeping everything just as the timer hit 2. He yelled, I'll risk it. The flames gathered into a fiery vortex, shooting out, and the fireball exploded, shockwaves sweeping everything. Phantom image of the fishman dissipated, and Jiang Kai sighed in relief when AI Brain announced he had escaped the death revenge and discovered a secret treasure area that no one had reached before. The phantom image of the fishman slowly dissolved into mist. Jiang Kai sighed. Is it over? AI Brain. Congratulations, you've escaped the fishman boss's death revenge and discovered a secret treasure area that no one has ever visited. The electronic board lit up, welcoming Jiang Kai to the underground kingdom of the merfolk, with the entrance to a submerged palace before him, water covering everything. Jiang Kai realized this was the secret treasure of the fishman lord. The electronic board lit up, welcome to the underground kingdom of the merfolk. Jiang Kai blinked, the scenery changed. This is the secret treasure chamber of the frost fishman lord. AI Brain reminded him of the 10-minute countdown, urging him to collect the treasure and escape. Jiang Kai panicked, fearing he wouldn't escape in time. There's a 10-minute countdown until the hall is destroyed. Collect as much treasure as possible within 10 minutes and escape. He shouted, What? A countdown again? What will happen if I don't escape? AI Brain warned that if he didn't escape, he would die and the treasure would vanish. Only if he successfully escaped would he be able to keep the treasure. Jiang Kai took a deep breath, ready for action. If you don't escape, you will die and all the boss treasure you collected will disappear. Only by escaping successfully can you keep the treasure. Jiang Kai thought to himself, I don't care. Jiang Kai decided to risk it and began collecting treasure, opening the door in front of him as light poured in. Isn't it just to collect as much treasure as possible and escape? He thought, his eyes filled with determination. I have no choice but to risk it. Jiang Kai opened the door and light flooded in. The door revealed a massive treasure trove, with jewels and treasures piled high like mountains. The system announced the discovery of the merfolk's secret treasure, adding 60 attribute points. The door swung wide open, revealing a massive treasure trove. The system announced, Congratulations, you've discovered the merfolk's secret treasure X3. Drinking it will increase your total attributes by 60. Jiang Kai drank it in one go, and the system asked about attribute point distribution, to which he chose to add points to agility. Jiang Kai decided to drink it all in one go. There was no time to waste. The system asked, Would you like to distribute your attribute points? Jiang Kai, yes, all into agility. He discovered another treasure and the system flashed, announcing the discovery of a rare treasure. Jiang Kai was thrilled to see so many treasures and estimated that there were 7 minutes left to gather them all. Soon after, he discovered another rare treasure. The system flashed, Congratulations, you've discovered a rare treasure of the boss. Jiang Kai thought, this is great, there are so many treasures here. They look like at least level A. I estimate there's still 7 minutes left. If I'm quick, I should be able to grab everything. The system reminded him that the treasure would only last 90 seconds, and Jiang Kai shouted in anger when he realized the time limit, the countdown beginning. The merfolk treasure in the underground kingdom lasts only 90 seconds, collect it as soon as possible. Jiang Kai shouted, the merfolk treasure has a separate time limit. The countdown started. 90, 89, 88, 87. Jiang Kai rushed quickly, and after 90 seconds exhausted, he lay panting on the piles of gold and silver. The system announced the discovery of a tear of repentance that could remove the bloodthirsty assassin's state. Quick, faster! After 90 seconds, Jiang Kai collapsed, lying on the piles of treasure, gasping for breath. The system, congratulations, you've discovered a tear of repentance. Using 10 tears can remove the bloodthirsty assassin's state. May I ask it? Before the system could finish speaking, Jiang Kai happily used the tear, jumping around the room, collecting treasure while removing the bloodthirsty assassin's state. Didn't even let the system finish. Jiang Kai jumped up. Tears of repentance. It's really worth it to go after this. Use them all on me. He happily jumped around. Not only did I find so many treasures, but I also removed the bloodthirsty assassin's state. His eyes spotted something deep inside a wall compartment, and the system's display lit up, announcing the discovery of a special career change recipe. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of something. He curiously looked. His gaze stopped at an object deep inside a wall compartment. The system flashed. Congratulations, you've discovered a special career change recipe. He read the information that using this recipe would complete a special career change at level 20, needing a profession change before leveling up. He was surprised and wondered if this was how he would complete his special career change at level 20. Using this recipe, you can complete the special career change at level 20. After an explorer reaches level 20, they must change their profession before being able to level up. Jiang Kai was surprised. Could this be the way to complete the career change at level 20? On the mountain, today marked the second day since the battle ended. Beside Jiang Kai's portrait, the sound of flowing water echoed in the wind. The captain hadn't appeared for a long time. Could he really be gone, as Chu Feng said? Yu Nian and Nuyen Yu were sobbing continuously, fearing that he would not escape a self-destructive fate. Indeed, the captain had died a tragic death. Suddenly, they saw a hand reaching out from the cliff. Nuyen Yu was still sniffing, while Hu Nian was ready with a stone. Nuyen Yu, be careful, it seems there's a merman trying to climb up. Nuyen Yu immediately rushed up, and along with Hu Nian, they threw stones down relentlessly. We will never allow any merman to ruin the captain's funeral. That's right, I'll stay here to guard the captain's grave. A stone hit someone's head, and a scream echoed from the bottom of the ravine. You crazy idiots, I just barely climbed out of that cave. Hearing the familiar voice, Nuyen Yu and Hu Nian froze for a few seconds. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? But they continued shouting and throwing. The damn fish down there, I'll do this for the captain. The three of them burst out laughing joyfully, their voices echoing across the mountain. Jiang Kai chased after them, laughing and feeling emotional. It had been so long since they had met, just one day apart, and it felt so special. Yu Nian and Nuyen Yu also scampered away, their laughter blending with the cold wind, making the icy space feel warmer. From a distance, it looked like a group of friends having fun, but in reality, Jiang Kai was serious, chasing them. Two traitors, you just want to kill the captain, don't you? Do you know how hard it was for me to climb up, and you dare to hit me? Just minutes later, the icy mountain echoed with tragic cries. Oh, sob, we didn't mean to. On Earth, in Jiangzhang City, at number 18, the entrance base of the Devil Crystal, a voice rang out. So, have you found Jiang Kai's position offline yet? Black God pondered, not yet, but the reason for Jiang Kai's attribute increase has been found. He used a one-time skill that cannot be reused. Wei Ying nodded. That makes sense. If a level 20 child can easily create thousands of attributes, then we, as transcendent beings, should stop practicing. Luo Jun interjected. But usually those who face a revenge boss are already dead and offline. Could it be that Jiang Kai is still being tortured? Black God frowned. Can he really be tortured for so long? I think that kid is definitely done for. Wei Ying waved his hand. No, don't use ordinary thinking to judge Jiang Kai. You're mistaken. You all missed one possibility. Jiang Kai not only survived the revenge of the boss, but may have also found the boss's secret treasure. Black God immediately rejected this. No, that can't be. After 50 years since the Devil Crystal appeared, only a few people survived and obtained the treasure, and they were all top transcendent beings. Luo Jun agreed. That's right, Jiang Kai has only been in the Devil Crystal for about a month. I don't think he had the chance to survive the boss's revenge. Only Wei Ying thought differently, leaning back. Is that so? But my intuition tells me he might have. At that moment, the door swung open. Lam Lam rushed in. Commander Wei, someone is listing goods on the marketplace. The three of them turned around. Before they could understand what was going on, Luo Jun and Black God's faces grew serious. Who is it? Does opening a private sales space need to be reported? Lam Lam shouted, it's Jiang Kai. He's not only alive, but he also opened a private sales space in the female Devil Crystal, with goods worth over 400 million Saint Wine. Luo Jun and Black God's expressions changed. A few minutes later, the group rushed to check out Jiang Kai's booth. Luo Jun and Black God gawked. I see, the records show that he just sold 1.8 kg of green ore in a few seconds. Its value is 18 million Saint wine, the two of them gave. There was also a special black and white iron crystal that was just sold for 3 kg, fetching 63 million. Along with strengthened iron stones, mystic iron crystals, black mystic iron crystals, and black wine enhancement stone. Another yellow stone, the total value of these items was over 100 million. Luo Jun and Black God stood there, mouths agape. Is this really possible? Did he really sell 400 million? Selling so many good items at once can only mean. Wei Ying laughed proudly. I told you Jiang Kai could find the boss's secret treasure. This guy really didn't disappoint me. Lam Lam was still catching his breath, but Commander Wei, the royal family suddenly came to see you. They seemed to want to discuss something. Wei Ying frowned. The royal family. A few hours later at the Devil Crystal Holy Brilliant City Trading Post, Jiang Kai sighed. There was just too much stuff. He had to open a private sale to sell it all. He frowned, feeling he had been deducted a lot of money, feeling quite cheated. Yu Nian patted his shoulder in consolation. No loss, who else has such a large haul that can only be sold this way? Nguyen Yu laughed along. Was this the worry from happiness? Jiang Kai suddenly remembered, right, I left a lot of good stuff for you two before. Now let's share the boss's loot. Yu Nian and Nguyen Yu's eyes lit up. Captain, are you serious? Jiang Kai pulled out a treasure. Yu Nian, this Mystic Ice Jade Stone is for you. System note, Mystic Ice Jade Stone B-grade equipment allows the use of skills with freezing effect. The freezing effect can reduce the agility of opponents if they continue to be affected, while also causing freezing damage. Jiang Kai happily said, this gem has a freezing effect. Combined with the rain-making technique, you can create a snowstorm. Another treasure was handed over. Nguyen Yu, this shield is for you. The Bone Frost Tower Shield, A-grade equipment, 38 defense, 19 strength, 16 constitution, 4 agility. Using the Frost Tower Shield to strike an opponent can cause them to be frozen for 1-2 seconds. But if the level difference between you and the opponent is too great, the freezing chance decreases. Jiang Kai smirked. This can temporarily freeze the opponent when the shield touches them. It's a shield that can counter. Then he pulled out an ancient book, Ben Zhen, and handed it to the two. Apart from the equipment, I also have some permanent items for skill upgrades. There are 2 ways to upgrade a skill for each profession. One is a special skill book corresponding to that skill. This type of skill book is usually only obtained through monster treasure chests or special missions. The other is a universal upgrade item that I got from the Devil Crystal Treasure of the Merman Lord. This item can improve any skill level, the Eternal Paper. Jiang Kai emphasized, the Eternal Paper is a necessary treasure, valuable but not available on the market or trading posts. Once it's listed, it will sell out. The price of 100 could go up to 500,000 Saint wine. The number of Eternal Papers required for upgrades varies depending on the strength of the skill. For example, higher-level combat-related skills require more Eternal Paper to upgrade. You two can take the Eternal Paper for now. Saying that, he generously handed it to Hu Nian and Nguyen Yu. Finally, Jiang Kai waved his hand. Yu Yan's eyes welled up with tears. You've really helped us a lot. We will pray for you every day asking for blessings. Nguyen Yu hesitated and spoke, that's right, even if you die, your soul will ascend to heaven. Jiang Kai panicked and shouted, let go of me, both of you. In the middle of the street, this is really embarrassing. A laugh rang out, Jiang Kai, you actually feel shame? Huang De strode forward. A crowd was watching Jiang Kai and his group. It's a disgrace. No wonder you people are all so cowardly. Jiang Kai looked up. Huang De, even Hu Yan is surprised, so this is Huang De. Huang De raised his chin and continued, Jiang Kai, I warn you, don't get too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have the army's protection, you can oppose the Huang family. I'm here to tell you, he looked at Jiang Kai with arrogance. Next, I will kill you brutally in the guild challenge competition. I'll show the army that you are useless and unworthy of protection. With that, he walked past the three, leaving the cold sound of shoes on the ground. When the army abandons you, be ready to die. Jiang Kai frowned and looked on. Guild challenge, what's that? What is Huang De talking about? Yu Yan explained softly. Captain Jiang Kai, don't you know? The Guild Challenge is a competition organized by the army to filter out strong guilds. The Guild Challenge requires a minimum level of 21, divided into 4 tiers, from level 21 to level 100, with the top 3 teams in each tier determined. Each guild will send at least one 5-person team to compete. They'll compete with other teams of the same level, and the top 3 teams from each level will be selected. The army offers generous rewards to the top 3 teams in each tier, which is why there are always many guilds participating, and also many strong guilds. Jiang Kai asked confusedly, but I'm not participating in the competition, why is Huang De saying all this? He waved his hand, forget it. This time we've made a great profit. I'll go offline for a while to visit my family. Yu Yan and Nguyen Yu agreed. All right, at Shengyao country, Zhangzhengcheng, a gentle voice rang out. Zhang Kai, why did you buy so many supplements? How much money did this cost? Zhang Kai smiled and reassured, brother, didn't you just have surgery? I was worried you wouldn't be able to keep up with the nutrition, so I bought so many. His elder brother hesitated, but you bought too much, look, all these goods are being delivered. Zhang Kai bit his lip. Too much, it's like rice, isn't it? His elder brother sighed. Zhang Kai, you've already put me in the most expensive hospital, why do you keep spending like this? I'll leave the hospital soon and work to ease the financial burden on you. Zhang Kai stood nearby and softly replied. No need, brother, I remember your dream was to become a superhuman and fight the beast gods for humanity, right? So after you leave the hospital, you should become an explorer. His elder brother was taken aback by this statement. He lowered his head sadly. How can I become an explorer with a body like this? Besides, going to the demon spirit realm is very expensive. You can go alone. Zhang Kai tapped lightly on the system screen. His balance now was 419,623,047.16. Zhang Kai smiled proudly. Brother, I've told you, you don't need to worry about money anymore. From now on, you won't have to work anymore. His elder brother panicked. Zhang Kai, where did you get so much money? This is hundreds of millions. Zhang Kai shook his hand. Brother, this is all the money I've earned legally in the demon spirit realm. I've worked hard over the years. Now I have the ability so you can live the life you've always wanted. I still remember that despite your mortal body, you could still save us on the battlefield against the beast gods. What if you become a superhuman from now on? He looked into his brother's eyes, speaking firmly. I think we can save even more people, brother. His elder brother was silent for a long time, then softly said, do you think someone like me can become a superhuman? With my current body, I mean. Zhang Kai broke an apple in half and handed him one. Brother, you can definitely do it. Leaving the hospital, Zhang Kai sighed contentedly. Finally, my big brother can reclaim his dream. We should celebrate after bringing him back from school. A loud screech of brakes rang out and Zhang Kai quickly turned around. Luo Zhen shouted, Zhang Kai, come over here, come with us. Zhang Kai walked to the car door and looked inside. Luo Zhen, did you come looking for me? I'm not free, I have to pick up my sister from school. Luo Zhen and Hai Shen spoke seriously. Zhang Kai, I came to find you because your sister Zhang Zai had a car accident. The accident was catastrophic, smoke billowing on the road. Zhang Kai panicked and shouted, Zhang Zai. He hurriedly ran across the road, calling his sister's name. Zhang Zai. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Brother, Zhang Kai stopped and Zhang Zai was standing at the roadside, waving happily. I'm here, big brother. He rushed over and hugged her tightly, asking loudly, Zhang Zai, are you okay? What happened? She reassured him, I'm fine, it's just that my shuttle had a problem. Zhang Kai furrowed his brows. A problem? Zhang Zai pointed to the person behind her. But fortunately he saved me, he even said he knew you. Zhuang Feng raised his hand in greeting. Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was stunned. You're Zhuang Feng, the superhuman from the Huang family, why are you here? Luo Zhen stepped forward with a serious expression. Zhang Kai, let me make this clear, your sister's accident was not an accident at all. Hai Shen continued. It was orchestrated by someone from the Huang family in secret. Both looked at Zhang Kai seriously. Zhang Kai, you've humiliated the Huang family many times. Their hatred for you is growing. They used their credit for defeating the boss on Vindong Island to force the army to withdraw protection from you. They said that if the Huang family wins this competition, the army will agree to their demands. Commander Wei hopes that Zhang Kai will comply, otherwise, he has no reason to protect you anymore. Both sides reluctantly reached a compromise. This is the most we can do for you in the current situation. Today's incident is the Huang family putting pressure on you. If you don't participate in the competition, your family will suffer the consequences. Every word felt like draining Zhang Kai's blood. Luo Zhen gritted his teeth. Sorry, Zhang Kai, the Huang family is too powerful. With their credit from Vindong Island, it has shaken some people in higher positions. That's why our army can't act directly. Hai Shen added, now you have two choices. 1. Agree to the Huang family's terms, or 2. Join the army and receive official protection. Zhang Zai's eyes widened. The army can really protect us. Luo Zhen nodded. Zhang Kai, your current profession still holds value. As long as you join the army, Commander Wei will find a way to protect you and your family. Zhang Kai was deep in thought, then turned back and said, then I'll join the army. I can't let my family suffer anymore. He muttered, why did I even join the army? A blood-soaked scene flashed through his mind. Yi Hao and his elder brother killed, and he tied to the ground, screaming until he could no longer. Elder brother, Yi Hao, no, this can't be. Cold boots pressed on his head and a cold voice rang out. Zhang Kai, did you think joining the army before would keep you safe? You are nothing but a worthless, useless object. Zhang Kai clenched his fists. Thoughts swirled relentlessly in his head. No, if he relied on the army like a drunkard or someone obsessed with superstition, when troubles arose, they would abandon him, leaving his family even more oppressed by the royal family. He thought carefully. Relying on the army's protection would make him dependent, and the royal family would seize the chance to put him in an even worse situation. He thought about the royal family's wealth and power, their assets and resources. He couldn't compete with them now, but he had talent, double the potential, and the system had mentioned the rewards he would receive. Everything would trigger a double effect, potentially increasing rewards tenfold, like an extremely rare item. This made his attribute points nearly double those of others at the same level. So in battles against peers, the total attribute points and critical damage could give him the advantage. Even facing stronger opponents, with the right strategy, he could defeat them. And since this rare item was a new profession, the royal family had no knowledge of his true power. All of this was his special advantage. All right, instead of waiting for protection and a slow death, he might as well take a risk. Jiang Kai suddenly became alert, thinking of a way to use this chance for the army to witness. He wanted to make his bet with the royal family public so everyone would know. As long as he won, the army would take notice and continue to protect him. Once known, if the royal family wanted to touch him, they would have to consider pressure from both the army and public opinion. Lu Cheng thought he had convinced Jiang Kai, patted his shoulder, and said, "All right, if you have no objections, I'll help prepare your army enrollment papers." Jiang Kai quietly called out elder brother Lu Cheng. He looked up and said, "The trial match must be a 5-person team, but we only have 3. Can I borrow Zhu Zai and known from the army?" Lu Cheng was surprised. "Jiang Kai, what are you saying?" Jiang Kai replied firmly, "I've decided I'll participate in the match." Lu Cheng panicked. "Jiang Kai, don't be impulsive. You have to understand that once you enter, you'll face a powerful royal family." Jiang Kai just smiled. "Elder brother Lu Cheng, don't worry, I am fully aware. I appreciate all you've arranged for me, but everyone has their own path. The path I choose is to seize my own destiny." He opened his hand, then closed it again, eyes filled with determination. To defeat the royal family in the guild trial match. Lu Cheng continued to advise, "Jiang Kai, you're too agitated, I think you should still." Suddenly a clap interrupted Lu Cheng. "Good, you have courage, I support you, I'm starting to like you." Lu Cheng turned, embarrassed. "Black God." Black God stepped forward. "My name is Black God. If you succeed, even the royal family won't dare touch you." Chu Fang added, "Jiang Kai, I admire your bravery." Chu Fang continued, "I owe you a favor. From now on, I will protect you from the royal family. If they attack your family, just let me know." Yihao beside him enthusiastically said, "Yeah, I support you too." Lu Cheng held his head helplessly. "Aren't you guys grown up? Why are you causing trouble with Jiang Kai?" Black God and Chu Fang looked at each other and said in unison, "Because that's who we are." Lu Cheng sighed, "All right, I can't stop you, but I will help Jiang Kai anyway. The commander has also asked me to help Jiang Kai more. From now on, I will ensure your family's safety. And you, Jiang Kai, just focus on preparing for the challenge." Jiang Kai was excited. "Really?" He clasped his hands and said loudly, "Lu Cheng, Chu Fang, Black God, Elder Brothers, and the commander too, thank you for your concern." Jiang Kai continued, "If anyone ever needs help in the future, I will certainly do my best to assist." A moment later, Yihao's gentle voice rang out, "Brother, are you sure you want to see the house tonight?" Jiang Kai held her hand. "The royal family has revealed themselves. You and elder brother can't live in the slums anymore." They stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. Yihao was embarrassed. "Brother, are we in the wrong place? These villas are worth hundreds of millions, we can't afford them." Jiang Kai calmly swiped his card. "How could we be in the wrong place?" The doors slowly opened. Jiang Kai said softly, "This will be our new home." The building appeared before them, exquisite and serene. Yihao's eyes widened. "This is our new home." She ran around, unable to contain her excitement. "Brother, the pool is amazing." She continued, "The living room is huge, almost bigger than our old house. Is this a restaurant? We could serve so many dishes." "Brother, look, elder brother is weak. He can train here too." While speaking, she suddenly fell silent, trembling. "Brother, this is..." She screamed, "My room." Jiang Kai smiled gently. "Of course, Yihao, do you like this new house?" Tears welled up in her eyes, choking. "I love it, brother. I'm not dreaming, right? It's so beautiful. Is this really our new home?" Jiang Kai affectionately patted her head. "Yes, Yihao, it's real. But this is just the beginning. From now on, with me here, you and elder brother won't have to worry about life anymore. The 3 of us will live a better life." She obediently smiled brightly. "Yes, sir." The next morning, Non asked, "Do you think we performed so poorly that the army abandoned us?" Yuan Zhu cried. "Captain Li Bill said the new captain would temporarily take care of us and have us wait here. But why so suddenly?" Non sniffled. "I also thought that might happen." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Yuan Zhu, Non, I'm here to pick you up. Why do you both look so gloomy?" Yuan Zhu and Non shouted together. "Jiang Kai, are you really our new captain?" Jiang Kai appeared with authority. "Yes, that's me." Yuan Zhu moved, patted Jiang Kai's shoulder. "Jiang Kai, what's going on?" Non also asked. "Yeah, are you ready to join the army?" Jiang Kai shook his head. No, I'm not joining the army. I'm just borrowing you two from the army to cooperate in the guild challenge for a month. He explained the pressure from the royal family and what had happened to his family. He added, the royal family has used military achievements from the Frost Island to pressure the army. They always wanted to oppose me, even threatening Yi Hao's safety to force me to help. The commander had made a deal with the royal family through a guild challenge. If I won, they would stop interfering. Finally, Jiang Kai looked at them with determined eyes, flames burning in his gaze. This time he had to win and completely stop the royal family's people. Master Known, will you help me? Both answered in unison. Of course, that bastard from the royal family dares to touch you. We've seen you grow up, we could never allow that. It was truly a vile act. But then Yuanzhu hesitated, his face anxious. But Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to cooperate with us? Jiang Kai was surprised by the question. What did you say? Yuanzhu wiped cold sweat and continued. The army has a very sophisticated evaluation system for new members. They undergo an initial ranking process and are classified from weak to strong based on battle performance, from E rank to SSS rank. Then, within 2 months, the army reevaluates all personnel. If a new member remains at E rank for 6 consecutive months, they are removed from the ranking. Known is at C rank, but I fear I might end up at the worst E rank. Yuanzhu and Known looked at each other, worried. Jiang Kai firmly said, it's fine, we'll be teammates for a month. After the guild challenge ends, you two will return. Then during the reevaluation, I will make sure you both reach at least a rank. They were still worried. Jiang Kai, are you sure? We're both just out of the beginner area. Can you really lead us? Normally, a captain must be at least level 15. A voice rang out. Level 15? Who ran? Continued. Jiang Kai, your team already reached level 20 long ago. He's thinking ahead, Yi Yu nodded from the side. Correct. Jiang Kai turned around. Right, I haven't introduced our new teammates yet. He pointed to Hu Ran. This is Hu Ran, Profession Life Scholar. She waved cheerfully. Hello, I'm Hu Ran. I've heard about both of you from Jiang Kai's team. He gestured to the person next to her. This is Yi Yu, Profession Ghost Warrior. Yi Yu politely placed a hand on his chest. Hello, I'm Yi Yu. Known and Yuanzhu greeted. Hello. The four looked at each other, shaking hands warmly. Suddenly, Yuanzhu and Known grew anxious. Wait, we're only level 9. Jiang Kai, you're already level 20. Jiang Kai replied casually. It's nothing. Next, my goal is to help you reach level 20 before the challenge starts. This will make dealing with the royal family much easier. Yuanzhu pointed at himself. Level 20 us? I didn't hear wrong, right? Known admired him. Jiang Kai, if you can lead us to that, you're truly a leveling god. Hu Ran cheerfully put an arm around her and winked. Others may doubt, but I believe in Jiang Kai's team. Known was thrilled. So if we've formed a team, do we need to come up with a name? Jiang Kai nodded. Known has a point. Any ideas? You suggested. Let's call it Fire God Squad, implying the 5 of us unleash full power and talent. Everyone agreed. All right. Jiang Kai encouraged, recharge for today and tomorrow. Our Fire God Squad will advance straight into monster territory early the day after. Under the green canopy, the spiritual chi of all 5 surged. They shouted in unison. Understood. After a long day, everyone waved goodbye. Jiang Kai, see you another day, we're leaving first. Jiang Kai watched their backs, filled with unwavering confidence in their success. The next day, Fire God Squad entered the beginner trial zone, deep within. Jiang Kai patted Yuanzhu's shoulder, concerned. In a few hours, we'll reach the final point. Bandaio City, once you respond to the demon spirit again, you'll quickly experience the real thing. Excited, he frowned. Excitement is gone now. I just think I might never activate the warrior heart talent, my warrior's heart. Jiang Kai asked, why have you performed so well these past days? In battle, you always protect me and Known. Yuanzhu clenched his hand. Even when I try my best to protect everyone, deep down I still feel fear. I just suppress it out of worry for everyone's safety. He opened his hand. But to truly activate the warrior heart, I must be fearless. Think of yourself as an invincible warrior. Then he clenched his hand again. But I can't do it, Jiang Kai thought. From what I know, your warrior heart talent can provide full attribute rewards when changing profession or leveling up. Player Yuanzhu, Profession Martial Artist, Level 1, Strength 8, Constitution 8. Moreover, the warrior heart can grant additional effects like knockback, armor penetration, shock, and sword chi suppression in battle. Truly a top-tier talent. The effects depend on your courage and confidence. Your current confidence and courage are low, so the attacks can only produce minor knockback when hitting the ground. The next training goal is to help you awaken courage and activate the talent. He reminded himself. I must also seize this chance to increase my own strength. Previously, he had given Hu Ran and Yi Yu a total of 55 eternal sheets. The remaining 50 sheets can be used to upgrade Ghost Hand Throw and Demon Eye Focus. He called softly, AI Brain, upgrade Ghost Hand Throw and Demon Eye Focus. She acknowledged, understood. AI Brain announced, Ghost Hand Throw Level 2 has reached max level. When throwing items, armor penetration is 30%. Using card-type items except item cards, penetration increases 250%, but stamina and mental cost increase 110%. Jiang Kai rejoiced, great. After upgrading Ghost Hand Throw, armor penetration with items increased by 10%. Using cards, penetration rises 50%, though cost also rises 10%, still acceptable. AI Brain added, a gambler is obsessed with gambling. After long training, his hands become more agile. Congratulations, you've unlocked the additional state of Ghost Hand Throw, Gambler's Time. Display read, during Gambler's Time, action speed increases 100%. Duration 10 seconds, cannot benefit from external delay effects. Stamina and mental consumption increase 220%. Cooldown is 60 minutes. This time, Jiang Kai laughed joyfully. Speed doubled, isn't this like attacking twice as fast? AI Brain continued. Demon Eye Focus Level 2 has reached max level. Visual range and eye tracking increase 60%. When used, mental cost increases 120%. Jiang Kai read carefully. Demon Eye Focus is upgraded too. Indeed, visual range and tracking have improved. Mental consumption also rises. He asked softly. AI Brain, does Demon Eye Focus also have an additional unlocked state? She answered. In gambling, a gambler needs not only dexterous hands but also the ability to confuse opponents so they can't read the cards by your eye. The electronic board flickered, indicating a state of cheating that affected the opponent's ability to judge based on eye contact, determined by the mental strength between both sides. If the opponent's spirit was superior, the effect would be nearly nullified. Though it could never be a negative value, the duration was 10 seconds. The mental consumption increased by 240%, and the cooldown time was 60 minutes. She explained that no matter how strong the opponent's spirit was, you could still affect them. It was just that when the opponent's spirit was high, the level of influence decreased, sometimes to the point where it could be ignored. However, no matter how far apart they were, the effect would not reverse, which satisfied Jiang Kai, even though this effect diminished when fighting above level. Nevertheless, this was still quite good. Jiang Kai was eager to test the two newly unlocked abilities. 2 days later, the Fire God Squad moved towards the mighty river where the waters rushed fiercely through the vast green forest. The team announced, "We've arrived. This is the boundary between the Kingdom of Gu and the Taping Mountain Dao." This was also the territory of the High Long Heavy Armor. The 5 of them stood atop a mountain, gazing down at the entire area within sight. Yuan Zhu asked, Jiang Kai, are there many High Long Heavy Armors in this territory? I remember the High Long Heavy Armor is a monster above level 25, right? Hu Enhan responded, not many, but quite a few. The High Long Heavy Armors live in groups and there are no less than 100 of them in this territory. She glanced at Yuan Zhu, and if I remember correctly, I've heard there's also a Battle General level High Long Heavy Armor above level 50 here, he said. Yuan Zhu worriedly added, Battle General level monsters are rare. Typically, for every 20 monsters, only 1-2 elites appear. The chance of encountering a Battle General level monster among 100 monsters is slim, but we are mostly a team under level 20. Do we have to directly face Battle General level monsters? Nguyen hesitated. Jiang Kai, back on the Vindong Island, you were able to defeat the Merman Lord on your own. I believe in your abilities, but this time you're leading us. And under the observation of Battle General level High Long Heavy Armors, there are at least level 25 High Longs and level 35 High Long Elites. Isn't this a bit dangerous? The gap between us and you is too big. Jiang Kai calmly explained, aside from upgrading experience, the important thing is training the team's coordination. Killing isn't difficult. For the whole team, only danger stimulates everyone's potential. Real combat helps progress quickly. Also, class-shifting materials often appear in monster pits of Battle General level monsters. The white or purple Yang treasure of Battle General level High Long Heavy Armors can provide level 20 class-shifting materials for doctors, such as the Binding Water of Kai or the Brain Matter of the Undying Ghosts. The Black Yang treasure of High Long Heavy Armors can provide level 20 class-shifting materials for martial artists. Everyone exclaimed in unison, Battle General level, class-shifting materials level 20, Hu Enhan said to team leader Jiang Kai. Seeing this, is it really not that impressive? He turned around, keeping the secret for now. Not that impressive, I could still say it that way. The Fire God Squad was extremely excited, raising their voices. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The whole team quickly ventured deeper into the forest. Jiang Kai lightly reminded, these traces resemble the activities of High Long Heavy Armors. Be careful, everyone. Everyone responded, got it. Yuan Zhu leaned over to ask Nguyen and Gu, I heard that you, even the Spirit Queen of the level of elite, aren't afraid of. But how can anyone overcome fear when faced with that female demon's appearance? He shook his head. Overcome fear? No, at that time I had no fear in my heart. Yuan Zhu widened his eyes. No fear? Nguyen Deji, how can you do that? Can you teach me? Nguyen and Gu threw over 2 small bottles. Just in time, you also know the liquor we undead brew has its effects. Especially this is a grade 2 product. After I upgraded my profession and skills with Zhang Yiheng, I just brewed this. The effect is excellent, it might help you. He generously added, but you're a martial artist, a supporting member of the team, it's best not to drink during combat. Yuan Zhu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I remember now, thank you, Nguyen de Ta. Suddenly, Jiang Kai sensed something unusual. Luo Jun and Black Spirit were stunned. What? Minutes later, the group rushed to Jack Jiang's stall, 2 of them dumbfounded. Luo Jun said urgently, I see it, the record shows he sold 1.8 kg of green jade ore in a few seconds. Black Spirit exclaimed. The value is 18 million holy wine units. Both were speechless. They continued checking. There was also a special black and white iron crystal, sold at 3 kg for 63 million, then a strengthened iron stone. The item list kept going. Mystic iron crystal, dark mystic iron crystal, strengthened dark wine stone, golden plum, plus a few more ores. The total value exceeded 100 million. Luo Jun and Black Spirit stammered. He really sold 400 million worth. Collecting such rare items at once could only mean. Hawk chuckled proudly. I said Jack Jiang could find the boss's treasure. This guy really didn't disappoint me. Lam Nam was still panting. But Commander Hawk, the royal family suddenly contacted you. Seems like they want to discuss something. Hawk raised an eyebrow. The royal family. A few hours later, at the Demon Star item exchange in Saint Miracle City, Jack Jiang sighed. Jack Jiang complained, so many things I had to open a private stall to sell them all. He winced. This time I got deducted so much, feels like I'm being ripped off. Hannah patted his shoulder reassuringly. No loss. Who could have such big loot that it can only be sold this way? Nguyen Yu laughed, so this is a happy problem. Jack Jiang suddenly remembered. Right, before I left a lot of good stuff for you too. Now let's split the boss's loot. His words made Hannah and Nguyen Yu's eyes light up. Really, Captain? Jack Jiang summoned a treasure. Hannah, this Mystic Ice Jade is for you. The system immediately annotated. Mystic Ice Jade, Grade B equipment, allows casting skills with freezing effects. Can reduce an opponent's agility if they remain affected by freezing. It can deal freezing damage. Jack Jiang said happily, this gem has freezing effects. Combine it with the rainball technique and you can create a snowstorm. Another treasure was tossed. Nguyen Yu cheered. Ah, this shield is for you. The Frostbone Tower Shield is an A-rank piece of equipment with 38 defense, plus 19 strength, plus 16 vitality, and plus 4 agility, giving a clearly noticeable effect. When using the Ice Tower Shield to attack an opponent, it can freeze them for 1-2 seconds. However, if the opponent's level is far higher, the chance of freezing drops. Jiang Kai smugly thought the shield could temporarily restrain an enemy the moment it made contact. Then he took out an ancient tome and handed it to the 2 of them. Besides equipment, I also have some eternal items for upgrading skills. There are 2 ways to improve each class's skill proficiency. One way is to use a special skill book that matches that skill. These books can only be obtained from Monster Treasure or Special Quest. The other way is to use a universal upgrade item I got from the Merman Overlord's treasure, which can improve skills of any level. The Eternal Page is a crucial treasure, valuable but not available on the market, Jiang Kai emphasized. On the exchange, once listed it sells out instantly, and a single page can reach as high as 500,000 holy credits. The number of eternal pages needed to upgrade a skill depends on how powerful the skill is. High-tier combat skills that directly affect fighting require more eternal pages to upgrade. You 2 take these eternal pages first. Come on, my dear friends, enjoy yourselves. Jiang Kai generously handed them to Hu Yan and Ruan Yu. In Hu Yan and Ruan Yu's eyes, Jiang Kai shone like a god. Captain Jiang Kai, the 2 rushed over, overwhelmed with emotion. You've been unbelievably kind to us. We'll pray every day to bless you, Hu Yan shouted. Ruan Yu bashfully echoed along. Right, and even if you die, your soul will still go to heaven, Jiang Kai yelled in panic. Let go of me, you 2. In the middle of the marketplace, a cold snicker rang out. Jiang Kai, you actually know shame. Huang Dat swaggered up, brushing past the lowly crowd without a glance. Just a bunch of nobodies. Jiang Kai lifted his head and stared at Huang Dat in surprise. Hu Yan was shocked as well. Jiang Kai, I'm warning you, don't get cocky. Don't think having the army backing you means you can keep provoking the royal family, Huang Dat said arrogantly. I'm here to teach you a lesson. Next, I'll butcher you in the guild challenge. I'll show the army you're worthless and not worth protecting. After speaking, he strode past the 3 of them, leaving heavy, icy footsteps on the ground. When the army abandons you, get ready to die by my hand. Jiang Kai frowned as he watched him go, wondering what the guild challenge was. What is Huang Dat talking about? Hu Yan explained in a low voice. Captain Jiang Kai, you do know. The guild challenge is a tournament organized by the army to screen for strong guilds. He continued, explaining that the guild challenge uses level 21 as the minimum entry requirement and is divided into tiers, with the top tier reaching 100. There are 4 tiers in total. Each guild sends at least one 5-person team to compete in bracketed matches against teams in the same tier. The top 3 teams in each tier are decided, and the army gives generous rewards to those 3 placements. That's why so many guilds participate. There are countless powerful groups, experts everywhere. Jiang Kai asked, but I'm not entering the challenge, so why would Huang dash? He waved it off. Forget it. We made a huge haul this time. I need to log off for a while to see my family. Hu Yan and Ryuan Yu said together, okay. In Jiangzhang City of the Holy Radiance Kingdom, a warm voice called out, Jiang Kai, why did you buy so many supplements? How much did this cost? Jiang Kai soothed him cheerfully. Big brother, didn't you just have surgery? I was worried you wouldn't keep up with the nutrition plan. His elder brother hesitated. But what you bought is way too much, he said, looking at the pile being delivered. Jiang Kai bit his lip. A lot, huh? His brother chuckled foolishly. So much it's like a whole granary. He sighed. Jiang Kai, you already put me in the most expensive hospital. Why are you still spending money like this? I'll be discharged as soon as possible, and I'll work to ease your financial burden. Jiang Kai stood nearby and nodded. No need, brother. I remember your dream back then was to become a superhuman and fight the divine beasts for humanity, right? We can wait until you're discharged and then you'll become an adventurer. Those words left Big Brother stunned. He lowered his head in sadness, wondering how he could possibly become an adventurer in his condition. Besides, going to Demon Planet is too expensive. I can go alone. Jiang Kai tapped the system lightly and the screen lit up, showing 419,623,047.16. Jiang Kai smiled proudly. Brother, I told you not to worry about money anymore. You don't need to work anymore. Big brother panicked. Jiang Kai, where did you get so much money? That's over 100 million. Jiang Kai spread his arms and said, brother, this is all the money I earned legitimately on Demon Planet. All these years, you and I have worked hard together. Now I have the means for you to live the life you've always wanted. I still remember that even with your frail body, you could still save me and save us on the divine beast battlefield. What if you become a superhuman starting now? He looked straight into his eyes and said firmly, I believe we can definitely save even more people. Big brother Lang Ting spoke softly after a long while. Can someone like me really become a superhuman, with my body the way it is now? Jiang Kai broke an apple in half and handed him one piece. Brother, you'll definitely be able to do it. Leaving the hospital, Jiang Kai let out a relieved sigh. At last, his eldest brother could reclaim his dream. We have to celebrate after picking up Nzai from school. A piercing screech of brakes rang out. Jiang Kai jolted and turned, seeing Lu Jun shouting loudly, Jiang Kai, get over here, come with us. He walked up to the car door, looked in and said, Big brother Lu Jun, you came to see me? I'm not free. I still have to pick up my little sister from school. Lu Jun and Black Deity announced in a deep voice, Jiang Kai, I'm here because of your little sister, your Nzai. Your sister was in a car accident. The scene ahead was horrific. Dust and smoke billowed across the road. Jiang Kai screamed in panic, Nzai, he dashed across the street. Running as he shouted her name, Nzai. Suddenly a clear voice rang out. Brother! Jiang Kai froze, and Nzai was standing by the roadside. She waved happily. Brother, I'm here. He hugged the little girl tightly and asked loudly, Nzai, are you okay? What happened? The girl Zhenin replied, I'm fine, it's just that my shuttle car had an incident. Jiang Kai frowned. An incident. Nzai pointed to the person standing behind her. But luckily, this guy saved me. He also said he knows you. Commander Zong raised a hand in greeting. Jiang Kai was shocked. You are Chuangfang, the royal superhuman. Why are you here? Lu Jun stepped forward, his face heavy. Jiang Kai, let me explain this. One important thing I must tell you is that your sister's accident wasn't random. Black Deity continued. It was carried out by people the royal family secretly sent. The two stared at him sternly. Jiang Kai, you embarrassed the royal family many times now, so their hatred toward you has only grown. Now, they've used the credit for defeating the boss on Everfrost Island to force the army to stop protecting you. The two recounted. The credit for defeating the boss on Everfrost Island is enormous, and the commander couldn't help but yield under pressure from above. But the commander still left you a small chance. In the negotiations, he proposed the guild competition that's about to begin, saying that if the royal family can defeat you in the competition, proving your new class isn't strong, then the army will agree to their request. Commander Wei hopes you'll comply this time, otherwise he'll have no reason to protect you directly anymore. The two sides have reached a reluctant compromise. This is the limit of what we can do for you in the current situation. And today is the royal family pressuring you. If you dare not to participate, your family will suffer the consequences. Every word felt like it was draining the blood from Jiang Kai's body. Lu Jun gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Jiang Kai. The royal family's power is immense, and the credit from Everfrost Island has made some people up top waver. So as long as they don't strike at you directly, like today's intimidation, our army can only turn a blind eye, Black Deity added flatly. So now you have two paths to choose. 1. Accept the royal family's conditions. 2. Quickly join the army and officially receive the army's protection. And Zai widened her eyes. Can the army really protect us? Lu Jun nodded. Right now, Jiang Kai, your new class still has value. As long as you join the army, Commander Wei will have more ways to protect you and your family. At the very least, it can spare you a lot of trouble for now. He muttered to himself, wondering if joining the army was the right choice. The images of his old friends like An Tu and Dai Ka being killed, him being tied and kneeling on the ground, unable to speak, flashed vividly in his mind. He couldn't forget that scene. He imagined an officer stepping over him, stomping on his head with no mercy. A cold voice echoed in his mind. Perhaps joining the army wasn't as safe a choice as he thought. He was just a worthless person, a useless object. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, his mind spinning with these thoughts. No, if he continued living depending on the army's protection, he would soon become useless, nothing more. He knew that if he kept going like this, his family would be increasingly oppressed by the royal family, enduring even more misery. He knew he couldn't compare to the royal family in terms of wealth, power, or resources, but he had a special ability. He possessed a unique talent, a system that would trigger a double effect, capable of activating super welfare that increased rewards by 10 times. This made his attribute points nearly double compared to others of the same level. This meant that in battles against opponents of the same level, he could gain an advantage thanks to his superior attribute points and critical damage. Even if facing stronger opponents, a good strategy could help him win. If he fully utilized his abilities, he could certainly win even when facing stronger enemies. Since this was a new profession, the royal family had no idea of his true strength. All of these were his special advantages, so rather than waiting for protection, he might as well take a gamble. He decided not to hesitate anymore. Jiang Kai woke up and came up with a solution. He thought he would use this opportunity to have the army as witnesses and take on the royal family's challenge, then spread it widely so that everyone would know. As long as he could defeat the royal family, the army would definitely notice and continue to protect him. At the same time, if everyone knew about this, the royal family would have to think twice before touching him, as they would have to face public opinion and the army's reaction. Lo Jun thought he had convinced Jiang Kai, so he patted him on the back and said, "All right, if you have no objections now, I'll help prepare the documents for joining the army." Suddenly, Jiang Kai softly called, "Lo Jun Daiji." He looked up. The team for the trial match must be 5 people, but my team only has 3 members. Can I borrow Zhu Zai and Nguyen from the army? Lo Jun was surprised. Jiang Kai, what are you saying? Jiang Kai firmly said, I've made up my mind, I will participate. Lo Jun panicked. Don't be impulsive, you have to understand that if you join, you will face a powerful royal family. Jiang Kai just smiled. Lo Jun Daiji, don't worry, I'm very clear-headed now. Thank you for making arrangements for me. But everyone has their own path to follow. He opened his hand. The path I choose is to take control of my own destiny. Then his hand closed, determination flashing in his eyes. I will defeat the royal family in the trial match. Lo Jun continued to advise. Jiang Kai, you're too impulsive, I think you should. Suddenly, a clap interrupted the atmosphere. Well done, boy, you're really gutsy, I support you, I'm starting to like you. Lo Jun turned around, confused. Heck Shen. Heck Shen stepped forward. My name is Heck Shen, if you succeed, even the royal family can't scare me. Heck Shen continued. I guarantee I will help you borrow these people. General Fang also stood up. Jiang Kai, I admire your courage, I still owe you a favor. From now on I will protect you from the royal family. If the royal family dares to attack your family, just let me know. An Tu was also full of spirit, shouting, sure, I also support you. Lo Jun held his head helpless. You guys aren't kids anymore, why are you following Jiang Kai to cause trouble? Heck Shen and General Fang looked at each other. They both answered, because that's just how we are, what about you? Lo Jun sighed. All right, I can't stop you guys on my own. I'll help Jiang Kai more. From now on, I'll help take care of your family's safety, and you just need to prepare for the challenge. Jiang Kai was excited, really. You clasped your hands and said clearly, Luo Tuan, release the Black God, the three big brothers, and even the guard commander too. Jiang Kai said, thank you for everyone's concern today. If you need help in the future, I will always be ready to assist. His gentle voice sounded, brother, are you sure you want to go see the house tonight? Jiang Kai held the little girl's hand and said that the royal family had fully shown their face. You and Big Brother can't keep living in the slums anymore. Their footsteps stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. The little girl was stunned. Brother, did we come to the wrong place? These are villas worth hundreds of millions. Jiang Hai calmly swiped the card. How could we be wrong? The door slowly opened and he said softly, this is our new home from now on. The building came into view, exquisite and serene. The little girl widened her eyes. This is our new home. The little girl ran everywhere, cheering, brother, this pool is so beautiful. The living room is huge, almost bigger than our whole old place. Is this a restaurant? How many dishes could you put on this long table? The little girl asked, then fell silent, suddenly trembling. Brother. The little girl blurted out, my room. Jiang Kai smiled. Of course. Little girl, do you like this new house? The little girl choked up, tears in her eyes. I love it, brother. I'm not dreaming, right? This place is so beautiful. It's really our new home. Jiang Kai gently patted her head. Little girl, it's real. This is our new home, but everything is only just beginning. From now on, with me here, you and Big Brother won't have to worry about anything. The three of us will live better and better. The little girl smiled brightly. Yes. The next day, she said, Nguyen, do you think we were so useless that the army abandoned us? Yuan Zhu had tears in his eyes and said, Captain Li Bill said the new captain would look after us for now and told us to wait here. But why so suddenly? Nguyen was worried too. I think that's possible. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Zhu Zai, Nguyen, I'm here to pick you up. Why do you both look so gloomy? Yuan Zhu and Nguyen shouted in unison. Jiang Kai, you're our new captain. Jiang Kai appeared imposing and replied, that's right, it's me. Nguyen said, are you ready to join the army? Jiang Kai shook his head. No, I'm only borrowing you two from the army to cooperate for 1 month in the guild trial. Jiang Kai said, the royal family has always wanted to oppose me. They even used the little girl's safety to threaten me. Jiang Kai summarized, the guard commander made a bet with the royal family through the guild trial. If I win, they won't have any grounds to meddle anymore. Jiang Kai looked straight at them, his eyes blazing. This time we must win and shut the royal family's mouths for good. Zhu Zai, Nguyen, will you two help me? They both yelled together. Of course. How dare those royal bastards lay a hand on the little girl? Yuan Zhu was flustered, his face twisted. But Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to work with us? Jiang Kai was surprised. What do you mean? Yuan Zhu broke into a cold sweat. The army has a strict evaluation system. After joining, everyone is ranked from E to A based on performance. The ranking process continues for 6 months. If you're stuck at E the whole time, the army will abandon you. Yuan Zhu and Nguyen worried. Jiang Kai, we're afraid we'll hold you back. Jiang Kai said firmly, it's fine, we'll be teammates for 1 month. After the guild trial, you two will go back and be evaluated again. Jiang Kai promised, I'll help you two reach at least A. Yuan Zhu and Nguyen were still worried. Jiang Kai, are you sure? We only left the beginner area not long ago. You're sure you can lead us, but a normal captain needs to be at least level 15. Jiang Kai replied. Someone raised their voice and asked, do you have level 15 now? What does level 15 mean? Just as H letter 1ED3 Nhan was about to speak, Jiang Kai had already reached level 20 early. NGUY letter 1EC5 and NG letter 1EF, standing next to him, nodded, saying he had already figured out how to level up. Jiang Kai turned around and said, that's right, I haven't introduced you two yet. He introduced, this is our new teammate. Then pointing at H letter 1ED3 Nhan, he said, this is H letter 1ED3 Nhan, her class is Fate Seer. She smiled and waved. Hello, nice to meet you both. My name is H letter 1ED3 Nhan, and I've also heard Kai Team mention you too. After speaking, he gestured towards the person beside him. He continued introducing. This is NGUY letter 1EC5 and NG letter 1EF. His class is Death Ghost. NGUY letter 1EC5 and NG letter 1EF politely placed his hand on his chest. Hello, I'm NGUY letter 1EC5 and NG letter 1EF. Nguyen and Yuan Zhu excitedly said, hello. The four of them looked at each other, shook hands, and then suddenly froze. Yuan Zhu and Nguyen were stunned. Wait, we're only level 9 and Jiang Kai, you're already level 20. Jiang Kai leisurely responded, that's nothing. My next goal is to help you guys reach level 20 before the challenge starts. He said that would make dealing with the royal family's dogs easier. Yuan Zhu pointed at himself, stammering, level 20. Us, did I hear that right? Nguyen, full of admiration, said, Jiang Kai, if you really lead us to do it, then you're a level-up god. H letter 1ED3 Nhan happily put her arm around her and winked. Others may not be sure, but I believe Kai Team can definitely do it. Nguyen eagerly suggested, since we've formed a team, should we think of a name for the team? Jiang Kai nodded. Nguyen has a point. Does anyone have any ideas? NGUY letter 1 EC5 and NG letter 1 EF proposed. How about we call ourselves the Fire God Squad, implying that the five of us are unleashing all our firepower and talents. Everyone unanimously agreed. All right, Jiang Kai encouraged, let's recharge for today and tomorrow. Early the day after tomorrow, our Fire God Squad will march straight into monster territory, under the green canopy. The killing intent of all five people flared up simultaneously. They all shouted in unison, yes! After a long day, everyone waved goodbye. See you next time, we're leaving now. Jiang Kai watched their backs, feeling a strong belief rise in his heart that they would definitely succeed. The next day, the Fire God Squad entered the newbie training area. Deep inside, Jiang Kai patted Yuan Zhu on the shoulder, asking with concern, in a few hours, we'll reach the final destination. Then DI letter 1 EC7 U City. When we drop into Ghost Star again, we'll quickly face the real challenge. He asked, are you nervous? Yuan Zhu remained silent. Not nervous now, I'm just thinking. Maybe I'll never be able to activate my class talent, Warrior's Heart. Jiang Kai was confused. Why? You've performed really well these 2 days, always protecting me and Nguyen during battles. Yuan Zhu clenched his fist. Even though I fight with all my strength and protect everyone, deep in my heart, there's still fear. Because I'm afraid of hurting others, I've temporarily suppressed that fear. Saying that, he opened his hand. But to truly activate Warrior's Heart, I need to have no fear from the bottom of my heart and believe that I am an invincible warrior. He clenched his fist again, but I can't do that. Jiang Kai pondered based on his understanding. Yuan Zhu's class talent, Warrior's Heart, could boost all attributes when changing classes or leveling up the player. Yuan Zhu's information appeared in his mind. Class Warrior, Level 1, Strength 8, Constitution 8 and other stats. In addition, Warrior's Heart allowed him to gain supplementary effects in combat, such as knockback, armor penetration, charge, and sword energy strikes. That was indeed a top-tier talent. Jiang Kai deduced that the supplementary effects of the attack would change according to the strength of courage and the level of confidence. Right now, Yuan Zhu's confidence and courage were not strong enough, so he could only create a knockback effect when under pressure. Therefore, the most important focus of the next training for leveling up was to help Yuan Zhu continue to awaken his courage and activate his class talent. He reminded himself to take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen his own power. Earlier, he had given H letter 1 ED3 Nhan and NGUY letter 1 EC5 and NG letter 1 EF a total of 55 eternal papers. The remaining 50 papers could be used to upgrade his Ghost Hand card and Ghost Eye specialization. He whispered, AI Brain, upgrade the 2 skills, Ghost Hand card and Ghost Eye specialization. She replied, understood. AI Brain announced that the Demon Knight's card thrower level 2 has reached its peak level, throwing an item with 30% armor penetration effectiveness. When using card-type items, except for item cards, the armor penetration effect increases by 250%, but stamina and spirit consumption increase by 110%. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. This is great. After upgrading the Demon Knight's card thrower when throwing items, the armor penetration effect increases by 10% compared to before. When using cards, armor penetration increases by 50%. Although the consumption also increases by 10%, this increase is still acceptable. AI Brain continued to add that a gambler, who had been obsessed with gambling for a long time, had improved after extensive training. His hands became more agile. AI Brain announced, congratulations, you have unlocked the supplemental state of the Demon Knight's card thrower. Jiang Kai frowned as he read the digital description of the supplemental state and the gambler's duration. After activation, the gambler's hand speed increases by 100% for 10 seconds. The delayed effect from external objects cannot be enjoyed. In this state, stamina and spirit consumption increase by 220%, and the cooldown time is 60 minutes. This time, Jiang Kai laughed happily as his hand speed increased by another 100%. This doesn't mean the attack speed doubles. AI Brain continued to announce that the Demon Eye Focus Level 2 had reached its peak level. The vision range and eye tracking ability increased by 60%. When used, spirit consumption increases by 120%. Jiang Kai carefully read a rule. The Demon Eye Focus was also upgraded. In fact, the vision range and eye tracking ability of the eyes improved, but the spirit consumption also increased. He quietly asked, whose brain is it? So does the Demon Eye Focus also have an unlocked supplemental state? She replied. In gambling, a gambler not only needs dexterous hands, but also the ability to confuse the opponent so they cannot read the cards from their gaze. The digital board flickered, showing that the cheating state affects the opponent's ability to judge through their eyes, determined by the mental power strategy between both sides. If the opponent's mental power is much higher, the effect becomes nearly zero. But it can't be a negative value. The duration is 10 seconds, spirit consumption increases by 240%, and the cooldown time is 60 minutes. She explained carefully, no matter how high the opponent's mental power is, you can still affect them, but the higher the level of influence, the smaller the effect, and it may even be ignored. Even if the distance from the opponent is large, there is no risk of backlash. Jiang Kai was satisfied, although this confusing effect decreased when fighting above-level opponents. But it wasn't bad. He was really eager to try the two newly unlocked abilities. 2 days later, the Fire God team arrived at the magnificent river, the water swirling in the vast forest. The whole team reported, "We have arrived. This is the boundary of King Goku and Tai Ping Mountain Path, also the territory of the High Long Steel Armor." The 5 of them stood on top of the high mountain, looking down at the world within their sight. The pillar asked, "Is there a lot of High Long Steel Armor in this territory, Jiang Kai?" "I remember the High Long Steel Armor is a level 25 monster, right?" Hunayan replied. "Not many, actually a lot. High Long Steel Armor is a herd creature. There are at least 100 High Long Steel Armor in this territory." She glanced at the pillar. "And if I remember correctly, there are also High Long Steel Armor with the level of a War General above level 50. He shouted, "War General level." The pillar was worried. War General level monsters are quite rare. Usually there is only 1-2 out of 20 monsters. And in 100 monsters, the chances of a War General monster appearing are low. We're almost all a squad under level 20. Do we have to directly face a War General level monster? Nguyen hesitated. "Zhang Hai, when we were on East Wind Island, you could defeat the Merman Lord alone. I believe in your ability, but this time you led us. And under the presence of the War General High Long Steel Armor, there are still at least High Long level 25 and Elite High Long level 35. Isn't this a bit dangerous? After all, the gap between us and you is huge." Jiang Kai calmly explained, "Apart from leveling up experience, what's important is training the coordination of the team. Killing doesn't have much difficulty. For the whole team, there is no upgrade. Only danger can trigger everyone's potential. Real combat makes people progress quickly. Plus, special industry transition materials also appear in the monster's domain with War General level monsters. Anyway, the white and purple High Long Steel Armor War Generals Yang Bao has a chance to drop level 20 industry transition materials for doctors, or level 20 industry transition materials for death wraiths, the broken brain core. The black High Long Steel Armor's Yang Bao has a chance to drop level 20 industry transition materials for martial artists. In fact, whether white, purple, or black, level 20 industry transition materials can drop from the corresponding Yang Bao. The black High Long Steel Armor's Yang Bao has a chance to drop level 20 industry transition materials for martial artists. Quickly, warriors all shout at once, tier 20 materials. Ho Enhan Tin Dan gives the order. Captain Jiang Kai observes everyone's confident expressions. Could there be a special technique? He spun around, keeping it a secret for now. Not sure of its power yet, that could be the case. Squad Hoa TH letter 1EA7N is extremely excited. Loud and broad, what are we waiting for? Let's depart immediately. The whole team quickly moves deeper into the forest. Jiang Kai quietly reminds, these traces resemble the armored Hai Long in action. Everyone be careful. All respond in agreement. All right, Yuan Zhu leans over to ask Nguyen and Gu. I heard that even the Yu Lin new demon of love level affection isn't fear, but that appearance of hers. How does one overcome fear within? He opens his eyes to control the fear, but at that moment there is no fear inside. Yuan Zhu's eyes widen, completely fearless. Big brother Nguyen, how do you do that? Can you teach me? Nguyen and Gu tosses the question to the two younger guys. At that moment, he also realizes that the wine our undead drank is effective. Special, this is tier 2 wine, brewed after I underwent the career skill upgrade of Trang Vin Hang. Very effective, might be useful to you. He politely reminds, but you're a martial artist, part of the squad's support. Best not to drink during combat. Yuan Zhu nods repeatedly. Got it, I remember. Thanks, big brother Nguyen. Suddenly, Jiang Kai senses something unusual. He screamed, scattering everyone around, jumping in shock as a roar shook the branches. From beneath a boulder, a shadow lunged, mouth wide, ready to tear him apart. The system announced it was a standard armored Hai Long, level 25, and Jiang Kai moved lightly. He flinched as the Hai Long charged aggressively. The team shouted, Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang Kai, be careful. Jiang Kai stood firm, slashing with sharp claws. Too scared to face it head-on, he couldn't activate his occupational talent. Li looked at the boulder and recognized it as a standard armored Hai Long. The boulder was a level 9 martial artist. It couldn't win but wouldn't die either. He, when necessary, could shift into a ghostly state. He resolved to stand still as the Hai Long attacked. Panic erupted. Captain Jiang Kai, hurry, act now. Jiang Kai, Captain Jiang Kai, it's dangerous. A figure leapt up and the boulder slammed down with both hands. Jiang Kai shouted, I'm here to save you. The Hai Long was crushed to the ground. Jiang Kai proudly declared, well done, boulder. He stared at the Hai Long he had struck. The boulder shouted, what, already hit, help me. A strong flame lashed the Hai Long, making it roar in pain. Jiang Kai quietly said, boulder, I struck its weakest spot in the belly. The battle wasn't over, so he took the chance to finish it. The Hai Long growled at the boulder. He trembled but instinctively drew his sword. The master closed his eyes and thrust with all his strength. His teammates' urgent calls brought him back. Master, open your eyes, it's over, the system announced. Killed armored Hai Long level 25x1. The master stared down, dead, he swore in anger. He thought this thing sneaked through that gap and terrified me. Then he felt proud, glancing at Jiang Kai beside him. Jiang Kai said, you froze for a moment. If I had been slower, it would have bitten you. Jiang Kai had to act the part. The boulder thought, I don't know why my mind went blank just now. You told me before and you promised to back me up. Were you just going to watch it eat me? The boulder hesitated. Listen, Jiang Kai, I'm cowardly. Known and the others praised. Master, you were very brave this time. At Captain Li Bio's Tiger Squad, you rarely attacked first. Hu Ren Tan Yang said, Master, your territorial step strike was incredibly strong. The boulder felt embarrassed. It's nothing, just third best in the world. Nguyen Yu also praised him. Indeed, a true martial artist. Jiang Kai urged, all right, let's move on to the armored T-Long battle general. Boulder, carry the bodies, he replied. Okay. The group entered the treacherous mountain area, steep cliffs all around, teeming with monsters. The system announced, Monster, Elite Armored Hai Long, level 35. The Fire God Squad observed from the mountaintop and spotted 3 elite armored Hai Longs in the distant rock forest. Jiang Kai warned, they're likely guarding the T-Long battle general on the wall. With so many obstacles here, those 3 elite Hai Longs nearby could have ambushing companions. Stay alert. He reminded himself that only single-use skills and new equipment could handle multiple elite cases on Yangdang Island. This time he must be careful. Jiang Kai commanded, Hu Enhan, I need you to call rain to mask our scent. Jiang Kai said, to prevent the armored Hai Long from detecting us, it must last 10 minutes. Can you manage? She nodded. Yes, my rain calling skill has been upgraded. After training on Yangdang Island, 10 minutes is no problem. Jiang Kai outlined the plan. Good, Hu Enhan, prepare the rain. Known, prepare poison if needed. Nguyen Yu, protect Hu Enhan and known. He turned to the boulder. Once it rains, boulder, follow me into the rock forest. Jiang Kai emphasized, remember, you don't attack them, just use territorial step strike to stall them for me. I'll handle the rest. The boulder replied, yes. A beam of light tore through the sky. Thick clouds rolled in, rain battered the leaves. Several Hai Longs were disoriented. Jiang Kai shouted, boulder, now's the time, charge. Amid the heavy rain, hundreds of red eyes glowed. They roared and lunged at the two. Jiang Kai yelled, clearly many armored Hai Longs are still hidden. Boulder, protect me. The boulder spun, shouted, disgusting, and slammed down, sending Hai Longs flying. Jiang Kai cleared the next wave. He thought in 10 minutes his speed increased by 100%. Flames surged from his body, territorial step strike unleashed. The fire spirits shot straight into the Hai Long. Jiang Kai swept his hand. The fire spirits became small bombs, exploding violently and tearing apart the Hai Longs. The sky cleared. The system announced, killed elite armored Hai Long level 37x1. Hu Enhan and Nguyen Yu were thrilled, feeling as if 9 simple life-seeking blades had been thrown endlessly by the Jiang Kai team. It was the first time seeing the boulder coordinate skills with Jiang Kai. So powerful, known praised, truly strong. When we trained new recruits, they cooperated like this. The type of armored Hai Long had extremely strong armor, hard to kill under normal conditions. Even Captain Li couldn't do it. The boulder drew his sword from the Hai Long. The system announced, killed elite armored Hai Long level 35x1. He shouted excitedly, leveled up, explorer martial artist level 10. Jiang Kai, I'm level 10 now. Jiang Kai turned calmly. Boulder, I knew you could do it. The team collected elite armored Hai Longs, X64, X65, X66. They happily ran to Jiang Kai, the boulder, and he had cooperated perfectly. The Fire God Squad confidence grew. In less than an hour, the boulder had risen from level 9 to 10. Known openly admired it, aware of Jiang Jiang Kai and the boulder's strength, yet surprised by the rapid leveling. He wanted to be that formidable too. Jiang Kai smiled. Bao Yang is probably hidden in a boulder or crevice here. Known, come with me, let's search together. A high-pitched call pierced the sky. After the brief battle, the Fire God squad advanced deeper into the rock forest. If nothing unexpected occurred, the T-Long battle general was likely somewhere in the rock forest. The boulder anxiously asked Jiang Kai, "Do you want to rest? You've exerted a lot." He shook his head. Though drained, he wasn't immobilized. Besides, there could be multiple entrances to the rock forest, and the recent commotion was significant. The team's steps remained steady. Jiang Kai reminded, "If this drags on, that guy could gather armored high longs at another entrance to protect it." Hunting a general-level beast required preparation while it was still active. We continued, and 10 minutes later someone spoke up, noting how eerily quiet it was. Yun Shen wondered if a general-level armored dragon truly existed here. He activated his demon eye to focus but saw no suspicious traces on the rock surface. He pondered it wasn't just tension, the spot they were standing on felt wrong. Could he have misjudged? Yu asked Tru Zai what's wrong. Again like this. Yuan Tru in front kept rubbing himself nervously. He paced back and forth, suddenly getting goosebumps. Huyan hadn't touched him yet. "Master, you're far too tense." Small rocks tumbled from the mountain peak they had just passed. Yun Shen snapped awake, realizing it wasn't just stress. The problem was the spot they were standing. "You Tru Zai Huyan Yi stop immediately." Instantly, the rock crevice split, and a massive tail swept through where the group had just stood. Everyone scattered in panic, the system alert blaring. A monster, a level 58 armored dragon general in Kirin form. The group gasped for breath, nearly losing their lives. "Is its color different from magma?" "Not much. Still, excellent camouflage." Yun Shen immediately charged to intercept. Yun Shen raised his hand to fight, shouting. Nguyen responded, "Yes," then quickly read the system description. Level 58 Armored Dragon General in Kirin form, also called the White Armored Dragon, roughly 36 years old, weighing 2 to 2.4 tons. Yuan Tru went pale, Kirin form. The first general-level enemy they encountered was a mutated type. Hundreds of sparks tore through the wind toward the armored dragon. Yun Shen only unleashed Storm Spear X1, causing it to roar in pain. Huyan and Yuan Tru's eyes widened, amazing, finally hitting them. Even a single Storm Spear caused notable damage, and he has two. Yun Shen focused, eliminating the mutated general-level beast. Their loot was abundant, with rare treasures more likely to appear at high treasure rarity, yet their strength surpassed normal generals. Yun Shen observed the armored dragon through the smoke, contemplative. Its Kirin form back skin had over 35 defense points. Its Kirin transformation was severe, highly resistant to heat and corrosion, difficult to pierce. The chest also had a Kirin defense membrane about 20 points, similarly resistant to heat and corrosion. Everyone was shocked. Haven't unlocked room language yet. Nguyen read aloud continuously. According to previous data, a general-level Kirin form armored dragon has a similar physique, mental power about 100-150, agility 150-170, sweat dripping, strength 380-420, physique 440-480. Each word emphasized. These beasts were extremely dangerous. Before he could respond, the armored dragon lunged. Yun Shen paled. The system repeatedly warned, "Beast evaluation dangerous." The group shouted in unison, "Yun Shen, Captain Yun Shen, be careful." The dragon slammed its claw toward Yun Shen. The ground shook, dust filling the air. Yun Shen swiftly dodged aside. "I'm fine, don't worry," he told himself. Indeed, the creature's entire body resisted high heat and armor, so even a powerful infernal flame slash attack caused no damage. Retreat was the only option. He landed safely, fortunate that his foresight allowed him to evade. Its strength around 400, getting slashed could shatter bones. Thankfully, Secret Insights discovered the treasure hall of the Merman Lord, boosting his agility greatly. Now his agility exceeded the dragon's by 60 points. He concluded, by staying cautious, he could attract its attention without dying, while triggering Tru Zai to activate his innate talent to create an armor-breaking effect. Looking at the massive armored dragon, he thought, if I fail, I'll keep luring this general-level armored dragon for everyone, then find an escape. If I succeed, I can fully trigger Master's innate talent. Yun Shen suddenly shouted, "Tru Zai, help me." Yuan Tru fell from above. "Yun Shen, I'm here to scare it away." He slammed hard, cracking the ground, but the dragon was unharmed. It growled, glaring coldly at the two. Yuan Tru panicked. "Not good, Yun Shen, it seems unaffected." Yun Shen reacted quickly. "Tru Zai, run." The dragon snapped at Yuan Tru. He yelled, too terrifying. A huge burst of fire in the dragon's battle forced it to pause. Yun Shen seized the opportunity, leaping to grab Yuan Tru. The armored dragon clearly targeted them, leading it away. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them. Yun Shen squinted. Who was that just now? Nguyen and Huyan shouted, "Captain Yun Shen, Yi Yu, he's drunk." The saliva of a Kirin form armored dragon can corrode equipment, injure flesh. Yun Shen panicked, not good. It was Yi Yu. If he truly kissed the dragon, it could be crushed. Unexpectedly, Yi Yu leaned and slammed into the dragon. The force sent both flying backward, Yi Yu landing several meters away. He laughed foolishly. A Kirin form armored dragon, huh? Yun Shen was shocked. What? Why isn't Yi Yu treating the dragon as a beauty this time? Isn't he drunk? Hu Yan shouted from afar, not sure, but it seems he only drank second-level liquor today. Unexpectedly, the new liquor could neutralize negative states, triggering abnormal aesthetic preferences after drinking. Yi Yu smiled, dazed. As a male dragon, I've long sought a female dragon worthy of me. Blushing, he pointed at the dragon before him. Today, heaven rewards the diligent, dragons rewarded. I've finally found you among countless dragons. The dragon stiffened, eyes wide, seeing Yi Yu shamelessly running toward it. My love, seize the moment, let us not waste this beautiful time. Nguyen hesitated. Brother Yi, is he imagining he's a dragon? Fireballs shot rapidly, spinning dizzyingly. They struck the dragon directly, making it scream. He ran, oh my love. Yi Yu appeared nearby. Dragon baby, no one will separate us. Don't be shy, tonight will be passionate. Come on, the more you struggle, the more I enjoy. Yun Shen gritted his teeth, speechless. Drunken Yi Yu was uncontrollable. If this continues, even if we could kill the dragon, we'd lack strength and focus. He remained in self-love. Darling, let me mend your broken heart with my strong chest. He urgently turned to seek support. Yi Yu is out of control. I can't manage him and fight the dragon simultaneously. Yun Shen can't handle both, must act quickly. Thinking this, Yun Shen commanded, True Zai, move now. Only armor-breaking innate talent can save us now. We need you. Yuan Tru, shocked, stared with his mouth agape, realizing what true fearlessness looked like, secretly admiring it. Brother Yi truly seemed godlike. Yuan Tru recalled Yi Yu's words before, overcoming fear. No, at that moment I felt no fear. He had been amazed then. No fear. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Ending his recollection, Yuan Tru quickly grabbed a cup, decisively drank it all. All right, I'm ready. Let's drink. Brother Yi, thank you for guiding me personally, I've learned. Soon after, the pillar climbed into the carriage. He looked as ordinary as possible, smiling. A system notification appeared stating that you have entered the state of chaotic perception. In this state, your understanding of identity, strength, and situation will be revealed. Immediately, a warning flashed on the screen. Chaos was intense. On the side of Tich Long, it was still fighting hard. Tich Long had originally come along, but Nguyen and Gu ran back. Seeing this, the three of them, Non, Ho En-han, and Jiang Kai, panicked. Nguyen and Gu, Nguyen de Cao. Suddenly, the pillar threw the beer mug in his hand, causing it to shatter into pieces. He gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. I, the pillar, am the strongest battle god in the world. He slashed horizontally at Tich Long. The scene left him a little stunned. Could the pillar, after drinking Nguyen and Gu's wine, actually break through armor? It seemed that after drinking, the pillar's reason became chaotic. This caused his confidence to reach an unprecedented peak, and this blind confidence triggered his career talent further. His attacks now carried armor-piercing effects, similar to Lang Wang in the beginning and the elite-level giant black monkey. Armor-piercing didn't directly harm the body but damaged the armor. The more he fought, the more intoxicated he became. I, the pillar, am the world's #1 battle god. Who dares? Before he could finish, Tich Long's tail swung and struck the pillar. He couldn't react in time and was significantly affected. As soon as the pillar fell, Tich Long swung its tail again. Jiang Kai released a fireball to stop it. Seizing the opportunity while it was distracted, he took the pillar and pulled him away. Jiang Kai whispered, Chu Tu, thanks. Then he suddenly jumped high. Jiang Kai excitedly threw a few more fireballs. Let me help you get revenge. They steadily drained Tich Long's health, reducing it by 2,000 HP each time. He excitedly suggested, great. Once this Tich Long's armor is broken, it really can't withstand the final blow from the burst attack. Chu Tu, this last move is yours. The pillar, staggering, stood up with his sword. I am the pillar, the strongest battle god in the world. Who dares defy me? He gripped his sword and charged forward, swinging repeatedly, gritting his teeth to unleash his full strength. This scene made Non worry. Jiang Kai, is the pillar okay? Jiang Kai quickly reassured her. Don't worry, the pillar is just drunk. Besides, Tich Long's armor has already been pierced. It's been severely injured by me, so he's safe. After a while, the pillar's sword was drenched in blood. Tich Long finally collapsed from the damage. The system displayed a notification, congratulating you for killing Tich Long, the level 58 mutated battle general. You received a portion of its body and a Tich Long battle general treasure. Class martial artist level 15. His expression became even more proud. The pillar laughed nonstop. I told you, this pillar is the #1 battle god in the world. But he could only be cool for so long before passing out right on the spot. She smiled helplessly. Looks like the pillar is really drunk. He replied softly, yes, he is. Non frowned, puzzled. Jiang Kai, Ho En-han, I feel like we're forgetting something, but I can't figure it out. Yang Kai, hearing this, rested his chin in thought. You say that and I feel the same. She gasped in realization. It seems I feel that way too. The space fell silent and the three of them turned pale. This is bad, Nguyen Ngu. At that moment he was crying loudly. Holding the memorial photo of Tich Long, he wailed, "No, my one true beloved wife." Nguyen Ngu gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. He charged toward Jiang Kai's group, demanding, "I considered you all my family, and yet you killed my wife." But after taking a few steps, Nguyen Ngu had to stop. "What's that smell? It's uncomfortable." Finally, he collapsed onto the ground from drunkenness. "Damn, Ho En Han," and she immediately turned their eyes to Non, judging her. No, you. She explained awkwardly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Nguyen Ngu thought he was Tich Long and might have attacked us. So earlier, I gave him the sleeping potion I made to let him sleep for a bit. The two others looked at Non with loving eyes. "No, what we mean is well done," she cheerfully suggested. Non, give me some of that potion so I can help Nguyen Ngu." Jiang Kai also quickly requested, "I want some too." She hesitated but agreed. "All right, no problem." In the evening, the group lit a fire and set up camp. The two drunkards slept soundly, hugging each other, intoxicated. They were thrown a blanket, and Ho En Han also rested after a tiring day. Non took a water bottle and asked Jiang Kai, "Want some water?" He looked confused as he turned to Jiang Kai, took the water bottle and said, "Thanks, still not asleep," she replied. "Today was so exciting, I still can't believe it." Luckily, at the crucial moment, the master broke through Tich Long's armor. He held the bottle, still excited. "I really didn't expect it." Level 2, and Nguyen Ngu's drunkenness actually triggered the master's career talent by chance. Chan Non shyly asked Jiang Kai, "Do you think the pillar will activate more of his career talent effects in the next few days?" Jiang Kai quietly smiled to himself. He admitted that the kid wasn't weak. What he lacked most was confidence. The confidence he had today was due to the burst of chaotic perception which triggered the armor-piercing effect. Nguyen Ngu continued mumbling in his sleep. "Why?" Hissing, he mumbled beside her, "So bold, I the pillar am the strongest battle god in the world." Jiang Kai concluded, "Maybe he needs more training. I hope he can build true confidence soon." She immediately replied happily, "I believe he will definitely do it." The next morning, a loud cry rang out. "What?" The pillar's eyes gleamed with energy, and he learned from everyone that he had been so heroic the day before. But he was now dejected from being teased. Nguyen Ngu, it must be said, after chaotic perception, when making the Tich Long armor being flirted with, was truly. Ho En Han jumped up laughing joyfully. His words made him want to cry, "Stop talking." A bright treasure chest was placed out and the 5-person group gathered around it. "All right, now that everyone is here, let's open the treasure chest." Ho En Han placed her hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder and suggested, "Captain Jiang Kai, this is a rare treasure chest. I just cast a divination and your luck isn't great today. Let Non open it. I see that she looks healthy today and much luckier than you." Hearing this, she widened her eyes in surprise. "Me?" He laughed. "Yes, Ho En Han is a master diviner. Non, you open it." She stepped forward to encourage. Non, don't worry, open it boldly." After all, finding Tich Long's scale was already a great reward. She slowly accepted. "Well, okay." Non quickly opened the chest. As soon as she looked inside, the whole group gasped. A system screen appeared before Non. She stared at the item in her hand. "This is a special Fa stone essence. It can be equipped to a weapon to strengthen the scale's membrane. It enhances defense, weighs 10.4 kg, and is estimated to be worth 500,000 Saint Essence coins." The pillar also received a crystal, a 17 kg earth core, an important energy source that can be used to build a city. Its estimated value is 100,000 Saint Wine coin. The 48G of blood crystal from Hu En Han can be used to craft, upgrade, and improve important weapons, with an estimated value of 300,000 holy wine coins. Next, it's Jiang Kai's turn. The Thanthen Si Kai Gu is an important catalyst for upgrading innate talent, with an estimated value of 210,000 holy elixir coin. At this point, she realized something was off. In front of them was a bright red crystal containing mutated blood crystal. 0.6 grams of it was one of the materials needed to craft attribute elixirs, valued at around 6 million holy wine coins. He was immediately shocked. 1 gram of this stuff was worth 1 million holy wine coins, and it was only one of the material. Nguyen excitedly replied, "That's right." Hearing this, Jiang Kai's face turned pale, and then he suddenly thought of something. "Wait, so the elixir I drank before, the one from the Fishman tribe, didn't that cost several 100 million holy wine coins?" Another item was presented, the elixir for enhancing the body's attributes, an extremely rare material. The entire supply of holy wine in a year could only produce fewer than 20 bottles. Each bottle could increase 10 points in basic attributes. The selling price was about 150 million holy wine coins, and the pillar beside them was ecstatic, eyes gleaming. No wonder he's a mutated warrior, and here I am, wanting to cry. Sure enough, I've already spent a villa in Hu Jingxin. If I'd known, I should have seriously tried the taste. She continued, pulling out a bottle of water. Hu En Han recognized it immediately. This was pure water, one of the materials for class advancement at level 20 for doctors. It was said that each class advancement required 5 ml, and this bottle had 15 ml. Nguyen and Gu squinted, calculating, 5 ml of this can sell for 1 million holy wine coins. So this bottle could sell for 3 million holy wine coins. The pillar praised her continuously. This really is class advancement material for doctors. Nguyen, your luck is incredible. After all, even for a mutated warrior's treasure, it's extremely rare to find 3 class advancement materials in such a short time. Her eyes lit up as she calculated. The total profit from a mutated warrior's treasure is usually around 8 million holy elixir coins, so the value of this treasure is over 10 million holy elixir coins. This scene made him smile helplessly. Hu Enhan now looked like a money-hungry person. She smirked, turning to Jiang Kai with a mocking gaze. Are you sure? Do you want to see the current appearance of Captain Jiang Kai? Sure enough, Jiang Kai was so thrilled that saliva was dripping from his mouth. The treasure chest from earlier, plus the mutated battle General Zai Long he had just killed, had brought his spoils of war past the 15 million holy wine coin mark. Seeing him like this, the other two fell silent. After that day, the Fire God Squad took control of one Zai Long nest every day on average, sometimes even capturing 2 Zai Long nests in a day. The more battles they fought, the easier it became to kill the armored Zai Long, thanks to the pillar's armor-piercing attack combined with Jiang Kai's fatal strike. The only downside was that it was quite costly. He would drink a little, then have to go back to heal his chest. The pillar was indeed the world's greatest warrior. 10 days later, the Fire God Squad had nearly wiped out all the mutated warrior-level Zai Long nests they could find. The system continuously displayed information. Explorer Pillar, level 20. Explorer Nguyen and Gu, level 20. Explorer Nguyen, level 12. The Pillar and Nguyen and Gu both reached level 20, while Nguyen advanced from level 9 to level 12. After a long period of hard work, they decided to stop and make camp to rest, each doing their own thing. Hu Enhan turned to ask, Captain Jiang Kai, where are we going next? We've already been through this area, and there probably won't be any more mutated warriors around here for a while. She also heard the notification from the bracelet. Immediately, Nguyen dropped the food in her hands. The noise caught the attention of her and Jiang Kai. Nguyen, what happened? Yeah, Nguyen, why do you look so pale? She anxiously reported, I just received news that Dim Fang's guild, a small-scale guild, encountered a mutated overlord-level Lost Soul King during their training, and they couldn't react in time. The entire squad was wiped out. The other 4 were shocked, their mouths agape. The Lost Soul King, as its name implies, was an infernal monster, capable of appearing and disappearing at will, extremely terrifying. A Lost Soul King at the Overlord level was usually above level 60, stronger than the armored mutated Zai Long warriors. The abilities of a mutated Lost Soul King at the Overlord level were beyond imagination. Nguyen slowly recounted, but that mutated Lost Soul King was also injured and fled to heal. The guild was strong enough to injure the Lost Soul King, but unfortunately, the entire team was wiped out, and the price they paid was too great. Hu Enhan paused in realization. If they can defeat the mutated Lost Soul King, they would have become very wealthy. Too bad they've now faced the consequence of having their entire squad wiped out. The pillar squinted and sighed. That's true. Nguyen and Gu firmly stated, but they did their best. Jiang Kai asked, Nguyen, this news just arrived, right? Do many people know about it? She furrowed her brow and answered truthfully. The news just came in, so it hasn't spread widely yet, but some large guilds must know already. The righteous sects will definitely be heading there, she paused. Jiang Kai, do you mean? He frowned and seriously admitted. I remember, even though Holy Elixir prohibits boss robbing, bosses of Overlord level and higher are exempt from that, including the Overlord level Lost Soul King. There's no doubt about it. Right now, no one knows how many people are itching to test their strength against the heavily injured mutated Lost Soul King. Jiang Kai enthusiastically suggested, let's try it as well. She didn't say much, quickly agreeing. After all, we've already trained against the armored Zai Long here. Going there, even if we don't get the Lost Soul King, it will be a new challenge. Nguyen and Gu happily chimed in. If it weren't for Captain Jiang Kai, I can't even imagine us defeating the armored Zai Long. I'll go too, she responded eagerly. Jiang Kai, I'll go too. He indulged in a moment of vanity but still wanted to follow. How could the Fire God Squad be missing the world's greatest warrior, the pillar? Of course I'll go. Seeing everyone on the same page, he felt satisfied. Good, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai extended his hands. Then the next goal for the Fire God Squad is the mutated Lost Soul King. Let's go. They continued their journey until the next day, due to the harsh weather. Nguyen and Gu was exhausted and panting. It's so hot. Suddenly, the pillar stopped, noticing a peculiar tree. Nguyen quickly looked at the information board. This is a heavenly fire tree, about 20 years old. Trees that live for more than 30 years can become spiritual heavenly fire trees. After being killed, there's a chance it will drop a fire heart fruit, a material that enhances the special effects of flames. He turned to look at the tree too, as if he had discovered something unusual. The pillar gestured toward the front. Look, that's the guild of the Qinglong. I've met them before. As they got closer to their destination, they encountered more and more squads. A group of people was also getting closer to them. Nguyen and Gu noticed more people. There's another squad over there, he gasped and suggested. Looks like everyone who got the news has come here. We need to hurry up. She frowned and said, although we got here faster than them from the main city area, no matter how fast we are, we can't beat the teams that were already training here. Jiang Kai also pondered for a moment. Hu Enhan's right. Now we don't know how many teams are marching towards the Lost Soul King's lair. The teams from the surrounding areas are also waiting for reinforcements. He turned and saw that Nguyen was still reluctant to move. Her steps were unsteady, her head spinning, too tired. I realized that my stamina couldn't compare to everyone else's. The competition for the boss is really intense, but everyone is still persevering. I can't let myself be a burden to them. Nguyen's vision gradually became blurry. A foot suddenly appeared in front of her. Young Kai stepped forward and handed Nguyen a water bottle, telling her to take a sip and rest for a bit. He thought to himself that the pillar was one of the main warriors, so upgrading the rank should be prioritized, especially for Nguyen and Gu, since his initial rank wasn't low, making it easier to reach level 20. Hu Enhan's level was already 29, while Nguyen was only at 12, but she never complained. She still tried her best to not fall behind. She furrowed her brows and pondered for a while before forcing a smile and shaking her head. I'm not tired, Jiang Kai sighed. With the lowest rank and being a doctor with no combat ability, Nguyen had persisted this far. She was not as weak as she seemed. Jiang Kai smiled. You're not tired, but I am. Let's all take a break for a moment. The others quickly agreed. That's right, I see many high-level squads around here. We should rest, conserve our strength, and then continue the fight. Hearing this, she hesitated, but in the end, the group decided to take a break. Jiang Kai seriously discussed, in the area of Lac Thai Vuong, the range is up to 5.6 km. Moreover, most of the monsters here are not territorial and events happen frequently. Plus, many teams are searching right now, so with our current speed and stamina, it's hard to gain an advantage. Hu Enhan listened and immediately asked, Jiang Kai, what do you think? Jiang Kai replied, I think we should rest before continuing our search for Lac Thai Vuong. Compared to other teams, is there anything special about us? Nguyen and Gu thought for a moment and said, Captain Jiang Kai is right. In our search team, there are many experts. How can our team, Fire God, be the first to find Lac Thai Vuong? Yuan Zhu and Hu Enhan exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Nguyen clenched her hands and hesitated before asking, do we have to rely on luck? Her words made Jiang Kai suddenly have an idea. Luck, he cheerfully suggested. How about Hu Enhan, you try to read our fortune to see if we can find Lac Thai Vuong? She was surprised and said, how can I predict something like that? Jiang Kai quickly ran over to her, excitedly saying, luck, it really is luck, Hu Enhan. Our team has an advantage because of you. Hearing this, she was stunned, her eyes wide. Captain Jiang Kai, you really want me to read the fortune? Or maybe ask for rain? Jiang Kai repeated cheerfully. Hu Enhan, have you forgotten, before you became a fortune teller, you were a feng shui master? Jiang Kai continued. Lac Thai Vuong is currently hiding. So where will this hell system monster choose to rest? He seriously continued. It's not necessarily the heaviest place. It's injured, so it might not have the strength to find the ideal location. We could check areas with heavy yin energy near Deem Lin and filter it out. Hu Enhan fully understood at this point. I see. She turned around and squinted her eyes, demonstrating, Feng Shui is my profession. You all rest, and I will calculate where Lac Thai Vuong might be hiding. Jiang Kai happily encouraged, okay. Time passed, and he stood still, waiting for the result. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's shoulder was patted. Yuan Zhu approached, scratching his head and asking, you were actually scared by me. What were you thinking so seriously? Didn't you even notice I came close? Jiang Kai smiled and replied, nothing. I just suddenly remembered that Nguyen has unlocked her class change material for level 20. Although I know my own class change formula, I still don't know where to find the materials. Yuan Zhu heard this and immediately asked, Jiang Kai, you know the formula now. What are the materials? Are they rare? Jiang Kai's face suddenly became serious. They're not really rare, it's just that I can't figure out what they are. Dan told me back then I found a special level 20 class change formula in a secret place beneath Vindong Island, where there was a mermaid boss. After deciphering the mysterious writings, I realized it said, unknown origin of the water flow, fire spontaneously combusts from nothingness. The wind is still and unmoving, mud rises and falls unpredictably, metals transform uncontrollably. Yuan Zhu suddenly broke into a sweat. Wait, what do you mean by the unknown origin of the water flow, and fire combusting from nothing? Jiang Kai, are you sure this is a formula and not a riddle? Jiang Kai smirked, the formula only has one copy, it can't be wrong, it's just really hard to understand. Yuan Zhu was stunned. Unknown origin, that does sound a bit reasonable. But what about fire combusting from nothing? Could Deem Lin be the place with fire? Jiang Kai stopped and asked. Yuan Zhu seriously recalled, right, Lu Dimlin. They say there's no fire there, but it's extremely hot, almost like a natural furnace. Don't you think that's very mystical? Jiang Kai rested his chin in thought. That does make some sense. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, startling both of them. Isn't this the lucky guy Jiang Kai, the one who stood out at Vindong Island, the cunning little Jiang Kai? A group of people, including a level 40 knight and a level 40 fighter, approached with arrogant expressions. Seems like it's really true that misfortune comes in narrow alleys. Their appearance confused Jiang Kai. What did he mean by misfortune comes in narrow alleys? Jiang Kai looked at them with an unfriendly expression and scanned them. I haven't seen them before, but from their faces, they look like they want to cause trouble, so they must be from the royal family. Yuan Zhu's face immediately showed disdain when he heard that phrase. From the royal family? In that case, I definitely need to teach them a lesson. Jiang Kai calmly stopped him. Don't act yet. These people don't look like they're low level. Our current target is Lac Thai Vuong. We shouldn't start a fight right now. Jiang Kai stepped forward and asked, I'm Jiang Kai, what's the matter? The man immediately stepped up. What's going on? You killed a member of my team, the 5th team of the Eagle clan, and then, while hunting the Lord's fish, you sneak attacked and killed Huang Shao. Bai Chuang laughed maniacally. Jiang Kai, you really have guts. Do you want to find your own death? Jiang Kai heard these words and couldn't help but sneer. Jiang Kai didn't surprise attack Huang Wei instead. Huang Wei brought 4 helpers, and in the end, Jiang Kai killed them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Hoa Lian swung a whip and rushed forward, shouting, Captain is talking to Jiang Kai. Are you a dog daring to make a scene? Jiang Kai quickly swatted the whip away with his hand. This only made Hoa Lian even angrier. You! Jiang Kai furrowed his brows, not speaking directly but feeling really annoyed. Bai Chuang drew a sword from his back and said, Dare to say our Xuan Wu clan is a joke. Originally, I planned to let you two die easily, but now, I will make sure you can't live and can't die. He and his companions looked at Jiang Kai with eyes full of intent to devour him. Jiang Kai clenched his fists and drew his claws. Today, it's clear they've made up their minds to strike. Looks like this battle is unavoidable. She and Nguyen and Gu received the news and quickly ran over. Bai Chuang, what are you doing? Are you planning to attack us here? Jiang Kai was stunned. Do they know Nguyen? The person widened his eyes in shock, unable to hide his surprise when he saw me standing beside Jiang Kai. She explained that she was currently a member of the Fire God team, with Jiang Kai as the captain, and that if anyone intended to harm him, she wouldn't just stand by. He immediately nodded in agreement. That's right. Chen also reminded that, after all, the woman's older sister worked under the Eagle Guard, so right now, finding the Lac Thai King was the most important thing, and they shouldn't cause more trouble. Bai Chuang fell silent after hearing this. He finally decided to sheath his sword, saying that today they were lucky and he wouldn't make a move. I never would have guessed, Jiang Kai, you like to rely on women, using them as your good luck charm. Mr. Trung looked at Bai Chuang with annoyance. Before leaving, he even smiled. By the way, you really like using throwing knives, don't you? You really only deserve to use such treacherous weapons. But remember, next time we meet, before I kill you, I won't just destroy your throwing knives, I'll cut off both your arms. His words made Jiang Kai's face immediately darken. They laughed loudly as they walked away, seeing the anger on his face. Truly, it was hard to understand how the 5th Hawk hunting team lost to people like them. Vien Tru was so angry he wanted to rush in and fight. It was just too much. Jiang Kai rationally stopped him, thinking now was not the time to strike, letting them go. He quickly calmed down and asked for information. Nguyen, do you know anything about Bai Chuang? She recounted what she knew. He had lived in the military district, and it was said he had switched from being a martial artist to a fighter more than half a year ago. His combat abilities had probably reached the level of an heir. This information left both Jiang Kai and Nguyen and Gu speechless. Nguyen explained that martial artists were highly valued by the military and included 4 career stages before becoming transcendent, with a long-standing reputation. The stages were martial artist, fighter, heir, and ancient martial artist. From level 1 to 20 was martial artist, 21 to 40 was fighter, 41 to 60 was heir, and 61 to 80 was ancient martial artist. Jiang Kai squinted and sighed, not expecting Bai Chuang's strength to be on par with an heir. She nodded, reminding the team that he had good relations with the royal brothers. By the way, I heard his agility is also very high, so be careful. His face kept appearing in Jiang Kai's mind, though he wasn't sure why. He had a strong feeling that they would meet this man again at the guild tournament. Suddenly, Hu Enhan ran up and waved at the team. Jiang Kai's team, I've calculated it. There are a total of 3 suitable locations. She opened the map and explained the first location was the Sunset Tomb in the northwest of Deem Range, near the territory of the Lac Thai King. The second location was Hu Mountain Yin in the southern part of Lu Deem Range, which was of the Yin type and near the main city area. The last location was a lowland to the west of Lu Deem Range, without any fame and even unnamed. One had to cross a small hill to get there. Hearing this, Jiang Kai put his chin in thought, and Veen Tru suggested they give it a try. The Black Thigh King, heavily wounded, would likely hurry back to his lair. Why don't we try the Sunset Tomb and see how our luck goes? But immediately after, he dismissed the idea. No, let's go to the valley. Hearing this, the others were shocked. Jiang Kai convinced them that even though the Sunset Tomb was close to the Black Thigh King's territory, many other teams would likely think the same. By the time they arrived, the place would have already been searched. Even if the king was really there, they could only return to Western empty. Mountain Yin wasn't as quiet as the Sunset Tomb and not as peaceful as the valley. It was near the main city area, so many people would start from there. The valley, separated by mountains, made it the hardest place for the Black Thigh King to escape. But on second thought, this might make most explorers overlook it. So in conclusion, it was best to try the valley first. It would take them about 2 hours to get there. At the unnamed valley, is this the place? He walked and shuddered. This cursed place doesn't need feng shui. I can feel the yin energy spreading. Nguyen and Gu hesitated, but the place was vast. If the Black Thigh King was hiding here while injured, it would be difficult to find. Right now, we not only have to find him but also deal with him before others discover, he calmly explained. Black Thigh King, afraid of being discovered and wanting to avoid detection while healing, would definitely choose a secluded place like a cave or tomb. Nguyen took out several vials of medicine and reassured everyone. This is a medicine I made when I fought with the military. It neutralizes the toxins from hellish beasts. The medicine lasts for half a day and might have some effect in this situation. Jiang Kai regained his focus. All right, everyone take Nguyen's medicine first. Then, let's check around for any caves, tombs, or anything like that. The others quickly nodded in agreement. It was getting dark and Jiang Kai's group continued through the forest. Veen Tru grumbled, I can't go any further. How about we rest for a bit and then head deeper? But he was only reminded, Chu Tu, don't fall behind, hurry up and catch up. Nguyen added, that's right Chu Tu, what if the Black Thigh King suddenly comes charging at us, hurry up and catch up. Hearing this, his face slowly changed. Suddenly charge? No way, isn't it injured and hiding? Nguyen teased. I said what if maybe the Black Thigh King mutated while healing, hungry, and then suddenly smelled humans and immediately the image of a monster appearing behind made Veen Tru's hair stand on end. I'm coming right now. Veen Tru ran straight ahead and Jiang Kai helplessly reminded. Nguyen, Tru Tu is a coward, don't scare him. She didn't care much. Clearly Tru Tu was capable but timid, so he needed training. While running, Veen Tru tripped on a large rock. He fell to the ground. Seeing this, they hurried over. Tru Tu, are you okay? Not knowing what he had seen, Veen Tru's face turned pale. He fearfully stepped back, his hand pointing repeatedly. Wait, everyone look over there, what is that? In front of them was a half-destroyed tomb. Nguyen gasped in shock. That's an old tomb, well hidden like that. Even if we passed by, we might not have noticed. Nguyen and Gu squinted in hesitation. But this tomb is so small, could a Black Thigh King at the commander level fit inside? Water from the tombstone suddenly dripped. The tomb became increasingly eerie. He suddenly shouted, not good, it's here. Nguyen and Gu, Nguyen, fall back. The group quickly rushed to retreat. Jiang Kai quickly leapt high, he commanded, Chu Tu, I'll hold it in place. You get ready to attack from the dark. Veen Tru was already ready. Jiang Kai sternly said, if you can't handle it, just run, no need to resist. I'll use command to restrain it at any moment. He immediately responded, okay. A hand slowly emerged from the ground. Despite being ready, Veen Tru was still shocked by the immense pressure. A monster slowly emerged, the mutated Black Thigh King, level 65. The king slowly stretched both arms in pain, opening its mouth wide to scream a long howl. The group stared in shock and the king's gaze focused directly on him. The pillar felt frightened, his face pale. Don't come any closer, he thought, his heart filled with fear. This creature was truly terrifying. Seeing this, it used a sonic wave to push the pillar away, making him feel a chill run down his spine. He thought, this is bad, I can't hold on any longer. The pillar continued to drink a glass of beer as usual. After finishing, he threw the glass with force. The pillar tightly gripped his sword, unconcerned whether his opponent was a monster or a demon, charging forward for a relentless battle. The pillar proclaimed himself the undefeated war god. He overcame his fear and swung the sword fiercely at the corpse king. He thought he would decapitate his opponent, but suddenly the sword got stuck. The space fell silent as the pillar stood motionless, frozen like a statue. The corpse king roared angrily, his eyes flashing with hatred. Nguyen and Gu hid behind a tree, her face filled with fear. It's over, the pillar's sword got stuck. Jiang Kai rushed over urgently. This is bad, pillar, run now. The corpse king howled, the sound creating a powerful shockwave that shook the entire space. The pillar lost his balance and fell backwards. It raised its hand to prepare for an attack, but a voice rang out, what's the hurry, your opponent still has to face me. Jiang Kai charged forward, delivering continuous strikes. A loud explosion echoed, blowing everything around. Nguyen and Gu and Ho Enhan pulled the pillar back. Hurry and escape. Once they were in a safe place, she called out, Nguyen, I'm back. This is a big victory. The fragmented corpse king was already heavily injured. He definitely can't survive, he retorted. But I feel that the pillar's sword couldn't even hurt it earlier. It's definitely not simple. She looked at Ho Enhan behind her, worriedly asking, Nguyen, what's wrong? Ho Enhan saw something, startled and panicked. What is this? She stammered. Why can't this fragmented corpse king die? On the other side, the battle between the corpse king and the pillar was still ongoing. The boss's skill, soul restoration. When the fragmented corpse king takes heavy damage, its soul power regenerates, helping reduce damage and speeding up recovery. The large wound on its chest was also gradually healing. The corpse king unleashed a powerful blow, causing the ground to crack. Jiang Kai was thrown back. He thought, it's still standing, despite having its armor shattered and taking heavy damage. Its power is terrifying. Jiang Kai shouted, pierce its heart. Jiang Kai, she yelled. If you don't pierce its heart, even if it's badly wounded, it will heal. Jiang Kai understood. Ah, that makes sense. But Nguyen's shout attracted the attention of the corpse king. It turned and roared, heading toward her. Nguyen. He saw this scene and anxiously shouted, Nguyen. For some unknown reason, the corpse king suddenly stopped, a huge burst of energy emanating from its hand. Jiang Kai, who was charging, was also taken by surprise. What is this? A hand full of green energy reached out, and Jiang Kai couldn't react in time and was caught. The corpse king tightened its grip on Jiang Kai. He trembled, grinding his teeth. My joints feel like they're breaking. He felt tricked, a feint. I can't escape. Jiang Kai was now tightly held in the palm of the corpse king. The corpse king opened its mouth wide, preparing to devour him. Ho Enhan saw this scene, panic-stricken, and screamed, Captain Jiang Kai. The pillar angrily charged in, gripping his sword tightly, eyes glaring. Monster, how dare you harm my teammate? But the corpse king released a cloud of purple mist to block the pillar. Nguyen shrank back behind a tree, coughing. That's the poisonous purple-black mist. Pillar, be careful, she reminded him. The toxic attack is a powerful move of the fragmented corpse king. The dark purple mist would cause severe poisoning, corroding the skin within a minute. The toxic mist of the fragmented corpse king at the boss level is black, and explorers who encounter it will die instantly. She anxiously observed the situation. Its toxic mist is terrifying. The fragmented corpse king at the commander level can still use the purple-black toxic mist even when injured. You can't get close to it. She looked at the medicine she had prepared for everyone. It certainly won't be enough to resist it. Nguyen stood frozen, watching the scene in front of her. It can still wipe out our entire team. She looked at the pillar, fighting, worried. He won't last much longer. A voice suddenly rang out, dare to touch Captain Jiang Kai, I will not allow it. Nguyen turned around. That's Nguyen and Gu's voice. He was holding a shield, preparing to support the pillar. I am Nguyen and Gu. I will never be weaker than anyone in my life. Nguyen anxiously called, Big Brother Nguyen, but he didn't look back. Ho Enhan behind her clenched her hand. Nguyen. Don't rush, stay here. This purple mist is very dangerous. You're a doctor. You might be our last hope. Nguyen was still worried. All right, but before she could finish, Ho Enhan smiled triumphantly. Then protect yourself well. With that, Ho Enhan turned and left, leaving Nguyen still unsure of what was happening. Ho Enhan, wait, what do you want to do? Nguyen called out, but Ho Enhan only replied, don't come near, it's dangerous. I need to get close to summon the wind and rain to wash away the poison. Nguyen, like a soul lost, stood still, watching her teammates charge into battle. Everyone is risking their lives. Nguyen bit her lip, tears welling up, asking herself, why? As a doctor, she couldn't do anything. My sister always protected me, but now I can't protect anyone. She remembered the past. The demon essence suddenly descended, and only those who overcame the trial could fight against the divine beasts. My father sacrificed due to the lack of medical resources. I was determined to join the army. Nguyen thought, I will become a solid support for my teammates. In the early days of joining the army, I met the Pillar and Jiang Kai. We coordinated very well, and under Jiang Kai's guidance, I was chosen by the army. Finally, I realized my dream of joining the army. But when I joined, I realized the gap between myself and others. Nguyen thought, I'm just a C. He comforted himself, telling himself not to be too disappointed by his less-than-ideal performance, even though he felt more frustrated than anyone. He wondered if he could ever become a skilled doctor. Yun recalled past events and questioned whether she was qualified to protect everyone. The voices of Yuan Zhu and Nguyen Yu echoed across the battlefield, announcing the arrival of the elite Demon King. How could he, the Demon King, be missed? Come here quickly. Act fast and don't let anyone interfere with this plan. I, Yuan Zhu, am the #1 war god under heaven. Monsters, get lost. These words only deepened her self-doubt. She thought of her friends fighting with their lives while she could only hide behind her sister, remaining unseen. Yun sank to the ground, sobbing, feeling powerless. She began to question whether she should continue being a doctor. The Demon King continued roaring, spewing poisonous mist. He and Nguyen Yu were struggling to hold him off, and Jiang Kai was nearing exhaustion, his face turning pale from lack of breath. Hearing his voice snapped her back. Trembling, Yun Yun stepped toward the others and recognized Jiang Kai. As she reached them, she saw their comrades under fierce attack, witnessing the brutal battle, and rushed over in alarm. Yuan Zhu, Nguyen Da, she knelt and surveyed the scene. Within less than a minute in the poison zone, they were already severely corroded. Calm down, Yun Yun. Saving people is the most important task now. She treated the wounded while reassuring herself. Yuan Zhu and Nguyen Yu gradually regained strength, their wounds healing. The poisonous mist dissipated. Rain began to fall, and Yun Yun looked up, unable to hide her joy. This was Hunan. Under the rain, the toxic mist was slowly clearing. The Demon King stood still in the rain, confused. She crouched behind a tree, using all her strength to stabilize the rain. The Demon King still clutched Jiang Kai, roaring furiously. Jiang Kai was nearly at his limit, his body in pain and struggling for breath. Jiang Kai blamed himself. His face went pale. Without the support skills on Yangdang Isle, he wouldn't have been able to harm the merman boss. He recalled everything he had endured. This time, this Demon King lieutenant was beyond his plan. He had led everyone here but couldn't protect them. He blamed himself. Hunan was exhausted, coughing helplessly before passing out. She rushed over, worry etched on her face. No, Hunan. Jiang Kai continued blaming himself, unsure if he could let the royal family pay for his actions. His expression darkened, almost ready to give up. But he and Nguyen Yu charged forward. Yuan Zhu is the strongest war god under heaven. Who dares defy him? The Demon King, taken by surprise by the two, hurriedly raised his hands to block Nguyen Yu's attack. Jiang Kai broke free, gritting his teeth and urging himself on. No, he couldn't accept defeat like this. His brothers were still waiting to enjoy better days. Seeing his comrades risk their lives for him moved him deeply. Everyone was still fighting for the Fire God team, battling to the last moment. Jiang Kai fell to the ground, coughing, struggling to sit up. He braced himself on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Pain surged through him, making it impossible to stand. She ran to Jiang Kai, panicked. Jiang Kai, what now? Hunan, Nguyen Da, they Yun Yun, calm down. Hunan has fallen, this storm won't last much longer. Jiang Kai gently reassured her. He felt as if his whole body was broken, but they had to deal with that enemy quickly. Is there a way to recover as fast as possible? He looked at Yun Yun, eyes revealing weakness and a silent plea. Tears welled up in Yun Yun's eyes. Jiang Kai, but she wouldn't let their comrades down. She held his hand tightly, understanding. In a brief lapse, the Demon King had snatched Yuan Zhu from Nguyen Yu. She spoke directly without fuss, but before she could swallow, Jiang Kai struck the Demon King in the face. That dog let go of our friend. He leaped high, preparing a downward strike. With a single kick, Jiang Kai hit its mouth, forcing it to spit out the stolen Yuan Zhu. Seeing them knocked down, she panicked. Master, Brother Nguyen. Jiang Kai glanced back, a half-smile on his lips. Yun Yun, they're in your hands now. The Demon King lunged forward, striking where he stood with a powerful punch. She took out an orange potion bottle, her expression serious. Jiang Kai, with your current healing ability, I can't restore you immediately. This is the tears of a primary immortal bird, obtained accidentally while training with the army before. Drinking it will temporarily restore you to peak condition for 1 minute, but the side effect is that after 1 minute, regardless of situation, you will immediately fall into a coma. Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to drink? Jiang Kai did not hesitate, immediately taking the potion. He furrowed his brows slightly but smiled confidently. 1 minute is enough. Jiang Kai unleashed his power at the Demon King, forcing it to frown and defend. He leaped, turning to taunt. Come here, you fool, if you can, chase me. The Demon King roared in fury and immediately pursued Jiang Kai. He dashed forward, gritting his teeth to buy more time. Good, the storm was nearly over. Jiang Kai lured the Demon King deeper into the forest, creating a safe distance. He stood patiently, waiting. Suddenly, the ground shook as if something approached, the earth rising unevenly. 5 fists of the Demon King surged forward. He dodged, smirking, weapon firmly in hand. Fooled once, you think I'll step into the same trap again? In rage, the Demon King roared, spewing thick, poisonous smoke. From the smoke, 3 arrows shot straight at the Demon King. Its eyes widened as the arrows flew toward it. Regaining composure, it leaped and unleashed a massive explosion, shaking everything around. Within the thick smoke, it twisted left and right, searching. From distance, the arrows glowed, blinding, racing toward the Demon King. But it dodged aside. Provoked, it roared, trying to track Jiang Kai. It spotted a pit just ahead. Jiang Kai suddenly appeared behind it. Hey, he shot 3 powerful arrows. I'm here, you're too slow. The Demon King roared in fury, attacking him. The 3 arrows pierced its arm at terrifying speed. The arrows embedded in the Demon King, causing it to scream in pain. But Jiang Kai was caught by its massive hand. It pressed close, tongue out menacingly. Yun Yun trembled on the other side, tears streaming, screaming in horror. Jiang Kai, its mouth opened wide, sharp teeth ready to devour him. Suddenly, the Demon King's eyes narrowed. Jiang Kai strained his hand and said with effort, just a scratch, not what you think. Did you really think you could catch me twice? Something pierced its heart. I only pretended to be caught to lure you. The Demon King let out a tragic roar, collapsing, unable to stand. Jiang Kai stood firm, eyes full of resolve, ready to fight to the last moment. Golden light shimmered from the energy radiating on Jiang Kai's hand. The Demon King, writhing in pain, dropped him and roared in fury. Jiang Kai's body plummeted, yet his gaze remained fixed. It seemed this time everything had been meticulously prepared. A stream of blue fluid slowly seeped from the Demon King's heart. The potion's effect truly lasted only a brief minute. The massive body of the Demon King crashed to the ground. Nguyen, seeing Jiang Kai fall, rushed to him. Jiang Kai, his eyes blurred. The last image he saw was Nguyen running toward him. Leaning on him, she made him feel as if he had regained strength. Nguyen immediately used magic to heal Jiang Kai. She recalled the moment when 3 arrows pierced the Demon King. At first, she thought Jiang Kai had simply misfired, but it turned out to be a trap prepared in advance for his decisive strike. In agony, Jiang Kai tried to raise his hand, and golden light flared from deep within the Demon King's heart. Was everything really part of his plan? Suddenly, she heard the Demon King's roar. Fearful, Nguyen stood and cautiously approached, realizing it was not yet dead. She pressed her lips together, recalling Jiang Kai's face when he was nearly unconscious. Then she gripped her dagger tightly, eyes gleaming, and stepped slowly toward the Demon King. Nguyen, stay strong, your teammates need you now. Sweat drenched her body, yet Nguyen held her dagger firmly. The Demon King suddenly flared with brilliant light. Its roar echoed as its claws lunged at her. Nguyen closed her eyes, gripping her dagger and retreating. Soon a streak of blood fell to the ground. Despite her aching arm, Nguyen smiled. Did you think you could escape? The Demon King groaned as if waiting for her reply. Blood lingered at her lip as she coldly said, dare to harm my friend. Nguyen roared and charged forward. She steeled herself for death as the dagger pierced the Demon King's heart. Its roar reverberated through the forest. The scene shifted to the next day. Under a large tree, Yuan Zhu's group sat on the ground, exchanging smiles. Nguyen anxiously tended to Jiang Kai. Don't exert yourself, get plenty of rest. With my potion, it should take only 3 days to recover. Jiang Kai just smiled without replying. She noticed him gazing intently at her. What is it? Is there something strange on my face? He shook his head, eyes fixed on the mountain. No, I just feel Nguyen is growing rapidly, becoming more like an excellent explorer. She doubted excellent me. Jiang Kai nodded. Of course. Nguyen bowed her head slightly, turning away. But when you faced the broken Lark Guardian, I was just a doctor relying on you in battle. I feel like I weakened everyone's combat power. Jiang Kai looked up at the sky and laughed. I think Nguyen is underestimating herself. Remember how, even when exhausted and on the verge of fainting, you never complained. These past days, I was busy helping Zhu Zai and Nguyen level up. You not only endured exhaustion without complaint, but also kept up with the team without falling behind. Then, seeing you bravely stand up to protect against the Falcon hunting team's provocation, despite knowing you were outmatched, yet still stepping forward courageously. Your figure, dagger in hand, fighting the Demon King, and after I was gravely wounded by the broken Lark Guardian, it was you who decisively finished it, helping me level up successfully, while also healing the severely injured like us. Jiang Kai turned to her with a gentle look. Nguyen, you are a doctor, hardly a combatant, yet I know you never considered retreating. You have done so much, things you overlooked, but we all saw it. On this journey, you've done very well, Nguyen. We all like you and need you. Hearing this, she was moved to tears. Yuan Zhu's group had quietly stood behind them. That's right, Nguyen, if it weren't for your doctor's compassion in healing us, we couldn't be celebrating like this. Jiang Kai frowned. Hey, when did you all get here? Nguyen, his hand bandaged, smiled. Of course, thanks to Nguyen, everyone could charge forward without worry. Nguyen rushed over. Exactly, Nguyen, without you, I'd be dead long ago. Encouraged by their words, tears streamed down her face. Everyone, despite her tears, Nguyen felt overwhelming happiness. Actually, I really like everyone, and I really need everyone too. After sharing, 2 hours passed. Jiang Kai stood still, serious. Ready? Everyone was excited. The 4 pressed the device together, preparing. A Yang appeared at the center. Jiang Kai stepped forward, hands slightly outstretched. Good, then I'll begin. As Yang opened, a beam of light flashed. I heard the treasures in the broken Lark Demon King's Yang mainly consist of equipment and are especially prone to high-quality items. This one is even a mutant rank, truly exciting. A pile of glittering treasures appeared, astonishing everyone. Jiang Kai picked up an item and she stepped forward to inspect. Flame Blade, weapon of an 80-level executioner. There were only 2 such blades before, this is the 3rd, valued at an estimated 350,000 demon spirit coins. Yuan Zhu's jaw dropped at its value. 350,000 demon spirit coins, that's 3.5 million sacred wine coins. Nguyen shrugged. What's rare about it? This is a top-grade weapon for level 80. Jiang Kai shook his head. Too bad there's no executioner in our team. His eyes lit up. Still, we can exchange it for money. Jiang Kai picked up a set of armor. Nguyen, what is this? She opened the system panel to inspect but suddenly frowned. This is strange, it seems unrecorded. Nguyen exclaimed. Unrecorded. Does that mean this equipment has never appeared before? Nguyen smiled, taking an appraisal card from her belongings. But fortunately, I have an appraisal card. When Zhu Zai and I were in the army, we occasionally encountered equipment that couldn't be appraised by the device, so I bought a few cards just in case. When she placed it near, the armor suddenly shone brightly. The system displayed information for the Exorcist armor. Requires level 60 to equip, increases 24 strength, 27 defense, 33 agility, 71 spirit power. Special Effect 1, Death Pardon, reducing level requirement by 40. Special Effect 2, Spirit State, immune to nervous system attacks for 3 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Special Effect 3, Torture of Death, causes mental attack on enemies, making them feel torment close to death. Reading this, Yuanzhu froze, mouth agape in astonishment. What? This armor boosts stats incredibly, especially spirit power reaching 71 points. Jiang Kai's excitement grew. Not only that, its special effects are astonishing. Death Pardon shows the armor suits a level 60 explorer, even level 20 like us can use it. He explained the Exorcist armor's function. Special Effect 2, Spirit State, is the highlight. Though the nervous system immunity is brief, it grants us a chance to rest and counterattack against mermaid sound attacks, or other lethal nervous system attacks, giving us an opportunity to strike back. Jiang Kai held it tightly. Special Effect 3, Torture of Death, activates after the enemy is severely injured, not very effective in real combat. But it's a clever trick to intimidate enemies when needed. About 25 minutes later, she pointed to the bed. So far, most items obtained are weapons and armor high level, but not very suitable for us. Senza will have to sell them for materials instead. Among the items just retrieved, there was a glowing ring. He curiously leaned down to examine it, wondering what the source of the light was. As he lifted the orb, the 3 people behind him had bright, eager eyes focused on the accessories. While he rambled on, his attention was solely on the base of the orb. The ring seemed to be of a very high rank. Known, try using the watch and see if you're brave enough to confirm it. She quickly responded, yes. Jiang Kai bowed down, holding the token and inspecting it. As soon as he picked it up, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have received the one-of-a-kind weapon of the gambler, the god's token, the death token. He looked at AI Brain with astonishment, repeating what he just heard. Death token? She nodded. Yes. AI Brain began to explain the card's abilities. The Death Token is the unique weapon of the gambler with no rank requirements, and the set includes 9 cards. The Death Token is one of those. When an explorer advances to the stage of a transcendent or anomalous being, this card can be brought into the real world. Jiang Kai briefly paused, then said loudly, unique. Does this mean there is only one set in the entire demon essence? Moreover, the Death Token is the personal weapon of the gambler. Then there are no rank restrictions. Isn't this designed specifically for me? He mewed. When using a class skill, the demon's hand that throws regular items increases accuracy by 40% and penetration by 30%. But for items like this card, accuracy increases by 120% and penetration by 250%. Jiang Kai seemed to have realized something. So, when I use this death token, the accuracy and penetration will be several times greater than that of a normal weapon. His eyes remained fixed on the card. But what exactly is an anomalous being? A transcendent is someone at level 80 or above. An anomalous being seems to be a title similar to that of a transcendent. Oh well, I'll look up the data when we get back. AI Brain displayed the notification again. The death token increases the owner's basic attributes by 20% and penetration power by 50 points. It also permanently increases critical hit chance by 15% and boosts critical hit damage by 150%. Shall we try the Sunset Mausoleum for luck? No, let's go to the valley. The man's father froze in shock. Jiang Kai explained that even though the Sunset Mausoleum was near its territory, many other teams might think the same. By the time they arrived, it would surely have been searched. Even if the mausoleum really was there, they'd probably come back empty-handed. As for Ho Sun AM, it didn't gather as much yin energy as the Sunset Mausoleum and was not as quiet as the valley. Plus, it was near the main city, so many people could start from there. But the valley, though separated by mountains, made it hard for the injured Lac Thai king to hide, and it was the least likely place for anyone to notice. This could make most explorers overlook it. So they decided to take a gamble and head to the valley first, which took 2 hours to reach. At the nameless valley, is this the place? He shivered as he walked. There was no need for feng shui here. I can already feel the yin energy. Nguyen Ngu hesitated, but the place was vast. If the injured Lac Thai king was hiding here, it would be very hard to find. They not only had to locate it, but also deal with it before anyone else discovered it. The difficulty was significant. He kept walking. Bin calmly explained that because the Lac Thai king feared being discovered and wanted to treat its wounds, it would surely choose hidden places, such as caves or tombs. Known pulled out a few vials and steadied everyone. These were potions she had prepared during battles with the army, capable of reducing toxins from hell-type monsters. The effect lasted half a day or might have some effect in this situation. Jiang Kai regained his focus and suggested, "All right, everyone drink known's potion first. Then check the surroundings together for caves, abandoned tombs, or anything else." The others quickly nodded in agreement. Night was approaching quickly. Jiang Kai's group continued moving through the forest. The pillar complained and requested, "I can't go any further. Shall we rest a bit before going deeper?" "Pillar, don't fall behind, keep up." "Right, Pillar, what if the Lac Thai King suddenly charges out? You need to come here quickly." Hearing this, his expression changed. "Charge out? No way, isn't it injured and hiding?" Ho Enhan teased without restraint. "What if? Maybe the mutated Lac Thai King is treating itself, gets hungry, and then, smelling humans suddenly." Immediately, as if a monster appeared behind him, giving the pillar goosebumps. He gritted his teeth, frustrated, and ran straight away. "I'm coming." The pillar ran on. "Wait for me." Jiang Kai helplessly reminded Ho Enhan, "Pillar's timid, don't scare him." She barely paid attention. Clearly the pillar was strong but disadvantaged by his fear, needing training. While running, he tripped over a large rock and fell. Seeing this, they rushed over. "Pillar, are you okay?" Seeing something made the pillar's face pale, and he backed away in fear, constantly pointing. "Wait, everyone, look, what is that?" Before them appeared a ruined tomb, half-collapsed. Hu Enhan gasped in shock, for it was indeed a deserted tomb, yet carefully concealed. "Even if we passed by, we might not have noticed it." Nguyen and Gu squinted hesitantly, and the tomb was tiny. Could a segment-lost corpse king of commander rank be inside? Water streaked down the tombstone, making the tomb before them look increasingly eerie. He shouted in alarm, "It's here!" Hu Enhan, Nguyen and Gu, Nguyen fall back. The group immediately obeyed, retreating in panic. "Got it." Jiang Kai quickly rose to position and suggested. "True 2, I'll hold it head-on, you hide in the shadows and prepare to strike." Yen Tru responded promptly, "Understood." The ground beneath the tombstone grew stranger by the second. Jiang Kai ordered sternly, "If you can't hold it, run, don't try to resist. I'll use Pursuit of Fate to restrain it any time." He immediately agreed, "Got it." A hand slowly emerged from the ground. Even though Yen Tru was mentally prepared, the pressure was overwhelming. A monster gradually crawled out. A mutated segment-lost corpse king, commander rank level 65. The corpse king slowly pushed itself up with both hands. It opened its mouth in a long roar, leaving the group wide-eyed in shock. "It's coming!" The corpse king's gaze suddenly locked on him. Yen Tru's face went pale. "Don't come here." All he wanted was to cry. The monster looked terrifying. It immediately unleashed a sonic wave, hurling Yen Tru. "Damn it!" The corpse king continuously emitted chilling sounds. His spine tingled. "This isn't good, I can't hold on." Yen Tru, out of habit, downed a cup of ale. After drinking, he threw the cup aside. Yen Tru gripped his sword tightly, growling, "Whether you're demon or fiend, I don't care." He no longer hesitated. He charged recklessly. Yen Tru shouted, "I am the greatest battle god." Overcoming his fear, he struck the corpse king with a powerful blow. He thought he would sever its head, but the sword suddenly got stuck. Silence enveloped the area. Yen Tru froze while the corpse king, seemingly enraged, growled and glared fiercely at him. Nguyen and Gu hid behind a tree, panicking. "It's over, True 2's sword is stuck." Jiang Kai rushed over, shouting urgently, "Situation's bad, True 2, run now." The corpse king screeched, shaking the surroundings. Yen Tru lost balance and fell backward. It raised its hands, preparing to strike him. But it wouldn't let that happen, charging forward. "What's the rush? Your opponent still has me." Jiang Kai continuously unleashed moves. The tremendous force caused a massive explosion, scattering dirt and rocks. Nguyen and Gu and Hu Enhan helped Yen Tru retreat, get to safety now. She called out, Nguyen, I'm back." This was a major advantage. The segment-lost corpse king had already been seriously wounded, and now team leader Jiang Kai intervened. "Has it not been crushed to dust yet?" he rebutted. "But I just saw, True 2's sword couldn't even cut it. It's definitely not that simple." Seeing her expression darken behind him, Hu Enhan worriedly asked, Nguyen, what's wrong?" She turned and gasped. She panicked. Hu Enhan's eyes widened, stammering, what is this?" "This segment-lost corpse king can't be killed." Meanwhile, the battle between the corpse king and him continued. Boss skill, soul revival. When a segment-lost corpse king takes critical damage, its soul regenerates, greatly reducing damage taken and speeding up wound recovery. Not only that, the largest wound on its chest gradually closed. It struck down, cracking the ground, and Jiang Kai was thrown aside. He thought, "This segment-lost corpse king's armor is broken. It's heavily wounded, yet despite continuous attacks, it still hasn't fallen. Truly terrifyingly strong." At the same time, she shouted, "Jiang Kai, you must pierce the heart of this mutated segment-lost corpse king. Otherwise, no matter how badly its body is wounded, it can still heal itself." Jiang Kai realized, so that's why it couldn't be killed. So we have to stab straight through the heart. But Nguyen's call drew the Corpse King's attention. It turned, growling, intending to attack her. The Corpse King approached Nguyen step by step, emitting terrifying shrieks. He looked at the scene in horror and shouted. For unknown reasons, the Corpse King suddenly stopped, and a powerful energy surged from his hand. Jiang Kai, rushing forward, was caught off guard. A hand covered in green energy suddenly appeared. He had no time to react and was grabbed. With immense strength, the long arm gripped Jiang Kai like a noose. He trembled slightly, gritting his teeth, feeling as if his bones were breaking. This guy was truly cunning in deceiving his opponents. Yang Dong struggled but couldn't break free. Jiang Kai was now trapped in the palm of the Corpse King. The Corpse King opened his mouth wide, tongue ready to devour Jiang Kai. Hu Na, witnessing this, shouted in panic. Captain Jiang Kai. At the same time, Yuan Zhu angrily charged forward. He gripped his sword tightly, eyes blazing with fury, and shouted, "Monster, how dare you harm my comrade?" Yuan Zhu managed to stop just in time. The Corpse King exhaled a purple mist to block him. Nguyen hid behind a tree, coughing dryly. "That's a black-purple poisonous mist, Lord Zhu, be careful." She recalled her knowledge of toxic attacks. This was a technique that the Corpse King was highly skilled at. The darker the poisonous mist, the stronger its toxicity. Normally, the poisonous mist of a Corpse King of commander rank is dark green. This type of mist is highly toxic, capable of corroding an adventurer's body within a minute. The poisonous mist of a king-rank Corpse King is black and kills instantly on contact. This mutated commander-rank Corpse King was injured, but could still use black-purple poisonous mist, lying between the two types. Although not lethal immediately, it was still very dangerous. The medicine she had prepared for everyone seemed to have no effect. Nguyen stood motionless, staring helplessly at the scene, unable to do anything. She watched Yuan Zhu fighting the Corpse King and felt anxious. Perhaps Zhu was facing the Corpse King, but the power gap was too great. He couldn't hold out for long. Before she could think further, a sudden voice made Nguyen startled. "How dare you touch Captain Jiang Kai? I'll be the first to oppose you." She turned in surprise. "Wait, that voice is from Nguyen. He's raising his shield, ready to support Yuan Zhu. I am Nguyen. I will never be weaker than anyone in my life." Nguyen anxiously called after brother Nguyen, but he didn't bother to look back. Hunan held her hand from behind. Nguyen, don't rush, stay here. This purple poisonous mist is definitely dangerous. You're a doctor, you might be our last hope. Nguyen still worried. "Okay." But before she could finish, Hunan smiled triumphantly. "Then you must protect yourself well next." Hunan turned and left, leaving Nguyen still trying to understand what was happening. "Protect myself?" "Hunan, wait, what are you planning?" Nguyen, she called, but only received her instruction. "Don't get close, it's too dangerous. The poison radius is huge. I need to get closer to summon wind and rain to wash away the poison." Nguyen felt numb, watching her teammates advance. Everyone is risking their lives to fight." She shivered, her limbs stiff. Nguyen bit her lip. She choked back tears, wondering, why, I'm a doctor, yet I can't do anything. Since childhood, her sister always protected her from danger. She had grown used to relying on her, growing up in her sister's protective embrace. But one day, the demon crystals suddenly fell, and beast gods appeared all over the world. Humans had to face trials from the demon crystals to become extraordinary in order to fight the beast gods. Her father sacrificed himself on the battlefield fighting the beast god disaster due to lack of medical resources. She matured overnight, determined to join the army to become a strong support for her comrades. Since then, she joined the army with the resolve to protect her teammates. And when she felt lonely in the early days of facing the demon crystals, she met Zhu and Jiang Kai. They coordinated seamlessly in battle. Under Jiang Kai's leadership, she and Zhu achieved outstanding results, being chosen by the army. Finally, like her sister, she fulfilled her dream of joining the army, thinking she had firmly stepped into her dream. But after joining the army, she realized the gap between herself and others. Despite trying hard, she only achieved a C rank. I comforted Zhezhai, saying that he had some bad results too, so he shouldn't be too sad, but honestly I was even more disappointed than he was. Can I really become an outstanding doctor? Nguyen replayed the past in her mind as she asked herself whether she had what it takes to protect everyone. On the battlefield, the voices of Yuan Zhu and Nguyen rang out non-stop. Duan Lak Thai King, with his striking appearance, was impossible for Nguyen Thai King to ignore. They prepared to act at once. "Don't let anyone get in the way of this plan. I, Yuan Zhu, am the #1 war god under heaven. Demons, stay away from me." That only made her feel even more inferior. "I watched my best friends fight with their lives while I could only stand still like before." Hiding behind her older sister, Nguyen sank to the ground. The feeling of helplessness made her start to doubt whether she should have chosen to be a doctor. As for Thai King, it kept roaring and spewing poison. He and Nguyen Ngu tried to hold on, while Jiang Kai was about to be completely exhausted too. Zhazhai and Nguyen Ngu's faces gradually turned pale from lack of air. Hearing Jiang Kai's voice, Nguyen snapped awake and trembled as she moved toward everyone. When she arrived, she saw her teammates being attacked by Thai King without mercy. Seeing the brutal fight, Nguyen jolted and hurriedly knelt beside big brother Nguyen Dai Ka. Looking around, in less than a minute after entering the poison bone zone, they had already been severely corroded. Nguyen steadied herself and prepared to save them. Saving people was the top priority now. She treated the wounded with healing magic while forcing herself to stay calm. Yuanzhu and Nguyen Ngu gradually regained their strength, their wounds closed up, and the poison bone effect slowly dispersed. Rain began to fall and Nguyen looked up, unable to hide her joy. Under Hu Enhan's wind and rain storm, the poison bone had noticeably faded. Thai King stood motionless in the rain, not understanding what was happening, while she stayed behind a tree trunk, struggling to keep the rainfall steady. It still gripped him tightly and roared viciously. Jiang Kai could barely hold on, his body in agony as he panted for breath. I really didn't know my own limits. His face grew paler and paler. Back on Vin Dong Island, if we hadn't had support skills, things would have been even worse. Jiang Kai realized he couldn't hurt the merfolk boss. This time, the commander-rank Duan Lak Thai King was outside the plan. I led everyone in, but I couldn't protect them. He blamed himself. Hu Enhan was spent as well. She coughed, cried out helplessly, and then fainted. She panicked and rushed over. Jiang Kai still blamed himself for overestimating his strength. Everything had gone completely wrong. Can I make the royal family pay for what I've done? His face darkened as if he wanted to give up. But at this moment, he and Nguyen Ngu charged forward. Yuanzhu was the strongest war god under heaven. Who dares to be insolent, thinking I'll just endure it? Thai King was caught off guard by the two of them and raised a hand to block Nguyen Ngu's strike. Jiang Kai escaped thanks to his reflexes, gritting his teeth to hype himself up. No, how could I lose like this? Big brother and brother Zhizhi were still waiting to live through brighter days together. Seeing his teammates risk their lives to save him, he was deeply moved. Everyone kept fighting for the Fire God Squad, right up to the very end. Jiang Kai crashed to the ground, coughing non-stop. He tried to push himself up, bracing a hand on the ground, trembling. His whole body ached and he couldn't stand. She panicked and ran over. Jiang Kai. What do we do now? My lord Hu Enhan, big brother Nguyen Dai Ka them. Nguyen forced herself to calm down. Hu Enhan was already down and this storm couldn't last. He reassured her. Right now it feels like every bone in my body is broken, but we have to deal with that bastard quickly. Is there any way to recover the fastest? Jiang Kai looked at Nguyen with weak eyes. Hearing that, her eyes welled up, but she didn't want to let her teammates down. Nguyen clenched his hand tightly. Okay, I understand. The moment she let her guard down, Thai King had already flicked its tongue to yank Yuanzhu toward Nguyen Ngu. It tried to swallow the two of them, but before it could, Jiang Kai smashed it straight in the face. You mangy mutt. He sprang up fast, took a running start, and delivered a vicious kick to the creature's mouth, forcing it to spit out its prey. Seeing the two of them knocked to the ground, she was frantic. Jiang Kai glanced back, a confident smile on his face, and said to her, "Leave them to me." The Corpse King charged in. The Corpse King hurled a heavy punch at him. She pulled out an orange vial, her face tight with worry. Jiang Kai, my healing ability right now can't restore you immediately. This is the beginner-grade tears of the immortal bird I obtained while training with the army. If you drink it, it can temporarily restore an explorer below level 20 for 1 minute, even with severe injuries. But the side effect is that after 1 minute, the drinker will instantly fall unconscious, no matter what situation they're in. Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to drink it? He didn't hesitate. He grabbed the vial at once, brows slightly furrowed, yet the corners of his lips lifted in a confident smile. 1 minute is enough. He kept fighting the Corpse King. He turned back to provoke it. Come on, idiot, if you've got the guts, chase me. The Corpse King roared in rage and immediately gave chase after Jiang Kai. He clenched his teeth and sprinted forward, trying to buy time. The wind and rain have almost stopped. Jiang Kai led the Corpse King into the forest, kept a safe distance, and patiently waited for it to close in. Suddenly the ground trembled, something was approaching, making the earth swell and ripple. The Corpse King's fist shot toward him, and he dodged in a flash. Jiang Kai smirked, gripping his weapon firmly. Tricked once, do you think I'd make the same mistake again? The Corpse King roared in fury and spewed poisonous smoke. As the toxic haze spread, 3 arrows streaked straight at it. It watched the 3 arrows fly in, then leapt up and instantly unleashed a move. A massive explosion erupted, shaking everything around them. The Corpse King spun left and right, searching frantically. From the distance, 3 arrows gleamed. The Corpse King narrowly dodged as they whistled toward it. The Corpse King howled, hunting for Jiang Kai's trail. It spotted a pit straight ahead, but he appeared from behind instead. Jiang Kai laughed, "I'm right here, you're too slow to react." He fired 3 forceful arrows, overwhelming the Corpse King. The Corpse King screamed and lunged at Jiang Kai. The 3 arrows slammed into its arm at terrifying speed, biting deep into its flesh. The Corpse King shrieked in pain. Jiang Kai was seized in its gigantic hand. The Corpse King drew close, tongue lolling out with savage intent. Nguyen stood nearby, trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks as she screamed, "Jiang Kai!" Its mouth yawned wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth, ready to swallow him. But suddenly the Corpse King's eyes tightened. Jiang Kai gathered his strength and forced the words out. "You think you can catch me a second time?" Something drove straight into the Corpse King's heart. "I only pretended to get caught to lure you in." A golden light flashed from Jiang Kai's hand. The Corpse King writhed in agony, released Jiang Kai, and roared in rage. Jiang Kai dropped down, eyes still locked on it. "This time I got it right." Blue liquid slowly flowed from the Corpse King's heart. The medicine worked for 1 minute. Its massive body collapsed to the ground. Nguyen panicked when she saw Jiang Kai fall and rushed over at once. "Jiang Kai, Jiang Kai." His vision blurred, and the last thing he saw was her running toward him. Nguyen knelt beside him and quickly used magic to heal Jiang Kai. Her mind flashed back to the moment the 3 arrows pierced the Corpse King. "Those 3 arrows stuck into that tree. I first thought Jiang Kai had missed on purpose, but it turned out to be a trap to set up the final blow." Jiang Kai grimaced in pain and struggled to lift his hand. Golden light burst from the Corpse King's heart. "Was all of this part of your plan?" All of a sudden, she heard the Corpse King scream again. Nguyen rose in fear and stepped forward. It wasn't dead yet, she remembered again. Jiang Kai's face was on the verge of collapse, making Nguyen realize she had to rely on herself from now on. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and her hand gripped the dagger tightly. She slowly approached the undead king, telling herself, Nguyen, focus, your team needs you." Sweat poured over her body, but she resolutely raised the dagger. Its eyes suddenly blazed, the undead king's roar echoed, and its claws swung directly at her. Nguyen closed her eyes, gripped the dagger, and stepped back. Immediately, blood dripped onto the ground. Despite the pain in her arm, she smiled. "You thought you could escape," the undead king groaned as if waiting for her to continue. Blood still stained the corner of her mouth, making her face even colder. She shouted, "How dare you harm my friend?" and lunged forward. "Prepare to die?" Her dagger pierced its heart. In the deep forest, the undead king's screams echoed everywhere. The scene shifted to the next day. Under a large tree, Yuan Zhu's group sat on the ground, smiling at each other. Nguyen frowned as she bandaged Jiang Kai. "Don't exert yourself, rest well, combine with my medicine, and you'll recover in just 3 days." He just pressed his lips in a smile without replying. She noticed Jiang Kai staring at her and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" He shook his head, eyes fixed on the mountain. "No, I just see that you've matured so quickly, Nguyen, becoming like an excellent explorer." She doubted, "Excellent me?" Jiang Kai nodded, "Of course." Nguyen lowered her head slightly, turning away. "But when you all dealt with the Broken Ridge King, I was just a doctor." She continued, "And I had to rely on you all to fight in battle. I feel like I was holding everyone back." Jiang Kai looked up at the sky and laughed. He said, "I think you're underestimating yourself, Nguyen." He recalled how exhausted she had been, barely catching her breath, yet never complained. He said, "In the past days, I was busy helping Zhu Zai and Nguyen you level up." Then he added, "You didn't complain and endured fatigue with resilience." He continued, "You kept pace with the team without falling behind." He even recalled Nguyen standing bravely to defend against the Hawk Hunt team's provocation. He said, "You knew you weren't their match but still stepped forward courageously." Then the image of her resolutely fighting the undead king with a dagger appeared. He said, "And after I was severely injured by the Broken Ridge King, it was you who decisively finished it off, allowing me to level up successfully." He continued, "And you even managed to heal those severely injured like us." Jiang Kai looked at her with gentle eyes. Jiang Kai said, Nguyen, you're a doctor, almost incapable of fighting, yet I know you never considered retreat. You've done so much, things you overlook we all see." He continued, "On this journey you've done exceptionally well, Nguyen. We all like you very much and need you." Hearing this, tears welled up in her eyes. Yuan Zhu's group, who had been standing behind unnoticed, said, "That's right, Nguyen, if you hadn't healed us with your doctor's compassion. How could we be jumping around so freely now?" Jiang Kai grimaced. "Hey, when did you guys get here?" Nguyen Yu smiled while bandaging. "Of course, we were lucky to have Nguyen here this time." Ho Enhan also jumped in. "That's right, Nguyen, without you, I'd be long gone." Everyone agreed it was thanks to her that they could confidently move forward. The encouragement made her tears flow uncontrollably. Choking, she said, "Everyone, despite the tears, Nguyen felt overwhelming happiness and whispered, "Actually, I like all of you very much and I need all of you." After sharing this, 2 moments passed. Jiang Kai stood up straight, face serious. "Are you ready?" Everyone was excited. The four pressed the device together. "Ready." A chest appeared in the center. He stepped forward, hands slightly extended. He said, "Good, then I'll start." As the chest opened, a beam of light flashed. He continued, "I heard the treasures of the Broken Ridge Undead King are mainly equipment and rare high-tier items are easy to get. This one is also a mutated tier, quite exciting." A dazzling pile of treasures appeared before their eyes, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing what Jiang Kai held, she stepped closer to examine the blade and edge, an executioner's weapon, level 80. There are only 2 of this type on the market. This is the third. Estimated value is 350,000 demon crystals. Yuan Zhu's jaw dropped. Yuan Zhu exclaimed, 350,000 demon crystals, that's 3.5 million saint wine. Ho Enhan shrugged. "What's so rare? This is a top-tier level 80 weapon." He felt regret, meaning his team was missing an executioner. His eyes suddenly lit up. "That's right, fortunately it can still be exchanged for money." Jiang Kai picked up a set of armor and asked in surprise, "Nguyen, what is this?" She opened the system panel to check and then doubted. "This is strange, it seems there's no record." Nguyen Yu exclaimed. "No record? Does this mean that this equipment has never appeared before?" Nguyen smiled and took a certification card from her pocket. "But luckily I can appraise it. When I was with Zhu Zai in the military, we occasionally encountered equipment that couldn't be appraised by the watch. So I bought a few certification cards in advance just in case." She placed it nearby, and the armor suddenly burst into a brilliant light. The system displayed the information just appraised. Undying outer armor requires level 60 to equip, increases 24 strength, 27 defense, 33 dexterity. 71 mental power, special effect 1, death exemption can reduce the required level by up to 40 levels. Special effect 2, undying state. Immunity to nerve attack for 3 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Special effect 3, death torture deals a mental attack to the enemy. The enemy will continuously feel the mental torment close to death, only taking effect when the opponent is severely injured. It can be maintained until the caster's mental power is depleted. After reading, Yuan Zhu stood still, his mouth open in astonishment. "What? This armor increases terrifying attributes, especially the mental power. I can't believe it's as high as 71 points." Jiang Kai became more and more excited. Not only that, its special effects are surprising. Death exemption shows that this armor is suitable for level 60 explorers. Even level 20 like us can use it. He began to explain the uses of the undying outer armor. As for the second special effect, undying state, that's its essence, although the immunity time for nerve attacks isn't long. But if faced with siren sound attacks or certain neurotoxic poisons, it offers a chance to rest and counterattack. Jiang Kai gripped it tightly in his hand, unwilling to let go. As for special effect 3, death torture, although it only takes effect after the enemy is severely injured and isn't very useful in actual combat, it's a good trick to scare the enemy when needed. About 25 minutes later, she pointed to the bed. By now, most of the items opened were weapons and armor, which were very high level but not suitable for them. Senza decided to sell them to exchange for job change materials. Among the items just opened, there was a ring glowing. He curiously bent down to explore. "What is this glowing thing?" Yuan Zhu picked it up and immediately the 3 people behind them lit up as it was an accessory. He rambled on while she looked down at Yuan Zhu's feet. "This ring seems to be of a very high level. Nguyen, try using the watch to see if it can appraise it." She quickly responded, "Yes." Jiang Kai walked over, bent down to hold the card and looked around. "This is." As soon as he picked it up, the system chimed, "Congratulations, you have obtained the unique weapon of the gambler, Death God card." His eyes brightened as he looked at AI Brain and repeated what he just heard. "Death God?" She nodded. "Yes." AI Brain began to explain the ability of the Death God card. the unique weapon of the gambler, no level requirement. The full set includes 9 cards and the Death God card is one of them. After the explorer advances to the stage of transcendent or strange beings, they can bring this card into the real world. Jiang Kai was momentarily stunned, then said loudly, "Unique. Does this mean there's only one set in the entire demonic essence?" Moreover, the Death God card is the unique weapon of the gambler and has no level limitation. Isn't it designed specifically for me? He muttered to himself, thinking that if his career skill, Demonic Hand of Cards, throws regular items, the accuracy could increase by 40%, and the penetration effect would increase by 30%. Using an item like this would increase accuracy by 120%. The penetration effect would increase by 250%. Jiang Kai suddenly realized something. When using the Death God card, the accuracy and penetration effect could increase several times compared to regular weapons. He stared at the card, not looking away. But what is a strange being? Transcendent beings are experts level 80 or above. Strange beings seems to be a title corresponding to transcendent being. Oh well, I'll look it up when I get back. AI brain displayed the notification again. The Death God card can increase the basic attributes of its holder by 20%. Increases armor penetration by 50%. Permanently increases critical hit chance by 15%, and increases critical hit damage by 150%. Jiang Kai felt astonished when he realized that the attributes of the Death card increased by percentage, meaning the higher his own attributes, the greater the boost from the card. Excitement lit up his face as he wondered what the card's special effects might be. She didn't care and continued speaking. She introduced the special effects of the Death card. The AI brain began explaining its abilities. The first special effect, Premature Opportunity, requires active use. When used, the Death card can attack a target up to 50 times automatically. Using Premature Opportunity consumes a large amount of mental power. During this time, the target takes 50% extra damage but cannot die. Jiang Kai gaped, thinking, right, attacking 50 times in a row and the target still won't die. I just said I want you dead, you can't not die. The Death card's special effect is that if I don't let you die, you cannot die. She didn't answer his question and went on to explain the second special effect, Wrath of the Gods, which is also actively used. The Death card uses its tip as a center, moving at extreme speed, continuously dealing damage at the point of attack. If the target cannot escape, its penetration power continues to increase. Using Wrath of the Gods consumes both physical and mental energy, making Jiang Kai grimace. If the target cannot escape, the attack's destructive force becomes even greater, combined with Premature Opportunity. The AI brain then explained the final special effect. The third effect, Divine Weapon Bonds with Master. On its own, the Death card cannot be damaged and can be controlled, summoned, thrown, and recalled with thought alone. Jiang Kai finally smiled, acknowledging how useful this effect was, not only durable but also controllable by willpower. Even when facing cunning opponents like royalty, they would have difficulty predicting their trump card. Jiang Kai joyfully raised the card, celebrating. Unexpectedly, even though he hadn't found the level 20 gambler promotion material he had long awaited, he had discovered the cat's weapon. He felt confused staring at the card. God card? What exactly is a God card? Why was his Death card one of them and why were there 8 others? Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. Jiang Kai grew alert, turned around and widened his eyes using his demon eye, scanning the forest to see someone approaching. Not good, a bandit squad is coming. Everyone's situation was precarious. If we're discovered after killing that mutated sect king, the treasure will surely be stolen. We have to leave immediately. Everyone shouted in unison, understood. The scene shifted to a building in Jiang Central, the base of Wei Yang. He stood before the window, eyes fixed on the distance. Suddenly, a knock sounded behind him. Wei Yang turned solemnly. Lam entered, looking worried, reporting the discovery of a linked teleportation formation. He listened silently, staring into the distance, contemplating the discovery of a new nation. Wei Yang furrowed his brow slightly, lips moving subtly but remaining quiet, lost in deep thought. Since the Demon Star's exploration level was low, the nation's exploration zones were unconnected. Except for certain individual classes that could enter other nations' trial zones specially, the nation's territories did not overlap. The scene shifted to when Wei Yang met him, recalling a dazed moment a year earlier. Wei Yang clearly remembered that nations had been repeatedly ambushed, discovering multiple teleportation formations of Dai Luo Temple. The space gates of Dai Luo Temple appeared at various locations. These formations were spread across the Demon Star, but all linked to the public area called Dai Luo Temple. The Dai Luo temple area was strange, with a gray sky and a floating teleportation gate. The area was vast, shifting positions every 6 months, sometimes appearing deep in forest. Within Dai Luo Temple were many mysterious, unidentified zones, called Lost Relics, containing rare treasures and strong promotion materials for new classes. When the teleportation gate opened, deadly scenes stretched out. What troubled Wei Yang was that only explorers below level 60 could enter Dai Luo Temple. Additionally, when someone entered, the AI brain would relay information about the contest. AI brain projected the announcement: "Welcome to the primary Dai Luo Temple contest. Each team must have 5 members, all under level 60. Once 80 nations have registered, the contest will officially begin." She smiled, eyes glinting with intent. All explorers compete here. Ultimately, the first, second, and third place teams receive 3, 2, and 1 secret keys to Dai Luo Temple, allowing access to lost relics to seek rare treasures. Each person may participate in the same level contest only once. She hurriedly added, "So far, 49 nations have discovered Dai Luo Temple teleportation formation. When 80 nations are reached, the contest will start. Currently, we have not found the formation." He brought a cigarette to his lips, listening as Lam Lam continued. "Only by ranking in the Dai Luo Temple contest can one qualify to explore lost relics. The treasures there can alter the fate of entire nations." Seeing no reaction from Wei Yang, she asked suspiciously, "Commander Wei, are you listening?" He inhaled, turned, slowly extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, and walked past Lam Lam, leaving orders behind. He summoned the National Guild representatives for a meeting. She nodded, understood. The scene shifted to a small corner of the town 3 days later as he stepped out of the building, hands in pockets. The guild pillars approached upon seeing Jiang Kai. "Jiang Kai sold all the items," he nodded, taking out 3 blue vials from the private trading space, "all sold. I've also purchased everyone's missing promotion material. These are pre-prepared, just drink and the promotion is complete." Hunayan's eyes shone like stars. The loot this time consisted of rare supplies, costly but sold in an instant. He smiled. "Looks like more and more wealthy bosses." Known remained calm. "I heard a few days ago. The army held a global guild representative meeting. Afterwards, the procurement department bought large amounts of rare resources." He noticed 2 people behind, each stopping to comment briefly. Hey, the guild challenge contest is about to start. Looks like many strong guilds are preparing to participate. This year, the Xuanwu Guild is focusing especially on this contest. First place will surely be theirs." The guild pillar fired up, raised his hand. "Xuanwu is so arrogant." Jiang Kai reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll take some anger on your behalf then." Nguyen cheered. "Exactly." Jiang Kai nodded. "All right, but first we need to reach the guild area." He opened his eyes wide, thinking indeed. After all, to participate in the guild challenge contest, you must first find a guild. She said, "Jiang Kai, have you found one? You offended the royal family before. No guild would accept you. I thought we were going to face some difficulties." She agreed. "Right, Captain Jiang Kai. Which guild did you find?" You just smiled faintly, giving an air of mystery. The scene shifts to a bustling guild area. Jiang Kai led them there and then stopped. "We're here," the pillar of the guild said, surprised. "Jiang Kai, is this the guild you found?" You pointed at the empty gate with no one in sight. "Why is it so quiet?" "The location is remote. Not only is there no one at the gate, but even the guild's name isn't visible." The pillar of the guild looked in surprise. She saw something unexpected. She only saw Jiang Kai slowly walking toward the door, his eyes full of doubt. "Wait a minute, Jiang Kai, you're not planning to create your own guild, are you?" You didn't respond, only showing your card to scan. At that moment, a line of text appeared on the sign. "Guild of the Divine Lord, number 319, District C right." The door opened slightly and they stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. Their eyes were so wide it seemed like they might pop out. In front of them was a majestic building. It was beautiful. You stood in front of everyone, arms outstretched, welcoming them to join. A scene of sparkling water and small mountains appeared. "Guild of the Divine Lord." The pillar regained composure and nudged Jiang Kai. "Hey, Jiang Kai, when did you start this guild?" You didn't say anything. Who knew you were hiding such a secret move? Yunan stood still, looking up in admiration. "That's right, Captain Jiang Kai didn't hide anything from him. I never thought someone as stingy as you would spend money on such a beautiful place." Jiang Kai just wanted to run away after being called stingy. Nguyen and Gu spoke up. "That's right, how much did this place cost?" "It must have been at least 100 million su for the holy wine, right?" Jiang Kai was speechless. His image as a stingy person in their eyes would never change. He pressed a button on his wrist and the system screen appeared. Jiang Kai cleared his throat and regained his handsome composure. "Actually, I had this plan for a long time. So today, when I bought the materials to change jobs for everyone, I also registered the guild." He recalled when everyone had rejected him at first. "Remember when I went to Ghost Star? Every guild rejected me because they were wary of the royal family's power." Back to the present, Jiang Kai smiled cunningly. "Fine then, rely on the heavens, rely on fate. Isn't it about relying on oneself?" Then I will create a guild myself. The system notification sounded. The Guild of the Divine Lord is being recognized. Recognition successful, the guild information is being matched. Matching successful, you said now, although the Guild of the Divine Lord has just started. Just as you finished speaking, the system's voice echoed. The Guild of the Divine Lord has officially been established. Everyone cheered happily. After all, we now have a home in Ghost Star. The scene shifted to the next morning. The pillar hurriedly ran in. I've successfully changed my job. His cheeks were flushed. He opened the system panel, excited. Jiang Kai, I've changed my job to a fighter. Explorer pillar fighter profession level 21. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining with excitement. Now I have my second talent. Also, my attributes are really strong. Jiang Kai asked, what talent? The pillar grinned widely, giving a proud thumbs up. My talent is the all-purpose fighter, which boosts my attributes by more than 10% compared to other professions that have changed jobs twice. Plus, each time I level up, I gain 7 attribute points. Jiang Kai was happy for him. Yu Nan, who was standing nearby, also admired him. The development of the martial artist profession, thanks to the attribute boost, is really strong. No wonder it's one of the strongest professions. Holy grace, I'm so envious. The pillar placed his hands on his hips, turning around, now raising 2 fingers. Not only that, he began to explain his abilities. During combat, I can freely distribute all my attributes. So during battle, I can choose between a sharp state or high attack. After the battle, I will return to my original attributes. When I learned battle skills, this talent also helped me understand new techniques. Jiang Kai smiled in surprise. She, standing next to him, couldn't hide her curiosity. You can freely distribute your base attributes. This ability, if used well, truly crushes any opponent of the same level. Moreover, the ability to comprehend new techniques is almost like having free skills. You stepped forward and patted the pillar on the shoulder. Pillar, you'll likely become the most all-around martial artist. The pillar was embarrassed. Jiang Kai, I told you, from now on I'll protect you. Yu Nan wept. 2 others admired him. I've said it, I'm so tired. While talking, suddenly the door cracked open and Nguyen and Gu, looking despondent, walked in absent-mindedly. The 3 of them turned at the same time and spoke. Right, Nguyen, why are you so down? Did you fail your job change? Jiang Kai asked Nguyen and Gu, what's wrong with you? He recounted, tears falling. I successfully changed jobs, but I turned into a drunken fool. My talent is drinking for fun. Explorer Nguyen and Gu, drunken fool profession, level 21. Both strength and agility increased by 2 points, but the physical growth range decreased from 3 points to 2 points. Seeing him down, Jiang Kai spoke up to explain. Ordinary professions, after reaching level 20, will receive an additional 20 attribute points each time they level up. Moreover, special professions like martial artists and soldiers receive extra attribute points, and it's rare to receive them. Your profession can receive 3 extra attribute points, which is quite rare. Nguyen and Gu's expression brightened. Really? She had a big question mark on her head. I also find it quite rare. But Nguyen and Gu, I'm a bit curious about this drinking for fun. What kind of fun is that? He scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then spoke. The drinking for fun state activates my subconscious, helping me transition from being drunk to a state of pseudo-drunk, between being drunk and sober. In short, I feel like it's probably, Nguyen and Gu hesitated, making all 3 curious. Probably what? He scratched his head, awkwardly smiling like a flower, probably very carefree. After hearing that, all 3 of them were left speechless. Half an hour passed, but the door showed no sign of opening. The pillar kept his eyes fixed on the door. It's been half an hour, why hasn't Nguyen come out yet? Could she be facing some issue? Yu Nan closed his eyes and crossed his arms. Just wait, job changing is quite a difficult process, but I believe Nguyen will definitely make it. Just as he finished speaking, the door opened slightly and her legs slowly stepped out. The moment Nguyen stepped outside, her whole body shuddered. Not having time to think, she quickly spoke. Nguyen, wasn't your job change ideal? Well, it's fine, try again next time. She nodded, that's right. Actually, the first time I changed jobs didn't go smoothly either. Nguyen and Gu comforted. Nguyen, don't be too discouraged, we'll stick with you. Despite the tense situation, Jiang Kai remained calm. Everyone, don't rush, I think Nguyen has something she wants to say. She hesitated, her lips barely moving, unable to say anything. Nguyen's voice cracked with emotion, excitement filled her. At this moment, the system suddenly notified. Explorer Nguyen, profession physician, level 21. I can't believe it, I can't believe that after I changed to a physician, I received a supreme talent. Toxic analysis, the probability is less than 1 in 1,000. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was stunned, then all cheered in joy. What? With the toxic analysis talent, I can increase the speed of drug effects by 10%. I can also increase the potency of toxins by 50%, while enhancing the ability to sense toxicity in materials by 30%. She was so happy that her eyes lit up. Awesome, Nguyen, so are you planning to go down the poison route? She shook her head and smiled faintly. Not sure yet, but the medicine has 3 parts poison. When I make the medicine, I can use this talent to eliminate the toxins and enhance the effect of the medicine. The 3 of them were stunned as they realized the situation. He regained his serious expression and said that everyone's progress during this promotion had been very good, but among the opponents, there were many strong teams controlled by major guilds. These teams specialized in competing for rankings in team tournaments, so we cannot afford to be careless right now. Jiang Kai's eyes sparkled with determination in the days to come before the official guild challenge began. He encouraged everyone to continue leveling up, and everyone nodded in agreement. 7 days passed, and the system in the forest announced, collect 180 elite-level forest wolf corpses and 2 battlefield-level forest wolf corpses. His eyes lit up and he clenched his fists with resolve. After 7 days of real combat, he noticed that he had made significant progress. The system screen displayed, Explorer Yuan Zhu, Class Fighter, Level 25, Explorer Nguyen Nguyen, Class Healer, Level 24. Both had received level-up notification. Explorer Hu Nian, Class Fortune Teller, Level 31. She smiled excitedly. My rain summoning skill is getting more and more fluent. Explorer Nguyen Ngu, Class Poison Master, Level 25. When Jiang Kai approached, he saw them laughing and chatting happily. He tapped his watch and the screen immediately opened with the results of the guild challenge. Guild of the God King, Fire God Team. The system provided the necessary information for the challenge. Between levels 2140, 32 teams participated. Each team would compete once a day, and the first day's opponent was the Swift Kill team of the Xuanwu Guild. The team leader was Huang De from the Xuanwu Guild. At 8 a.m. tomorrow, be at the arena in the western district of Shengxiao City on time to prepare for the match. Note: a victory is only counted when all members of the opposing team are killed. Nguyen Nguyen's eyes widened in surprise. Huang De, what a coincidence. Their first opponent was the Xuanwu Guild, and it was Huang De, the one who had fought Jiang Kai before. Hu Nian frowned and stepped forward. He realized that the previous guild challenge had ended right at the moment, and this time, the victory was determined by killing the opposing team. Yuan Zhu was furious and wanted to rush out and fight. I'll ask the military if the royal family is behind this. Nguyen Ngu quickly grabbed his arm. Yuan Zhu, calm down a bit. Jiang Kai remained calm. No need, whether it's fate or a deliberate act of revenge. Coincidentally, I also want to face Huang De and have a match. Both her and Hu Nian looked at Jiang Kai with concern. Captain Jiang Kai with a triumphant smile. Huang De, very well. What the royal family owes me, I will take back both the principal and interest from you. The next morning at the arena, the crowd chanted loudly to boost morale. Wu Wei held a microphone, her voice echoing across the stadium. The competition between teams of levels 21 to 40 will begin in 15 minutes. Please do not wander around. The teams participating in this match were the Swift Kill team of the Xuanwu Guild and the Fire God team of the God King Guild. If you have arrived, feel free to head to the arena. Everyone turned their gaze to the screen and shouted, Swift Kill, go! No one responded. Amidst the cheers, Huang De's team walked onto the arena. The Swift Kill team would surely make history. Xuanwu reigned supreme. Bai Yan spoke with a slightly sarcastic tone. You're so lucky, arriving just in time for the guild challenge once a year. Now that you're here, let me show you around. Although her team had done well in the rookie training rankings this month, don't be too arrogant. Learn the tactics of the expert teams. She snorted, her face cold. There's nothing special about the preliminary rounds. The real excitement will come in the finals. Hong Shuang, don't be so arrogant. Even though you topped the rookie training this time, among those participating in this match is someone who broke the 30-year-old rookie training record of Shengxia. Her eyes lit up as she heard the stunned reaction from the crowd behind her. Huang De smirked arrogantly. You mean Jiang Kai? Where is Jiang Kai? Isn't he coming? Don't tell me he's too scared to fight me. Hong Hai burst into laughter. This is just normal. After all, who doesn't know your reputation? He laughed loudly, his gaze full of arrogance. That Jiang Kai dared to touch my brother, does he still dare to come for me? Jiang Kai, aren't you dissatisfied? Don't be a coward now. The group behind him echoed. Exactly what Fire God team? Indeed, the Fire God team was a bunch of cowards. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, causing him to turn around. Hey, Big King! The group of Jiang Kai appeared at the entrance. As they walked out, Yuan Zhu asked from behind, what nonsense are you shouting about? Nian placed a hand on her hip, her eyes full of disdain. Who's the coward? We'll know after the fight. She waved her hand. Exactly. The large screen in the control room displayed images of Jiang Kai's group. He comfortably stretched and worked on the computer. He had completed the system test. During the match, we could evaluate the performance of Nguyen Nguyen and Yuan Zhu at any time. Luo Zhun sat beside, stretching. Good, but Professor Li may need you to add one more person. He looked confused. Isn't it just to evaluate the performance of Yuan Zhu and Nguyen Nguyen? Lan Lan smiled. The commander wants to see the evaluation results of one more person. Upon hearing this, Professor Lee's eyes brightened. Oh, I see. Adding one more person is no problem. Who is it? He didn't respond, eyes glued to the screen, muttering, "Captain of the Fire God Team." The scene switched to the arena, where Huang De furrowed his brows, glaring at him, gritting his teeth as he called out, "Jiang Kai." In the control room, everyone turned their eyes to the display showing his group's information. Hard to believe, Explorer Yuan Zhu, Class Fighter, Level 25, Explorer Nguyen Nguyen, Class Healer, Level 24. Professor Lee fell silent, sweat beading on his face. In such a short time, these two had not only reached Level 20. They had completed their class change and leveled up several more times. She was shocked. What? Lan stood up suddenly, holding her computer and looking back. More than 20 days ago, when they left the military, they hadn't even reached Level 10. Why does everyone who follows Jiang Kai progress so rapidly? Luo Zhen smiled knowingly, looking with half-closed eyes. Actually, it's not that rare. Jiang Kai is a very interesting person. The scene switched back to the arena, where Wu Wei raised her hand, calling out loudly, "All players on the field, please pay attention." Immediately, two magical formations appeared. Once the match began, neither team could leave the arena, concede, or surrender. The only criterion for victory was to kill every member of the opposing team. Understood, their team replied in unison. Understood. Everyone was serious. She couldn't hide her excitement. Then, the official match begins. Huang De ordered his team, "Everyone follow my orders, kill them all." They immediately complied. Jiang Kai spread his legs, ready for the fight, giving orders. "Yuan Zhu and I will take the lead. Nguyen and Gu, you protect Hu Nian and Nguyen Nguyen." A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Nguyen Nguyen, observe the battle situation at any time. When necessary, heal us in time. Under Jiang Kai's command, everyone moved simultaneously. Hung Hai, with a proud gaze, spoke, "I'm really eager to beat you guys now." Yuan Zhu stepped back and Jiang Kai said, "They're here, you assist from behind. Zhu Zai, don't be afraid, follow my orders." Jiang Kai's group on the stands cheered in unison. "Zhu Zai, don't be afraid, your abilities are no less than anyone else's. If you can't improve this time, even as the team captain, I can't keep you in the team. You have to try harder." Li Bairo sat in the middle, his eyes full of contemplation. He thought about the biggest weakness of Zhu Zai, his timidity, and wondered if he could overcome it this time. Suddenly, he was startled as if he saw something and asked, "Zhu Zai, what are you doing?" Everyone only saw Yuan Zhu holding a wine bottle, opening the cap and drinking straight from it, finishing it in one gulp. He was a bit tipsy and then smiled. Right after, the wine bottle shattered under everyone's gaze. "Damn it, is he drinking? Even now he's drinking. Is he an alcoholic?" Someone suddenly shouted. Yuan Zhu held his sword, bowed his head, made an invincible gesture and declared, "I, Yuan Zhu, am the world's #1 war god. You all have been looking for trouble with Jiang Kai." His gaze was full of disdain. Already drunk so quickly? Huang De's group was surprised, mouths wide open at this scene. Yuan Zhu attacked swiftly, drawing his sword and striking hard. "Wasn't this kid supposed to be timid? His military rank is only E level," Hung Hai exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on?" When Wu shook his head. "I don't know, he's clearly a madman. Look at him now, so enthusiastic, his eyes shining as he rushes in. Here, this hat, who dares to compete with me?" Jiang Kai quietly observed and sighed. "It seems he can't do anything now." Thankfully, Nguyen and Gu is still around. Before he could finish speaking, a figure rushed forward. Nguyen Nguyen and Ho Enhan screamed in fright. "Brother Nguyen and Gu, you." Nguyen and Gu, completely drunk, held a wine bottle and charged forward. "I, Nguyen and Gu, am no weaker than anyone in this life. Who can stand up to my fire god squad? I'm the first to refuse." Nguyen and Gu rushed forward, a stern expression on his face. "Damn it, another spider comes. Let's deal with him first." Nguyen and Gu's eyes shone like hearts, rushing forward, shouting, "So beautiful, little treasure, I'm here to love you." He yelled, "What the hell is this?" Immediately, a loud explosion shook the space. He rushed forward, pinned the opponent down, and kissed him, his head panicking and resisting. He kicked Nguyen and Gu off, shouting, "Get away from me!" Nguyen and Gu landed in front of Jiang Kai, pushing himself up from the ground, his eyes filled with determination. "I love beautiful women who play hard like this." The three people in Huang De's team nearby were sweating. "Is our fire god team full of lunatics?" Hong Sheng frowned, unable to believe this scene, and asked, "Big brother, is the fire god team really this extreme?" Ho Enhan and Nguyen Nguyen were terrified, their faces pale. "Do the entire audience now think our fire god team is full of lunatics? Anyway, only when drunk, Zhu Zai and Nguyen and Gu can activate their abilities. They do this to protect us," everyone whispered. "System, perform the ghost eye focus check. Zhu Zai and Nguyen and Gu are not sober. I must focus all my energy." Yuan Zhu jumped down and attacked. Earthbound arrow kick. As soon as his sword slashed down, a loud explosion echoed everywhere. Hung Hai dodged just in time and sighed in relief, saying, "That was too dangerous, luckily I'm fast." He regained his composure and continued charging forward. "Die, you madman!" Jiang Kai immediately threw a throwing dart aimed directly at the target. "Zhu Zai, be careful!" Hung Hai leaped up. forming a shield to protect. He raised the shield in front of him, blocking the throwing dart. Their gazes met silently as he managed to block Zhu Zai's attack. Hung Hai slightly smirked, thinking to himself, this shield was specially prepared for you. As long as the shield's defense isn't broken, even a violent strike won't kill me. When Wu took the opportunity to charge toward Ho En-han and Nguyen, preparing to attack. A healer, a fortune teller, these two don't have combat abilities. Let me deal with them first. She straightened up and moved forward. Nguyen hid behind her sister, saying, Sister, let me handle him. Look, Hail! The stones flew towards him, attacking directly. Damn, didn't expect this fortune teller to be able to control Hail. A cold smile appeared on Ho En-han's lips. These past few days, I've been practicing using the ice crystal stones Jiang Kai gave me to create Hail. She continued controlling the hail to disrupt the enemy's attacks. The system announced, Mystic Ice Crystal Stone B-level equipment grants skills with freezing effects, reducing the sharpness of the opponent. Indeed, it worked perfectly, as Yuan Shen's sword swung towards her ice stone. His attacks continued to relentlessly strike towards Ho En-han. She staggered back, barely managing to block in time. Yuan Shen grumbled, uninterested, saying, I didn't expect to be delayed by a fortune teller. When Wu charged forward angrily, shouting, Stop talking nonsense, that fortune teller is mine, I'll personally chop down this troublesome woman. Yuan Zhu suddenly rushed up, striking from above. Where are you running? Your opponent is the world's #1 war god. His sword strike shook the ground, earthbound arrow kick. Both struggled to avoid this attack. Damn it, this Yuan is like a stubborn fly. Hung Hai lowered his body, speaking, Right on time, let's smash this Yuan guy first. He sneered and nodded, agreed. Standing opposite them was Yuan Zhu, still full of fighting spirit. Meanwhile, over by Nguyen and Gu, he was still frantically expressing his love. Wife, let me leave the taste of love on your soft cherry lips. His head was furious, eyes wide, shouting, Want to die? Who's your wife? Don't you know who I am? He then looked at the giant shield that Nguyen and Gu was holding in front of him. Furious, he secretly held a sharp dagger, grinding his teeth, calculating, This freak's shield has very high defense. I must strike at a weak spot where the shield can't protect. He immediately leaped towards Nguyen and Gu. But he rushed away happily, shouting, Wife, don't be shy. The attack missed. Enraged, he rushed forward and threw the dagger at Nguyen and Gu, yelling, You arrogant bastard, go die. But just then someone threw darts, knocking the 3 sharp daggers away with a worried voice warning, Nguyen and Gu, watch out. The man was startled, quickly turning around and saw it was Jiang Kai. From afar, Jiang Kai's hand still radiated with power from the throw, and he bellowed, Turn back! The man screamed and reported to Huangde, Captain, he's used 8 throwing darts already. Huangde was satisfied and laughed. Slowly gathering purple energy in his hand, he said, Very good. Huangde smirked, quickly forming a strange purple stone, the super crystallized stone. He raised the stone high and it emitted a terrifying flickering light. Ho En-han looked at the compass in her hand, shocked, muttering, What is this? Why isn't my compass responding to commands? Nguyen behind her added, My dagger is about to be sucked away too. Yuan Zhu was also startled, his eyes wide as he saw his sword being pulled away by a powerful force. On the other side, Jiang Kai trembled as he looked at his hand being restrained, realizing he could no longer call back his life command. Huangde approached you casually, walking slowly. He stopped a short distance away and sneered, asking, Jiang Hai, don't tell me you thought we were unprepared. Then looking at the super crystal, Huangde explained flatly that the crystal had been cut from the core of a high-level super crystal, specially designed to control your throwing darts. As he said this, his eyes flickered with a cold glint and he asked maliciously, Now that you only have 1 dart left, do you think you still have a chance to win? Jiang Hai did not respond, only giving a slight smile. Unworried, you drew a dart and prepared to attack. Seeing this, Huangde shook his head slightly, thinking to himself that you were getting too excited too soon. He wondered, is this dart unaffected by the super crystal? But he quickly dismissed the thought. He sneered coldly and raised his hand, summoning a shield. Huangde gripped the shield firmly before him, eyes fixed on Jiang Hai, declaring, But it doesn't matter in the end, this guy is dead for sure. His eyes, visible behind the shield, gleamed with madness. He announced, Jiang Hai, do you see this shield? Today I'll show you what true despair looks like. At that moment, Luo Zhen, sitting in the observation room, stared at the screen in astonishment, muttering, Jiang Hai is about to lose, that shield is a giant shield. Even though the battle rules had reduced the rank, its defensive power still reached 72 points, which was terrifying. He smiled slightly and whispered to himself, In the ghost crystal world, the higher the weapon's level, the higher the rank required for its user. But if the high-level weapon's rank is lowered, low-level explorers can still use it. Although the weapon will be damaged and its attributes reduced, its destructive power still far exceeds that of a normal weapon. Yu Lion, standing nearby, also observed, frowning in surprise. I never expected that the mysterious martial arts would lower the rank of weapons for the extraordinary. Luo Zhen widened his eyes and continued. Not only that, but the super crystal and that shield the fighter used earlier. Those are all top-tier equipment lowered in rank specifically to deal with Jiang Hai. They've put in a lot of effort. Lan, hearing this, looked worried, eyes wide, wondering, does that mean Nuan is doomed to be killed? On the battlefield, Huangde bared his teeth in a grin and shouted, "Swift kill squad, listen up." The 4 members of the squad laughed excitedly, listening to his orders as they prepared to wipe out the entire Fire God team. After a pause, Huangde slowly chuckled and added, "Oh, by the way, take your time killing them. I want them to taste the consequences of messing with someone they shouldn't have." The group immediately charged forward, with Hung Hai leading the charge, growling in delight. "Let's attack these 3 first, while the weapons of this martial artist are affected by the force of death." Nonwen and Hu Enhan screamed in panic, "This is bad." On the other side, the provoker swung his fist toward Nguyen and Gu. "You damn pervert, go die." Li Bio observed everything, shaking his head and sighing, "The equipment is too powerful. It seems there's no hope now." Blonde-haired Sister Hua sighed and added, "Although the pillar has tried to suppress his timidity, it seems he no longer has a chance to show himself." Ha Dao crossed his arms and incredulously asked, "Is Jiang Hai really about to lose now?" Ang Sheng turned her face away in disdain, saying, "What? Turns out Jiang Hai isn't that strong after all." On the other side, Huang De continued to grin smugly, declaring loudly, "All of my swift kill squad are wearing black tea inner armor. Equipment will not be affected by the force of death. No matter how much you struggle, it's just a futile death throes." The cry sent Nuan's sword flying out of her hand, causing her to fall to the ground. Hu Enhan was also stunned when the compass in his hand was sucked away. Huang De raised the super crystal, sucking all weapons back toward him, swearing, "Jiang Hai, I want you to die. Everything you did to the Huang family, I want you to pay back 100-fold. I want you to realize the value of your life. I want you to kneel down and beg for mercy." Hearing Huang De's arrogant declaration, Jiang Hai focused his strength into the dart, muttering, "Jiang Hai, that's me." His eyes were cold and solemn as he stated, "I will never accept my fate." Jiang Hai stood tall like bamboo, gripping the dart, staring at him. Huang De heard this and laughed, shaking his head. "Jiang Hai, stop struggling. Do you really think this dart can defeat me? Don't dream." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange power erupted from Jiang Hai's hand. A card slowly appeared, devouring and transforming. Huang De was stunned, muttering, "What?" Ha Dao also widened his eyes, confused. "Wait, what was that just now?" Lan opened her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "What's going on? Why did Jiang Hai's fate-tracking technique suddenly turn into a card?" Luo Zhen didn't believe it, stammering, "Such killing intent. Is that a weapon with its own aura?" On the other side, Jiang Hai calmly smiled, inwardly confirming, "Of course. After all, this wasn't fate tracking, but the unique weapon of a gambler, the divine card." He recalled his encounter with Eyebrain, when she softly explained that equipment in Ghost Crystal typically ranged from F to S. Eyebrain offered various items. The card in Jiang Hai's hand was explained slowly by her. At the S rank, there are even higher ranks, SS and SSS, and the divine card is an SSS-grade weapon. Jiang Hai, hearing this, asked, "What? An SSS weapon?" Eyebrain nodded and explained evenly. "In addition, the divine card has a unique deck effect." Jiang Hai frowned, repeating, "Deck effect," she explained clearly with a light voice. "The special effect of the divine card 1. Each divine card increases the base attribute by 10% and the armor-piercing ability of the weapon by 50%. After a pause, Eyebrain lowered her voice and emphasized the special effect of the divine card 2. Devour and transform, able to copy other throwing weapons, inheriting all their attributes but without affecting the original attributes of the divine card. Returning to the present, Jiang Hai laughed in delight, squinting his eyes as he explained. Before the battle, the death card had long been devoured and transformed. Nguyen Trang became the fate tracker, unaffected by the super crystal. Saying this, he glanced at the card in his hand. In a cold tone, he announced, "Huang De, next, it's you who will kneel and beg." A cold glint flickered in Jiang Hai's eyes as he spoke ominously. "However, your plea won't be for mercy, but for me to kill you." Huang De panicked, sweating, wondering, "Wait, what is this kid planning to do?" Then Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes, roaring, "God's wrath." He quickly reached out, firing a terrifying force straight toward Huang De's shield. He tried to block the attack with all his strength, bewildered. "What makes my Titan weapon, the downgraded weapon for extraordinary users, capable of being pierced by just a card?" Before he could finish the thought, Jiang Hai's power pierced through the solid shield. With a loud crash, the shield shattered into pieces, blowing away the golden cypress and causing Huang De to cough up blood. Huang De was knocked back, crashing into the green barrier, groaning in pain and collapsing. The super crystal stone lost control and fell to the ground. As it fell, the sword was also pulled along and followed its descent. The pillar saw this and immediately recognized the strange sound coming from it. Yan immediately reminded, the super crystal stone is no longer controllable. Take this chance now. As soon as he finished speaking, the pillar swung the sword to block the attack from the 3 stealth strike squad members. Hung Hai looked on in disbelief, his eyes wide, exclaiming, "What?" On the other side, the bald-headed man continued to attack Nguyen Ngu, but he persisted in defending with his shield. Just a second later, Nguyen Ngu smiled and scolded, "Wife, why are you sneaking up on the family like that? You're so mischievous." Upon hearing this, the bald-headed man's expression changed, as though he saw something terrifying. In the observation room, everyone watching Jiang Kai on the screen broke out in a sweat, wondering, what's this? A thin card pierced through the seemingly indestructible shield. How strong was Jiang Kai's attack to make that power so formidable? Outside, Hong Dat was knocked to the ground, gritting his teeth, asking, "How is this possible? No way, how could I lose to that trash?" Damn it, he couldn't get up anymore. The original spirit was panicking, shouting, "Boss!" Wenwu also frowned, worried, calling out, "This is bad, hurry and help." But before they could act, the pillar and Nguyen Ngu quickly stepped in and blocked the way. The pillar's eyes gleamed as he announced, "Your opponent is me." Nguyen Ngu also smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Where are you running? The more you run, the better I get." Hong Dat gritted his teeth, staring as Jiang Kai slowly approached him with a cold gaze. Jiang Kai reached out and the card that was struck by the shield flew back toward him. Jiang Kai tightly gripped the card in his hand, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. "Hong Dat, for fun, we're just getting started. The time hasn't come yet." Hong Dat heard Jiang Kai's ominous announcement. His eyes widened as though seeing something horrifying. Jiang Kai immediately unleashed a sharp slash toward Hong Dat. Fresh blood spurted out along with a heartbreaking scream. Lam Lam stood observing, sighing at Jiang Kai's slash. So strong the naked eye can barely keep up. Jiang Kai continued to swing his sword, relentlessly attacking Hong Dat, causing him to cry out in pain. "Stop, stop, damn it, I want to kill you," Jiang Kai coldly whispered, truly death without regret. "But if you think that's all, you're gravely mistaken," the eyebrain announcement sounded. Special effect of the death card, the time has not yet come. Using the death card once allows you to attack the target up to 50 times. Throughout this process, the target will suffer an additional 50% damage and cannot die. As the announcement ended, Hong Dat's wounds were torn open again, and blood spurted out violently. The following slashes cut deep into him. Hong Dat screamed in agony, his frantic cries echoing through the space, spreading outside the barrier, reaching the ears of the observers. The group listening to the agonizing screams were stunned, as though struck by lightning. Jiang Kai stood coldly, his eyes dark, his tone forceful as he whispered slowly, "Hong Dat, killing is like eating a meal, huh? If you don't care about the life or death of others, I'll let you feel the fear before death draws near." Hong Dat was terrified, his pupils contracted, unable to say a word. "No, do," but the plea went unanswered. The next announcement came. Special effect 3 of the undead exosuit. Death torments the enemy's mind once. The enemy will suffer mental torment before death. This effect only activates when the opponent is severely injured, and it can last until the caster runs out of mental energy. Jiang Kai's eyes were filled with coldness, his voice hoarse as he emphasized each word, "Death." Hong Dat shuddered, his eyes wide, he blurted out, "No." Jiang Kai maintained his cold expression, lowering his voice and emphasizing each word, "Suffer, crawl." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Kai gathered his strength and struck a powerful slash through Hong Dat's abdomen. Hong Dat screamed in pain, throwing his head back. It hurts so much. Who is cutting me?" He felt his intestines being pulled out, blood pouring out violently. Hong Dat gritted his teeth, his body in unbearable pain, pleading, "Help me, I can't take it anymore." He couldn't endure any longer, his bloodshot eyes filled with torment as he asked, "Why am I not dead yet?" Jiang Kai still wore his cold expression, his eyes dark, and with a mocking tone he said, "You can't bear it yet. The pain you're enduring now is nothing compared to a fraction of the pain of the innocent people you've killed." Hong Dat went completely insane, clutching his head, screaming frantically, kill me already." Jiang Kai couldn't help but laugh inside. Indeed, the time hasn't come, he thought to himself, death combined with the undead exosuit. Jiang Kai continued to watch Hong Dat suffer, calmly analyzing, combining physical pain with mental devastation. The effect is perfect. On the other side, Hong Dat was still screaming in agony, "Help me, kill me." Lam Lam watched everything from the room, puzzled, asking, "Why hasn't Hong Dat died yet? The damage is severe enough, it should have been lethal by now." Luo Zhen also shook his head seriously. "I don't know, but Hong Dat is about to be completely crippled." Hong Dat struggled to crawl, trembling, begging, "Jiang Kai, I swear I will never touch your family again. I was wrong, please, please." Covered in blood, he looked at Jiang Kai desperately. Jiang Kai looked at Hong Dat coldly, secretly laughing in his heart. A good opportunity like this, how could I kill Hong Dat so easily? With that thought, he turned his head up, wondering, The other one must be nearing his limit soon. Hong Tong, sitting high up, couldn't stay calm any longer. He gritted his teeth, angrily speculating, I didn't expect that after all the preparation we still can't kill Jiang Kai. He's not killing Xiao Dat because he wants to force me out. Hong Tong stood up, stepped forward, and loudly called, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, looking up, coldly sneered, so it's the President Hong of the Mystic Martial Arts Association. What's the matter? Hong Tong wasted no time, his eyes wide as he firmly proposed, Jiang Kai, I know what you want. As long as you kill Hong Dat, I promise that the boy will never touch your family again. Jiang Kai remained with his arms crossed, slowly replying, what makes you think I'll trust you? Moreover, if he doesn't touch my family, what about the others from your side? Hong Tong angrily scolded, don't take advantage of this next time. Jiang Kai shrugged, speaking lightly, then it's up to you. Behind them, Hong Dat was still clutching his head, screaming in agony, let me die. I swear to protect your family with the honor of the Mystic Martial Arts Association. If you still doubt me, we can confirm the agreement before the army once the duel ends. Hearing this, Jiang Kai nodded gently in agreement. Very well, you raised 2 fingers and began channeling energy. He reminded himself steadily, his words full of authority. From now on, if anyone dares touch my family, no matter if you belong to the royal family or the Mystic Martial Arts Association. Jiang Kai clenched his fists and declared resolutely that he would annihilate those men. Immediately, Huang De's head was severed, blood spraying everywhere. Jiang Kai retracted the card. Lit looked at Huang De on the ground and shouted to Huang Tong, understand. He could do nothing but grit his teeth and swallow his anger. The soldier behind trembled, calling out to Huang Tong. Association leader Huang Tong glared furiously and shouted, you fool. What are you sitting there for? Hurry and go offline, bring the best psychologist to check Huang De. The soldier replied hastily, yes, and quickly left. Huang Tong silently watched Jiang Kai, thinking, just wait, I'll get you. You maintained a composed demeanor, arms crossed, challenging Jiang Kai with your gaze. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through your body, making Jiang Kai's face pale and hands tremble. You bent over, hands on your knees, breathing a sigh of relief. That was dangerous, I almost couldn't stand just now. After continuously using devouring transformation without the divine fury activating, your spirit and strength were nearly exhausted. Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with sharp insight. Even though Huang De was dead, the enemy still had 4 level 40 fighters. You were determined not to fall. A terrifying aura surged around you. You quickly assessed the situation, thinking that as long as you remained standing, they would hesitate when fighting the association leaders, distracting Yat Sheng. By the powered-up pillar, he excitedly grabbed his sword and charged. The weaker opponents were too scared to resist. A blade clashed and the empowered pillar struck Hung Hai. He tried to raise his shield to defend, face full of determination. Eyes blazing, he swung down at Hung Hai with all his strength but missed, the strike falling short, muttering in pain. He panted, eyes wide in disbelief. What? How did his strength suddenly multiply like this? Hu Shan and Nguyen watched the attack, cheering excitedly. Truly a natural talent of the pillar, they thought. To make a level 40 fighter feel pressure, the pillar had to transfer all attributes into new strength. Wen Wu and Huang Yuan Shen rushed to confront the pillar while the others warned anxiously, be careful on both sides. Wen Wu and Yuan Shen charged to strike, but the pillar dodged swiftly. Both were stunned, eyes wide. Yuan Shen exclaimed, too fast. The pillar surged forward wildly again. He laughed scornfully, I told you all of you are trash. Li Biu witnessed everything, jumping up in shock. Is this still a pillar? Miss Hoa stood and praised. Unexpectedly strong and agile. Luang Wenqi nodded in agreement. Indeed, truly a gatekeeper. In another corner, Nguyen and Gu coaxed his wife. Come closer, dear. Luang Wen chuckled, shaking his head. When alive, watching a junkie chase a level 40 fighter around the arena, I really broadened my horizons. The spear wielder turned and threw a knife, cursing, pervert, damn it, get lost. In his mind he thought, this pervert's shield has extreme defense, very hard to damage. He glanced at Jiang Kai from afar, calculating, if Jiang Kai attacks others, I can still focus on the enemy. But Jiang Kai just stood still, causing him to pause and think, wait, why isn't he acting? Meanwhile, the pillar, fully charged, attacked Hung Hai, shouting, useless trash, is that all you've got? Disgracing the fighter profession. Wen Wu and Yuan Shen sensed something unusual. Wen Wu speculated in surprise, this isn't right. Clearly Jiang Kai has the ability to kill us, but why hasn't he acted, prolonging the duel with no benefit to him? Yuan Shen pondered, analyzing, wait, it seems we overlooked something. Jiang Kai's rank isn't high and he's already used many powerful skills, could that be it? Both smiled slyly. Yuan Shen whispered, he's out of strength to continue. In the observation room, someone monitoring the data nodded in approval. The numbers skyrocketed, this pillar is incredible. Lam widened her eyes. What kind of magic does the Fire God Squad have? Level 20 Jiang Kai crushed level 40 fighter Huang De. People were amazed that the previously timid pillar had become so formidable. She rubbed her chest and exhaled. No matter what, the Fire God Squad can win and Nguyen is safe. Lo Tuan countered sternly, Not necessarily. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes sharp, analyzing. Huang De just died, the 4 remaining strategists are weakened, but it's still a life-and-death battle. They won't just stand by. Mainly, they feared Jiang Kai. Outside, Nguyen watched him anxiously. Lo Tuan calmly stated the truth. Since he killed Huang De, he's been standing there the whole time. Lam also took it seriously, Nguyen in the arena full of worry. Lo Tuan continued bluntly, he may be intimidating, but I don't see any sign he lacks the strength to continue. His eyes flashed sharply, realizing something important. The 4 in the Shun C squad had also noticed this. They began actively attacking. Outside, Yuan Shen quickly raised his sword to charge. If Jiang Kai kept watching his brothers fight alone, it would unfold exactly as predicted. When Wu also gripped his sword tightly and rushed in. Indeed, instead of standing idle, they went all out recklessly. The spear wielder hurled his spear at Nguyen and Gu, laughing. All right, then let's go all in. 2 minutes later, the sword plunged into the ground, dust flying everywhere, the pillar's body trembling, eyes gleaming. He roared in anger, damn it. On the side, Hung Hai said coldly, have you noticed? It seems the pillar's strength fluctuates. When Wu nodded seriously, exactly. Not only that, each strike's power was strong, but the speed slowed. Hung Adu raised his sword, eyes determined. I see, maybe he has a talent for attribute transformation. He seems strong, but one slip could be fatal. Yuan Shen readied his stance, eager. Just aim for the right moment and prevent him from transforming attributes in time. If so, he will surely die. His words were taunting. Jiang Kai still did not act, seeming truly drained of spirit and energy. Hearing this, Wen Wu and Hung Hai surged forward with full momentum. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Yun Wu shouted to urge, challenging the enemy to continue the fight for 300 rounds. While Yuan Zhu's anger reached its peak, he raised his weapon behind him and yelled, ordering the loser to quickly accept death. The primordial spirit launched an ambush. With a provocative tone, the enemy responded, threatening Jiang Kai. Outside, Li Biu and Sister Hua were worried. She cried out, noticing the opponent's strategy seemed to have changed. A powerful voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Kai appeared, hurling a volley of sharp weapons at the companion while shouting in rage. The enemy was shocked by the challenge, and before they could react, Jiang Kai's sharp arrows struck, causing an explosion that wiped out the foes. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Kai dashed forward at an astonishing speed. Hung Hai lay flat on the ground, unbelieving, while Yun Wu and the others were also stunned. Jiang Kai sneered at them. The night before the guild challenge, Jiang Hai stood by the fountain when Nguyen approached, asking Han about his thoughts during the meal. Jiang Kai looked ahead and shared his concerns. Tomorrow is the guild challenge, and Huang De will find a way to counter. Jiang Kai predicted Huang De might target his weapons. Nguyen panicked, asking if Jiang Kai had a plan. He looked at her and reminded her about the mysterious card from the Duan Luo Shi King's treasure. Relying on the card, Jiang Kai estimated over a 90% chance to handle Huang De alone, but still worried about side effects when facing multiple opponents. If the strategy was flawed, the chance to eliminate the entire Shun Sha squad was under 60%. Nguyen noted that the immortal bird tears had been used up for the contest. Recently, she had tried researching substitute items but failed. She took out the Ma Shen pill, explaining its unique power, effects, and usage. After consumption, it could restore 50% of maximum power within a minute, but warned that the body would enter a semi-collapsed state. The Ma Shen capsule required full mental energy first, or it would not activate. Hearing this, Jiang Kai was tense, and Nguyen sighed while patting his head. Being paralyzed for a minute was very dangerous. On the arena floor, losing one could drain mental energy, almost like self-destruction. Jiang Kai clung to her, exclaiming with excitement. Jiang Kai praised Nguyen, thrilled he could eliminate the entire Shun Sha squad. A minute earlier, Hung Hai and Yuan Zhu were still fighting, Hung Hai roaring in preparation to strike. Nguyen chased after Tu Chok with a shield, shouting in panic. Jiang Kai observed, fists clenched, realizing time was near. He swallowed the pill, thinking to himself. Jiang Kai thought, good, Huang De is taken care of. When his mental energy depleted, he immediately swallowed the pill, veins bulging, restoring the 1-minute countdown state. Small, sharp weapons appeared around Jiang Kai, glowing red and dangerous. He sneered, too bad you won't get to see this. Nguyen chased Tu Chok, saying, honey, I'm playing hide-and-seek with you. He regained composure, raising his hand at Nguyen, shouting, careful, you went too far. Tu Chok sensed a massive amount of sharp energy approaching, Yuan Zhu ready to strike. In an instant, a sword sliced through Tu Chok's head, blood flowing, face pale. He shouted, what, why, then collapsed. Yuan Zhu rested his sword behind his neck, saying, remember this well. Yuan Zhu emphasized that this sword was Jiang Kai's honor. Nguyen held Tu Chok's body, crying like a child. Why did you kill my treasure? Yuan Zhu laughed triumphantly. Yuan Zhu mocked, "Why would I kill him? Ridiculous, I am the top battle god of the world." Nguyen Yu ran over. Jiang Kai said, "My treasure is gone, so you'll take its place, except my fragrant gift." Green smoke surrounded Nguyen Yu, leaving him stunned. Jiang Kai looked at the spray bottle in his hand, sighing in relief. "Good thing I had Nguyen prepare a few wolf-repellent sprays for us." He thought a few more bottles were needed. Nguyen Yu was even more dangerous when drunk. Jiang Kai stood, watching two girls run up, asking Hunan and Nguyen for updates. Hunan replied joyfully. Hunan reassured Jiang Kai, "Don't worry, Captain, we're fine. The others' bodies are gradually vanishing." Wu Wei reported today's match. Yuan Zhu appeared, radiating murderous intent, asking, "Are you here to face Yuan Mu?" Wu Wei was confused. The three stood dumbfounded, exclaiming in panic, "It's over." Jiang Kai and Hunan ran over. He said, "Stay calm, Zhu, you are already the top battle god." Hunan added, "Yes, don't attack this one." Wu Wei was still terrified, stammering, "In this match, the Fire God team wins tomorrow at 8 a.m. Participate in round 2 on time." Yuan Zhu shouted at Jiang Kai. Yuan Zhu said, "Jiang Kai, remember this, I will back you up in the future." Jiang Kai paled, replying, "Got it, got it." Wu Wei, too scared, withdrew. Jiang Kai called the other two. Jiang Kai called Nguyen and Hunan. "Let's go quickly." They agreed. Nguyen Yu was carried away, still calling, "Honey." Hunan responded awkwardly. Nguyen just smiled. Jiang Kai pulled Yuan Zhu. "Hurry, hurry." Yuan Zhu swung his sword repeatedly. "The battle god is on the field. Who dares cause trouble?" 3 people in the stands were shocked. The commentator exclaimed, "Wait a moment." As soon as I reacted, the Fire God squad had already won, despite being little known. They annihilated the entire Swift Strike squad with remarkable results, sparing only the fighter named Yuan Zhu. But wasn't the Attic class supposed to be one of the least valuable? How could it be strong enough to chase down a level 40 fighter? And there was also Jiang Kai, so what exactly is his class? What kind of rebellious weapon is his black card? Spectators from all sides cheered, congratulating the Swift Strike squad on their victory. In the audience, Hong Shuang crossed her arms and smiled slightly. Talking to the man beside her, she said softly, "Now I understand why you specifically brought us to watch the Fire God squad's match." Elsewhere, Lam gasped in astonishment. "Jiang Kai, they actually won." Luo Jin turned his gaze to Jiang Kai's team. "Remarkable, truly worthy of Jiang Kai." Even the Fire God squad under his leadership moved in ways nobody could predict. I thought the commander must be eagerly awaiting the new rank evaluations, when suddenly an announcement made everyone turn to see if the results were in. Inside the room, Professor Li was analyzing, with Yuan Zhu and Nguyen's rank images displayed behind him. Yuan Zhu's rank had reached SS, but Nguyen, lacking other demonstrated abilities, remained at her initial C rank. Hearing this, Lam exclaimed in shock, "SS rank? It's been a long time since Jiang Zhang had an SS rank below level 40. As for Luo Jin, he could not hide his surprise. If he can reach SS now, it's still within expectation. Once he reaches class above level 60, he could enter the reserve team of the Holy Radiant War God Hall directly. He continued, explaining that to deal with the spread of beast gods, nations had established war god halls at both national and local level. They also organized reserve teams, selecting and training talents with potential to become war gods. Luo Jin analyzed, splitting it into 2 paths. There are 2 ways to enter the reserve team. First, to excel in actual combat. Showcase talent through local assessments and selection rounds. This path is tried by most people. He then explained the second path, to be chosen by the military after meeting rank and class standards. If the military evaluates and recommends, one can be recruited directly, but few take this path. Lam immediately said, astonished. Entering the reserve team of the Holy Radiant War God Hall across the entire Holy Radiant Nation is almost impossible in a year, yet Yuan Zhu has this potential. Luo Jin turned to Professor Li and asked, "By the way, Professor Li, what about Jiang Kai's rank evaluation?" Professor Li responded solemnly, "Not yet determined." Luo Jin and Lam exclaimed in excitement. "What?" Professor Li explained calmly. "Jiang Kai's data contains many contradictions. His level 20 attributes are exaggerated and his class remains unclear, so it's temporarily unresolved. Secondly, his attributes are still ahead of top level 40 experts, yet his attacks display unbelievable destructive power." A body simulation appeared. He continued, "In one test, his attack coefficient reached 24,000. Incredible." Professor Li then focused on Jiang Kai's weapon card. "As for his weapon card, we have no data to assess it and it even disrupts calculation order." He proceeded to analyze. "The only thing certain is that in this battle display, although Jiang Kai won unexpectedly, he exhausted himself too early. As team leader, he allowed team members too much freedom." Professor Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. "If the rank must be determined." His decision surprised both. "For now, assign D rank." They asked again, "D rank?" Luo Jin replied, "Yes, Professor Li, I will report the final results to the commander," then left Professor Li's research room. Lam Lam followed Luo Jin, upset. Jiang Kai's rank evaluation can't just be D. He sat down calmly. Of course he's not D rank, Lam Lam fumed. Then why didn't you object earlier? Luo Jin looked at her and explained to ease her anger. Professor Li's evaluation is correct. The issue lies in the entire framework. Even though the system collects vast data from many people, it has limitations. Lam Lam, have you ever thought, he considered Jiang Kai, if someone walks a path no one has before, using this system to measure them will surely cause issues. His expression became formidable. Luo Jin whispered, Jiang Kai, both the commander and I eagerly anticipate your next performance. The next day, Jiang Kai's group passed a pharmacy and Hunan suggested, there's a pharmacy here, let's pick up some herbs to craft full bone enhancements. The group agreed and entered. The clerk bowed politely. Welcome, what herbs do you need? Hunan quickly asked. Boss, do you have lycium roots, enchanted mushrooms and autumn fruits? Yunfei with blonde hair stepped forward to answer. Yes, 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 everything you need is here, follow me. Jiang Kai glanced around, seeing no familiar faces and felt startled and suspicious. Nguyen hurried to find him, quickly spotting her in front of the shelves observing. Jiang Kai approached, looked carefully and said, so they sell these kinds of medicinal recipes here. He frowned at 3 old scrolls in the corner, with names like Eternal Eastern Cold Poison, Blood Hue Potion, and Green Water Demon. Nguyen picked up a scroll, eyes wide. These are recipes for crafting poisons, just a bit unusual. I don't recall seeing Green Water Demon at the exchange office. At that moment, Boss Liu stepped forward, clasping his hands and explaining, Green Water Demon is extremely rare. It's an item from the Yang treasure of a mutant war general level water demon, only found at the Pacific Mountain Water Demon Lake. Jiang Kai frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, Water Demon Lake, are there really people willing to go there? Boss Liu recalled the lake. He chuckled softly, affirming, of course, for example, ascetics, this class has always been mysterious. They prefer secluded, dangerous places and once happened to encounter a dying prey. He shook his head, clicked his tongue, and advised Nguyen, little girl, the toxicity of the green water demon is extreme, and the conditions to activate it are very strict. During handling, one can easily be poisoned. Even if crafted using it is inconvenient. Although rare, it cannot be sold. I suggest you consider something else. Nguyen's eyes widened, her expression serious as she asked loudly, Boss, help me, what kind of poison is green water demon? Boss Liu did not hide it, explaining slowly, green water demon is lethally toxic. When brought toward an enemy, it penetrates their armor and adheres to their body, but the enemy must be fully immersed in water at that time. In order for the green water demon to be effective, both Jiang Kai and Nguyen's eyes lit up upon hearing. The shopkeeper nodded seriously and explained in detail that she must risk concocting the green water demon and successfully apply it to the enemy, but that alone wouldn't be enough. He asked loudly again, water. Yes, he confirmed. That means you must risk concocting the green water demon. This also requires the opponent to fall into the water, not to mention whether you two have ponds or lakes. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Kai and Nguyen exchanged mischievous glances, quickly agreeing. Without waiting for the shopkeeper to finish speaking, they enthusiastically announced, perfect, we'll buy it. The shopkeeper was confused and looked at them. A moment later, a strange sound emanated from inside the pharmacy, shaking the entire space. Soon after, in Jiangzhang City at the private hospital Xuanwu, it was late at night, and the moonlight gradually illuminated the towering hospital. In a dim hospital room, a person sat quietly slouched in a chair. Huang Tong tightly clenched his lips, observing through the small crack in the door, staring intently at the movements inside. He recalled the moment when the assistant brought the documents, respectfully reporting the situation. Huang De, the eldest young master, is in worse condition than the second young master. His spirit is undergoing destructive stimulation, showing early symptoms of body collapse and needs treatment soon. The meeting suggested that the eldest young master should not go to Guiting in the near future, and they would proceed with psychological relief for him for at least 3 months. After the battle with Jiang Kai, Huang De seemed like a soulless person, sitting motionlessly with vacant eyes, unable to control drooling. Thinking about that scene, Huang Tong couldn't control his anger, punching the wall, grinding his teeth. His eyes were filled with burning hatred. Xiao Wei still hadn't recovered, and now Xiao De had fallen into this state. The boy was the most outstanding successor of the Huang family. It was all Jiang Kai's fault. Huang Tong recalled the moment when Jiang Kai decapitated Huang De, and his rage flared up again, vowing, Jiang Kai, I promised not to touch your family in front of everyone, but don't forget, I didn't say I couldn't touch you. After all, the Challenge Guild competition hasn't ended yet. At that moment, a tall figure walked up to him and greeted him. President, I heard you were looking for me. The person who came was Fei Tia. He squinted his eyes in amusement and asked in a low voice, does this have anything to do with the Challenge Guild competition? In the following days, the competition continued, and the stands were packed with people. Everyone was focused on observing each match. A team witnessed Jiang Kai's tactics in killing Huang De and decided to withdraw before the match even started. Another team, after several intense battles, still lost to the Fire God Squad. In the end, Jiang Kai led the Fire God Squad to successfully enter the top 16, and only Jiang Kai's face remained on the screen without being eliminated. The people outside, hearing the screams, were stunned. Inside, Jiang Kai remained silently with a cold expression. Jiang Kai's voice slowly whispered, "Hong Dat for you, killing is as easy as having a meal, right? If you don't care about others' lives. Then right now I will let you feel the fear before death arrives." Hong Dat was completely terrified, his pupils shrinking, stammering, "No, please don't." Hong Dat's pleading went unanswered. The third special effect of the Death Spirit exoskeleton, death torments the enemy's spirit once. The enemy's spirit is tormented before death. The effect activates only after the opponent is seriously injured and can last until their mental energy is depleted. Jiang Kai's eyes were filled with a cold, murderous aura, while Hong Dat's pupils dilated violently, trembling as he blurted out. Jiang Kai kept a cold expression, lowering his voice as he emphasized each word, his gaze completely icy. He gathered his strength and stared at Hong Dat. A sharp strike with overwhelming power pierced his stomach, causing his face to stiffen as he groaned in agony. "Pain, so much pain, who is slashing me?" Hong Dat screamed in agony, his eyes wide open. Hong Dat's stomach felt as if it had been devoured, something tearing apart his internal organs. Fresh blood gushed out violently. "Help me, my body is being torn apart, it hurts so much." His body felt as though pierced by countless swords, finally screaming in pain. Hong Dat's eyes were bloodshot, in so much pain he wondered, why am I still not dead? Finally, he could not withstand the continuous slashes, trembling as he begged, "I can't take it anymore." Jiang Kai remained cold, lowering his voice in mockery. "You can't take this, the pain you're experiencing now. It's still nothing compared to a fraction of the pain of those innocent people you've killed." Hong Dat completely lost it, clutching his head and screaming, kill me now." Jiang Kai quietly chuckled. As expected, the time is not yet right. The effect of the death body and the death torment from the death spirit exoskeleton. He continued to watch him suffer, analyzing the combination of the intense physical pain and mental devastation. The effect was perfect. On the other side, Hong Dat kept shouting loudly, "Help me, kill me now." Inside the room, Lam observed everything in confusion, questioning why Hong Dat hadn't died even though the damage had already been fatal for some time. Luo Jun's face was serious as he shook his head slightly. "I don't know, but it seems Hong Dat can't hold on much longer," he thought silently. Resting his chin, eyes narrowed, he pondered silently, trying to figure out what Jiang Kai's secret weapon was. Even he couldn't see through it. Outside, Huang De struggled to rise, pulling Jiang Kai's leg, pleading, "Stop, I swear I will never touch your family again. I was wrong, I beg you, please, I beg you." His body trembled with blood, painfully looking at him, pleading desperately, "Kill me." Jiang Kai coldly glanced at Huang De, secretly laughing, thinking how could he easily kill Huang De with such a great opportunity. Thinking about this, he snorted and turned his head in one direction, wondering, that person must be on the verge of losing control by now, right? Jiang Kai slowly looked up to where Huang Tong was observing everything. He too couldn't stay calm, grinding his teeth in anger, thinking, who would have thought that despite all the preparations, he still couldn't kill Jiang Kai. He didn't kill Xiao De because he wanted to force him to step out. Thinking about this, Huang Tong stood up, stepped forward, and shouted down to the arena. Jiang Kai, having gotten what he wanted, stopped laughing coldly and sneered. "So it's Huang, the president of the Zhuanwu Guild. What's the matter?" Without hesitation, his eyes widened in anger. "Jiang Kai, I know what you want. As long as you kill Huang De now, I promise that the boy will never touch your family again." He remained calm with his arms crossed, slowly replying, "Why should I trust you? Moreover, he hasn't touched my family. What about the others of yours?" These words enraged Huang Tong. "Don't take this too far next time." Jiang Kai shrugged lightly and replied, "Then it's up to you." Behind him, Huang De continued to clutch his head, crying out in pain, "Let me die." Up above, Huang Tong clenched his teeth, racking his brain. No, Xiao Wei had already undergone psychological treatment again. At this rate, Xiao De would be completely ruined. Finally, in front of everyone, he took a deep breath and declared, "Jiang Kai, in front of everyone, I guarantee the safety of your family with the honor of Zhuanwu Guild. If you still don't believe me, after the competition ends, we'll finalize the agreement in front of the military." Jiang Kai was satisfied and nodded in agreement. "Okay." He raised 2 fingers, began to exert power, and spoke evenly but forcefully. "You said it yourself. From now on, if you dare touch my family, no matter if you are from the Huang family or the Zhan Wu Guild. After saying this, Jiang Kai decisively clenched his fist, then declared in a deep voice, I will uproot all of you. As soon as these words ended with a whoosh, Huang De's head was severed, blood spurted out. Jiang Kai put away the card, looked at Huang De on the ground, and shouted to Huang Tong, understand. Huang Tong couldn't do anything else but grit his teeth and swallow his anger. The soldier behind him also shuddered and yelled, President! Huang Tong was furious, turned around, and shouted orders. You fool, what are you standing there for? Go quickly and invite the best psychologist to check on Huang De's condition. The soldier quickly obeyed. Yes, he quickly turned and left. Huang Tong silently looked at Jiang Kai, thinking to himself, Jiang Kai, just wait for me. Below, Jiang Kai still stood with his arms crossed, looking up at him with a challenging expression. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his body, causing Jiang Kai to turn pale and tremble. He bent down slightly, bracing himself with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. That was too close, I almost couldn't stand up, continuously using devouring transformation. The wrath of the gods, the timing wasn't right, and the death toll was looming. His energy was nearly exhausted. Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with sharpness as he realized that even though Huang De was dead, the enemy still had 4 level 40 fighters. Right now, he couldn't fall. A terrifying aura erupted around him. He quickly assessed the situation. As long as he was still standing, they would be forced to hold back when fighting against the guild's champion. One life would divide the moment. The champion had gained more strength. Excited, he gripped his sword and charged. You cowards dare to face me in battle. There was no response. The champion's strong strike landed on Hung Hai, who gritted his teeth and struggled to raise his shield in defense. The champion's face was full of fierce determination. His eyes burned brightly as he used all his strength to strike down. Hung Hai couldn't block in time. The attack missed and pain surged through him. He panted heavily, his eyes wide, disbelieving, mumbling, What? How did this guy's strength suddenly increase several times? En-Han and Nguyen watched the attack, both excited. This is the champion's talent, the versatile fighter. Surely, when the champion attacked, he transferred all his attributes into his strength, making the level 40 fighter feel the pressure. Right now, Van Vu and Nguyen then immediately rushed forward to confront Yuan Zhu. Those nearby shouted warnings. Zhu Zai, be careful on both sides. Van Vu and Nguyen then charged together, swinging their swords with full force, but Yuan Zhu nimbly dodged. Both widened their eyes in shock. Nguyen then exclaimed, too fast. Yuan Zhu fought with increasing ferocity, wildly swinging his sword, laughing with delight while showing contempt. I told you, you're all trash. Watching this, Li Biu jumped up in astonishment. Is this still Zhu Zai? Sister Hoa also stood in praise. Didn't expect him to be so strong and agile. Liuang Van beside them nodded in agreement. Indeed. Truly like a gatekeeper, no one could break through. Elsewhere, Nguyen and Gu still playfully chased Dao Chok teasingly. Honey, come closer. Liuang Van just chuckled, shaking his head in amazement. Seeing a drunken addict chasing a level 40 fighter around the arena while still alive really opens one's eyes. Dao Chok suddenly turned, threw a dagger and cursed, crazy bastard, damn it, get lost. Anger surged in him. Damn, this pervert's shield is too strong to deal damage. Dao Chok glanced at Jiang Kai standing far away, thinking, if Jiang Kai switches to attack someone else then I can focus on dealing with him, but he still won't make a move. Thinking this, he froze, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait, why isn't he acting? On the other side, Yuan Zhu aggressively attacked Hung Hai while shouting, you useless lot, is that all the skill you have? Truly a disgrace to the fighter profession. Van Vu and Nguyen then also sensed something amiss. Van Vu stunned, beginning to speculate. Something's off. Clearly, Jiang Kai has the power to kill us, but why won't he act? Extending the duel brings him no benefit. Nguyen then suddenly realized something, eyes sharp with analysis. Wait, it seems we missed something. Jiang Kai's rank isn't high. He already used many strong skills earlier, could it be? Thinking this, both smiled cunningly. Nguyen then lowered his voice to conclude. He no longer has the strength to continue. In the observation room, the person monitoring Yuan Zhu's stats nodded approvingly. The stats keep skyrocketing. This Yuan Zhu is formidable. Lam still couldn't believe it, eyes wide, asking herself, what kind of magic does the fire squad really have? Level 20, Jiang Kai not only crushed level 40 fighter Hong Dat, even timid Yuan Zhu exploded spectacularly. At that thought, she exhaled, telling herself, no matter what, the fire squad can win this time, and Nguyen will be safe. Then I can relax. But as soon as she finished, Lo Tuan sternly countered, not necessarily. He propped his chin, eyes deep, analyzing slowly. Hong Dat just died, the 4 remaining members of the Swift Strike team, though morale is down. This is still a life-or-death battle. They can't just stand by. Their main concern is Jiang Kai, who remains outside. Nguyen anxiously stared at Jiang Kai. Lo Tuan also pointed out. Ever since he killed Hong Dat, he has just stood there. Lam's expression grew heavy, Nguyen even more uneasy, while Lo Tuan continued straight to the point. Even if he's intimidating them, isn't it also possible he no longer has the strength to continue? His eyes flashed sharply. He quickly identified the greatest danger. It seemed the four of the Swift Strike team had also realized this. At the same time, they began actively attacking. Outside, Nguyen then immediately drew his sword and charged at Yuan Zhu. If Jiang Kai keeps watching his comrades fight alone, then our prediction is correct. Van Vu tightened his grip on his sword, lunging forward. That's right, instead of being tied up, now we can only go all out in a desperate strike. Elsewhere, Dao Chok also threw a dagger at Nguyen and Gu, laughing loudly. Fine, then let's bet it all. 2 minutes later, the sword plunged into the ground with force, sending dust flying. Yuan Zhu's whole body shuddered. His eyes blazed, shouting in anger, damn it. Elsewhere, Hung Hai spoke coldly. Did you notice this Yuan's strength fluctuates? Van Vu's expression also grew serious, replying, yes, not only that, every time his power surges with a strike, his speed slows down. Could it be? Hung Hai raised his sword decisively. I understand now. He may have a movement transfer talent. He looks strong, but one small mistake reveals a critical weakness. The primal spirit was ready, confidently claiming that a precise strike would defeat the opponent. He wouldn't have time to change tactics. His words were full of mockery, but Jiang Kai remained motionless. He seemed exhausted. Hearing this, both Van Vu and Hung Hai surged with momentum and charged in. He cheered excitedly, so why wait any longer? Move forward, Van Vu replied. Don't you want to fight 300 rounds with us? Then keep going if you can. The Guardian, furious beyond measure, raised his weapon and shouted, die. The primal spirit rushed forward provocatively. Good, it's over for you, Jiang Kai, your turn. Outside the arena, Li Biu and Sister Hoa were anxious. She shouted urgently, this is bad, they've changed strategy. The Guardian was about to lose. Suddenly, a strong voice echoed from somewhere. What a loud tone. Jiang Kai dashed forward. Jiang Kai threw sharp weapons downward, angrily saying, just words like these and you think you can beat our fire god squad. Before the enemy could react, Jiang Kai's arrows exploded, sweeping away all foes. The dense smoke gradually cleared, revealing Jiang Kai sprinting forward like lightning. Hung Hai collapsed to the ground, astonished. Jiang Kai, Van Vu was equally shocked. How did you? Jiang Kai laughed disdainfully at them, curious. The night before the challenge, Jiang Kai was standing near the fountain when Non approached, asking with concern, during dinner, you seemed lost in thought. What were you thinking? Jiang Kai stared at the empty space ahead and replied, tomorrow is the guild challenge. Hong Dat will surely try to counter us. He will definitely target you with some strategy. Non asked worriedly, do you have a plan? Jiang Kai looked at her calmly. Remember the mysterious token from Don Lac Thai Vuong's treasure. With it, I can handle Hong Dat, over 90% certainty. But we're not only facing Hong Dat, and the token has side effects. Non quickly opened her bag. The immortal bird is gone. I tried to find a replacement, but failed. She pulled out a pill, saying, this is the only demon god larva pill you can use. Its effect is that 1 minute after ingestion, it restores 50% of your strength, but there's a condition. For 1 minute, you will be completely paralyzed, and the pill only works if your mental energy is already depleted. Otherwise, it has no effect. Jiang Kai was surprised. Non shook her head sadly. 1 minute of paralysis is too dangerous. Using mental energy on the arena voluntarily is tantamount to suicide. You should find another way. Jiang Kai was thrilled and couldn't hide it, exclaiming, Non, you're amazing. What? Non was surprised. Jiang Kai laughed. This time I will definitely wipe out the Thuan Sat squad. While Hung Hai and the Guardian were still in combat, Hung Hai roared, prepare to die. Nguyen and Gu, holding a shield, chased after them, shouting, honey, kiss me. Jiang Kai stood still, observing. He clenched his fists, his face darkening. Time's almost up, he thought. He popped the pill into his mouth. After finishing Hong Dat, my mental energy will be gone anyway. Jiang Kai swallowed the pill without hesitation, muscles tensing. His eyes lit up and the 1 minute countdown status was restored. Right after that, compact yet razor-sharp weapons appeared in Jiang Kai's hands. A blazing red killing aura curled around them, looking extremely dangerous. He sneered, too bad you won't get the chance to find out anymore. Meanwhile, Nguyen and Gu kept chasing Baldy, still acting coy. Wifey, are you playing hide-and-seek with me? Baldy panicked so badly he hurriedly hurled his weapon out. Only then did he gradually regain his composure. He reached toward Nguyen and Gu and cried out in alarm, we're screwed, his ears. At that moment Baldy also sensed an enormous killing intent closing in. Yuan Zhu was right behind him, clearly preparing to strike. In the blink of an eye, a sword slash cut through Baldy. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his face turned purple, and he rasped, how could? Baldy collapsed to the ground. Yuan Zhu hefted his sword onto the back of his neck and said, "Remember this, dying under the blade of the world's #1 war god is your honor." A wail rang out, "No!" Enwin Ngu clutched Baldy's corpse and bawled like a child, his voice both aching and furious. He choked, "Why did you kill my precious?" Yuan Zhu only laughed in triumph and replied arrogantly, "Why did I kill him? Ridiculous." He went on, "You even need to ask. I'm the world's #1 war god." Enwin Ngu flipped instantly and lunged at Yuan Zhu. "My precious is gone, then you can replace my precious." He thrust his face forward. "Come on, take my kiss." Suddenly, a murky green mist coiled around Enwin Ngu, freezing him in place, his head spinning. Damn, that scent again. Jiang Kai looked at the spray can in his hand and exhaled in relief. Good thing I had Nguyen prep a few bottles of wolf-repellent room spray for us. He thought to himself that Senza still needed to stock a few more. Drunk and raging, Enwin Ngu was even scarier than before. He stood up and looked ahead. Two girls ran over. Jiang Kai asked, "Ho Nyan Nguyen, how are you too?" Ho Nyan replied delightedly, "Relax, Captain Jiang Kai, we're totally fine." The bodies of the others gradually dissolved, and Vu Vi held the mic and continued the announcement. Vu Vi spoke up, "I hereby announce this match." Suddenly, Yuan Zhu strode over from nowhere, killing intent pouring off him as he called out, "Who dares come and fight Yuan?" Vu Vi couldn't process what was happening and just stood there stunned. All three of them shouted in panic, "We're so screwed." Jiang Kai and Ho Nyan rushed over to stop him. Jiang Kai soothed, "You're already the #1 war god, Zhuzi, calm down." Ho Nyan added, "That's right, you can't hit her." Vu Vi was still shaken and stammered out the rest. Team Fire God wins this match. She continued, "At 8:00 a.m. tomorrow, report on time for round 2. Yuan Zhu still looked grim and barked at Jiang Kai. Yuan Zhu growled, "Jiang Kai, remember this, from now on I've got your back, I've got your back." Jiang Kai went pale and answered, "Got it, got it." Behind them, Vu Vi was so scared she retreated first, and Jiang Kai hurriedly called to the other two. Jiang Kai urged, Nguyen, Ho Nyan, let's go now." The other two fumed to themselves that these two names were humiliating. Enwin Ngu was carried away by them, and his mouth still wouldn't stop calling out. Enwin Ngu kept moaning, "Wifey." Ho Nyan replied awkwardly, "I'm coming." Nguyen beside her could only give an awkward smile, while Jiang Kai did his best to drag Yuan Zhu along. Jiang Kai pressed, hurry up, hurry up." Yuan Zhu still held his sword high, muttering, "This war god takes the field, who dares cause trouble?" The three people in the stands exclaimed in shock. The commentator froze. "Wait, I just caught my breath and Team Fire God already won." They were a squad hardly anyone had heard of, yet they wiped out the entire instant kill squad, an incredible record. Fighter Yuan Zhu is one thing, but isn't a drug addict the most useless class? How could he be that strong? Unbelievably, they even hunted down a level 40 fighter. And there's Jiang Kai too. What class is he exactly? What kind of god-tier weapon is that black card of his? The crowd all around erupted in cheers, chanting for this glorious victory. In the audience, Hong Swoong folded her arms and smiled faintly, chatting with the man beside her. "Mr. Ha, now I understand why you specifically brought us to watch Team Fire God's match." Elsewhere, Lam Lam said in disbelief, "Jiang Kai, they really won." La Tan looked toward Jiang Kai's team. He sighed, as expected of Jiang Kai. Even the Fire God squad he leads, every step they take is beyond everyone's expectations. He thought the commander must be eagerly awaiting the results of the new rank evaluation. Suddenly, someone announced something that made them turn around. The results of this rank assessment are out. In the room, Professor Li was analyzing them. Behind him were images of Yuan Zhu and Nguyen, along with their ranks. Although Yuan Zhu's rank had already reached SS tier, because Su Nguyen still hadn't displayed any additional abilities, the rating remained at the original C tier. Hearing this, Lanlin was shocked and blurted out, "It's been ages since anyone in Jiangzhong reached SS tier without even hitting level 40. Luo Zhen looked surprised as well, but if someone could already reach SS tier now, it wasn't all that unexpected. Luo Zhen went on, saying that once he reached a profession above level 60, he would be able to enter directly into the reserve squad of the Holy Radiance War God Hall. He added that this was because the spread of divine beasts had to be dealt with. Various nations had established national-level war god halls and local war god halls, while also setting up reserve squads to select and train talents who could become war gods. Luo Zhen analyzed the matter and split it into two parts. To join a reserve squad, there were two routes. The first was to rely on outstanding combat ability, showcasing talent in local assessments and selection trials. This was the path most people tried. Luo Zhen introduced the other route. being chosen by the military after meeting the required professional rank standards. If the military evaluated and recommended you, you could be recruited directly, but very few people could take this path. Lanlin immediately said in astonishment, "So you can enter directly into the reserve squad of the Holy Radiance War God Hall across the entire Holy Radiance Kingdom. Not a single person manages it all year. I didn't expect Yuan Zhu to have that kind of potential," Lanlin continued. Luo Zhen turned to Professor Li and asked, "Then how do you rate Jiang Kai?" Professor Li frowned and answered gravely, "We can't confirm it yet." Luo Zhen and Lanlin exclaimed in unison, "What?" Professor Li calmly explained that Jiang Kai's data contained some very serious contradictions. First, Jiang Kai's attributes at level 20 were outrageously high, but since his profession was still unclear, they wouldn't pursue it further for now. Second, his attributes far surpassed those of level 40 experts, yet his attacks carried an unbelievable level of destructive power. Professor Li continued, "In one test, his attack coefficient even reached 24,000. It really is hard to believe," he said, then looked toward Jiang Kai's weapon. "We couldn't find any records about his weapon in the database, and it even caused glitches in the calculation system." Professor Li further analyzed that although Jiang Kai won unexpectedly, he burned through too much stamina too early as team captain, and he let the team members act with far too much freedom. Professor Li thought for a moment, then said, "If we must assign a rating, my decision will surprise you both. For now, set it to D tier." Luo Zhen and Lanlin asked again, "D tier." After a few seconds, Luo Zhen replied, "Understood, Professor. I'll report the final results to Commander Wei. Thank you for your hard work." After leaving Professor Li's lab, Lanlin chased after Luo Zhen and protested, "Jiang Kai's rating can't possibly be only D tier." Luo Zhen sat down in a chair and replied calmly, "Of course he can't be D tier." Lanlin snapped, "Then why didn't you raise an objection just now?" Luo Zhen looked at her and explained, "Professor Li's assessment is fine. The problem is the entire system. This evaluation system is based on massive amounts of data from those before us. But Lanlin, have you ever thought about Jiang Kai? If someone walks a road no one has ever walked before, then using this system to measure him will definitely cause problems." Luo Zhen's expression grew serious as he said softly, "Jiang Kai, Commander Wei, and I are both looking forward to your next performance." The next day, when Jiang Kai's group passed by a pharmacy, Hu Yan quickly suggested, "There's a drug shop here. We should go in and stock up on some herbs to craft full Sony." Everyone agreed and walked inside. The clerk at the counter greeted them at once, "Welcome. What medicinal materials do you need?" Hu Yan didn't waste time and immediately asked, "Boss, do you have lapis root, illusion mushroom, and sour plum fruit?" Yun Fei with blonde hair hurried out and replied, Yes, everything you need, we have it. Please come with me." Jiang Kai looked around and noticed a familiar figure. He exclaimed in surprise, "Where did Nguyen go?" He quickly scanned the room and soon spotted her standing in front of a medicine shelf, studying it. Jiang Kai walked over and said, "So this place even sells formulas like these?" He frowned slightly, staring at 3 old, worn scrolls in a corner, labeled with names like Eternal Winter Cold Poison, Blood-Red Pools Fall, and Greenwater Ghost. Nguyen hurriedly picked up the scroll, eyes wide, and answered in a long, soft voice, "This is a formula for making poison. It just looks a little strange." It seemed she had never seen a verdant water wraith at the trading office before. Just then, shopkeeper Liu from the apothecary walked over, folded his arms, and explained seriously that verdant water wraiths were extremely rare. It was an item from a treasure set of a mutated warlord rank water demon, newly obtained at Water Demon Lake on the Taping Mountain route. Hearing that, Jiang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, "Water Demon Lake? People actually dare to go there?" Shopkeeper Liu thought for a moment, then chuckled under his breath and affirmed, "Of course. For example, ascetic cultivators. That profession has always been mysterious and they like going to deserted, dangerous places. That time we also got lucky." He happened to run into a dying Mew beast. At that, the old man shook his head, clicked his tongue, and sincerely offered Nguyen some advice. "But little girl, the toxicity of the verdant water wraith is very strong. The conditions for it to work during refinement are extremely harsh, and it's easy to get poison. Even if you manage to refine it successfully, using it is still inconvenient. So although it's rare, it still hasn't sold. I suggest you consider something else." Nguyen stared with round eyes, her expression heavy, and demanded loudly, "Shopkeeper, what kind of poison is the verdant water wraith exactly?" Shopkeeper Liu did not hide anything and replied evenly, "The verdant water wraith is a lethal poison. When you bring it close to an enemy, it will pierce their armor and cling to the surface of the body. But at the same time, the condition is that the enemy must be fully submerged in water for it to take effect. Both Jiang Kai and Nguyen's eyes lit up as they shouted at the same time, "Water!" Shopkeeper Liu nodded seriously and explained in more detail. "That's right, that means you must take the risk to refine the verdant water wraith, then successfully get it onto the enemy, and that's still not enough. You must make the opponent fall into water. So whether you have ponds and lakes around or not, if you don't, you still have to factor this in." At that, Jiang Kai and Nguyen exchanged glances and quickly arrived at the same thought. Before Shopkeeper Liu could finish, the two of them declared in unison, "Perfect, we'll buy it." Shopkeeper Liu stared at them in surprise, not understanding what was going on. A moment later, a strange sound erupted from inside the apothecary, shaking heaven and earth. Not long after, in Jiangzhou City, at Xuanwu Private Hospital, it was already late at night. The moon rose higher and higher, shining down on the towering hospital building. In a dark ward, someone sat silently on a chair, motionless. Wang Tongmin bit his lip and quietly watched through the crack of the door. He followed every movement of the person inside. He began to recall when the assistant had delivered the documents and reported on Huang De's condition. The assistant respectfully reported on the young master's situation, saying his spirit had been hit hard and he was showing signs of a breakdown. Treatment had to begin immediately. At present, the committee has advised that the young master should not participate in any competitions for the time being. We will conduct psychological treatment for at least 3 months. Now, after the match with Jiang Kai, Huang De is like a man who has lost his soul, sitting there motionless, unable to control his body, drooling. Remembering that scene, Huang Tongmin could no longer contain his fury. He slammed his fist into the wall, grinding his teeth, eyes full of hatred. Xiao Wei isn't even healed yet, and now it's Xiao De. Huang Tongmin again thought of the moment Huang De was beheaded by Jiang Kai. The anger in his chest flared even hotter, and he spat out, "Jiang Kai, I promised I wouldn't touch your family. But don't forget, I never said I couldn't touch you. After all, the Guild Challenge tournament still isn't over." At this moment, a tall figure walked over and greeted him. "Guildmaster, I heard you were looking for me." The newcomer was Fei Xiang. He narrowed his eyes with interest and asked, "Does this have something to do with the Guild Challenge tournament?" In the days that followed, the Guild Challenge tournament continued. The stands were packed as everyone watched each match closely. Some teams, having seen Jiang Kai kill Huang De, ultimately chose to withdraw before their matches began. As for the other teams, after fierce battles, they still ended up losing to the Fire God Squad. In the end, Jiang Kai led the Fire God Squad into the top 16. On the screen, only Jiang Kai's face remained. Jiang Kai stood alone on the screen, not crossed out, becoming the only one left in the top 16. The sky began to darken as the moon rose high above. In a cozy house, Ho Enhan excitedly announced that Captain Jiang Kai had received information about tomorrow's match. Everyone quickly gathered around, staring at the green screen displaying the message. "God Guild, what you need to know before participating in the Fire God Squad's competition." The announcement appeared, "Congratulations, you've made it into the top 16. Your next opponent is the Eagle Squad of the Xuanwu Guild, led by Tu Fei Tiang. The match will take place at 8 a.m. tomorrow at the Shengde West City Arena. Be there on time and prepare for the competition." Yuan Zhu finished reading the information, surprised, and said, "The Xuanwu Guild again, Tu Fei Tiang, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere." Nguyen and Guy beside him nodded. "I feel the same way." Jiang Kai then remembered and said in a deep voice, "Tu Fei Tiang, the Eagle Squad, that's the team we encountered while searching for the lost Emperor's fragment." Yuan Zhu, hearing Jiang Kai's explanation, became enraged and shouted, "I remember now, it's those damn Xuanwu bastards." Ho Enhan also replied seriously, "From what I know, Eagle Squad 49 is the most elite team in Xuanwu. Although the shield killers are strong, they are no match for Eagle Squad in real combat." Nguyen sighed and continued, "Most of the members of the shield killers are descendants of high-ranking leaders in Xuanwu. They have abundant resources and great equipment," she said seriously. On the other hand, Tu Fei Tiang's team consists of battle-hardened experts. Nguyen continued, "Because of this, their combat and adaptability are extremely strong." She glanced at Jiang Kai and advised, "Especially Tu Fei Tiang. He's incredibly agile, Jiang Kai, you need to be cautious of him." Jiang Kai nodded, his face full of concern. Nguyen looked at Jiang Kai and continued, "We must be careful, Tu Fei Tiang is very dangerous." Jiang Kai nodded again and responded with a serious, The next day the match began, and the crowd in the stands cheered, eagerly watching the battle between Xuanwu's Eagle Squad and the Fire God Squad. In the stands, everyone was talking excitedly about the upcoming match. Everyone knows the grudge between Jiang Kai and Xuanwu. This match is going to be intense, one person said. I heard that Tu Fei Tiang even said that Jiang Kai is his nemesis. When Fei Tiang faced Jiang Kai, he seemed very excited, giving a thumbs up and saying, "Jiang Kai, finally we meet again." Do you remember what I said? I'll personally cut off your arm. Jiang Kai only lowered his head without saying anything. Jiang Kai quickly raised his hand to stop Yuan Zhu, who was about to lose his temper, saying, "Don't speak too soon. Let's see if Tu Fei Tiang ends up like Emperor Huang. He's already been listed as a loser." Jiang Kai slowly looked at Fei Tiang, smiling lightly and saying, "Tu Fei Tiang, no more words, let's let our strength speak." Wu Wei then picked up a microphone and, smiling, announced, "Attention all contestants, the 36th Guild Battle round of 16 is about to begin." Wu Wei began counting down 10, 9. The crowd in the stands shouted, "The match is about to begin." Lam Lam whispered in the room, worried, calling her sister's name, Nguyen Nguyen. Luo Zhen beside her also thought silently, "Jiang Kai, facing the Eagle squad this time, can you create a miracle?" Sister Hua in the stands excitedly raised her hand to cheer. "Zhu Zai, keep it up, we along with the captain will cheer for you." Li Bio, sitting next to her, still focused on the field, his ears ringing with Wu Wei's countdown, 3, 2, 1, begin. As Wu Wei's words ended, Fei Tiang's team immediately charged forward, shouting in unison, "Kill!" Jiang Kai's team quickly took their positions. Jiang Kai loudly ordered, "Everyone be careful." The whole team responded in unison. Jiang Kai immediately stomped his foot to gain momentum, throwing darts straight at Fei Tiang's team. Ho Enhan, watching from behind, was excited and clenched her fists. "Let's see how Jiang Kai surprises them." Fei Tiang, quick as lightning, rushed forward to confront Jiang Kai's darts head-on. But then Fei Tiang smiled maliciously and said, "I knew it." He stopped and signaled his team to charge forward. Ma Chen raised a card and said, "Let me handle this." He gathered his energy and the card glowed. Fei Tiang grinned, whispering, "Jiang Kai, now let me show you what team combat is all about." Ma Chen pointed forward and the team immediately formed a shield, blocking Jiang Kai's attack with force. Jiang Kai's team was shocked, all shouting, "What?" Sister Hua in the stands also gasped, "What quick reflexes?" Liu Wangvan nearby continued, "Yes, when the whole team advanced and was able to quickly form a defense to block all 6 of Jiang Kai's darts at once." Jiang Kai's darts hit the shield, creating sparks but couldn't pierce through. Liu Wangvan observed carefully and remarked, "Although the attack was activated, they didn't panic and calmly retreated." After blocking the attack, Hua Lion rushed forward from behind, excitedly saying, "Let me try him." Ma Chen agreed, "Go ahead." Liu Wangvan in the stands couldn't help but widen his eyes. Incredible, even after the front members were pushed back, those behind could still continue attacking. Hua Lion rushed forward, swinging his sword and shouting, "Taste the power of my flame whip." This stunned Liu Wangvan, realizing that they had switched from defense to offense. Hua Lion delivered a powerful strike and Jiang Kai's team quickly dodged, with Jiang Kai reminding his teammates, "Fall back." Lam Lam in the room worriedly thought, "I've only heard of Eagle Squad 4 before, but this is my first time seeing them in a real battle." Luo Zhen beside her also became serious, his eyes not leaving the screen. "Exactly. Although each member of Eagle Squad 4 doesn't have any particularly outstanding abilities, they still stand out in a guild with so many talented people." Luo Zhen nodded in agreement. "That's right, in a team this strong, each member has their own unique abilities. This is why they are so powerful." Outside, Jiang Kai stomped his foot and leaped forward, his gaze serious as he extended his hand to gather his darts back. He silently assessed Fei Tiang's team. As expected, such synergy can only come from countless real battles, from being close to death together and forming this kind of coordination. Jiang Kai carefully observed each member of Fei Tiang's team, his eyes focused, silently admitting, "Just one strike is enough to show that this opponent is far more dangerous than the shield killer." However, Fei Tiang wasn't ready to give up easily. He pulled out a glowing gem, a super starstone. Fei Tiang smiled and asked, "Want to reclaim the mission order?" In the stands, a long-haired man raised his hand, pointing to the sky and shouting, "Look, it's a super starstone." The crowd in the stands cheered in excitement. "This time, the Fire God Squad's weapon has been controlled." Another person added, "Jiang Kai will definitely have to use his mysterious card to counter this." As the match continued, the entire Fire God Squad faced significant challenges from Fei Tiang's Eagle Squad. Though Jiang Kai had shown great bravery, it was clear that Fei Tiang's team was no pushover. The battle raged on with fierce attacks and solid defenses from both sides. Who would emerge victorious was now only a matter of time. Everyone was astonished. Suddenly, someone panicked and shouted, "Wait, look! Jiang Kai's team is full of monsters, each wielding unmatched weapons." One sharp-eyed spectator exclaimed, "The super stone has been nullified, how is this possible?" A purple-haired boy sneered, "Did you all upgrade your weapons too?" Jiang Kai shot a sharp glance back. "Surprise! In a duel, if we suffered damage before, did you think we wouldn't prepare in advance?" Before the match, someone quietly spoke with team captain Jiang Kai. Luckily, he had kept some minerals from the mermaid labyrinth and continued boasting, "I found special strong iron stones among them that generate the super stone nullifying power, so I upgraded everyone's weapon." The table indeed displayed all kinds of weapons. Now there was no fear even facing the super stone. Jiang Kai patted Nguyen Ngu's shoulder, praising, "Well done, Nguyen Ngu." Hearing this, he smiled, his eyes lighting up with delight. Jiang Kai leapt up, saying, "Now I'll show you, no matter how perfect the coordination, there's always a flaw." He plunged into the game's space, ready to act. Around him were massive dice. A few fire-encased objects shot down from his direction. Perhaps the fire shards cracked a wine bottle, scattering fragments. A mocking voice rang out, "Even a shrimp dares to act arrogant." Someone leapt up too fast to track. It was Yuan Zhu, surrounded by blazing red streaks. Yuan Zhu raised his weapon behind him, "Then taste the might of the world's #1 combat god." A voice called from below, "Hamdaya arrow kick." Looking up, Yuan Zhu prepared to descend, golden streaks radiating fiercely. The people below panicked and stepped back. The strike landed just as the enemy scattered. Yuan Zhu landed, scanning around, puzzled. Where is everyone? Before he could understand, enemy attacks approached. Jiang Kai sensed danger and shouted a warning, "Zhu Zai, watch out," then hurled his weapon, knocking away the fire whip. Yuan Zhu flinched, irritation on his face. Bai Chuang charged forward, laughing maniacally. "Jiang Kai, you dare split your attention while I engage Zhu Fai Chuang? I warned you, if we meet again, I'll definitely kill you." Jiang Kai was startled. Yuan Zhu regained composure and lunged at the fire whip, yelling, "Daring to challenge the world's #1 combat god, bold move." Yuan Zhu's attack was unexpectedly blocked by Tu Mok's shield. "You assigned responsibility, this spot's yours." Observing Yuan Zhu, Tu Quan thought, "This crazy guy reacts well, underestimated him already." Yuan Zhu grinned, "All right, if you're eager, I will," and leapt into the air. In a commanding voice, he accepted the challenge. "Hamdaya arrow kick." Elsewhere, Mac Tran shouted, "Kill them." Yua Lion and Mu Lin dashed toward Jiang Kai's 3 teammates. A green water bottle spilled its liquid. Nguyen Ngu declared, "I will not be weaker than anyone this life." Ma Tran charged, and he deftly blocked with his shield, calling out, "Beautiful one, I'm coming." Angry, he roared, "I've had enough of you." Yua Lion pulled Lin Mu away to another spot. She said to her companion, "This perverted ghost should be handled by me." Lin Mu agreed, "Right, those 2 useless girls are ours." Nguyen reminded from nearby. Ho Enhan carefully, without fear, raised both hands into the air. White light swirled around him. "Watch me, the enhanced version of meteoric ice spell." Seeing this, Nguyen assisted, summoning a golden orb. "All right, I'll help too." Bai Chuang rushed at Jiang Kai, raising his dark sword to strike, but Jiang Kai spun and hurled a dart toward him. Bai Chuang saw it and skillfully dodged, smirking. "Like using darts, I've never lost in speed." With that, he darted forward like an arrow, decisively cutting all of Jiang Kai's darts, creating an electric-like display. Bai Chuang widened his eyes, criticizing, "Too slow." Jiang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? This guy is really tough." The cameraman excitedly commented, "Jiang Kai's darts almost never got avoided this way. You have to watch closely, that's Bai Chuang, famed for speed. Even in slow motion, it's unclear how he dodges." Bai Chuang effortlessly dodged incoming attacks. Lam gasped loudly at his speed. Bai Chuang spun to avoid Jiang Kai's darts while closing the distance. Next to him, Lo Tuan commented on Bai Chuang, "I checked his stats, agility over 300, with equipment at least above 350. Jiang Kai calculated silently. His advantage was agility, but Bai Chuang's speed was likely 100 points higher. By attributes, Bai Chuang was his nemesis. Bai Chuang raised his hand, ready to counter. Bai Chuang said, "Jiang Kai, fighting me will be a decision you regret for life." Jiang Kai's eyes widened, body stiffened as Bai Chuang brought down his sword, executing a radiant internal force slash, the full wind strike. Observing the approaching power, Jiang Kai thought, "Wait." He watched Bai Chuang deploy the demon eye focus. It looked like a single slash, but his other hand stored power. The full wind strike wasn't just an attack. Jiang Kai retreated, thinking, with his current agility, if he only dodged, he couldn't avoid 2 consecutive strikes. He launched a flawed attack at Bai Chuang. Suddenly he smirked with delight, "Got you." Bai Chuang raised both swords, releasing power, effortlessly controlling Jiang Kai's move. Jiang Kai shouted in shock at Bai Chuang's strength. "What? 2 crossed swords still radiate immense power. Life pursuit is neutralized." "Jiang Kai, you think only you can upgrade weapons?" Bai Chuang boasted. "My silver twin swords have been upgraded. Although they can't control ranged weapons like the Super Stone, in close combat they counter your life pursuit." Jiang Kai clenched his fists, looking at him. "You prepared early too, so you lured me into using multiple life pursuit attacks." Bai Chuang smugly asked, "So what, Jiang Kai, now I'm slightly impressed with you." He widened his eyes, teasing Jiang Kai. "Look what I see, very interesting." Bai Chuang taunted, "Let me guess, is this your last dart or a disguised trump card?" He looked down, seemingly holding Jiang Kai tightly, and sure enough, it was as predicted. Jiang Kai warily asked Bai Chuang, "What do you mean?" He glared at Jiang Kai with a sharp, cold gaze, his tone resolute. saying that the Eagle team's 4th division could stand at the peak not only because of our teamwork, but also because we never underestimate any opponent. Therefore, before the match, I thoroughly studied the battle between your team and the Shield Assassin team. One of your team members raised their hand to use these techniques. Bai Tuan calmly analyzed. You were able to defeat Huang De unexpectedly thanks to your trump card disguised as a dart. But after defeating him, you didn't rush to help your teammates and instead stood still. Why was that? Did you trust your 4 teammates too much, thinking they would defeat the opponents by themselves? Bai Tuan rested his chin in thought. As you told your teammates, maybe, but from the expression on your face, it doesn't seem that way. Bai Tuan smirked, making a bold assumption about your trump card. Although the trump card can defeat an opponent in one strike, it will consume a significant amount of stamina or mental energy, making it impossible to use again in a short period. After calculation, I think this period will last about 1 minute. When this number was said, Zhang Kai immediately froze in surprise. Bai Tuan lowered his head and continued to analyze. If you used your trump card against me here, I would definitely be defeated just like Huang De. But in the minute after I'm eliminated, my team members will have enough time to handle the rest of the Fire God team. Meanwhile, Nguyen and Hunayan were fighting fiercely. Nguyen, stay behind me. All right, I'll take care of healing you. Bai Tuan lowered his voice cold as ice. Then they will work together to kill you. On the other side, Yuanzhu exploded, eyes gleaming as he swung his sword, shouting, "The #1 battle god in the world is here, why don't you kneel and beg for mercy?" Yuanzhu swung his sword powerfully, but Zai Mo quickly dodged. Yuanzhu's eyes shone, furiously roaring, "Where do you think you're running to?" Zai Mo dodged the attack and then thrust his sword forward, mocking, "You're the #1 battle god in the world. Useless fool, go die." Yuanzhu gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength to block Zai Mo's sword. The two swords clashed violently, sparks flying. Yuanzhu struck a heavy blow, forcing Zai Mo to jump back, who in turn cursed angrily. "How dare you doubt the strength of the #1 battle god? Take this." On the stands, members like Zhai Hua, Li Bio, and Liang Wen stared in shock at the scene. They quickly realized the difference in the battle. The final member of the Eagle team's 4th division had escaped from a direct confrontation with Yuanzhu. When the enemy advanced, he retreated. When the enemy retreated, he advanced as if toying with Yuanzhu. Li Bio frowned, observing the fight, speaking in a low voice. He knew that Yuanzhu had the talent to shift attributes, and if they fought head-on, there might not be a victory. Therefore, he was trying to test Yuanzhu's patience. At the same time, he wanted to wear down Yuanzhu's stamina and find his weakness. Zhai Hua, standing nearby, worriedly scolded, "The Eagle team's 4th division is so strong, why are they using these tactics? It will damage their reputation." Li Bio only shook his head, his expression solemn, explaining, "This is a combat strategy. Members of the Eagle team's 4th division are not the children of high-ranking officials. They don't care about superficial fame. They know that in a life-or-death battle, using every means to win is the most important thing." He stared intently at Yuanzhu, who was fighting like a madman. He silently thought, "Yuanzhu, you must hold on." In the opposite corner, Nguyen was still blushing, pouting coquettishly. "Beautiful lady, this waist, these breasts, these long legs, I love them." Mac Chen, facing him, was furious, his gaze icy as he scolded, "Shut your mouth. Drunkards are always drunkards, the most useless profession." He quickly ran past Nguyen, turning back to look at his back. Then Mac Chen forcefully thrust his sword through Nguyen's stomach, his tone cold and contemptuous. "You and your profession are the same, forever useless and unable to do anything." With a swoosh, he pulled the weapon out with force. Nguyen collapsed to the ground, his body soaked in fresh blood. Yuanzhu, Nguyen, Hunayan, and Zhang Kai were all horrified, anxiously calling his name. Nguyen. Nguyen hurried to Nguyen's side, speaking urgently. "Hunayan, hang in there, I'll think of a way to heal Nguyen." But Hunayan wouldn't let her go so easily. She rushed over and blocked Nguyen's path, shouting, "You want to save him right in front of me? Not a chance." Hunayan stood firm, blocking Nguyen, and yelled, Nguyen, I support you, go." At that moment, a long hand, gloved, suddenly reached out, creating a strange force. Miao Ling lunged forward like lightning, launching a direct attack on Hunayan. "Let's see if you have the skills." Hunayan couldn't dodge in time, her face turning pale, taking the brutal blow head-on. Nguyen froze upon seeing this, anxiously calling out, "Hunayan." At the same time, Huo Lion swung his whip, laughing in disdain. "A fraud, a doctor with no combat ability. Two useless people like you think you deserve to face the Eagle team." Miao Ling continued to attack. With a sneer, Miao Ling reminded, "Don't even think that your captain will save you. Right now, even he can't guarantee his own life." Just as the words left his mouth, Yuanzhu suddenly charged forward, standing before them, retorting, "How dare you? The battle god is here, who dares be disrespectful?" Nguyen shielded Hunayan, looking at Yuanzhu standing before them, shouting, "Zhu Zai." At that moment, Zai Mo also rushed forward, his gaze furious, reminding, "You brat, you're running fast, don't forget your opponent is me." Yuanzhu angrily swung his sword, but Zaimo dodged, causing Yuanzhu to curse in frustration. Damn it. Then are you brave enough to face me head-on? Zaimo just smiled wickedly, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he charged forward. So dumb, if you have the ability to shift attributes, why should I use my weakness to compete with your strength? On the battlefield, win to live, lose to die. Zaimo silently laughed, realizing that Yuanzhu had begun to lose patience. On the opposite side, Yuanzhu glared, his body surging with power, drawing his sword to declare, die. He charged forward, swinging his sword at Zaimo. But Zaimo nimbly avoided it. A moment later, Zaimo opened his eyes wide, his sharp eyes thinking to himself, perfect opportunity. With a swish, Zaimo swiftly slashed. Yuanzhu couldn't dodge in time, his face pale in pain, exclaiming. On the stands, Zhai Hua, Li Bio, and Liang Wen stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as they anxiously called, Zhu Zai. On the arena floor, Zaimo casually held Yuanzhu's blood-soaked sword, gently saying, well, this time no more attribute shifting, huh? Yuanzhu couldn't respond, his body limp as he knelt down, his head hanging motionless. Zaimo's face lit up with excitement, his eyes flashing with contempt, casually saying, the #1 useless person in the world. In another corner, Fai Tuan faced Jiang Kai, smugly shrugging. Jiang Kai, oh Jiang Kai, your teammates have all been defeated by me. It seems that the outcome of this match is already clear. The first unlucky one has appeared. If you don't want to watch them die right before your eyes, there's still one option left. Jiang Kai's voice turned cold as he narrowed his eyes at the man. He continued to laugh wickedly, that is to use your trump card to save someone. Bai Tuan glanced at Nguyen and Gu, his body slumped, then turned to Hu Nian and Nguyen asking, who do you want to save? Finally, his gaze landed on Zaimo, who was about to strike Yuanzhu. Bai Tuan looked at Zaimo with a cold, amused look in his eyes, then lowered his voice. No matter who you use your trump card to save, the fate of the Fire God team is already sealed. You will lose. Jiang Kai stood still, his expression dark as he listened to the laughter of his opponent. His eyes did not blink. Thick clouds suddenly poured rain, with each drop falling onto the arena. He calmly faced off against Fei Tuan and after a moment slowly spoke. Is that so? But the eyes of the demon eye gleamed sharply and he sneered, his expression full of aggression. I don't think so. Huo Lion snorted, swinging his hand to prepare for an attack and contemptuously said, a skill like summoning rain is truly laughable. Miao Ling laughed loudly, gripping the fan tightly in her hand, declaring that she would send these people to hell. As her words finished, Nguyen immediately threw 2 vials of green liquid. She raised her voice in rebuttal. Who says rainwater can't take your lives? The 2 glass vials shattered and the strange liquid splashed out, hitting Huo Lion and Miao Ling. Miao Ling frowned, her eyes full of disgust and anger. Damn it, what is this? Huo Lion also looked back, coldly reminding, no matter what it is, kill these 2 first and we'll talk later. As soon as the words were out, the 2 immediately charged to attack Nguyen and Hu Nian, shouting, die. In the stands, a man with black hair could not understand. Rain, what is that diviner doing? A woman with long blonde hair beside him also spoke. Did that doctor just throw some low-level poison or something? The 2 of them were like goats waiting to be slaughtered. In the observation room, Lan anxiously covered her mouth, her heart pounding. Nguyen, Luo Jun nearby looked at her, calling her name in confusion. Lan, look! Outside the arena, the sword from someone's hand suddenly fell. Miao Ling looked at her arm, now covered in poison, and screamed in panic. What is this? Huo Lion also cried out in pain, looking down at his body covered in poison, his eyes filled with hatred and dissatisfaction, yelling, you used poison. Nguyen and Hu Nian merely glanced at them, silently confirming. Huo Lion went mad, charging forward, shouting, I'll kill you. But Hu Nian wouldn't stand still, quickly reaching for the compass, fiercely responding, you still want to kill us now? Feel the rain. As she finished, a hailstorm rained down, piercing through Huo Lion and Miao Ling's bodies. The 2 fell to the ground, powerless before the hailstorm, their faces pale, eyes rolling back. Huo Lion and Miao Ling finally lay motionless on the ground. The rain continued to fall. In the room, Lan watched, unable to believe her eyes, shouting, what poison is that? Such potent poison, and it made the fighters lose all their strength. Luo Jun, beside her, had realized and slowly explained. That's the rare 6 water demon poison. It needs the opponent to be completely wet to take effect. No one has used it before. I didn't expect it to be combined with the rain summoning skill. Outside the arena, Fei Tuan watched his teammates fall, stunned, and exclaimed, how is this possible? Jiang Kai, standing nearby, had a calm expression, smiling. He explained in a steady tone, in battle, a skill that seems useless can become very effective when used in the right combination. This poison, although seemingly harmless, can bring unexpected results if used correctly. Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he looked at Fei Tuan and shrugged, continuing, if you think the Fire God team is only this, then you're wrong. In stands, the spectators watching the match couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, look, that Mammon guy is getting up again. Below the arena, a figure slowly rose, dust flying up. It was Nu, clutching his wound on his abdomen, trembling as he pushed himself up. Ma Chen stood opposite, sneering. "Still want to die?" he asked, then added. "A drunk like you really thinks you can defeat a fighter," he then coldly declared. "Destroy the whole Fire God team. Use a person to start the execution." Nu gritted his teeth and declared forcefully, "I Nu have never feared anyone in my life. No matter who you are, I am not afraid." He suddenly changed his expression, noticing Ma Chen's strange gaze, completely different from his earlier flirtatious look. Nu suddenly became furious, shouting, "Today I'll make it clear you have to submit to me, there's no other choice." Ma Chen, hearing this, became enraged and rushed forward, shouting, "Damn it, how dare you speak to me like that?" The spectators were also surprised, mouths agape. "I thought that guy had some kind of secret move, but turns out he's still just as twisted." But then they realized his current state was very strange. Look closely, his state is completely different. They looked at Nu's expression, hesitating to speak. He looks drunk but also like he's sober. Before Ma Chen's spear strike, Nu easily dodged, catching him by surprise. Fei Tuan, observing from outside, also widened his eyes in shock. His speed is so fast. Wait, why does it feel like that freak's speed is twice as fast after being injured? Jiang Kai grinned and spoke to Fei Tuan. "It's truly remarkable. Do you know the difference between human instinct and reaction?" Fei Tuan glanced at Jiang Kai, irritated. "What nonsense are you talking about now?" Jiang Kai paid no attention, continuing to explain. "In battle, humans usually rely on experience and emotions to react, but instinct is the most primal ability." Ma Chen, furious, jumped up and charged straight at Nu, saying, "It must just be luck. Let's see if I can split his head in half now." Nu dodged and said, "An instinct is the most primal ability." Ma Chen shouted, "You're still not fast enough." He charged forward with a frenzied expression. Jiang Kai stood outside, analyzing. No matter how much combat experience one has, before the most primal instinct, everything is useless. Nu was as fast as lightning, appearing behind Ma Chen and dodging his blow in an instant. Ma Chen, exhausted, angrily said, "Why do you always dodge so precisely? He's even more agile than before. I can't predict his moves." Hunayan suddenly understood and shouted, "I get it now, this is Nu's new innate ability." Hunayan recalled when Nu had awkwardly scratched his head and said, "The state of drunken joy stimulates the subconscious, making me shift from being fully drunk to a state between drunk and sober. Anyway, I feel it will be quite freeing." Hunayan knelt down, grabbed a sword and threw it toward Nu, shouting, Nu, catch." He caught the sword and lightly chuckled, saying, "Do you feel tired, my dear? I'm still waiting for your passionate kiss." Ma Chen charged, yelling, "Wanna die? Today I'll cut you into 8 pieces to feel satisfied." His speed increased, surrounding Nu. In the stands, everyone was astonished. Look, even though he's stumbling, he avoids every strike. Ma Chen sweated, looking at Nu, filled with confusion. "This can't be. A useless drunk like me is losing to him." He rushed forward, shouting, "Die!" The entire arena was filled with tension. A powerful slash came down, making everyone fall silent, watching closely. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Ma Chen stood before Nu, trembling, sweating, staring at the sword tip pressed against his forehead. Nu blushed, excited, and said with a smile, "You take it off yourself." Mac Tran felt anger and dissatisfaction after being humiliated, but still couldn't control his rage. He was so furious that his eyes rolled back, showing his fury. At this moment, the atmosphere in the stands became chaotic and everyone was confused. People looked towards the Saints contestant, a profession that had previously been considered worthless, but now had unexpectedly overcome and won. This left everyone in disbelief. Team Eagle 4 had lost 3 members, yet the Fire God squad had managed to reverse the situation and secure victory. Bai Tuan was furious, continuously enraged, his face turning beet red, unable to control his emotion. Jiang Kai couldn't let Fai Tuan move forward any longer and stepped in his way. He revealed the trump card he had kept hidden throughout the match. "What's wrong? Can't handle it already?" Jiang Kai mocked, looking at Fai Tuan. "Didn't you come here to deal with me?" Fai Tuan clenched his teeth, glared at Jiang Kai, and smirked with contempt. "Jiang Kai, you really have that divine secret card." He then stepped forward, laughing, "But don't get too excited. My people aren't completely defeated yet." Suddenly, a powerful slash caused the poison vial to shatter. Nguyen saw it and shouted worriedly, "This is bad." Bai Tuan then targeted her, angrily saying, "This doctor dares to use poison against me. Fine, if you want to die, I'll kill you first, then I'll deal with that fighter," Bai Tuan said coldly. Nguyen looked at the sword coming toward her, feeling anxious. Bai Tuan rushed forward with terrifying speed, leaving her paralyzed. But when she didn't feel any pain, she opened her eyes slightly and saw someone rushing out to block the attack for her. Yuan Zhu suddenly leaped in, taking the sword strike for her. Zaimo stood there, unable to believe the sword had pierced through him. However, Yuan Zhu quickly grabbed Fai Tuan's wrist. He held Fai Tuan's wrist tightly. The force pressing down caused the man to stutter, not understanding what had just happened. Yuan Zhu's sharp gaze flashed as he swung his sword and said, Zymo, use your body as bait, transfer the attribute to your physical body. Zymo's eyes turned bloodshot, unable to believe what he had just seen as Yuan Zhu thrust his sword through his throat. Blood sprayed out violently. Bai Tuan watched the scene, his face turning pale, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Jiang Kai seemed to anticipate his reaction, smiling and saying, "I told you, if you guys want to kill my teammates, it won't be that easy." Bai Tuan gritted his teeth in hatred, unable to understand. Why are the fire gods' useless people so strong? Based on previous analysis, it was clear that they had no chance of winning. Jiang Kai quickly drew a card and said, "Now it's time for us to compete in strength. To Phi Tuan, I'll make you lose and admit defeat." Phi Tuan was enraged, gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He stood up and shouted, "Jiang Kai, don't get too cocky. Today my people couldn't handle the trash by your side, but I will take your head." Jiang Kai didn't respond, only silently calculating, thinking that the quickest way to win the match was to launch a full-on attack and strike first. Bai Tuan charged forward with his sword, his eyes flashing with sparks as he screamed, "Die!" Jiang Kai stood still, his eyes flashing as he thought to himself, "The burst of power is too intense." Before Phi Tuan's sword could strike, Jiang Kai leaned aside, quickly calculating in his head, "This strike from Phi Tuan will drain his strength." Jiang Kai whispered, "Quickly initiate the second strike." As his words ended, his body shot upwards, dodging Phi Tuan's attack. Phi Tuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he screamed, "What?" Jiang Kai turned and declared, "To Phi Tuan, you've lost." He immediately extended his hand, activating the death card and power surge. The card shot like lightning toward Phi Tuan. Phi Tuan went mad, power bursting around him, raising his sword and shouting, "Who says I've lost? Jiang Kai, you dare play with me? I'll kill you." Jiang Kai stood still, watching Phi Tuan, thinking to himself, the more he suppresses his emotions, the easier he is to mislead. Jiang Kai stood tall, his eyes on the card he had thrown, silently evaluating. Emotion suppressed, no burst damage. The death card will increase the burst damage. Phi Tuan glared at the card as it pierced through his chest. Jiang Kai didn't take his eyes off him, continuing to think. Burst damage increased by 150%, burst rate increased permanently. Phi Tuan's face turned pale, muttering, "How can this be?" Jiang Kai smiled inwardly. "To Phi Tuan, you are definitely going to die." A loud explosion echoed, and Phi Tuan's painful scream rang out at the same time. The sky darkened, rain began to fall, and on the ground, a bloodied hand fell limp. Jiang Kai calmly withdrew his soul power, looked at the person lying on the ground, and said, "I told you, you've lost." Everyone in the stands couldn't believe their eyes, mouths agape as they stared at the scene. Then, the entire crowd stood up and cheered with joy. The Fire God Squad has won again. Jiang Kai smiled with satisfaction, and the people around him clapped in joy. Lam Lam stood up in disbelief, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Luo Jun walked forward, calmly saying, "It's over, a stunning match." Jiang Kai performed excellently. Yuan Zhu didn't disappoint me. Nguyen was also very impressive. Jiang Kai smiled as he recalled. She used poison very cleverly. Lam Lam nodded, adding, "If Professor Li's team has completed the assessment, Nguyen's performance will definitely be a rank." Zai Heng held Mac Tran, crying uncontrollably, "My beautiful one, why?" At that moment, a spray of poison mist was directed at Zai Heng's face, knocking him out. Hu Enhan laughed scornfully, shaking the poison vial. Wu Vai stepped back, frightened, asking, "What are you trying to do now?" Yuan Zhu was furious, raising his sword and about to charge, but was stopped by his teammates. "Dare to challenge this war god." Jiang Kai and his teammates tried to calm Zai Heng down. "Calm down a bit." Zai Heng held his forehead, dazed, saying, "This team is getting harder and harder to lead." Wu Vai interrupted, "Now I declare." Wu Vai smiled and announced the result. "This battle, the Fire God Squad wins." The stands erupted in cheers. Jiang Kai proudly walked to the backstage with his teammates as the chant of "Fire God Forever" echoed. "Long live the Fire God!" In the distant stands, a man smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling in amusement as he watched the Fire God Squad. Night fell and the moon rose high. A few days later, at the guild headquarters, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Captain Jiang Kai appeared. Those around Jiang Kai stopped, turning with surprise, asking the reason for his excitement. Hu Yan sighed, speaking loudly, "Earlier, Yi Yu and I went out, and we happened to hear that the promotion materials and the Feng Shui Master's items not only increased in price but have all been sold out." The young boy adjusted his breathing and added that after the wine and Feng Shui Master were discarded by the army, the promotion materials had long been unsold. Her eyes shone brightly, looking extremely eager. Everyone agreed that this proved their careers were not meaningless. Jiang Kai folded his arms and nodded in praise. "Probably so. In the battle against the Falcon Squad, both of you performed excellently. Especially Yi Yu, the moment he killed that cavalryman, the entire arena was stunned." Jiang Kai commented, "But I think, even with the same career path, each person's talent and luck differ. Their success is hard to replicate." Zai Heng and Hu Yan were praised, their faces full of joy. Yuan Zhu patted his shoulder and pointed at himself with a laugh. Of course, our Fire God squad is no ordinary team. A warning sound rang out and Hu Yan opened her display, frowning. The latest news reported that the Leopard Squad had only one survivor when fighting the Crouching Dragon Squad. However, at the final turn, Captain Ngoi Long turned on them, killing all members of the Leopard Squad. Everyone gasped in shock. What? Jiang Kai pursed his lips, thinking. Jiang Kai recalled that the Leopard Squad was managed by the Arcane Martial Guild, and their abilities were formidable. With sheer strength, Captain Ngoi Long had wiped out the entire squad. Jiang Kai's expression grew serious, warning everyone to be cautious. Captain Ngoi Long should not be underestimated. If there's time, they should investigate in case they encounter him, but not to the point of being unprepared. She immediately nodded, yes. He then looked at his 4 teammates, speaking seriously. Speaking of which, I have news to announce. Combat situations are getting more intense and squads are losing members. Our next opponent, lacking people, had no chance to win and withdrew voluntarily. Jiang Kai prolonged his tone, eyes shining brightly. Therefore, we advance straight to the finals. Hu Yan jumped up excitedly. So we're entering the finals with a full team, the guild master cheered, raising his fist. We're the only squad without any casualties among all teams. Nan Nan laughed, looking at Jiang Kai. All thanks to Captain Kai leading us so well. You nodded in agreement. Luckily, we have Captain Kai. Jiang Kai shook his head slightly, smiling modestly. This victory also relies on everyone's cooperation. He continued, I can move forward without worrying about our rear. Otherwise, even with my skill, I couldn't have turned the tide and reached the finals. This glory belongs to everyone. He laughed heartily. All right, everyone has worked hard during this time. The finals were still some time away. Everyone cheered, thrilled. Jiang Kai began planning his own strategy, making use of the present time. He decided to visit home. Soon after, he returned to Jiangzhang City to his spacious villa. Inside, his younger brother anxiously helped their eldest brother along, saying, Big brother, let me support you home. You just got out of the hospital, don't overexert yourself. The elder shook his head helplessly, smiling. Brother, I'm not weak. I still want to train more so I can help Kai sooner. But shortly after, the elder's weary sigh made his brother tremble, quickly asking, Big brother, are you all right? At that moment, a large, mysterious hand gently rested on his shoulder. It was Jiang Kai, who whispered with a smile, If I get sick, how could I help you? His brother's eyes lit up in joy upon seeing Jiang Kai, exclaiming, Brother, why are you back? The happiness of reunion was brief as Jiang Kai paused, thinking, Wait like this. He looked at the round table laden with dishes, thinking silently. Impressive spread. His brother slowly brought out the food. Seeing Jiang Kai and the elder hadn't started eating, he asked loudly, Brother, why aren't you two eating? She thought to herself, planning to cook something else. Not to your taste, I'll make another dish. Jiang Kai paled, quickly stopping her. Brother, enough, we're not pigs. The elder sat beside him, smiling. Kai, I was worried because you've gotten so thin lately. His brother turned to sit as well, coaxing Jiang Kai. Brother, now that you're back, can you stay a bit longer? The elder served him some food, nodding in counsel. That's right, Kai, you've sacrificed too much for this family. Now that my health is better, you don't need to risk yourself in the demon realm like before. Jiang Kai held a bowl of rice, speaking gently. Big brother, I still have some things to do and can't stay long. But don't worry, I'm living well. I came back this time to see if you two are living well. He remembered something and asked, By the way, have the royal family members stopped bothering you? His brother was startled, then laughed. No, the villa's security is very good. Brother Liu also often sends people to look after us. She added, besides, the feeling of being watched like before has disappeared. Jiang Kai nodded, pleased, silently promising to thank Brother Liu. The elder beside him nodded too, asking with concern, That's right, now you can enjoy peaceful days at school, brother. You must have made some friends, right? She nodded. Of course. Seeing this, he smiled with approval. After all, our brother is smart and kind, loved by everyone he meets. Jiang Kai smiled softly. That's great then. His brother quietly ate, a fleeting look of mischief in his eyes. A few seconds later, she closed her eyes in delight, savoring the fragrant food. Jiang Kai stayed nearby, worried whether his brother had anything to share. The next day, Jiang Kai hurried back to the demon realm. From the Fire God squad, he quickly prepared for the final battle. A few days later, in a vast forest, a level 23 elite wild boar ran madly. A swish rang out and the air flashed as a sharp sword cut cleanly through. Yuan Zhu struck the wild boar decisively, finishing it, then proudly slung his sword over his shoulder, grinning smugly. Hu Yan reminded him, Master, progress isn't just yours alone. Yu nodded, proudly adding, That's right, I killed at least some of them too. Jiang Kai silently observed, thinking that the team's coordination had improved, showing that focused training before the match was a good idea. The devices in everyone's hands suddenly lit up, and None cheerfully shouted upon receiving the news about the final. On the green screen appeared a message about the leader of the Fire God squad, and the information needed for participation. Congratulations on reaching the finals. Your next opponent is the Coiled Dragon Squad from the Azure Dragon Guild. Arrive at the West City Sacred Arena at 8 a.m. tomorrow to participate. The guild leader read the announcement intently, unexpectedly impressed by the Coiled Dragon Squad. It was surprising that the Coiled Dragon Squad leader fought alone and went straight to the finals. Hu Enhan rubbed his chin warily, murmuring that this guy was truly frightening. Known seriously reported to Jiang Kai that she had already gathered information on the Coiled Dragon leader as he had asked last time. She explained in a calm, measured tone about their leader. This person is named Dai Tang, a fighter of level 40, wielding a silver longsword. He joined the Azure Dragon Guild this year and immediately established the Coiled Dragon Squad under his leadership. Under Dai Tang's guidance, the Coiled Dragon Squad grew rapidly, becoming a formidable opponent within the guild in less than half a year. Noan's finger swiped lightly across the screen as she explained that information on Dai Tang was limited since he was new, and the Coiled Dragon Squad was not as brash as the Hawk Squad. Fortunately, she found some videos of his previous battles. She paused, recalling Dai Tang's attack style, then commented that his move, Phantom Strike, was incredibly fast, almost capable of defeating an opponent with a single blow. Hu Enhan stroked his chin and evaluated that Phantom Strike sounded similar to an earlier Hawk Squad move, executed by someone with exceptional speed. Jiang Kai silently nodded in agreement, his expression serious, acknowledging Hu Enhan's assessment. Someone who could demonstrate talent in the main guild in just half a year and fight solo straight into the finals clearly possessed superior strength compared to the Hawk Squad. From the bushes behind him came a strange sound, a gust of wind, and a sharp leaf shot forward. The leaf spiraled toward Jiang Kai from behind. He quickly leaned aside and grabbed the figure behind him, Dai Tang. The masked man evaluated slowly, noting that his reaction speed exceeded expectations. Jiang Kai watched him silently. Suddenly, Dai Tang leaped from his hiding spot and rushed toward him, sheathing his sword, exclaiming that he truly deserved the title of leader who brought his squad straight to the final. Opposed to the calmness, Yuan Zhu, Nguyen Yu, and Hu Enhan showed determination upon seeing the masked man charge. Noan observed his height and build, noticing Jiang Kai standing in the way to stop him. Kai, why are you stopping me? This guy just tried to kill you. No, he was only testing me earlier, not intending to kill me. Moreover, killing an opponent before the finals carries a severe penalty. Isn't that right, Mr. Dai Tang? And yet he's been discovered, it's definitely him. Dai Tang approached Jiang Kai, speaking seriously. Looking at you now, you're still just a kid. Hey, you're the Coiled Dragon Squad leader, right? Don't think just because you reach the finals I'll fear you. If you talk nonsense again, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't misunderstand, I have no hostility, Jiang Kai. I actually came to negotiate with you. Negotiate. Exactly, I've watched all your matches. Very impressive, especially you, Jiang Kai. Your trump card left a deep impression on me. Honestly, facing your team, I'm not confident I can win. So what do you want to say? I hope you can duel me solo. Let our battle determine the final result of the competition. During the duel, you may not use your trump card. Of course, fair trade. I won't use any weapon that counters your darts, including defensive shields and armor. Hey, are you crazy to win? Throwing out ridiculous conditions. We're not fools, why should we agree? Kai, let's go, ignore this madman. Sorry, I'm not interested in cooperating with you. Jiang Kai, your new class and your abilities still haven't advanced to a higher rank. Even if I told you our guild could provide coordinates to a secret zone to help you solve this, you still wouldn't be interested. Secret zone. Exactly, a secret zone is a mysterious, unverified area containing resources necessary for explorers to level up. Secret zones of different nations are managed uniformly by the military, especially large-scale ones. From the Azure Gate called a secret zone, a few people stepped out. Dai Tang continued explaining. Some small-scale exploration targets authorized by the military are also assigned to major guilds to motivate members. These secret zones usually have overseers who set challenges and provide rare resources or answer questions of certain difficulty as reward. Dai Tang produced a card, introducing it as containing the coordinates of a secret zone discovered by the guild. Really? It should be true, I heard someone mention it. Last time, people from the Azure Dragon Guild discovered a secret zone in a state-assigned exploration area. I heard the royal test caused you trouble. You must want to level up and grow stronger. If you win, the secret zone's information will belong to you. Jiang Kai pondered for a long moment. Jiang Kai, how about it? This seems like a very profitable deal for you. The terms are tempting, but I still cannot agree. He hadn't expected this and was extremely surprised. Why not agree? Kai, don't you want to advance your class? Yes, Captain Kai, if you complete the class transfer, you could continue leveling up smoothly. Jiang Kai, are you sure? He didn't answer, recalling how hard they had worked to reach the finals. Abandoning the Fire God Squad's glory for personal desire, What kind of captain or friend would he be? Forget trust. They smiled warmly, moved by his words, while Yuan Zhu remained looking down. Jiang Kai turned to leave. If there's nothing else, we have training to continue. No sooner had he finished than Yuan Zhu dashed forward and punched Jiang Kai in the face. Jiang Kai held his reddened cheek, shouting, "Zhu Zai, what are you doing? Kai, are you saying this because you don't trust yourself or because you don't trust us?" Yuan Zhu glared and yelled. "You didn't abandon the team's glory for personal desires, and who could bear to watch you sacrifice yourself for that cause?" Hearing this, Jiang Kai hesitated slightly, and Hu Ren eagerly added to the conversation. "I can't wait to see Captain Kai Chen give this bastard a good beating," Nguyen and Gu cheerfully encouraged from the side. "That's right, Captain Kai. I'm waiting for you to lead everyone to level up after you successfully advance." Nguyen approached Jiang Kai. She reminded him not to hesitate as he had always trusted the team. The whole team wanted to trust and support him unconditionally. She smiled brightly. This was the true meaning of teamwork. Looking at the members urging him, Jiang Kai was surprised. He lowered his head, his lips curling into a helpless smile as he said, "If I lose, don't blame me." Hearing this, the four of them laughed excitedly. He turned to Dai Zhang. "I agree to your terms, but you'll regret betting against me because I'll definitely kill you myself." After hearing this, Dai Zhang laughed with pleasure. In the arena, where thousands of spectators had gathered, Wu Wei took the microphone and began speaking. The moment of excitement had finally arrived. The final match of the 2040 level challenge began today, and the players and organizers agreed to shift from group battles to one-on-one battles. The screen displayed the two opponents, Jiang Kai of the Fire God Squad and Dai Zhang of the Reclining Dragon Squad. The spectators in the stands were astonished. What? A one-on-one match? Didn't all the Fire God Squad members level up? They were puzzled as to why Jiang Kai gave up a favorable opportunity to fight solo. The person next to them exclaimed, "Is he crazy? Jiang Kai is getting a bit too arrogant." Another person commented, "Now this is worth watching. Dai Zhang's abilities are impressive, so fighting Jiang Kai makes sense." The announcer sitting in the chair was anxious. "Who do you think will win? What's going on? I'm more nervous than when I'm fighting myself." They were concerned about the possible damage Jiang Kai might take against his opponent. Nguyen and Gu clenched his fist in support. "Captain Kai will definitely make it." "That's right, if it's him, it's no problem." For the first time not standing side by side with Kai, they felt a bit odd. Wu Wei eagerly shared the update. Wu Wei announced, "Now we invite the players to the field." The four of them anxiously looked down and said in unison, "Here they come." On the field, Jiang Kai and Dai Zhang faced each other, the air thick with tension. Dai Zhang looked up at Jiang Kai with a confident smile. Jiang Kai was not arrogant, only thinking carefully. Wu Wei narrated the rules. "I must remind you, the only standard for winning is to kill your opponent." Wu Wei asked, "Have both captains understood?" Jiang Kai and Dai Zhang responded, "Understood." Wu Wei shouted loudly, "All right, the match officially begins." At the signal, Dai Zhang charged straight ahead. The two compared. "Jiang Kai, which is stronger, your darts or my sword?" Jiang Kai prepared the darts in his hand, silently calculating. His opponent's speed was fast, but his own agility was no less. He believed the agility attribute of chase death would help him win. He focused on his opponent, using the demon eyes technique to seize the right moment. Watching Dai Zhang rush forward, Jiang Kai counted down, 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters, then struck when he was close enough. Dai Zhang charged forward with his sword like a gust of wind. Both unleashed the Ghost Shadow Invisible Slash, causing the arena's floor to splash with water and dust to fill the air. Jiang Kai jumped and dodged, remaining unscathed. Jaitsu broke out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, Kai reacted quickly enough. The opponent not only avoided quickly but also intensified his burst of power. Nguyen analyzed. The Ghost Shadow Invisible Slash combined both defense and offense, so Dai Zhang proudly called it his ultimate move. While Dai Zhang stood amidst the smoke and dust, Jiang Kai ran behind him and launched the Chase Death surprise attack. Dai Zhang seemed to anticipate this, turning his head with a slight, smug smile. He rushed to block Jiang Kai with his sharp sword. Jiang Kai was stunned by his opponent's speed, only able to watch the sword's tip approach. He was caught off guard and moved faster than before. Dai Zhang chuckled coldly. "Jiang Kai, it seems like the outcome between us is becoming clear." Jiang Kai didn't answer, instead shouting loudly, "Void transform." He disappeared before Dai Zhang's eyes, prompting his teammates to shout. Jiang Kai had moved behind Dai Zhang, making him look around in confusion. He smiled faintly, thinking, "I watched Dai Zhang's match videos, and compared to his speed before, it's clear he had been holding back in earlier matches." Dai Zhang's expression darkened and he looked back. Jiang Kai still avoided the attack, even from the angle he was at. "I really want to win, but facing an interesting opponent like you." Dai Zhang laughed loudly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I'm really looking forward to this." Nguyen sighed with relief as she watched from above. The opponent was truly formidable. After just a few exchanges, Kai was under immense pressure. Jaitsu also sweated nervously. "This guy is really annoying but skilled." Hu Ren and Nguyen and Gu could only cheer for Kai. Below, Jiang Kai and Dai Zhang faced off, both waiting for the other to make a move. Jiang Kai hadn't attacked yet, only responding to Dai Zhang's words. I have to reply to you, it's the same, you've sparked my desire to win. He smiled smugly. Maybe I'll have to do it, kid. I'm a bit sorry to have to fight you. Here's the deal, I promise you, even if I lose, I'll make sure you join the Qinglong Guild. What do you think? Jiang Kai didn't answer, instead leaping high toward Dai Zhang. Stop talking nonsense, the match isn't over yet. He raised his sword, enjoying himself. Your response was as I predicted. But in the end, have you underestimated me or have you become foolish? If you want to kill me, you should at least throw a few more throwing knives. After speaking, Dai Zhang rushed forward, his smile never fading. Jiang Kai launched his darts while also using his technique, forcing Dai Zhang to wield his sword and activate the Ghost Shadow Invisible Slash. Dai Zhang wanted to kill Jiang Kai at close range, but it was too naive. His eyes suddenly blurred as he swung his sword downward toward Jiang Kai's position, sending him flying. The sword's tip relentlessly slashed, pushing Jiang Kai back, unable to defend in time. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without fighting back. Nguyen and Gu Zhaitsu along with Hu Ren and Nguyen watched in shock. They shouted loudly, "Kai, Captain Kai!" The scene just now left everyone in awe, exclaiming in admiration. There was no denying it. Dai Cheng was an incredibly powerful opponent. Even the aftershock of his attack had seriously injured Jiang Kai. Facing him head-on, he might not have survived. Jiang Kai began to recover, confused and wondering why this had happened. Jiang Kai recalled the moment Dai Cheng's sword had aimed at his head. Earlier, when Dai Cheng first used the Phantom Strike, Jiang Kai had intentionally held back some strength to evade danger. But this time, even giving his all, he could not avoid the aftershock of the blade. Was it the close distance that left him no time to react, or had Dai Cheng's Phantom Strike simply grown faster? Jiang Kai looked up at his opponent, who still stood arrogantly before him. Dai Cheng gazed at Jiang Kai, smiling with contempt and challenge. Surprised you could get up so quickly, but you look so weak, Dai Cheng said, while Jiang Kai ignored the words and continued to think. He felt as though he had overlooked something crucial. Around Dai Cheng now flickered a thin layer of blue flames. He said, Zai Fei Tang once claimed in battle that he had never lost a speed contest. But I will show you, no matter how fast the opponent, when facing me, they will always lose. He laughed arrogantly. The stronger the opponent, the stronger I become. Dai Cheng said as he watched Jiang Kai, who stood silently, shrouded in a dark, unpredictable aura. Jiang Kai clenched his hidden needles, his voice hoarse. Who says I haven't lost yet? With that, he flung the needles toward his opponent. Dai Cheng looked at him with interest and praise. Well done, this stubborn kid. I like it, but don't expect me to go easy. He swung his sword at Jiang Kai's shoulder, just a testing strike. Boring, he continued. Then another sharp strike sliced across Jiang Kai's body. At your speed, you can't even graze my sleeve. Dai Cheng continued, his tone scornful, as if commanding an inferior. Give up, the next strike won't give you a moment to rest. He swung repeatedly with a cruel smile. Jiang Kai couldn't dodge, forced to endure every attack. His body began to give way, coughing up blood. Outside the arena, Hu Nian's group was anxious, while Nguyen covered her mouth, eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Kai looks really bad, Nguyen said, eyes fixed on the battle. The spectators couldn't hide their emotions, clicking their tongues at the sight of him being beat. Jiang Kai had indeed suffered greatly, abandoning team tactics to fight solo. The audience speculated about his purpose. Two people nearby criticized him, claiming he was just lucky. Just showing off, only got lucky to reach the finals. Jiang Kai deserves to die, one said. Yuan Zhu, hearing this, clenched his teeth in anger. Jiang Kai didn't respond much, immediately lunging to grab their collars and demanded, What did you just say? Dare to repeat it? Yuan Zhu asked, voice full of fury. Nguyen hurriedly stopped him. Zhu Si, don't act rashly. Good people don't fight dogs, don't waste time on those who only bite. Yet one of them, fearless, continued shouting. Jiang Kai deserves to die, one yelled. Yuan Zhu, furious, glared at him, teeth clenched. You people, he shouted, face reddening. A voice called from the stands. What's all the noise? Lam stood there, eyes sharp with killing intent. Behind her were two soldiers. Lam commanded, kick out the troublemakers. A soldier replied, understood. Nguyen looked at Lam in surprise. You, Lam stepped closer and explained. I was worried you'd be too anxious, so I came to check. Watch those people, they must be from the Xuanwu Guild, deliberately causing trouble. Lam continued, voice full of hatred. Your Fire God squad is stronger. The Xuanwu Guild not only failed to reach the finals but also lost face. Yuan Zhu, still angry, spat, trash. Nguyen worriedly looked toward the arena, calling out, Kai! On the arena floor, Jiang Kai was in a desperate stance, one knee down, hand braced on the ground. Dai Cheng stood calmly, sword in hand. Jiang Kai drew a deep breath, left hand raised, gathering strength into his palm. Dai Cheng saw this and sneered. Jiang Kai, why struggle so much? You're already defeated. Don't struggle in vain, Dai Cheng continued. Join our Qinglong Guild and you might still have a chance in the secret realm. Jiang Kai, bloodied at the mouth, replied, I haven't lost yet. His determined gaze unsettled Dai Cheng slightly. Fine, Dai Cheng said, gripping his weapon tightly. If you refuse to admit defeat, I will crush your confidence. He charged, shouting, Phantom Strike. Outside, a member of Jiang Kai's team worriedly asked, What's happening? Why isn't Captain Kai dodging? Nguyen, terrified, couldn't look and covered her face, voice choked. On the arena, Jiang Kai remained still, the sword aura drawing near, slicing the air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, leaped up, both hands swinging, unleashing a powerful attack. Dai Cheng felt numb, eyes blurred. Why can't I see his moves clearly? Jiang Kai struck Dai Cheng's sword, sending it flying. Dai Cheng panicked, thinking, not good, we're going to lose. Jiang Kai shouted, now! He continued his technique, firing 4 energy beams that struck Dai Cheng. The energy spread and Dai Cheng screamed in pain. Though the wound seemed minor, the sharp darts that shot from it caused excruciating agony. Jiang Kai stared, unable to believe his eyes as he saw Dai Zhang standing tall despite his severe injury. He stepped forward, raising his sword and pointing it at him, saying, You've lost. Everyone in the stands was stunned, unable to believe the scene before them. Naihang exclaimed, What, am I seeing things? Jiang Kai continued to observe in confusion like everyone else, wondering, what on earth is going on? What did Jiang Kai do? This is unbelievable. Nguyen and Hu Nian beside him were also overjoyed, their hands clenched, cheering. Yuan Zhu was emotional, tears welling up, saying, I knew it, I knew Kai wouldn't be so easily defeated. Dai Zhang looked at the dart in Jiang Kai's hand, which was pointed towards him, and asked, When did you find my weakness? Jiang Kai responded with a cold gaze, Thank you for reminding me. Dai Zhang widened his eyes in surprise and asked, What do you mean? The screen transitioned 10 minutes earlier. Jiang Kai was thinking, feeling as if he was missing something very important. He wondered, what is it? Dai Zhang looked down from above and said, I remember you said in the previous match. Regarding speed, you've never lost to anyone, right? Well, let me tell you, no matter how fast your opponent is, they will eventually lose to me. Jiang Kai suddenly understood, his face showing confidence. He thought to himself, wait, strong beats strong, that's right, it's exactly strong beats strong. He seemed to have figured it out, continuing to think about the match. Before the fight, Jiang Kai watched Dai Zhang finishing off his opponent and said, I watched your match, you always manage to use Ghost Shadow to defeat your opponent at the critical moment. Jiang Kai stroked his chin, thinking further, how fast is he? He continued explaining, at that time I only focused on your highest attack speed, not paying attention to how you frequently changed your attack speed. He suddenly recalled what Dai Zhang had said when he first invited him. If I said, there's still time before the finals, take a day to relax and adjust. The whole group cheered excitedly upon hearing this. Jiang Kai began planning, silently deciding to take advantage of the time to visit home. Not long after, he returned to Jiang Trung City, arriving at his spacious villa. Inside, An Tu anxiously helped Big Brother, attentively giving instruction. Big Brother, let me help you back, you just got discharged, don't overexert. He shook his head with a helpless smile. An Tu, I'm not weak, I still want to train more to retrieve high sooner. Soon after, Big Brother sighed from exhaustion, making An Tu shiver as she hurriedly asked, Big Brother. A large hand gently rested on An's shoulder. It was Jiang Kai, teasing, if you're sick, how could I help you? An Tu saw Jiang Kai, eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, why are you back? The joy was brief and Jiang Kai wondered, hold on like this. He looked at the round table full of delicacies, quietly thinking, while An Tu slowly brought out the dishes. Seeing Jiang Kai and Big Brother not touching their food, she loudly asked, why aren't you eating? Thinking to herself, not to your taste, I'll cook something else then. Jiang Kai turned pale and hurriedly stopped An Tu. That's enough, we're not pigs. Big Brother next to him laughed and explained, Kai. An Tu pouted and asked Jiang Kai, now that you're back, can you stay a bit longer? Big Brother served him food, nodding with advice. That's right, Kai, you've sacrificed too much for this family. Now your health is better, you don't need to risk yourself at Ghost Star like before. Jiang Kai lifted a full bowl, responding gently. Big Brother, An Tu, I still have some tasks so I can't stay long. But don't worry, I'm living well. He continued, I came back this time to see if you two are doing well. At that moment, he remembered something. He asked seriously, right, did any royal agents come to your hometown? An Tu laughed. No, the villa's security is excellent. Anlu also regularly sends people to check on us. Moreover, the feeling that Truck was being monitored before is gone now. She recalled the past surveillance and couldn't hold back. Jiang Kai nodded in satisfaction, thinking silently that An Lu indeed did well. He would thank him when free. Big Brother next to him also nodded, asking An Tu with concern, Now you can enjoy peaceful days at school. She nodded firmly, of course. Seeing this, he smiled happily, eyes full of affection and praise. Even so, Aran-tu is smart and gentle. Everyone who meets her adores her. Jiang Kai smiled softly and remarked, thankfully, and Tu said nothing more. And Tu silently brought food to her mouth, her eyes showing a fleeting embarrassment. But moments later, the girl smiled and closed her eyes, savoring the delicious meal. Jiang Kai watched her anxiously, wondering inwardly, am I seeing this wrong? It seems Tu is troubled by something. The next day, Jiang Kai hurried back to QU Letter 1EF3 Tin 2, preparing for the final battle. A few days later, in a vast forest, a fierce wild boar ran wildly as an announcement echoed. Elite level tusked wild boar, level 23, the swish of a blade rang out, a sharp sword flashing through the air. Yuan Zhu struck with a stern sword swing, swiftly handling the wild boar. After finishing, he cheerfully hoisted his sword on his shoulder, feeling proud, as dealing with an elite monster was a trivial matter. Hunan sat nearby, lightly pursing his lips and reminding, Zhu, you're not the only one making progress. Nguyen Yu nodded, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, I've also killed at least one. Jiang Kai silently observed everyone, a pleased expression evaluating them. The team is coordinating better now. Pre-battle training seems like a good idea. At that moment, everyone's devices lit up. Known cheerfully exclaimed, we have information on the finals. The machines displayed a blue screen with information about the Fire God Squad, essential information for participation. Congratulations on reaching the finals. Your next opponent is the Coiled Dragon Squad from the Green Dragon Guild at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Please arrive at the West City Sacred Stage to compete. Yuan Zhu read the notice intently, murmuring thoughtfully, Coiled Dragon Squad. Unexpectedly, the captain of the Coiled Dragon Squad fought alone and advanced straight to the finals. Hunan sighed, rubbing his chin. This guy is terrifying. Known seriously reported to Jiang Kai. Kai, last time you told me to investigate the Coiled Dragon Captain, I've got news. She spoke calmly and evenly. The Coiled Dragon Captain is named Dai Tang, a warrior level 40. His weapon is a silver sword. He joined the Green Dragon Guild this year and immediately formed the Coiled Dragon Squad. Under his leadership, the Coiled Dragon Squad has grown rapidly. In less than half a year, his team has become a formidable opponent in the guild. Known tucked her hair, eyes serious. Being new, the Coiled Dragon Squad isn't as prominent as the Swift Eagle, so information on him is scarce. But fortunately, I found a few videos of his previous battles. She paused, recalling Dai Tang's attacks, then said, he uses the Ghost Shadow Strike at incredible speed, capable of killing an opponent in a single blow. Hunan rubbed his chin. Wow, sounds like Fai Chuang's technique before, very fast and dangerous. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement, face serious. Hunan is right. Someone who can show such talent in half a year in the Great Guild and fight solo to the finals must be far stronger than Fai Chuang. Just then, from behind Jiang Kai, a strange sound arose. A cold gust of wind suddenly blew. A sharp leaf flew towards Jiang Kai. He quickly dodged. At the same time, he grabbed the person behind him, none other than Dai Tang, who was observing and commented, your reaction is faster than I expected. Jiang Kai silently stared at Dai Tang, saying nothing, only observing. Dai Tang suddenly leapt from hiding, rushing close to Jiang Kai. He sheathed his sword and remarked, as expected of the Fire God Squad captain, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai remained silent while Yuan Zhu, Nguyen Yu, and Hunan made a fuss. Exactly, if you're skilled, fight a fair match. Known suddenly realized something. Wait, that height and build. Jiang Kai stood in front of her, stopping her. Wait, don't do that. Yuan Zhu protested. Kai, why are you stopping me? He just tried to kill you. Jiang Kai laughed calmly, explaining. No, he was just testing me, not trying to kill me. Besides, the penalty for killing an opponent before the finals is severe. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Dai Tang? Hearing his name, Dai Tang removed his face covering. Smiling yet already discovered, Yuan Zhu was surprised, realizing it was indeed this person. Dai Tang approached Jiang Kai. With an unhappy tone looking at him, he really was just a kid. The captain brought the knife close to him and shouted, Hey, you're the squad leader of the Outer Dragon team, right? Don't think I'll be afraid just because you made it to the finals. If you speak nonsense again, I'll teach you a lesson. Dai Tang sensed the tension and quickly explained, Don't misunderstand, I mean no hostility, Jiang Kai. Actually, I came here to negotiate with you. Hearing the word negotiate, Jiang Kai was surprised and asked, Negotiate? Dai Tang looked at the whole team and said, Yes, I watched all your matches, very impressive, especially you, Jiang Kai. Your ace impressed me greatly. He kept smiling and continued, Honestly, I'm not sure I can win against your team. But Jiang Kai didn't like beating around the bush. He asked directly, "What do you want to say?" Dai Tang's smile became more pronounced. "I hope you can duel me one-on-one. Let the result of our match be the final result of the competition. Also, during the match, you cannot use your ace." Jiang Kai frowned, looked at him silently cautious. Dai Tang smiled wickedly. "Of course, if it's a fair exchange, I won't use any weapon that can counter your darts, including shields or protective armor." Yuan Zhu could no longer hold back. He stepped in front of Jiang Kai and said angrily to Dai Tang, "Hey, how far do you want to go to win? Setting ridiculous conditions. We're not stupid, why would we agree to this?" He patted Jiang Kai's shoulder and pulled him away. "Kai, let's go. Forget this crazy guy." He replied to Dai Tang, "Sorry, I'm not interested in cooperating with you." Dai Tang smiled, clearly not giving up. "Jiang Kai, your current rank with your ability hasn't upgraded yet. I guess you don't know about your promotion materials." He continued, "If I told you our guild could provide coordinates to a secret zone, helping you solve this problem, would you still not care?" Jiang Kai had to think about this. Clearly, this person had touched on something Jiang Kai needed. Jiang Kai turned and asked, "Secret zone?" Dai Tang replied, "Exactly." Noticing his interest, he explained further. "Simply put, a secret zone is a mysterious area not yet confirmed, where resources necessary for an adventurer's upgrade exist. Secret zones in each country are managed by the military, especially large-scale ones. From the Blue Gate, this secret zone, a few people stepped out," Dai Tang continued. "Of course, some smaller secret zones are delegated by the military and shared with major guilds, encouraging members to participate." He continued, "In these secret zones, there is usually a caretaker who sets up challenges. If you pass the challenge, the caretaker will grant rare resources or answer the adventurer's question." Then Dai Tang took out a card and introduced, "This card records the coordinates of the secret zones our guild discovered." Yuan Zhu beside him asked in surprise, "Really?" The others listened quietly and Nguyen spoke first. "It must be true. I've heard you mention it. Previously, members of the Azure Dragon Guild discovered a secret zone in a state-assigned exploration area." Dai Tang put the card in his pocket and switched topics. "I heard the royal family has been causing trouble for you. You must really want to continue your promotion to become stronger, right?" he declared. "As long as you win, the news about the secret zone will be yours." Jiang Kai thought for a long time. Dai Tang smirked slightly. "Jiang Kai, what do you think? This deal is definitely very favorable for you, right?" Jiang Kai didn't answer immediately. "Your conditions are tempting, but I cannot agree." He hadn't expected this answer, shocked and stopped. Yuan Zhu also asked in surprise, "Why won't you agree? Kai, haven't you always wanted a promotion?" Hu Yan beside him nodded as well. Dai Tang stepped closer and asked, "Jiang Kai, are you sure?" Jiang Kai didn't answer immediately. "They've worked so hard to reach the finals. I am the team leader. If I ignore the honor of the Fire God Squad for personal gain, what kind of leader would I be? What kind of friend? I certainly can't talk about trust either." They smiled brightly, deeply moved. Only the senior officer kept his head lowered. After speaking, Jiang Hai turned away, saying that if there was nothing else he would leave. "We have to continue training." Without warning, the senior officer lunged and punched him square in the face. Jiang Kai held his reddened cheek and shouted, "Master, what are you doing?" He frowned, speaking seriously. "Kai, are you saying this because you don't trust yourself or because you don't trust us?" The senior officer glared and yelled, "You won't sacrifice the glory of the team for personal desires, so how could we watch you do it for your own whims?" Hearing this, Jiang Kai hesitated slightly and said, "I Ho Enhan also spoke enthusiastically, honestly. I've been eager to see Captain Kai Tan give that bastard a lesson." Nguyen Ngu, standing nearby, also cheerfully persuaded him. "Exactly, Captain Kai. I'm still waiting for you to successfully lead everyone to level up after your promotion." Non stepped closer to Jiang Kai and said, "Kai, don't hesitate any longer. From beginning to end, you've always trusted everyone." She thought of everyone and smiled brightly. This is the true meaning of a team. Seeing the members convince him, he couldn't help but be surprised. Jiang Kai lowered his head, the corner of his mouth lifting helplessly, and smiled at them. "Don't blame me if you lose." Hearing this, the four of them excitedly laughed. He turned to Dich Tang. "Dich Tang, I agree to your conditions, but you'll regret betting against me. I will personally kill you." He laughed with amusement. In the arena where thousands of spectators had gathered, Wu Wei took the mic to announce, The moment that excites the crowd had finally arrived. The finals of the level 2040 challenge began. This match had been changed from a team fight to an individual duel. The screen displayed Jiang Kai of the Fire God Squad facing Dich Tang of the Sleeping Dragon Squad. Two spectators were shocked. What, an individual duel? Isn't the entire Fire God Squad supposed to level up, giving up the advantageous opportunity to fight solo? Are you crazy? Jiang Kai's a little overconfident. The guy next to him widened his eyes. That's what makes it worth watching. Dich Tang's abilities aren't ordinary facing Jiang Kai. Guess who will win? The senior officer sitting on the bench grew restless. What's going on? I'm more nervous than when I competed. This guy looks very cunning. Will Kai be at a disadvantage? Nguyen Ngu clenched his fists to cheer. Captain Kai can definitely do it. Exactly, if it's him, it won't be a problem, even without his squad by his side for the first time. Just sitting and watching felt a bit strange. Wu Vai excitedly signaled, "Right now, we invite the contestants to the arena." The four of them looked down tensely and spoke in unison. They arrived. On the arena floor, Jiang Kai and Dich Tang faced each other, tension in the air. He looked up and smiled confidently. Jiang Kai remained calm, not underestimating his opponent. Wu Vai now reiterated the rules for the two. I need to clarify the rules once more. The only standard, the contestant who kills their opponent wins. She asked again, are the two captains clear? Jiang Kai and Dich Tang answered, clear. Wu Vai shouted excitedly, all right, the match officially begins. At her signal, Dich Tang charged straight forward. Is Jiang Hai's throwing weapon sharper or is my sword stronger? We'll find out in one match. Jiang Kai readied his throwing weapon, silently calculating. He may be fast, but my agility is not inferior, plus the flexibility attribute of Destiny Pursuit. I won't lose. He raised his eyes, using his demon eyes to focus. As long as he timed it right, hitting his opponent would be no problem. Watching Dich Tang rush forward, Jiang Kai counted down, 8M, 6M, 4M. When he got close enough, Jiang Kai would strike in tandem. It's the moment. Dich Tang wielded his sword through the air, unleashing his move, the Phantom Strike erupting. Their fight sent water spraying across the floor, dust and smoke thick in the air. Jiang Kai leapt away, completely unharmed. The master wiped sweat and shouted, lucky that Kai reacted fast enough. That guy didn't just dodge quickly when I unleashed Destiny Pursuit. His explosive power is also strong. Known analyzed from the sidelines. Exactly, the Phantom Strike combines both offense and defense within its vision. Dich Tang considered it his proud move. While he was still standing in the smoke, Jiang Kai had already moved behind him. He took the opportunity to launch Destiny Pursuit toward him for a surprise attack. Dich Tang anticipated it, turning his head just in time. The corners of his mouth curled slightly in smugness as he swiftly moved past Jiang Kai and swung a sharp sword to block his way. Surprised by the speed, Jiang Kai only managed to see the sword coming toward him, the tip right in front of his face. He froze in shock, stunned by the incredible speed. It was faster than when Dai Zhang had mocked him earlier. Jiang Kai, it seems the winner and loser between us have already been determined. Jiang Kai did not respond, using all his strength to shout loudly, void step. Immediately, it was as though he vanished before Dai Zhang's eyes, causing the others on the team to shout, Kai captain. It was unclear when, but Jiang Kai had circled behind Dai Zhang, forcing him to glance around. Jiang Kai pursed his lips, silently thinking, during this time I've watched Dai Zhang's match videos, compared to the terrifying speed he showed earlier. Clearly, in previous matches, he had intentionally held back his full strength. Dai Zhang's face darkened and he slowly turned his head, speaking in a low voice. Is it the spirit possession armor? You managed to dodge again. No matter how I look at it, I really want to win, but meeting such an interesting opponent like you. Dai Zhang laughed loudly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm truly thrilled. Nguyen looked down with a tight heart. The opponent was too terrifying, and within just a few moves Jiang Kai must be under immense pressure right now. The guild master also broke into a sweat from worry. This guy really made people uncomfortable, but there was no denying his abilities. He was just so detestable. Hu Nian and Nguyen Ngai stood by, only able to cheer together. On the battlefield, Jiang Kai and he stood facing each other. Both sides waited for the other to make a move. Jiang Kai did not rush to attack but responded to Dai Zhang's words, I must answer you, it's the same for me. You have awakened my desire to win. Dai Zhang pursed his lips, still wearing a smug expression, responding, I might have to do it, kid. I'll really regret having to deal with you. Here's what I'll do, I promise you this. Even if you lose, I'll make sure you join the Azure Dragon Guild. How about it? Jiang Kai couldn't be bothered to reply, directly leaping into the air with a powerful push and charging straight toward Dai Zhang. shouting, "Enough with the nonsense, the match isn't over yet." Dai Zhang also raised his sword, responding with delight, "Your answer is exactly what I expected. But in the end, are you underestimating me, or have you become foolish? If you want to kill me, you should at least throw a few more throwing knives." With that, Dai Zhang shot forward at a lightning-fast speed, the corners of his mouth still curled up. At the same time, Jiang Kai threw his throwing knives while executing the extreme time technique. Dai Zhang immediately swung his sword, launching the Ghost Shadow Slash. "You want to kill me from a closer distance, then you're too naive." At that moment, Dai Zhang's eyes suddenly widened. He struck fiercely at Jiang Kai's position, sending him flying, and the gusts of sword strikes that followed left him unable to defend, forcing him to retreat. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and endured. He endured the pain from the previous strike, unable to fight back. Nguyen and Guy, the guild master, and the two girls, Hu Nian and Nguyen, standing outside, were stunned. In sorrow, they all called out loudly, "Kai, Captain Kai!" The spectators couldn't help but admire. No wonder it's Dai Zhang's finishing move. Just the aftershock of the attack already caused such injuries. If it hit directly, he might have lost his life. Back to the match, Jiang Kai slowly regained his footing, then confusedly asked himself, why did it end up like this? He remembered the moment when Dai Zhang's sword pointed at his head. Before that, when he used Ghost Shadow Slash for the first time, he had purposely held back some of his strength. That had been enough to dodge the danger. But this last strike, he had used all his strength to dodge, yet still felt the aftershock of the sword's blade. Was it because the distance was too close to react, or had his Ghost Shadow Slash become faster than before? Jiang Kai looked up at the arrogant figure before him. Dai Zhang stood in front of him, wearing a smug smile and speaking in a provocative tone. "You got up so quickly, but you look really cowardly." Jiang Kai didn't pay attention to the tone, continuing to piece together his thoughts. Still, he kept feeling like he had missed something important. Dai Zhang's whole body was covered in a thin layer of green flame. He spoke, "I remember Zai Fei Tiu said in a match that if it's about speed, he's never been defeated, right?" Then he smiled challengingly. "Well, let me tell you, no matter how fast the opponent is when they face me, they will definitely lose. Because the stronger the opponent, the stronger I become." While Dai Zhang was still talking, Jiang Kai had already fully regained his footing on the battlefield. Jiang Kai stood still, not moving at all. A heavy, unpredictable aura emanated from him as his hands tightly gripped several sharp hidden weapons. He spoke in a hoarse voice, "Who said that? I haven't lost yet." You immediately swung your arm, shooting a barrage of arrows towards the target. Seeing you stubbornly refusing to back down, Dai Zhang praised you with interest. "Well, a tough little brat, I like that, but I won't go easy on you because of it." He swung his sword, immediately slashing across Jiang Kai's shoulder, then remarked, "Is this the only new idea you have? Boring." Right after that, he delivered another sharp slash across your body, speaking as he struck. "With your current speed, you won't even be able to touch the corner of my robe." He warned in a tone of superiority as if giving an order, then said directly, "Give up, the next blow will not give you a chance to rest." Finishing his words, Dai Zhang swung his hand, a cruel smile on his lips, launching relentless strikes without mercy. Jiang Kai couldn't dodge in time and had to take each blow, his body on the verge of collapsing, blood spilling as he was thrown out of the fight. The group outside, including Hu Nan, couldn't help but worry. Nguyen covered her mouth with her hand, her voice choked with emotion, tears almost spilling. "This is bad. Jiang Kai seems to be in a very bad condition." The audience around the arena clicked their tongues, holding their breath as they watched. Just watching was painful. It was a one-sided, crushing match. Back in the arena, Jiang Kai was now slowly managing to stand firm on the ground. On the stands, the chatter continued. Jiang Kai really suffered. He voluntarily gave up the opportunity to fight in a team. They also said that he insisted on a solo fight, making everyone wonder what his true goal was. Meanwhile, two people sitting nearby made provocative remarks, seemingly trying to annoy him in response. One sneered, "What goal could there be? Just showing off. He was just lucky that someone like Lola didn't know his limits and snuck into the finals." The other agreed, "Exactly. As I see it, Jiang Kai deserves to die." Yuan Zhu gritted his teeth upon hearing this, his anger rising. He said nothing more, immediately grabbing both of their collars, and without waiting for them to understand, he growled, "What did you say?" Yuan Zhu glared, "If you have the guts, say it again." Behind him, Nguyen and the others rushed over to stop him. "Juicy, don't be reckless, good people don't fight with dogs." She even scolded them directly. "Why bother with trash that only knows how to bark nonsense?" Despite Yuan Zhu's attitude, one of the two didn't back down but instead escalated the situation. He immediately yelled, drawing everyone's attention, "I said Jiang Kai deserves to die." Yuan Zhu cursed back. "Damn it, what are you barking about?" The man yelled again. "That's right, "Come on, everyone, come look, here's a good dog protecting its owner." Yuan Zhu's anger turned his eyes red, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You guys!" At that moment, a voice rang out, shouting, "What's all the noise?" The speaker was Lam Lam, who stood on the stands looking at the troublemakers with 2 soldiers behind her. Her eyes were cold and she ordered, "This is the stands. Throw the troublemakers out." One soldier responded, "Understood." Nguyen looked at the person in front of her, surprised. "Sister," Lam Nam stepped closer and explained, "This time Jiang Kai is fighting Dai Zhang solo." She continued, "I was worried you'd get too anxious watching the match and might get too emotional, so I came to check it out." By now, the 2 troublemakers had been dragged out by the guards, and Lam Lam went on. Her voice was cold. "Those 2 must be from the Xuanwu Guild, which is why they're deliberately causing trouble. After all, your Fire God team is more outstanding." She added, "This time not only is Xuanwu not making it to the finals, but they're also losing face, so they just want Jiang Kai to die." Yuan Zhu was still trembling with anger. He spat fiercely and cursed, "A bunch of flies clinging to pig's dung." On the other side, Nguyen, hearing her sister, anxiously turned her gaze back to the arena. In the arena, Jiang Kai was on the back foot, kneeling on one leg, his hands supporting the ground to hold himself up. Opposite him, Dai Zhang stood leisurely, holding his sword with an air of mastery. Jiang Kai tried to take a deep breath, raising his left hand, with power quickly gathering in his palm. Seeing this, Dai Zhang sneered and said, "Jiang Kai, why go through all this? You're definitely going to lose this match. Stop struggling in vain." He continued, tempting, "As long as you're willing to join our Qinglong Guild, you still have a chance to enter the secret realm." Jiang Kai replied. The corner of his mouth was still stained with blood. He said, pausing briefly before looking him in the eye, "I haven't lost yet," at his determined gaze. Dai Zhang was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, "This brat has clearly been pushed to the brink." Yet there's not the slightest hint of fear or panic in his eyes. Only calm and resolve that seemed almost stubborn. He tightened his grip, firmly holding his weapon, and replied, "All right, no matter what, you're not going to admit defeat." The enemy suddenly charged in to attack, his heart still pounding without pause. Jiang Kai thought, "Then I can only crush your confidence completely." A razor-sharp sword aura shot straight at Jiang Kai. The phantom shadow without trace slashed across the outside of the ring. Everyone on Jiang Kai's team was stunned. One asked anxiously, "What's going on? Why didn't Captain Kai dodge?" Nguyen was so frightened she didn't dare look ahead. She hurriedly covered her eyes with both hands, her voice choking. Jiang Kai still stood motionless in the arena as the sword aura drew closer and closer, like a blade of wind slicing through the air. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes wide open, sprang upward, and swung both hands out, unleashing an attack. With a powerful energy state activated, the enemy on the other side suddenly reeled, going numb in shock, wondering, "What is this?" His vision gradually blurred, unable to make out the figure clearly. "Why can't I suddenly see this kid's movements clearly anymore?" Jiang Kai's 4 streams of energy struck the enemy's sword, knocking it away. The enemy was horrified, thinking, "This is bad, this isn't over." Jiang Kai shouted, "Now!" He used the same technique as before, firing 4 energy bolts that slammed into the enemy's body. The 4 energy bolts pierced straight through him. He screamed in pain as energy spread from the wounds, revealing sharp throwing darts. A fierce electric surge erupted without warning, making the enemy convulse. His body was now full of holes, the wounds scorched, blood spilling out. Jiang Kai opened his eyes, staring at the man ahead in disbelief. Even grievously injured, the enemy still stood upright. Jiang Kai stepped forward, pointed at him, and said, "You lost." In the stands, everyone fell silent, mouths agape, unable to believe what they were seeing. Yiheng exclaimed in shock, "What, am I seeing this right?" Jiang Kai fought back in the midst of extreme danger. Like everyone else full of doubts, he continued, "What on earth just happened? How did Jiang Kai do it? It was simply unbelievable." At that moment, Nguyen's eyes lit up. Hu Yan and Yu beside her were also overjoyed, clenching their fists as they cheered. The guild leader's eyes brimmed with tears, and he said through a choke, I knew it. Kai wouldn't go down that easily." The enemy stared at Jiang Kai's hand, which held a throwing dart aimed at him. He asked, "When did you manage to find my weakness?" Jiang Kai's gaze was cold and razor-sharp as he looked at him and replied, "Thank you for reminding me." The enemy's eyes widened as he asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" The scene rewound to 10 minutes earlier. Jiang Kai was gathering strength, thinking, something's off. It felt like he had missed something important. "What exactly is it?" The enemy looked down from above and said, "I remember, Su Fei once said in a match that when it comes to speed, you've never lost to anyone, right? Then let me tell you, even if an opponent is incredibly fast, they will still lose to me." At this moment, Jiang Kai seemed to understand something. He thought, Wait, meet force with force. That's right, meet force with force. His face slowly filled with confidence. His thoughts continued. He seemed to have figured out a little more. The scene shifted back to before the match against the Chief God Guild. From a distance, Jiang Kai watched the enemy finish off an opponent. He said, "Before the match, I watched your fight. You always use Phantom Shadow without trace to kill your opponent at the most critical moment." As he spoke, he stroked his chin in thought. Just how fast can he really be? He continued explaining. Back then, I only focused on your highest attack speed. I completely ignored the changes in your attack speed. But then he realized, I forgot. Only now do I remember the moment the enemy suddenly spoke to you and began to entice you. If I say. Jiang Kai smiled with confidence and kept thinking, now I understand. As long as I don't miss this key point, I can win. My guild can provide the coordinates to the hidden realm, which should help solve the problem. Do you remember? You said that the man, in order to win the competition, deliberately used the hidden realm information to make demands of me. Pause for a moment, recalling the face of the opponent full of a burning desire to win. You continued, once determined he would surely succeed. You remembered how quickly he defeated his opponent in the previous match. You thought, this person is desperate to win. If his first attack wasn't using all his strength, perhaps it was to test the opponent. But once he saw the chance to win, he would definitely use the fastest speed to eliminate the obstacle. At this point, you looked at the opponent and explained, but he didn't do that. Dai Kai Zhang now appeared as a villain, controlling everything in his palm. You continued, just like the previous match, facing an agile opponent. His terrifying attack speed was enough to eliminate the opponent immediately. You reflected on that moment, analyzing. But he seemed like an experienced predator. After catching his prey, he calmly played a game of hide and seek. This was completely illogical. In the fight against Dai Kai Zhang, you quickly realized an important point and made a bold guess. His sword's momentum always followed me. At that moment, I even felt like he could predict my next move. Could it have been an illusion? At the time, Jiang Kai doubted, but then he denied it. Maybe it wasn't an illusion. You still remembered when you were injured and stood up to attack Dai Kai Zhang. You silently thought, rather than waiting to die, I'd rather take control and test everything. Jiang Kai continued to explain. To test my guess, I changed my combat distance and attack speed to alter the energy. Fighting him while conducting tests, Jiang Kai risked using himself as bait to verify whether his guess was correct. As expected, he said, indeed, the result was the same every time. His phantom slash couldn't directly hit me, but at the same time. From start to finish, I couldn't avoid the aftershock and was injured. You recalled a white-blue light rushing toward you, piercing through your chest. At this moment, Jiang Kai said if he wanted to win this way, he certainly wouldn't play a game of hide and seek with me, so I guessed. Pausing again, you continued, he possesses psychic abilities, able to predict the opponent's attack direction, which is his real killing skill. Dai Kai Zhang's eyes were now bloodshot as he stared at Jiang Kai, who continued to analyze. You went on, furthermore, I suspect his psychic ability can sense the opponent's muscle contractions or air flow on the surface of the body. Based on that, he can predict attacks and immediately launch a counterattack. Dai Kai Zhang listened, recalling the time when he faced Jiang Kai. His eyes suddenly widened, an illusion appearing. Jiang Kai's voice echoed in his ears. After realizing his secret, all it took was using an ability to paralyze his mind and disrupt his judgment. In just a moment, it was enough to create a flaw. Dai Kai Zhang, angrily, trembling, asked, so that was just your guess? Aren't you afraid of being wrong? Or even so, I still can't lose? He paused, then asked again, are you too confident? Jiang Kai coldly replied, the overly confident one is you. Dai Kai Zhang was stunned as you explained. You used the phantom slash to hide the true nature of your psychic ability, but it couldn't deceive an opponent. You stared at Dai Kai Zhang, exposing his deception to increase his chances of victory in the future. He had added attributes to other fields beyond the psychic, making his psychic power weaker. This gave me the opportunity to break his formation. Dai Kai Zhang, terrified, said, are you betting on this? Jiang Kai calmly replied, yes, but the truth has proven I've won, you lost. Lost in the very skill you were most proud of, to be more precise. You paused and then spoke. Lost because of arrogance, because you never thought you would lose. Dai Kai Zhang, upon hearing this, froze, his eyes wide, unable to speak. After a long while, his hoarse voice rang out, saying, so that's how it is. At this moment on the arena, Jiang Kai coldly looked at Dai Kai Zhang, who had collapsed to the ground. Jiang Kai, though injured, remained calm, saying, it's over. Wu Wei's voice echoed. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? In a situation where there was no advantage, Jiang Kai found the opponent's flaw and finally delivered the decisive blow, truly a textbook counterattack. A classic in the making. The 3D screen on the grandstand displayed Jiang Kai with his cold demeanor. The crowd in the stands cheered, "Jiang Kai is the best. This battle was amazing. No one can beat me. Jiang Kai is now my only idol." The four people quickly rushed over. Yuan Zhu said, "Amazing, Kai. The way you showed yourself was great. I'm really surprised." Nguyen continued. "Yes, Kai, I was so nervous just now I could hardly breathe." Jiang Kai turned around, smiling, saying, "Sorry for worrying everyone." Nguyen and Gu and Ho Nha looked at Jiang Kai like an idol, their eyes shining with admiration. "Captain Kai, today you are the brightest star in the guild. Don't forget, I'm your #1 fan," Nguyen and Gu hurriedly added. Me too, Captain Kai, you're amazing." Yuan Zhu raised his fist to the sky, shouting, "All right, I've decided. Tonight we're going out to celebrate Kai's victory. Wait until Nguyen finishes healing Kai, then we'll go and celebrate his win." Jiang Kai quickly said, "Wait, isn't there something still left to do?" Before he could finish speaking, a hand unexpectedly placed on his shoulder, pulling him away. Yuan Zhu cheerfully responded, "Let's go, we're going, I'll pay." Ho Nha also cheered loudly. "Today we must celebrate properly." Nguyen and Gu continued, "Exactly." Wu Wei helplessly shouted, "Hey, don't leave, I haven't announced the results yet." Then Wu Wei quickly announced, "I hereby officially declare the champion of the competition is Jiang Kai from the Fire God team." The crowd in the stands erupted, everyone shouting, "Jiang Kai." Below the stands, Jiang Kai and the others didn't care, happily leaving. Lam looked at their backs, silently saying, "I didn't expect Jiang Kai to create a miracle, or perhaps he himself is the miracle." The image of a huge castle appeared the next day at the Lord God Guild. A voice rang out, "Everyone hurry here. Just now the military sent someone to deliver the reward." In Yuan Zhu's hand was a copper box, and from the outside it was unclear what it was made of. Everyone looked. Nguyen and Gu unhappily asked, "What can this small box hold? The military really is boring." Yuan Zhu opened the box, saying, "Let's open it and see." As the lid opened, 4 green cards like rectangular playing cards flew out. Jiang Kai widened his eyes and unexpectedly 1 card flew towards him. On the other side, 1 flew towards Nguyen and Gu. The last one appeared before Ho Nhan's chest, and she said, "So the reward is distributed in the form of a cards." Jiang Kai looked at what was before him, stunned, astonished. Without speaking, he reached out to grab it, and as soon as he touched it, a large flash of light burst from the card. This light grew more and more dazzling. Jiang Kai didn't mind, holding the card tightly. A notification board appeared, congratulating you on receiving the Celestial Pursuit of Fate card, S-level upgrade. At this moment, his weapon appeared, along with the info board for the Celestial Pursuit of Fate, S1 level, adding 14 strength points, 17 penetration points, and 21 agility points. Special effect 1. Every time a Pursuit of Fate card is used, the critical hit chance and critical damage of the Retribution strike will increase by 15%, up to a maximum of 135%. Once activated, all buff effects from Retribution will reset. Secondly, when enraged, each Retribution bar can deal damage in a small area. During the channeling period, Retribution will continuously attack within this range, capable of reducing the enemy's armor. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is the upgraded Retribution." Jiang Kai silently noted that rare S-rank weapons could have different upgraded forms like S, Y, or S3 types. Unexpectedly, Retribution also has a level 2 form, quite a surprise. Moreover, with a 15% critical boost, 7 Retribution bars are guaranteed to land at least 1 critical hit. It's much louder than before, combined with the rage sustain effect when facing heavily armored monsters. The chance of victory is higher. At that moment, another card flew in and he asked in surprise, "What's this one?" Nguyen and Gu quickly replied, "Captain Kai, I know this. It's a rare item called the Maternal Stone, crafted from a child stone and a mother stone, creating absolute attraction between the two." Tonight, Nguyen and Gu imagined a humorous scene and continued, "If attached to your gloves and Retribution, then..." On the other side, Hu Nhan Jing shouted, "Perfect." Her card depicted a masked woman holding 2 purple orbs marked with dashed symbols. Hu Nhan's eyes shone as she said loudly, "I never expected this would be for careers level 4160, the transformation material for a spirit master." At this moment, Nguyen and Gu looked blissfully at the gourd card and laughed mischievously. He explained, "This is the Drunken Immortal gourd for storing wine. It increases all wine effects by 30 and reduces intoxication cooldown by 50%. Jiang Kai held 2 cards and said, "These rewards feel like they were crafted just for us." Then he remembered and quickly asked, "Wait, Zhuzai Nguyen, where are your rewards?" Yuan Zhu explained, "Kai, don't worry. After all, Nguyen and I are still part of the army. The rewards were sent earlier to Captain Li Bill." Yuan Zhu stepped closer, draping a hand over his shoulder and whispered, "You guessed right just now. This time, the rewards are tailored to each person's combat style and needs. They really went all out," Nguyen added. Indeed, the person delivering them was under Lu's orders. He remembered that these gifts were personally requested by the commander. Jiang Kai, surprised, asked, The commander personally requested them. Hu Enhan's eyes gleamed as she looked at her idol and said, "It must be for Captain Kai. Your honor is immense." Nguyen Ngu nodded in agreement. "Exactly, our Captain Kai is someone remarkable. The commander truly has a keen eye." Jiang Kai smiled softly, thinking about how much the commander and Lu had helped him. "Next time I have to thank them personally." At this moment, Nguyen asked, "Right, Kai, you won the finals. The Azure Dragon Guild should send you the secret info card as per the bet, right?" Jiang Kai replied, "Don't worry, they'll send it within 3 days." Hu Enhan pinched Nguyen's cheek, saying, "Listen, Nguyen, Captain Kai worked hard to win. Don't waste time worrying over trivial matters." He wore a concerned expression, a heavy heart evident. Nguyen denied, "No, not at all." Watching the peaceful, harmonious scene before him, Jiang Kai quietly smiled. In the center of Jiangzhong City, surrounded by tall buildings, the courtyard was spacious yet sparsely populated. A pair of legs silently walked along the wide street. Jiang Kai, eyes focused intently. Hands in pockets staring into the distance, he seemed lost in thought. He stopped abruptly, recalling Zhu Zai's expression, still uneasy as if harboring some secret, remembering the image of a charming girl with blue eyes. His thoughts lingered. Today I'll surprise Zhu Zai, bring her home and casually check on her. The two students walked happily, chatting along the way. Similar scenes were scattered around. In the corridor, a classroom number appeared. Jiang Kai entered, asking, "Excuse me, is Jiang An here?" Jiang An wasn't there. A young girl approached and asked, "He was called away by someone. I think we've met before. You're his older brother, right?" Jiang Kai nodded, replying, "Yes, but when you say called away, do you mean the teacher summoned him to the office?" Kai frowned, propping her chin on her hand. "No. Actually, a group has been keeping an eye on Jiang An." Jiang Kai tensed, grabbing Thai Kai's shoulders, asking, "Being watched, what do you mean?" The girl recalled the group in her memory, explaining, "The leader is Zhao Loi. He's a delinquent who just transferred here recently. His father reportedly works under the Huang Wei family. He's influential, domineering at school, recruits many followers, and even teachers can't control him. Jiang An is often coerced by 2 female students to go with Zhao Loi." At that moment, a young boy rushed past them, shouting, "Quick, hurry, there's no time." Ahead, Zai Hang appeared suddenly. He kicked and Zai Hang fell backward, wincing. In front stood Zhao Loi with 2 underlings. Coldly he sneered at the boy, "Bold, aren't you? I told you to be here within 3 minutes. Dare to ignore me?" Jiang Kai and Thai Kai came to see. The girl immediately recognized him, exclaiming, "It's Zhao Loi." Zai Hang, terrified, pleaded, "No, it's not like that. Brother Zhao, please listen to me." Zhao Loi's 2 underlings said nothing. Everyone knew that if Zhao Loi ordered it, the underlings would beat the boy without hesitation. Zhao Loi raised his fist, shouting, "You're running straight into death." But at that moment his expression froze, his attack halted, eyes wide in shock. The 2 underlings behind him panicked, staring at the one who intervened. Jiang Kai calmly asked, "You're Zhao Loi. Do you know Huang Wei?" Zhao Loi, enraged, released Zai Hang and glared at Jiang Kai, cursing. "Who's this blind tail daring to be arrogant in front of me? Tired of living?" Jiang Kai's voice rang out, "I am Jiang An's brother, Jiang Kai." He stared at Zhao Loi with sharp eyes, asking steadily, "Where is Zhu Zai now?" Zhao Loi, clearly ready to take a beating, sneered, "So you're Jiang Kai, unaware of the world, offending the royal family? Why should I answer you?" His fierce face challenged further. "Of course, if you kneel and beg like a dog, I might consider mercy." Jiang Kai's gaze, cold as death, replied, "I just doubt you can handle it." Zhao Loi, angered by Jiang Kai's calm voice and eyes, gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists and charged, still arrogant, "Today I'll show you regret." One of the underlings said, "Brother Zhao will handle him for you." By now, students had gathered, whispering, "Look, they're fighting." Who dared to provoke Zhao Loi's 2nd generation? Jiang Kai stood like a statue, not looking at Zhao Loi and his underlings, just remaining still, face calm, eyes deep. He sensed thinking, too slow. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Kai leaned to the side, evading all attacks, leaving behind a shadowy streak that was hard to track. The 2 henchmen were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. "What?" Jiang Kai took a step forward, his other foot firmly planted. He delivered a powerful strike toward the 2 boys, moving nimbly with swift steps. His punches landed directly on their faces, quickly taking both down. The 2 subordinates writhed on the ground in pain, swearing in frustration for their mistake. Jiang Kai said, "If you 2 don't know your place, I'll show you who holds the power here." The scene shifted to an empty yard, surrounded by wire fences, possibly a basketball court. The sound of slaps and punches echoed. A girl was enduring each blow, her body covered in scratches. Yiting held a bat, chasing after her, saying, "You little ones, we only told you to pick up the ball." Lan added, "Exactly, so careless. If you make people think we're bullying you, it'll be a huge problem." The 2 cruel girls spoke as they watched Brother Zai tremble in pain, slumped on the ground. Brother Zai tried to stay calm, his hand pressing against the ground as he spoke. "I'm sorry," one of the cruel girls said. "Admitting your mistake is good," then snatched the girl's bag, flipping it over. "Let's see how dirty this backpack is. The books aren't all rotten, are they? A photo of 3 people appeared. Yiting asked, "What's this?" Brother Zai flinched. The girl stood up and ran to snatch the photo back. "Give it to me." Her mind was flooded with memories of last year's birthday. It was the first time they made a cake for her. Yiting held the photo and said with interest, "Why are you yelling so fierce?" Brother Zai was held tightly by Ryu Lan, struggling. "Give it back." Yiting smirked, "If you struggle, I can't promise I won't tear it." At that moment, a phone rang from Ada's pocket. Yiting answered the call. "Hello, I'm busy, what's up?" Ada heard the voice on the other end. "What?" Someone named Jiang Kai came to the classroom looking for Jiang En. They had a confrontation and fought. Is there an idiot who doesn't know his place? Brother Zai overheard the conversation, shocked and unable to believe it. Thinking this, he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the arm holding him. Ryu Lan, behind him, screamed in pain. "How amazing," she cursed. "Hey, you little brat, damn it, daring to bite me, are you out of your mind?" Brother Zai broke free. The girl, worried, used all her strength to rush forward, her legs as though empowered. She quickly ran back to the classroom, ignoring the wounds on her face, thinking, "Hurry up, I have to hurry, there are so many of them, he will be at a disadvantage." Brother Zai's voice screamed loudly, worried about Jiang Kai. In the hallway, behind Jiang Kai were 2 of Zhao Luo's subordinates, lying paralyzed on the ground. In front of him was the crazy man taking the blame. Brother Zai arrived, not having time to check on Jiang Kai inside. She looked at the scene and froze. Hearing her call, Jiang Kai turned to look back happily. "Brother Zai," she panted, covered in scratches, looking at him with worry, asking, "Are you okay?" She had barely finished speaking when her eyes widened in horror, staring at the back of Jiang Kai. Seeing Brother Zai being tormented, he was enraged, his fists clenched, veins bulging, trembling, exclaiming, "Brother Zai." Behind him, Zhao Luo rushed forward, attempting to ambush Jiang Kai. He stood still like a statue. Brother Zai, terrified, screamed, "Watch out!" Time seemed to freeze, only the figures of Zhao Luo and Jiang Kai remained. Jiang Kai shifted his foot, turned, and delivered a powerful kick straight to Zhao Luo's face. Before his opponent could react, the high-speed dark shadow slammed into his face. Zhao Luo took the kick, crashing to the ground, his eyes wide open, blood streaming out. A group of students carrying tables and chairs walked by, talking. A teacher in the staff room sat in a massage chair. "We're making a cargo transport vehicle. Hope there's lightning right now, those long tables will be hit to pieces. Don't lie around in the rain anymore, hurry up and move the stuff. When we're done, let's get out of here early." The shrill cries of the 2 cruel girls rang out as Yiting and Ryu Lan ran past. "Move aside." Ryu Lan glared with hatred, her eyes burning with murderous intent. "Where are your teeth? This brat dares to bite me, bleeding. Wait till I pull every last tooth out." A blinding light appeared at the end of the hallway. The girl startled, asking, "Wait, what's that?" Zhao Luo flew backward after Jiang Kai's kick, crashing into Ryu Lan. The subordinates nervously called out, "Brother Zhao, sister." The students transporting tables and chairs saw Zhao Luo hit and break. They stared blankly and said, "Man, he's really done for. Well, no need to move anymore. Should I go buy a lottery ticket?" Brother Zai stared blankly at Jiang Kai's back. She was still in shock. The strong back stood protectively in front of Brother Zai, his fist clenched, his stance firm, guarding his sister. Looking at her brother, Brother Zai stuttered, "Brother, Zhao Luo is in pain over here." Thinking, "Damn, it hurts. Why can't I handle a blow from that brat, even with all the recent body training?" The image of his foot standing against Zhao Luo, who was kneeling on the ground, appeared. It was Jiang Kai, and it seemed he had gotten close without anyone noticing. Looking from above, his gaze fixed on the man about to die, a murderous aura rising, his eyes demonic. He slowly spoke, "You, word by word, should never bully her." Zhao Luo's face turned pale, sweating, thinking, "This guy's power is too strong, too terrifying." A student outside gasped, saying, "Jiang'an has such a cool older brother." Zhao Luo was scared out of his wits. A student asked, "Why does that guy look so familiar?" The student answered, "I remember now, he's the demon explorer Jiang Kai, recently famous, my idol." Jiang Kai squeezed Zhao Luo's face, asking coldly, "You just said you're the rule of this school, right?" The man stammered in fear, What do you want?" Jiang Kai punched him in the face, continuing, "If you guys like to see tyranny and violence as rules." Zhao Luo doubted himself, thinking, "Who am I?" Jiang Kai's voice continued to echo in his ears. He added, "Today, I'll make sure you remember with your body," then threw another punch to his right cheek. "Only those who can stand are qualified to talk about rules." My eyes rolled back as I wondered where I was, then I felt a punch under my chin, causing sharp pain, and I prayed. Another punch was about to land. Jiang Kai said, "Dare to bully someone from my Jiang family." At that moment, a hand stopped me, and Zai spoke, "Don't hit him anymore." The little girl with scratches on her face and worried eyes tightly held my hand, making me instinctively stop. And Zai continued, "Don't fight." Jiang Kai remained silent, not continuing the assault. With his back to Nzai, he turned around, his green eyes looking at her. His face had softened, no longer as dangerous as before. He gently replied, "All right." He then sat down on the ground. His face was bruised, and behind him, Newt Land didn't look any better, with Gyu sitting on the the ground. Jiang Kai and Enzai left them behind and walked away happily. He looked at his little sister with a tender gaze. Jiang Kai said, Enzai, go wait for me by the stairs, I'll join you soon. Enzai obediently replied, yes. He then spoke, you too just heard that. Yu Lan and Yiting were startled with fear. In a sharp voice he continued, come over here, I have something to say to both of you. Yu Lan and Yiting broke into a cold sweat, quickly replying, Jiangji, no, Jiangji, let's talk it over calmly. The full moon shone brightly, illuminating the sky. A light flashed from the room in the school, where Jiang Kai was carefully disinfecting Enzai's leg wound. The little girl sat obediently, wincing lightly whenever Jiang Kai cleaned the wound. He asked worriedly, Enzai, did I hurt you? Enzai stubbornly denied, no, it doesn't hurt at all. Really, by the way, are you not busy at Ghost Spirit? Why did you come to the school to pick me up? Jiang Kai replied, if I hadn't come to find you today, when would you have told me about being bullied? He paused, looking at her tenderly, continuing, since we were little, you've been like me, always bearing things silently without saying a word. Enzai turned her face away, embarrassed, saying, what about you? You're at Ghost Spirit facing so many dangers and you don't tell us. Jiang Kai stammered in an attempt to explain, but Enzai interrupted, you, even though every time you come home you have a smiling face. Even facing the royal family's forces, the commanders cannot act recklessly. With the money you bring home, you must have taken risks in Ghost Spirit to get it. She said with a pained heart, I just regret not having the strength. I can't go to Ghost Spirit, I can't help you, so I just try my best not to make you worry. Jiang Kai remained silent, listening as she continued. Moreover, at the beginning, they weren't that unreasonable, just spreading rumors, so they've been getting bolder lately. I know you've been busy with an important exam, I didn't want to make you worry. Seeing Jiang Kai remain silent, she asked, brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry? I'm sorry. He didn't answer, just applied a band-aid and praised her. You've grown up. Standing up, he said, Enzai, you don't need to apologize. The one at fault isn't you, it's those who bullied you. He patted her head, comforting her. Don't worry, those bastards at Ghost Spirit can't kill me. After work every day, I'll call you via video to let you know I'm safe, so you won't worry. Is that all right? But if you let yourself be bullied and bear it alone, both your brother and I will flatten this school. His face shone brightly as he said, after all, it's natural for a brother to protect his sister. Enzai, with misty eyes, looked at her brother with deep emotion. Jiang Kai handed her the family photo, saying, keep this. The picture showed Enzai happily holding a cake, with Jiang Kai and their older brother lovingly looking at her. Holding the photo, her eyes teary, she said, yes, I understand, thank you, brother. Jiang Kai spoke. All right, let's go home. Big brother will be happy to see us come back together. Enzai happily replied, okay. A few days later at Ghost Spirit, a wooden house appeared, surrounded by large trees with gentle sunlight shining down. Nguyen and Gu asked, Captain Kai, is this the hidden area that the enemy, Tang, brought up? Could be that we've fallen for a trick by the Blue Dragon Guild. This is just an ordinary wooden house. Ho Enhan quickly said, yes, there's no mechanism here. Jiang Kai looked around and concluded, it doesn't look fake. He explained to everyone, although the wooden house looks old from the outside, it's tidy and clean inside, obviously thoroughly checked. Additionally, he noticed the uneven ground outside with signs of digging, likely left by them when searching for the entrance to the hidden area. He recalled the appearance of the enemy Tang, explaining, someone as arrogant as Tang wouldn't leave the game even after losing. Ho Enhan responded, then if a large organization like the Blue Dragon Guild has already ransacked this place without finding the entrance, how should the three of us find it? Nguyen and Gu agreed, exactly. He scratched his head. I wish Nguyen were here. Her intelligence gathering skills are strong, she could definitely find something. Ho Enhan remembered when Zhai and Nguyen waved goodbye, regretfully saying, oh well, they've been recruited back to the military. Jiang Kai said, anyway, we only borrowed Zhai and Nguyen for the challenge against the guild, and now that the competition is over, it's time for them to return to training. He continued, we'll camp here tonight and observe more. The afternoon sunlight illuminated the house and the surroundings, creating a picturesque scene. As night fell, the bright moon replaced the sun and the space became hazy and mystical. Nguyen and Gu, drowsy, hugged a rock, smiling as he muttered in his sleep, I've lost weight recently. It's not as soft when I hug it. But she's still the woman I love the most. On top of the hill, Jiang Kai stood still, observing the house and the surroundings. He remained silent, thinking, I've been watching for a while now but haven't found anything unusual. Could I be mistaken? Behind him, a figure had silently appeared with long hair standing still. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Jiang Kai didn't pay attention and said, Ho Enhan, I'm not tired yet, no need to change shifts, you can sleep. At that moment the leaves suddenly blew away and a strange sensation arose. Jiang Kai quickly thought, something's wrong. He turned around and everything around him was just grass with leaves blowing everywhere. Jiang Kai turned back and saw Ho Enhan lying next to Nguyen, still half asleep and babbling. Kai, Captain Kai, let me take care of this one. Monster, taste the might of Ho Nu Zai here. A shadow appeared above his head. Jiang Kai was startled, his pupils shrinking. Looking up, he saw a creature with red eyes, a pale face, and long flowing hair staring at him. The name Wraith Demoness flashed in Jiang Kai's mind. As the thought crossed his mind, he quickly retreated like a rocket, keeping his distance. Without saying a word, Jiang Kai unleashed his move, Fate Pursuit. Fate Pursuit charged forward but was ineffective, passing through the demoness's body without leaving any wounds. Jiang Kai was horrified, thinking, "What? Fate Pursuit can't attack her." The demoness sped away at an astonishing speed, her face vicious, hair flying around. The Fate Pursuit attack caused no harm. The demoness dashed away with incredible speed, her face ferocious and hair flying, leaving Jiang Kai stunned as he had to fall back, maintaining his distance. The female demon darted through the space, leaving a snapping trail behind and vanished to another location. Jiang Kai watched, astonished at her speed. Moreover, she was heading toward the wooden house. Thinking this, he exploded with power and pursued her. Determined to catch the spirit with the demon eye, Jiang Kai surged forward like a missile, the wooden house drawing near. Without hesitation, he smashed through the front door, shards scattering everywhere, his footsteps pounding on the wooden floor. Jiang Kai stopped, stunned as he looked ahead. In front was a dressing table and the female demon was facing the mirror. Her long hair fluttered and Jiang Kai froze, only staring at her back without speaking. In the mirror, her face appeared as a skeletal figure with blood-red eyes. Jiang Kai wasted no time and leapt to attack the female demon. She seemed unfazed, calmly continuing to comb her hair. In midair, Jiang Kai launched his attack. The poisonous fire and weapons in his hands flew out, forming 3 streams of light rushing toward the female demon. The strikes grazed her body but passed through like illusions. They could not harm her. Jiang Kai roared in anger, unleashing all the poisonous fire and weapons at her. As expected, the attacks failed to injure her. Panicked, Jiang Kai wondered why his precise strikes were ineffective. Sunlight appeared over the hill through the doorway. A card appeared in his hand, emitting wisps of black-blue smoke. He pondered and decided to try again. Jiang Kai attacked the female demon again. The card shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it was almost at her head, but the female demon remained calm, facing away, not dodging. Sunlight streamed through the broken window, freezing the scene as the card slowly approached her. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in surprise. The female demon vanished without a trace. Jiang Kai could only think, "She's gone." The sun rose and Ho Enhan's voice echoed from inside the wooden house, full of astonishment. "Captain, what did you say? A figure appeared and passed through this cabin?" Nguyen Ngu asked, sweating with fear. The ghost woman replied, "It happened suddenly, I couldn't wake her. That spirit is strange, it didn't harm me. Instead, it ran straight to the wooden house and sat in front of the mirror to comb her hair." Ho Enhan wondered if this had anything to do with Kabai's secret. Jiang Kai said, "I think so too." Jiang Kai recalled the scene outside the cabin. No matter the attack, it couldn't be killed, then it turned to light and disappeared. She sat quietly at the dressing table and vanished without a trace. Ho Enhan said suspiciously, "How strange." Suddenly, laughter echoed in the wooden house. The 3 froze, startled, and looked toward the source. A voice said, "I didn't expect you to find her so quickly." Jiang Kai stared at the newcomer, asking, "Who are you?" The voice answered, "I am Now Wu, captain of the Qinglong Society and a pioneer in exploring the world." Now Wu, dignified and confident, looked at Jiang Kai. Ho Enhan asked, "You knew about that spirit and didn't tell us. Do you have ill intentions?" Jiang Kai eyed the 3 in front of him suspiciously, angrily asking, "Hey, what are you saying?" Now Wu waved to stop him. "It's fine, she's right, we have no ill intention." He continued, "We just wanted to witness your strength firsthand, nothing more. Kai, you are one of the few I recognize, we could work together." Jiang Kai refused, "Thanks for the assessment, but I don't need to cooperate. I never work with people I don't trust." Jiang Kai left, saying, "Ho Enhan, Nguyen Ngu, let's go." Din Hao frowned. "Why does that kid look like that? Does he think he's smart?" Juan Mak said, "Exactly, we spent 2 months and still couldn't uncover the secret." "He thinks he's clever," Tuan Vu said unhappily. The other 2 had slept deeply last night, unaware someone came. Now Wu laughed, "I truly admire Jiang Kai's daring, let's see how he performs." Night fell, the crescent moon lightly illuminating the scenery. A voice echoed, showing a white robe floating behind the wooden house. The 3 chased after Jiang Kai, who said, "Follow the plan." On the hill, 4 figures stood. Now Wu calmly observed below. Juan Mak asked, "Captain, not going to check?" Now Wu replied, "No rush. If Jiang Kai wants to fight, give him the chance." After a long time, Nguyen Ngu held his weapon, a flirtatious expression on his face, saying, "I really remember this." He rushed to the house like a missile through where the female demon sat. Ho Enhan had nothing to say. Ho Enhan asked, "Is he okay?" The female demon combed her hair, turning her head with a faint smile. Jiang Kai said, "Even Nguyen Vu's attacks are ineffective. All attacks are completely useless against this spirit." Ho Enhan angrily grabbed the fat Nguyen Ngu, unconscious on the ground. Jiang Kai thought silently that this was truly tough. What was the core problem? He observed the female demon's reflection in the mirror closely. It seemed she was looking at him too. Her bewitching red eyes passed over something he couldn't see in time. Jiang Kai jolted, realizing something had flashed past. Behind him, Ho Enhan told Nguyen Ngu, quickly drink this antidote. Ho Enhan paused, glancing at Jiang Kai suspiciously. Ho Enhan asked, hey, are you okay? Nguyen Ngu gradually regained consciousness. Jiang Kai said, there's something off about the spirit's eyes in the mirror, did you see it? Ho Enhan replied, no, I didn't see anything. Jiang Kai asked Nguyen Ngu, who answered, neither did I. Ho Enhan asked again, did it catch your eyes? Jiang Kai thought, no, my demon eye is focused, it can't be wrong. He sensed her gaze piercing deep into the reflection in the mirror. Jiang Kai thought silently that things weren't over yet. The female demon's face in the mirror had darkened, unclear if due to light or the mirror. Only her eyes displayed the words, terrifying Kai. Ho Enhan asked anxiously, what's wrong? What happened to you? Jiang Kai suspected. Is it a terrifying spell? As he spoke, the female demon's head rotated 360 degrees, her red eyes glancing sharply at him. He gently opened his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and spoke slowly. You, his voice was rough and cold, are qualified to join the terrifying chaos of terror. After finishing his words, Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to sense that something was about to happen to him. Boom! Jiang Kai suddenly disappeared before the panicked eyes of Hu Nian and Nguyen Ngu. The two screamed in panic. Captain! Hu Nian angrily yelled at the female demon, damn it, bring Captain Kai back here. After speaking, she rushed forward, intending to attack the female demon. The female demon remained calm, sitting before the mirror, doing her hair as if nothing had happened. The demon vanished like an illusion, dodging Hu Nian's attack, causing her to lose balance and crash into the table. The noise in the house made Gao Wu realize that something was wrong. He spoke, it seems like something's happening. Gao Wu and his group immediately entered the wooden house and shouted, hey, what are you doing? Ahead, Hu Nian and Nguyen and Gu Dang were punching and kicking the air, shouting, this damned mirror, where did you take Captain Kai? Gao Wu saw this and spoke to stop them. Ding Hao quickly responded, yes, and together with Tun Wu, they stepped forward, holding their hands to prevent them from going crazy. Hu Nian struggled and said, let me go. Ding Hao shouted, don't make a scene. This mirror might be an important clue to solving the mystery. How can we let you two just destroy it? Gao Wu stepped closer at this moment. He asked, tell me quickly what happened just now. Where is your captain? While asking, he thought to himself, strange, it's not even dawn yet. Why has that female demon disappeared? Hu Nian anxiously pointed at the mirror and said, the mirror, Captain Kai. He was sucked into the mirror. Gao Wu was startled, thinking to himself, sucked in. Suddenly, the group turned and looked at the mirror behind them, all of them terrified. Faint green letters twisted and appeared, unreadable. The mirror emitted a terrifying blue-black light, and the words on it gradually became clearer. The personal terror realm's chaos has begun. Whether the explorer can overcome this trial or not, the realm will disappear forever afterward. Gao Wu read the content and exclaimed, what? A blue notification appeared, showing the progress of the explorer's battle in the chaos of terror on the Mirror of Kai. Next was the mission progress bar. 0 out of 1 million, usage time 0 seconds. Jiang Kai's eyes flickered as he looked at the messages on the notification board, then looked around, thinking to himself, what is this? Am I sucked into the mirror? The notification changed again, displaying a string of information. Congratulations, you have entered the personal terror realm of chaos. Difficulty level 3. The fear of humans comes from the unknown. In 30 minutes, kill all creatures in the terror realm of chaos. The Mirror of Kai will answer your questions. It will help you overcome the unknown fear. If you exceed 10 minutes, you will lose one question opportunity. The chances will decrease until they are gone. After completing the challenge, you will receive a weapon of level S or higher. Jiang Kai silently read the notification, shocked. The final line of the notification was a wish. Good luck with the challenge. Jiang Kai thought, incredulously asking himself, is this the trial of the realm? What is the Mirror of Kai? What are the terror creatures? Where are they? He felt something under his feet and thought, has the trial started? Without hesitation, a weapon appeared in his hand and he launched an attack, fire reversal. Looking up at the sky and scanning his surroundings, Jiang Kai was on alert and observed everything. He thought again, why is it still pitch black here? Suddenly, the notification appeared again, giving a friendly reminder. In this realm, the effect of the fire weapons you use remains the same, but the glowing ability will be disabled. He read the notification, so this time I have to complete the mission while not seeing the monsters. Suddenly, above the dark sky, pairs of red eyes appeared, staring directly at him. Jiang Kai was startled, standing still, staring at the scene before him. His eyes widened, his dark green pupils reflecting the image of what was before him. Countless hideous spiders, he couldn't tell how many, covered in blood, their sharp fangs bared, charged toward him. His thoughts flashed. Here they come, no hesitation, just attack first and think later. Jiang Kai swung his arm, sending sharp weapons flying toward the monsters, leaving bright streaks of flame in the air. The notifications kept coming in, each one announcing the death of a monster. Congratulations, you have killed a creature in the realm and gained experience. Jiang Kai paid no attention, focusing all his energy and strength on dealing with the monsters in front of him. Each attack was like a flash of golden lightning, piercing through 7 disgusting spiders before they could even get close to him. They were killed. The notifications continued to appear, Jiang Kai's experience points increasing steadily. He stopped, and beneath his feet dust and sand flew up. He looked ahead and the swarm of spiders was no longer visible. He thought to himself, can this be considered completing the trial? A few dozen monsters seems not that hard. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than more pairs of red eyes appeared. There were no fewer than before, and in fact, even more. Jiang Kai gasped, his eyes widening, thinking, no, this isn't right. In front of him, countless pairs of eyes were staring directly at him, like a giant face smiling maliciously. Jiang Kai stood frozen, staring up at the sky, his hand clenched tight, preparing for the next battle. Holding the weapon in his hand, he stood alone against thousands of monsters, their bloodshot eyes seemingly ready to devour him. Jiang Kai, like a ghost, took a step back, increasing the distance from the monsters, while time ticked on. Then he threw his weapon with great force, launching the fire reversal. 3 sharp weapons shot through the air like arrows, leaving long streaks of light. Wherever they passed, flames and shockwaves from the explosions spread out and countless monsters were torn apart. The explosion gradually dissipated and the monster swarm reappeared, charging toward him as if nothing had happened. Jiang Kai clenched his teeth, sweat still dripping from his face, thinking in terror, how many are there really? Hurry, I need to move faster. At this point, the mirror displayed the text, 77 out of 1 million, time 44 seconds. Gao Wu saw this and thought, asking, does this mean Jiang Kai killed 77 monsters in 44 seconds? Quan Max spoke up, the strength of the monsters in this realm must be considerable. Killing 77 in 44 seconds, this guy really is insane. Ding Hao then asked, so doesn't the number behind mean there are 1 million monsters? Tun Wu sweated nervously, exclaiming, the chaos of terror. No wonder it's called the chaos of terror. This isn't a place humans should enter. Over here, Hu Nian's face turned pale, her mouth agape in horror, thinking 1 million monsters. Recalling a previous battle, she thought back. When we fought the Fish Lord on Vindong Island, we had hundreds of thousands of players working together. But now, Captain Kai is alone. How can he possibly kill all those monsters? With that thought, she struggled, wanting to break free from Quan Mac's grip to save Jiang Kai. Let me go, I need to go in, I need to save Captain Kai. Gao Wu's voice rang out, you can't go in, you don't understand. Hu Nian asked, what do you mean? Gao Wu replied seriously, because this is a personal realm. He continued explaining, a personal realm is different from a regular realm. It only allows the explorer to enter alone. The rewards in this realm are always richer, but at the same time, the explorer must face unclear challenges alone. And the difficulty of the challenges is much higher. At this point, he closed his eyes, regretfully saying, although it's very unfortunate, I think Jiang Kai may not last much longer. Hu Nian was stunned by this, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Gao Wu. Her voice trembled, no, it can't be like this. It seemed that if he said one more word, she would no longer be able to bear it. In his private space, Jiang Kai was still fighting the terrifying monsters. He leaped high, evading their encirclement, but it was only temporary. The monsters had surrounded him, leaving no way out. They lunged at him, causing sharp pain. Jiang Kai felt his body engulfed by spider-like creatures, unable to move, and exhaustion began to overtake him. Despair settled in as he wondered if he could win this time. Clenching his fists, he thought bitterly, why am I being defeated by these low-level creatures? He gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his lips down his chin and sweat poured down his face. At that moment, he shouted in anger, I will not accept this. At the critical moment, a notification appeared, warning that Jiang Kai was about to die. A blue-black card materialized before him, glowing with azure light, depicting the god wielding a halberd smiling. Information about the card appeared. Gambler's weapon, death card, hidden special effect, Wheel of Fortune activated. Jiang Kai suddenly recalled a strange sound from earlier and wondered, what was that sound? It felt as if his consciousness was in a radiant place, his body gradually dissolving into blue smoke. He gazed at the ethereal card before him, his eyes reflecting intricate patterns. He silently asked, what is this like? He saw the image of a girl in his eyes, her white hair flowing, a card hovering in her hand. A notification appeared. Congratulations on activating the hidden special effect of the Wheel of Fortune in a near-death state. The Wheel of Fortune will select a random outcome for you. Looking at the card in the girl's hand, Jiang Kai thought, really? The death card has a hidden effect. The girl raised her hands and another mechanical notification rang out. Each outcome has 2 sides, reward and punishment. When using the Wheel of Fortune, the user must accept both effects. The effect is multiplied by the gambler's talent. The effect can only be used once per month. Refusing to use it counts as one use. Jiang Kai stared at the card and thought, 2 sides of reward and punishment. Is this a chance to survive or a death sentence? While pondering, a question appeared. Do you want to activate the Wheel of Fortune? He smirked and said, why think about it? Of course I do. Pausing briefly, he shouted, spin the wheel for me. The card emitted blue light, scattering strange symbols all around. everything seemed to shift and Jiang Kai's body began to turn white. Only his green eyes remained unchanged. The pain in his body suddenly vanished. Jiang Kai wondered, is this my conceptual space? A flash of golden light suddenly appeared. Looking again, he saw the image of a massive clock, surrounded by golden energy bands forming mysterious symbols, spinning like a shifting sea. Jiang Kai stared at the clock and noticed the hand had moved from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. He seemed to understand something, thinking, it's starting. No sooner had he thought this, the hand spun continuously, rapidly circling. Jiang Kai stood still, observing. The clock hand kept spinning until it suddenly stopped. A notification appeared. The Wheel of Fortune has completed. Jiang Kai widened his eyes as the next message appeared. The message read, beneficial status, rapid recovery. All battle injuries will heal within 60 minutes. Talent multiplier activated, extreme recovery speed. The content changed again, negative status, vulnerability exposed. When injured, critical hits are more likely. Last 60 minutes, exposed weakness becomes physical frailty. All wounds cause more severe consequences and double the pain. Jiang Kai's body began to glow, surrounded by golden light. A powerful energy radiated quickly around him, making him feel like he was bathing in warm water. Energy surged through him, making him feel ablaze, the light from his body dazzling. Jiang Kai looked at the monsters, feeling like a god gazing down at humanity. The spiders charged at him, unaware of the impending disaster. Jiang Kai turned and flung them away, then shouted, "Death!" The card appeared, piercing each spider's body. Jiang Kai stood at a distance, controlling the card. Each spider was killed in an instant. The card flew through, leaving no spider alive. He raised his hand gently and the card swiftly returned to him. He said calmly, "If the pieces are set, then next." His gaze was cold, lips curling slightly. "This battle will be a gamble for life." The death card shot through the air. Each spider was pierced, blood splattering across the ground. Around Jiang Kai, the spiders, though numerous, seemed insignificant. He assessed the situation quickly. Jiang Kai realized the battle could only last 10 seconds before entering recovery mode, unable to fight continuously. Suddenly, he remembered something. He recalled that after the death card upgraded, its attack power had increased dramatically. He launched a powerful strike, sending the monsters flying. The card appeared in Jiang Kai's left hand, radiating strong energy. Without hesitation, he threw the card forcefully, shouting, "Go!" The impact surged like a storm, the card flying at terrifying speed. Each time he counted, the card swept across a cluster of spiders, incinerating them into ashes. When he reached 1, a series of explosions erupted, the shockwave radiating in all directions. The ground beneath Jiang Kai was blasted away by the attack's force. He stood calmly, back to the front, leaving the monsters reduced to ashes. He thought with satisfaction, indeed, if the death card carries fire, the burning range will be larger. He smiled lightly, thinking many monsters would be destroyed. Then he just needed to wait for the chain reactions from the fire. Explosions continued to ring out endlessly. Although the spiders were numerous, they could not withstand such a relentless killing rate. Jiang Kai stood from a distance, controlling the card, quickly eliminating the entire swarm. "I can take advantage of this weakness to set the entire battlefield on fire." The death card seems to grin with delight at the massacre, the flames spreading endlessly, the massive number of spiders quickly decreasing, but still taking time to be fully eradicated. After a while, the smoke and fire gradually dissipate, leaving behind the burned corpses of monsters piled up on the ground. Jiang Kai Jingbai said, "What's going on? These guys are moving too slowly." "Ah, they're still monsters from the secret realm, can't they be less weak?" "Forget it, I'll go find them." The incense display shows Jiang Kai's monster elimination progress at 416 out of 1 million, with a time of 209 seconds. Hunayan, worried about Jiang Kai, asked Nguyen and Gu, "Nguyen and Gu, is this mirror broken? Why hasn't the number of monsters killed changed?" Yao Wu replied, "Although it's only been a few dozen seconds, this is a secret realm with millions of wild beasts surrounding one person. It's not a matter of life or death. Just a few seconds can decide whether one lives or dies." Jun Mo also responded. Indeed, given the difficulty of the secret realm, it's normal for Jiang Kai to face difficulties. Instead of worrying too much, everyone should wait for him to escape, then provide psychological treatment to prevent him from losing his sanity. Hunayan, her eyes brimming with tears, retorted stubbornly, "You're the one who's losing your mind. The result hasn't even been determined yet and you're already making conclusions. Don't talk nonsense, I trust Captain Kai." Jun Mo's face darkened, saying, "Hey, isn't the current situation enough to prove there's a problem? Besides, we've been working hard for months and Jiang Kai accidentally entered the secret realm. If he survives, I won't say anything. But at least from the current situation, this opportunity has been wasted. A million wild beasts, I bet Jiang Kai will definitely die." A voice rang out, "What's this?" It was Nguyen Ngu with his chubby face staring intently. Both hands clenched, he asked. Jun Mo remained silent. Nu Yenengu's attitude and tone made him hesitate to speak further. Nu Yenengu spoke again. I'm asking, what's this? Junmo, losing patience, angrily said, you guys really haven't given up, huh? If that's the case, I'll be blunt. If Jiang Kai survives and comes out, I'll kneel right here and call him madam. He walked up to Nu Yenengu, making a demand. Otherwise, you'll kneel and call me madam. He gritted his teeth and asked, dare you? Nu Yenengu remained calm. If you bet, you must accept it. At that moment, Hu Nian's voice suddenly rang out urgently. Oh my god, what's happening? Seeing the fiery glares exchanged between Junmo and Nu Yenengu, they both turned, looking toward the mirror. The monster elimination progress updated to 620 out of 1 million. Inside the secret realm, a massive explosion occurred, with flames lighting up the area and rocks and soil around them shattering. A new wave of spiders advanced toward Jiang Kai, who descended from the sky. He muttered to himself, so they're all here. Hey, you guys are at least monsters from the secret realm, as he attacked. When he saw them about to retreat, he shouted, what are you running for? Keep fighting, don't stop. At this point, the monsters had fallen deep into the fiery pit, countless exploding, with rocks and dirt crumbling and smoke filling the air. The flames spread everywhere, and the ones that weren't destroyed were cleaved in half by the death car. Throughout the time, explosions kept ringing out. After a while, he stopped attacking. The flames gradually faded, leaving behind columns of black smoke and ash swirling in the air. Holding the death card in his hand, the power slowly receded and the flames on his fingers extinguished. A notification appeared. All secret realm creatures have been killed. Completion time, 1,447 seconds. Jiang Kai smiled with a proud face, his hand holding the card in sync with his body, the image exuding a seductive aura. He wondered, is it over? He realized that his recovery rate was incredibly fast in just over 30 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant circle appeared behind him, emitting golden light. He turned around in astonishment. At that moment, the golden mirror appeared, accompanied by a voice saying, congratulations, brave challenger. The voice belonged to a woman, the fierce guardian of the secret realm. She continued, now I will summarize the rewards for you. Jiang Kai was astonished, silently wondering if this was the guardian of the secret realm that the enemy had mentioned. She continued, now you may ask the mirror 5 questions within the limits of its authority. Jiang Kai joyfully stroked the mirror, thinking, such a great opportunity, it would be a pity to only ask for a gambling class change formula. He thought he could use this chance to uncover some truth about the demon essence to better deal with the dangers ahead, but he was unsure about the specific limits of authority. As he was thinking, the mirror displayed the countdown timer, 4 minutes 32 seconds remaining. Claire reminded him, please hurry and ask, the power of the mirror's suggestion will deplete in 5 minutes. Jiang Kai thought, there's a time limit too. Without hesitation, he quickly asked, what is the relationship between the demon essence's beast and Lam Xing? At that moment, time seemed to freeze, with only the image of the two of them facing each other. Jiang Kai pondered, remaining silent, wondering if the difficulty of the question exceeded the mirror's authority. Claire said, your first question exceeds the authority, you now have 4 more chances to ask. Jiang Kai thought to himself. As expected, he changed his question. In the gambling class change document, spontaneous fire ignites, metals change unpredictably, floating unstable soil and the gentle breeze remains still. What do they each represent? On the surface of the mirror, golden streaks gently coiled, seemingly on the verge of revealing something. He secretly rejoiced upon seeing this. Opposite him, Claire appeared angelic yet demonic at the same time. She lightly raised both hands and the mirror behind her swirled with light. Jiang Kai widened his eyes, staring intently and said, wait, this is. In the mirror, the image of a dry tree appeared, with flames burning on its branches. He was astonished, loudly saying, heavenly fire tree. Jiang Kai stood there, staring at the image of the heavenly fire tree, its flames dazzling brightly. The image of a fireball appeared, emitting blazing flames. He remembered Non's words, this is a heavenly fire tree, about 20 years old. A tree over 30 years old can become a heavenly fire tree spirit. After slaying monsters, there's a chance to obtain the fire tree core, a material that enhances the fire effects. Jiang Kai was elated, saying, that's right, no need to burn materials, it can generate fire directly. The heavenly fire tree's core relies on natural combustion. I should have thought of this back at the Deem Mountain range. The image in the mirror disappeared, returning to its original form. Jiang Kai stared at it, asking the next question, white silver iron. He remembered this was one of the metals of demon essence, which at normal temperatures is in a liquid form and not rare, but changes unpredictably. A light bulb flickered in his head, and he seemed to see something. The scene in the mirror changed, showing an area with only dirt and rocks, not a single tree or blade of grass. He thought, this is barren land. His eyes widened, rejecting the idea, no, it's wrong. Looking at the scene again, it was red-orange, with no people, just empty land. Small white beams appeared high above, floating in midair. He quickly deduced they were dust particles. Analyzing the situation, he said, the dust falls to the ground and turns it into dirt. When it floats, isn't this the floating, unstable soil in the middle step? The image in the mirror immediately transformed, revealing a vast blue sky with soft white clouds drifting by. Jiang Kai stroked his chin, wondering if this was the sky, but there was nothing in it. Could this be related to the stillness of the wind? He studied the image closely and seemed to recognize something. He said aloud, "Wait, it's not nothing, there's air." A notification appeared. "Your 5 questions have been answered by the mirror." Jiang Kai stood in front of the mirror, resting his chin in thought, focusing on his inner fire. White silver threads, suffering, air. It turned out that 4 materials from the 20th level class change were quite common. The key was to break free from conventional thinking and seek out what others did not see. With this deduction, he wondered if the river water was the main source. He said aloud, "In the continuous cycle of heaven and earth, the most common thing is rainwater." He silently rejoiced, thinking, the answer is clear. The gambler class, could the new class after the change really bring such surprises? While thinking, he heard Claire say, "Now I will bring you the second reward." Jiang Kai froze, his entire body seemed to slow down as he stared ahead. An item appeared, seemingly made of glass with 8 square edges and a round hole in the middle. The item information displayed, "Congratulations, you have received the SS-level weapon Saint Radiant Crystal." He read the name of the item again, Saint Radiant Crystal. Then he reached out and grabbed the floating object. A new notification appeared, Saint Radiant Crystal, SS-level weapon. The weapon can manipulate thoughts, forming a half-meter halo around the target when activated. The halo can purify spiritual essence, cleanse abnormal mental states, and provide random immunity to one type of mental attack. Jiang Kai was amazed and exclaimed, "Oh, around the target, it seems this Saint Radiant Crystal can not only be used by oneself but also by others, as convenient as the death token, as long as it's manipulated by will." Holding the crystal, he continued, "The important thing is that it also has a purification effect." Remembering the image of the female demon, he thought, humans have never been strong in mental attack techniques, and the demoness only has a weak ability in mental defense. Many explorers feared to stop. Now, with the undead armor from before, he had 2 weapons immune to mental attacks. A new notification appeared. In battle, the halo binds the target, restricting its action. The process does not consume energy, and killing the target can replenish energy for the Saint Radiant Crystal. The purification state lasts for 10 minutes and the binding effect is also active. The binding time ranges from 3 to 180 seconds, depending on the distance and strength of the opponent. He read the information and wondered, does this also have a skill to restrict action? The Saint Radiant Crystal is truly surprising. Currently, it seems to only have purification and combat support functions. He pondered, SS level, why is it so high? A new notification. The Saint Radiant Crystal is the only demonic crystal weapon obtained from a divine realm and can be upgraded. After upgrading, it can be activated twice. He wondered, the only demonic crystal. Looking at the crystal, the death token is the only weapon specialized for gamblers. The Saint Radiant Crystal has no class restrictions, but there is only this one demonic crystal. That means, he thought, at a crucial moment it could become a final move. Outside, the mirror displayed updated information, 1 million out of 10 million progress. Using 1,755 seconds, Hu Nian saw it and asked excitedly, "Oh my, Nguyen Yu, quickly check for me, are there numbers ahead? Am I seeing things?" Nguyen Yu shouted, "Yes, it's 1 million our team must have successfully challenged." Gao Wu was incredulous. "What? 1 million monsters in the secret realm were killed by Jiang Kai?" Junma spoke up. "It's a ghost. I think 80% of the mirror is broken." The mirror in front of the group suddenly lit up. The bright light spread throughout the wooden house, startling everyone. Gao Wu shielded his eyes but still moved toward the mirror to see what was happening. Hu Nian was surprised, her eyes sparkling, looking toward the mirror. Jiang Kai suddenly appeared before everyone like a miracle. His face was calm, a slight smile on his lips. Cheers rang out. "Kai's team!" Outside the wooden house, rows of floating light panels appeared like pixels. The scene of the hillside and the surroundings were revealed. Nguyen Yu's voice rang out excitedly. "Ask Kai's team, were there really 1 million monsters in the secret realm? How did you kill them all?" Hu Nian quickly added, that's right. Are there any other traps in the secret realm? Did the realm not give you trouble?" Jiang Kai smiled and replied gently, "Hu Nian, Nguyen Yu, 1 question each, I can't answer them all." Gao Wu's voice sounded, "Jiang Kai, to be honest, I don't know how you did it and I'm a bit reluctant, but congratulations on clearing this personal secret realm." Gao Wu paused, extended his hand and continued, "Also, I apologize for my arrogance before. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden the demoness to test you and I shouldn't have looked down on you. Jiang Kai, I must admit, you are the best young explorer I've ever met." Jiang Kai smiled, closing his mouth. "Who am I? I've never needed anyone to define me." Gao Wu looked at him in surprise, extending his hand. Jiang Kai looked at him and continued, "Thank you for the sincere compliment, I accept your apology." "Actually, you're not bad either." Gao Wu sighed gently, smiled slightly and shook Jiang Kai's hand. Their hands gripped tightly, symbolizing close friendship. Yao Wu spoke, we're the same. Outside, Hu Nian and Nguyen Yu laughed joyfully, watching them. The soldiers also looked at the team leader in astonishment. Hu Nian crossed her arms and said, I remember someone betting that if Kai's team survived, they would have to do something right. Everyone turned back, the soldiers were shocked, cold sweat dripping. Jiang Kai didn't understand and asked, Hu Nian, what are you talking about? What bet? Before waiting for an answer, the soldiers knelt in front of him, embarrassed. A ghost. Well, a few days later, the sky was clear and the image of a white skyscraper appeared inside. Hu Nian anxiously said, why has Captain Kai's class change taken so long and he still hasn't returned? It's even longer than known S. Nguyen Yu explained. After all, Captain Kai has a new profession. The class change probably takes time, let's wait a bit more. At this moment, Jiang Kai was floating in midair, surrounded by rising beams of light. Below his feet, a circle with strange blue patterns appeared, gently spinning. The energy source exploded, blowing his hair around, and the light began to envelop his body. Jiang Kai came to his senses, opened his eyes, and silently thought, I've succeeded. A notification appeared with lines of text showing, congratulations, you have completed the level 20 class change for the Gambler class. New class, Master of Deception. An image of a person wearing a wide-brimmed hat with their hair tied in a ponytail, holding a jade block, surrounded by falling playing cards. Jiang Kai looked on and thought to himself, a Master of Deception? Sounds like a profession that knows a lot about gambling. The notification board updated. Congratulations, you have reached level 20 in the Gambler profession. Your new profession is Master of Deception. After changing professions, your abilities have increased significantly, and all basic stats have risen by 100%. All talents have also been upgraded. The Super Multiplier talent has now activated at a 100% chance. The chance of Super Multiplier increased from 1% to 3%. The Super Storm talent is now at 0, with the chance of triggering Storm increased 200-fold. Upgraded to 0.2%, the chance of triggering Storm increased 200-fold. Jiang Kai read this and felt delighted. The chances for Super Multiplier and Super Storm have both increased. Although the increase was slight in this difficult situation, even a small change could be the hope that reverses the tide. Jiang Kai lifted his head toward iBrain and asked, whose intelligence? With my new profession, Master of Deception, do I also gain a new talent? iBrain replied, yes, you will receive the talent of the Master of Deception, Man Tianguo Hai. Man Tianguo Hai is a Master of Deception with exceptional trickery skills, helping you better understand how to use language to manipulate your opponent's body. Mislead the opponent's judgment, Jiang Kai thought. Surely this is the upgraded version of Deceptive State. If used well, it could bring some interesting surprises. The notification board updated again. Additionally, under the effect of the multiplier talent, you will receive a second random talent. Agility boost, activating the multiplier talent. Your agility stat will increase by 40% permanently. Jiang Kai was astonished. A 40% increase? That's even higher than from flying wall and enemy buff. Jiang Kai was now full of confidence and slowly said, Master of Deception, huh? Then I'm looking forward to it. The data research room appeared on a large screen with rows of numbers. A man's voice spoke from in front of the screen. Clearly, earlier checks rated him at level D, yet in the end, Jiang Kai became the champion in the guild challenge. Lam entered from the room's door and said, at first, I saw this kid refuse to join the army, insisting on defeating the royal family himself. I even laughed at him for being clueless, but after these battles, I realized that I am the one who knows very little. The image of the person appeared. Jiang Kai didn't pay attention to them, focusing all his spirit and strength on dealing with the monsters in front of him. Each attack, like golden lightning bolts, pierced through the disgusting spiders. Before they could even get close, they were wiped out. Notifications kept popping up, Jiang Kai's experience points increasing continuously. He stopped as waves of dust rose beneath his feet. Looking ahead, the spiders had vanished. He thought to himself, so is the challenge considered complete now? These few dozen monsters didn't seem that hard. Just as that thought ended, the red eyes reappeared. The number was not fewer than before, and perhaps even more. Jiang Kai gaped, his eyes wide, his heart chilled. This isn't right. In front of him were countless pairs of eyes staring directly at him. They seemed to form a huge face, grinning maliciously. Jiang Kai stood still, looking up at the sky, his hand clenched tightly, his posture ready for the next battle. Holding his weapon, he stood alone, facing thousands of monsters, each pair of eyes bloodshot, as if wanting to devour him. Jiang Kai moved like a ghost, retreating quickly, widening the distance between him and the monsters, using every second. He threw his weapon with force, executing the fiery inferno. 3 sharp weapons shot out like javelins, leaving long trails of light in the air, cutting through the space they passed. The firelight and shockwaves from the explosion spread in all directions, and countless monsters were blown to pieces. As the dust gradually settled, the remaining monsters reappeared, continuing to charge as if nothing had happened. Jiang Kai clenched his teeth, sweat dripping from his face. He thought in horror, how many of them are there? Faster, I need to be faster. Just then, a line appeared on the mirror. 77 out of 1 million time 44 seconds. Yao Wu saw this and thought for a moment before asking, what do these numbers mean? Did Jiang Kai kill 77 monsters in 44 seconds? Junmo spoke up. The monster's strength in the secret realm is surely not weak, yet 77 monsters killed in 44 seconds. This guy really is insane. Ding Hao asked curiously, doesn't the number at the end mean that there are 1 million monsters? Tuan Wu broke into a cold sweat and sighed. The terror of the nest. No wonder it's called the terror nest. This is not a place for humans to go. On this side, Hu Enhan looked pale, her mouth agape, horrified, thinking to herself, a million monsters. She recalled another battle, her thoughts trailing off. Previously, when fighting the merfolk lord on Vindong Island, at least a few 100,000 players worked together. But now, Captain Kai is alone. How could he possibly kill so many monsters? Thinking this, she struggled, wanting to break free from Junmo's grip to save Jiang Kai. No, let me go. I want to go in. I want to save Captain Kai. Yao Wu's voice suddenly rang out. You can't go in. She didn't understand and asked, what do you mean? Yao Wu answered seriously, because this is a personal secret realm. He continued to explain, a personal secret realm is different from a regular secret realm. It only allows one explorer to enter. In this secret realm, the rewards are always richer. But at the same time, the explorer must face challenges alone without knowing what's ahead. The difficulty of this challenge is higher than before. He closed his eyes, regretful, and continued speaking. Although he deeply regretted it, I think Jiang Kai. Yu Nan was startled upon hearing this. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Yao Wu, seemingly on the verge of bursting into tears if he spoke another word. Inside the personal secret realm, Jiang Kai still had to face the disgusting monsters. He jumped up high. He tried to escape their encirclement, but only temporarily. The monsters had sealed off the entire area. Jiang Kai had no way to avoid them and was torn apart by the monsters. He painfully thought, it hurts, my body. Spiders were crawling all over him, covering his entire body. Exhausted and desperate, Jiang Kai wondered, is this time really when I can't win? He clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself. But being defeated by such a low-level creature, he gritted his teeth, his lips bleeding down his chin, each drop soaking his face. He spat out in hatred, I won't accept this. Just as the danger grew critical, a notification appeared, announcing that the explorer was close to death. A dark blue token appeared, floating right in front of him. Around the token, blue runes radiated. In the center was an image of a god holding a punishment blade, smiling. The information on the card appeared, his personal weapon. The death card with a special hidden effect, the Wheel of Fate has been activated. A question arose in Jiang Kai's mind. What was that sound earlier? At this moment, his consciousness seemed to be in a place where light enveloped everything around him. His body slowly faded into green smoke. Looking ahead, the card appeared blurry. He asked himself quietly. His eyes revealed strange patterns, the demon's gaze focusing. Suddenly, his thoughts became still, and in his eyes reflected the figure of a girl. White flowing hair, a card hovering in her hand. A notification appeared, congratulating him for activating the hidden special effect of the death card's Wheel of Fate when near death. The Wheel of Fate began to turn. The Wheel of Fate will randomly choose a result for you. Looking at the card in Ibrain's hand, he thought to himself, the Wheel of Fate, the death card has a hidden effect. Her hands raised high. The mechanical notification continued, with each result having two sides, rewards and punishments. Once the user operates the Wheel of Fate, it means accepting both types of effects. The results are amplified by the player's talents. This effect can only be applied once a month. Refusing to operate the wheel is also considered a use. Staring at the card, Jiang Kai thought to himself, the double-sided effect of rewards and punishments, is this a chance for survival or a fate of irredeemable ruin? While contemplating, a question appeared. Do you want to operate the Wheel of Fate now? The corner of his mouth bled. He grinned and said, do I need to think? Of course, wait a moment. He shouted loudly, spin it for me. The card suddenly emitted waves of blue energy, forming shimmering runes around him. Everything suddenly became unusual. Hard to explain, Jiang Kai's body turned white, only his characteristic green eyes remained unchanged. Waves of power spread from his body. Jiang Kai thought the pain suddenly disappeared. He carefully examined his body. He wondered, is this my conceptual space? A bright golden light shone down, he observed. Jiang Kai silently said. Before him appeared the image of a giant clock, surrounded by golden energy ribbons forming mystical runes, continuously spinning. Gazing at the object in front of him, Jiang Kai observed, The wheel of fate and the clock hand had not yet moved from the center to the 1 o'clock position. Seeing this, Jiang Kai seemed to understand something, silently thinking, it's starting. Immediately, the clock hand began to spin continuously, one cycle after another. Jiang Kai stood still, only able to observe the scene before him. The clock hand spun continuously before suddenly freezing, stopping at a different position. A notification appeared, the wheel of fate has completed its movement. Jiang Kai widened his eyes, watching the notification continue. The notification read, advantageous status, rapid recovery. Battle losses will be instantly restored. For 60 minutes, his talent is multiplied, his body recovers rapidly, and he is upgraded to extreme regeneration. All injuries are fully healed. The body reaches optimal condition, while hidden weaknesses are exposed. When weaknesses are exposed, injuries become more dangerous. For 60 minutes, his talent is activated doubly. Physical flaws weaken the body. Every wound has more severe consequences and pain doubled. Golden light began to envelop Jiang Kai, energy accelerating and intensifying, his whole body glowing brilliantly. He felt warm water flowing through his body, as if soaking in a warm bath. Energy erupted within, radiating like fire everywhere. With his newfound power, Jiang Kai looked at the monsters as a god would see mortals. The aggressive spiders charged forward, unaware of what awaited Jiang Kai. With a single spin, Jiang Kai flung the spiders away, shouting, "Death!" The card appeared, piercing each spider at a terrifying speed. He controlled it remotely. Each spider was destroyed in an instant, none surviving. Jiang Kai reached out, the card quickly returned. He turned his back, letting the death card hover in his hand and said, "If the pieces are in place, then next." His eyes flickered, lips curling slightly. The life and death battle began, golden flames shooting from the card into the air. Spiders were killed in succession, blood splattering across the ground, the area around Jiang Kai filled with spider bodies. Even after many were eliminated, their numbers were still overwhelming. Jiang Kai quickly analyzed the situation. The skill's extreme effect only lasts 10 seconds, after which the body falls into incomplete recovery, unable to sustain prolonged combat. Suddenly, he realized something. After the death card was upgraded, its attack efficiency increased significantly. He unleashed a powerful strike, energy throwing the monsters back, a card appearing in his left hand. It was the card he had used before, energy radiating around it. Without hesitation, he threw it forcefully. He shouted, "Why?" Shockwaves like a storm, the card flew at terrifying speed, leaving a trail of fire in its path. He counted each second, each count sweeping through large groups of spiders, incinerating them to ash. 3, 2, 1. As the last count ended, a series of explosive impacts echoed all around him. Rocks and soil underfoot were blasted away by the recent destruction. Jiang Kai stood calmly, facing forward. He left the burnt monsters behind, satisfaction on his face, silently thinking, as expected. As long as the death card burns a wider area, he smiled slightly, determined to eliminate even more monsters. Then just wait for the shockwave during the burning to trigger chain reactions. The continuous explosions were far from over. Even the large number of spiders could not withstand the relentless killing frequency. Jiang Kai stood at a distance, controlling the card with his mind, quickly eliminating the horde. Thus, the attack range surpassed the 9 trials of life, fully exploiting this to burn the battlefield. The death card seemed to grin, enjoying the carnage. The flames continued unabated, the spider numbers dropping rapidly but requiring time to completely eradicate. After a while, smoke cleared, leaving only piles of charred spider corpses scattered on the ground. Jiang Kai Jingbai said, "What's going on? These are moving too slowly." After all, they are dungeon monsters. Can't they be a bit tougher? Forget it, I'll go find them myself. Outside, the mirror displayed Jiang Kai's monster kill progress. 416 out of 1 million, time 209 seconds. Enhan, worried for Jiang Kai, secretly asked Nguyen Ngu. Nguyen Nu, is this mirror broken? Why isn't the kill count changing anymore? Ao Vu heard that and spoke up. Although it was only a brief pause of a few dozen seconds, this was a secret realm surrounded by millions of beasts targeting one person. If one dies, I live. Just a few seconds can decide life or death, Junmo replied. Exactly, with the difficulty of this secret realm, it's completely normal for Jiang Kai to struggle. Instead of worrying, you should wait until he escapes, and then arrange a psychological session to prevent him from breaking down. Ho Enhan, tears streaming, stubbornly retorted, "Bye, you're the one losing your mind, predicting the outcome before it's even certain." "Don't talk nonsense, I trust Captain Kai," Junmo said, displeased. Isn't the current situation still insufficient to prove the issue? Besides, we've been struggling for months and Jiang Kai accidentally entered the secret realm. If he can make it through, I have nothing to say. But at least judging by the current situation, this chance has been wasted. A million beasts. I bet Jiang Kai will definitely die. A voice rang out, what? It was Nguyen Nu. The chubby-faced boy stared at him, hands clenched. Junmo, be quiet, it's your turn. Without a word, Nguyen Nu's demeanor and tone made him afraid to speak nonsense. Nguyen Nu asked again, I'm asking you, what are you doing? Junmo, angry, said, you guys really have no shame. Fine, I'll say it straight here. If Jiang Kai can survive and get out, I'll immediately call him ma'am right here. He stepped forward toward Nguyen Nu and made a demand. If not, you must kneel and call me dad. He ground his teeth and asked, do you dare? Nguyen Nu calmly, without hesitation, replied, then bet. Ho Enhan's voice rang out urgently. Oh my, what's happening? They were staring each other down. Junmo and Nguyen Nu were startled and turned toward the mirror. The monster elimination progress was updated. 120 out of 1 million. Inside the secret realm, a huge explosion appeared, lighting up the area, rocks shattering everywhere. Another wave of spiders appeared, claws swiping toward Jiang Kai, who descended from above, muttering to himself. So they're all here, huh? Well, you're all secret realm monsters, he said while attacking. Every hit like a bomb. Seeing them trying to retreat, he shouted, running, keep fighting, don't stop. By now, the entire group of monsters had fallen into the pit of fire. Countless were obliterated, rocks shattered, smoke and dust everywhere. Waves of fire spread across the area. Those not blown apart were sliced in half by the card. For a stretch of time, massive explosions continued without pause. After a long while, he stopped attacking. The waves of fire gradually died down, leaving thick black smoke and flying ashes. He held the death card in his hand. The power receded, the flames on his fingers slowly extinguished. A notification appeared, all kills completed. All secret realm creatures, time used 1,447 seconds. Jiang Hai looked proud, smiling slightly. The card in his hand seemed synchronized with him, making the image even more eerie. He asked himself, finished already? I still have a super fast recovery status for over 30 minutes here. Such a waste. As he finished speaking, a dazzling golden circle appeared behind him, radiating brilliant light, surprising him. Turning to look, a bright golden mirror appeared with a voice. Congratulations, brave challenger. You have completed the Horror Den challenge, said a girl guarding the secret realm. She continued, now I will summarize your rewards. Jiang Kai was astonished, thinking, is this the guardian of the secret realm the enemy previously mentioned? Her voice continued, now you may ask the mirror for 5 hint questions not exceeding the lower authority range. Jiang Kai, delighted, stroked his chin. This was a great opportunity. If I only ask about the gambler's transformation formula, wouldn't that be too much of a waste? Maybe I can learn some truth about the demon star. It's also easier to deal with future dangers, though I don't know exactly the authority limit. While thinking, the mirror displayed a countdown. Time remaining 4 minutes 32 seconds. Claire reminded, please ask quickly. The mirror's hint power will last 5 minutes. Jiang Kai widened his eyes, thinking, there's a time limit. Without hesitation, he quickly asked his question. In quiet space, only the image of 2 people facing each other remained, their eyes locked. Jack thought for a while but had no reaction. Perhaps this question exceeds the allowed limit. Claire said, your question is beyond your authority. Jack reminded himself, that's right. He changed to the next question, which is about documents related to the gambler. Flames erupted naturally, metals transformed unusually, mud floated unstably, and the gentle breeze barely moved. What appeared continuously, the mirror surface suddenly trembled, golden streaks twisted, as if something was about to happen. He felt secretly happy it had appeared. Before him, Claire appeared like an angel but also like a demon, her hands extended gently, and the mirror behind immediately surged with light. Jack widened his eyes, unable to look away. Jack said, wait, this is, in the mirror appeared the image of a dry tree with flames burning on its branches. He exclaimed, the celestial fire tree. Jack stood upright, staring intently at the image, the flames blazing before his eyes. A fireball appeared, radiating scorching light. He recalled what Nancy had said. These are celestial fire trees, about 20 years old. Trees over 30 could become fertilized celestial fire trees. After defeating monsters, fire core material could appear, a substance that enhances the special effect of the flame. Jack was delighted and said, right, no need to burn matter. the fire can be born naturally. Isn't the core of the celestial fire tree naturally ignited? Back in the Liaoyan Mountains, he should have realized this. The image in the mirror suddenly disappeared, returning it to its original state. Jack watched intently, then asked the next question. Pale silver iron, I remember this is one of the demon metals, and at normal temperature it's in a molten state. Not rare, but surprisingly it can transform into unstable metal. The mirror scene changed again, showing a land of only rocks without a single blade of grass. Jack thought this must be a wasteland, but looking closer, he widened his eyes. No, not like that. The mirror scene then showed a space in orange-red hues. No humans, just an empty land. On the ceiling, tiny white lights floated. Jack quickly analyzed and concluded that they were dust particles. He said, dust falls to the ground and becomes soil, so when it floats, is it suspended mud in the intermediary stage. Before he finished, the mirror image changed again. A clear blue sky appeared with white clouds drifting. Jack thought silently. This time it's the sky but nothing in it. Does this relate to calm wind? Looking closer, he seemed to realize something. Jack said, wait, not empty, there's air. Notification appeared, your 5 questions have been answered. Jack stood before the mirror, chin in hand, thinking. Celestial fire core, silver iron, wasteland, air. It turned out the 4 materials from a level 20 gambler profession are fairly common. He realized the key was to think beyond common ideas. He thought about finding what others could not see. He guessed it might be river headwater, mostly correct. Thinking of this, he spoke. In heaven and earth, circulation never stops. The most common thing is rainwater. He felt secretly happy and said, the answer is clear, gambler. What surprises will a new profession after switching bring? While thinking, Jack heard Claire speak. His movement slowed, eyes focused ahead. An item appeared, glass-like, octagonal with a round hole in the center. Along with it came item information. Congratulations, you received an SS-grade weapon, Holy Light Crystal. He muttered the name, Holy Light Crystal, then reached to grasp it. Holy Light Crystal, an SS-grade weapon, can create a halo of holy light within half a meter around the target when activated. This halo can trigger spiritual cleansing to a certain degree, purifying the target, removing abnormal states, and randomly granting immunity to one type of mental attack. Jiang Kai gasped, oh, and then said, around the target, this holy ember stone isn't just for personal use. He added, it can also be used on others, and the method is very convenient, like the death blade, just controlled with willpower. Holding the ember stone in his hand, he continued, more importantly, it also has a purifying effect. Recalling the image of the female demon, he thought, until now, humans were not strong against mental attacks. A spirit demon only needs a fear-breaking laugh to be effective. That's why many explorers are frightened and hesitate. Thinking of this, he confidently said, now, with the extra Tsu Ling armor received earlier, I have 2 weapons immune to mental attacks. A notice appeared. In battle, the light ring around the body will bind the target, restricting movement. This process does not consume the user's energy, and killing the target can replenish energy for the Holy Ember Stone. When full, the purification effect of the Holy Ember Stone lasts 10 minutes. The binding effect lasts 3 to 180 seconds, depending on distance and enemy strength. Reading the info on the panel, he was stunned and wondered. It even has a movement-limiting skill. But even though the Holy Ember Stone is surprising, currently it seems to only have a certain purifying function and combat support capability. Thinking this, he wondered, SS rank, why is it ranked so high? The notice board updated. The notice read, the Holy Ember Stone is the only demon star-class weapon. Through another's secret realm, you can obtain divine light to upgrade it. After upgrading, it can unlock double activation mode. He asked himself aloud, the only demon star class. Looking at the Ember Stone, Jiang Kai calmly analyzed. My Death Blade is a unique class weapon, specifically for gamblers, and the Holy Ember Stone, though not limited by profession. Still, there's only one demon star of this kind. That means, he thought silently, in a critical moment, it might become my final strike. Outside, on the mirror, the info changed. Progress 1,010,000,000, time 1,755 seconds. Hu Enhan was overjoyed and asked, oh my, Nguyen Ngu, please check for me, how many zeros are there ahead, am I seeing things? Nguyen Ngu shouted, yes, it's 1 million, our Kai team must have successfully challenged it. Alvu saw this and couldn't believe it. Alvu exclaimed, what? 1 million monsters in the secret realm were killed by Jiang Kai, Jun Mak blurted. Facing demons, I'd say 8 parts are probably broken already. The mirror in front suddenly blazed with light, spreading throughout the wooden house and startling everyone. Alvu raised a hand to shield his eyes but rushed to the mirror to see what was happening. Meanwhile, Hu Enhan, amazed and elated, stared forward with sparkling eyes. Jiang Kai silently appeared before everyone like a miracle, his face calm, lips slightly curved. Cheers rang out. Kai team. Outside the wooden house, a series of light squares floated like pixels in the air. The hill and surrounding scenery appeared. Nguyen Ngu's excited voice rang out. Kai team. Nguyen Ngu asked rapidly, "Are there really 1 million monsters in this terror sandhole secret realm? How did you kill them all?" Hu Enhan quickly added, "Yes, yes." Hu Enhan continued, "Are there other traps in the secret realm? The overseer didn't give you trouble, did they?" Jiang Kai smiled gently. Hu Enhan, Nguyen Ngu, one question each. I can't answer everything. Ao Vu's voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Kai, honestly, though I don't know how you did it, I feel a bit unwilling to accept it. He continued, but congratulations on clearing your personal secret realm this time. He paused briefly and then extended his hand. He added, also, I apologize for my previous arrogance. Sorry, I shouldn't have hidden the female demon to test you, and I shouldn't have underestimated you. Ao Vu said, Jiang Kai, I can't deny you are the most outstanding young explorer I've ever met. Jiang Kai slightly raised a corner of his mouth. What kind of person am I? He continued, I've never needed anyone to define me. Ao Vu was stunned, looking at Jiang Kai's hand extended toward him. Jiang Kai looked at him and kept speaking. But thank you for your sincere compliment. I accept your apology. Also, honestly, you're not bad either. Ao Vu relaxed and exhaled lightly. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Ao Vu grasped Jiang Kai's hand, their hands clenched tightly, showing a close friendship. Ao Vu said, same here. Outside, Hu Enhan and Nguyen Ngu smiled brightly at the two. Jun Mac's group also looked happily at their captain. Hu Enhan crossed her arms and said, I remember someone betting if Kai team survived, what would they do? Everyone instinctively turned to look back. Jun Mac immediately startled, cold sweat dripping. Jiang Kai, not understanding, asked, Hu Enhan, what are you talking about, what bet? Without waiting for Ho Enhan to respond, Quan immediately dropped to his knees before him, so ashamed he wished he could die, stammering, the demon. A few days later, the sky was crystal clear, and inside appeared the image of a tall white building. Ho Enhan worriedly said, why has Captain Kai's transfer taken so long and he still hasn't returned? It's even longer than before when man-known transfer. Nguyen Ngu explained, after all, Captain Kai's is a new profession. The transfer probably takes some time. Let's wait a little longer. At this moment somewhere, Jiang Kai hovered in midair, surrounded by streams of rising light. Beneath him appeared a blue circle with strange patterns, slowly rotating. A sudden burst of energy sent his hair flying, and rays of light gradually wrapped around his body. Jiang Kai awoke, opened his eyes, and thought, success. Immediately after, a notification appeared, each line of text showing up in turn. Congratulations, you have completed the level 20 transfer of the Silver Fang profession. Your new profession is now Trickster Master. A figure appeared wearing a wide-brimmed hat, hair tied on both sides, holding an onyx block. Cards flew around him in all directions. Seeing this, Jiang Kai softly said, Trickster Master, huh? Sounds like a profession that understands gambling arts even better. Notification update. Congratulations, you have completed the level 20 transfer of the Silver Fang profession. Your new profession is now Trickster Master. After the transfer, your talents will double and your basic attributes will increase by 100%. All current talents will also be enhanced. Super Multiplicative Talent. The original activation chance of the multiplicative talent has reached 100% and cannot be further increased. The super multiplicative chance rises from 1% to 3%. Super Critical Talent. 1% chance to trigger a 200x critical hit. Upgraded to 0.2% chance to trigger a 200x critical hit. Reading this, Jiang Kai's face lit up with joy, thinking that the chances of super multiplicative and super critical had increased, even if only slightly. Even so, in a desperate situation, that small increase is enough to become a hope to turn the tide. Jiang Kai looked up at iBrain and asked, AI Brain, my new profession, Trickster Master, does it come with a new talent? iBrain replied, yes, you will receive the Trickster Master talent, Overwhelming Deception. Overwhelming Deception. As a Trickster Master, you naturally have a strong deceptive nature and will become increasingly skilled at using language to charm opponents. It can mislead the enemy's judgment. Jiang Kai thought to himself that this must be an upgraded deception state, and if used well, it might bring unexpected delight. Text on the notification panel changed. Additionally, under the effect of the multiplicative talent, you will receive a second random talent, Swift Enhancement. Activation of multiplicative talent, Swift Enhancement. Your agility stat will increase by 40% permanently. Seeing this, Jiang Kai was astonished, a 40% increase. He calculated that this surpasses even Tu Fai Chuang and Ditch Tang. Now brimming with confidence, he slowly said, Trickster master, huh? Then I'll be watching closely. Data research room. Jiang Kai's image appeared on a large screen filled with data. In front of it, a man's voice rang out. Clearly it was ranked D before, but unexpectedly in the end. Jiang Kai won first place in the Lamb Guild Challenge. Lamb stepped in from outside and said, at first, seeing this kid refuse to join the army, insisting he would defeat the royal family on his own, I laughed, thinking he didn't know the world. But after all these battles, I realized I was the frog at the bottom of the well, looking up at the image of the person appearing. He succeeded. Currently, the royal family no longer dares to pressure the army. Perhaps it's time to improve the evaluation system. Professor Lee agrees with this assessment. Lamb handed Professor Lee the tablet and said, by the way, here is the latest data on the newly discovered teleportation event. Can you analyze it to see if there are any similarities? He adjusted his glasses and asked, has the country really discovered 55 nations? It's been so long, yet we haven't made any progress. Time is running out. Lamb replied, but for some reason I have a feeling. We'll find something soon. The sun had set and the moon hung overhead, casting gentle beams down into the forest. The three of them, including Jiang Kai, leisurely strolled. Hunayan leaned against a tree, sighing, I'm exhausted, this can't be happening. After wandering around for a while, even the howling moonwolf didn't appear. Nguyen and Guy asked, Captain Kai, do you think someone came here to level up and wiped out all the wolves? Jiang Kai visualized the wolf's appearance and said, it's impossible for the howling moonwolf to be like regular wolves. They can stand upright and walk. That means they not only possess sharp claws and strong leaping abilities, but also flexible battle tactics, making them very difficult to deal with. He turned to Nguyen and Guy and continued, small guilds usually don't provoke these monsters. As for large guilds, if they had come here, there should have been news by now. Suddenly, a suspicious voice sounded. On the blood moon night, Hunayan held the compass, sweating profusely, and said, it can't be that unlucky. Jiang Kai sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, Hunayan, what's going on? Hunayan quickly replied, I was bored, so I did a fortune reading and found that tonight is the blood moon. The blood moon can trigger the ancient bloodline of the wolf clan, turning them into human form. At that time, not only their strength but also their intelligence will increase. I've heard that before the blood moon appears, Nguyen and Guy, slightly scared, said. Wolves usually hide and wait, so we haven't seen any today. Jiang Kai said, the number of howling moonwolves is no less than 100. Once they transform into human form, their power may rival the armored dragons of the former battle generals. That said, he paused and continued, there are at least 100 monsters here with strength comparable to the armored dragons of the battle generals. Nguyen and Guy broke into a sweat and fearfully asked, so, Captain Kai, should we retreat? Jiang Kai's gaze remained unchanged and he coldly replied, it's too late. The three of them looked up at the dark red moon in the sky. Jiang Kai added, the blood moon has arrived. At this moment, the moon in the sky turned a dark, eerie red, with red light spreading around, making everything feel more sinister. On the ground, only the rustling of leaves could be heard. The wind blew through the trees, scattering them into the air. Hunayan covered her eyes with her hand as the wind blew, causing the monster in her hand to slip away. The compass fell to the ground and rolled. She quickly chased after it. This isn't good. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared from behind the tree canopy, staring directly at the group in the forest. Hunayan, still innocently searching for her object, didn't realize the terrifying creature right in front of her. A dark shadow with fiery red eyes lunged at Hunayan like an arrow. She was startled and frozen, unable to react, standing still as the creature approached. The shadow moved swiftly, its form flickering, quickly closing in on her. Jiang Kai urgently shouted, Hunayan, get out of the way. Hunayan raised both hands, her face in shock as she looked at the thing she had just caught, her eyes wide with fear. She panicked, it's over, the compass. Jiang Kai attempted to intervene. He realized Hunayan was holding a cat and said nothing. What is this? In her hands was Hu Ling, soft and adorable, its pink fur waving. Hunayan's face was full of confusion as her mind seemed to overload while staring at the creature. She whispered, let's negotiate. Could you spit out everything you've got in your mouth and give it back to me? Hu Ling seemed to choke, shaking violently as if it was about to throw up something. The difficulty faded and it smiled happily at Hunayan. Hunayan froze, saying thanks. Her smile looked worse than crying. She angrily burst into tears, shouting, you fool, give it back to me. Jiang Kai and Nguyen and Guy quickly stopped her. Hunayan calmed down. At this moment the forest became eerie under the blood moonlight. Jiang Kai and his group were still joking. He turned his head unconsciously, sensing something. Wait, this feeling. Behind them, pairs of eyes appeared with a massive figure in the center, its eyes glowing red. One by one, the monsters emerged from the shadows, wolf-like but walking on two legs. Their bodies were covered in fur with sharp fangs. A notification appeared. Force used, mutated monster, howling moonwolf. Jiang Kai shouted, it's the mutated moonwolves, we're surrounded, get ready to fight. Nguyen and Guy protected Hunayan. Nguyen and Guy held a bottle of wine that Jiang Kai had smashed. He charged at the monsters and said, so many beauties, I'm the Wolf King, line up for me. This king will love you all in turn. Jiang Kai was stunned and shouted loudly. Nguyen and Guy hadn't even activated his Deathwish mode but had already rushed in, causing Han Shuang Tower to be unable to handle the siege of so many mutated moonwolves. He quickly followed and said, Hunayan, let's go after Nguyen and Guy. Hunayan quickly responded, got it this way. 5 mutated wolves charged at them, extremely fierce. Jiang Kai attacked from behind. I remember these wolves attack hard but their defense is weak. Keep your distance and continue attacking from afar. The powerful strike hit and they couldn't react in time, getting pierced through their bodies and dying. Then, a massive surge of energy erupted from their bodies, causing an explosion. A notification appeared, destroyed 5 mutated howling moonwolves at level 45. Nguyen and Guy, looking mad, burst into tears and shouted, damn, someone ruined my good work. Jiang Kai stood behind, deep in thought. Strange, why didn't these moonwolves, so numerous, rush in to attack all at once? A thought flashed through his mind. Wait, aren't they testing our strength? When the monsters saw their companions fall, they continued to appear. Jiang Kai observed them, facing the monsters, confirming his suspicion was correct. Without hesitation, he swung his arm. Flames ignited and the weapons in his hands flew out, quickly shooting into the monsters. Powerful energy erupted and waves of fire spread around. From the center of the explosion, the monsters were burned. The explosion vanished. Thick columns of black smoke rose. Behind, the mutated wolves, fearless of death, continued to challenge them. Hunayan screamed in horror. Captain Kai, this tracking order has triggered 4 critical hits. 17 mutated moonwolves and we've only killed 4. Jiang Kai fell silent, quickly looking for a solution. These wolves are clever. They are staying under the canopy, not creating wide area attack effects. Hunayan, as if shocked by electricity, panicked and looked back. Be careful behind you. A mutated wolf had circled around to Jiang Kai's back and lunged at him with its claws. Time seemed to slow down as he turned, standing motionless with no expression. The mutated wolf's sharp claws descended swiftly. Jiang Kai glanced back, his sharp gaze directed towards it. His hand, along with his large claws, swung through the air, creating a fleeting shadow that quickly disappeared from where he stood. Suddenly, Jiang Kai reappeared in midair, as clear as if you were witnessing it yourself. This is merely what I allow you to see. Now, enjoy the pain of death in this moment. Jiang Kai turned, shouting loudly, giving an order, and then his weapon shot forward, piercing the monster's body. A burst of bright energy exploded, followed by a painful roar. A notification appeared, killed a mutated level 55 UA land monster. Meanwhile, Nguyen and Gu was charging towards 3 monsters with his shield. Beautiful lady, the Wolf King is here. He had a deranged look on his face, not even noticing the flames sweeping past him. The 3 mutated wolves were struck and quickly eliminated. The next notification killed 3 mutated level 55 UA land monsters. Seeing this, Nguyen and Gu fell to his knees, collapsing to the ground, crying loudly. Gu Enhan sighed, that was too close. If it weren't for Captain Kai's timely intervention, Nguyen and Gu would have lost his life. She picked up the cat, pinched its cheek. Don't think just because you're cute I won't do anything to you. Spit out my compass now, or I'll throw you to the wolves for them to eat. Jiang Kai looked far ahead and another group of monsters appeared, charging towards them. He spoke up, Hu Enhan, 4 o'clock. Hu Enhan turned in panic and suddenly saw a mutated wolf charging towards her. Its claws were about to reach her. Hu Enhan trembled, thinking it's too late. The claws came down from above. A stream of blood splattered out as Hu Enhan was slashed by the wolf. 3 deep claw marks on her arm kept bleeding, each drop falling to the ground. Hu Enhan collapsed, holding Hu Ling tightly in her arms in pain. The pack of wolves suddenly stopped, looking in one direction as if seeing something terrifying. Jiang Kai noticed this and thought to himself, it seems like these wolves are afraid, as if they sensed an incredibly powerful presence. He then looked back in alarm. Wait, the direction they're looking. It's strange, he shouted. Hu Enhan, Hu Ling, your states have changed. There's danger, block them in front of Hu Enhan. Jiang Kai, seeing this, immediately acted without thinking, throwing his weapon towards Hu Ling. But as the weapon flew through the air, it suddenly stopped due to an invisible force. Hu Enhan was now enveloped in a wave of power and was suddenly lifted into the air. Jiang Kai stared in astonishment at the scene before him, exclaiming, what? At the same time, Hu Ling's power erupted and she began to fly. Hu Enhan was also carried along. Jiang Kai screamed in fear, Hu Enhan. Red light became brilliant, emanating from Hu Ling's body. Jiang Kai shielded his eyes, trying to see ahead. The dust cleared and the dark red sky gradually emerged. Jiang Kai was shocked. This is a radiant pink light sphere. The sphere of light blazed, radiating mystical energy. At this moment, Hu Enhan lay motionless within the sphere, slowly waking up, softly crying out in pain as her purple eyes opened. Who are you? Hu Enhan asked. Hu Ling appeared in human form, her pink hair and ears focused on Hu Enhan. She reached up to gently stroke Hu Enhan's cheek. You lasted longer than I expected. Hu Ling smiled softly, continuing to look at Hu Enhan and said, clearly as weak as a rabbit, yet very stubborn. Hu Ling's hand touched the wound caused by the wolf monster. Hu Enhan shut her eyes in pain and black smoke rose from the wound. Hu Ling glanced at it and then spoke, such a nuisance. Hu Ling then waved her hand, enveloping Hu Enhan's wound in power, and the black smoke gradually dissipated as it followed her finger. She slightly parted her lips, revealing 2 small fangs, and her pink tongue slowly extended out. Hu Ling bent down, her small tongue lightly touching Hu Enhan's wound, causing her to gasp in pain. Hu Enhan's face turned red, and Hu Ling continued to lick the wound. Hold on, little rabbit. Suddenly, a ripple appeared as if the barrier Hu Ling had created was struck from the outside. Hu Ling looked up, her eyes slightly surprised. She thought to herself, to still remain conscious under my suppression? You're quite interesting. Outside, Jiang Kai was desperately punching, attacking the barrier Hu Ling had created. Inside the barrier, Hu Ling stood up, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile as she looked at Jiang Kai. Her voice rang out, "Since that's the case, I'll play with you." A beam of pink light suddenly shot out from the barrier, heading straight for Jiang Kai's forehead. Jiang Kai stood still, a thought quickly appearing in his mind. What? Why suddenly? He paused, looking intently ahead. Sweat dripped down his face. His body felt as if it were being shocked, a strange sensation spreading within him. He had no idea what had just happened to him. Jiang Kai turned his head to look behind him, thinking, what just happened? His eyes widened in disbelief. Wait a minute, this place is... His words were caught in his throat. A desolate scene unfolded before him, with buildings sinking into flames. He wondered, Lam Ting? Thoughts raced through his mind as he recalled, why are we stopping here? We were clearly in the ghost spirit forest just a moment ago. Jiang Kai yelled, Hu Enhan, Nguyen and Gu, where did those wolves go? Where's that fox? Suddenly, a cry for help echoed in the air. Help me! The ground shook. Jiang Kai touched the ground, feeling the tremor and analyzing. This shockwave comes from a giant creature, over 50 tons in weight. Another cry for help rang out, a young man's voice panicked, running with a group of others. Who is coming to save us? Behind them, a 3-headed monster with giant red eyes charged towards them, causing chaos and danger. It looked at the group of people as if they were ants beneath its feet, tilting its head back and roaring. Its eyes were full of hatred and destruction. Jiang Kai recognized the monster before him, thinking to himself, that's a beast god. The 3-headed monster, with its massive body and terrifying speed, charged at the fleeing group. Jiang Kai was stunned, not understanding how it had appeared here. Damn it, where did this beast god come from? Jiang Kai clenched his fists, bewildered. What's happening here? Looking at the group about to be attacked, Jiang Kai shouted, Death's pursuit, but nothing appeared. He guessed, as expected, I can't use my skill. Could it really be that the system suddenly brought me back to Lam Ting? Jiang Kai quickly dismissed that thought. He found another explanation. No, this place isn't an illusion, it's the strange power of that fox. Looking at the frenzied monster in front of him, he analyzed. Anyway, ordinary people rarely appear in the fight with a beast god. Jiang Kai quickly ran, thoughts racing in his head. Up until now, the superhumans haven't appeared. With his strong physical strength, he quickly outpaced the ordinary people. A scream came from behind, full of panic. Please save my child! A woman's voice carrying her child through the crowd, crying out. She was bitten by the monster, the child's hand slipping away. The screams of pain echoed, but no one paid attention, only trying to escape. Jiang Kai reminded himself, stay calm, now isn't the time to play the hero. Even though he knew this was an illusion, the cries of the child still haunted his mind. The image of the woman holding her injured child like an old film reel appeared in Jiang Kai's mind. His foot slid on the ground, dust flying up, and his power surged. He stopped, no longer running. Damn it, he thought. Although the situation wasn't real, when Jiang Kai saw the child about to face death, he couldn't just ignore it. He couldn't abandon someone in a situation like this. His face twisted with madness as he rushed forward at an incredibly fast speed. He caught the child to save it from the deadly jaws of the monster. Seeing its prey snatched away, the monster threw its head back and roared before charging toward Jiang Kai. Without a word, he held the child and poured all his strength into running away from the monster. Blood stained his clothes, and the wounds on his body from saving the child were deep. Gasping for breath, Jiang Kai thought to himself, I can't run anymore. Despite having endured many trials in the demon realm, his strength was no longer enough to fight back without being able to use his skill. Eventually, he realized that no matter how strong he was still just an ordinary man. Without giving him time to rest, the monster kept attacking, and a shockwave slammed into him from behind. Rocks shattered and his foot got stuck in a crack in the ground. He suddenly realized the dangerous situation he was in. Before he fell, he hurriedly threw the child into the air to prevent it from being impaled. But just as the child was falling, a sharp spike shot up, almost touching the child. Time seemed to freeze as Jiang Kai reached out to tightly hold the child. In the final moment, he gathered all his strength and held the child in his hands, his tired face breaking into a bright smile. The child trembled in his arms and he sighed to himself, it's over, finally over. But his joy didn't last long. The monster's saliva-covered tongue and sharp teeth opened wide and lunged at him. Jiang Kai widened his eyes, his pupils shrinking, his injured face unable to stop what was about to happen. The place was flooded with red liquid and both he and the child slowly sank. Jiang Kai still retained some consciousness, thinking about his fate. I'm about to die, what a miserable end. He wondered if this pain was just an illusion. A voice echoed, it could have been someone else or even himself speaking. Look, this is the price of trying to be a hero. Who do you think you are? Killing a few monsters and thinking you're the savior. The image of the child, covered in blood and crying, appeared in his mind, but he couldn't do anything to save it. Helpless, he watched as both he and the child sank into darkness. The voice still echoed in his ears. In reality, you couldn't do anything. He admitted to himself that he was powerless. I can't protect anyone. Tears fell on his battle-worn face as his voice mocked himself. That's right, I can't even protect myself. How could I protect anyone else? In his tired eyes, a familiar figure slowly appeared, approaching. It could have been his own reflection or a manifestation of his inner self. The voice echoed again. People are inherently selfish, aren't they? Another Jiang Kai gently raised his hand, tenderly brushing the wounded face and hugging him. The voice still resonated in his mind. Don't try anymore, just rest. Jiang Kai felt like he was sinking deep into the ocean, bubbles passing by. The sunlight dimly reached toward him. The environment suddenly changed and a woman's voice rang out. Little Kai, why are you standing there? Sit down, eat, it's still hot. The man beside her, reading the newspaper, said, This kid, he's exhausted, always pushing himself too hard lately. A cozy scene unfolded, a happy family of 3. The table was filled with delicious, neatly arranged dishes. Jiang Kai jolted, realizing he was still wearing his combat gear, his body covered in wounds. The surroundings proved he was right there in the house. The woman smiled and said, Normally, no matter how much pain you're in, you never admit it. The man beside her nodded. That's right, our little Kai is a tough guy. But no matter how tough he was, in the end, he was still just a child. Jiang Kai looked at them, his face full of doubt, unable to believe what he was seeing. He choked, calling out, Dad, Mom. His father's warm voice responded, Little Kai, if you're tired, just go home. It felt like there were unsaid words. Dad, Mom. Jiang Kai seemed to return to his childhood with a chicken leg and a full bowl of rice before him. He reached out, wanting to touch his parents' figures. He softly asked, Go home. His voice was choked. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. His parents only listened in silence. Suddenly, Jiang Kai slammed his fist on the table, determined and resolute. This is my choice. His parents chuckled, white smoke drifting from them. The cheerful voice rang out, What should we do now? We'll just have to accept this kid. That's right, now he's grown up and has his own thoughts. Before leaving, they left behind words of encouragement. Don't forget your original wish. Keep moving forward. We will always be proud of you. Jiang Kai clenched his fists. His voice rang out, Yes. He smiled brightly. I understand now. But immediately afterward, darkness enveloped him, and Jiang Kai was sucked into a dazzling space. There, shards of broken glass and the infant figure of himself appeared. Behind the shattered glass, hungry monsters waited. A replica of Jiang Kai appeared and looked at him, full of surprise. The replica of him stared wide-eyed. What? Jiang Kai glared at him in anger. Everything here is just your farce. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned his divine weapon, unleashing its power around him. The replica of him laughed mockingly. Quite surprising, you didn't get lost in the illusion, is that enough? Jiang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he stared at him. No matter what, I know this is just an illusion. It's just an illusory bubble, Jiang Kai said. Rather than hiding in it, I'd rather break it myself. He sneered, an illusory bubble, how about this? As he spoke, he raised a pink bubble. He continued to sneer, you speak well. Now tell me, do you think I could kill you in this illusion you speak of? He lunged at Jiang Kai, but he immediately dodged. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate to face the evil doppelganger. I'm sure with your clumsy methods, you couldn't withstand a single blow. His body lit up as he activated the holy radiance, purifying the soul in the space. 2 identical figures, 2 souls, clashed in the surreal space. The night outside was disturbed by the breeze. Jiang Kai had returned to reality, unwilling. I'm back again. He had just woken up and saw a strange, plump figure yawning in front of him. Could it be that Hu Nian had been taken away? After his brief confusion, Hu Nian was returned and fell into his arms. He looked at her, unsure if her wound had healed, wondering if that fox demon had cured her. What was Hu Nian dreaming about? Her cheeks were flushed and she was being all clingy. Jiang Kai frowned, but what on earth was she dreaming about? Why was her face so red? Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. Was it the explorer from the Holy Miracle Kingdom? This was more interesting than he thought, Jiang Kai mused. The voice was. He looked around but saw no one. Placing Hu Nian against a tree, Jiang Kai widened his eyes and threatened, Who are you helping her? If you're brave, stop hiding. The voice of Hu Ling responded mockingly, Humans, always so easily agitated. Now you're not even worthy of knowing my name. Jiang Kai couldn't hold back and shouted, "Hey, you!" The other person calmly replied, "Because you're so adorable, I'll give you a small gift. Remember, I'm only telling you this once." Jiang Kai reluctantly took the item. "What is it?" A large, sparkling golden map was handed to him. He froze for a moment. Wait, what was this? After handing over the item, Hu Ling gleefully said, "The boring days are finally over. Now what kind of surprise will come next? It really makes one anxious." Jiang Kai immediately ran toward the source of the voice. Wait, but this only fueled Hu Ling's amusement. "Interesting human, next time I'll have to enjoy it more," Jiang Kai shouted in frustration. "Hey, wait." All that answered him was the silence of the night and the moon hanging in the sky. Jiang Kai stopped and mumbled, "Gone." The next morning, a scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere. "Captain Kai, you said Hu Nian was asking anxiously if I almost died yesterday. Did that fox save me?" He carefully asked Hu Nian. "Why did that fox demon save you? Did she say anything strange? Do you remember anything?" Hu Nian looked puzzled. "Huh, she can talk. My head feels like it's been hurt. I fell asleep and can't remember anything." But then her face turned red. Hu Nian thought to herself, aside from that dream. In the dream, Hu Ling flew to her side. She clearly heard Hu Ling's soft voice by her ear. "This is a thank you, much sweeter than blood. So little rabbit, don't get hurt so easily next time." Thinking back, she felt a little embarrassed about that dream. "That was such a strange dream." Jiang Kai cleared his throat and called her back. "Hu Nian, what's wrong?" Hu Nian, feeling embarrassed, avoided his gaze. "Nothing, it's just that dream makes me shy." They stood chatting for a moment. Nguyen and Gu had to urge, "Captain Kai, Hu Nian, hurry up over here or the meat will burn." Jiang Kai patted Hu Nian's shoulder and smiled. "Eat first, we have something to talk about later." Hu Nian obediently responded, "Okay." She rushed over and hugged Nguyen and Gu tightly, her eyes shining with delight at the delicious meat. "I'm here," he exclaimed in surprise. "Hu Nian want to eat some human meat." Jiang Kai stood watching them, laughing joyfully. They forget all their troubles as soon as food is involved. These two are really funny. The next day, the three of them appeared in front of a narrow canyon. Jiang Kai announced, "We've arrived. According to the map from that fox demon, the coordinates are in this canyon." Hu Nian immediately asked, "Captain Kai, aren't you going in with us?" Nguyen and Gu agreed. "Right, Captain Kai, you said that fox demon is very cunning. What if this is a trap? Should we go ask Brother Lu about it?" Jiang Kai smiled and explained, "Brother Lu has a lot of military work. We can't keep bothering him." "Hu Nian, you're still recovering from your injury. You need more rest." Nguyen and Gu continued, "You were drunk and liked to punch and kick randomly. There's heavy fog in there. It's dangerous. You two should stay outside while I go in." Hu Nian, worried, asked anxiously, but Jiang Kai kept walking, not looking back. He waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm just going in to check. If anything strange happens, I'll come out immediately." Once inside, Jiang Kai thought about Hu Ling. Her powers were definitely stronger than any monster we've encountered. She was likely a map-level boss. She doesn't need to stage a trap to kill me. In fact, it was her unpredictability that had Jiang Kai more concerned. He couldn't figure out what she wanted. The important thing was, he always had this strange premonition. 20 minutes later, Jiang Kai reached the end of the canyon. He suddenly straightened up, his eyes shining. In front of him was a clear lake surrounded by barren rocky land. A fox stood on a rock looking down. It seemed like nothing special. Suddenly, a stone seemed to deliberately fall at Jiang Kai's feet. He kicked it into the lake and immediately the water began to ripple. The waves grew stronger. Jiang Kai immediately became alert. This fox was suspicious. He focused on a spot at the bottom of the lake, an aura of malice emanating from below, sending chills down his spine. When this strange thing appeared, it was far more terrifying than that fox demon. The waves surged higher. Jiang Kai was sure something was about to appear. Jiang Kai was startled and searched for an escape route. "Damn it, are we really trapped?" He turned and ran in the opposite direction. He only ran for a short distance before stopping, feeling a wave of fear. He was confused. Why am I so scared? The fear was overwhelming. The only thing left was the terror. In the past, whether facing monsters or death, Jiang Kai had never been this afraid. It felt as though someone was deliberately amplifying his fear. If this thing is so powerful, why is it hiding under the lake like a scared rat? If it wants me to come closer, why hasn't it made a move yet? Sweat started dripping from Jiang Kai's face, and now he began to understand the situation. He slid across the ground and stopped. The only explanation was that it was intentionally acting mysterious to avoid detection. The fear was dispelled, and Jiang Kai no longer cared, quickly activating his divine energy. He turned back to face the rising waves. "Let's see then what exactly is messing with me." Suddenly, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Wait, that was the previous wave had transformed into a glowing vortex. Below, the system message read, "Congratulations, you have discovered the dimensional teleportation portal. Exit the illusionary space and return to reality with the latest news. The Holy Miracle Kingdom will become the only nation without any fate with the global supremacy contest. Didn't the Holy Miracle boast about its power? If they kneel and lick my shoes, perhaps we'll give them some clues." Exactly, kneel down. We'll consider finding a teleportation portal for you. Hearing the taunts, the hand resting on the chair tightened. Wei Ying furrowed his brows, anger rising. Could it be that we really have no hope left? At that moment, a person rushed into the room. He immediately asked, "Little Lu, why are you in such a rush today?" The other person excitedly slammed his hand on the table. "Commander Wei, we. It turned out to be Luo Jun, and he shouted joyfully, "We found the teleportation portal." Yun Sheng jolted awake, confirming what he had just heard. Before them, at the mountain pass known for the teleportation array, guards were stationed. He kept reminding everyone to step back behind the warning line as this was not a place for sightseeing. Nguyen and Gu was also in the crowd, smirking as he commented, "So many people here, it's like waiting for a show. Anyone not in the know would think a king-level boss has appeared." Hu Enhan observed, realizing that finding the connection point to the teleportation array was the most critical task for Sheng Dao. The militia's movements inevitably drew attention. She whispered, "Captain Jiang, have you done something big this time?" Rumor had it that discovering a teleportation array not only earned 2,000 guild contribution points and a reward, but even the official in charge of Jiangzhong City would benefit. Jiang Kai stammered, "Oh." As the three whispered, hearty laughter rang out from behind, making them turn. Yun Sheng walked forward slowly, a pleased expression on his face. "So it really is a teleportation array, Jiang Kai, well done. You've kept me surprised at every turn." The crowd buzzed upon seeing him. Someone shouted, "Look, the commander's team is here." Naturally, Jiang Kai had to salute Commander Yun. Hu Enhan, unable to contain her excitement, forgot decorum and shouted, "It's Yun Sheng himself, Commander Yun, the city's personal protector." A policeman barked at her, "Rude, how can you call the commander by name?" Yun Sheng, in high spirits, waved it off. "No need for formality right now. It's fine, and if you're friends with Jiang Kai, that makes you my friend too." Accompanying him was a refined young man named Hua Tianshen, chief instructor of the Reserve Corps at the War God Hall of Sheng Dao Kingdom. He narrowed his eyes mysteriously, having often heard Commander Yun mention Jiang Kai. Today, he would finally meet him. Jiang Kai wondered, "And this is?" Tianshen shook his hand while introducing himself. "Earlier it was rushed, so let me introduce myself properly. Greetings, Jiang Kai, I am Hua Tianshen, chief instructor of the Reserve Corps at the War God Hall of Sheng Dao Kingdom." Having heard his reputation, Jiang Kai replied, "Greetings, chief instructor Hua." Hu Enhan and Nguyen Ngu eagerly squeezed in, realizing that even the chief instructor of the Reserve Corps knew Captain Kai. Captain Kai's fame was considerable. Yun Sheng, standing beside them, said, "Tian Shen is also the deputy commander in charge of this national competition. I hear you found the teleportation array, so he was eager to come with me." He praised, "No wonder Commander Yun values you. You finally accomplished something significant." He offered a reward to Jiang Kai. "Indeed, Jiang Kai, you resolved a critical threat for us. Beyond the honor you deserve, I've decided in my name to give you this reward." Hu Enhan and Nguyen Ngu's eyes sparkled with joy. "It's a huge reward." Jiang Kai declined, "I don't want any extra reward." The four were stunned. "What did you say, Captain Kai?" Jiang Kai explained to Yun Sheng, "I'm ordinary without influence or power, I just want recognition. Since entering the Demon Star, the royal family has oppressed me. Major guilds have boycotted me. Throughout the journey, it was the An Lu Guild that resisted pressure, doing their best to protect me and my family. I will forever cherish this recognition and favor." Yun Sheng was speechless, still trying to advise, "Jiang Kai, don't act on impulse. I know your situation, you're still young, and yet you risked your life alone in the Demon Star. Even after exhausting your resources, you remained steadfast." Jiang Kai replied firmly, "I'm not acting on impulse, Yun Sheng." He recalled the words spoken when leading Jiang Kai to the ruins in the safe zone to witness a battle between a superhuman and a divine beast. "Do you remember? Considering the rise and fall of the world, everyone bears responsibility. In the world, someone must fight the monsters." He recalled past battles when at Yangdong Island he was still uncertain. Every word was resolute. Now, having journeyed alongside everyone, he seemed to understand a little more. Nguyen Ngu was moved by Jiang Kai's words. "Captain Kai, Jiang Kai has once again refused the reward. Commander Yun, without you I wouldn't be here. That reward rightfully belongs to you." Sunlight blinded the space around them. "Compared to mighty superhumans, though my strength is still weak and my awakening incomplete, he smiles confidently, always fighting alongside us in his own way." Yun Sheng's expression darkened. Tian Shen looked slightly annoyed. The kid was being rewarded in the commander's name. So many would long for this, yet he refuses repeatedly before everyone. Furious, he clenched his fist and lunged. "Brazen!" Nguyen Ngu shouted, "Captain Kai." Yun Sheng's fist stopped just in front of Jiang Kai. His hand froze. "If you insist, not even 10 bulls could move you." Nguyen Ngu and Hu Enhan sweated anxiously. Jiang Kai stared at him. Yun Sheng relented and patted his shoulder. "Now that's worth my respect." Jiang Kai was shocked by this gesture. Those behind him couldn't believe it. "No way, it's the first time I've heard Commander Yun praise someone. That punch earlier was terrifying." If it were me, I'd have peed myself long ago, yet that kid didn't even flinch. Tian Shen nodded. Seems we underestimated Jiang Kai. Hu Enhan's eyes sparkled. Commander Yun, you're not angry. Jiang Kai hesitated. Commander Yun, Yun Sheng replied generously. No need to say more, this isn't the first time you've refused me. I respect your choice. As for the rewards you deserve, the military will distribute them properly. The three were delighted and he quickly agreed. Yes, he called him aside. All right, come with me. They walked to the mountain pass, but Hengi was nowhere in sight. Despite passing here countless times, the teleportation array was hidden deep beneath the lake. Yun Sheng raised his hand, focusing, and shattered the rock wall, divine force radiating powerfully. Jiang Kai stood beside him in amazement as the mountain crumbled. Yun Sheng turned to say, this is pure force stimulation. Only Sheng Dao warriors can harness this innate talent and primal energy skill. This mastery allows control over the power. Jiang Kai was stunned, thinking that primal energy, according to legend, was the mystical force erupting when planet Lam Tin was formed, and he began analyzing in his mind. I remember the talent of the Pillar of Death allows the warrior's mind to trigger side effects. One such effect channels sword energy using primal force, but this is the first time I've seen it in person. He glanced at Jiang Kai. Internationally, the warrior dropped to 6th place in career ranking. But I've never trusted those rankings. Sheng Dao martial tradition spans 1,000 years and cannot be measured by mere numbers. When primal energy appears, the top 5 careers must keep a 3-foot distance. Yun Sheng placed his trust in him. Moreover, there are new careers with limitless potential like him. I believe the day will come when no one dares underestimate Sheng Dao. Jiang Kai responded confidently. I believe that too. 7 days later at the military council hall, news channels continuously reported that globally, the number of countries discovering teleportation arrays at the ruins had risen to 65, leaving only 15 slots to reach the 80-country limit. Quick reports confirmed that Country C had also discovered a new teleportation array, becoming the 66th country globally to discover the After Saint Miracle teleportation zone. Hot news reports that Country E and Country F are suspected of border conflicts over disputes in the Relic region. The angel stands on the podium addressing the Grand Hall. Based on known intelligence and practical experience from several teams over the past few days, we have compiled crucial information about the Relic region. The angel outlined the rules. First, explorers entering the Relic area must not exceed level 60. If anyone violates this, the system will issue a warning. Second, each person may enter the Relic region only once via teleportation. If they die or leave, they cannot enter again. Warning, no second entry. He continued with the third rule, teleportation must be done in groups. Each group may register up to 5 people, with a maximum of 3 groups per day and a minimum interval of 3 minutes between groups. Fourth, inside the Relic region there are only 4 login points. Regardless of which teleportation zones are used, all must log in through these 4 points. The angel emphasized the 5th rule, which was the most difficult to manage. Powerful countries had begun coordinating to block the login points of the Relic region. Everyone listening was surprised. He added that the rule only allows 80 countries to enter the Relic region, starting a global competition for supremacy, but it does not require all 80 countries to participate. Each time an opponent is eliminated, the remaining have a higher chance to win, so they exploit their numbers to station troops and block the login points. The angel recounted past events, but the situation was more complicated as 21 of Saint Miracle's teams had been destroyed or withdrawn. Half a month later at Quistar, Jiang Kai's system continuously reported the elimination of 5 level 55 Moontrap demons, 10 level 45 Moontrap demons, and 15 level 35 Moontrap demons. Congratulations, your level has increased to 21. Standing upright on the battlefield, he finally reached level 21. The AI brain appeared with a notification. Your level has increased to 21. You will unlock a new profession skill, Fire Clone. A skill introduction notification appeared. Level 1 Fire Clone can create up to 3 clones. When activated, the main body automatically enters stealth mode. His eyes sparkled. This is a clone-type skill. The system continued to notify. The fire decoy can perfectly mimic the actions, state, equipment, and skills of the main body, but attacks only produce visual effects and cause no real damage. Jiang Kai was slightly dissatisfied. No real damage. Then if attacked, I can only take damage without counterattacking. The AI displayed the skill function. Fire Clone absorbs the stamina and spirit used by opponents when taking damage, and does not automatically disappear. After being recalled, all absorbed energy is returned to the main body. He grinned cunningly. So it's not a simple punching bag skill, it's an energy conversion set. It takes hits externally but secretly drains the opponent's energy. Skill guidance notifications continue. Fire Clone lasts a maximum of 10 minutes and cannot stray more than 30 meters from the main body. Absorbed stamina and spirit do not exceed the main body's maximum attribute limits. 3 decoy clones can be used simultaneously or sequentially. Each time 500 spirit points are recovered, a reserve clone will revive. At level 30, the skill can be upgraded. Jiang Kai calculated silently. 500 spirit points is a significant consumption, but with his current ability, it can be recovered in about 3-4 days. His gaze grew more terrifying. I wonder with double talent, what skill will I gain next? She explained further, with double talent activated, you will gain a random profession skill. The system listed numerous skills. Level 1 random mudwater fishing attacks target. Each time the target loses 1% stamina. The user gains plus 19 to 4 basic stats, plus 1% critical chance, plus 1% critical multiplier. At level 30, the skill can be upgraded. Jiang Kai asked, the more stamina the opponent loses, the stronger my attack becomes, he thought. Some exploration professions grow stronger as they get more injured. I wonder when my mudwater fishing skill meets an opponent who will win. Jiang Kai's device signaled. The other side spoke. Kai, what are you doing? He replied slowly. Leveling up. Are your team's drills not busy? Still have time to find me. The other side stammered. Jiang Kai, sensitive, asked again. What's wrong? The owner laughed sharply. Nothing, just thought of you. I really wanted to hear your voice today. Jiang Kai momentarily worried. Hey, why so sudden and awkward? He smiled, making an excuse. Probably tired from training recently. Idle minds wander. But intuition warned Jiang Kai his friend had a problem. Hey, are you okay today? Is there something else you want to say? The owner maintained the same answer. Nothing really. All right, elder, continue fighting monsters. I'll retreat first. Bye-bye. Being hung up on increased Jiang Kai's anxiety. Hello, owner. The group continued moving. Only after the call ended did the owner show a sorrowful expression. Nguyen noticed his unusual state and softly said, Master, didn't you say you missed Kai? Why not talk more? The owner sincerely replied, Kai understands me too well. If I spoke more, he might figure something out. He honestly admitted, I don't want to worry him. Nguyen felt puzzled and wanted to ask. But the owner deliberately interrupted. Nguyen, what do you think those who go mad after being killed offline feel? The strange words unsettled Nguyen. What? The owner did not explain, only smiled. Maybe they don't feel anything and have no distress. Nguyen no longer felt fear. Nguyen pressed her lips. Sun realized that for this mission the owner was forcing himself. Her memory replayed 3 days prior. In the large control room, 3 squads assembled. Fierce tiger, heavenly constant, passion. The 3 squad leaders spoke mockingly, flamboyant command. The angel announced, time is tight, speak briefly. They were dispatched to face high-level opponents. Barbed teeth bared, they sneered, just relying on useless trash like you and think you can compete with us, or relying on the skill to take us down. The tall, burly man was the explorer Clementine Hoke Kai man, barbarian profession level 50. Hoffman shouted firmly, crawl through my pants. But watching the screen enjoyed it, commenting continuously, go on, crawl, smile so the fools see clearly. Facing Hawkman, a few veterans lost their lives. Yang Guang could not contain himself, clenched his fists and shouted, I must kill them. The angel reported, a tech company developed a device to transfer images from the relic to a remote location. Despite the delay, the scenes could still be clearly observed. In the past half-month, over 50 teams had been sent to the relic palace. Over 200 elemental soldiers were massacred and went offline. The shocking news froze everyone. The angel continued, their sacrifice was not in vain, providing valuable information to us. The information collected from the teams helped us understand the relic region better and the strategies needed next, even though the loss was enormous. Based on intelligence, we've mapped out the overall layout of Dilak Tri-Palace. Those present here have probably guessed the next step I'm about to explain. After 27 rounds of selection, we've chosen an elite squad ready for a critical mission. I want the teams to prepare for this demanding task. 3 days later, everyone prepared to break the encirclement once more. Squad leaders shouted assignments to their members, and Tian Shen was pleased with the preparation. Currently, Dilak Tri-Palace has 4 entry points, labeled A, B, C, and D, which will be confirmed within a day. When the teleportation team appears along with a teleportation formation, they will materialize at the designated entry point. Remember these coordinates. Then, you will attack while retreating, maneuver toward this location, and swiftly plant the Holy Dawn flag here. This is the key point of the mission. When the enemy is thrown into chaos, Li Bil asked Command Hua is breaking through each barrier just to reach the coordinates and plant the flag enough. I'm sure they'll relentlessly chase us to kill us. Tian Shen calmly replied, our path isn't recklessness, it's a strategic breakout. This is the secret plan recently deployed by senior management. Everyone exclaimed in shock, a secret plan. He confirmed it indeed, 73 countries have detected the teleportation formation so far. Of those, 42 countries have taken advantage to approach Dilac Tri-Palace first and blockade the entry points. In this situation, any nation attempting to rely on their 3 squads to break the blockade faces great difficulty. However, this also means 30 countries are eliminated, just like us. Thus, we contacted a few nations. At 6 a.m. 3 days later, each nation sent their 3 strongest squads to form a temporary alliance, with each group entering Dilac Tri-Palace. The codename for this mission is Dawn. Everyone listened closely first. The breakthrough team successfully enters and plants the flag to lure the enemy deeper. Once successful, the remaining squads launch a full-scale assault at the 4 entry points, taking control quickly. If the enemy's elite forces are drawn to the flag, the defenses at the 4 entry points will be relatively weak, providing the best opportunity for an external attack. However, this also means the Holy Dawn squad will face the fiercest enemy assault. Currently, all pioneering nations are facing impasses to varying degrees. Breaking through this deadlock, Dilac Tri-Palace presents the best opportunity. Therefore, this operation carries the fate of nations and the survival of peoples. I repeat, even if only one of you remains, you must carry the honor of Holy Dawn and fight to the end. Understood? All selected soldiers responded in unison, fighting to the end, never stopping until death. The mission requires passage through a narrow mountain path leading to a swirling whirlpool. Everyone was stunned by the loud noise. A pink glove was handed out. Nguyen looked at the squad leader with reassurance. "Squad leader, I believe we can do this." He regained his confidence and nodded with a smile. Suddenly, everyone's watches blared an alarm. They all turned toward the swirling gate like a storm. The first team of Tian Heng, full of enthusiasm, successfully broke through the encirclement. Li Bio didn't hesitate to shout, "Everyone, follow the orders of this battle. No retreat, no surrender, no regrets, even if we're torn apart. The mission must still be completed. Now follow me and charge forward." 2 days later at the Jianghai Main God Guild, remembering the squad leader's call, "It's just remembering you, though I don't know why. Today I really want to hear your voice," feeling a bit unsettled, probably from exhausting training. "When free, I think of spiritual matters. Your complexion looked awful." "Squad leader, are you just tired from training? For the past 2 days I couldn't contact you or Nguyen and it made me uneasy. A thought urged me, maybe I should go find them. When you placed your hand on the fingerprint device, 2 people ran over. Captain Jiang, something s happened. Your expression became puzzled. Who ran? Nguyen, what's the rush?" Who ran paled and said hurriedly, "We just saw a trending video on the forum. Squad leader and Nguyen are in trouble." Jiang Kai's mouth fell open in shock. "What?" She touched the watch and the holographic screen activated. After the video went viral, the Holy Dawn government detected it and forcibly deleted it, but I managed to save it. Sharp teeth appeared on screen. A challenging voice rang out. "Hey, Holy Dawn must have many viewers. If you dare, come save them." The man displayed the entire squad lying prone, then showed Nguyen tied up and screaming. "Anyway, you understand the rules. If a commanding officer is sent to beg for mercy, we might release that person." The squad leader appeared with the man's voice. "Of course, if you admit you're a bunch of useless weaklings, afraid of everything." Then he insulted them and ordered, "Guards, hang these 2 up." The criminal laughed nastily at the camera, then watched their blood drip drop by drop until dry. Your jade-green eyes stared at him. "What exactly is happening?" The 2 friends in front of you also turned pale. Jiang Kai's face darkened, clenching his fists. "What is going on?" This must be recounted to the moment 2 days ago at Dilac Tri-Palace. Li Bio led the team into the gate. "You have entered Dilac Tri-Palace and we will provide real-time translation. Spoken language will be converted into Holy Dawn language. However, ahead lies a field of coagulated blood with no troops in sight." The soldiers assessed that Tian Heng and Passion squads, originally fierce and skillful, likely coordinated with other alliance teams, although all troops here had left. Someone asked Li Bill, the captain. "The entry point is currently A. Should we head southeast immediately?" At that moment, Command Hua called. The following information shocked everyone, leaving members stunned. "The operation has been exposed. Tian Heng and Passion squads were ambushed upon arrival at the entry point. Countless dark figures emerged from the guiding fog. The attackers stepped out, completely surrounding the 5. The leader sneered as his subordinates nodded. He leapt forward menacingly, trailing blood. "Fools, arriving at the signal to hand over your lives. Next, let me Clementine Hoffman unleash carnage." Hoffman advanced, warning, "Soon you'll share your teammates' fate." Yue Ling angrily charged to retaliate. "Damn it, you bastard." Li Bio hurriedly intervened. "Yue Ling, don't act rashly, come back here." But she reached Hoffman, striking repeatedly. The sword in her hand couldn't pierce his armor. He panicked. "How is this possible? It can't pierce." Hoffman taunted. "Are you just scratching an itch for me?" He laughed triumphantly. "Ah yes, I didn't tell you. unless you have the skill to kill me in one strike, otherwise the wounds only make me stronger. His hand shot forward with lightning speed, leaving Yue Ling stunned. What the? Hawkman sneered. Now it's your turn to bloom. The overwhelming power made his eyes blaze red. Yue Ling's strike was truly undone by Hawkman's hand. The onlookers couldn't believe it. Yue Ling, the others gasped, their eyes wide with shock. At that moment, another figure appeared behind Hawkman. Hawkman, you always make a mess. He toyed with the sword in his hand, a warning in his eyes. If you scare my precious little one to death, I'll be heartbroken. This was the adventurer Whitehold, a level 50 swordsman. A blue-haired girl also appeared. Honestly, you two are so boring. Cut the chatter, fight fast and finish fast. The adventurer Christina, a level 50 female mage. Hawkman taunted, hey Whitehold, why are you two showing up? Didn't I tell you these prey belong to me? He refused, that won't do. Hawkman retorted, you're too greedy. The team leader assessed the situation. These three too dangerous, I must hold my ground. Li Bio stood at the front commanding, Zhuzi, break through the encirclement with me. Ziyan, protect the little one. Win. Then the battle began. Yuanzhu charged first. The holy fighter is here. I am Yuan Mo, the world's #1 war god. You worthless trash, come at me. He leapt into the air with a barrage of lightning, striking directly at the enemies, making them cry out in pain. Whitehold eagerly countered, world's #1 war god, huh, let me test you. Hawkman refused to yield. Don't compete with me. The way he fights is interesting. I want to crush his head myself. But Li Bio surged forward, your opponent is me. Whitehold confidently declared, I, Whitehold, will be the one to cut you down with my Bai Ming sword. Yuanzhu focused his strength. What nonsense! I am the world's #1 war god. How dare you be arrogant? Their swords clashed. Whitehold muttered in awe, such power. Yet he smirked wickedly and used phantom shadow. The next instant he vanished before Yuanzhu's eyes. Whitehold circled behind him, scolding. Fool, I'm right here. A sharp sword strike was unleashed. Yuanzhu reacted in time, leaping high to dodge. He gritted his teeth, annoyed, too strong. I can't see his moves clearly. Whitehold appeared and disappeared in front of Yuanzhu. Trash is trash no matter the disguise, now it's your turn to die. His eyes flared as if he realized something. Whitehold struck from behind. Radiant blade. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the space red. He was momentarily surprised, grunting. Li Bio blocked the strike. He's struggling to defend, trying to kill him. Did you ask me first? Yuanzhu called out in disbelief. Captain Li Bio shouted, Zhuzi, wake up. Lead the little one out. I'll hold him off, hurry. But at that moment, Hawkman struck straight at him. Wasn't I your opponent? Why come here? The next strike erased Li Bio before Yuanzhu's eyes. His gaze filled with excitement. The others were still teasing each other. Hawkman, you're useless. I can't believe I let him interfere. I was just careless. Yuanzhu recalled when Li Bio had placed a hand on his shoulder, praising him. Zhuzi, I've always admired Jiang Kai. Clearly you are all my team members, but only he can awaken your potential. But I also have something that won't lose to him. I will protect my teammates to the last moment, he said confidently. Yuanzhu now stood before Li Bio's bloodied body, unable to restrain himself. Elsewhere, Christina used magic to defeat Sister Hua, unaware of her own limits. Behind the little one, another attacker surged, die. She didn't notice, only concerned, Hua Bai. Hawkman and Whitehold continued to challenge. Holy fighters are worthless. Come, let's see who kills this brat first. I won't yield to you. Yuanzhu shouted, you unleash a tremendous power, you scoundrels. Their actions shocked Whitehold and Hawkman. The little one knelt by Sister Hua's body. Hua Bai. Yuanzhu grabbed her arm to stand her up. She's gone, we must leave. At that moment, a glowing card appeared in his hand. Whitehold recognized it, so it's primal energy, the source all martial artists boast about. Finally, the Holy Realm sent a capable soul. Hawkman radiated a killing intent, trying to escape. Today, none of you will leave alive. The little one warned timidly, Zhuzi, be careful. Yuanzhu placed her behind him and charged at the attackers. Whitehold clashed swords with him, mocking, your primal energy is weak. That last move was just luck. Now taste the might of my soul devourer. Yuanzhu gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. The sword in his hand shattered. Hawkman ambushed from behind, striking Yuanzhu, die, you fool. He was flung back instinctively. The little one was captured. No, Christina urged from above. Enough, this battle should have ended by now. She used her spirit power to stun Yuanzhu. He struggled, let me go. Christina taunted, still not giving up. Honestly, surviving this long against so many masters is impressive. She sneered, but your plan has failed. We've long prepared to counter you. Even if you resist, what good will it do? Yuanzhu glared at them with hatred. Christina warned, don't look at me like that. Coordinating multiple nations increases your odds, but also the risk of exposure, right? Her lips curled into a wicked smile. For instance, one nation could trade your plan for participation. Yuanzhu seemed to understand their intent. His face turned pale. At that moment, Hawkman stomped on him. Hey, Christina, what's going on between you two? Hawkman teased. Have you fallen for him? Can Ho Kai really be defeated by this trash? Whitehold added fuel. Flirting with a lady like this isn't gentlemanly. Christina ignored him and commanded, give them a glorious death. She respected the two worthy opponents. But Hawkman stopped her. Why hurry? Keep that medic to heal us. And the stubborn one? His face turned devilish. Keep him for Holy Realm's amusement. Elsewhere in the forest, guards were vigilant. A figure appeared behind one. The next strike hit the nape. He foamed at the mouth and collapsed instantly. It was Jiang Kai. He vowed, Zhuzi, little one, I will bring you back safely. Earlier at the gate, Lam Lam recalled the chatter. Hey, have you seen that video? It's been 2 days. Hasn't the army deployed a new team to break the siege? Deployment takes time. Entering now is pointless. The army isn't stupid. The Holy Realm has been humiliated, and now the whole world sees our disgrace. The Holy Realm will truly no longer stand strong. She clenched her fists tightly, full of anger, wondering if no one could deal with those vicious people. She wished she could rush in and eliminate them all. She imagined the scene of Nuan being beaten, filled with self-blame. She whispered to herself, Nuan, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect. Professor Lee reminded her to compile the data when she returned. Lam Lam quickly called Professor Lee. Professor Lee, the data sampling for today is over, right? Lam Lam, yes. Professor Lee, the demon essence is a big mystery. The teleportation incident only makes me believe that the secret behind the demon essence is bigger than we thought. Professor Lee suddenly remembered and turned to Lam Lam, asking, Oh, are you okay? About your sister, the higher-ups. Lam Lam tried to appear strong, replying, I understand, Professor. The military has considered their strategy. Having permission to be here is enough. Professor Lee comforted her. Although Nuan is young, her courage is commendable. You must be proud of your sister. Nuan is a member of the military. You must understand the big picture. Lam Lam stepped forward, inviting Professor Lee. Let's go back. She noticed someone among the soldiers. Lam Lam, wait, that person is Jiang Kai. One of the soldiers noticed. Quick, stop them. Jiang Kai quickly ran, leaving everyone else stunned. A soldier ordered, everyone stop, face this way. Jiang Kai glanced at Lam Lam, then threw a smoke bomb. The room was engulfed in smoke. A soldier, it's smoke, what's going on? Jiang Kai, huh. Lam Lam watched without reacting. Lam Lam, Nuan, I'm counting on you. Jiang Kai quickly moved through the gate. Lam Lam silently hoped Nuan would safely return. The scene shifted to Dilak Kai Din, where many people stood by the entrance. A person, look, someone's coming through the login gate. Which country are they from? The imposing presence of Jiang Kai caused them to laugh mockingly. Just one person, how laughable. Another mocked, you sent someone as weak as you to negotiate. Has your saint miracle all died out? Jiang Kai, you misunderstood, I'm not here to negotiate. The other person, not here to negotiate, then what for? Jiang Kai, I'm here to kill. Jiang Kai acted quickly, leaving them no time to react. He killed all the guards in an instant. Jiang Kai continued, not giving them time to think. A person mocked, you came to kill, but do you have the strength? Jiang Kai, it's not about strength. The scene shifted to the military conference room. The angel said sternly, have we identified the betraying country yet? Vulture, arms crossed. We've identified it, it's the singing country. The angel, frustrated, this is annoying, we've been occupied in Dilak Kai Dai. Divine wind slammed the table. The traitor inside, reinforcements are too late. The angel worried, we can't just sit and wait to die, can we? A soldier hurriedly reported. Someone has entered Dilak Kai Dai alone. The angel, what? Soldier. Jiang Kai disguised himself as a patrol member, infiltrating through the crack. Divine wind, angry, Jiang Kai is reckless, trying to be a hero alone. The angel. He's not stupid. 15 minutes later, 15 guards were dealt with neatly. The angel, vulture, and divine wind were in disbelief. What? The angel ordered. Notify the other countries. Jiang Kai has broken through the login gate. Gok Song worried. Do we need to check again? Vulture. No time. 74 countries have detected the teleportation. The angel agreed. We must seize the opportunity. Start Plan B immediately. The scene shifted to Jiangzhong City, the psychological treatment center of the military district. Li Bio, who is Jiang Kai? Another person. Who is he? The scene shifted to Class 25A Azai. Who is Jiang Kai? Why did he attack Dilak Kai Dai alone? On the large building, news about Jiang Kai was broadcast on the screen. News. Explorer Saint Miracle, name unknown, has entered Dilak Kai Dai alone. The scene shifted to Yuan Zhu and the group from the singing country. Nuan anxiously called, Zhu Zai, are you asleep? Yuan Zhu weakly replied, Nuan, I'm in so much pain, are we going to die? Nuan continued to encourage him. You're the #1 war god in the world. Yuan Zhu. Sister Hua has been killed, the captain and brother Chen are also dead. Yuan Zhu continued, that big guy is a monster, he can't be killed. Nuan encouraged, Zhu Zai, hang on, we can't give up. A soldier splashed water on Yuan Zhu's face. Don't sleep anymore, wake up. Another mocked, Saint Miracle is a coward, too scared to act. Back Niu mocked, why is Saint Miracle so cowardly? Nuan anxiously called. Juzat. A golden light appeared from somewhere, striking Back Niu. Back Niu was knocked away and Jiang Kai appeared. Jiang Kai, sorry Nuan, I'm late. The soldiers yelled, someone's here to rescue the hostages, kill him. Jiang Kai, sorry Nuan, I can't rescue you both right away. Jiang Kai focused his strength and used the hypnosis technique. Yue Wu, is Jiang Kai still resisting? Yue Wu mocked, what can't be hypnotized? Even my armor can't break through this. Her eyes became frantic. Christina exploded midair. Hao Nian immediately charged forward, shouting, die, while using the phantom image fourfold kill. On the other side, Yi Shen also jumped up and said, a mere soldier of Saint Yi, taste my earth-shattering slash. Yuan Hang was performing the dry spell charm. Your soul will be imprisoned in the deepest layer of hell. Jiang Kai was facing 3 opponents alone. He darted through the 3 of them, leaving a trail of burning flames. All 3 were immediately obliterated. Damn, how many feints does this guy have? He's too agile, damn it, why is my real curse ineffective against him? Despite their explosions, Jiang Kai continued to deal with the remaining enemies. In the bushes, one person was watching closely. This scene is quite interesting. Yang Gong said, my poisonous arrows, you're definitely going to die. Fortunately, Nuan noticed and warned, Kai, watch your back. He quickly turned around as she spoke and luckily avoided the arrow. The arrow grazed his leg. Jiang Kai instinctively fell but still managed to throw a shuriken, causing the attacker to meet his own death. The man immediately collapsed. Nuan looked a bit worried. Kai, hurry, there are too many of them, just leave us behind. The pillar only mumbled. Kai, Jiang Kai was now on the ground, his legs trembling. The remaining enemies didn't miss their chance and rushed forward. He's been poisoned, charge, don't kill him yet. Let him feel the fear of death. Keep jumping, keep being arrogant. Wait until he's chopped into pieces. This is the consequence of you coming to save someone. Then a series of slashes struck him. Witnessing this, Nuan was even more terrified. How? Even the pillar shed tears watching this. On this side, the man dropped his phone to the ground and fainted. His classmates were panicking. Jiang Yi quickly pressed the philtrum. The people at the hospital couldn't believe it either. These madmen, they deserve to be chopped into pieces. At headquarters, the eagle punched the table, shattering it. His face was full of rage. Even though the angel is bitter, he still has to command. Plan B is only a few minutes away. The other side reports in 10 minutes and 2-3 seconds. The angel, frustrated, almost screamed, this time Plan B must succeed. I want them to pay the price. The pillar was still in shock, unable to transform. Yes, no. He shouted angrily, you bastards, if you're brave enough, fight me one-on-one. If I don't tear you apart, then I'm not your grandfather. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's voice rang out from somewhere. Pillar, I didn't expect that when you're sober you'd still have this side. I'm honestly a bit moved. The pillar was stunned, recognizing the voice. Nuan was also overjoyed. Jiang Kai was now sitting in a tree. All right, stop shouting, my fate is quite tough. Nuan cheered happily. Kai, you're not dead. The pillar, unable to hold back his joy, cried, isn't this a ghost? The rope had been cut and lay on the ground. Next to it were several used bottles. Jiang Kai awkwardly faced both of them and said, Master Nuan, if you keep looking, my face is really going to be pierced by both of your gazes. Nuan noticed his strange mood and called out, Boss, didn't you say you missed Kai? Why didn't you talk a little longer? Juzi answered honestly, Kai knows me too well. If I say too much, he'll definitely guess something. He confessed sincerely, I don't want to make him worry. Nuan was confused and wanted to ask, but Juzi deliberately cut her off. Tell me, what do you think people feel after they go insane once they're killed offline? Those bizarre words only made Nuan feel even more unsettled. What? Juzi didn't explain. He just smiled brightly and said, maybe they don't feel anything at all. No more troubles either. Thinking that way, it seemed like he wasn't afraid anymore. Nuan pressed her lips together. Shan could tell Juzi was forcing it, and her memories rewound to 3 days earlier. Inside the spacious control room, 3 squads gathered. Fierce Tiger, Skybound, and Hotblood. The 3 squad leaders spoke with mocking tones as Commander Hua listened. Angel announced, time is tight, so we'll keep it brief. The 7 of you have been assigned to face high-level opponents. A sharp-toothed man sneered. Just you scraps think you can compete with us? Listen up, either you have the skill to bring us down or else. This tall, burly man was the explorer Clementine Hawkman, level 50. Hawkman bragged arrogantly, crawl under my crotch. Some people watching the screen commented with glee, crawl, come on, give us a smile. Let those idiots see it clearly. Facing Hawkman, several veterans had already died. Yang Guang couldn't hold back. I have to kill them. Angel continued, saying a tech company had developed equipment capable of transmitting images back from Dai Lak Zhai Dian. Even with some delay, the scenes could still be seen with extreme clarity. Over the past half-month, more than 50 teams had been sent into Dai Lak Zhai Dian. More than 200 fighters were all slaughtered offline like that. The shocking news froze everyone in place, mouths hanging open. Angel went on. Their sacrifices were not meaningless, they provided valuable information. This is the map of Dai Lak Jai Dian. We drafted the overall layout based on intelligence. Since you're all here, you've probably guessed what I'll say next. After 27 rounds of selection, we chose the elite squads. I want your teams to take on this heavy mission and prepare to break through the encirclement again in 3 days. All squad leaders represented their members. Hector answered. Understood. Angel was satisfied and assigned tasks. What do we know so far? Dilak Jai Dian has 4 login points, A, B, C, and D within 1 day. Teams teleported in the same batch will appear at the same login point. Memorize these coordinates. When the time comes, fight while retreating. Bill Lee proposed planting St. D.I. letter 1 EC7 U.S. flag at this point, considering it the key point of the mission. They have to break through several layers of defense just to reach this position and plant the flag. The angel calmly replied that we are not being reckless, but rather finding a way to break through the encirclement to continue. This is a secret plan that the senior leaders have discussed recently. Everyone gasped in surprise. A secret plan. He confirmed that 73 countries had discovered the teleportation battle. Among them, 42 countries had exploited the advantage to take the lead and block the entry points. With this situation, any country attempting to break through the blockade will face significant challenges. However, this also means that 30 countries are facing the same situation as ours. Therefore, we have contacted several countries. At 6 a.m. 3 days from now, each country will send 3 of the strongest teams to form a temporary alliance. Each team will enter the migration zone. The code name for this mission is Dawn. Everyone listened in silence. First, the breakthrough team will plant the flag here as a signal to lure the enemy. Once this team succeeds, the other teams will attack the entry points and capture the positions in the shortest time possible. If the enemy's elite forces are lured to the flag planting position, the defenses at the entry points will become weaker. This will be the best opportunity to launch an attack. However, this also means that St. D.I. letter 1 EC7 U.S. team will face a fierce attack from the enemy. Currently, the pioneering countries are at a standstill at various levels. To break the deadlock, the migration zone is the best opportunity right now. Therefore, everyone's actions this time will determine the fate of the country and the survival of the nation. I repeat, even if there is only one person left, you must fight to the end for the glory of St. D.I. letter 1 EC7U. Is that clear? All the warriors responded in unison. Fight to the end, no death, no retreat. This mission must pass through the narrow path between the rocks, and at the end of the path is the whirlpool. Everyone was shaken by this loud noise. A pink glove from someone reached out. The pillar gave Nguyen a reassuring look. I believe we will succeed. He smiled and nodded, regaining his confidence. Suddenly, the watch on each person's wrist beeped with an alert. They looked in surprise at the swirling gate. The first team of Tianhang's squad had successfully broken through the encirclement. Bill Lee did not hesitate to shout loudly. Everyone listen. There is no retreat, no surrender, no regret in this battle. Even if we are shattered into pieces, we must complete the mission. With that, he led the way, charging forward. Jiang Kai remembered the call from the pillar, nothing special. He just remembered him. I don't know why, but today I really want to hear your voice. Oh, that sounds a bit cheesy. I guess I've been too tired from training lately. Jiang Kai's voice became pensive. By the way, Pillar, I haven't been able to contact you and Nguyen for the past 2 days. Is something going on? An uneasy feeling rose in Jiang Kai's heart as he thought, should I go look for them? Just as he placed his hand on the fingerprint device, 2 people rushed over. Captain Kai, something has happened. Jiang Kai looked at the 2 of them, his expression turning puzzled. Yu Nan, Nguyen and Letter 1EF, why are you 2 in such a hurry? Yu Nan hurriedly said, we just saw a hot video on the forum. The Pillar and Nguyen are in trouble. Jiang Kai froze. What? Yu Nan brought up a holographic screen. After this video went viral, the St. D.I. letter 1 EC7U government deleted it immediately, but I managed to save it. The screen showed a person with sharp teeth showing, and a challenging voice rang out. Hey, St. D.I. letter 1 EC7, you must have many people watching. Come here and save them if you can. The man showed a scene of the team lying on the ground, then turned to Nguyen, who was tied up and screaming. If you send a commanding officer to beg for mercy, maybe I'll let that person go. The pillar appeared on the screen, and the man's voice rang out. Of course, if you admit you're a bunch of useless weaklings who dare not do anything. Then he spat insults and gave further orders. The criminal pressed close to the camera, laughing viciously. He declared he would let the victim's blood drip, drop by drop, until none was left. The boy's emerald blue eyes stared him down. In the end, how did it all unfold? The 2 friends beside him also looked anxious. Jiang Kai's face grew dark, his fist clenched tight. What was going on? To understand it, we have to rewind a few days earlier at Maitreya Pond Palace. Bill Lee led the team through the gate. As they arrived, an automatic translation system activated, converting every language into the sacred Radiance tongue. But the scene ahead was littered with pools of dried blood. Wasn't there supposed to be an army stationed here? The stern soldier in uniform scanned the area. The two squads, Eternal Sky and Hotblood, famed for their ferocity, had coordinated with other Alliance teams, even though the army here had withdrawn long ago. A squad member asked Bill Lee, "Captain, our current login point is Point A. Should we head southeast immediately?" Just then, a call came from Commander Hua, carrying news that left everyone stunned. It reported that Eternal Sky and Hotblood had been ambushed by the army the moment they reached the login point. Shadowy figures slowly emerged from the fog. The attackers advanced little by little, completely surrounding the five of them. The leader sneered as he stepped forward and said, "You idiots, sure enough, the moment you got the signal, you came here to die." He let out a chilling laugh, a long smear of blood trailing behind him. "Let me, Clementine Hoffman, unleash a slaughter." Hawkman stepped up and warned, "Soon enough, you'll end up just like your teammates." Yue Ling charged in furiously, cursing, "Damn it, this bastard." Bio Li hurried to stop her. "Yue Ling, don't rush, come back now." However, Yue Ling rushed straight at Hawkman, but the sword in her hand couldn't pierce his armor. Yue Ling panicked. "Why can't I stab through?" Hawkman mocked. "Are you scratching my itch?" He grinned sinisterly. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, unless you can kill me in a single strike. Otherwise, every wound will only make me stronger." His hand shot out fast, leaving Yue Ling frozen. "What?" Hawkman laughed with delight. "Now it's your turn to bloom." Hawkman's power was overwhelming, and Yue Ling's eyes turned bloodshot. In the end, he killed Yue Ling in a single blow. No one could believe it, screaming, "Yue Ling!" Yuan Zhu and Nguyen stared wide-eyed, stunned. At that moment, someone else appeared behind Hawkman. "Hawkman, you're always so crude." He toyed with his sword and reminded him, "If you scare my adorable prey to death, I'll be heartbroken." This man was the adventurer Whitehole, a level 50 swordsman. A blue-haired girl also appeared and said, "You two are ridiculous. Cut the nonsense, finish this fast." She was the adventurer Christina, a level 50 spellcaster. Hawkman teased, "Hey, why are you two here? Didn't I say these prey were mine?" He was displeased. "That won't do, Hawkman, you're far too greedy." Yuan Zhu sized up the situation. "These three are terrifying, no, I have to fight back." Bio Li gave the order, "Zhu Zai, break through with me. Zai Yan, protect Nguyen." The wind rose as they began to fight. Yuan Zhu charged first. "Warrior of sacred radiance, I am Master Yuan, the greatest war god under heaven. You trash, come on." He leapt high into the air, lightning bolts bursting out and striking straight into the enemies, making them howl in pain. Whitehold was thrilled. "Ah, the greatest war god under heaven, then let me test you." Hawkman refused to back down. "Don't waste time fighting him, but his skill is pretty interesting. I want to crush his head with my own hands." But Bill Lee rushed forward first. "Your opponent is me." On the other side, Whitehold introduced himself confidently. "Whitehold will cut you down beneath the Dawnblade." Yuan Zhu said boldly, "Are you kidding? I'm the greatest war god under heaven. How could I let you act so arrogant?" The two swords slammed together. Whitehold thought, "That strength is enormous." Even so, he grinned wickedly and used Phantom Afterimage. In an instant, he vanished right before Yuan Zhu's eyes. Whitehold circled behind him and shouted, "Idiot, I'm right here." A razor-sharp slash cut out at once. Luckily, Yuan Zhu reacted in time and leapt up to evade. He ground his teeth in frustration. "He's too strong, I can't clearly see his moves." Whitehall appeared suddenly in front of the pillar. "No matter what kind of disguise you wear, you are still a failure. Now, all that's left for you is death." His eyes lit up as if he had just realized something. Whitehall attacked from behind, the ring of light blazing. A spray of fresh blood splattered, dyeing the space red. He was slightly surprised, letting out a cry. Bill blocked the sword, struggling to defend. "Did you ask me before trying to kill him?" The pillar couldn't believe it, shouting. Captain Bill loudly reminded, "Master, stay calm, take Noah and run outside. I will hold him back, hurry up." But just then, Hawkman struck directly at his head. "Didn't you say my opponent was him? Why are you here?" The next moment, Bill disappeared from the pillar's sight. His gaze was not at all agitated. The two others were still continuously poking at each other. "Hawkman, you're useless. How could you let him disturb me? I just got careless for a moment." The pillar remembered earlier when Bill had put a hand on his shoulder, praising him. Master, actually, I have always admired Jiang Kai. Clearly, you all are my team members, but it seems only he can awaken your potential. But I also have something I will never lose to him. He confidently smiled, affirming, I will protect my team members until the last moment. The pillar stood before the bloody body of Bill, unable to hold back his emotions. Meanwhile, Christina used magic to defeat Sister Hua without realizing her limits. Behind, Noah and another person rushed forward. Die. She didn't notice and was only concerned about Sister Hua. Hawkman and Whitehall continued their challenge. The holy fighter truly is full of failures. Come on, let's see which one of these fools will die at my hands first. I will never give in to you, the pillar almost shouted. You struck with overwhelming strength, leaving Whitehall and Hawkman in awe. What? Noah knelt before Sister Hua's body. Sister Hua, the pillar grabbed her arm to pull her up. She no longer breathes, we have to leave. At that moment, a glowing card appeared in the pillar's hand. Whitehall immediately recognized it. So that's the original power, something those martial artists always boast about. The Holy Wonder has finally sent out someone who matters. Hawkman exuded a menacing aura, ready to attack, ready to flee. Today you will all lose your lives here, no one will escape. Noah, afraid, reminded, Master, be careful. The pillar left her behind and charged forward to face the others. Whitehall and he exchanged moves. He mocked, your original power is too weak, that last blow was just luck. Now, taste the might of my soul-devouring seal. The pillar gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. The sword in his hand broke in half. Hawkman ambushed from behind, striking directly at the pillar. Die, you fool. He was thrown far and Noah was captured. No, Christina flew high, urging, enough, it's been so long and it's still not over. She used spiritual power to bind the pillar. He struggled, let me go. Christina provoked, still not giving up. To be honest, you have lasted this long under the siege of so many experts. You are indeed strong. She arrogantly boasted. But your plan has been exposed. We have long since arranged our actions to counter you. Even if you resist, it's useless. The pillar's gaze was filled with hatred as he looked at them. Christina reminded, don't look at me like that. Connecting multiple countries to break the encirclement could increase your chances of winning, but the risk of exposing your plan is much higher, right? Her lips slowly curled into a sinister smile. For example, one country using your plan as a condition to get involved. The pillar seemed to understand their intention. His face turned pale. Hawkman stepped harshly on the pillar's body. Hey, Christina, what are you whispering to this guy? He teased, could it be that you have feelings for him? What am I, Hawkeye man, not better than this worthless guy? Whitehall joked, bringing a lady like this, it doesn't seem like the behavior of a gentleman. Christina ignored him and ordered them a swift death. She valued the two of them, they were worthy opponents. However, Hawkman stopped her. What's the rush? That doctor is keeping them around to heal us. As for this stubborn guy, his face twisted like a demon. Keep him for the Holy Wonder to play with. On the other side of the forest, several people were on strict guard. A shadow appeared behind a guard. The next moment, a strike hit the weak spot on the back of the neck. The man foamed at the mouth and passed out immediately. The person was Jiang Kai, his resolve firm. Master Noah, I will definitely bring you both back safely. Back to before at the gate, Lam recalled the discussions of others. Hey, has everyone seen that video? It's been 2 days. The military still hasn't organized a new squad to break the encirclement. Organizing takes time. Rushing in now would be like handing over our lives. The military isn't stupid enough to be humiliated like this. The whole world is watching us as a joke. She clenched her fists in frustration. Could it be that no one can deal with those miserable bastards? I wish I could charge in and die with them. Thinking of Nguyen being beaten, she could only blame herself. Nguyen, I'm sorry, I wasn't strong enough to protect you. Professor Lee reminded her, once you return, compile the data immediately. Yes, Lam quickly replied, Professor Lee. Is today's sampling finished? He nodded that it was done. The Demon Star has always been a massive mystery, and there's still the teleportation battle at Dai Lak Tri Palace. This made me even more certain that the secret behind the Demon Star far surpasses any speculation we have. Then he remembered, right, Lam, are you okay? Your sister's situation, Lam tried to appear strong. I understand, Professor. The military must have considered strategy. Being allowed in here is already enough. Seeing this, Professor Lee reassured her. Even though Nguyen is young, her courage is commendable. You must be very proud of Nguyen. As someone in the military, you should understand the bigger picture. Lam Nam stepped forward and invited, Professor, let's head back. Suddenly, she noticed someone among the soldiers. Wait, that's Jiang Kai. Sure enough, he had disguised himself to get in just as someone noticed him. Quick, stop them, everyone froze, turning their faces here. Jiang Kai glanced around and to everyone's shock, he immediately ran. Someone shouted, "Officer, catch him." Jiang Kai darted past Lam Lam, his eyes briefly meeting hers. Then he threw a smoke bomb. Smoke instantly filled the room, the camp soldiers panicked. Smoke bomb, what's happening? Jiang Kai was slightly stunned as well. Lam Lam froze in astonishment, so she was the one who threw the smoke bomb. Her lips moved silently, Nguyen thanks to him. Jiang Kai quickly dashed through the gate. In her heart she prayed, I must bring Nguyen back safely. Scene shifts to Dai Lac territory. Many people gathered at the entrance. Look over there. Someone entered through the login gate. Which nation is this? Seems like the lesson from 2 days ago wasn't enough. Then it's 100 for 100, 200 for 200. Jiang Kai slowly stepped out, standing boldly before them. What, just one guy? They laughed arrogantly. I thought some of them escaped. Turns out it's the homeless dog from St. Light. Hey, sending just one soft, worthless guy like you to negotiate. Is your holy wine all gone, or are you scared out of your pants? Jiang Kai tensed his hands and spoke. I think you're mistaken. I'm not here to negotiate. One of them sneered, huh? Not here to negotiate? Then what are you here for? Jiang Kai's eyes were icy as he declared, I'm here to kill. Immediately he struck. There was still time. His speed was too fast for them to react. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Kai wiped out the guards at the entrance. Scene shifts to the military meeting room, everyone discussing. Angel asked sternly, have we identified the traitor nation? Hawk crossed his arms and answered, confirmed, it's the country hat. During Operation Dawn, they used the excuse to cancel the plan. Yesterday, someone discovered that their 3 teams had entered and set up camp at Dai Lac Tri Palace. God Wind slammed the table angrily. Commander of City A, damn it. A mole has taken a spot in the national competition. Our people are trapped at Dai Lac Tri Palace, their fate unknown. Angel worried, could it be? Could it really be that we can only sit and wait to die? Just then, a soldier hurriedly reported. Report, Commander Hua. Someone has entered Dai Lac Tri Palace alone. Angel in disbelief asked quickly. What happened? Report clearly immediately. The soldier opened the system display and explained. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Kai from the fire squad disguised himself as a patrol member. He infiltrated the cracks. God Wind roared, Lam Gan, it really is Lam Gan. Where did this reckless Jiang Kai come from? Trying to play hero all alone? Who does he think he is? Clearly, he's going to die. Yet the next news left him speechless. Surprisingly, within 15 minutes, all 15 guards at login point A were neutralized by Jiang Kai. Angel, Hawk, and Godwind couldn't believe it and shouted together. What? Angel immediately ordered. Notify the leaders of all nations. Our people have led the breakthrough at the login gate. Plan B can be activated in half an hour. River Jade seemed worried, noticing that Commander Hua and Plan B were extremely important. She asked if additional screening was needed to prevent a second infiltration. There's no time to argue now. 74 countries have already detected the Dai Lac Tri Dai teleportation. Jiang Kai has created favorable conditions and we must seize this opportunity. Angel agreed, confirming this. Activate Plan B, deploy the troops, and prepare to seize Dai Lac Tri Dai. The scene shifts to central Jiang City, the military psychological treatment center. People are talking and wondering about the new figure. Li Biu noticed that this person didn't seem to belong to our army, and some curious people asked who Jiang Kai was. In class 253, Master Zai's classroom, the boys were buzzing, all curious about the person sitting there. Someone had ventured alone into Dai Lac Tri Palace. She leaned in to see and recognized Jiang Kai on the screen. Master Zai called his name in disbelief. The news was also broadcast on the screen. In the main building, shocking news spread about an unnamed explorer entering Dai Lac Tri Palace alone. The scene shifts to the tower, known, and everyone in the singing nation. Known anxiously called repeatedly, Master Zai, are you asleep? He weakly responded. Known, my body hurts. Are we about to die? I'm a little scared. Tears fell from Known's eyes. She reminded him, Master Zai, stay strong. You are the #1 battle god in the world. Many people are watching us. Saint Dio Yuanzhu blamed himself. We cannot disgrace the soldiers, but I witnessed Sister Hua being brutally killed and Captain and Chen were crushed. He thought those guys, especially the big one, are monsters that won't die. She tried to encourage him. Known, Master Zai. One person stepped forward and splashed water in his face. Don't sleep, wake up. Dying isn't fun. Another sneered, hey, weakling Saint Dio, where's your cowardly teammate? Why haven't they come to save you? They taunted, Saint Dio is so cowardly, tied up for 2 days and still too scared to fight. Uncle Joy excitedly charged. Wake up and cry already. Non anxiously called. Master Zai. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, striking Uncle Niu and shocking him. Non looked over. The master also watched the newcomer. Uncle Niu was knocked away. Jiang Kai had arrived, his back tougher than the bones of the saintly participant. He apologized. Master Zai, non, I'm late. Everyone shouted, call the Hawkman Association, someone's here to save the hostages, kill him. Jiang Kai clenched his fist. Sorry, no. He planned to let them hang a little longer, then unleash his combat power, with Fire Wu eagerly using hypnotism. Jiang Kai activated the mental cleansing skill, his whole body surrounded by light, astonishing Fire Wu as he resisted. He thought, what can't be hypnotized, that power is burning her. Fire Wu still provoked, not very strong, even my shield can't break it. Trat looked at her in panic. Why is this happening? Christina exploded midair. Hao Nian rushed forward. Die, Shadow 4 strike. Exterminator leapt. Weak soldier of Saint Dio, taste my lethal ground strike. Writing used a dry charm technique. His soul was locked in the lowest layer of hell. Jiang Kai fought against these three, darting through them, leaving trails of fire. All three died instantly. Jiang Kai thought, this guy's feints are too many, very agile. Why is my real move ineffective against him? Ignoring their explosions, Jiang Kai continued to deal with the others. In the bushes, someone watched intently. Scene scolded with amusement. Yang Gong, hit by my poison arrow, you're dead for sure. Non warned Hai, watch your back. He turned as she said, narrowly avoiding an arrow that flew past his leg. Jiang Kai instinctively dropped down but still threw darts to protect himself. Non panicked. Kai, go quickly, there are too many of them, just leave us. The tower master muttered. Jiang Kai had fallen to the ground, one of his legs trembling, and the others rushed towards him upon seeing this. He's been poisoned. Move forward, don't kill him yet, let him experience the fear of death. Keep going, are you still so arrogant? Wait until you're chopped into pieces. That's the price you pay for trying to save someone. Then a series of knife strikes landed on him. Witnessing this, Nguyen was even more terrified. Even the pillar was in tears upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Brother Zai dropped his phone and passed out. His classmates were in a panic. Jiang Ying, hurry, press the pressure point. The people at the hospital couldn't believe it. These madmen deserve to be chopped into pieces. At the headquarters, the Eagle Guard slammed his fist down on the table, shattering it. His face showed clear anger. The angel, though angry, had to give orders, Plan B, a few more minutes. The other person turned around and reported, 10 minutes, 23 seconds. The angel, frustrated, almost shouted, this time Plan B must succeed. I want them to pay. The pillar, confused, couldn't respond and shouted, no, he's yelling and cursing, you bastards, dare to fight me one-on-one. If I don't beat you, then I'm not your Yan da. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's voice came from somewhere. Zhu Zai, I didn't expect you to say such things without drinking. I'm really a bit moved. The pillar was surprised, and that voice made Nguyen happy. Jiang Kai was now sitting on a tree. All right, stop yelling, my fate is really strong. Nguyen joyfully exclaimed, Kai, you're not dead. The pillar couldn't contain his happiness and burst into tears. Am I seeing a ghost or what? The rope that had been cut was lying on the ground with several empty bottles beside it. Jiang Kai felt awkward looking at both of them and saying, Zhu Zai, Nguyen, if you keep staring at me, my face will really be pierced by your gazes. Jiang Kai chuckled bitterly and continued, all right, fine, stop looking. Only the pillar and Nguyen were closely observing Jiang Kai's face. Nguyen was the first to break the tense atmosphere, urgently asking, what's going on? I clearly saw you get hit by a poisoned arrow. But why are there two of you now? Jiang Kai raised his hand and smiled, explaining, the arrow only hit my pants. As for now, this one is under attack, but it's just a decoy summoned by my new professional skill. The pillar happily asked, new profession, you've changed your class. Nguyen still looked worried, asking again, so it's a decoy? Jiang Kai confirmed, yes, and just half a minute ago I used a skill to summon the decoy to deceive them. The ones chasing me thought I was injured, so they rushed in proudly. Don't kill it right away, make it suffer a painful death, one of the group members said. Go in, strip it down to the bone, another one cursed. At that moment, Jiang Kai quickly seized the chance to escape. He explained, what you just saw is one of my decoys. Its role is to serve as a target so I could get away. And I at that time was hiding in the bushes. Jiang Kai continued. The pillar and Nguyen were both surprised. This is incredible, unbelievable. The pillar suggested, Kai, let's run while they haven't noticed the decoy yet. If those three perverts get here, we'll definitely die. Nguyen also agreed. Kai, how much stamina have you used? You can't fight them. Meanwhile, the group continued attacking the decoy. Laughter rang out. This coward, you were so arrogant before. Why are you so quiet now? Where's that bragging? Why are you lying there like a dead dog? Suddenly, Tun Lang stopped, turned his head and thought to himself, why does this feel strange? He looked toward a leafless tree and was startled to discover something unusual. Tun Lang quickly looked around and soon spotted Jiang Kai and the two others hiding behind the bushes. Tun Lang angrily called to his teammates, stop attacking, we've been tricked. They're over there. Jiang Kai quickly grabbed the pillar's shoulder and urged, there's no time, pillar, take Nuan and run, leave the rest to me. The pillar anxiously asked, wait, Kai, you want to face them alone? Jiang Kai didn't answer but pushed the two behind, standing in front and confirming, run, don't worry, I'll catch up with you. Jiang Kai shouted loudly, decoy deception. He threw the decoy lying on the ground and it immediately vanished. Tun Lang's group yelled, no one is escaping. Nuan called out in worry while running. Kai! The pillar grabbed her hand and ran, not forgetting to say, you idiot, come back alive. Jiang Kai observed the group of Tun Lang charging in, confidently saying, trust me, these riffraff can't kill me. He immediately threw numerous throwing knives. The force made the attackers scream in pain. The ground and stones shattered, dust and smoke obscured the view. At that moment, an angry voice shouted, a bunch of useless trash, you let a weak chicken kill you like this. Huo Man kicked Jiang Kai hard, but fortunately he was prepared. However, Huo Man's strength still sent Jiang Kai flying, slamming into a rock behind him. Huo Man saw Jiang Kai still standing and seemed pleased. Still a little brat, not even a man, and you're still here, Huo Man barked. The others in the group quickly charged in and responded, got it, White Hole mocked. Two cute kittens taking advantage of us practicing our speed, truly defiant. Huo Man gritted his teeth and gave a warning. You should have listened to me earlier, wouldn't it have been better to cripple their legs? Christina frowned and sneered. Your method of handling things, besides dirtying my shoes, what good does it do? Christina spoke up, I warn you one last time, stop speaking in that disgusting tone. Suddenly, Jiang Kai chuckled softly and muttered, such a pity, almost. A knife immediately pierced Huo Man's hand. Huo Man's eyes widened, veins bulging. Before he could react to the pain in his hand, he angrily shouted, what? White Hole and Christina were also startled. Huo Man cursed, damn it, was it just now? He remembered when Jiang Kai blocked his strong kick, his hand glowing from the power. A bunch of useless trash, letting a weak chicken kill you like this. While Huo Man was still excited, Jiang Kai threw a long knife into his hand. Back in the present, Jiang Kai regretfully said, I could have blown it up by now. Huo Man laughed, using his ability to heal his hand while cursing, you little brat, still wet behind the ears, how glorious. Huo Man excitedly raised his fist to attack, not forgetting to taunt. Let me smash your head and see what's inside. White Hole drew his sword and GFA rushed to assist. You're being wild, losing your composure. Let me teach you how to appreciate the delightful sound of breaking bone. Huo Man threw a powerful punch at Jiang Kai, but fortunately Jiang Kai managed to retreat in time, increasing the distance. The punch hit the ground, causing it to crack. Jiang Kai slid back, trying to maintain a safe distance. Before he could react, Jiang Kai continued to defend. White Hole stabbed with his sword and Jiang Kai dodged to the side. In fact, Jiang Kai attacked White Hole with throwing knives. White Hole easily dodged everything and laughed. You're quick, not bad. It's fun watching the prey struggle to death, White Hole said, but it's even more fun to watch them wait to die. Huo Man used his void-piercing technique, and Huo Man charged, shouting, you brat, I'm going to smash you into pancake mush. Christina used her disorderly spell power and cursed, you two idiots, what kind of hunting game are you playing? Why don't you just finish this quickly? 3 attacks from Huo Man, White Hole, and Christina came charging. Jiang Kai dodged all of them. He stomped his foot on the ground and used his momentum to fly between White Hole and Huo Man. Both were shocked, their faces full of surprise. Jiang Kai continued using his superior speed to dodge all the thorny vines and get closer to Christina. Suddenly, one of her vines tightened around his leg. Christina smugly said, you think my spell technique is weaker than those two's attacks? You've underestimated me. Jiang Kai didn't speak much, unleashing countless throwing knives. Christina mocked, don't think that cutting these vines will let you escape. Too naive. However, Jiang Kai's knives struck the ground, creating a crack. Christina then realized, wait, his target is. She watched as the knives stabbed into the roots of her vines and flames ignited, burning the vines to ashes. Christina screamed in panic. How is this possible? The whole battle was broadcast on the large screen in the meeting room for everyone to observe. The angel showed a surprised and admiring expression. Jiang Kai actually chose to fight head-on to break Christina's spell technique. From the beginning, he didn't intend to avoid the vines. He wanted to attract Huo Man's attention. Shen Feng nodded in agreement, feigning retreat while actually attacking. This kid knows how to deceive people, Wei Ying proudly said. This is his specialty. When everyone thinks he's gone crazy, that's when they fall into his trap. To Jiang Kai, this was probably just the first step in his plan to change the tide of the battle. He knew nothing about that conversation. At this moment, he continued launching throwing knives at White Hole and Hawkman. Fire! They quickly leapt to avoid the attack. Jiang Kai turned and stared at Christina, knives still in hand, and said, "Christina, you are the only one who respects the sacred warrior, so I'll give you a death of ecstasy." Angrily, she summoned her weapon. Christina held her staff and responded arrogantly. "Who dies is still uncertain, you're too smug," she said disdainfully. "Your flames think they can match me, let me show you the power of nature." With that, Christina unleashed a fireball spell. Jinkai confidently shot an arrow, saying, "Then let's see who is stronger." Her fireball surged forward with immense destructive power, obliterating everything around it. Jiang Kai's knife, undeterred, aimed straight at the fireball. Surprisingly, the small knife endured the fireball's power, pierced through it, and kept flying forward. Christina panicked and shouted, "Impossible! Is his attack really this strong?" Seeing the knife flying at her, she quickly raised her staff and chanted, "In the name of the Dark Knight, Shadow Wall." A protective cage immediately appeared. Even so, the knife's force was too great, cracking her defense. The attack pierced through and struck Christina. Looking at the knife in her chest, she reluctantly said, "I didn't expect he could break through my shadow wall." A massive explosion erupted from the knife and Christina screamed in despair, "No!" When the smoke cleared, her battered body lay in the rubble. Jiang Kai stood at the edge of the crater, eyes cold, muttering, "You were a worthy opponent, it's a pity you chose the wrong side." After speaking, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Christina's body glowed. Jiang Kai was startled, quickly turning to see a purple light flying straight at him. A system notification appeared. "You have received the Vengeful Oath status, triggered when a mage dies. Execute the oath on the killer." The killer would suffer damage equal to that which killed the mage. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in confusion. What? He couldn't believe it, recalling what he knew about the King Mage, a profession only 3 months old, extremely mysterious and bizarre. King Mages often appear mysteriously with little international record. I didn't expect there to still be a death-triggered revenge skill like a merfolk boss. Holding his knife, Jiang Kai wondered, will using lifesteal trigger the oath? Hawkman smugly taunted, "Looks like you received Christina's gift, huh? Regret killing her now? Too bad it's too late." White Hole, holding his sword, added, "Seems the goddess of fate is stingy today. If the beast loses its sharp claws, how long can it survive in the hunter's arena?" Suddenly, he suggested, "Hawkman, let's make this interesting. Leave this one for me, the next will be yours." Hawkman laughed loudly, "Fine, but keep his head intact. I want to personally turn it into fireworks." White Hole, excited, raised his sword, "No problem." Then he charges at you, shouting, "Draw your sword, it's time to see blood." The attack White Hole used was a phantom slash. Jiang Kai's eyes widened as he hurriedly activated Illusion Shift. Just as White Hole's strike was about to land, Jiang Kai's figure vanished without a trace. White Hole frowned in doubt, gone already. Jiang Kai appeared behind White Hole, one hand on his shoulder, the other holding a weapon. White Hole sneered, "Think that can control me?" He used his skill, Shadow Escape. White Hole's body teleported behind Jiang Kai, causing him to lose balance and nearly fall. White Hole glanced at him mockingly. "Your throwing knife skill can't be used anymore, and your escape nest technique can't be used a second time, right?" His hand gripping the sword tight. White Hole praised, "Forcing me to use Soul Devour to deal with a level 60 expert shows your skill." Then he turned and taunted, "But sorry, now you go die." He shouted, "Piercing Slash, awaken Soul Devour." Piercing Slash launched instantly, sword flying straight at Jiang Kai. He didn't dodge, letting the blade sweep across him, muttering, "The one who deserves to die is you." He then charged forward, throwing a card at White Hole. White Hole gritted his teeth, quickly tilted his head and backed away to dodge. Seeing a long cut on his face, he realized, a throwing knife. Jiang Kai controlled the card to spin back. White Hole now understood the mechanism, arrogantly holding his sword. "Before my Soul Devour, your weapon is insignificant." He struck the card, saying, "I'll cut off your last hope." But the card was too strong. The card's force cracked White Hole's sword. He stared in horror. "What?" Before he could react, the card pierced his chest, blood gushing like a fountain. White Hole could no longer stand, collapsing. Jiang Kai stood behind him, retrieved his card, and calmly said, "Just know it's stronger than your Soul Devour." Using his last strength, White Hole struggled to ask, "What weapon is this? Tell me." Before he could finish, Jiang Kai shot the card through his head. White Hole was finally defeated, his body heavy as it fell. Jiang Kai quietly retrieved the card, speaking plainly, "You just need to know it's stronger than your Soul Devour." Hawkman watched the entire battle, standing aside and applauding. He slowly approached, his tone laced with manic excitement. "Interesting, very interesting. In a blink, you've dealt with 2 strong enemies. The global battle tournament is underway and I've avoided a lot of trouble." Jiang Kai replied coldly, "Actually, you could avoid more, like not even having a chance to participate in the tournament." Hawkman excitedly exposed, "Is that so? I've already seen your trick." A clone skill seems to help restore your state. He listed casually, also your specialty is attacking from a distance with hidden weapons. Hawkman crossed his arms, laughing coldly at the corpses. Even in death, poor White Hole didn't understand. Christina died by your throwing knife, and you could use a throwing knife to kill him under the revenge oath while staying safe. If I'm correct, Hawkman raised an eyebrow, teasing. The throwing knife that killed him wasn't a real knife but disguised as another weapon, right? Jiang Kai remained silent, choosing not to answer. Hawkman, unbothered, continued calmly, "It's fine if you don't admit it. I can still tell your attack was a critical strike gamble." He analyzed, "Among your talents there must be a multiple critical strike talent, perfectly providing stable critical chance for the throwing knives. So it looks terrifying, but in reality you're inexperienced in combat, especially close quarters." Yang Kai was startled, not expecting Hawkman to figure it all out. Hawkman glanced at the earlier wound from White Hole and said, "You're injured, your stamina is dropping," he arrogantly declared. "Now, with me seeing through your tricks, you no longer have a chance to use throwing knives to attack me." Hawkman proudly displayed his ability card, boasting about himself. A gem appeared, continuously absorbing dark red energy, causing Jiang Kai to startle. "I will be the ultimate nemesis of someone like you, a speculator." The scene of Hawkman holding the gem was also shown on the screen, making everyone in the conference room jump to their feet, exclaiming in shock, "Blood of the warrior, what?" Hawkman's body seemed injected with chicken blood. According to the information, the blood of the berserker is a privilege of the barbarians. The more severely injured the barbarians are, the stronger their combat power becomes, just like Hawkman. This blood helps him enter a violent state when injured. Hawkman's combat ability tripled instantly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room gasped in astonishment. The angel whispered anxiously, "Jiang Kai, can he last until Plan B succeeds?" The eagle looked worried, "That kid." Hawkman flaunted his power, arrogantly provoking and talking about how warrior's blood was stronger than a unique level weapon. He threatened manically, "Now I will crush your bones piece by piece so the whole world can see, no matter how strong someone from Shengyao is." Retracting his words, Hawkman lunged forward, his tone filled with self-satisfaction. "In front of me, you're still a worthless piece of trash." Even though Hoffman had approached Jiang Kai, he didn't dodge and remained still. Hawkman grabbed Jiang Kai by the shoulder. Confident that victory was his, Hawkman laughed loudly. "Knowing you can't escape, you're just going to obediently accept death." With his other hand, he threw a punch, shouting, "Then here it comes." The punch hit Jiang Kai's right cheek. Next, Hawkman threw an uppercut, then a punch to the left cheek to balance it out. Hawkman grabbed Jiang Kai's hair, delivering a final blow aimed at crushing his skull. Suddenly, Jiang Kai burst into laughter. Hawkman felt uneasy, wondering, wait, could it be? Behind him, another Jiang Kai appeared, running away. Everyone in the sick room was also watching the battle. Zia Ming excitedly shouted, "I know now, the one being grabbed is a decoy of Jiang Kai, it must be." Yang Guang agreed, "Right, if the real body was caught, it'd be certain death. Only the decoy would remain calm like that." Li Bill commented. Indeed, Jiang Kai's experience was still somewhat lacking. With the veterans, it's easy to see through. Although the acting was a bit weak, he still avoided Hawkman's restraint. Looking at Jiang Kai's running figure, he assessed, "Next time you meet Jiang Kai, the decoy should appear a little panicked to make the opponent believe it." Hawkman angrily tried to return to his body, wanting to chase. He threw the decoy aside and chased after it, saying, "Not playing anymore, you're still too green." Jiang Kai continued to deceive in this state. Hawkman was startled and stopped, turning to look, seeing his body freeze, his eyes widening. Hawkman tried to move but was helpless. He cursed angrily, "Damn, my consciousness has been suppressed." The figure of Jiang Kai blurred in Hawkman's eyes. At the same time, Jiang Kai threw the recovery potion aside. Calmly, Jiang Kai used his toes to spring up. The weapons he held were two swords rushing forward. "I'll see how long you can hold out." He activated the Time Gambler ability. He slashed twice at Hawkman's body. The system displayed Time Gambler, increasing his attack speed by 100%. Jiang Kai thought to himself, "Barbarians train their physical strength, but their mental power isn't strong in this deceptive state." Using the two swords, he continued attacking to break through the armor. He recalled the sight of corpses scattered at the A-point login gate, tightening the sword hilt. The system announced attack speed plus 20%, burst damage plus 15%, special combo effect with continuous attacks, breaking through the level. At the moment, Jiang Kai continued to attack Hawkman with his sword. When he saw Hawkman still smiling, Jiang Kai furrowed his brow. "What, hasn't the burst damage triggered yet?" Hawkman noticed Jiang Kai's intentions, proudly speaking. "Two armor-breaking swords want to break my defense, not a chance." Jiang Kai smiled, "Is that so? But they are more than enough to remove your turtle shell." With that, he brought down the sword forcefully. Jiang Kai shouted, falling stone slash, attacking the target. Each time the target loses 1% of their health, it upgrades 4 basic attributes by 1%, increases burst damage chance by 1%, and the number of burst damages by 1. The slash can split Hawkman's body. His face still showed confusion, but Hawkman quickly hardened his body to endure the blows. Jiang Kai mocked, "Is this all warrior's blood can do?" He continued slashing at Hawkman, taunting, "Barbarians are just beasts, disrespecting Sheng Yao, harming my friends, and claiming to be my nemesis." The final strike broke through Hawkman's defense. He screamed in pain, being knocked away. His body crashed to the ground, motionless. Jiang Kai showed no mercy, gathering all his strength for another thrust. "Today, I will specialize in killing nemeses like you." He swung the sword so hard that the ground cracked, the tip of the sword embedding deep into Hawkman's body. Jiang Kai smirked, thinking, armor broken. Hawkman suddenly gritted his teeth, straining to rise. "No, I can't lose, I want you dead." The sword tip pierced through, blood flowing along the blade. Hawkman's eyes widened in unwillingness, trembling as he looked at the two swords lodged in him. "What?" Shen Feng exclaimed in shock. This Hawkman not only has terrifying defense but also gets enhanced by warrior's blood, yet Jiang Kai broke through his armor and hit his weak point. The angel analyzed. High-quality swordsman blades increase attack intensity and speed, but they don't directly increase burst damage and the number of burst damages. He said, "Could it be that your greatest strength isn't ranged attacks but close combat? Can this level be reached with a profession above level 20? Only the eagle understood his power and silently refuted. No, Jiang Kai has always been good at ranged attacks. Thinking about the battle just now, he hesitated. Today, using melee weapons, he unleashed an even more terrifying burst damage. Jiang Kai's face was smug. The eagle confirmed the more he fought, the fiercer he became. Back at Jiang Kai, he looked at Hawkman's battered body and mocked. "Big bad guy, didn't you like crushing people's heads?" Jiang Kai drew his card, sneering. "Actually, I have a hobby too, and it just so happens we can share it." Hawkman was horrified, trying to lift his head. Jiang Kai coldly swung his sword, warning, "Remember this, don't touch anyone from Sheng Yao." The death card appeared, its eerie voice resonating. The time has not yet come. Hawkman felt his body being torn apart, screaming in pain, "Damn, what is this?" Hawkman could not endure the torment any longer, his voice filled with agony. "Kill me if you dare, just kill me." Jiang Kai smiled faintly, a smile that made anyone shiver. He said softly, "I told you it's not time yet, why rush?" In the conference room at the Y headquarters, everyone sat bowed in thought around the round table. At that moment, Christina rushed in, and though the guards tried to stop her, she shouted loudly, "Commander Mack, please send someone immediately to Dilac Tri Palace." 15 minutes earlier, Christina had witnessed Hawkman screaming in desperation. "Kill me!" She was stunned, wondering if the holy soldier boy could really torment a monster like Hawkman to this extent. Begging for death had probably become a luxury. She recalled Jiang Kai's words at that time. "Christina, you are the only one who respects the holy soldier. I will give you a quick death." Christina had been frightened and covered her mouth, thinking he was pretending to be kind, but now it was clear, giving her a swift death was already mercy. Watching Hawkman being tortured, Christina worried for her own fate, realizing the boy was truly terrifying. Returning to the present, Mac coldly asked, "Christina, didn't I tell you to reflect on yourself? Then who let you in here? How dare you interrupt my meeting with the esteemed commanders, such insolence?" Christina, terrified, quickly replied, "Commander Mac, the boy today stormed into Dilac Tri Palace. He is very dangerous." Mac angrily shouted, "Silence!" Veins bulging, he roared, "Are you trying to teach me how to work? You are all my most trusted subordinates." Mac's anger intensified. "Do you think the people at the other entry points are useless like you? Dealing with those low-level soldiers doesn't require a fuss. Armies 345 have already been deployed." He raised his hand, showing his ambition openly. "Within 10 minutes I will crush him into pieces." Then he turned to Christina and ordered, "Aren't you going out already?" Christina bowed her head and replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Hawkman continued screaming, each painful stab relentlessly torturing his body and spirit. Desperate, he begged continuously, "Please, let me die, I promise I won't disturb the Holy Realm again." Tears streamed from Hawkman's eyes, his voice hollow, yet he kept pleading, "Please, let me die quickly." Jiang Kai coldly manipulated his powers, mocking, "Who do you think you are? You're just a coward." Jiang Kai continued without pause, his voice void of emotion, "You're unworthy of being strong. Next time you meet a Holy Realm warrior, remember to kneel." Finally, Jiang Kai acted to finish it. Hawkman's body immediately dissolved. Jiang Kai lightly brushed his hand and retrieved the death card. Suddenly, his eyes widened in pain, his body shaking violently as he coughed up blood. Feeling the increasing pain, Jiang Kai thought, "With him dead, the effect of the Hashi elixir is gone and the pain in my body grows more intense." At that moment, a loud shout startled him. "Kai, it's him, he killed Hawkman." Jiang Kai quickly looked up and surveyed the surroundings. From the forest, a fully equipped army advanced toward him. He quickly realized it was the defense force from another entry point, and they seemed formidable. He observed quietly, paying special attention to the leader. Jai stepped forward, mocking, "Kid, do you think you can defeat the elite of multiple nations with just your strength?" If you've come this far, there's no way back. Jiang Kai smiled faintly, thinking, is that so? He stood tall, ready to act, knowing he could not retreat now. Jiang Kai confidently responded, just in time. Jai sneered, dying and still talking big. He commanded, kill him. The army behind immediately obeyed, charging forward and shouting, kill. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, preparing to use rotting flame, when a familiar voice made him hesitate. Captain Kai, going into battle without us isn't right. Jiang Kai looked up in surprise. The voice fell like raindrops. Ho Enhan descended from the sky, confidently shouting, Supreme Rain Summoning Technique of the Universe. The enemy soldiers scrambled to shield themselves and their mages' spells were interrupted. They cried out in alarm, what? Chaos erupted as their own attacks turned against them. Jiang Kai asked in astonishment, Ho Enhan, wait, since when has your rain summoning been this powerful? Ho Enhan winked and smiled. Captain Kai, not just you, I've recently awakened a new talent too. Just then, a pill shot out from behind, shouting, Supreme Battle Pill is here. Low-level soldiers meet your end. A powerful strike from the pill sent countless enemies flying. Jiang Kai was stunned. It's the death pill. Nguyen and Gu also appeared, advancing with his sword, expression unchanged. Beautiful one, I have arrived. Surrender your weapons and your maiden soul. Behind Jiang Kai, a mighty army surrounded Lu Deichuan. The captain of Plan B Lamin rode a tiger, commanding and protecting Jiang Kai, shouting, protect the hero of the Holy Realm, kill Jiang Kai. Known asked, Kai, we're not too late, are we? Jiang Kai quickly asked. Known, why did you all come here with so many reinforcements? Known recounted how, when Jiang Kai led 2 people, they didn't want to leave him behind. Known continued. At that time, the pill comforted us, telling us to hold on a little longer. The enemy was approaching. But before we could hide, the enemy caught up. So we had no choice but to keep running. Known paused, recalling Lu Deichuan leading his troops to rescue them. Everyone comforted each other, it will be fine. Known continued. We had to perform the suspension spell to heal you. She led Ho Enhan and Nguyen and Gu, and Ho Enhan asked, Master, are you okay? Nguyen and Gu gasped, whispering, we came to save you. Known added that they fought the enemy. Not only them, but allied nations of the Holy Realm also joined the assault. Jiang Kai said with joy, being able to mobilize armies from so many nations so quickly cannot be a temporary plan. Known stepped forward and began casting healing spells, chatting as she worked. If it weren't for you holding back the forces at point A, it would have been difficult for everyone to break through the encirclement. Jiang Kai anxiously observed and said that there were many skilled fighters here, especially someone named Jai whose strength was formidable. Before he could finish speaking, Nguyen grabbed Jiang Kai's hand. Stop talking, let's go, I'll treat you first. No need to worry, Duxuan is leading the Fa River to eliminate the enemy. She looked at the mighty figure and said to him, Lu Cheng is the core of our Plan B in the Liming operation. Dealing with that Jai should be no problem. Besides, look at everyone. In one corner of the battlefield, Hu Nian relentlessly struck, her voice booming. Super Champion Big Ice Silver, prepare for the disaster. The ice stones shot at the enemy, causing them to scream in panic and pain. Nguyen and Gu fought in close combat, delivering dazzling attacks while mocking the enemy. Hey darling, don't run, the more you struggle, the more excited I get. Bian Zhu said little, focusing on a relentless attack. The world's strongest war god appeared, and anyone who dared be disrespectful would be punished. The enemy fell in droves, their painful screams echoing everywhere. Watching the whole battlefield, Jai gritted his teeth in anger and ordered the troops to retreat to their base. At this moment, a soldier from Jiang Kai's side shouted that points B and C had successfully broken through the encirclement and were advancing toward the base. Jiang Kai and Nguyen joyfully said in unison, we've succeeded. In contrast, Jai and his troops were horrified to hear the news. Duxuan sat on his horse, raising his sword high and shouted, all troops listen up. Today, let these soldiers know what true divine soul is. He charged forward, loudly shouting the slogan, kill, fight for the divine soul. The enemy was forced into a passive position, relentlessly hunted by Duxuan's army, and the chaotic scene shattered their original formation. Nguyen couldn't help but say to him, Kai, it's great, we've won, the victory is ours. Jiang Kai smiled brightly, yes, it's good. Suddenly his eyes darkened, losing focus. Jiang Kai muttered, it's too much, and then collapsed from exhaustion. Nguyen was startled and quickly helped him up, shouting, Kai. Once she confirmed he had just fainted from fatigue, she sighed in relief, smiling gently, you've worked hard, just sleep now. Emergency news reports were continuously broadcast. Today, the multi-nation alliance launched its second raid, successfully breaking through the 4 major military points at the Dai Lac Tri Dien after the defending forces were defeated. Multiple counterattacks were repelled by the alliance's fortification. The program host continuously warned that the latest military intelligence showed the defending forces had suffered heavy losses, with a casualty ratio of 3-1. News reports carefully covered the battle at 6 a.m. Jiangzhang time. The second reinforcement army of the Divine Army arrived at the Dai Lac Tri Dien as planned, increasing total combat power by 40. They kept broadcasting updates. The third main force of the multination alliance had successfully logged in, the military spokesperson said. The campaign marked the successful occupation of the Dai Lac Tridene by the multination alliance. At MARC headquarters, after hearing all the news, a heated debate broke out. Your people are useless. The two squads of the multination alliance were weak and still couldn't stop them. A deserter even dared to speak up. If you hadn't run away, our counterattack wouldn't have failed. Now you're shifting the blame. How proactive. Who guaranteed the defense line wouldn't have flaws? The debate went nowhere. In the end, they blamed Italy, agreeing that they should take responsibility from the start. Angrily, the person snapped, unable to speak. Cut it, you guys. At the same time, an announcement came from the battlefield. The multi-nation alliance led by Saint Dia declared that they now had the right to enter the Dai Lac Tridene. This move was more lenient than the previous blockade policy of the defending forces and received much international support. The evacuation position was carefully arranged, with guards patrolling in front of each building. Suddenly, a figure appeared from afar. The guards quickly recognized the intruder and reported, "Attention, squads, we have detected an infiltrator." The Xuan stepped out of the tent, observing the solitary figure, suspicious. Someone's charging into the Dai Lac Tridene alone. The situation caused De Xuan to panic. Is it another person like Zhang Zio Hein Dai here? He glanced at the tent next door, worried. Zhang Zio Hein Dai is still unconscious. If that's the case, it's a big problem. Suddenly, the person raised both hands and shouted, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." He stammered, introducing himself. I'm Harith, representing the Ep Kingdom for negotiations. The Xuan's group stared blankly. Another person appeared beside Harith. The person asked, "May I ask who is the team leader on your side?" Zaijiang replied, I am Kim Zaijiang from the Hat Kingdom, representing the Hat Kingdom, hoping to negotiate peace with you. A soldier shouted, "I remember a guy named White Hole, the swordsman from the F Kingdom. He killed many of our people." A teammate scolded. Hat Kingdom, isn't that the traitor? How dare they come here?" Harith took the opportunity to say, "I come here with sincerity. The Ep Kingdom is willing to use resources to buy a spot in the competition." Zaijiang quickly explained, trying to avoid being outdone. "It's a forced situation. We know we were wrong," Zaijiang said. "The Hat Kingdom is willing to pay double to buy a slot in the competition." Harry angrily mocked. "The Hat Kingdom is so rich, bought one spot and now they're buying another." Zaijiang wouldn't back down, retorting, "What right do you Ep Kingdom have to criticize us? What strongest swordsman? Didn't he get killed by the great god Saint Dia right away? If you guys weren't useless, we wouldn't have lost the battle." Harith and Zaijiang argued. "What did you say?" "I said your Ep Kingdom is useless." "Say that again." No one noticed Daxuan trembling in anger. "Die, all of you, shut up." Harith and Zaijiang were about to charge at each other, but upon hearing this, they were scared. Daxuan signaled the guards, sneering, "Peace negotiations. Sorry, I haven't received any orders. Capture them first." The soldiers quickly restrained them. In the tent next door, Zhang Kai groggily opened his eyes. Hu Nian and Nguyen and Gu were looking at him. Seeing this, they excitedly leaned close to the leader. "Kai, you're finally awake." Zhang Kai jumped back. "What the hell? What are you two doing? Don't tell me you were watching me sleep." Hu Nian explained, "We were worried about you. At that time, we had just successfully broken the defense at point A. You were so exhausted that you collapsed." Nguyen and Gu agreed. "Moreover, you slept for 3 whole days." Suddenly, he clapped his hands and remembered something that needed to be reported. "Oh right, 2 days ago," the Lord said. "Captain Kai, your younger brother saw a video of you charging into the Dai Lac Tridene alone and fainting on the battlefield." Zhang Kai anxiously jumped up and asked, "What? He fainted?" Hu Nian reminded Nguyen and Gu. "Stop hesitating when you speak." Nguyen and Gu scratched his head, embarrassed. "Don't rush." "Don't rush," Nguyen said. "He's awake now. Not only does he know you're safe, but he also thinks you were the key to this victory for Saint Dia." She felt proud of her brother. Zhang Kai sighed in relief, sitting back in the chair. "Really?" Hu Nian happily showed off. To celebrate a major victory, I decided to reveal a secret to the two of them, asking if they wanted to hear it. Curious, they asked, "What is it?" Hu Enhan excitedly said, "Captain Kai, remember the other day you asked why my rain summoning technique suddenly became stronger?" Zhang Kai nodded. "Yes, Hu Enhan. At that time, she said it was a new talent, never expecting it to level up." Nguyen and Gu impatiently exclaimed, "Hu Enhan, stop teasing." She recounted everything seriously, hiding nothing from them. "After leaving the forest where the moon orchid demon resided, I felt my body move more fluidly than before. Strangely, a few nights ago, the system notification appeared. Congratulations, your basic attributes have fully upgraded." A purple light surrounded Hu Enhan, displaying the notification above her. She had gained a new talent, elemental control. Several green leaves hovered in Hu Enhan's palm as a powerful purple light radiated from her fingertips. She happily showed off. "Look everyone, my talent lets me control natural elements like wind, lightning, and water." To demonstrate, Hu Enhan formed a water sphere, leaving everyone around her in awe. "Wow, Hu Enhan, now you can actually control the flow of water." As she spoke, she accidentally shot a water column into Nguyen and Gu's face. She awkwardly apologized. Sorry, right now I can only control the power itself. Attacks like the storm rain from that day still require a compass. Nguyen Ngu wasn't angry, wiping his face and sincerely praised. This is amazing, even without leveling up, your attributes still increase. Hu Enhan regained her confidence and laughed loudly. I didn't expect this either. Do you think the system accidentally boosted me? Only Jiang Kai realized the reason, silently thinking, no. It definitely wasn't an accidental boost. Intuition told him this was connected to the lake demon, which seemed to treat Hu Enhan specially. Suddenly, Jiang Kai cleared his throat a few times to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. Hu Enhan remembered that Captain Kai hadn't eaten for 3 days, surely not from hunger. She quickly ran out of the tent. Captain Kai, wait, I'll get some food right away. Nguyen Ngu hurried after. I know what Captain Kai likes to eat the most. Seeing such care warmed Jiang Kai's heart, softening his expression. Suddenly, De Chuan came to visit. Junior brother Jiang, I heard you woke up, he cheerfully replied. Senior brother Lu. De Chuan nodded and chatted enthusiastically. Junior brother Jiang, I've wanted to properly get to know you for a long time, but these past few days were busy organizing defenses and you both needed rest, so I didn't want to bother you. Jiang Kai shook his hand, saying, Senior brother Lu, thank you for coming in time. Without you, our Lamin operation wouldn't have succeeded. You are the true hero, De Chuan laughed. He added, also, junior brother Jiang, I still have 2 matters to discuss with you, De Chuan listed seriously. First, some forces we drove away are now requesting fire aid and want to buy slots to join the competition. Initially, the higher-ups wanted to reject them all, but what they offered was too valuable. Jiang Kai wondered, but isn't this ultimately the army's decision? Does my opinion really matter? De Chuan smiled warmly. He patted his shoulder and said, without you, the Lamin operation wouldn't have succeeded. The hardest part was handled by you. If we just said negotiations were negotiations, wouldn't we disappoint a hero like you? Jiang Kai calmly left the choice to them. You can decide on this matter yourselves. The interests involved were of national importance, and Jiang Kai trusted the army to balance risks and benefits well. De Chuan happily agreed. Jiang Kai then asked, what's the second matter? De Chuan explained it concerned the Commander Wei, who, although I just recovered, hoped that when the global dominance competition began, he wanted me to lead Pillar So Nguyen and the Fire God Squad to participate as one of the teams representing Shengdao. Surprised, I asked, me? De Chuan nodded. Yes, the Pillar and Nguyen will be heroic in the competition. They are among this year's candidates, and with you leading them, they gain rich experience and clear strength. The team leader can only be you. He then seriously added that Commander Hua also supported this idea. Moreover, she promised that if they won a rank and received rewards, it would be divided 60-40. You get 60, the army 40. Jiang Kai thought it over, not agreeing immediately. De Chuan advised, you might think that share is a bit small, but in this level of competition, only the army is eligible to participate. After all, the army bears the responsibility of protection and must prioritize resources. If everyone joined, the nation would descend into chaos. Jiang Kai, you agree? He neither refused nor accepted. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Representing Shengdao in the competition is a challenge for me. I'm willing to participate, but life and death decisions cannot be mine alone. I want to consult everyone first. De Chuan found his reasoning sound. You're right, your 2 teammates aren't army personnel, they have no such obligation. Jiang Kai took the opportunity to request, Brother Lu, if the Fire God Squad decides to participate, could I ask a favor? De Chuan was slightly surprised, asking, what is it? 15 minutes later, Hu Enhan and Nguyen Ngu brought food into the tent. Captain Kai, we're back. Hu Enhan asked, Brother Lu left already? 2 plates of food were quickly finished. Jiang Kai recounted the entire conversation to both and asked their opinion. The global dominance competition would be more dangerous than any previous battle. I hoped the 2 would think carefully before deciding to join. Excited shouts echoed in the tent. Hu Enhan thrilled. So cool, Captain Kai, I want to go, I want to go. I absolutely cannot be left behind in this global competition. Nguyen Ngu also shouted, me too. I want to follow Captain Kai and everyone, I'm not afraid at all. Even though Jiang Kai anticipated this, he was helpless against their enthusiasm. They truly feared nothing. A month later, on Ghost Star in Zone Z, a figure emerged from the water. The man panted heavily, eyes wide with horror. A door appeared with a system message. Congratulations, you have discovered the Dai Lechai ground traditional formation. At the same time, someone on a rooftop preparing supplies received the news, noticing explorers nearby. Soldiers on horseback were astonished when notified. The system announced that conditions for opening the global dominance competition had been met, officially starting in 12 hours. The global network lit up simultaneously, connections dense. At Dialech at ground point A, guards received the message. The system broadcast. The competition would stream in HD. Each country could send up to 3 teams, each with 5 members. Exceeding this number would cause random team members to die offline. Jiang Kai's team studied the rules carefully. Nguyen said, "The last transmission formation has been located. The global dominance competition is about to begin." The pillar worried, "These rules are too vague. They only say too many people will die. Nothing about how to fight or how to win." Nguyen Ngu curiously asked, "Could it really be that simple?" Hu Enhan coldly snorted, speculating, "I think they're waiting until the start to tell you which direction to aim your weapon." Narration: Jiang Kai agreed with her and realized that what Hu Nian said was correct, but that was fine. This time the usual troublemakers couldn't cause chaos. Dialogue: He chuckled lightly and commanded, "Everyone rest and recover for 12 hours. Narration: The eager group prepared for battle. The wind blew, and the night gradually faded behind the rolling hills, sunlight erasing the dark shadows. The system announced that Phase 1 of the Global Supremacy competition was about to start and the rules were explained. Dialogue: None. Narration: When the competition starts, everyone will be teleported to random locations within the Dai Lechai Hall, with 3 minutes of preparation time during which all damage is nullified. A countdown and illustrative examples appear. Dialogue: None. Narration: When preparation time ends, 1 member of each squad will be randomly imprisoned. The imprisoned cannot act proactively but can be moved, rescued, or killed by others. Dialogue: None. Narration: The system explained in detail that every 2 hours, a new member would be imprisoned within the same squad. When the imprisoned dies, another member will be imprisoned until all squad members are defeated. Dialogue: None. Narration: Additionally, the system offered a benefit. Killing opponents grants rescue cards. 5 cards can free 1 imprisoned squad member. However, countless monsters lurk to hunt players. Dialogue: None. Narration: When the competition begins, the edges of Dai Lechai land spawn multiple monsters of commander level or higher, and their activity range gradually shrinks inward over time. 3 badges appeared along with a system announcement. Dialogue: None. Narration: When only 3 squads remain, the competition ends, ranking based on free members and remaining rescue cards. The competition areas were set and the countdown announced. Dialogue: None. Narration: The countdown of 3, 2, 1 rang out and players appeared at their positions one by one. Jiang Kai stabilized his stance. The system announced the start of the competition, and many white shadows signaled the arrival of other players. Dialogue: None. Narration: Jiang Kai observed non-squad members and noticed the Zhu Zai group was absent. They scattered in 4 directions, imprisoning individuals at random. Dialogue: None. Narration: While running, Jiang Kai analyzed the system's intentions. If all imprisoned are enemies, it's the highest danger scenario. The rule tests individual strength but effectively evaluates collective power and squad cohesion. Dialogue: None. Narration: Jiang Kai ran faster, worried someone might be left behind, endangering the entire squad. The system announced 30 seconds of preparation left and he calculated as he ran. Dialogue: None. Narration: Only 30 seconds remained and he wondered if he would be imprisoned. In an invincible state, he sought empty spots to hide and planned how to regroup with teammates. Dialogue: None. Narration: At Chengjiang Central, the military classroom broadcast the full competition scene. Shen Feng, astonished, asked why everyone suddenly hid. Dialogue: What's happening? Why is everyone suddenly hiding? Narration: Archangel explained this action related to the competition's rules. Only those in Dai Lechai land would know the specifics. Dialogue: Their behavior must be tied to the competition rules. After all, only participants in Dai Lechai land know the exact rules. Commander Wei, what do you think? Narration: Wei Ying furrowed his brow, speculating it was a signal before initiating kill mode. He confidently assessed that the 3 squads sent by Sheng Dao were elite, with strong members. The Mountain Ha squad was self-assured. Dialogue: No matter what, all we can do now is trust our warriors 100%. Narration: The Fire God squad had already gained fame thanks to Jiang Kai. Scene shifted to Dai Lechai Hall. Hu Nian and Nguyen moved together, cautiously observing their surroundings. Dialogue: None. Narration: A sudden attack descended. Hu Nian and Nguyen swiftly dodged. Dialogue: Hu Nian angrily cursed. Where did this enemy come from, daring to ambush heroine Hu? The stone pillar from the sky cheerfully called, Nguyen Hu Nian, I finally found you too. Both girls were shocked. Narration: The stone pillar smiled awkwardly, scratching its head. Dialogue: Not trying to scare you, right? Hu Nian asked, Master, when did you arrive? The pillar paused mischievously, then cheerfully replied, Me. I've always been here. Narration: the stone pillar was lucky. Upon opening its eyes, it found itself near the forest by the camp, intending to regroup but realized the competition had started and contact was cut. Dialogue: none. Narration: he observed from a corner, predicting everyone would return to the camp, so he hid in a tree. Sure enough, he waited for the two girls. The pillar recalled the question about the two moving together. Dialogue: none. Narration: Nguyen recounted meeting Hunayan on the way, predicting everyone would return to the camp to regroup, so they went together. Dialogue: exactly, if we thought of this, I'm sure Captain Kai and Yuan Yu would think of it too. Narration: Nguyen worried about who would arrive next. Dialogue: I wonder who will come next. Narration: a rustle in the bushes revealed an arrival. Yuan Yu appeared, panting, countdown stop, preparation time 0000, and everyone realized who was imprisoned. Dialogue: Hunayan, everyone really returned here. Narration: Jiang Kai froze in the tree, realizing he couldn't move, anxious about the dangerous situation. Dialogue: none. Narration: under a tree opposite, Jiang Kai noticed someone hiding, weapon in hand, staring at him. Dialogue: none. Narration: Jiang Kai feared the person had ambushed him, cursing silently, yet after waiting, the figure didn't move. Dialogue: none. Narration: Jiang Kai realized the other was also imprisoned, remaining motionless. He observed his surroundings, wondering if anyone else was there. Dialogue: none. Narration: he noticed someone lying in the grass, despairing that 3 people were hiding in the small area, all unlucky to be imprisoned, but this meant that arriving teammates could easily kill the remaining 2. Dialogue: none. Narration: Jiang Kai closed his eyes, calculating how to resolve the situation, desperately wondering where the stone pillars were. Dialogue: the stone pillar urgently shook Hunayan, urging, Hunayan, can you foresee where Kai is? Non nervously said that she could not move and was in danger at any moment. We need to find her quickly. Nguyen and Gu agreed and suggested that Ho Enhan try divination. Ho Enhan took out her tools and said hesitantly, though unsure if it would be accurate, she would give it a try. Before she could use her power, a group of people appeared. It was truly a narrow road for enemies. It was the group from Country Y, the Zijia Guild. From the Holy Knight team, the man leading the group mockingly said, "Isn't that Jiang Kai the captain of your group? Looks like he's the one captured this time." Non was immediately protected by her teammates. One of the group raised his sword, mocking, "Sharp, huh? Little Jiang Kai left behind and you run into me. Looks like Lady Luck isn't on your side today," Veen True reacted quickly. "I thought it was someone important, but it's just Christina's people. What's the matter? Didn't the last beating teach you enough? Are you here to die this time?" A Boris snorted. "If it weren't for that scheming kid Jiang Kai, the Y country's defense wouldn't have fallen. Why should we compensate for resource shortages just because Slot entered this competition?" Jessica said disdainfully. "Today, I'll use you as a warm-up, then go after Jiang Kai to get both the principal and interest." Lobo advised Tom lying on the ground, "Don't worry, kill 4 more and we'll have 5 rescue tokens. We'll soon remove your imprisonment." Veen True immediately felt the tension and Jayak grinned in delight. Without Jiang Kai, they were just easy prey. Jayak shouted and charged with his team. "Today, I'll show you what despair in battle looks like." Jayak ordered, "Take care of the healer first." Non feared, realizing she was the first target. But Veen True attacked first, leaping high and preparing his strike. He shouted loudly, "Infernal flame strike." A powerful blow forced the 4 enemies back. Jayak mocked, "Not bad, you've got some strength." Nga immediately ordered, "Boris, Lobo, handle those 2. Jessica and I will finish off this tough guy and the healer." The other 3 eagerly obeyed. "Look at those shielding Non, a damned fatty and a fortune teller. 3 seconds to take care of these guys." Nguyen and Gu firmly gripped his shield and shouted, "Fall back, I'll handle this." Ho Enhan worried, "This is bad, Nguyen and Gu hasn't drunk his wine yet." Boris rushed forward with his sword. His tone full of mockery, "This fat pig still wants to be a hero." Boris's sword clashed with Nguyen and Gu's shield. Without the wine, Nguyen and Gu was at a disadvantage and had to exert all his strength just to block the blow. Ho Enhan raised both hands to the sky, super ultimate champion rain summon. A swirling water orb formed in her hand. A loud sound rang out as Lobo threw his spear, pinning it to the metal monster trap. He yanked the chain, sending the trap flying behind him. Lobo shouted, "A rain summon? You should pray for your own death." Over here, Veen True rushed forward to block Non, swinging his sword and knocking Jessica away. Jayak seized the opportunity and rushed in, striking his sword at Veen True's side. Non screamed in panic, "Veen True, be careful." Veen True heard her and quickly turned, holding his sword horizontally to block Jack's attack. However, Jack's strength was overwhelming and he relentlessly pressed forward, forcing Veen True to step back. Jack sneered as he looked through the sword at Veen True. See the fear in his eyes? He's trying to protect his teammates. He leaped, grinning maliciously. Jayak used all his strength, pressing down on the sword while laughing loudly. "Go back and cry with the women." Veen True was shocked by his strength, nearly unable to hold his ground. At that moment, Non pointed her finger at Jayak and used Shadow Needle. From Jayak's forearm, a barrage of sharp needles pierced through his flesh, sending him into shock. "What?" On the other side, Jiang Kai was hiding in a tree. Half an hour had passed and he had no idea what had happened to Veen True and his teammates. Suddenly he sensed a movement, turned around in surprise and saw a burly man with a fierce look, using a knife to clear the bushes, revealing Harris hiding below. He squinted, laughing loudly, finally found one. Harith was terrified, unable to react in time before being discovered. The burly man immediately swung a powerful strike, blood splattering everywhere. Before Harith could scream, he was struck in the stomach and sent flying. Harith crashed into Dao Din's hiding spot. Nga, the burly man, saw Dao Din and smirked, walking up with his knife. One more to go. Dao Din was pinned by a tree, motionless on the ground, unable to move. He sweated profusely, gritting his teeth, his nerves tense but powerless. The burly man suddenly stopped, looking up. He stared directly at Jiang Kai's hiding spot. The burly man lowered his knife. Jiang Kai felt the tension. "I've been spotted." The burly man excitedly laughed. "This time you're all dead." The burly man swung his knife, cutting into Dao Din's arm, sending him crashing down instantly. He licked the blood off his blade and grinned wickedly. "Thanks, brother, but I'm not letting you go." Dao Din vanished, leaving only a gold token. The burly man dragged his knife across the ground, heading toward Jiang Kai's hiding place. "Next, it's your turn." Jiang Kai frowned. "Am I really going to die here? I can't move right now unless Veen True gets here in time." Jiang Kai suddenly realized something, repeating his words, "I can't move." He smiled. "Did you just realize something?" The burly man jumped to the tree, swinging his knife down fiercely and shouting, "Die!" Jiang Kai remained motionless. Jiang Kai, with a confident expression, thought to himself, "It's my body that can't move, but the death card isn't restricted." Immediately, the death card flew up. The burly man couldn't react in time, and when he swung his knife, the card sliced across him, causing him to spit blood. The card returned and pierced through the burly man, ending him. Jiang Kai controlled 3 death cards to fly into the air, ordering with his mind, "Death cards, go." A gust of wind carried the 3 golden cards, emitting strong light. The 3 death cards returned to Jiang Kai's body. He calculated, 3 cards now, but I need 5 to save myself. 2 more to go. Suddenly his eyes lit up, remembering something. Got it. At this moment, the 3 self-rescue cards moved down and hovered in the air. A man walking by joyfully shouted, "Damn, this is incredibly lucky. 3 self-rescue cards. Can't believe I found them just like that." But his steps suddenly halted and his alertness heightened. "Wait, why are there 3 self-rescue cards here?" He looked around, noticing this was where a battle had taken place with blood still fresh. Could both sides have been injured and died? He continued observing but felt uneasy. Something feels off, could it be? His pace slowed and the feeling became clearer. Just then Jiang Kai's death card appeared behind the man. The card struck him hard. The man's eyes widened in regret. A trap. In just one move, the man was out of the game, leaving only a self-rescue card. Jiang Kai felt satisfied thinking about the 4 rescue cards he had. Just one more card and he would be free. However, he was also a bit worried because he didn't know how the Pillar team was doing. Meanwhile, the Pillar was facing off against the Jayok, being overwhelmed and having to retreat to avoid attacks. The Jayok's teammates rushed over to assist their captain. Nguyen anxiously warned the Pillar, telling him to be careful behind him. The Pillar quickly turned around but was too late to avoid a surprise attack from the enemy. The Pillar clutched his wound and jumped to the side, shouting angrily, "Damn it, 4 against 1, how shameless." At that moment, Nguyen and Gayet tossed something towards the master, challenging him. "Try this, let's see." The Pillar caught the intact rescue cup thrown by Nguyen and Gayet while the enemy mocked him, thinking he was trying to use alcohol to numb himself and dull the pain, as they believed drinking would make someone brave. The Jayok laughed sarcastically and threatened, "I see, the last cup of wine before your head gets chopped off will come. Dare to cooperate in ambushing me, you're asking for death." Lobo, unaware of the danger, eagerly charged forward. Suddenly the Pillar and Nguyen and Gayet's strength erupted. The Pillar seemed to be empowered, confidently declaring, "I am the #1 warrior in the world. Gods block me, I kill gods. Demons block me, I kill demons." Nguyen and Gayet was no less, wildly shouting, "In my lifetime, I will never be inferior to anyone. Where is the enemy?" The Jayok's team was horrified as they witnessed the power. The Pillar quickly charged forward and with one slash of his sword sent them all flying. The Jayok gritted his teeth, his eyes full of unwillingness. The Pillar didn't give him time to recover, jumping up to continue the attack, proclaiming himself as the #1 warrior. The Pillar swung his sword down and loudly said, "Lie down and accept your death." The Jayok's eyes widened in shock as his hands trembled while holding his sword. He stuttered, This is." The Pillar didn't hesitate and continued swinging his sword, slicing the Jayok's sword in half with blood splattering everywhere. The force of the strike was so powerful that the Jayok was sent flying hundreds of meters away, and wherever he went, trees broke and fell. Boris was terrified by the sight and exclaimed, "I have encountered countless swordsmen, but the swordsmanship of a death fiend like you is even more bizarre and exquisite than any swordsman." Nguyen and Gayet slowly advanced towards Boris, his gaze sharp, pointing the tip of his sword at him and saying, "Stop rambling, take off your clothes." Boris broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide in confusion, asking himself, why has it come to this? He looked at Nguyen and Gayet holding his shield and sword, staggering forward. After drinking the wine, Nguyen and Gayet had completely changed. Boris stood still, watching Nguyen and Gayet approach, his sword technique fast at times, slow at others, yet fluid like flowing water, leaving no trace, almost becoming one with his movements. Nguyen and Gayet was now right in front of Boris, his eyes red, swinging his sword and laughing loudly. A few days ago in the team's hut, Captain Jiang Kai had handed Nguyen and Gayet a skill book. Jiang Kai said, Nguyen and Gayet, although you are not a swordsman, your talent with wine fits perfectly with the swordsman's skill. The global tournament is coming up. This is the skill book I borrowed from Big Brother Lu for you. Jiang Kai then looked at Duxuan and said, Duxuan helped Nguyen and Gayet find a swordsman's skill book to enhance his ability. Duxuan confidently replied, it's no problem for the glory of the country. Don't just ask for a skill book, even if you ask me to risk my life, I will. Nguyen and Gayet took the skill book from Jiang Kai. This was the legendary swordsman explorer's skill book, a coveted item. Nguyen and Gayet wondered if he could subconsciously possess it. The system notification appeared, unconsciously acquired. When an explorer enters an absolute state of focus, their techniques will no longer be limited by form. The sword will become an extension of the body, and the techniques will naturally evolve based on the combat situation, flowing smoothly like water, hard to predict. Back in the present, a slash from Nguyen and Gayet tore Boris's shirt. He screamed, so much hair, I like it. Boris's face turned bright red, quickly covering his chest and shouting, what do you want to do? This is the global tournament you're actually. Nguyen and Gayet didn't care, running forward while laughing. Is there anything missing inside you? Ah, I understand, you did it on purpose, didn't you, my little treasure? Boris shouted loudly, missing something. I'm wearing full outer armor, inner armor, and lining, what's missing? His face was red, as if it was about to explode. Nguyen and Gayet continued slashing at Boris, and this time the upper half of Boris was completely naked. The laughter still wasn't enough. Nguyen and Gayet grinned, showing his teeth and laughing even more. Boris clutched his chest, tears and snot running down his face, screaming in a short burst. Suddenly, hail began to fall and the sky turned dark. Lobo held his Torah and ran swiftly, saying, our assassins are best at operating in any disadvantageous situation. Do you think this little trick can stop us? The rain grew heavier. Nguyen showed no mercy, throwing the orbs while shouting, Yu En-han. Yu En-han held the bagua, spinning water around her hands. She confidently declared, no matter what kind of assassin in the rain, I am the god. The orbs thrown by Nguyen flew straight towards Lobo and Jessica. The two were startled and the orbs fell, spraying pink liquid onto them. What the hell, my face? Yu En-han seized the opportunity as the two were unable to react, raising her hand to the sky. Take this! A super hailstorm appeared, piercing through Lobo and Jessica, the rocks falling and cracking the ground. 10 minutes later, in the forest where they had been fighting, the Pillar and Nguyen and Gayet were resting under a tree, having sobered up. Nguyen squatted in front of them, softly calling, Pillar, big brother Nguyen, are you two awake? She handed them 2 bottles of alcohol antidote. The Pillar snapped back to reality and loudly asked, where did that aggressive team go? Who won? Where are the rescue cards? Did we get them? Nguyen took out 5 bright cards, smiling. Don't worry, all 5 rescue cards are here. Yu En-han had also finished her calculations and said, I know where Captain Kai is. The 3 of them immediately perked up, each eager to reunite with Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai sat on a tree, staring intently at the 4 cards on the ground, deep in thought. Half an hour had passed and no new explorers had arrived, while the Pillar team still hadn't found him. A loud noise suddenly echoed and the ground shook violently. Jiang Kai gripped the tree trunk tightly, his face anxious, thinking to himself, this is bad, this sound means the area is about to shrink. The sound of footsteps grew louder. Jiang Kai realized it was the giant humanoids, towering stone creatures carrying tree trunks, their eyes full of ferocity. Beneath them, a swarm of gigantic monsters walked in formation, each carrying a massive tree on their shoulders. System introduction, stone giant monsters, level 65. Especially the one leading them, the stone giant monster, king level 88. Jiang Kai silently thought, these monsters most likely don't have a sense of smell or hearing. However, when it reached the tree canopy where Jiang Kai was hiding, the stone giant stopped. It turned around and gripped the tree trunk tightly. Jiang Kai nervously wondered if he had guessed wrong. The stone giant's fingers pierced through the rough bark and it lifted the tree, causing the roots to tear out of the ground. The giant tree was effortlessly carried by the stone giant. Jiang Kai clenched his teeth, trying to hold on. The stone giant didn't detect him and continued carrying the tree away, leaving with its group. Jiang Kai was surprised and thought to himself, could this be a new weapon? Indeed, this guy had no sense of smell. He carefully considered that he had almost activated the Wheel of Fate function to gamble on a side just now. Suddenly, the entire group of stone giants charged forward, with the king-level stone giant leading them towards a cliff. Below, 2 factions were fighting, unaware that the stone giants were observing them, preparing to attack. Jiang Kai worried, thinking that two teams were in combat. As he watched the stone giants charge down, he wondered how they knew there were people there. The cliff blocked the view, and since they had no hearing or smell, how could they detect the people? Soon, the two fighting teams realized the stone giants' presence and hurriedly fled. However, the stone giants were prepared. One of them gathered energy in its hands and slammed down on the ground, causing the earth to split in two. A massive rock slid down, blocking the path of both teams, trapping them. At the same time, other stone giants carrying tree trunks charged forward, swinging the trunks with force. A powerful blow sent a nearby player flying, and they screamed in agony. Jiang Kai realized their attack method. These stone giants could indeed track prey using ground vibrations. Now Jiang Kai understood why he hadn't been discovered. In addition to being concealed by the tree canopy, he had always stayed off the ground and never made contact with it. Jiang Kai realized he couldn't let the stone giants continue carrying the tree. Once he touched the ground, they would detect him. Meanwhile, the others, prepared for the appearance of the giant monsters, had the leader, Oliver, give an order. Charge forward, run as far as you can, try to stay off the ground, jump up and attack. The stone giant lifted the tree trunk onto its shoulder, and Oliver leaped ahead, shouting, "I'll risk it with you." Jiang Kai watched from a distance, carefully considering his next move. In the 60-level combat zone, it was impossible to deal damage to a king-level boss. Oliver poured all his strength into swinging both swords down. Jiang Kai then realized, wait a minute, Oliver's real goal was to destroy the tree trunk and use the opportunity to escape. He grinned excitedly and thought to himself, this is indeed a good opportunity. Jiang Kai hid beneath the tree canopy, waiting for Oliver to fall into the trap. Whether they could escape or not depended on this blow. But these past few days, I had to focus on organizing the defense, and you all needed rest, so I didn't want to disturb you. Jiang Kai shook his hand and sincerely said, Brother Lu, thank you for coming in time to help us, as well as protect Nuonuan and the others. Xuan laughed and said, without you, our actions wouldn't have been successful. You're the true hero who deserves the most credit. Suddenly he spoke up, young Jiang, actually I have two matters I want to discuss with you. Xuan seriously listed. First, some armies we drove away are asking for help. They want to buy a spot in the competition. Initially, the higher-ups wanted to reject all of them, but what they offered is too tempting. You don't know, on the Divine Beast battlefield, our resources are very limited. Jiang Kai asked in confusion, but hasn't the military already decided on this? Xuan smiled and said, your opinion is very important. He patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder and said, you know, without you, this operation couldn't have succeeded. The hardest part was because of you. If we decide to negotiate, would we disappoint the hero? Jiang Kai calmly deferred the decision to them, saying, you guys decide, the country's interests are the most important. I trust the military will carefully consider the pros and cons. Xuan happily agreed, all right. Jiang Kai then asked, what's the second matter? Xuan continued, the second matter is the commander's wish. Even though you're just recovering, when the global competition begins, he sent word through Wei Ying. He hopes you can lead Yuan Zhu, Su Nuonuan, and the Fire God team in the competition, representing Sheng Dao. Jiang Kai asked in surprise, me? Xuan nodded and replied, yes, Zhuzi and Nuonuan have shown great bravery. They are the candidates this time, and you will lead them into battle. With your rich experience and clear strength, the only one who can lead the team is you. Then he seriously added, also, Commander Hua shares this view. He promised that if they win a high ranking and get the reward, the division will be 60-40, you get 60, and the military gets 40. Jiang Kai pondered, not agreeing immediately. Xuan advised, you might feel this split is a bit low, but this is a competition that only the military has the right to participate in. The military bears the heavy responsibility of defense and must prioritize providing resources. If anyone could participate, the country would be in chaos. Young Jiang, do you agree? Jiang Kai neither declined nor agreed, but simply said, Brother Lu, don't misunderstand, actually, being chosen to represent Sheng Dao in the competition. For me, this is a kind of challenge too, and I'm very willing to take part. But this involves life and death, so I can't decide for everyone. I want to ask for everyone's opinion first. Dai Sheng felt what he said made sense and spoke up. You're right, your two teammates aren't military after all. They have no obligation to do this. Right, Brother Lu, if our Fire God squad decides to join. Could the whole team help me with something first? Dai Chuan froze for a moment and asked curiously, what is it? 15 minutes later, Hu Yan and Ryuan Yu carried the food into the tent. Captain Kai were back. Hu Yan asked in surprise. Brother Lu already left. The 2 plates of food were clean in no time. Taking the chance, Jiang Kai recounted the entire conversation to them and asked for their opinions. That's the situation. The global domination tournament will be more dangerous than any match before. So I hope you two will think it through carefully before deciding whether to participate. A thrilled shout instantly rang out from inside the tent. That's so awesome. Hu Yan agreed at once, brimming with excitement. Captain Kai, I want to go, I want to go. Don't you dare leave me out of this global domination tournament. Ryuan Yu volunteered as well. Me too, I want to join as well. Following Captain Kai and everyone, I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Kai had expected it, but he was still helpless in the face of their attitude. He sighed, thinking they really were the type who feared neither heaven nor earth. 1 month later, on Ghost Star in Country Z, a figure surfaced from the water. The man gasped for breath as he stared straight ahead. His eyes wide, filled with terror. A door appeared and a system panel popped up. Congratulations, you have discovered the Maitreya Pool teleportation array. At the same time, someone on a rooftop who was preparing to mix supplies also received the news. And even explorers took notice. A soldier sitting on horseback received the message in shock, only to see the system notification. The conditions to open the global domination tournament had been met. 12 hours from now, it officially begins. The global network immediately lit up in chaotic brilliance, packed with dense connection lines. At the Maitreya Pool grounds, Point A, the guards also received the news. The system announced, this tournament will be broadcast live in HD quality. Each country may send up to 3 teams, 5 people per team. The system warned that if the headcount exceeds the limit, members of that country will die at random, dying offline. Jiang Kai's team seriously. Read the rules, Nguyen immediately said. The final teleportation array has finally been found. With the global domination tournament about to begin, Yuan Zhu asked anxiously. Damn, these rules are way too sloppy, aren't they? They only tell us that too many people will die, but they don't mention how we're supposed to fight or what counts as victory at all. Ryuan Yu asked curiously, could it really be that simple? Hu Yan snorted coldly and guessed, in my opinion. They're definitely waiting until it starts to tell you which direction to point your gun. Jiang Kai agreed. Hu Yan is right, but that's fine too. He figured that at least this time, the schemers wouldn't be able to set up tricks in advance. He smiled faintly and ordered, everyone rest and recover. In 12 hours, prepare for battle. Everyone, especially Nguyen, cheered excitedly. The wind blew and night gradually faded behind the rolling mountain range. Sunlight broke through, wiping away the bleak darkness. The system announced, the Global Domination Tournament, Phase 1 is about to begin. It revealed the rules. The system stated that once the tournament starts, everyone will be teleported to random locations within the Maitreya Pool Hall, with 3 minutes to prepare. During this time, all damage will be nullified and a countdown timer will appear. The system gave several examples. After the preparation time ends, 1 person in each squad will be randomly imprisoned. The imprisoned person cannot act voluntarily, but can be moved by others. They can be rescued and they can also be killed. The system explained in great detail. Within the same team, every 2 hours, another imprisoned person will appear. If an imprisoned person is killed, the system will continue randomly imprisoning another team member until the entire team is wiped out. In addition, the system offered rewards for killing opponents. You can obtain a rescue token. 5 rescue tokens see a N Chinese letter, the imprisoned status for 1 teammate. Even so, what awaited them was countless monsters lying in ambush, hunting their prey. When the tournament begins, waves of commander-class monsters and above will appear along the outer edge of the Maitreya Pool grounds. At the same time, the activity zone will gradually shrink from the outside inward as the tournament progresses. 3 badges appeared along with a system notice. When only 3 teams remain, the tournament ends. The system stated that rankings will be calculated based on the number of free members remaining on a team and the number of rescue tokens left. The positions within the tournament have already been arranged. The signal system announced that the tournament had entered its final stage, with the countdown at 3, 2, 1. As time was about to run out, the participants landed one after another in their assigned position. The moment Jiang Kai steadied himself, the system immediately announced the start of the match. Aside from Jiang Kai, many silhouettes appeared nearby, signaling that other players were about to show up. Seeing people who weren't on his team, Jiang Kai told himself. As expected, he narrowed his eyes and confirmed that the members of the Zhuzi society were not here. Without any prior agreement, Everyone split into 4 directions and scattered. He thought to himself that with everyone separated, they could be detained individually. Jiang Kai ran while thinking through the system's tactics. If the one detained turned out to be him alone, surrounded by enemies, that would truly be a dangerous situation. This rule seemed to be testing each person's strength. In the end, he concluded that it was actually testing the team's overall strength and their ability to cooperate. Jiang Kai sped up, his mind still absorbed in thought. He realized that if anyone on the team fell behind, they would easily become a target for attack. That would be a major threat to the entire team. Just then, the system announced there were 30 seconds of preparation time remaining. Jiang Kai kept running away from the area, calculating in his head. With only 30 seconds left, he didn't know whether he would be the one detained. Jiang Kai decided to use the remaining time to find a safe hiding spot and think of a way to regroup the team. He set a serious goal: quickly eliminate the risk of the entire team being imprisoned. At the same time, in Jiangzhou City, inside the military conference room, the big screen displayed the match in full. Shen Feng asked in surprise, "What is happening? Why did everyone suddenly disappear? Are they playing hide-and-seek?" Angel explained. "Maybe it's because of the rules of the domination tournament. Either way, only the competitors in the Dial Land know the official rules." Then he continued, "Commander Wei, what do you think?" Wei Ying frowned and guessed. "It looks like a sign that the hunting and killing mode is about to be activated." He continued confidently, "The 3 armies Shengyao sent out are all elite forces tempered by the trials of war. The Crimson team is made up of strong and fierce members, and the Mountains and Rivers team is brimming with confidence." Wei Ying stated firmly, "No matter what, the only thing we can do now is place complete trust in our warriors." Finally, Jiang Kai's famed Fire God team was transported back to the Dial Land. Hu Yan and Nguyen Nguyen arrived together. Both of them watched their surroundings warily. Suddenly, an attack plunged down from overhead. Hu Yan and Nguyen Nguyen hurriedly leapt backward to dodge, and Hu Yan in particular cursed angrily, "Which bastard dares to ambush heroine Hu?" Yuan Zhu, who had just dropped from the sky, called out happily, "Nguyen Nguyen, Hu Yan, I finally managed to wait for you too." The 2 girls cried out in surprise, "Zhuzi." Yuan Zhu forced a grin, scratched his head, and asked, "I didn't scare you, did I?" Hu Yan asked in confusion, "Boss, when did you get here?" Yuan Zhu answered blankly, "Me? I've been here the whole time." He recounted cheerfully, "Honestly, I got really lucky. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found that my random teleport location was a forest near our camp. Then I used the watch on my wrist to contact everyone so we could regroup. But I discovered the match had already started and the connection kept cutting out. Still, I stayed in one corner and observed. I figured there was a high chance everyone would return to the camp, so I hid up in a tree and waited. Sure enough, I ended up waiting for you too." After saying that, Yuan Zhu finally remembered the question. "Right, why are you 2 together?" Nguyen Nguyen explained right away. "Hu Yan and I ran into each other on the way. We guessed everyone would return to the camp to regroup, so we came here together." Hu Yan rubbed her chin and agreed, "That's right. If we can figure that out, then Captain Kai and Win Gu will figure it out too. As long as they can move freely, they'll definitely come here." Nguyen Nguyen said anxiously, "I wonder who will arrive next." A minute later, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Yuan Zhu noticed at once and warned, "Someone's coming." A familiar pair of legs stepped out of the brush. Everyone stared at the newcomer in shock. Win Gu panted, barely able to get the words out. Hu Yan, so you all really did come back here." Just then, the system's countdown also stopped. Preparation time remaining 0. Everyone realized in alarm, so who was the one being detained? Yuan Zhu shouted in panic, "Kai!" At the same time. Hanging from the tree, Jiang Kai suddenly froze. He was startled to realize he couldn't move. "No, I can't move. Is it really that unlucky?" Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and thought, "This is bad. Why does it feel like there's someone there?" Following his gaze, he noticed someone hiding under the tree on the opposite side. He looked carefully and found that the person was holding a weapon. He became even more worried. The guy was staring at him. When did he get so close? There was clearly no sound earlier. Jiang Kai frantically guessed. Could he have been lying in wait there and saw me jump up the tree earlier? He gritted his teeth and cursed quietly, "Damn it." But after waiting for a long time, the other person still didn't move. At this point, Jiang Kai suddenly realized, "Don't tell me he's also trapped." He observed for a while, and indeed, he still didn't see him move. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But right after, Jiang Kai turned his attention to the side. Wait, could there be more people here? Quickly, he discovered another person lying face down in the grass. Jiang Kai thought despairingly, I can't believe there are 3 people hiding in such a small area and they all ended up trapped. He anxiously calculated. This also means that if any team's teammates arrive first, they can easily kill the other 2 to get 2 rescue tokens. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, trying to figure out a way to handle it. He desperately wondered, Zhu Zai, where the hell are you guys now? On the other side, Yuan Zhu anxiously shook Hu Nian, urging her frantically. Nguyen also worriedly said, Hu Nian, can you divinate where Kai is? He can't move right now and could be in danger at any moment. Nguyen Yu immediately agreed, we must find him quickly. That's right, Hu Nian tried divining. Hu Nian took out her tools, awkwardly replying, okay, I'm not sure if it'll be accurate, but let me try. She hadn't even started using her abilities when a group of people appeared. It was truly a narrow alley for enemies. It was the Y team, the Zai Guild Holy Knight Squad. The leader sneered, Jiang Kai is the captain of your team, right? Looking at the situation, it was clear that he was the one trapped. Nguyen was immediately shielded by her teammates and spoke, you guys are from the Y country. Rack pulled out his sword. The enemy spoke sarcastically, you're quite perceptive, kid. Jiang Kai was left behind, and yet you all walk right into my hands. Looks like Lady Luck isn't on your side today, huh? Yuan Zhu didn't back down and responded immediately. I thought it was someone, but it turns out it's someone from Christina's side. What, last time you got beaten, the compensation wasn't enough. The enemy growled, are you looking to die again this time? Boris snorted. If it weren't for that brat Jiang Kai and his many schemes, the Y country's defenses wouldn't have fallen. Jessica sneered, he even got Slot to join this competition and had to compensate so much that we're short on resources. She curled her lips. Today, I'll have you guys do the dirty work, then go find Jiang Kai to get both the principal and interest. Lobo turned to the guy lying on the ground and advised, Tom, don't worry. If we kill these 4, we'll have 5 rescue tokens. Soon we'll be able to remove your imprisonment state. On Yuan Zhu's side, the tension immediately rose. Jayak laughed smugly. Without Jiang Kai, you're all just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He roared and charged with his teammates. Today, you'll know what real despair feels like. Rack gave the order, take care of the healer first. Nguyen was horrified, realizing she was the first target. But Yuan Zhu struck first, jumping high, preparing to land a blow. He shouted loudly, Earth Piercer kick. With a single blow, he forced all 4 enemies to retreat. Jayak mocked, pretty strong, huh? He immediately gave the order, Boris, Lobo, take care of those 2. Jayak continued, Jessica and I will surround and kill this strong guy and the healer. The 3 remaining members responded excitedly. Understood. Seeing Nguyen Yu and Hu Nian shielding Nguyen, they scoffed. A fat guy and a fortune teller. They growled, 3 seconds to finish them. Nguyen Yu tightened his shield and shouted, fall back, I'll handle this. Hu Nian anxiously exclaimed, this is bad, Nguyen Yu hasn't had a chance to drink his wine yet. Boris charged with his sword, mocking, a fat pig wanting to be a hero. His sword clashed hard with Nguyen Yu's shield. Since he hadn't drunk his wine, he was clearly at a disadvantage, and only by using all his strength could he resist. Hu Nian raised both her hands. She gathered a swirling water orb in her hands. Super Ultimate Championship Rain Orb. A shrill whistle rang out, and Lobo threw a Chu lion hook into the Bagua metal plate. He yanked the chain hard and the Bagua plate was pulled back. Lobo shouted, Rain Orb, how about wishing for your own death instead? On this side, Yuan Zhu rushed forward to shield Nguyen and swung his sword to knock Jessica away. Jayak seized the opportunity to charge forward and sneakily struck at Yuan Zhu's flank. Nguyen screamed in horror. Yuan Zhu, be careful. Hearing the shout, he quickly turned, raising his sword to block. Yuan Zhu struggled to block Jack's attacks, but the force was so overwhelming that he was continuously pushed backward. Jayak glanced at the sword's blade, looking at Yuan Zhu and smirked. See it, the fear in your eyes. Jayak sneered, a person like you dares to protect your teammates. He put all his strength into pushing the sword while laughing loudly. Go back to the women and cry. Yuan Zhu was stunned by the incredible strength, feeling he could no longer hold on. At that moment, Nguyen pointed her fingers toward Jack, darkly signaling. From his forearm, a series of sharp needles pierced out of his skin. He was dazed. What? Elsewhere, Jiang Kai was hiding on a tree branch. Half an hour had passed, and he still couldn't tell what was happening to Yuan Zhu and the others. Suddenly, he felt movement and turned his head sharply. Someone's here. A burly, fierce-looking man swung a knife, slicing through the bushes, revealing Harris hiding beneath. He squinted and laughed loudly. Finally found one. Harris was completely startled, unable to react before being exposed. Instantly, the burly man swung a decisive strike, and blood splattered everywhere. Harris didn't even have time to scream. Harris was struck in the abdomen, his body flung away and crashed into the hiding spot of Head Ding. Seeing Head Ding, the burly man sneered coldly. He swung his knife closer and said coldly, "One more left." Head Ding was pinned under a tree, motionless on the ground. He was sweating cold, gritting his teeth, and his nerves were taut like a bowstring, unable to do anything. The burly man suddenly stopped, looking straight up at Jiang Kai on the tree, then lowered his knife. Jiang Kai also tensed, thinking, "I've been spotted." The burly man laughed excitedly. "Nice, this time I hit the jackpot, 3 at once." He swung his knife, slashing straight into Head Ding's arm. Head Ding collapsed on the spot. The burly man licked the blood from his knife, wearing a satisfied, eerie smile. He chuckled hoarsely, "Thanks, brother, but I won't let you off." Head Ding disappeared, leaving only a golden card. The burly man dragged the knife on the ground, walking while humming, picking up the 2 cards and dragging the knife towards the tree where Jiang Kai was standing. The burly man growled, "Next, it's your turn." Jiang Kai frowned, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, am I really going to die this time? I can't move." He could only hope that Yuan Zhu and the others would arrive in time, but then Jiang Kai suddenly realized something and reminded himself, "I can't move." Jiang Kai chuckled, realizing the truth. The burly man rushed up the tree, both hands wielding the knife, shouting, "Die!" Jiang Kai stood motionless. He didn't move in the face of the strike, his lips curling into a confident smirk. In his mind, a determined thought rang, "Not moving refers to my body, not the death card." Immediately, the card on his back shot up. The burly man didn't have time to react, attempting to counterattack with his knife, but the card struck across his body, causing him to cough up blood. The card spun back around, this time piercing through his body, finishing off the burly man. Jiang Kai controlled 3 cards to fly into the air. He used his will to command, "Death card, go." A gust of wind swept the 3 golden cards with a blinding light flashing from them. The death card returned and merged into Jiang Kai's body. He calculated, 3 cards now, but I need 5 to save myself, still missing 2. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered something. Got it. 5 minutes later, 3 of Jiang Kai's self-rescue cards quietly descended. They hovered in the empty field. A man walked past, gleefully shouting, "Damn, what an unbelievable stroke of luck." He was overjoyed. These self-rescue cards are just lying here for the taking. But as he stepped forward, he suddenly froze, a sense of caution rising. Wait, something's not right. Why are there suddenly 3 self-rescue cards? The man scanned the area. It was clear that a battle had recently occurred, with bloodstains still fresh. Could both sides have been wounded and died together? Even so, the value of the self-rescue cards was so great that he still regretted not taking them. He guessed, maybe someone survived and ran away after hearing my footsteps. Or perhaps they were too panicked to take the self-rescue cards and just ran off with injuries. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, he continued to search the surrounding area. But the more he searched, the more uneasy he became. Something's wrong. He tiptoed forward, his unease growing, feeling something was off. Could it be? At that moment, Jiang Kai's death card appeared behind the man, striking forcefully into his body. His eyes bulged in horror, too late to regret. It turns out it was all a trap. With one move, the man was eliminated from the game, leaving behind a self-rescue card. Jiang Kai secretly thought, satisfied, "Now I have 4 rescue cards, just 1 more and I'll gain my freedom." He felt a bit uneasy, unsure about what was happening with Zhu Zai. On the other side, Yuan Zhu was overpowering and attacking Zhu, causing him to retreat in fear to maintain distance. Zhu's teammates rushed to assist their captain. Nguyen panikedly shouted, "Zhu Zai, watch out behind you." Yuan Zhu gritted his teeth. He quickly changed direction but still couldn't dodge the opponent's surprise attack. Yuan Zhu jumped aside, clutching his wound, cursing, "Damn, 4 against 1, shameless." At that moment, Nguyen Letter 1EF threw something strongly. "Master, try my new wine." Yuan Zhu grabbed the untouched wine cup from Nguyen Letter 1EF. The enemy mocked disdainfully. "You want to numb yourself with alcohol to dull the pain? After all, even the most cowardly man becomes braver when he drinks." Zhu scoffed, threatening, "I think that's the last drink before your head gets chopped off. Dare to conspire against me, you're asking for death." Lobo, holding a chain, did not recognize the danger and excitedly rushed forward. At that moment, the powerful force of Yuan Zhu and Nguyen Letter 1EF erupted. Yuan Zhu, as if filled with hot blood, arrogantly declared, "I, Yuan, am the world's #1 warrior. God blocks, kill God, devil blocks, kill devil." Nguyen Letter 1EF also fell into a frenzied state, shouting, "In my life, Nguyen Letter 1EF, I am no less than anyone." Zhu's team was pale when they witnessed this terrifying power. Someone blurted out, "What?" Yuan Zhu quickly dashed forward. With one sword stroke, he sent the whole group flying. Zhu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, while Yuan Zhu didn't give him time to recover before preparing to strike, roaring, "The #1 warrior is here, everyone." Then he swung his sword down. He shouted loudly, "Lie down and accept death." Zhu stared wide-eyed in shock, his hand trembling as he held his sword, frozen for a moment before stuttering, this is." Without hesitation, Yuan Zhu swung his sword down, splitting Zhu's sword in half. Zhu was struck hard, blood spraying everywhere. The force of Yuan Zhu's sword was so overwhelming that Zhu was sent flying far away. Wherever he landed, trees snapped in his wake. Boris, frightened by the scene, stammered, "I've encountered countless swordsmen." Boris still couldn't believe it. And yet, the swordsmanship of a dead man like you is more mysterious and exquisite than that of any swordsman. Before him, Nguyen Ng1EF slowly advanced, the tip of his sword pointed directly at Boris. Nguyen Ng1EF growled, "Stop babbling, take off your shirt." Boris broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide in confusion, wondering how it had come to this. He watched as Nguyen Ng1EF, holding a shield and sword, charged forward like a madman, completely different after drinking. Boris stood rooted to the spot, watching as Nguyen Ng1EF closed in. His swordplay was fast and slow, yet fluid like the flow of water, almost leaving no trace. His body seemed to blend seamlessly with his swordsmanship. Nguyen Ng1EF was now right in front of Boris, his sharp, fiery eyes glaring as he swung his sword and grinned widely. A few days ago, in the temporary tent of the whole team, Jiang Kai handed over a skill book and said, "Captain Kai, this is," then turned to Nguyen Ng1EF. "Nguyen Ng1EF, although you're not a swordsman, your talent for enjoying alcohol fits perfectly with the swordsmanship skill. The global martial arts competition is coming up soon." Jiang Kai continued, "This is the skill book I got from Brother Lu for you." Then he turned to Duck Xuan. "Duck Xuan has many military resources. I want you to help Nguyen Ng1EF find a swordsman's skill book to enhance his strength." Duck Xuan confidently looked at Jiang Kai. "No problem, for the glory of the country, don't even mention finding skill books. Even if I have to risk my life." Nguyen Ng1EF received the book. It was the skill book that legendary swordsman adventurers always dreamed of. He vaguely felt like he had just unconsciously grasped something, and immediately the system showed a message: unconscious comprehension. When an adventurer enters a state of absolute focus, their skills will no longer be limited by form. The sword will feel like an extension of the body. The sword technique will naturally adapt to the battlefield, flowing smoothly like water, unpredictable. Back in the present, Nguyen Ng1EF tore Boris's shirt apart. "Such thick hair, I like it." Boris's face turned red, covering his chest with his hand. What do you want?" Boris said, "This is the global martial arts competition, and you're actually..." Nguyen Ng1EF didn't even care, charging forward with a grin. "Are you missing something inside? Oh, I get it now, you're doing this on purpose, my little treasure." Boris screamed, "Missing something? I'm fully armored with outer armor, inner armor, and padding. What's missing?" His face was so red it seemed ready to explode. Nguyen Ng1EF kept slashing at Boris. This time, his upper body had no cloth left, and he still felt it wasn't enough. He grinned mischievously, continuing to laugh. Boris, clutching his body, was in tears and snot. He let out a short scream. Instantly, a lightning bolt blazed across the sky, and dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead. Lobo swung his chain baton and dashed forward. "Our assassins excel in fighting under any disadvantage. You think this little stunt can stop us? Dream on." Up ahead, Jessica attacks them. Naomi didn't hold back, hurling orbs while shouting, "Yu Yan." Yu Yan wielded the bagua, swirling water around her hands. "No matter what kind of assassin you are, in the rain, I am a god." Naomi's orbs shot straight at Lobo and Jessica, startling them. The spheres hit the ground with a pop, pink liquid splashing over them. "What the heck? Almost scared me to death." Yu Yan seized the moment while the others hesitated, raising her hands to the sky. "Catch this, ultimate cosmic ice barrage." Immediately, a hailstorm descended, stones piercing through Lobo and Jessica before crashing to the ground. The earth cracked beneath them. 10 minutes later, still in the forest where they had fiercely fought, Brian and Nguyen rested against a tree. They had regained consciousness. Naomi squatted before them, softly calling, "Brian, Captain Nguyen, are you awake?" Beside her were 2 empty bottles that had contained antidotes. Brian blinked awake, loudly asking, "Where did that aggressive team go just now? Who won? Do we have the salvation cards yet?" Nguyen was equally puzzled. Exactly. Naomi presented 5 glowing cards with a smile. "Don't worry, all 5 salvation cards are here." Yu Yan had already calculated Kai's position. "With the results, we can rescue him immediately." Yu Yan cheered joyfully. I know where Captain Kai is." The three were instantly invigorated, eager to reunite with Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, meanwhile, sat in a tree, staring intently at the 4 cards on the ground. Jiang Kai frowned, thinking. Half an hour had passed with no new explorers arriving, and Brian's team still hadn't found him. A loud explosion shook the ground violently. Jiang Kai clung to the tree, uneasy. Not good, this noise signals the area is starting to shrink. The rumbling grew louder. It was the sound of stone footsteps. It was the giant stone army, colossal stone beings carrying trees, eyes fierce. They've arrived. Below, a line of giant monsters followed in formation. Each bore a massive tree on its shoulder. The system announced, Stone Titan Giant, Commander rank level 65. Especially the leader, Stone Titan Giant, King rank level 88. Jiang Kai was trapped, unable to move. He could only hold his breath and watch from the tree. Even with a death card, facing 4 Commander rank level 65 monsters would be a trade of 1 for 1. Now with a King rank added, this was truly dangerous. The Stone Titans swung their trees, destroying everything around. Jiang Kai suddenly thought, wait, observing closely, these guys seemed composed entirely of stone and vine. Besides ruby-red eyes, they appeared to have no mouth, no hands or noses either. Jiang Kai thought, these earthwood monsters might have neither smell nor hearing. As long as I hide well, they might not detect me. But as they reached the tree where Jiang Kai hid, a stone titan suddenly stopped, spun, and gripped a tree. Jiang Kai worriedly thought, could my guess be wrong? The titan's finger pierced the rough bark, lifting the entire tree and uprooting it. The giant tree was lifted effortlessly as if weighed. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, holding on. It hadn't noticed him, calmly hoisted the tree on its shoulder and left with the group. Jiang Kai was stunned, thinking, so it considers me a new weapon. Indeed, it has no sense of smell. He calculated carefully. Just now he nearly activated the Wheel of Fate to gamble. Suddenly, the Stone Titans surged forward. The King rank Stone Titan led them to a cliff. Below was an open area where 2 forces were fighting. The 2 sides had no idea the Stone Titans were observing, still throwing themselves into combat. Jiang Kai worriedly thought, 2 teams are battling. You see the giant rock giants charging down, wondering how they can't hear or smell despite the mountains blocking them. It's unclear how they know there are people ahead. Soon, the 2 teams battling also realize the rock giants are charging and hurriedly flee. But the rock giants had already prepared. They focused their energy into their hands and slammed down on the ground, causing it to split open immediately. A large boulder slid down, blocking the escape route of both teams. It had been positioned perfectly to trap them, preventing them from leaving. At that moment, other rock giants swung tree trunks at the charging players. Each one swung its tree trunk, knocking a nearby player aside, causing them to scream in agony. At this point, Jiang Kai understood. This attack method showed that they could indeed use ground vibrations to track prey. Thanks to this, the reason he hadn't been discovered became clear. Not only because he was hidden by the canopy, it was also because he was always hiding in the trees, never touching the ground. Jiang Kai thought to himself, it seems I can't let the rock giants throw this tree away. If they do, once I touch the ground, they'll definitely find me. The others cautiously eyed the giant monsters ahead. The leader, Oliver, finally decided to take a risk and ordered them to charge, running as far as they could, trying to jump up and attack. The rock giant lifted its tree trunk on its shoulder. Oliver jumped in front to attack, shouting, I'm going all in with you. Jiang Kai stood in a corner, observing carefully. A level 60 fighter couldn't inflict damage on a boss of the king level in such a short time. Oliver put all his strength into striking with both swords. At this moment, Jiang Kai was certain. Wait a minute. His real goal was to chop the tree trunk to create an opportunity to escape. He smirked, thinking this was indeed a good opportunity. Jiang Kai hid under the bushes, waiting for Oliver to walk into the trap. Whether he could escape depended on this strike. When Oliver discovered your presence, it was too late to avoid. There were people there. The death token, controlled by Jiang Kai, charged straight at Oliver. He couldn't stop it, blood poured out, and he tried to warn his teammates but couldn't make it in time. Someone was taking advantage of the boss to cheat. Oliver lost consciousness and fell beneath the ancient stone giant. After being crushed by the monster, his body disappeared. The self-rescue token flew towards Jiang Kai. He was overjoyed to see the 5 tokens in front of him. The system announced, you have collected 5 rescue tokens and the imprisonment state will end immediately. Do you want to end it? Jiang Kai didn't hesitate, choosing yes. White light radiated from his body. The system announced, rescue token used successfully. You have freed yourself from the imprisonment state. Jiang Kai slowly moved. After confirming, he excitedly shouted, I can move again. Suddenly, his body lost balance. The ancient stone giant, now a veteran king-class monster, prepared to attack, lifting a tree trunk. Jiang Kai gripped the tree trunk tightly, thinking to himself, this guy is probably focused on the fight. This is my chance to escape. an uneasy feeling suddenly appeared. A golden vortex appeared in the sky. The system continuously announced, the first phase of the global struggle competition has ended. Phase 2 has started. The map now has the rescue land open. Rescue tokens can be used to exchange for functional items. This rule is now more common, and each squad will have one member imprisoned. The imprisoned person cannot act on their own but can be moved, rescued, or killed by others. At the same time, the tree trunk was thrown down, but Jiang Kai remained firm on the branch, not moving, and shifted to a nearby branch. The pillars were rushing forward, quickly gathering with Captain Kai. At this moment, the system announced, Random Imprisonment Phase 2 is about to begin. The pillar gritted his teeth and said, There's no time, we need to find a place to hide. Nguyen spotted a hollow in a tree, and the pillar quickly led everyone inside. Hurry, quickly. The system displayed a countdown timer when the number 2 rang. All 4 people entered the hollow. The system announced shortly after, Begin. The group closed their eyes, preparing for the next situation. After a while, nothing happened. A quiet atmosphere enveloped them. Everyone excitedly cheered, It's not me, Truck Nguyen and Gu realized. It must be Jiang Kai who got imprisoned this time, he thought to himself. Jiang Kai felt helpless, thinking, I knew it. The system announced, You have been chosen as the imprisoned one in Phase 2. Jiang Kai was unwilling. My luck is really bad, he thought. It seemed the ancient stone giant had already wiped out all the players on the ground. Figures kept disappearing. Jiang Kai remained cautious, quietly standing on the tree, observing. No wonder it's a monarch class and king class monster. In less than a minute, the entire elite team was wiped out. He recalled the system announcement in the map. The rescue land has opened. Rescue tokens can be used to exchange for functional items. Jiang Kai thought to himself, the previous rule mentioned functional items. It sounds like special props, although their exact function is unclear. If it's emphasized, it must be important. He decided, whether it's to break the imprisonment or get a functional item, I must quickly collect rescue tokens. Jiang Kai observed the ancient stone giants moving with tree trunks. He speculated, the opportunity is here, same tactic, I'll keep hiding in the tree, letting this guy kill the competition. Suddenly, he heard a familiar noise from the tree. Jiang Kai was startled, realizing, could it be? He looked down and saw a crack on the branch. This is bad, the branch is breaking. Jiang Kai remembered when the 2 ancient stone giants met. Damn, if I fall now, it's like walking straight into a trap. All the efforts before were in vain, he thought. Jiang Kai silently encouraged himself. I must hold on, I cannot fall now. The ancient stone giant continued forward, unaware of the situation on the branch. The branch had broken over half and he was in a precarious situation. The ancient stone giant stomped forcefully. The branch couldn't withstand it and snapped cleanly. Jiang Kai held his breath, preparing to face the outcome. At the same time, the pillars were calculating. Could the imprisoned person this time be Kai? But wasn't Kai already imprisoned earlier? Hu Enhan gave an explanation. Perhaps Captain Kai was rescued by 2 other squads, and after being freed from imprisonment, he continued to act normally. No wonder I couldn't determine his location. The pillar was relieved upon hearing this. The Anlu Guild is very powerful, this must be the case. Nguyen and Gu sighed, Captain Kai's luck is strange, just freed from imprisonment and immediately imprisoned again. The group fell silent. Nguyen tried to ease the atmosphere. We need to focus. After all, the most important thing now is to clarify the current situation, Nguyen said. Then we must regroup with Kai's team. Hu Enhan agreed, that's right, Nguyen is right. The first phase of the competition has ended, but we still don't know which country was eliminated and which advanced. Moreover, the new rule just mentioned something about functional items. Nguyen noticed something. She quickly pointed to a hazy purple mist and asked everyone, Look there, what is that? The pillar was surprised. That fog, I clearly didn't see it earlier. Nguyen and Gu worriedly said, I didn't see it either. Could it be released by a monster? Nguyen immediately denied. No, if it was a monster, it wouldn't be so quiet around here. I feel like there might be an important discovery there. Hu Enhan encouraged, then why wait, let's go check it out. The group walked into the purple mist. Upon arrival, they were surprised by the sight in front of them. A column of earth raised a statue, continuously emitting light. The system announced, Congratulations, you have discovered the rescue land. When interacting with the stone tablet, using a rescue token can exchange for functional items there. The pillars rejoiced, Unbelievable, we've discovered the rescue land. Hu Enhan grabbed Nguyen's hand, Quick, let's see what we can exchange for. The stone tablet displayed the words, The positioning map token can locate all surviving team members, monster locations, and rescue zones. The 2 were delighted, and Hu Enhan happily said, This is great. With this we can avoid monsters and find Captain Kai. Nguyen nodded in agreement. The stone tablet then displayed another line, exchange price 8 rescue tokens. Hu Enhan's face darkened, 8 tokens, that's too much. Nguyen sighed, looks like we'll have to find something else. The pillar and Nguyen and Gu were also standing before 2 other stone tablets. Hu Enhan and Nguyen continued searching for another tablet. Single teleportation token performs a full map teleportation once. Exchange price 7 rescue token. Another one read, target lock token can search the entire map for a specified target. It displays a 10-meter radius and maintains the target lock for 2 hours. Exchange price rescue token. Another tablet read, the abnormal status removal token can remove the abnormal status of a specified target, up to 4 uses. Exchange price 6 rescue token. After some searching, the 4 stood before the final stone tablet. The pillar's voice was serious. Only the last stone tablet remained. This stone tablet is another token. Global information token. Every 20 minutes you will receive a global intelligence report about participating teams, monsters in the competition area. You can also specify up to 3 teams that are not on your side or 3 monsters to get specific information on them. The price drop, 5 redemption cards. Yuan Yu scratched his head hesitantly. This was the lowest price. Should he take it or not? Once used, there would be no cards left. Hu Enhan frowned. Though hesitant, this time they were lucky to stumble upon a salvation zone. Opportunities like this wouldn't come again soon, and missing it would be costly. Nguyen agreed, saying it was better than blindly searching for Kai. It was best to secure key information first. In a life-or-death confrontation, knowledge often determines victory. Yuan Zhu asked seriously for opinions, and he nodded in agreement. Moreover, they could use the global info card to target Lu, S, and Chen's teams. They would have a chance to reunite with Kai and quickly meet the main forces. Nguyen stepped forward while the other 3 stood around to cheer. She took out 5 golden cards and whispered, "All right, let's see." She touched the stone tablet, guiding the cards toward it. The 5 cards immediately flew toward the tablet as if pulled by gravity. Nguyen maintained her strength in both hands. The tablet glowed blue and displayed the system message. The global info card and remaining redemption cards had been successfully exchanged. Nguyen was overjoyed at the success. Before the 4 of them, the relic sphere gradually expanded as everyone waited. When it dissipated, only the scoreboard remained. 906 survivors, 200 teams, and the monster infiltration progress. There are 327 leader-level monsters and 43 king-level monsters, operating at the edges of the battlefield within 17 kilometers. Yuan Zhu frowned, alarmed that nearly 300 people had been eliminated, and Hu Enhan tensed as well. The early stage had only minor skirmishes, but with the salvation zone and expanding monster intrusion, the real battle had just begun. Yuan Yu stood nearby, worried. Captain Kai was renowned. Those seeking revenge for him were surely not only from Country Y, and now a target lock card had appeared. He dared not imagine how much danger Kai faced. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. Nguyen silently studied the new information. She asked, "Do you confirm adding Sun Ha's team and the red team to the designated targets of the global info card? A for yes, B for no." She stepped forward without hesitation, unsure how long Lu's and Chen's teams could hold out, checking the situation first. The sphere appeared with statistics. Sun Ha's team had 3 members left, the red team had 2. Yuan Zhu and Hu Enhan exclaimed in unison, "What?" Yuan Yu stammered. Captain Kai and Nguyen stared in disbelief. Kai was not with Lu. Elsewhere, Tian Shen watched everyone through a screen. He said, "Excellent, the Fire God team seems to have discovered a critical item." Both Sun Ha and the red team had found their captured teammates. The casualty situation was grim. Shen Feng was present, looked up at the screen and said, "Finally see where Jiang Kai was hiding. He hasn't been caught by Mr. Jing yet," Wei Ying commented in a serious tone. Judging from others, Jiang Kai had been captured twice, showing he freed himself the first time without assistance. Tian Shen smiled, "Indeed, I still don't understand how he does it, but he always surprises us." Suddenly, Wei Ying noticed something on the screen and called a technician. "Wait, that is." They zoomed in on row A, column 3, revealing a group of people. The 5 members of the hunting team, the leader wearing a level 60 hat. The followers were all level 50. Tian Shen frowned and ordered, "Investigate the hunting team and all their achievements since the competition began." The technician typed and read aloud. Teams from all countries had casualties, but F country's hunting team was exceptional. He referred to the leader in front, who held a no-casualty record. Their captain was the top swordsman from country E. The technician spoke evenly but emphasized Visa's importance. According to intelligence, after breaking through to level 61, Visa's dropped to 40, then quickly retrained to level 60. It suggested his talent resembled awakening, then reincarnation. Outside, Tian Shen gasped, "Reincarnation?" Shen Feng panicked. "Such a talent exists, isn't that cheating?" In other words, this man looked level 60, but his actual strength far exceeded it. Wei Ying seriously confirmed that he had heard rumors about reincarnation talents and recounted all he knew. The terrifying thing about this talent was that with each reincarnation, his attributes sword, strength, physique, agility, and spirit were unpredictable, and the more he reincarnated, the more astonishing the growth. Scene shifts to Sun Ha's squad. Xiao Jiang carried someone on his shoulder, worriedly calling out, "Boss, his wound is bleeding again." She scolded, "Ka Country and Go Country are shameless, conspiring to ambush us. If not for them, Fuangwei wouldn't have been captured and the boss wouldn't have been injured." Zai Jiang gritted her teeth, remembering that Zhao Ming and Chen Jian would not have sacrificed in vain. The Yuan interrupted, "Now's not the time for sorrow. We've delayed too long trying to escape. We need to move faster. Encountering monsters will make things worse." Xiao Jiang shouted immediately. Suddenly, countless arrows flew in. Dexuan's eyes widened in shock, slashing them all away. Who are they? It was the hunting team from the True Sun Guild. The leader stepped forward provocatively. On his way to kill Jiang Kai, he also eliminated a few Saint Miracle members. He was the Explorer Visa's swordsman, level 60. He smiled faintly and introduced himself. "I am Visa's. Remember me, I will be a nightmare for the rest of your lives." Dexuan warily thought he was formidable. Fuangwei was captured. Xiao Jiang rushed forward to stop them. "Boss, let me hold them off," Dexuan shouted in panic. Xiao Jiang, danger, Visas sneered mockingly, trying to escape. "The prey is locked, you won't get away, let me toy with you a bit." He appeared beside Xiao Jiang teasingly. She swung her sword to attack, but he dodged. Suddenly, Visas moved behind her. Yuangwei opened his eyes to see him, moving like a flash, smashing his head into a rock. Xiao Jiang screamed in horror, "Fuangwei!" She angrily rushed forward. "You madman, I'll risk my life for him." Visas coldly swung his sword, using the blizzard slash, countless strikes in a swirling pattern, leaving Xiao Jiang stunned. The Grand Master quickly grabbed her shoulders, carefully pulling her back to avoid disaster. She gasped. The captain only saw Dexuan leap up, putting all his strength into the final attack, King's Excavation. Visas did not dodge, so the sword's blade struck his shoulder directly. Dexuan triumphantly thought to himself that he had hit, his eyes wide in excitement, his hand freezing, and the spot where Visas had been standing was now only a large rock. Dexuan panicked as he realized it was a decoy. While he was still stunned, Visas teleported above him, his eyes glowing with a strange light, muttering under his breath, "Unmatched flash slash." Dexuan and Xiao Jiang were too horrified to react. Countless sword strikes landed, causing both of them to scream in pain. After taking them down, Visas gently landed on the ground, his gaze fixed on Dexuan still trembling on the ground. It turned out that he had endured the pain and regained enough strength to stand. Visas sneered derisively. "I told you my prey cannot escape, whether it's you or Jiang Kai. Do you have anything to say?" Dexuan scoffed, arrogantly replying, "Jiang Kai, he will surely conquer the contest for supremacy because of Sheng Yao." Visas threw away his sword and mocked, "I'm afraid your wish will be shattered." The sword's blade turned red, indicating he was using true blood power. The sword pierced deep into Dexuan's chest, blood splattering. His eyes turned white, losing focus, and his body collapsed. Finally, Dexuan was eliminated and the rescue card appeared. Visas satisfiedly took it. His teammates mocked him. "In my opinion, these trash don't deserve the boss to intervene. It's truly beneath him." "Boss, with these 3 we now have 7 rescue cards." Visas ordered to use the area restriction card. He thought to himself, "Jiang Kai, I can't wait to meet you." In the meeting room, the 3 angels stared at the screen in shock. They remembered that Lu Dexuan's personal strength was outstanding, with a recent assessment near S rank, yet this man easily defeated him. They were worried about facing him. Did Jiang Kai still have a chance to win? Wei Ying Chen Si was lost in thought. The scene shifted to Jiang Kai in an area filled with tree trunks still clinging to a branch in the same position. 20 minutes ago, when the branch under his feet was about to snap. Jiang Kai thought he was about to die, but the scene before him shocked him. A giant stone golem carrying a tree trunk approached, its face cold, its step steady. Suddenly, the golem's body shattered into pieces and the tree trunk with Jiang Kai also fell. The system notified that the stone golem had entered a dormant state, with 19 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. As the sound echoed, a series of stone golems collapsed. Jiang Kai seriously considered his situation. 15 minutes had passed, and there were only 5 minutes left before the monsters would wake up. Suddenly, several groups of people appeared from the forest. He was startled, thinking to himself, "Someone is coming." Members of the Han Nation, the aerial squad, some couldn't hold back from speaking. He couldn't understand how the Hawkman group had lost. With so many people, they couldn't take down one Jiang Kai. Someone continued in contempt. If it weren't for Sheng Yao leading the second round attack, Jiang Kai wouldn't have escaped. Just thinking about it made them dissatisfied, and they quickly concluded to deal with the Sheng Yao people to vent their anger. Then they would fight for the top 3 based on their strength. Someone spoke up, Jiang Kai is near. Our team has been using the area restriction card to track him. This time he's as good as caught, a loud voice called out. Everyone look over there. Visa's team also approached, his teammates confused, muttering that the target had been around here. Some discussed, isn't that the Iron Hunter squad that refuses to form alliances, trying to take down Jiang Kai alone? Currently, the teams from various nations had suffered heavy losses. They had been fighting alone until now without taking any damage. Tang Wu angrily kicked a stone under his foot. It was just luck, but today I will definitely take Jiang Kai's head. They split up to search and found no sign of Jiang Kai, having searched everywhere around here. There was nothing. The area restriction card showed nothing here. Tang Wu angrily kicked a nearby tree trunk and cursed it. Damn it, did the brat realize something was wrong and run away? He suddenly looked up and saw Jiang Kai's shadow. Tang Wu was stunned. There was someone in the tree. After observing closely, his eyes widened. Tang Wu screamed in fear, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai calmly thought to himself, how regrettable. The prey you've been chasing is actually the hunter. The crowd gathered around the tree shouting, Where is Jiang Kai? Where is Jiang Kai? Someone spotted Jiang Kai. This caught Visa's attention. Tang Wu pointed at the tree and shouted, Look, Jiang Kai is hiding there. Everyone looked up and saw Jiang Kai standing motionless. Why isn't he moving? Is he restricted? One person stepped up next to Visa's. Restricted? No, he had been moving earlier. Tang Wu shouted loudly as if to make sure Jiang Kai could hear. Last time he pretended to be a decoy, now he's pretending to be restricted. What skills does Jiang Kai have besides tricks? The restriction card shows that you can act freely. Stop pretending. The people around began to boo. That's right, last time he pretended to be a decoy to kill Huo Kai Man. Everyone looked at his expression, certain something was off. Jiang Kai looked down, showing clear tension. About 60-70 people, a dire situation. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Before this, he had to hold them off. He scanned the crowd, then his gaze fixed on one person, Visa's, smiling with hidden weapons around him. Jiang Kai thought to himself, the murderous intent is so strong. Visa's dragged his sword closer to the tree where Jiang Kai stood. Is the person from Shengyao Lu Daixuan with you? My team has already wiped them out. His voice was cold. The sword's tip scraped against the ground, making a terrifying sound. Such a pity those trash couldn't even fight back. I only used this tree blade, one slash to decapitate them, and the other two were killed by stray sword strikes. Visas looked up at Jiang Kai, smirking. My name is Visas, Jiang Kai. Don't you want to take revenge for your comrades? Jiang Kai shuddered, an electric chill running down his spine. This man had killed their big brother Lu. Without hesitation, Visas swung his sword. In the blink of an eye, he leapt forward. Visas rushed toward Jiang Kai, swinging his sword while shouting, Let's see if your tricks can kill me. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure. At this moment, Visas was still charging toward him and Jiang Kai remained motionless. Suddenly, the ground shook violently and the people below were panicked. What's going on? A series of stones fell from the sky, heading straight for Visas, and the countdown timer started. As the system displayed, time reached 0 minutes and the dormant state ended. Jiang Kai smirked. Time up, it's over. Visas was unexpectedly struck by the falling stones and landed on the ground. The giant golems appeared, throwing large rocks toward the crowd. They panicked. Look, those rocks. More golems charged forward, running while letting out terrifying roars. The people saw this and fled for their lives. We're doomed. It's the giant crystal golem army. Damn it. No wonder the information card didn't show any monsters recently. Run or we'll all die. Jiang Kai stood on the tree, coldly saying, Want to run? A hunter like me hasn't agreed yet. Deadly card, go. The card shot out like a streak. Wherever the card flew, stones fell, crashing down on the fleeing people. The card flew towards the giants holding large clubs, preparing to attack. The giants swung their clubs down, causing the ground to crack. The people were sent flying into the air and impaled by the cards. Some were grabbed by the giants and crushed in their hands, while the rest, unable to escape, were immediately trampled under the giants' feet. The giants continued to throw large rocks, sending those on the ground flying. Screams echoed everywhere. Visas, who had been so smug earlier, was now filled with confusion. Jiang Kai was still with these monsters. How could he have tamed them? He was retreating when a massive rock fell right in front of him, forcing him to stop. One of the giants charged forward and swung its club at Visas. He was sent flying, but just then Visas managed to shout, Substitute of the Mistuwa. Immediately, he vanished into the air and in his place was a broken log. Dozens of cards gathered together and flew toward Jiang Kai, while the giants continued their attack, throwing stones and slamming the ground. The ground immediately cracked, forming deep chasms, causing the people to fall helplessly. They screamed in desperation as they fell into an abyss with no bottom in sight. Jiang Kai remained motionless in the tree, his body glowing with a blinding golden light. At the same time, the system notification announced the successful removal of the control status. Jiang Kai joyfully leaped into the air, the branch under his feet snapping in two. He looked down, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Success! Jiang Kai landed on a large branch. Before him was the wreckage caused by the king-level bosses. Indeed, using the king-level bosses to harvest players had helped deal with this group faster than expected. Jiang Kai remembered Visas' treacherous face and felt angry. He still hadn't gotten revenge for the Brotherhood, and that bastard had escaped. He looked excitedly at the golden cards floating in the air. His eyes shone brightly as he thought, but to suddenly gather so many rescue cards, this is truly amazing. A military conference room appeared. Standing before several surveillance screens, the Eagle issued orders to rewind, slowing the speed to 10%, enhancing the afterimage analysis at the 9.2-second mark. Ngokshen quickly followed after receiving the orders. Yes, the image of Jiang Kai slowly appeared on the large screen. Shen Feng was suddenly struck with disbelief. Is that Jiang Kai? He's hiding in the tree. No wonder we couldn't find him. Surprising to the Eagle, Shen Feng was still puzzled. So this is the plan, Jiang Kai? The commander asked. What's going on here? He calmly explained each of Shen Feng's concerns. That monster is called the Stone Spirit Giant. Although it's very powerful, it has a weakness. It has no sense of smell or hearing. It tracks its prey based on ground movement. The Eagle continued. As long as it's not in contact with the ground before it starts to track, it won't detect you. Shen Feng thought back to how Jiang Kai had skillfully hidden from the bosses from the beginning. When Jiang Kai was imprisoned, he must have been hiding in the tree, so the Stone Spirit Giant didn't detect him. Then the tree became the weapon of the king-level giant, and he just followed its movements. The angel admitted the cleverness. Indeed, in the imprisoned state, although he couldn't act. But as we saw earlier, he had a secret weapon. I suspect it can be controlled with thought. He continued, causing Shen Feng to be convinced. He used the fierce stone spirit giants through his secret weapon to kill the players, collect rescue cards, and complete self-rescue twice. Given that Jiang Kai managed to survive in this situation, I truly respect him now. The Eagle added quietly. Breaking free from imprisonment was just the start of the battle. What comes next is the real challenge he and Hu Shen will face. Jiang Kai continued moving. Half an hour later, he stopped and looked around as if he sensed something. This feeling is starting again. In the sky, a vast expanse emitted a great beam of light that shot down to the ground. Stage 2 of the global domination contest had ended, and a new phase had begun. The system's voice sounded, warning that more monsters were entering the area. On the map, the monster invasion speed had increased by 200%, and the speed was also up by 200%. The system explained the rules. The squads would now have one more member imprisoned. The imprisoned person couldn't act on their own but could be moved, rescued, or killed by others. It was illustrated by a body exploding after 30 minutes. If not freed from imprisonment within 30 minutes, the person would self-destruct and die. The system panel introduced a new item, a new type of item in the rescue land zone. Jiang Kai tensed at the harsh change. The competition is getting even more brutal. Self-destruction. If I hadn't escaped successfully, I'd have self-destructed into pieces in 30 minutes. The system screen displayed that he quickly found a hiding place. The third round random imprisonment is about to begin. Is it me again? I'll just press it anyway. The countdown started. Time is passing by, each second full of tension. 2-1 what this time? How lucky, Jiang Kai was relieved. It's not me. A distant purple light caught his attention. It's flying and blending into the atmosphere. Jiang Kai had found the source of the purple smoke, surrounded by large stone slabs. Congratulations, you have discovered the rescue land zone. After touching the stone tablet, using a rescue card would allow one to exchange for a corresponding functional item from the stone tablet. He was delighted to discover that it was the rescue land zone. Jiang Kai stepped inside, moving closer to the stone tablets, the positioning map card, the teleportation card for one person, and the target area card. There were many cards here, including cards to remove abnormal states and all-inclusive information cards. The effects of these cards seemed decent. Standing before one card, it was, the surface of the stone tablet had inscriptions that made him ponder. Arena card, choose an enemy target and a teammate, including the card user. Enter the arena duel mode. Both sides will fight in an independent competition space until one side is defeated. During the duel, they are immune to all damage from outside. The price, 30 rescue cards, 30 basic cards, suddenly using over half of his rescue cards. This wasn't cheap. Thoughts continued to swirl around him, but the price showed that the system clearly valued the strategic importance of this card over the others. A beam of golden light appeared on Jiang Kai's palm, forcibly targeting the arena. Looks like this is the only offensive card among the cards. The golden cards floated in the air. I like to take control. With determination and ambition, he used all of them, betting it all on this one round. Time passed. 3 minutes later, the system panel appeared after the transaction. Remaining rescue cards, 5, Arena Card X1, Positioning Map Card X1, One-Person Teleportation Card X1, exchanged for 2 more cards. The issues were nearly resolved, the problem of imprisonment solved, and 3 more functional items obtained. The important thing now was to reunite with the Brotherhood. Yet, Jiang Kai remained lost in thought, gazing into the distance, unsure who among them would be imprisoned this time. On the other side, in a different setting, Nguyen Ngu's legs froze, unable to move. Everyone around was worried about him. Nguyen Ngu, sweating and feeling helpless, noticed the pillar and spoke up along with Hu Yan, trying to find a solution. It looks like this time it's brother Nguyen who's been imprisoned. The third phase started too quickly. We had just broken through from an ambush, gathered 4 rescue cards, but it's not enough to save Nguyen Hu. Nguyen recounted the tough situation of their team. Due to the intense battle, everyone has used up a lot of energy. They had to figure out how to escape while also collecting many rescue tokens, which was very difficult. The system's bulletin board displayed the latest global news about the competition, showing that 305 people were still alive. There were 75 teams left, with 542 Lord-level monsters and 61 King-level monsters invading, operating within a 38 km radius of the competition area. Hu Nguyen was shocked upon hearing the news. The second stage had eliminated over 600 people. After the beasts accelerated their invasion, the final showdown might not be far off. The rustling sound in the bushes caught the attention of the group. The 2 cunning ones, Cheng Wu and Bai Yuan, appeared one after another, having observed everyone for a long time. The small 4-person team was all injured, one was imprisoned, one was a doctor, leaving only 2 injured who could still fight. 4 rescue tokens appeared automatically. These good things would not be missed. The 3 of them immediately took a defensive stance. If you want to kill Fire God, come here and try. Nguyen, Hu Nguyen, and Yuan Zhu saw the 2 using their strength to bully the weak, rushing in with weapons. You can't even hold the sword steady. Who are you trying to scare? Billy, quickly kill them and grab the rescue tokens. Fine, I want to cut off your heads to save you. From where did 2 red shimmering throwing knives come? They were the evil ones who set fire to them. Nguyen happily looked at the familiar throwing knives. These familiar throwing knives. Hu Nguyen also recognized the familiar sneak attack technique, just like her 2 friends, Yuan Zhu eagerly followed. The figure of Jiang Kai appeared as expected. Sorry, I was late because I had to deal with 3 ambush groups on the way here. The atmosphere was lively when Jiang Kai appeared. Yuan Zhu was a bit skeptical and pinched his cheek. Kai, wait, it hurts, I'm not dreaming, but Kai, weren't you imprisoned? Hu Nguyen asked in agreement. Right, we couldn't find you, so how did you find us? You calmly replied. It's a long story, but in Phase 3, the beast's speed increased by 200%. Time is critical. We need to rescue Nguyen Ngu first. I'll explain my situation later. Yuan Zhu looked at Jiang Kai with concern. You're great, but we're still missing 1 rescue token. Jiang Kai immediately rescued Nguyen Ngu. As the token touched him, Nguyen Ngu instantly returned to normal, grateful. I'm free again, successfully using the rescue token. The entire team was surprised and excited. The cans rolled on the ground. What? So you've always been following the stone giant technique? Everyone felt proud of Jiang Kai's courage when they heard the story. Only Team Captain Kai dared to use the king-level boss. The king-level boss didn't care about anyone, too arrogant. Visas made him feel regretful, just wishing he could have avenged their big brother. Despite Jiang Kai's difficulties, everyone wanted to help. Kaio Wu, avenging our big brother is not just your responsibility, it's ours too. Nguyen handed Jiang Kai 4 tokens. Right, Kaio Wu, here are the 4 tokens we just received. Okay, plus the 5 special tokens from the system, that makes 23 in total. You looked at Nguyen and added, I'm not sure what the reward for the 4 special tokens is, so we'll keep them for now. So what's our next move? Jiang Kai outlined the plan for the team, searching for the remaining members of the red team and setting up a new combat plan. Red streaks of blood were scattered on the road, as Chen Ying and Zia Ying supported each other while walking. The sound of heavy footsteps against the ground startled them. It was Jiang Kai's team and they were happy to see the 2. Little Jiang, how did you know our location? Wait, could you have exchanged for the global information token? Chen Ying exclaimed in shock. Jiang Kai cheerfully admitted, that's right. Brother Zia looked at the kids with admiration. Earlier, when we passed the rescue area, we also wanted to exchange, but the rescue tokens had already been used to break the imprisonment. Young folks really are hiding your strengths. Brother Chen realized something and asked, by the way, the Sun He team, hasn't it been concealed? Jiang Kai regretfully replied, Brother Lu's team has already sacrificed all of them. This news left the 2 of them speechless. Jiang Kai looked at them seriously and presented the plan. Brother Chen, Brother Zia, now I have a plan to speed up to the final. It's just a risky plan. You 2 think about whether you want to join us. Brother Chen and Brother Zia exchanged looks, assessing the situation. The strong sword tip was embedded into the ground. Their decision was made, no more hesitation. Each breath was labored, but the courage and determination returned to the 2 of them, for Saint Yao and their fallen brothers. Even through mountains of swords and seas of flames, they would hunt to the end. Jiang Kai's team followed with that firm spirit. The pain hit Brother Chen, making his chest and elbow ache. Everyone rushed over in a panic. Brother Chen struggled to speak. This broken body might just make the kids the kings. Thankfully, Nuanuan quickly treated him. Nuanuan, Brother Chen, Brother Zia, don't worry, I'll take care of the wounds. A cool breeze blew in, soothing them. Half an hour later, Jiang Kai's team recovered and stood full of energy beneath a large tree. Looking up at the tree, Chen Ying and Zia Ying asked, "Little Jiang, is there something special about this tree?" "That's right, after healing, you brought us here but didn't mention the plan." Jiang Kai narrated while imagining the king-level boss they encountered earlier. "It was the stone giant with a king-level boss. I used a token to locate its position and predict that it will lead its team here soon." He smiled. "As long as we follow it, we can avoid fighting." Chen Ying couldn't believe it. "What? Follow a king-level monster? Are you sure it won't be a useless sacrifice?" He relaxed, then regained his spirits, seeing a safe path. Given the current situation, the only way to make it to the end was to take a risk. "Right, it's come to this, let's go all in. Little Jiang, we trust you." Yuan Zhu reassured, "Don't worry, big brothers, following someone else could be a useless sacrifice. But following Kai's team should be fine." The huge foot stomped on the ground with a loud noise and Jiang Kai shouted, "It's here." Everyone focused their attention. The monsters were destroying everything around them. Jiang Kai signaled to everyone, "Jump and hold tightly to the tree. As long as we patch the ground, they won't notice us." At the command, everyone acted before the monster attacked. Meanwhile, the figure of a man covered in injuries appeared. It was Visa-san sitting by the river. Thinking about Jiang Kai's strike, he was angry and almost couldn't dodge in time. But how could this kid Jiang Kai control a king-level stone giant? The faint sound made him alert, ready for battle against anyone. Yet out here, his technique is incredibly powerful, capable of shattering massive rocks. Someone quietly steps closer. At the same time, he possesses two divine-level talents, complete reincarnation and the blood demon illusion of the great swordsman. Willis gradually appears before him with his entourage. The little squad, Water Dye and Visa. His abilities have always been underestimated. Visa stares at them, thinking that information about reincarnation has likely been leaked to some countries. The blood demon illusion, I have publicly used it less than 3 times. He looks at the blonde man in front of him, laughing arrogantly, surprised he already knows. Thinking that, Visas asks directly, "Who exactly are you?" The blonde man introduces himself while reaching behind. "My name is Willis, don't be so tense, I'm not in the mood for a fight right now." The brown-haired man restrains himself and hands him a syringe. Willis grips it tightly and says, "This is a Type 3 rapid recovery serum. It can replace all your blood in 3 minutes. A friend in alchemy gave it to me. I have no use for it, so it's yours." Facing a highly vigilant Visas, Willis only smirks. "Are you wondering why I'm helping you, or do you think it's poison? Oh, how cruelly heart-wrenching." Visas keeps his sword ready, frowning in caution. Willis steps closer, winking. "Relax, I despise attacking the wounded. You must know there's someone named Jiang Kai in this contest, right? I heard he hasn't even reached level 40, yet he overturned the standings in just 1 match during the qualifier. Unfortunately, I had an urgent mission and couldn't fight him. Truly regrettable." Then he extends his hand toward Visas. "Such an interesting person, I bet you're curious about him too." Visas grits his teeth, remaining alert, and asks, "So what?" Willis doesn't answer, just stares. "Your wounds look like they were caused by a king-class monster. This toxin in 3 minutes will reach your heart." He continues, "If other squads ambush you, you'll surely die. Are you willing to accept that?" Visas can do nothing but stand still. Seeing this, Willis steps even closer. "The only people I consider worthy opponents are you and Jiang Kai. I'm genuinely curious who between you is stronger." Willis stands before Visas, taunting. "After all, only the stronger one deserves to be my rival." Willis darts past Visas so quickly he can barely see. Holding out the syringe, he says to the brown-haired man, "Grim, I believe our intelligent Mr. Visas won't disappoint." Visas hesitates slightly, then slowly takes the syringe from Willis. Visas leans against a tree, inserting the syringe into his right arm with his left hand. Grim watches every move nervously. Giving an opponent supplies, is this really wise? What if our ranking? Willis stretches calmly and responds, "Ranking? What's interesting about that? If I didn't know there were opponents here, it would be exciting enough. Besides, those old military men were a nuisance. I was too lazy to come otherwise." He stares at Visas, smiling slyly. "Anyway, it's been a long time since I've faced a proper rival. In the end, I only promised those old men I'd ensure a top 3 finish. The exact ranking is my decision." Grim is slightly shocked, says nothing more, and watches Willis walk away, clearly displeased. Willis glances back at him, smirking. "Relax, I know you're annoyed, but you can't beat me. If you dare doubt my captain's decision, I'll eliminate you." Grim stands silently, thinking, what an arrogant madman. Back with Jiang Kai, the giants continue marching, shaking the entire forest. Ah stands atop a tree, marveling. "This is incredible. The path ahead, aside from some squirrels, is almost completely clear." Hu Enhan hugs a tree, pride in his eyes. "Captain Kai's parasitic beast strategy is truly brilliant. And did you see just now? The Sun team from Lo discovered we were hiding in the trees before they died. Their expressions, mouths wide enough to fit an egg, were hilarious. Nguyen Ngu joins in, saw it. The chief adds, they were planning to ambush our miraculous team, but we carried the entire nest. So satisfying. Tran looks pensive, a hint of regret. If I had thought of this method from the start, perhaps no one in the red team would have died. Suddenly the giants slow down, moving cautiously rather than forcefully. Known is slightly surprised. Their speed seems to have slowed. Tired, Jiang Kai raises an eyebrow, activating his demon eye, eyes blazing. Remember the rules? Over time, monsters constrict the playable area for the competitors. Jiang Kai whispers, ahead not far there's a strong, hidden energy fluctuating. Strange energies manifest in the sky. Jiang Kai's face darkens, voice serious. At first I wondered what force could control the monster's attack rhythm. Now I understand it's the barrier. Suddenly, the forest shakes violently, even more than when the giants move. Nguyen Ngu yells, earthquake. Jiang Kai immediately becomes alert, spinning around. He senses something rushing toward them and shouts, other monsters are chasing us. Out of sight, venomous creatures rush madly toward them. Jiang Kai realizes, the rock people haven't noticed us, but those others might. Meanwhile, the giants struggle more under the strange energy currents. Jiang Kai swiftly runs along the tree, leaps into the sky, and shouts, take this moment. He easily passes through the transparent barrier wall, and the others follow. Nguyen Ngu lands, pauses, and looks at the monsters. Instead of being blocked, he exclaims, indeed, the monsters can't get through. Jiang Kai warns, once the barrier disappears, the monsters will surge forward. Lead the group inside, order. While this phase isn't over, we advance quickly. With monsters close behind, everyone follows Jiang Kai, shouting. 10 minutes later, they still haven't left the forest. From the tree branches, strangers watch Jiang Kai's movements, hiding behind large trunks. Jiang Kai immediately notices the watchers. Everyone instinctively looks up. Jiang Kai reacts fastest, creating spiked blades surrounded by fire. He throws them forward, shouting, Hu En Han. She raises both hands, using water and ice to create a compass for the monsters while yelling, here comes the supreme ice silver technique. Tremble, fools. The sharp blades cut through branches, knocking the watchers to the ground and smashing the giant club onto the earth. The people of Country D, the tribal squad, and the elite squad own the giant club. Henry jokes, we've been spotted. On the other side, the people of Country Mo, the elite squad, also praise, those in the miraculous team are alert. Well done. A notification appeared on the screen, providing the latest news about the supremacy contest. Currently, 25 survivors remain. 11 teams were left, with 1,400 monsters in total, including 100 King Level 1s. The competition zone had an operational radius of 298 km from the edge. The pillar could not hold back and exclaimed, only 11 teams left. Nguyen calmly replied, under the pressure of the monsters, all squads are moving closer to the center. The chances of meeting are high, and this contest will end quickly. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and said seriously, except for Sheng Daio's 2 squads, the remaining teams are likely from the same country, familiar with each other's skills, and can coordinate in battle. Everyone listened silently. It's also possible the teams will form alliances to ambush us. Jiang Kai looked at the dense forest ahead and said, this area is a natural hiding spot. Enemies could be inside. Everyone must stay alert and be ready to fight if anything happens. The flying squad, the envoy, and the holy knights from Country N approached and mocked. Alice, now is not the time for flirting, deal with the holy ones. Our 3 countries must determine the winner. Brother Tran and Brother Ha hesitated a little, but Brother Ha spoke. Indeed, just as Xiao Jiang said, they have already allied. Jiang Kai asked solemnly, are all of you here? He sensed something was wrong. Not right, I just sensed a familiar aura. Henry rushed forward and shouted, kid, I alone can tear you to pieces. But a series of sharp ice spikes suddenly shot forward. William yelled, Jiang Kai is my prey. The ice pierced Henry's arm before he could react. The henchmen charged when they saw Henry's arm severed. They shouted, boss, but paid no attention to William, who immediately sliced 3 of them down. Watching them fall, William said cheerfully, lucky, one less group of opponents. Another voice rang out, Jiang Kai didn't expect this. Visas stepped forward with contempt. In the end, you're still like Sheng Daio's useless squad, unable to escape me. Jiang Kai's group looked toward Visas, but only he spoke. As expected, you're still not dead. Jiang Kai glanced at Willis smiling behind Visas, wondering, these 2 don't seem like people from Country Y, especially the blonde one who stands out strangely. Hu Shan took a combat stance and asked, you were the one who killed the Liu family today. Now I will avenge the Liu family, Nguyen Ngu and the pillar said in unison. Visas rushed forward, thrusting at them while mocking, too bad you don't have the right to kneel and beg for mercy. Jiang Kai immediately leapt up, launching 3 blades and shouted, don't be arrogant, I'll take your life for Liu family. William slammed his sword into the ground and ordered, Sheng Daio's men are the most numerous, eliminate their squad first. Alice refused to fall behind, conjuring a bright magical stream and snorted coldly. Do I even need to tell you? Jiang Kai's group stood still, dumbfounded by the pale purple mist spreading around them. The pillar Nguyen and Gu, Nguyen, Hu Shan, Brother Ha and Brother Tran suddenly froze, unable to move. Jiang Kai was startled by the orb trapping them. William rushed in, commanding, destroy them. Jiang Kai worriedly thought, not good, they're using non-magic to control the mind. At this point, death is certain. He hurriedly turned to run toward his teammates, thinking, save everyone first. But Visas was unwilling to spare him, flying into the air and laughing, kid, I told you, you're my prey. Visas swung his sword, using the ultimate lightning strike. Jiang Kai suddenly shouted, corrupt! A powerful magical strike shot toward Visas, catching him off guard. On the other side of the screen, Shen Feng, the angel, and Wei Ying all watched the battle intently. Shen Feng could not hold back. Too dangerous, Jiang Kai was almost cut down. Jiang Kai's group trembled under Alice's magic. A henchman pleaded, gods, please forgive me, I am guilty. Wei Ying explained awkwardly, this spell immerses people in endless guilt. The angel slammed the table in anger. Jiang Kai is barely managing to save himself. Could Sheng Daio really be completely annihilated? Nguyen and Gu suddenly smashed a wine bottle and shouted, repentance my ass, I'm in the right. The three were startled by Nguyen and Gu's action. He laughed and ran forward, calling, thinker, your brother is here. Nguyen and Gu swung his sword at Alice, making her flinch and scream. What? Alice hastily raised her staff to block Nguyen and Gu's strike. Panicked, she shouted, Batty, go away. The restraining spell broke, freeing everyone. Brother Ha looked confused and asked Brother Tran, didn't we just get hit by a spell? Why suddenly? Hu Shan explained, once Nguyen and Gu drinks, he resists mental attacks like when facing the scream of the nether spirit female demon. Another bottle was thrown and shattered. The pillar leapt up confidently. Earth first battle god, demon god, kill all enemies, strike. The pillar struck the ground hard, creating a massive explosion that sent enemies flying. He rested his sword on his shoulder, taunting confidently, if you want to touch the battle god, you must ask my sword first. William shouted in shock, this is primal energy. Nguyen and Hu Shan yelled together, Nguyen and Gu, pillar, well done. Brother Tran stood aside, bewildered. Drinking transforms him into a completely different person. Willis watched the fight between Visas and Jiang Kai, then said, Grim, guess who's stronger? Grim replied, don't know, they haven't gone all out. Willis said happily, bingo, even you realize it. He clenched the coin in his hand. A fierce aura radiated from Willis as he lowered his voice. Time to remind these two lazy cats. A strong light shot up from the middle of the forest, creating massive shockwave. System notification. Stage 4 of the Global Supremacy Contest begins. The monster wall has been destroyed. Willis smirked and said, no need for me to intervene. The furious roars of monsters echoed from afar. Jiang Kai looked at them with worry. This is bad, those are the monsters. We can't fight such a massive number of powerful bosses. He leapt high and shouted, death card, go. Jiang Kai thought, we must quickly eliminate the opponents and end the contest. However, the death card struck a piece of wood. Jiang Kai realized, not good, it's a decoy. Visas had now closed in on Hu Shan. Visas asked, Jiang Kai, do you know how I sharpen my pain? Jiang Kai shouted urgently, Hu Shan, watch out. But just as he spoke, Visas pierced through Hu Shan's abdomen, joking, it's the hunger for Prey's blood. Jiang Kai rushed forward, shouting for Hu Yan as the ground suddenly rose and cracked. Poison Fang monsters, rank commander, level 70, surged out of the fissure. Jiang Kai turned to them, sighing in surprise at how close the creatures had come. Nearby, Visas suddenly widened his eye. Despite her injuries, Hu Yan turned to face Visas. She grabbed his hand tightly and asked, want to run? Hu Yan froze Visas' hands with a layer of ice, then trembled as she said, the hunter and the prey are about to switch roles. Visas paled, muttering, I didn't expect this girl. Hu Yan didn't hesitate, summoning all her strength to shout, known, strike. Obeying, she charged forward, throwing a few poison vials at Visas while saying, I've waited too long. He immediately used shadow displacement, growing blood-red wings behind him, then sneered at himself. Ultimately, this isn't a combat career, these girls are still too weak. The glass vials containing poison fell to the ground, shattering. Visas effortlessly broke through Hu Yan's ice, much to her astonishment. A sharp pull of the sword made Hu Yan scream in pain. Visas said bluntly, consider yourselves lucky. If time weren't pressing, I wouldn't let you die so easily. Known saw her fall and rushed to her, calling out, Hu Yan. Visas had already appeared behind Known, taunting, little sister, you should take care of yourself first. The blade pressed dangerously close to Known's head. From far, Jiang Kai shouted, arena card, and hurled a golden card through the monsters. Visas grit his teeth as it flew straight at him. A massive explosion erupted, sending scorching smoke into a giant fireball. The system displayed a notification. System alert, detected forced target entry into arena mode. Confirm, Jiang Kai replied firmly, confirm. This guy is too dangerous, I have to handle him. Visas froze mid-motion in confusion. The space around Jiang Kai also stood still. Non focused on treating Hu Yan, crying as she said, "Hu Yan, don't move, let me heal you." Her face was pale from blood loss, her voice trembling. Non reminded Hu Yan to conserve strength. Her last resort skill could be the trump card. She refused through tears, saying, "No." Hu Yan trembled, touching her hand and saying, "Don't cry, at least we forced that bastard to use a life-saving skill, right?" Hu Yan's body began to vanish, yet she still urged Non, "Remember to help Captain Kai, we must win." She embraced her body and cried out, "Hu Yan." The poison fang seized the moment to attack, following the command, "The weakest healer, kill her." The pillar blazed with celestial fire as he leapt into the air. Resolute, he said, "Friends of this battle god aren't for the trash to touch." The pillar sliced into the ground, creating an explosion that sent the attackers flying. William charged from behind with his sword, angrily shouting, "Dan Khan, leaving your back to the enemy is the stupidest decision." The pillar turned lightly, dodging his thrust thanks to the system's enhanced agility alert. Scene shifted to Jiang Kai and Visas, standing face to face within a magical barrier. Poison fangs snarled, revealing sharp fangs, but were blocked outside the shield, where Visas and Jiang Kai confronted each other. Jiang Kai stared at him seriously, evaluating his unusual speed and leaving no opening to dodge. Seeing Jiang Kai eye Visas, he smirked mockingly, taking stance. Time is for gamblers, ghost hand throws cards. He reminded himself to strike the head first. Visas lunged without hesitation, using Blood Frost Slash to counter all cards Jiang Kai threw. He thought, with a critical strike, the power multiplies hundreds of times, yet this guy can suppress it. Visas swung his sword several more times, each hit landing on Jiang Kai, taunting, "Too slow, too slow." He laughed mockingly, provoking Jiang Kai with his speed. Jiang Kai didn't give up, continuing to fling sharp cards at Visas, though he blocked them all. Meanwhile, Willis and Grimm lay on the flying carpet, watching. Willis remarked with delight, "One cunning, one lightning fast, interesting indeed. Which of these two monsters wins? This fight isn't exactly helping me." Poison Fangs spotted Willis and Grimm, snarled and spat slime at them. The carpet rose swiftly, evading the toxin. Grimm stood in front of Willis, radiating purple occult magic from his enchantment skill. The two vanished suddenly, startling the Poison Fang. It searched everywhere for Willis and Grimm, and seeing the forest abandoned, praised, "Your stealth is handy. Now we can watch the show." Below, Jiang Kai focused his demon eye. He leapt, dodging Visas' slashes and launched more cards. Seeing Visas' smug expression, he sensed something was off. Visas isn't suppressing the critical strike. In an instant, Visas drew his sword, targeting the side using minimal force to adjust direction. Finally, thanks to the arena's shield, the critical strike's power was nullified. Seeing Visas charging, Jiang Kai leapt, threw cards and shouted, "Go." Visas quickly used Blood Demon Charm, erupting in thick smoke. Jiang Kai's cards flew through the haze, but Visas had vanished. He cursed silently, let him escape for now. Jiang Kai wondered how many life-preserving tricks Visas had, that even in tight space, the death cards couldn't reach him. He launched the Holy Radiant Sphere, thinking, use this to suppress him, force him to manifest. Before he could act, he widened his eyes. Visas appeared behind him. His face was insane as the sword pierced Jiang Kai. Visas exclaimed with pleasure, a true swordsman like a demon. Spikes grew along his blade as he spoke. He stabbed deeper, making Jiang Kai scream in pain. Jiang Kai grabbed Visas' wrist, twisted and glared, emitting a binding radiance around his hand. Visas still acted cunningly, mocking, "Your resistance is just weaklings about to die." In his eyes, not worth mentioning. Jiang Kai braced himself, black dense energy spilling out, frowning in confusion. "What?" Visas smiled wickedly, smugly. "You think the sword's effect only draws blood, want to trade lives with me? Pathetically naive." He lunged, piercing Jiang Kai with blood sacrifice. Jiang Kai couldn't dodge, struck directly. Jiang Kai screamed in agony. The pillar shuddered, unable to remain calm. Kai Nguyen and Gu nearby panicked. Tran Anha saw him injured, pupils constricting. Non from afar saw the red tentacles wrapping around Jiang Kai, shouted anxiously, "Must." As if sensing Non's position from her scream, the giant monster suddenly erupted from the ground, rushing to attack her. Seeing the monster threaten Non, the two Tran Anha brothers quickly leapt up, supporting each other to handle the creature cautiously. The pillar grew furious and lost control, rushing forward to strike, allowing William and his companions to exploit the opening for an attack, while Nguyen and Gu also tried to rush in for support. But all efforts were in vain. Nguyen and Gu was kicked away along with his sword before he could react, while Alice and her companions quickly joined the battle. Her face showed a smug grin. "You weren't faring much better. The blood sacrifice of Visas lifted you up before slamming you hard into the ground," sending Jiang Kai flying. Jiang Kai lay motionless, his body drenched in blood, while Visas sheathed his sword with a victorious expression. Nuan stood anxiously outside, trying to break through the barrier. She observed Jiang Kai lying motionless, her mind clouded with worry, unsure if he was gravely wounded or even still alive. Nuan was so frightened that she started to cry, using her healing ability to save him. But the system notification appeared saying the target could not be healed. She was stunned by the message. Grimm and Willis stood from above, observing the situation, and finally spoke up, noting that the light shield might be isolating them from the outside world. He was in critical condition but couldn't be healed, proving that Visas was still stronger. Willis recalled their previous encounter with Jiang Kai and his proud demeanor, thinking that if he ever met the saint, he should take another route. Willis stared with interest, his mood appearing volatile. In the military classroom, the Angel and two others watched the fight, with the Eagle Guard speaking up first. Although Jiang Kai hadn't reached level 30, he had fought fiercely against top experts, but his strength was only at level 60. The Angel nodded in agreement and warned everyone. They reminded each other to remember the name Visas, as he would become the greatest threat to Shang Xiu in the future. And even if Jiang Kai lost the ability to fight, Visas would not let him go. Visas struck several more times with his sword, overwhelming Jiang Kai, then stopped to observe, surprised that Jiang Kai didn't resist at all, wondering if he had accepted his fate. You trembled but clutched the glowing golden card tightly in your hand, your eyes full of anticipation. The golden card opened a golden space, reconstructing Jiang Kai's body within a massive clock. The electronic board displayed the status as nearly dead, activating the Wheel of Fate. You in a cloud-white form spoke with determination. Move for me. The clock's hands began to turn, speeding up as both the minute and second hands raced, eventually stopping at exactly 0000. The Wheel of Fate completed its motion, and the status board kept updating, announcing the acquisition of a talent for offensive energy, lasting for 60 seconds with double effect. This talent would not activate for 10 minutes. Another status board appeared, prompting you to make a selection. Superlevel Enhancement, Superlevel Storm Strike, Agility Boost, and Heavenly Mists, prompting you to choose a talent. Jiang Kai did not hesitate and chose Superlevel Enhancement and Agility Boost. Jiang Kai analyzed carefully and realized that Superlevel Enhancement wasn't very effective in real combat, and that his Agility Boost wouldn't outpace the opponent, so he focused on strengthening the Storm Strike. A blue light enveloped his body, and the status board updated. The Superlevel Enhancement and Agility Boost talents lost their effect. He received the Offensive Energy talent, which would help protect himself and deal damage with energy attacks. Jiang Kai's body emitted a bright white glow. His body continued to vibrate, his consciousness returning to reality, realizing his vitality was still diminishing. Even with the new talent, his dying body had not been saved until his body slowly began to heal. A green plus symbol appeared, rejuvenating him while his pupils flashed red. Visas watched from a distance, surprised that the corpse had not disappeared, wondering if he wasn't dead yet. Visas smiled smugly, throwing his sword and using the invincible strike to corner you. But Jiang Kai opened his eyes, the red light growing stronger as though gaining more power. You leapt up, gritting your teeth, your eyes full of murderous intent, launching an attack to hunt down Visas, catching him off guard as he had not prepared. He was stunned as both of them landed opposite each other. Jiang Kai warned, "I told you if you meet a saint, remember to kneel and take a detour." Shen Feng stared in astonishment from afar. "I wasn't seeing things." The angel also sensed the powerful combat strength and willpower emanating from Jiang Kai. The Eagle Guard stood beside him, stunned, continuing to observe. Grimm was stunned and couldn't speak, while Willis observed carefully, finding the situation increasingly interesting. Hands wiped off the blood and realized that Jiang Kai possessed a self-healing talent, but Jiang Kai remained still, deep in thought. An hour ago, the group had seen the glowing golden card hovering in Jiang Kai's hand, which was an arena card exchanged for 30 rescue cards. The card could imprison one enemy and one ally in an independent space, immune to external damage, with the battle only ending when someone died. Ho Enhan worried about the immunity. Nguyen Ngu nodded, and Nuan remembered something and said, "Perhaps we can try this." Professor Li's latest experimental product, symbiotic humans. Nuan presented 2 crystal flowers, one green and one pink, emitting strange light, capable of creating a resonance within a 3-meter range, bypassing the space shield to transmit energy. Right now, your energy is depleting. No known handed you the pink crystal flower, surprising everyone. Though it could pass through the space shield, Jiang Kai remained determined as he looked at No Known and gave his instructions. But a 10% energy loss is no small matter. No, it's not yet a time of desperation. Save your strength and protect yourself. No smiled and agreed without hesitation. She nodded and turned away, looking in another direction. No only saw the light barrier and collapsed helplessly, her body shaking and convulsing. No struggled to lift her head to look at Kai for encouragement. Kai, you must ascend. After speaking, she collapsed and vanished. A few pink lights slowly faded, including my power. Your gaze radiated killing intent. Jiang Kai was resolute. No had used the symbiotic ability of humans to transfer all her energy to you. Visas laughed maniacally, mocking, disdainful, and challenging. Jiang Kai, you exhausted yourself to force me into this barrier. Are you waiting for me to unleash a massacre? However, you won't be able to stop me. After killing you, I'll hunt down and annihilate the Saints' miracle people. Hearing this, you were furious, gritting your teeth and preparing for battle. You launched your move, with countless blue lights shifting and appearing, forming a set of death cards, rotten fire. The blue energy from Jiang Kai charged directly into Visa's pink energy. The two forces clashed violently as you observed closely, waiting for the right moment. A book flew out with the energy flow and the angel was shocked. Unbelievable, this is the source of the attack. He is not a martial artist, how can this happen? Visas immediately raised his foot and charged forward. If he declares his demise, then he must face the consequences. This time I will chop off each of your bones and throw them into hell. The distance between Visas and Jiang Kai was narrowing rapidly. He lifted his scythe and struck with a blood storm slash. Jiang Kai looked at his opponent coldly. His attack speed had slowed. The ground under Visa's feet suddenly sank, causing panic. No, this can't be. Is this a joke? You laughed loudly and asked, now do you know who the real problem is? A treasure emitting burning heat appeared from his waist. Visas groaned in pain. He couldn't accept the truth, his eyes turning red with veins. And yet you lost. Against a strong opponent like Jiang Kai, Visas had to accept his fate as each slash of the blade struck him. His body fell to the ground, blood splattering. The outer shield shattered and Visa's figure slowly faded. You silently observed the scene before you. Jiang Kai felt a sense of relief. Finally, the monsters stood still in a corner. Nearby were the corpses of Visas and others scattered across the ground. The soldiers tried to thrust their swords into Brother Tran's chest. Brother Tran cried out in pain, dare to destroy my saint's miracle. His body erupted with power, sending the soldiers flying backwards. If you want to pass, step over my dead body first. Tran said regretfully. If I had thought of this strategy earlier, maybe no one on the red team would have had to die. Suddenly, the giants slowed down. Their movements became lighter, less forceful. No was surprised. It seems they're slowing down. Are they tired? Jiang Kai activated the demon eye, his gaze blazing. Remember the rule we discussed. The monsters will gradually shrink their activity range over time. Jiang Kai almost shouted. Ahead not far, there's a strong yet concealed energy fluctuation. Strange energy streams are appearing in the sky. Jiang Kai pondered. At first I wondered what force could restrain the monsters. Now I understand, it's the barrier. Suddenly the forest shook more violently than when the giants moved. Nguyen and Gu shouted, earthquake. Jiang Kai immediately became alert, turning to look around. He sensed something rushing toward them and shouted, the monsters are coming. Out of sight, the venomous creatures charged frantically. Jiang Kai immediately recognized the danger. These monsters haven't noticed us, but the others surely will. Meanwhile, the giant's steps grew heavier. They're entering those strange energy streams. Jiang Kai quickly leapt onto a tree, soaring upward, and commanded, now's our chance. He easily passed through the transparent barrier wall, with the others following closely behind. Nguyen and Gu landed, looking at the monsters trapped outside the barrier, exclaiming, as expected, they can't get through. Jiang Kai turned to warn, once the barrier disappears, the monsters will rush in. We must move forward quickly. Keep your distance from these monsters, Jiang Kai shouted, and everyone followed immediately. 10 minutes later, they still hadn't exited the forest. Some strangers observed Jiang Kai from the trees, lurking behind large trunks. Jiang Kai quickly realized they were being watched. Everyone instinctively looked up. Jiang Kai reacted fastest, immediately generating some spiky plants, igniting flames above them. Jiang Kai acted, flinging the plants forward and shouting, Tiger Woman! She raised both hands, using water and ice to create a monster-catching compass, yelling, come here, ultimate ice art, tremble fools. Jiang Kai's tone was cold, help me take them down. The sharp blade sliced through, cutting off chunks of branches, sending the group tumbling to the ground. The giant mace also slammed forcefully into the floor. In Country D, the tribe squad and the hunter squad appeared. Henry, the owner of the mace, sneered and said, got detected, over there. On Country M's side, the Vigilant Squad and the Spirit Squad also praised. The people of Saint Miracle are very alert. Alice looked at Jiang Kai with interest and complimented his quick response, also noting how handsome he looked. His expression immediately darkened, and Nyan let out a soft chuckle as she spoke. You guys thought we came here without preparation? Jiang Kai suddenly remembered 3 minutes ago when Nguyen Nguyen was running while opening the system panel, which showed the message, sending the latest global news to you. Currently, there are 25 survivors in the competition, with a total of 11 teams. The monster invasion is at 1,400 creatures. Among them are 100 monster lords and kings. Their range of movement has reached 298 km from the edge of the arena. Yuan Zhu couldn't help but exclaim. Only 11 teams left already, Nguyen Nguyen replied calmly. Anyway, under the pressure from the monsters, all the squads have gathered near the center. The chances of encountering each other are higher, the hunting is fiercer. Looks like this competition will end soon. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and said seriously, except for the 2 remaining squads of Saint Miracle, one of the 9 teams might be similar to us. From the same country, familiar with each other's skills and able to fight directly. Everyone fell silent, listening to him speak. At the same time, we can't rule out the possibility that the remaining teams will form alliances to ambush our Saint Miracle. Jiang Kai turned to the dense forest ahead and said, this forest is a natural hiding spot. It's very likely the enemies are hiding in there. Everyone stay alert, and if there's any movement, immediately go into combat mode. Then his consciousness pulled him back to the present. The people from Country N, including the Bird Squad, the Messenger Squad, and the Holy Knight Squad, walked up, mocking. Alice, now's not the time to chase after boys, deal with these Saint Miracle folks first. The 3 countries still need to compete for the top spot. Brother Chen and Brother Zia seemed a bit hesitant, but Brother Zia still said, as expected, these guys are just like what Xiao Jiang said. They've formed an alliance. Jiang Kai asked sternly, are all of you here? A strange feeling suddenly rose in him. Just earlier, he could sense a familiar aura. Henry rushed forward, swinging his mace and yelling, kid, I'm enough to chop you into minced meat. A series of sharp ice shards shot straight at him, and William shouted, Jiang Kai is my target. The ice shard pierced Henry's arm before he could react. Seeing Henry's arm severed, the lackeys immediately rushed forward, shouting, boss, not noticing William standing behind them. He swung his sword horizontally, cutting down all 3 lackeys. Looking at them falling at his feet, William gleefully said, lucky me, got rid of one more group of enemies. Another voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Kai didn't expect this. The one stepping forward was Visas, who scornfully said, in the end, you're still just like that useless team of Saint Miracle. You can't escape my grasp. Everyone in Jiang Kai's group looked towards Visas, but only he spoke. As expected, you're still alive. Jiang Kai noticed Willis standing behind Visas, grinning. A doubt flashed through his mind. They didn't look like people from Country Y, especially that blonde guy. The strange feeling made it hard to look away. Hu Enhan took a battle stance and growled, did you kill Brother Liu? Today, I will avenge Brother Liu. Nguyen NG letter 1EF and Yuan Zhu also shouted in unison. Visas answered succinctly, yes. Then he rushed forward, stabbing with a taunt. It's just a pity that you don't even have the qualifications to kneel and beg for mercy in front of me. Jiang Kai leaped up, slashing 3 times and shouting, don't be too arrogant, I'll take your life for Brother Liu. William immediately slashed deeply into the ground and loudly ordered, the people of Saint Miracle are the most numerous, take advantage of this moment and wipe out their squad first. Alice was not far behind. She cast the Holy Scripture of Repentance spell, creating a glowing magical force and sneering, do I even need to tell you? Jiang Kai's group froze as a light purple mist began to swirl around them, enveloping them. Yuan Zhu, Nguyen NG letter 1EF, Nguyen Nguyen, Hu Enhan, Brother Zia and Brother Chen all froze, unable to move. Jiang Kai turned in shock, seeing a sphere trapping the entire group. William urged his teammates to charge and yelled, destroy them. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, angrily thinking to himself, this is bad, the barrier is mentally controlling the team. If this continues, we'll definitely die. He immediately turned and charged toward them. You barely had time to tell yourself to save everyone first, but Visas had no intention of sparing Jiang Kai. He sprang into the air, sneered, and spat out, brat. I told you before you're my prey, didn't I? Visas swung his sword and unleashed instant shadow, invincible slash. Jiang Kai suddenly roared, void fee. A faint stream of magic shot straight at Visas, catching him off guard. On the other side of the Divine Wind screen, Celestia and Hawk Guard watched the battle closely. Divine Wind couldn't help shouting, that was dangerous. Jiang Kai almost got cut down. They saw Jiang Kai's group trembling from the spell Alex had cast, and then one underling shook as he begged, oh gods, please forgive me, I have sinned. Hawk Guard explained in a flustered, regret-filled voice, This mind control curse drags people into endless guilt. The more they struggle against it, the heavier the guilt becomes, until they have no strength left to resist. Celestia slammed the table in fury and cursed it. Right now, Jiang Kai could barely take care of himself. Damn it, was Radiant Sanctum really about to be wiped out to the last man? Nguyen and Gu suddenly smashed a liquor bottle and shouted, "Repent my ass, I did nothing wrong." All three people on the screen jolted at the move. He grinned, raised his shield, and called out while charging, "Hey, beautiful, your big brother S here." Nguyen and Gu lunged in front of Alice and swung his sword, startling her into a cry. What? Alice hurriedly lifted her staff to block Nguyen and Gu's strike and yelled in panic, "Fatty, get lost." The spell restraining everyone shattered at once. Ah looked over at Tran in confusion. "Did we just get hit earlier? Why all of a sudden?" Hu Yan quickly explained. Whenever Nguyen and Gu drinks, he gains a natural resistance to mental attacks, like last time when he faced the Banshee's terrifying scream. Another bottle shattered. Yuan Zai sprang dozens of feet into the air, flames surging over his body. He declared firmly, "Top war god, demon god, I'll cut them all down and slaughter 10,000 foes. Kill." With that, Yuan Zai slashed straight into the ground. A massive explosion erupted, blasting enemies away. He rested his sword on his shoulder and taunted confidently, "If you want to touch my people, you'll have to ask my blade first." William cried out in alarm, "That's primal force." Nguyen and Hu Yan cheered in unison. Nguyen and Gu, Yuan Zai, nice one. Tran, watching from the side, couldn't help being stunned. After drinking, it was like he became someone else. Willis watched Visas and Jiang Kai face off for a while, then spoke. "Rim, who do you think is stronger out of the two?" He replied slowly, "No idea. It looks like neither of them has gone all out yet." Willis spun a coin on one finger and said cheerfully, "Bingo, so even you can tell." Then he clenched the coin tightly in his hand. Killing intent billowed from Willis as he lowered his voice. "In that case, it's time to wake up these two lazy cats." A blinding beam of light shot up from the forest into the sky, sending out an enormous wave of distortion. The system screen displayed a notice. Phase 4 of the Global Domination Tournament begins. The monster barricade IS Chinese letter. The barricade wall was smashed down at once. Willis curled his lips into a faint smile and said in a mocking tone, "Looks like I won't need to do it myself." The furious roars of monsters echoed from afar. Jiang Kai glanced at them, anxiety filling his chest. "This is bad, it's those monsters. We can't stand up to that many powerful bosses." He leapt high, flicked out a flurry of cards, and shouted, "Reaper card, go." Jiang Kai thought to himself. He had to bring down his opponent fast to end the tournament, but what the Reaper card pierced was only a chunk of wood. Jiang Kai understood immediately. Not good, it's a decoy. The real Visas had already slipped up behind Hu Yan and asked calmly, "Jiang Kai, do you know how my blade gets even sharper?" He shouted urgently, "Hu Yan, watch out." But before he could finish, Visas had already thrust through Hu Yan's abdomen, laughing as he said, "When it's starving for the blood of its prey." Jiang Kai froze, then charged forward, yelling, "Hu Yan!" The ground suddenly bulged upward and split apart. Commander-class Venomfang centipedes, level 70, poured out of the cracks. Jiang Kai looked back at them and clicked his tongue in frustration. Those beasts are already swarming in. Over by Visas, his eyes suddenly widened. Even though she'd been stabbed, Hu Yan slowly turned to face Visa. She grabbed his arm tightly and snarled, trying to run. Hu Yan formed a layer of ice that locked Visas' hand in place, then said shakily. The roles of hunter and prey had finally reversed. Visa went pale, muttering that he never expected this girl. Ho En-han didn't hesitate, shouting with all her strength, "No, do it." Hearing that, she rushed forward at once, flung several poison pellets at Visa and said, "I've waited far too long for this." He immediately used Shadow Vanish and Bloodwing Escape, forming a pair of blood-red wings behind his back, then sneered in contempt. "In the end, you're not combat class. You girls are still too weak." The glass vials filled with poison dropped straight to the ground and shattered. Pisa easily broke through the ice barrier Ho En-han had raised, leaving her stunned. The sword being yanked out made Ho En-han scream in agony. Visa said calmly, "Consider yourselves lucky. If I weren't pressed for time, I wouldn't let you two die so easily." Seeing her collapse to the ground, Non hurried over and cried, "Ho En-han," and Visa somehow had appeared right behind Non. He joked, "Little sister, you should worry about yourself first." Instant shadow, invincible slash. The razor-sharp blade was already at Non's head, but Jiang Kai shouted from afar, "Arena card," and threw a golden card straight through the monsters. Visa clenched his teeth as he watched it shoot directly at him. A massive explosion erupted. heat and smoke rolling into a gigantic sphere. The system screen quickly displayed a notice. A forced target selection has been detected. Your designated target will enter arena mode with you. Confirm, Jiang Kai answered without hesitation. Confirm. This guy is too dangerous, I'll deal with him myself. Visa turned vicious as his body suddenly froze in place. The space around Jiang Kai seemed to lock solid as well. Non was only focused on healing Ho Enhan, crying as she called, Ho Enhan, don't move, let me heal you. She was deathly pale from losing too much blood, her trembling voice still clear. Non, conserve your strength. Your healer's compassion may be our final trump card. Tears welled in Non's eyes as she refused immediately. No. Ho Enhan trembled as she reached out to touch her hand, urging her softly. Don't cry, we forced that bastard to use a life-saving skill, didn't we? Ho Enhan's body began to fade away, yet she still reminded her gently. Remember to help Captain Kai, we have to win. She hugged her and burst into tears, crying, Ho Enhan. The misty water crowd seized the chance to charge, shouting their orders. That healer is the weakest, kill her. Sparks burst across Vien Tru's body as he sprang high into the air. He said coldly, a friend of this war god isn't for trash like you to touch. With that, Vien Tru slammed his blade down, the shockwave exploding outward and blasting them away. William charged in from behind with his sword, cursing in fury, Idiot, turning your back to the enemy is the stupidest decision you can make. Shadow Venom stab. Vien Tru only pivoted slightly and dodged the thrust because the system had just announced an agility boost. The scene shifted to Jiang Kai and Visa. The two faced each other, surrounded by a magical barrier. Poison Fang roared, bearing razor-sharp fangs, but it was blocked outside the shield where Visa and Jiang Kai were locked in a struggle. Jiang Kai watched carefully, judging that this man's footwork was extremely uncanny. He couldn't be allowed any opening to slip away. Seeing Jiang Kai looking at him, Visa curled his lips into a provocative smile. Get into stance. Cut the deck, silver time, ghost hand flying cards. He told himself he had to strike first. Visa didn't hesitate and rushed in, using bloodthirsty blizzard slash. With a single sweep, he knocked away every card Jiang Kai threw. Jiang Kai thought to himself, once death-chasing critical strike triggers, the attached power multiplies by hundreds, so this guy can suppress critical hits. Visa slashed several more times, each strike cutting down Jiang Kai's moves, then mocked him. Too slow, too slow. Visa hooked his mouth into a loud laugh and kept taunting. Jiang Kai, you're far too slow. Jiang Kai refused to give up, still firing sharp cards at Visa in rapid succession even though he blocked them all. Meanwhile, Willis and Grimm lounged casually on a flying carpet, watching the fight. Resting his chin on his hand, Willis said with delight, one is sly and unreadable, the other moves like lightning. How interesting, which of these two monsters will win? This trip was definitely worth it. Poison Fang noticed Willis and Grimm, roared and spat sticky sludge at them. The carpet shot upward, quickly dodging the poison. Grimm stepped in front of Willis, his whole body releasing a surge of purple magic with dark shadow ambush. The two vanished suddenly, startling Poison Fang. It darted its eyes around, searching for Willis and Grimm. When Poison Fang finally gave up and headed toward the forest after failing to find them, the man praised it with excitement. Your skill at hiding your presence is really handy. Now we can watch the show. Down below, Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes tensely and activated the demon eye to observe with full focus. He sprang up, hurling several consecutive slashes with visas, while also firing off a flurry of cards. Seeing the smug look on his face, Jiang Kai suddenly understood. No, that is not it. He cannot counter critical strikes. The instant this guy drew his blade, he aimed straight at the side of the Fate Pursuer. He used only a tiny force to tug the Fate Pursuer off course, then relied on the arena's extremely solid defensive barrier to completely cancel the Fate Pursuer's critical strike power. Seeing Visas charge straight at him, Jiang Kai rushed forward as well, flinging a card and shouting, "Go!" Visas immediately used the blood-scent phantom, erupting into a roiling blast of smoke. The cards Jiang Kai launched shot straight through the smoke, but Visas had vanished without anyone noticing when. Jiang Kai fumed, cursing inwardly. He got away again. Just how many survival tricks does this bastard have? In such a cramped space, the death card still could not touch him. Jiang Kai summoned another card with the Sacred Radiant Halo and thought to himself, use the Sacred Radiant Halo to pin him down. He meant to force him to reveal himself, but before he could even act, his eyes suddenly widened. Since when had Visas appeared behind Jiang Kai? He looked crazed as the blade stabbed into him. Visas exclaimed with excitement, a true rival. Like a wraith, rows of sharp spikes grew along his blade as Visas said, take your blood. He drove the thrust deeper, making Jiang Kai howl in pain. But Jiang Kai suddenly grabbed Visas' wrist, half turning to glare at him as dazzling radiance burst around his hand. Visas kept that crafty expression and spoke in a mocking tone. Your struggle is nothing but a weakling's death throes. In my eyes, it is not worth mentioning. Visas' tense, thick black aura spilling from his forearm. Jiang Kai frowned and blurted out blankly, "What?" Visas wore a sinister smile, his face full of smug satisfaction. "You thought this blade's special effect was only drawing blood, want to trade lives with me. How pitifully naive." He lunged forward and unleashed blood sacrifice, driving a strike clean through Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai could not dodge in time and took the hit. Jiang Kai screamed in agony. Yuan Zhu saw it and was so worried he could not hold back. Ruan Yu beside him also panicked. Mr. Zia froze when he saw Jiang Kai injured, his pupils contracting in shock. From afar, Nguyen saw Jiang Kai tightly bound by countless red tendrils, and she screamed uneasily. But how could anyone pinpoint Nguyen's position just from a scream? A gigantic monster suddenly burst up from the ground and charged to attack her. Seeing it about to reach Nguyen, Mr. Chen and Mr. Zia immediately rushed up and worked together to deal with the monster. Careful, Yuan Zhu snapped and charged up to counterattack. "You dying bastard, unforgivable." William and his cronies saw the opening and swarmed in to attack. A perfect chance. Yuan Yu realized how dangerous the situation was. He also wanted to rush over to help, but he could not. Before he could even act, Yuan Yu was kicked by the enemy, his sword knocked flying. "A coward thinks he can save someone." Alice and her group joined in at once. She was smug, laughing with her mouth wide open. "If you do not know your limits, you will lose your life. You are not doing much better over here either." Jiang Kai was blasted into the air by Visas' blood sacrifice and then slammed hard to the ground. That single move nearly took half his life. Visas drew back his sword, the corner of his mouth lifting in triumph. As the smoke gradually cleared, he was seen drenched in blood, lying motionless on the ground. Outside, Nguyen was in utter turmoil, frantic as she tried to force her way into the barrier. Jiang Kai still did not move, his vision blurred, his consciousness turning hazy. Nguyen looked at Jiang Kai lying there and thought in panic. "Kai is hurt so badly, is he still alive?" She broke down in tears. She immediately used her healing ability to save him, forcing herself to stay calm and treat him at once. But when Nguyen tried to pass through the barrier, a notification appeared. "Your healing target is currently in an unhealable state." Seeing the notification, she froze. "What?" Up above, Grimm and Willis had been watching from start to finish. Only now did they speak. That wall of light seemed able to cut off the outside world. Willis stood beside it, narrowing his eyes in appraisal, looking as if he agreed. "A life on the brink, yet still unhealable. Seems Visas is stronger after all." Willis recalled the last time he met Jiang Kai. He suddenly remembered Jiang Kai's arrogance back then. "If you ever run into the sacred decree, remember to kneel and take the long way around." Willis stared intently, then sighed. "This guy is interesting." His mood seemed wildly erratic. "Willis, you are already pathetic. But Grimm, for some reason, I feel a little disappointed." In the military classroom, Angel and two others were following the battle's developments. Wei Ying spoke first. "In any case, Jiang Kai has not even reached level 30, yet he fought above his level against a top expert whose strength goes far beyond level 60. He truly did everything he could." The angel standing beside nodded approvingly. "That's right." Tian Cheng squinted his eyes in vigilance. He reminded everyone, "In addition, all of you Visas, make sure to remember this name. One day, he will definitely become the greatest threat to Saint Divine." Seeing that the boy had lost his fighting ability yet still refused to let go, Visas continued swinging his sword a few more times, making Jiang Kai, who was already injured, unable to endure further. He suddenly stopped and observed. He found it strange. Had Jiang Kai really lost all his fighting ability? This person isn't even resisting. "Could it be that you've accepted your fate?" Jiang Kai trembled, gritting his teeth, groaning quietly. "Maybe, this is enough." Jiang Kai smiled. A glowing golden card appeared in his hand and he gripped it tightly. His eyes filled with anticipation. Finally, the golden card opened, revealing a brilliant golden light. Jiang Kai's body was recreated right in the center of a massive golden clock. The electronic board flickered intermittently. "You are in a near-death state. The effect of the death gods, Wheel of Fate seal has activated and the Wheel of Fate is turning." In the form of pure white like clouds, he asked, "Is it moving?" Jiang Kai, determined, responded, "Move for me." The clock hands began to move slowly, then gradually accelerated. Both the minute and second hands rushed forward, spinning as fast as the wind. The clock stopped. The minute and second hands both stood still at exactly 0000, and the Wheel of Fate had completed its rotation. The spreadsheet continued to flash. Reward received, original force attack talent. Duration 60 seconds. talent activation doubled. The spreadsheet continued. Original force strength doubled, duration 60 seconds. Penalty: choose one talent. This talent cannot activate, lasts for 10 minutes. Another notification appeared. Double talent activation, choose two talents. These talents cannot activate, lasts for 10 minutes. A new spreadsheet appeared immediately after. On the list: super level enhancement, super level critical strike, enhanced agility, superhuman. 10 talent choices ineffective. Jiang Kai hesitated not at all, immediately making his choice. Super level enhancement and enhanced agility. He had thought it through. Super level enhancement wasn't too useful in actual combat. As for agility, even enhanced, it couldn't be faster than this guy. It would be better to find a weakness and focus on critical strike power. Blue light surrounded him. The spreadsheet notified again. Super level enhancement and enhanced agility have become ineffective. Congratulations, you have received the original force attack talent. This talent could both protect oneself and add original force damage when attacking. Jiang Kai's whole body became white, emitting blinding light as if about to disappear. His body swayed unsteadily, his consciousness slowly being pulled back to reality. Damn, the vitality was indeed still fading. Even though the Wheel of Fate granted him a new talent, his dying body still hadn't been saved. Just as he was in despair, Jiang Kai's body seemed to heal. Green plus signs appeared, restoring his energy. His pupils dilated, flashing red like sparks. This is, outside, Visas was intently watching Jiang Kai in his near-death state. After a long while, he was somewhat surprised. The body hasn't disappeared. Could it be that this guy isn't dead yet? Visas smirked smugly, then swung his sword several more times. He used the unbeatable shadow slash. This move would make him completely dead. Unexpectedly, Jiang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The red light not only didn't disappear but grew brighter than before. Jiang Kai seemed to have been given new strength, sitting up suddenly, gritting his teeth. His gaze seemed to want to shred his opponent into 100 pieces. Jiang Kai immediately reacted, launching his destiny shift. Visas, thinking he was about to die, didn't guard himself and was caught off guard by the blow. He was astonished and couldn't believe it. What? Both landed simultaneously, facing each other. Jiang Kai stared at him, warning, I told you. Jiang Kai coldly said, when you meet Saint Divine, remember to kneel and go around. Shen Feng, watching from afar, stared in shock. He murmured, am I seeing things? The angel was the same, even sensing the powerful combat power in Jiang Kai. Not only that, but I also sensed the fighting spirit flowing through him. His voice was filled with confusion. What exactly is going on? Wei Ying, standing beside, was dumbfounded, unsure of what to say, so he just continued observing. Grim was stunned, his words choking up. They couldn't believe it. Willis, however, seemed to enjoy it and kept observing with interest. Everything suddenly became much more interesting. Hands wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, do you have a healing talent? Jiang Kai didn't answer immediately. He remained standing there still, as if calculating something. Time rewound about an hour ago, and the group was still suspiciously rushing toward each other. Kai, a glowing golden card was hovering in Jiang Kai's hand. This is the arena card I traded 30 rescue cards for. It has the ability to imprison one enemy and one ally in a separate space, immune to external damage, to engage in a duel. Only death will stop it. Hearing this, Ho Enhan became very worried. She thought, a separate space if it's immune to external damage. Does that mean it can't receive supplies from outside either? Doesn't that mean if seriously injured there would be no choice but to wait? Nguyen NG letter 1 EF nodded. Yes. Nan Nan suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Perhaps this could be tried. This is the latest experimental product from Professor Lee, the symbiotic human. After saying that, Nan Nan presented 2 crystal flowers, one blue, one pink, emitting a strange glow. Symbiotic human, both sides wear blue and red petals, capable of creating a connection within a 3-meter range, bypassing the space shield, transmitting energy. Currently, energy transmission loses 10%. Nan Nan handed the pink crystal flower to him. They were stunned. Even though it could pass through the space shield, Jiang Kai firmly looked at Nan Nan and reminded her. Losing 10% energy isn't insignificant. Nan Nan, don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Save your strength and protect yourself. Nan Nan smiled and agreed without hesitation. All right, returning to reality, he looked in another direction and nodded. Outside, the light was blocked, and Nan Nan had fallen helplessly at some point. Her whole body shook. Nan Nan struggled to lift her head to look out. Kai encouraged her. Kai, you must win. After saying that, she collapsed and disappeared. Some pink light also dimmed. including my strength. His eyes gleamed with killing intent. Jiang Kai was determined. Nan used the symbiotic human to transfer all her energy to him. Visas, laughing madly, looked extremely contemptuous and challenging. Jiang Kai, you've exhausted yourself trying to drag me into this shield. Are you waiting for me to start a massacre? But you won't stop me. After killing you, I will exterminate the divine light people. Hearing his arrogant words, Jiang Kai was furious. He gritted his teeth and entered a fighting stance. He launched an attack. Countless blue lights transformed, flashing and hiding into a group. Death card, decaying flame. Jiang Kai's blue power charged straight into Visa's red power. The two forces collided violently. Jiang Kai observed carefully, waiting for the right moment. A book flew out with the force. The angel was stunned. Could that be the source of the attack power? He wasn't a martial artist. How could this happen? Visas immediately kicked his foot and ran forward. He declared, "A pest must die in the way of a pest. This time I will chop you up piece by piece, throwing you straight to hell." Soon, the distance between Visas and Jiang Kai narrowed, and he swung his blade, unleashing a blood storm slash. Jiang Kai coldly watched his opponent. Your sword speed is too slow now. The ground beneath Visa's feet suddenly sank and panic rose in his heart. No, this can't be. Is this a joke? Jiang Kai burst out laughing, asking, now do you know who the real troublemaker is? A treasure appeared from his waist, emitting firepower like blazing flames. Visas groaned in pain. He couldn't accept the truth. His eyes were bloodshot. So I've lost. Before the powerful Jiang Kai, Visas had no choice but to accept being chopped piece by piece. His body fell and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, the shield outside shattered. Visa's figure gradually disappeared. Jiang Kai silently witnessed the event. Jiang Kai felt a sense of relief. Finally, the monsters here stood still in one corner. Beside them were Visa's body and the bodies of others scattered across the ground. The soldiers tried to stab a sword into Brother Tran's chest. He screamed in pain, "Dare to destroy my divine light!" Tran Bao Fat unleashed his power, sending the soldiers flying. "If you want to pass, step over my dead body first." He thrust his sword into his opponent, determined to eliminate him. At that moment, he felt invincible. Yun Shen's figure gradually faded. The pillar gripped the blade, charging forward through the flickering flames. "They left a message for the others, entrusting it to you." He said, "Look closely, damn it. This is what happens when you anger the strongest war god in the world." The opponent gritted his teeth in pain but could do nothing. William thrust his hand into the pillar's abdomen, playing a deadly game. "You won't survive this," he said. Alice struggled as the ferocious monster lunged, shattering the ground around her. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Alice was badly injured, her body covered in wounds of all sizes. Yihao tried to stand steady after the shock. His eyes lit up at the sight of Alice, battered yet undeniably radiant. "This girl is strong, truly exhilarating, I like it." Just then, hungry beasts charged forward. Alice screamed in panic. "Damn, they're predatory beasts." Willis sat on the mat looking down and taunting. "Looks like these cute kids are hungry." Jiang Kai remained motionless. The pillar struggled against William. Yihao thrust his sword into him, while William plunged his hand into Yihao's abdomen. Yihao gritted his teeth, his body trembling in waves, unable to stop groaning. Alice braced her staff on the ground, fighting not to fall. Willis sneered, "Before these guys settle the score, the cute kids will handle this." No sooner had he spoken, a horde of vicious monsters rushed in. William realized things were going wrong and his hand glowing as it struck the pillar's belly. He shouted in panic, "What is this?" William screamed in madness, "The predatory beasts are here. Go to hell, you bastard." At that moment, a flaming dart flew straight into William, saving the pillar. His scream of pain echoed. Jiang Kai, panting from throwing his knife, said, "It's over." The monsters charged fiercely from afar. The other monsters turned around upon seeing this. Confused, they retreated. Everyone wondered, the predatory beasts are withdrawing. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky along with a system announcement. The top 3 teams in the global domination contest have arrived. All survivors would be fully restored, followed by score calculations. Jiang Kai was quickly healed. The pillar coughed lightly, feeling his wounds gradually closing. Yihao smiled with joy, hugging the monster's tail, saying, "Look at this, the tentacles, the elasticity." Alice, though healed, still flinched in fear. Jiang Kai, pleased to see the throwing knives in hand, said, "My strength has returned." Yihao regained full alertness. Yihao's gaze landed on the monster's replaced eyes. He shouted in terror, "Monster!" He ran over and embraced Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai asked, "Yihao, are you okay?" The system then appeared, displaying a report. Next, we will inventory the surviving members of each team and the number of rescue tokens, and rank the remaining teams. First, Alice received a golden key. The Noble Virtue team, with only one remaining member from their country, had 38 rescue tokens, ranking 3rd, receiving the Lost Temple key. Next, Willis received his reward. The Fishermen team from Country G, with 2 members remaining, had 98 rescue tokens, ranking second, receiving 2 keys of G electric mine. Willis looked disappointed. Only second place. He raised the key, speaking sorrowfully to the person behind him. Grim, I tried my best and still lost. It hurts so much. But he received no consolation. Finally, Jiang Kai's team, the Fire God Squad of Saint Deity with 3 members, had 108 rescue tokens and received 3 keys of lost temple power. The pillar was still bewildered. Jiang Kai received the keys, joyfully saying, "What are we waiting for? Saint Deity has won." The pillar and Yi Hao also regained composure. "We've won." The two hugged Jiang Kai in exhilaration, shouting, "We've won." "I knew it." The cheerful scene was displayed in full on the conference room screen. Shen Feng, still dazed, asked, "I'm not dreaming, right? Our Saint Deity won first place globally." Everyone in the hall rejoiced, unable to contain themselves, leaping in delight. General Wei Ying raised his gaze to the screen, praising without reservation, "Fire God, well done." The angel turned solemnly, wanting to announce something. "Everyone listen," the angel said, hand on chest. "Today's victory of Saint Deity is thanks to every hero who risked their lives on the battlefield. This is the military spirit of Saint Deity." The angel placed his hand on his chest, proudly declaring, "From today, Saint Deity's reputation will resound worldwide." General Wei Ying and other commanders, along with Shen Feng and others, shared the same sentiment, pressing their hands to their chests and saying in unison, "Yes." "The system will reward this mission generously," the system announced. Major rewards appeared sequentially. The global domination arena would temporarily close in 10 minutes. The winning team should bring the keys back into the arena at 1 p.m. on the 15th to explore the lost relics and open the mysterious treasure. The blue barrier gradually vanished. "All rescue and function tokens in your possession will now be recalled," the system announced. A blue vortex appeared and a space gate opened. "Quickly leave the arena via the teleportation circle." Alice stepped into the space gate, complaining as she went, "Finally, I can take a proper bath. I'm all slimy, it's disgusting." The pillar, seeing everyone disperse, put an arm around Yi Hao and said, "Come on, Kai, let's hurry back and report this to the known association." Yi Hao smiled, nodding in agreement. He said. Jiang Kai looked at them, his gaze resolute. "Everyone's sacrifice has finally been rewarded," he thought. His eyes turned sharp as he glanced at Grim and Willis talking behind them. Jiang Kai felt he still needed to be wary of these two. He silently observed and assessed them, realizing things were not simple. Securing 98 rescue tokens, their strength is no small feat, he thought. They can even ally with a bold character like Willis. Jiang Kai recalled a detail from the previous match. They used some hidden skill to evade the monsters without being hit, he pondered. Feels like they had a plan. He remained fully alert, not deceived by Willis's radiant appearance. He guessed Willis was far more dangerous than he seemed. Suddenly, Willis looked toward Jiang Kai, startling him. He thought, he's looking at me too. Willis stepped closer to Jiang Kai, smiling and extending his hand. "Hello, Jiang Kai, I'm Willis, I've heard of you." Jiang Kai remained cautious, not letting his guard down. "You know my name." Willis smiled warmly, trying to ease the tension. "Don't be so tense, my friend. Your potential exceeds my imagination. Today's performance was spectacular, but I'm very curious about your profession." Jiang Kai, unfazed, immediately turned and walked away. "If I remember correctly, you and Visas are partners, so I don't think we're friends." "Master, Nguyen and Gu, let's go." You immediately set boundaries because you don't want to get involved with this man. It's better not to engage with someone dangerous like him. Yuan Zhu and Nguyen and Gu saw their friend and followed suit. Willis didn't let the fast-moving person slip away and charged towards you. Yuan Zhu, seeing the guy preparing to cause trouble, rushed over angrily. "Hey, you, shameless, if you want to fight, just go ahead." Willis stood there, his face pale, focusing his power to form a small blue sphere. Jiang Kai reacted swiftly, stopping his friend and using his momentum to charge towards the master. "Don't come closer." Jiang Kai released 3 small daggers, but the small sphere seemed to sense them and avoided them all. It flew straight towards you, and Jiang Kai's 3 daggers missed their target, embedding themselves into the ground. The sphere almost touched your face. Jiang Kai froze, not reacting in time. Nguyen and Gu and Yuan Zhu looked back anxiously and shouted in unison for you to move. "Captain Kai!" Jiang Kai was stunned by the speed of the sphere. Too fast, when the sphere was about to hit you, it suddenly changed direction, flying into the air before exploding, sending out a slight wave. The fragments of the sphere gathered together to form a letter stamped with a skull mark. The letter fell down and landed in Jiang Kai's hands. It emitted the characteristic blue glow of its owner. You stared at it intently. A letter. Then Willis and Grimm stepped into the space portal to leave. Before leaving, Willis politely said goodbye to Jiang Kai. "It was nice to meet you, Jiang Kai." The other 3 stood there, not understanding what was going on. Willis lingered, seemingly waiting for something. "Our reunion," Jiang Kai looked off into the distance, staring intently at the man. Grimm followed Willis into the portal. He hesitated and spoke up. "What was that thing you gave to Jiang Kai earlier, if the military asks?" Before he finished speaking, 3 arrows flew towards him, narrowly missing Grimm. He was frightened, seeing his hair get sliced right in front of his eye. Willis turned serious, his voice cold. "Stop interfering with my business. I hate repeating myself." After that, Willis stretched and yawned as if nothing had happened, then muttered, "Seems like I'm a bit hungry. I should treat myself to something nice." Grim was sweating heavily, instinctively muttering, "That was close." Meanwhile, at the Lord's Guild, where Jiang Kai, Nguyen Ngu, and Yuan Zhu were gathered, Yuan Zhu looked at the letter in Jiang Kai's hand and spoke. "Kai, are you still thinking about this letter?" When Jiang Kai touched the letter, a magic circle appeared and cold air emanated from it, freezing his fingers. He was startled, frowning at its condition, quickly retracting his hand. Curiously, he thought to himself, "I wonder what's inside this letter. I still can't open it since receiving it." Nguyen Ngu suddenly spoke. "Captain Kai, I just remembered. There's a profession called an alchemist. They craft special magical items, so maybe this letter was sealed with some kind of magic." Jiang Kai imagined it and repeated Nguyen Ngu's words, "Alchemist and sealing magic." Yuan Zhu said seriously, "That Willis, just by looking at him, it's clear he's not a good person. Who knows what kind of scheme he has with this seal? How about we ask someone from the military to check it?" Jiang Kai was silent, thinking, "No, they haven't shown themselves. If he wanted to kill me, he could have done it long ago. His strength is clearly greater than mine, but he missed the opportunity to fight for first place in this martial arts competition." He looked at the envelope in his hand, feeling confused. What exactly is he planning? Half a month later, I have to find out. Suddenly, Lu Tuan's voice came from behind. "I guessed you guys would be here." He and two bodyguards walked over. Jiang Kai asked confused, "Lu, why are you here?" Lu Tuan answered cheerfully, "Why am I here? Do you know how many people are waiting at the canyon's entrance to welcome the victorious heroes back? You guys are something else, sneaking back to hide." Jiang Kai quickly explained, "Lu, you know I don't like being seen by so many people." Lu Tuan winked and said, "If you don't want to meet the others, that's fine, but you don't want to meet the commander too." Jiang Kai asked, puzzled, "The commander is here too." Lu Tuan replied straightforwardly, "Not just the commander, but also the senior managers in charge of this mission, including General Hua Tianshen. They've all specially come to the canyon's entrance." Jiang Kai exclaimed in surprise, "So many people." Unlike him, Nguyen Ngu and Yuan Zhu seemed pleased. "We're really making a name for ourselves this time. Kai, since I joined the military, I've never seen such a grand atmosphere." Lu Tuan nodded gently. "All right, I know you're humble. When I saw you guys earlier, I informed everyone to disperse." Jiang Kai sighed with relief, then suddenly remembered something he needed to ask. "By the way, Lu, can I ask about Ho Enhan, Nuan, and Lu's guild? How are they doing now?" Nguyen Ngu also asked, "Can we visit them?" Yuan Zhu agreed. "Yes, are they all okay?" Lu Tuan answered, "Visiting might not be convenient, but don't worry." All the members of this mission were immediately given the highest level of psychological treatment after going offline. They should fully recover in no more than 7 days. Jiang Kai, Nguyen Ngu, and Yuan Zhu felt reassured. Lu Tuan spoke again. "Also, the Fire God Squad made a huge contribution this time. The commander specifically requested special treatment for you, to give you the right to use the green path like the military." Jiang Kai couldn't help but exclaim, "The green path?" Lu Tuan explained slowly. "That's right. To ensure the mission goes smoothly, all military members who go offline will have the privilege to avoid starting the queue again. Priority access to Ghost Crystal, no waiting in line." He became serious. "If the application is approved, the Fire God Guild will have 100 uses of the green path within a year. This means that in these 100 uses, even if you're killed offline, you'll have priority to return to the Ghost Crystal." The three of them shouted in unison, 100 times. Nguyen Ngu was delighted. "This time Ho Enhan and Nuan can return immediately too." Yuan Zhu threw his arm around Jiang Kai. "Kai, soon our Fire God Squad will reunite." Lu Tuan spoke again. "By the way, Jiang Kai, there's one more thing." Lu Tuan looked at Jiang Kai with a determined look. "You must know about the guild of Xuan Wu." Jiang Kai tensed. "What? Have those bastards from the royal family been causing trouble for my elder brother and master again?" Lu Tuan quickly explained, "Don't worry, ever since you defeated the royal family's members in the guild challenge, they've backed off a lot." He recalled the sight of Hong Wei sitting curled up and muttering, "Kill them all," then continued, "After you killed Hong Wei last time, now he's completely out of his mind." Lu Tuan continued, "Hong Dad is obsessed. Every time he hears your name, he collapses." He mentioned Hong Thong. "Today, when Hong Thong heard you won the championship, he got so angry that he vomited blood and fainted." Everyone screamed, "Guild Master." Lu Tuan went on, "To avoid affecting the guild of Xuan Wu has appointed a new leader. The new leader is Ha Thai Thai. She is a young, strong woman, decisive in her actions, with 4 capable generals, each one a master. Overall, she is known as the 4 Noble Flowers, someone ordinary people dare not touch." Lu Tuan became serious. "You must be careful with this Ha Thai Thai." Jiang Bok felt confused, unsure if Lu Jun was trying to warn him. He stepped closer and patted him on the shoulder, hoping his worries were unnecessary, even though Ha Thai Thai, a distant relative of the royal family, might hold a bias against him. Yuan Zhu smiled confidently and said, No matter her family, if she wants to bully Kai, she has to get through me first. Nguyen Yu added, and me too. Jiang Bok turned to look at them. Resolutely, he said, hey guys, I'm the captain of Fire God after all. Only those who dream of nightmares cause trouble. The scene shifted to 7 days after meeting Lu Jun, with Jiang Bok's team battling monsters. The monsters were elite level 45 water vampire demons and general level 65 water vampire demons. A swarm of water demons surged aggressively from the ground. Nguyen Yu held his shield and charged at them, making humorous remarks. Babies, such soft skin, let Nguyen Yu wang and bathe with you in a pool of love. A lightning bolt flashed, slicing through the giant water demons. The one creating it was none other than Jiang Kai, emitting immortal fire. The water demons fell and the system screen displayed, you have successfully killed 20 elite-level water vampire demons. But a few monsters remained, still charging forward. The largest one bared terrifying sharp teeth. It lunged forward and the others roared and followed. Jiang Kai smirked and said, time to join the fun. He leapt from the ground, spun in midair and threw a card, death card, rotten fire. The card pierced the belly of each water demon. The system continuously notified. You have successfully killed 3 general-level water vampire demons. You have successfully killed 35 elite-level water vampire demons. Jiang Kai landed and another notification appeared. You have successfully killed 40 elite-level water vampire demons. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 31. He looked at his hands, surprised. Leveled to 31 in less than 7 days, yet it felt ordinary. Jiang Kai looked up and suddenly said, this is the AI brain appearing before you. The system displayed, you have successfully leveled up to 31, activating the talent Super Multiplier. Here are your current basic attributes. The screen continued. Strength 280, Constitution 284, Agility 552, Spirit 442, Talent activated, Agility enhanced. Your agility increased by 40%. Jiang Kai's eyes focused on agility. Strength 280, Constitution 284, Agility 772, Spirit 442. Excited, he thought, finally activated Super Multiplier. What's next? Reading the description, weak constitution, any damage causes severe consequences and pain is double. He reflected, last time after leveling up, Super Multiplier increased survival talent by 3%. Not much change, but now one success appears every 33 attempts instead of 100. Jiang Kai thought this rate is quite high now. Strength 280, nearly 300, much higher than level 40 fighters. Seeing agility at 772 made him even more excited, as elite level 40 professions reach only 450 with equipment, yet he exceeded 700. This attribute alone matched the total of 4 attributes of others at his level. Thinking of Willis's sly face with a magic orb, he clenched his fist and resolved, if I meet him again, I won't lose in speed. 10 minutes later, Nguyen Yu's recovery potion lay on the ground. He looked at the system screen. Explorer Nguyen Yu, profession Death Knight, level 34. Nguyen Yu cheered, Captain Kai, I'm now level 34, just 6 more levels and I can prepare for promotion. Jiang Kai patted his shoulder. Well done, these past days were tough but your progress was rapid. Nguyen Yu rubbed his head, giggling. Too bad Master joined the army. Without Captain Kai guiding me, I'd have improved even faster. Jiang Kai smiled, at least Zhu is part of the army which has other plans for him. Looking toward the forest, he continued, by now, Hu Ran has likely returned. Let's go back to the guild first. After walking a while, they encountered a group of people. Nguyen Yu asked curiously, so many troops, where are they heading? Jiang Kai observed and replied, that direction. I remember the quarantine area is guarded by the army to prevent monster raids. He was startled by a female voice from behind. Jiang Kai. It was Lam Lam who approached and asked, why are you guys here? Jiang Kai quickly explained, I was training Nguyen Yu and just passing by. He looked at the armed group and asked, did the army mobilize so many people for something important? Lam Lam explained without hesitation. In 2 months, the army plans to cooperate with major guilds to hunt the territorial boss near the troops' axis. Jiang Kai and Nguyen Yu said in unison, hunt a territorial boss, Lam Lam said seriously. Territorial bosses not only overpower king-level bosses in rank. The worst part is every attack they launch awakens beasts, attracting countless monsters to fiercely attack the quarantine area. Jiang Kai hesitated, repeating, countless monsters. Fearful, he recalled the merman boss on Yangdong Island, king level, nearly burying 200,000 troops. Lam Lam looked at her watch and said, exactly, and the stronger the boss, the greater the beasts. According to government data, the scale of beasts has recently reached millions. Jiang Kai and Nguyen Yu exclaimed, isn't that extremely dangerous? Lam Lam said seriously. To expand territory and secure survival resources, the quarantine area must not fall. Therefore, we plan to deploy at least 5 million troops against this beast attack. Even if dangerous, we must fight. Jiang Kai listened silently. The scene shifted to the psychological treatment center where Hu Ran, seeing Jiang Kai and Nguyen Yu, exclaimed, "Finally, you two are back." She ran up to hug them, shouting, "I missed you to death." Jiang Kai held Hu Ran's shoulder and asked with concern, "Was the psychological center very stifling?" She said, "Of course. Actually, known and I have been fine, but the army insisted on a few more days of observation. If it weren't for watching the global competition videos for fun, known and I would have been bored to death." Hu Ran suddenly said sternly, "Speaking of which, Captain Kai, when you dealt with Visa, you were so cool. Consider it a bit of revenge for me." Jiang Kai humbly replied, "I could defeat Visa only with your and known's help. Now that you're both safe, that's what matters." Suddenly, Jiang Kai's inbox showed 36 unread messages. He opened them and explained, "These are applications to join the guild." Nguyen Yu said excitedly, "I didn't expect so many people wanted to join our guild." Jiang Kai frowned while reading but responded aloud, "Since the victory in the guild challenge contest, many have wanted to join, but not everyone is truly suitable." His gaze moved continuously, finally resting on Jiang Kai, who was hesitantly speaking. He looked at the information displayed on the screen: Explorer, Alchemist, Ascetic, level 32. Jiang Kai hesitantly explained, "He is an ascetic. I remember the shopkeeper mentioning the formula for the 6-water demon. The one who discovered that formula was an ascetic." Nguyen Yu admired and said, "An ascetic must endure hardships in the wilderness." Hunayan spoke up, speculating, "Perhaps Captain Kai is right. This person could provide intelligence for future dungeons." Jiang Kai smiled, making a decisive decision. "We'll meet him and consider it later." The next day, at the Hong Yue forest, Shen Yi was sitting under a waterfall, feeling the water flow over him. He suddenly woke up upon hearing a call. Shen Yi saw Jiang Kai, Hunayan, and Nguyen Yu waving at him. The sound of the waterfall roared nonstop. As he stood up, he said, "President Jiang, you arrived faster than I expected." Jiang Kai didn't hesitate, speaking directly, "I don't like to beat around the bush. Let's get to the point. If you want to join the Fire God Guild, it's fine, but you need to prove your sincerity and value, like providing intelligence on dungeons." Shen Yi listened quietly. Finally, he replied, "No problem, but I have one request. Help me reach level 40 first." Hunayan frowned, laughing. "I've never seen anyone like you, wanting to join the guild but still making demands." Shen Yi explained bluntly, "The choice is mutual. I can join, but you can also refuse." Jiang Kai interrupted, "Is level 40 all you need?" Shen Yi laughed loudly, "You're quite bold. Reaching level 40 will take a year." Jiang Kai calmly said, "A year, at most 5 days or even less than 5 days. 3 days later, at Hong Yue Forest, the aquatic creature was stabbed so deeply it screamed in pain. It fell at Shen Yi's feet and the system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you've reached level 40. He couldn't hide his excitement, shouting, "Level 40, I've reached level 40. Jiang Kai stood by, praising, "Congratulations, when you find the material to change your class, you can change it again." Shen Yi happily replied, "Wow, I can't believe it, just 3 days and I've leveled up 8 times. The experience gained in these 3 days is more than I've accumulated in a year of hard training." Hunayan ran over, pretending to scold, "Now you know how impressive he is, huh? See if you'll still look down on Captain Kai." Nguyen Yu ran beside, adding, "That's right, Captain Kai is really strong." Shen Yi faced Jiang Kai, speaking very seriously, "President, I'm thoroughly convinced now. I agree to provide the intelligence I have to the guild." Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Shen Yi slowly began, "do you remember when you found me? I was cultivating under the waterfall, right? Actually, there's a cave behind the waterfall, and every 6 days a mysterious light orb appears." Jiang Kai exclaimed in surprise, "A mysterious light orb?" Hunayan and Nguyen Yu were also shocked, their mouths agape. Shen Yi continued, "Yes, but the orb moves very quickly, appearing for only about 10 seconds. I tried to catch it before, but it knocked me away." Jiang Kai curiously asked, "When did the orb appear last?" Shen Yi rubbed his chin and calculated, 5 days ago, so it should appear tomorrow." Hunayan turned to Jiang Kai and said, "Captain Kai, this doesn't sound like something we're familiar with." Jiang Kai crossed his arms, thinking for a moment, then replied, "I have a feeling this could be a clue to some kind of opportunity." Finally, Jiang Kai ordered, "Since we've found it, let's go see it ourselves." The three happily agreed and walked to the waterfall, where the water still roared. They entered the cave, and Shen Yi explained, "I originally lived here, and my belongings haven't been touched, so no one has probably been here yet." Hunayan looked around, praising, "This cave is much bigger than I thought, but how did you discover it?" Shen Yi awkwardly recounted, "I just came up here to see if it was a good place for cultivation, and I stumbled upon the orb. It exploded and almost made me faint. Afterward, I didn't dare to play with the orb anymore. Luckily, it wasn't interested in me, so I was safe." As Shen Yi was speaking, Jiang Kai walked over to the rock wall and began feeling the crack. Jiang Kai calculated in his mind, "The rock wall here is very hard, but the orb was able to break it, which shows how dangerous it really is." Suddenly, Jiang Kai saw the bright orb near the cave entrance and quickly shouted, "It's here." Jiang Kai quickly threw 3 fire daggers, shouting, "Catch it!" The orb moved erratically in the cave, and Jiang Kai exclaimed, "It's too fast, even the tail can't catch up." The orb rushed toward Hunayan, who shouted, "Watch out!" She immediately took out a compass and used her ice-silver technique. However, the orb continued to pass by Hunayan, startling her as she screamed, "What?" The orb charged straight into the cave, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Jiang Kai released a dagger, loudly commanding, "Hunayan, duck!" She quickly complied, and the dagger struck a large stone, shattering it. Jiang Kai chased after the orb, ordering, "Block its path!" Shen Yi and Nuyen Yu had already positioned themselves at the other end, preparing to intercept. But the orb suddenly rebounded and struck Nuyen Yu's back, causing him to lose balance. Shen Yi quickly stopped, tense, saying, "The initial damage isn't strong, but it seems to have realized this place is crowded, so its attack is much stronger now." Jiang Kai activated his demon eye and resolutely said, "Throw out 3 daggers, we don't have much time." One of the daggers hit the center of the orb and everyone cheered. "We got it!" The dagger slowly sank into the orb. Jiang Kai panicked, shouting, "My death strike was absorbed by it." The orb shot up to the ceiling of the cave, causing debris to fall. A large rock fell right above Jiang Kai's head, but fortunately Nuyen Yu used a shield to deflect it, shattering it. Shen Yi used his spear to break the large stones, while Hunayan created ice to shatter the rocks around them. The 3 of them stood in front of Jiang Kai, speaking in unison, "We'll help you." The orb continued to rush toward Jiang Kai. He threw a talisman, reading loudly, "Death talisman, body to stone." He silently thought to himself, "Let's see if you can survive till noon." The talisman hit the orb, but it sucked it inside. Jiang Kai lost his patience and shouted, "What?" It even swallowed the death talisman. Seeing it fly toward the cave entrance, Jiang Kai yelled, "Not good, it's trying to escape." He quickly chased after it, shouting, "Death talisman, come back to me." The 3 of them ran after him, calling anxiously, "Captain Kai, President." Narration: He saw part of the card and realized it was still there. Seizing the moment, Jiang Kai lunged forward, reaching to touch it, but as his finger neared the light orb, it erupted in an intense, blinding radiance. Narration: A system notification appeared. His body was blocked and downgraded to a concealed realm rank. The hidden realm was detected as being blocked by a master-level deception, and his exclusive occupational weapon was adjusted to the gambler's exclusive weapon. Narration: Jiang Kai fell into the radiant divine abyss, opening his eyes to the hazy surrounding. Confused, he wondered where he was and what this realm meant. The hidden realm mentioned by the earlier voice was different from previous ones. His eyes widened in surprise. Narration: Looking at the card on the ground, Jiang Kai recognized it as the death card. From afar, Hunan, Nuyen Gu, and Shen Yi were running toward him. Everyone was present. The system screen displayed a message congratulating him on entering the radiant divine abyss hidden realm. Narration: The system warned that in 3 minutes, the demon army would attack the radiant divine abyss. Players and allies needed to protect the radiant divine command for 300 seconds. Upon completion, the squad would receive hidden realm rewards and additional weapons based on each member's contribution. Narration: In this hidden realm, S-grade props from the current occupation could not be used. Jiang Kai turned in surprise, seeing Nuyen Gu and the group approaching slowly. He silently praised, "This light orb was a hidden realm." Jiang Kai attempted to retrieve the card. Narration: The death card could not be retrieved and god-tier weapons were unusable in the hidden realm. Suddenly, Hunan froze, hesitating as he asked about the shining angel token that appeared. Jiang Kai suspected this was the radiant divine command. He examined the card carefully, pondering. Narration: Previously, there had been mention of the gambler's exclusive weapon. It was highly likely this was the second master card, the radiant divine command. Jiang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Narration: Hunan panicked and shouted as the ground began to quake. Jiang Kai activated his eye technique, scanning for anomalies like a radar, spotting the Demon Legion and warning everyone about the approaching army. Dialogue: Captain Kai, the ground is shaking. Narration: Shen Yi tensely asked if they should intercept them. Jiang Kai opposed, explaining that if they reached the mountain base, the front line would stretch too thin and the 4 of them couldn't hold such a long defense. Dialogue: Leader, should we stop them? No, if they reach the mountain base, the front line will stretch. The 4 of us can't hold such a long line. Narration: Jiang Kai issued orders firmly. Everyone was to block the entrance until the mission ended. The system counted down 10 seconds, a vase shattered, signaling the battle's start. Jiang Kai's team had finished arranging their formation. Dialogue: We stay here, block the entrance, and hold until the mission ends. Narration: The countdown continued. Jiang Kai's face was tense. Shen Yi and Hunan concentrated their magical weapons. The broken lens cracked open. Time expired and the demon army charged forward. Narration: Jiang Kai leapt up, shouting for everyone to pay attention, launching his attack with fire. Sparks targeted the 3-headed wolf and he confidently executed a critical strike. Dialogue: Everyone focus, begin the fight. Narration: The 3-headed wolf grew more ferocious, growling furiously but remained unharmed. Jiang Kai tried physical attacks, realizing the creatures were immune to fire, and decided to strike directly with pursuit strike. Dialogue, damn it go, use pursuit strike directly. Narration, knives struck the three-headed wolf. The giant beast weakened and fell into the demon army, causing losses. Yet the troops remained numerous, continuing wave after wave of attacks. Narration, Jiang Kai struggled to fend off an approaching monster. Nguyen and Gu jumped in to intercept, striking vigorously. Using a shield and sword, he caused the wolf pain. Dialogue, hey, I'm here. Narration, on the mountain peak, Hunan gathered energy, raising his magical weapon to perform a powerful rain summoning spell. Nguyen and Gu saw the previous blast and shouted at my beauty child to stop running. Jiang Kai warned to hold him back. Dialogue, my beauty child, stop running. Hold him. Narration, Shen Yi rushed forward, grabbing Nguyen and Gu's wrist, urging him to calm down. Blushing, Nguyen and Gu tried to keep running, shouting loudly. Dialogue, big brother Nguyen, stay calm. Damn it, let me go, don't stop me from having fun with these beauties. Narration, a fierce bombardment unfolded, red-eyed creatures flying out. Hunan, frightened, asked Jiang Kai about the strange beings, realizing they were abundant monsters. Dialogue, Captain Kai, what are those? I can't seem to block them. What? Narration, mud creatures appeared, merging bodies. Two monsters fused into a massive boss from the swamp, accompanied by smaller minions. Narration, 180 seconds remained to break the formation. Reinforcements were arriving too quickly. Jiang Kai activated the decoy clone, became invisible, and ordered Shen Yi and Nguyen and Gu, who obeyed. He moved forward stealthily. Dialogue, understood. Narration, Jiang Kai ran past the monsters. Nguyen and Gu sang while completing his task, promising a passionate kiss. The monsters had not yet noticed. Dialogue, oh, my beloved lady, allow me to give you a passionate kiss. Narration, the swamp monster turned, sensing danger, looking bewildered. Jiang Kai, invisible, slashed with a sharp sword, affecting its entire body. Narration, Jiang Kai shouted. Hunan concentrated lightning, unleashing power at the monsters, causing them to flee. Dialogue, go you trash. Narration, Jiang Kai coldly declared that this strike would send them to hell. Surrounded by monsters and water, they were outnumbered. Dialogue, one strike and you descend to hell. Narration, 2 minutes later, the smoke cleared. Jiang Kai was exhausted, nearly out of energy with 33 seconds left. Nguyen and Gu remained energetic, singing. A monster approached from behind him. Dialogue, such a group of hot beauties, I like it. Narration, the holy light burst like a sphere over the giant monster, blasting it away as Jiang Kai struck. The monster exploded and the system began a 10-second countdown. Narration, Jiang Kai tracked every passing second. Nguyen and Gu fell, Hunan stayed alert, and the monsters charged forward. Narration, the three of them remained as the countdown reached 5 seconds. Jiang Kai tensed, charging his blade with power. Adamantine indestructibility, friction from the magical weapon sparked fire, rocks flying, tremors spreading. Dialogue, damn it, just a little more. Narration, Shen Yi's technique struck the ground, pushing back the demon army. Jiang Kai understood his intention and called out Shen Yi. Hunan hurriedly gave a brief report on the spell. Dialogue, Shen Yi. The indestructible Vajra body of the ascetic, when activated, greatly enhances the body's defensive capabilities, rendering it immune to all physical and mental damage. However, during this time, the user is unable to take any action, and the effect lasts only for 3 seconds. This is bad. Shen Yi couldn't hold on any longer. Shen Yi struggled to resist the backlash from the technique. Jiang Kai understood the signal. It was time. He decisively launched the finishing blow, targeting the death of the demon army and tearing apart their front line. The blast sent the entire monster horde flying in a burst of intense light. At that moment, the countdown timer turned red and reached 0. A command medallion slowly appeared in midair, glowing brightly and seemingly encompassing the entire space. Jiang Kai's eyes immediately lit up with joy. This was the radiant divine medallion. The light from the medallion reached the mountaintop, radiating its glow throughout the space. The demon horde vanished with the light. Hunayan joyfully exclaimed, Captain Kai, look, the demon army has disappeared. The healing effect spread throughout Jiang Kai's body, filling him with excitement. Hunayan looked at Jiang Kai, who was filled with energy and couldn't help but marvel. That's incredible, your wounds healed so fast. I can feel the power coursing through your body. Nguyen and Gu still appeared confused, not understanding what was happening. Shen Yi saw his wounds slowly healing and let out a sigh of relief. A mission notification appeared, congratulating the challengers for completing the trial. Based on the total damage caused to the demon horde by the 4 of them, the following rewards were given. Seeing their savior, the entire team looked up expectantly. The items gradually materialized and the system began announcing. Challenger Shen Yi receives the A-tier weapon of the ascetic, the Two-Law Mirror. The higher the difficulty level of the training ground, the greater the benefits the ascetic receives. The Two-Law Mirror can increase the difficulty of the training ground by 1 level and simultaneously enhance enlightenment. At a certain level, in a state of enlightenment, the effect of cultivation increases significantly. Shen Yi happily accepted the reward. This is perfect. Next was Nguyen and Gu, and the system responded to his request. Challenger Nguyen and Gu receives the S-tier weapon of the Death Demon. Though a divine servant, It can increase the explorer's death vitality by 50% and provide a 30% chance to enter the advanced construction state. Nguyen Ngu looked at the item with delight. This is great. Previous gear only increased my death vitality by 20–30%, but this boosts it by 50% and adds 30% to the chance of entering the advanced construction state. Amazing. Hunayan patted him on the back in encouragement. Great job, Nguyen Ngu. With the Divine Servant trait, your chances of entering the Death Realm state will increase. Then it was Hunayan's turn and the system announced, Challenger Hunayan receives the unique weapon of the Fortune Teller, the Wind Thunder Staff. She stood still for a few seconds, her eyes wide in shock. What? A new weapon? The Wind Thunder Staff increases mental power by 72, strength by 44, and agility by 11. Effect 1. Increases mental power recovery by 50% for the owner. Effect 2. Level 1 Thunderbolt Tribulation. Using the Wind Thunder Staff, a bolt of heavenly thunder strikes a designated target with up to 9 occurrences. Effect 3. Level 1 Wind 5 Charms allows control of wind power. After activating this effect, it continuously consumes mental power and required materials for upgrades, including Thunder Strike Wood and Wind Bird Spirit. Hunayan gazed at the staff in her hands, feeling a rush of excitement. The Wind Thunder Staff. I finally have a unique weapon. Nguyen Ngu couldn't help but exclaim, a unique weapon that can be upgraded. Hunayan, now you can really power up. Shenyi also praised, more than 70 points of mental power increase, that's impressive, and the effects are strong. No wonder it's a unique weapon. Jiang Kai glanced over everyone, a warm smile playing on his lips. It seemed everyone had good rewards. Could the exclusive weapon of the gambler class be the Radiant Divine Medallion? His eyes turned back to the glowing medallion. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light exploded, sweeping through the entire space. Finally, the system called out his name. Challenger Jiang Kai receives the exclusive weapon of the gambler, the Master God's card, Radiant Divine Medallion. Nguyen Ngu, Shen Yi, and Hunayan eagerly listened. Jiang Kai smiled faintly, the smile of someone who had known this would happen. As expected, the medallion shot through the air, leaving a trail of light in its wake, heading straight toward Jiang Kai as though searching for its owner. He carefully read the function in his hand. Radiant Divine Medallion, Master God's card, the exclusive unique weapon of the gambler. This weapon increases the owner's 4 basic attributes by 20%, adds 50 points to piercing ability, increases the critical hit chance by 15%, and boosts critical damage by 150%. Though holding a treasure, he couldn't help but reflect on the basic attributes, knowing they were soon to be replaced by the Death God card. Though the Death God card was powerful, it had a fatal flaw, its enormous consumption. He wondered what the special effect of the Radiant Divine Medallion would be. As if reading his thoughts, the system promptly jumped in. Effect 1 Night Bullet. When encountering an indestructible enemy, the Radiant Divine Medallion automatically fires, holding obstacles in place. The damage dealt inherits the owner's attack attributes and doesn't consume additional stamina or mental power. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's face lit up with excitement. The system continued, each counterattack carries the full damage output, equivalent to a powerful attack, with no additional consumption of stamina or mental power. The system detailed how to use this treasure, explaining that a single attack could be followed by several chances for additional damage without any extra cost. With proper control and the aid of critical hits, dealing high damage would be easy. Jiang Kai joyfully exclaimed, "Excellent." The system continued explaining the item's effects. Effect 2, Divine Descent. Consuming personal strength, it creates a radiant aura around the user, forming an area attack that inherits all damage from the user's attacks. When kills from Divine Descent reach 100 or more, the state of the user and the 4 surviving teammates within range, whose total attributes are lower than the user's, will be refreshed. The cooldown for this effect is 30 days. The final effect of the Radiant Divine Medallion is Effect 3, Divine Artifact Recognition. The Radiant Divine Medallion cannot be damaged. After obtaining it, it can be controlled by thought to summon, throw, and retreat. After hearing the 3 effects of the medallion, Jiang Kai became immersed in thought. This effect can help all 5 people on the battlefield, including myself, recover, although the activation conditions and refresh time are very strict. For example, the healing effect from earlier, he thought back to the feeling after the battle. But no matter how strict the conditions, this meant he now had an extremely powerful trump card. With that thought, Jiang Kai smiled gently. Suddenly, Hunayan shouted, calling the team over. "Everyone look, it's a treasure chest, a shining chest has appeared before us," she urged. "Captain Kai, hurry and see what it is." Shenyi responded, "Right." Jiang Kai slowly opened the chest and a dazzling light spilled out. Inside were countless rare items, a special reward for them. Seeing the pile of items, he was stunned. Shenyi quickly picked up a metal ore and marveled. Ramti ore can greatly enhance the hardness of defensive weapons. This is a premium material coveted by master blacksmiths. He eagerly examined each item, closely inspecting the feathers of the dream bird, a king-tier monster which was perfect for crafting weapons. The nightmare clock of the hypnotist, Shenyi spoke with increasing excitement, unable to tear himself away. Slim Mirage Gel, this is the main material for crafting high-grade disguise masks. And the medium extreme metallurgy solvent, it's said to be able to dissolve and perfectly recombine any metallurgical material. The value of this item could buy the largest commercial street in Chengde. He introduced each item, talking about the spoils gathered from the secret realm this time, things I had never dared to think about before. Shen Yi watched intently, while Yi Hao smiled and confirmed it was real. However, Lu Cheng reminded them that while this material was precious, there seemed to be nothing useful for us. Something that could enhance my wind and thunder staff, that could be useful. Jiang Kai continued, offering his opinion that our current equipment was already great. In the future, we could use this material to trade for class-changing materials for everyone. Lion completely agreed with Jiang Kai's idea. She also agreed that selling these items would bring a profit. If the Lord God Guild wanted to challenge the Xuan Wu Guild, we would need to accumulate more capital. However, just as the team was celebrating, the system's voice echoed. The treasure expansion announcement has been made. Everyone must leave the Radiant Divine Domain within 1 minute. The spatial gate began to open. Jiang Kai called everyone, saying it was time to continue. The three responded in unison and followed Jiang Kai. Elsewhere, a giant monster was destroying the city. It roared loudly, the sound reverberating as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Suddenly, a figure shot out, cutting through the chaotic scene. TT leapt and swung her sword, ready to face the monster. TT shouted, channeling all her strength into the sword, then struck down with a single slash, cutting the monster in two before it could even cry out. The creature's body collapsed and TT gently landed on the ground. Outside the laboratory, a researcher spoke in admiration. Impressive, as expected of the guild leader, her running speed has broken the previous record. Her cutting power is equivalent to a direct collision with a train moving at 250 km/h. The sound of high heels echoed from afar. A sweet voice called out, "Guild leader." TT turned to look. Xuansheng entered. TT immediately asked, "How has everything been handled?" Xuansheng, with an unhappy expression, replied, "As planned in recent days, it seems that Zhuangfang has been assigned to City L, where the beast gods are active. However, our application was rejected." Upon hearing this, TT's face showed a hint of confusion. "What does that mean?" Xuansheng nodded. "That's right. After all, Zhuangfang has a team in the War God Temple and the Black Eagle refused, so we can't do anything about him for now." TT smiled confidently. "It's all part of my plan. Zhuangfang is a member of the Xuan Wu Guild. He dared to protect Jiang Kai's family, so there must be someone backing him." She hesitated, then asked, "Should we continue?" Her gaze was filled with a mysterious gleam. Xuansheng gently replied, "There's no rush, we have a better opportunity to deal with Jiang Kai." 2 days later, Jiang Kai's team returned to the villa after the battle. Lu Cheng stretched wearily inside. "These past few days have been exhausting, I miss my forest." Yi Hao only thought about food. "I'm so hungry right now I could eat a whole prey." Before Jiang Kai let the two rest, he announced, "I know both of you are tired. In 2 days, we will go to the Maitreya Hall to search for treasures. First, rest well." The whole team cheered in unison, "Wonderful, long live Captain Kai." At that moment, the system notified them of new news. Lu Cheng stopped and curiously asked, "Is someone trying to join our guild?" Jiang Kai replied, "It's not what you think, it's an emergency notice. The boss battle is about to take place. The pressure on the southeastern defense line is increasing. Since the Lord God Guild hasn't reached the required number of participants, only 100 people, they will temporarily cooperate with the Radiant Guild for defense." The system continued, requesting Jiang Kai to confirm participation within 1 hour. Jiang Kai read the notice and pondered, "So we will cooperate with the Radiant Guild." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Radiant Guild? Where did they come from? If they were big, I would have heard of them by now." Yao agreed, "That's right, when we participated in the guild challenge, I don't recall hearing anything about them." Shen Yi explained, "The Radiant Guild was established just half a month ago. The guild leader is Chen Xuansheng, a 2-star war god from the War God Temple in Shengjiangzhang." Upon hearing this, Lion couldn't hide her surprise. "I heard that the War God Temple ranks war gods from low to high, such as 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star. I can't believe the leader of the Radiant Guild is a 2-star war god." Yi Hao also reflected, "No wonder the guild can call upon such strength. Their membership has already surpassed 100. Shen Yi's tone turned serious. Furthermore, Chen Xuansheng was also the former leader of the branch of the Xuan Wu Guild. The three were stunned by this information. Jiang Kai pondered. The Radiant Guild was established after Xuansheng left the Xuan Wu Guild, and now he has been assigned to lead our guild. Jiang Kai's eyes grew cold. What a coincidence. He was assigned to lead our guild after the Radiant Guild was established. This is very suspicious. Lu Cheng stopped and asked, "Captain Kai, what do you mean?" Jiang Kai sneered. "The Xuan Wu Guild wouldn't easily let a 2-star war god leave. She's definitely trying to deal with me." At that moment, a group of people barged into the villa. Liu Xian, with an arrogant attitude, led his men inside and asked, "Is there someone from the Lord God Guild here?" Jiang Kai turned around and asked, "Who is it?" Lu Cheng was furious. "Where did this wild dog come from daring to barge into our guild?" Shen Yi added, "Get out." The man across from them laughed disdainfully. "What guild? Compared to the Radiant Guild, you guys are just kids." Jiang Kai replied politely, "Barging into our private area like this, is this the Radiant Guild's way of cooperating?" Liu Xian responded, "You must be Jiang Kai, you're quite famous these days." Liu Xian continued mocking, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Your team has to take on such a heavy task, it shows how much the Radiant Guild values you." After satisfying his pride, he led his team away. The system continued announcing, "This defense mission will require your team to complete. If not, the Lord God Guild will be held responsible for the losses. The Lord God Squad needs at least 4 people to participate." Lu Cheng couldn't help but complain, "Our team isn't even level 40 yet. What guild would send a team that hasn't reached level 40 to deal with a king-level boss?" Yihao also expressed his displeasure. "If a level 40 team can't handle a commander-level boss, how are we supposed to deal with a king-level boss? Are they crazy?" Lu Xian, standing nearby, sneered, "Your team is the strongest, so you should deal with the king-level boss. The Radiant Guild can entrust such an important task to you." Jiang Kai couldn't take it anymore and stepped up to confront Liu Xian. "That's right, this guy is deliberately provoking us to take this stupid mission." Liu Xian sneered again. "You guys are so good, of course, you should take on such a heavy task." Liu Xian continued mocking, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The Radiant Guild values you, so they gave you such a difficult mission." After satisfying his pride, he led his team away, ending the confrontation. "Ready to go, and I'm looking forward to your spectacular performance. Let's see how much more they'll complain." Yun Shen cursed in frustration, "Damn it." But Jiang Kai simply opened his mouth calmly. "Yun Shen, it's really hot today, don't you feel it?" She immediately understood and replied cheerfully, "Understood." The sky ahead suddenly changed, dark clouds rolled in, and heavy rain poured down on Liu Xian's army. They complained, "What kind of crazy weather is this?" The rain poured relentlessly. "Damn it, all my clothes are soaked." Liu Xian turned around, shouting angrily, "Stop whining and return to the guild." No one could escape the storm's fury. Yun Shen watched, amused by the scene. "Watch your step, bright guild." She excitedly bragged to Jiang Kai, "Captain Kai, look at them running like scared little mice. Trying to act all high and mighty, now they're completely exposed." Yu laughed, "Let's see if they dare come here to cause trouble again." Mei Shen remained focused on her task. He asked Jiang Kai, guild leader, "For this boss fight, do we really have to be bait for a king-level boss? I'm worried." Jiang Kai's face turned serious as he leaned on his hand. "Our task is only to lure the boss, not to kill it. There's no way to disrupt the setup." After careful consideration, Jiang Kai gave the order, "Yun Shen, Yi Yu, rest well. Tomorrow morning, follow me to Dai Lechai Hall. Mei Shen, the guild is in your hands while I'm away." Mei Shen replied, "No problem, guild leader." Jiang Kai smiled lightly, and before leaving he promised the 3, "There's still time before the boss fight. I'll lead everyone to complete the promotion round." Everyone responded enthusiastically, "Understood." The next day at the teleportation formation of Dai Lechai Hall, Jiang Kai was surprised to see the people before him. Yuan Zhu widened his eyes and asked, "Kai, I just heard from Lu that the guild master Shen will also join the boss fight and even be assigned to the Bright Guild. Is that true?" Non was curious as well. "I heard that guild leader Chen Zunsheng of Bright Guild comes from the Xuan Wu Guild. Won't you be in danger?" Jiang Kai answered with slight apprehension. "Yes, but don't worry too much. I have a plan." Liu Tuan spoke seriously. "These past few days, the commanding officer has been busy with other matters. When he heard this news, he couldn't intervene." Jiang Kai smiled confidently. "I understand, Lu. Some challenges must be overcome on your own." Liu Tuan patted Jiang Kai's shoulder proudly. "As expected of you, very brave." Jiang Kai smiled. "Exactly, Lu, there's something I need your help with." Liu Tuan was unsurprised. "It's about your elder brother and your sister, right? Don't worry, I've assigned people to protect them." Jiang Kai felt relieved and sincerely thanked Liu Tuan. The teleportation formation opened. "It's no longer early," Jiang Kai said. "Let's go." The group entered the formation. Jiang Kai and Yun Shen entered first. Jiang Kai was surprised to see Alice's team. On the other side, Willis and Grimm's squad had just appeared. Yu asked, puzzled, "Why are there only 2 people from the Daiou squad?" Yun Shen explained, "When we faced them in the finals, I thought their teammates had fallen. Now it seems that only 2 of them dare to compete. They're confident in their abilities." The 2 approached Jiang Kai's group. Yuan Zhu reminded him, "That man is here, Kai." Jiang Kai squinted slightly at the opponent. Willis spoke first. "Hello, Jiang Kai, we meet again." Jiang Kai's voice deepened. "In the letter you gave me last time, what exactly did it say?" Willis laughed loudly. "That letter wasn't from me. My role is just the courier." Jiang Kai asked, "If not you, then who?" Willis's eyes turned cold as he smiled faintly. "You don't need to know the sender's identity." Willis continued, "He may not be human, but congratulations on defeating Visa." Jiang Kai had countless questions. "Then how do I open the letter?" What do you mean the sender isn't human? Willis nodded. I don't know that either. Willis smirked. If you can't open it, it proves you're not qualified to read this letter. The chief, angry, said, why do you never know anything, always pretending to be mysterious? Willis shrugged. Think whatever you want. Jiang Kai fell silent, deep in thought. He sensed that Willis wasn't lying, but feared he wouldn't get any useful answers from him. The system suddenly announced in the tense air, welcome back to the competition area of the battle for supremacy. This area contains 500 lost relics. Use a key to enter. Each relic contains 100 treasure units with only one item per unit. Treasure units are ranked into 4 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, and hidden. There is a small chance for a treasure unit to glow. No monsters appear in the relic, but there may be lethal traps. If a member dies, they will go offline immediately. Once opened, the relic remains sealed until the squad completes the exploration. Each squad has 1 hour to explore. After the time ends, all members will be forcibly teleported back. This exploration does not provide a live stream, but the rewards of the 3 squads will be fully disclosed. Alice held the key and entered the formation, glancing around. You only have 1 hour to explore. Even if you claim first place, that's all you get. Alice and her team disappeared into the formation. Willis and Grimm followed. I wonder what surprises await. It's exciting. Known said seriously. Kai, we got first place, so we need to maximize our gains. Jiang Kai agreed. Yes, I was thinking the same. Jiang Kai outlined the plan. There are no monsters in the lost relic, so it's fairly safe. We'll split into 3 squads to explore simultaneously. He held up the key. You and Known form one team. Jiang Kai continued. Yun Shen, you two form another team. He reminded them, watch out for traps and stay alert even if you find treasure units. Yun Shen looked at the magical stone. Captain Kai, I did a quick divination. There might be a surprise in the northeast. Jiang Kai nodded. Understood, we can't delay. Everyone acknowledged the orders. At the lost relic in the exile forest under an ancient tree, the teleportation formation appeared. Jiang Kai stepped out, surveying the surrounding. The system announced, you have entered the relic exile forest. Exploration time begins. Jiang Kai assessed silently. Exile forest doesn't sound like a pleasant place. He wasn't sure if Yun Shen's divination was accurate. His green eyes brightened as he noticed something unusual. A single bronze treasure unit lay beneath the tree. Jiang Kai remained cautious. Too easy, what if there's a trap? The explosion ended, white smoke drifting away. The bronze treasure chest popped open, and the system screen displayed information about a 15 kg top-grade celestial ore, capable of refining celestial crystals and directly upgrading a rank equipment. He was stunned and hurried over. He never expected this enhancement material could directly upgrade a rank equipment. Jiang Kai smiled proudly, thinking of the stars after being refined with celestial ore, since most high-tier equipment couldn't be upgraded due to lacking the necessary materials. Therefore, enhancement materials were far rarer than equipment. Both the bronze treasure and the celestial ore were stored in his space. Jiang Kai looked at the inventory with delight. Even the lowest grade bronze treasure contained top-grade celestial or excellent. Let's continue exploring. Suddenly, the ground shook. He immediately became alert, wondering which monster could cause this tremor. But it wasn't right. Lost ruins normally had no monsters appearing. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock as red-hot magma spurted from below, cracking the ground into pieces. He wondered if opening the treasure chest had caused the entire forest to sink into magma. Damn it, this is the descent forest. Jiang Kai hurried to flee, inwardly cursing Hu Enhan. She's ruined me. Elsewhere, in the lost ruins of Huang Mo Kai Yuan, Hu Enhan suddenly sang a line. She looked at the orb in the Bagua with a puzzled expression. Strange, why did it start singing by itself? Yu called out excitedly. Hu Enhan looked. Indeed, there was a silver-bronze treasure. Hu Enhan rushed over. Lucky us, this is the 8th silver-bronze treasure we've found. Yu, open it quickly. He nodded, touching the tip of his sword to the treasure's surface. The bronze chest opened, and the system screen displayed information. The heart of the Crimson Flame Lord contained a pure fire crystal. This crystal could be forged into a weapon and permanently grant immense fire power. He held the heart of the Crimson Flame Lord. It was a fire attribute crystal, capable of enchanting weapons. Hu Enhan's eyes gleamed with delight. As expected of a silver-bronze treasure, it never disappoints. She glanced around, her tone teasing. I thought Huang Mo Kai Yuan would be more terrifying. It turned out only some creatures had wandered into old buildings to scare people. Hu Enhan's eyes lit up with joy. At this pace, we'll soon explore all surrounding areas. She raised her weapon and dashed forward. All right, let's press the advantage. They continued exploring with Yu running behind. The scene shifted to the Lost Ruins Labyrinth Garden. Nguyen looked at the device notification and said, Found it. The bronze treasure chest opened and the system displayed. Congratulations, you've discovered the level 120 career transfer material formula. The owner exclaimed loudly. Didn't expect to find the level 120 career transfer formula by chance. Incredible luck. Vines silently moved, waiting for an opportunity to strike while the two focused on the treasure. Feeling the approaching danger, he looked around cautiously. The owner swung and cut a vine. One vine had wrapped around the owner's ankle. He anxiously asked Nguyen, "Are you all right?" She stepped back, replying, "I'm fine, luckily you reacted quickly." The owner's ankle ached as he looked at the vine. Every time a bronze treasure opened, this creature surged out. Though not poisonous, it itched and tingled when entangled. It would be perfect if they could just burn them away. Nguyen crouched, eyeing the vine, and said, "Maybe we don't need fire, this could make them vanish." After a moment, he thoughtfully looked at the spray bottle in her hand. Nguyen sprayed the vine as she explained. "This is a bone scent spray that removes the smell of kin. In theory, spraying this makes plants mistake us for decayed kin, seeing danger and avoiding us." The vine no longer wrapped around the owner's leg. He cheered. "It worked." The owner's gaze, full of confidence, met Nguyen's. At this pace, finishing the area within the time limit should be easy. She smiled in agreement. After 40 minutes, the giant screen displayed exploration time, the Fire God Squad's combat record, current exploration status, gold bronze treasures, the owner, and Nguyen multiplied by 5. Han and Yu multiplied by 3, totaling 8 silver bronze treasures. The owner and Nguyen multiplied by 9. Han and Yu multiplied by 10, totaling 19 bronze treasures. Jiang Kai multiplied by 2, the owner and Nguyen by 18. Han and Yu multiplied by 20, totaling 41. Shen Feng was astonished. What is Jiang Kai doing? After 40 minutes, only 2 bronze treasures had been opened. Li Qi was also surprised. Jade Sam typed tensely, "Report, in the loot list of the fishing squad and the noble squad, a purple bronze treasure appeared one after the other." A fan exclaimed, "Purple bronze treasure. Could it contain the level 120 career specialty material that has never appeared before?" Li Qi jumped up. Level careers are about to appear. Then Shui Mo and Shui Dai could exploit this to make Lam Tin the center of attention. Angel calmly analyzed that time was running short, leaving Shui Mo and Shui Dai as the winning side. Wei Ying also thought, Jiang Kai's performance seems off. Could he be trapped? Lost ruins have various types, some with low danger coefficients. Some are life-threatening. Returning to the battlefield after 15 minutes in Descent Forest, Jiang Kai ran desperately from the magma. His face dotted with sweat as he sought a chance to open the silver chest. The forest's collapse accelerated. A boulder with a tree flew toward Jiang Kai. He leaped to avoid it, thrilled to see golden light radiating from it, seemingly blinding him. Jiang Kai reached out, touching the golden bronze treasure and storing it in his space. The magma boiled violently, erupting and causing the ground to sink. His expression turned serious. "This isn't good, the whole area is about to collapse." Jiang Kai accelerated, moving quickly through areas not yet submerged by magma. He collided with a rock to slow down, creating a plume of white smoke. Suddenly, lava erupted beneath his feet. He recoiled from the heat. The space behind was nearly swallowed by lava. He kept running, just missing. "Come on, faster." He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, the collapse is too fast, I can't shake it off. At this rate, I'll be swallowed eventually." Lava chased his heels, with rainbow light spreading through the area. He glanced in confusion. That light, could it be? Amid the rubble appeared a glowing bronze treasure. The screen displayed a countdown and an image of Nguyen with the owner. The result of the Fire God team's battle was a purple treasure chest. Someone marveled at the purple treasure chest. Yun Shen excitedly shouted, and the pillar and Chu Nuinu also noticed the purple treasure chest, their eyes lighting up. It was incredible. In the end, Qing Jiao was able to open a purple treasure chest. The announcement sounded, listing the actual results for the teams. The Fire God team had 1 purple, 14 gold, 33 silver, and 67 bronze. The Diou team had 2 purple, 16 gold. The Gui Tai team had 1 purple, 12 gold, 25 silver, and 55 bronze. He kicked the table and stood up in surprise. "What? The Diou team has already opened 2 purple treasure chests." Li Qi nodded and announced the situation. The actual value of the purple treasure chests was the highest, and the Fire God team still led in total treasure chest numbers. However, the number of purple treasures was still lower. He looked at Jiang Kai with disappointment. What a pity. He thought the Fire God team leader would create a surprise this time, but unexpectedly his performance was the worst. He currently had 1 gold, 1 silver, and 2 bronze. Someone else agreed. Indeed. Wei Ying furrowed his brows, looking at Jiang Kai's screen with a complicated expression, wondering what trouble he was facing. At the same time, at the Xuan Wu Guild, Thai Thai sat in a chair holding a glass of wine with 4 beautiful girls behind her. USC Mayan Dongzhu spoke first. Only 4 treasure chests from her. They commented that people still said Jiang Kai was the strongest below level 60 worldwide, but his performance was still worse than the odd numbers of his teammates. USC Mayan Zia Hua smiled and continued, her eyes full of amusement. "Such trash, not even worthy of a slipper, yet treated like a treasure." USC Mayan, Shu Lan, grew more and more enraged, thinking about the fact that the Huang Guild had suffered a defeat at the hands of this useless person. It truly was the biggest stain on Xu and Wu. If they met on the battlefield, they would make sure he couldn't stand up again. Chun Sheng remained silent, only giving a slight nod in agreement with Xu Lan. Thai Thai looked down on Jiang Kai's results with contempt. The top spot in the global battle contest was just an old medal of his. During the exploration, he had 1 gold, 1 silver, and 2 bronze. Looking at him now, even the exploration of ruins kept failing. Not only was it embarrassing, but he was also being looked down upon. Dong Zhu angrily said, "So boring. It was a waste of our special arrangements to have the Radiant Guild go after Jiang Kai, yet he turned out to be so weak." Zia Hua replied, resting her hand on her hip. "Isn't it good? Do you want to dirty your hands because of him?" Shan Sheng looked at the phone screen with a serious expression. "Upgrade materials required. Thunderstrike wood, Windbird spirit." Ha Nian looked at the staff in her hand, elated. "The Wind Thunder staff, so even I, Ha Nian, now have a unique tier weapon." Nguyen Ngu could not help exclaiming. "A unique tier weapon that can even be upgraded. Ha Nian, now you are going to grow at breakneck speed." Shen Yi also praised her. "Gaining over 70 spirit power in an instant is insane. The effects are overpowered too. It truly is a unique tier weapon." Jiang Kai swept his gaze over everyone, the corners of his lips lifting into a warm smile. It seemed everyone's gains were pretty solid. So the gambler profession's exclusive weapon would be the Radiant Divine Decree. He focused his eyes again on the glowing token. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light erupted and swept across the space. At last, the system called his name. The challenger of Jiang Kai receives the gambler's exclusive weapon, the Overgod card, Radiant Divine Decree. Hearing this, Nguyen Ngu, Shen Yi, and Ha Nian grew excited for him. Jiang Kai only pressed his lips together, wearing a thin smile as if he had known all along, as expected. The token shot forward, drawing a streak of light through the space, then flew straight toward Jiang Kai as if it had found its rightful owner. Jiang Kai held the card in his hand and read its functions carefully. Radiant Divine Decree, Overgod card, a unique tier weapon, exclusive to the gambler, increasing the owner's 4 basic attributes by 20%. Additionally, armor penetration plus 50, permanently increases critical hit chance by 15% and increases critical damage by 150%. Even after obtaining a treasure, he still pondered. These basic attributes were hard to compare with the Death God card. The Death God card was extremely strong, but its fatal flaw was the huge consumption. He did not know what special effects the Radiant Divine Decree would have. As if reading his thoughts, the system immediately displayed an introduction. Effect 1 Night Rounds. When facing an enemy that cannot be shattered, the Radiant Divine Decree will automatically fire continuously to break obstacles. The volley's damage inherits the user's attack attributes. At the same time, it consumes no additional stamina or spirit power. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's expression relaxed with excitement. The system continued. Every counterattack carries full damage output, equivalent to a heavy strike, yet still costs no extra stamina. And it also costs no extra spirit power. The system explained in detail how to use this treasure, like spending 1 attack but getting several extra damage procs for free. As long as it is controlled properly, using critical hits to deal high damage will not be a problem. Jiang Kai exclaimed joyfully, "Excellent." The system continued describing the item's effects. Effect 2 God's Descent. Consume your own power. With the user as the center, emit a halo of light to unleash an area-wide attack. This attack inherits all of the user's offensive damage. When the kill count from God's Descent reaches 100 or more, the state of the user and 4 surviving teammates will be refreshed. The total attributes of the item are lower compared to the user's in-range attributes, with a cooldown time of 30 days. The final effect of the Light God's Order is Effect 3, and the owner of the Light God's Order cannot be harmed. After receiving it, the user can use their thoughts to summon the compress and recall the 3 effects of the Jiang Kai command tablet to unleash a skill. This effect helps the 5 people on the battlefield, including the user, recover their status, although the activation conditions and refresh time are quite strict. For example, the refresh of the previous status, you feel the recovery after the battle. But anyway, this means I now hold a very strong trump card. Thinking this, Jiang Kai smiled faintly. Suddenly, Hu Enhan called out to the team, "Everyone, look at this." A treasure chest with a shiny glow appeared before them. Hu Enhan urged, "As the team leader, you step forward." Hu Enhan said, "Team leader Kai, hurry and check it out." Shen Yi responded, "That's right." Jiang Kai slowly opened the chest. Brilliant light spilled out, revealing countless rare items, special rewards for them. Looking at the pile of items, he carefully observed, while Shen Yi quickly picked up a piece of iron and exclaimed, "The Ramti Kingdom's iron can greatly enhance the hardness of defense weapons. This is a high-grade material that blacksmiths always crave." Shenyi said, excitedly holding each item, closely examining the feathers of the dream bird, a king-level monster, whose structure was very suitable for weapon crafting. The nightmare clock of sleep inducer. Shenyi became even more excited, not letting go of the materials, casting slim haze. This material is the primary ingredient for crafting high-level disguise masks, and also contains ultra-refined alchemy solvents, which can perfectly dissolve and recombine any alchemy material. The value of this tube is enough to buy the most bustling commercial street in Saint Delight. He introduced each item, and the harvest from this secret realm left everyone astonished, as if they were dreaming. Nguyen Yu happily confirmed, "It's true," but Hu Enhan reminded, "Although they are all rare high-quality materials, none of these seem useful to us. There is one item that could strengthen my wind thunder staff," Jiang Kai suggested. "Our 4 pieces of equipment are already very good. Right now, we can trade these materials for class-changing materials for everyone," he said. She fully agreed. That's right, after all, selling these things for money is very promising. If the God League wants to compete with the Xuanwu League, they need to accumulate more capital. Just as the team was excited, the system reported, "The treasure chest has been distributed. Please leave the light god's domain within 1 minute." The space portal gradually opened. Jiang Kai ordered, "Everyone continue to move out," the 3 of them said in unison, understood and followed behind him. Elsewhere, a giant monster destroyed the city, roaring loudly. The sound seemed to tear the sky apart. Suddenly, a figure rushed through the chaotic scene. Thai jumped, raising her sword to face the monster. She shouted loudly, channeling all her inner energy into her sword, then split the monster in 2, leaving it no time to scream. The monster collapsed heavily. Thai landed gracefully. Outside the laboratory, a researcher praised, "Impressive. Truly deserving of being the guild leader. Her speed even broke the previous record. Her strike force is equivalent to a direct collision with a 250 km/h train," he said. The sound of high heels approached. A sweet voice said, "Guild leader." Thai silently turned around to observe. Teacher Xuanzin entered and asked, "How's everything handled?" She paused, clearly dissatisfied, and replied, "According to the plan, we thought Fang was being reassigned to City L, where the beast god is frequently active, but our request was rejected." Upon hearing this, Xuanzin frowned. "Is it about that?" She nodded slightly. "Yes, anyway, Fang still has a fixed team at the War God Temple." In Changzhong, Wei Ying disagreed. "We can't move against him for now." Thai folded her arms confidently. "It's within my expectations. Fang is from the Xuanwu League, daring to protect Jiang Kai's family." She asked suspiciously, "So, should we continue?" Her eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. She replied softly, "Not yet. There's a better opportunity to deal with Jiang Kai now." 2 days later, Jiang Kai's team returned to the villa after the battle. Hu Yan stretched with a tired sigh, grumbling, "I've been worn out these past few days. I really miss my forest." Ryuan Yu was only thinking about food. "I'm so hungry I could eat an entire ox." Before letting the 2 of them rest, Jiang Kai called them back to announce something. "I know you're both exhausted. In 2 days, we'll head back to the Maitreya lands to search for the treasure. Get some proper rest first." They cheered in delight. "That's awesome. Long live Captain Kai." Right then, the system flashed with a new alert. Hu Yan paused, curious. "Don't tell me someone wants to join our guild again, Captain Kai." Jiang Kai replied, "You're a very busy person now, not like you think. This is an emergency notice, an emergency combat order. The map boss battle is about to begin. Pressure on the southeast defensive line is rising rapidly. Your Prime Deity Guild, because the number of deployed fighters has not reached the minimum standard of 100, has been temporarily assigned to the Guild of Light to cooperate in defensive operations. Within 1 hour, please confirm acceptance of the detailed arrangement directive." Jiang Kai studied the notice in silence. "We're being assigned to the Guild of Light to join the fight." Hu Yan frowned, puzzled. "But where did this Guild of Light come from? If it's not small, we should have heard of it." Ryuan Yu immediately agreed. "Exactly. During the Guild Challenge tournament, how come I don't remember it at all?" Shenyi explained seriously to the team. "When I was checking information on the various guilds before, I noticed the Guild of Light. It was founded only half a month ago and it's growing fast. The guild master is named Chen Xuansheng, a 2-star war god in the War God Hall." Cheng Jiangzheng heard that and could not hide his surprise. "They said the War God Hall ranks war gods from low to high based on strength and battle merits, like 1-star war god, 2-star war god, 3-star war god. Who would have thought the leader of the Guild of Light was a 2-star expert in the War God Hall?" Ryuan Yu also rested his chin in thought. No wonder he can rally people so well. A brand new guild could still recruit over 100 members. In a low voice, he added about Xuansheng. Also, Chen Xuansheng has another identity, former branch guildmaster of the Xuanwu Guild. All three of them were stunned. What? Jiang Kai fell into deep thought. You said the Guild of Light was founded half a month ago. That timing is interesting. The new guildmaster of Xuanwu just took office, and right then Chen Xuansheng left Xuanwu and founded the Guild of Light. His gaze turned icy, brimming with killing intent. Even more coincidental, this time he's been assigned to command our prime deity guild. Hu Yan asked blankly, Captain Kai, you mean? Jiang Kai sneered to himself. People say the new guildmaster of Xuanwu, He Shishi, is quite ruthless. How could she let a two-star war god leave so easily? Looks like she's really desperate to deal with me. The next second, a group of people barged in aggressively, kicking open the villa gate. With an arrogant air, Liu Xuan led his men charging in. Guild of Light, Liu Xuan, are the people of prime deity here or not? Jiang Kai turned back sharply, his voice hard. Who is it? Hu Yan looked on, irritated, and did not hold back as she shouted. Hu Yan yelled, where did this stray dog come from, barking nonsense, daring to barge into the prime deity guild? Shen Yi followed up. Get out. The shameless man raised his brows and sneered. A guild? In front of my Guild of Light, little grunts like you think you deserve to call yourselves a guild. He laughed. Ridiculous. Jiang Kai still answered politely. Liu Xuan, you barged into private property and you're acting outrageously arrogant. Jiang Kai asked, is this the rule when the Guild of Light cooperates with others? The man replied in a lofty tone. So you're Jiang Kai, the one who's been making quite a name for himself lately. Liu Xuan lifted his chin. What's so great about you to talk that big? Listen carefully. I'm the commander of Squad 3 in this boss battle for the Guild of Light. Liu Xuan continued, all of you will follow my arrangements. Right then, the system flashed again, instantly simulating the mission battlefield and announcing it. This is your mission in this defensive battle. If you fail to complete it, any losses caused will be borne by the Prime Deity Guild alone. The Prime Deity Squad must guarantee a minimum of 4 participants and also form a suicide squad. The Suicide Squad's mission: lure the king rank boss out of the defensive line's range. Hu Yan complained furiously. Are you kidding me? Our average level isn't even 40. What kind of guild sends a team under level 40 to lure a king rank boss? Ryu and Yu could not hold back either, showing his attitude. A normal level 40 squad can't even handle a commander rank enemy, and you're telling us to face a king rank 1. Ryu and Yu blurted out, are you insane? Liu Xuan watched from the side and spoke with a loaded tone. Ordinary teams can't do it, but the Prime Deity Guild is different. It's the first place in the global competition. What does that prove? It proves that you guys are the strongest level 40 team. Jiang Kai, as the team leader, finally couldn't hold back and stepped up to face him directly. Liu Xian glanced at him smugly and sneered. A strong team like yours, of course, has to deal with a king-level boss. Don't you think so, President Jiang? He said this on purpose to force them to offer their lives. Liu Xian then chuckled and continued mocking. You should know, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Look how great our Guangming Guild is, assigning such a heavy task to you guys. We really value you. Satisfied with his petty remarks, he led his team away and pretended to be polite. All right, I've delivered the message. We're leaving now. He even turned around and threw in one more taunt. Look forward to your performance when the time comes. He secretly enjoyed it, thinking to himself how long they could stay arrogant. Hunayan cursed angrily. Damn it. Jiang Kai just slightly curled his lips and then whispered to Hunayan. The weather is really hot today, don't you think? She immediately understood, happily responding. Understood. The clear sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds and thunder swirling right above Liu Xian's head. Just 1 second later, heavy rain poured down on his team. They cursed as they ran through the rain. What kind of weather is this, saying it would rain and now it's pouring? Damn it. My clothes are soaking wet. Liu Xian turned around angrily and shouted, Stop complaining, hurry back to the guild. Wherever they ran, the storm followed them and they couldn't escape. Hunayan gleefully watched their retreating figures. Yimai. She even happily called out after them, aiming directly at the big shots of the Guangming Guild. Take your time, watch out for the slippery road. Then she turned to show off to Jiang Kai. Team leader Kai, look at the way they're running, all drenched. They still want to act like a big guild, but now they're nothing more than a bunch of drowned rats. Nguyen Yu laughed with pleasure. Let's see if they dare to come here and make trouble again. But Shen Yi still had concerns about the mission. He asked with worry, President, about the boss fight. Do we really have to go serve as bait for the king-level boss? I'm worried. Jiang Kai looked serious, resting his chin in thought. Then he clearly explained, "Our mission is just to lure the boss, not to kill it. There should be a way to solve the situation." After carefully considering, he ordered, "Hu Nian Nuyen Yu, rest well for the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow, come with me to the Dai Lasai Palace, Shen Yi." He added, "While we're not here, the guild is in your hands." Shen Yi responded firmly, "No problem." Jiang Kai smiled with satisfaction, and before leaving, he promised all three of them that there would still be time for the boss fight on the map. He said firmly, "Once we find the treasure, I'll lead everyone to complete the new class transfer." They were full of energy and excitedly replied in unison, "All right." The next day, at the teleportation gate to Dai Lasai Palace, Jiang Kai was surprised to see the people in front of him. Yuan Zhu widened his eyes and asked him in surprise, "Kai, I just heard Brother Lu say that the Lord of the Gods Guild will also join the boss fight, and they'll be placed in the Guangming Guild. Is that true?" Nguyen also curiously chimed in, "I heard that President Chen Zunsheng of the Guangming Guild came from the Xuanwu Guild. Doesn't that mean you guys will be in danger?" Jiang Kai was a little startled but still answered, "It's true, but don't worry too much, I have it all figured out." Liu Jun, with a serious expression, interjected. He said, "The commander has been busy handling other matters these days." When he heard about this, it was too late for him to get involved. Jiang Kai smiled confidently and replied, "I understand, Brother Lu." He continued as if reminding himself, "Some challenges must be faced alone." The corners of Jiang Kai's lips curled up in smug satisfaction. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well use this opportunity to learn the skills of a king-level boss. In his heart, he was secretly calculating, and he could also take the chance to test out the newly acquired Guangming Divine Order. Liu Jun proudly slapped Jiang Kai on the back. "As expected of Jiang Kai, the one we know. Very courageous." Jiang Kai replied seriously, "That's right, Brother Lu." Jiang Kai continued, "There is something that I might still need to bother you guys with." Liu Jun wasn't surprised. "Is it about your older brother and younger sister?" He reassured him, "Don't worry about that, I've already sent someone to protect them." Jiang Kai felt much relieved and sincerely said, "Thank you, Brother Lu." The teleportation gate opened. Jiang Kai reminded them, "It's getting late." Then he led the group into the palace. "Let's go." Inside Dai Lasai Palace was the central area. Jiang Kai and Ho Enhan entered first, surprised to see Alice's team. On the other side, the squad with Willis and Grimm also appeared in the arena. Nguyen and Gu felt puzzled because exploring a lost relic usually required the whole team, yet the fishing squad only had 2 members present. Ho Enhan explained, "When I met their team in the finals, I thought the rest of their members had died. Now I know their team has always been just 2. To dare compete with only 2 people shows they are very confident in their abilities." The 2 slowly approached Jiang Kai's group. The magic pillar reminded him the other had arrived. Observing his opponent, Willis said, "Hello, Jiang Kai, we meet again." Jiang Kai's voice deepened. "What was in the letter you gave me last time?" He laughed loudly. "That letter wasn't from me. My job is delivering letters, nothing more." Jiang Kai asked, "If it wasn't from you, then who sent it?" Willis smiled coldly. "You don't need to know the sender's identity. More accurately, he might not even be human. But you should still congratulate yourself for defeating Visa." Jiang Kai fired a series of questions. "Then how do I open the letter? The sender isn't human." "What do you mean?" Willis would reply. "I don't know either. All I can tell you is, if you haven't opened it yet, it means you're not qualified to read this letter." The magic pillar cheered excitedly. "No matter how you ask, you won't know. Pretending it's a secret won't help." He shrugged. "Think whatever you want." Jiang Kai fell silent, his instincts telling him the man was not lying. Unfortunately, no valuable information could be gathered from Willis. A system screen appeared in the tense air, announcing, "Welcome back to the competition arena." The arena contained a total of 500 lost relics, each key opening a place to explore. Each relic held 100 treasure chests, each chest containing an item. Chest ranks were divided into 4 levels: bronze, silver, gold, and hidden purple. There was a small chance of a glowing chest. Relics had no wild beasts, but dangerous traps could appear. If a member died, they would be directly offline. Once a relic opened, it remained sealed until the squad completed exploration. Each squad had 1 hour to explore. At the end, all members were forcibly transported back. This exploration wasn't live-streamed, but all 3 teams' reward lists would be fully announced. From above, light gathered to form a teleportation field. Alice stepped into the arena with the key. glancing mockingly. Everyone has only 1 hour to explore. Even if you get first place, that's all you get. Otto and his team vanished after the arena. Let's go, Willis and Grimm followed. There will be surprises to excite you. Good luck, my dearest friend. Noan solemnly said, Kai, if we get first place, we must think of maximizing benefits. He agreed, yes, I think so too. Jiang Kai laid out the plan. The lost relics had no beasts, relatively safe, split into 3 squads for simultaneous exploration. True 2 himself and Noan formed one team. Then they prepared another key. Ho En-han and Nguyen Ngu formed another team. He reminded everyone to watch for traps. Even when collecting treasure chests, vigilance was necessary. She looked at the magical gem. Captain Kai, I briefly divined there might be a surprise in the northeast. Jiang Kai nodded and ordered, all right, no delays, begin. They all acknowledged the command at the lost relic. In the exiled forest under the ancient tree, the teleportation field appeared. He stepped out, observing the surroundings. The system announced, you have entered the relic exiled forest, official exploration time starts. Jiang Kai assessed the scenery, silently evaluating the forest, doubting its ominous name. He wondered if Ho En-han's divination was accurate. Jiang Kai saw the bronze treasure chest under the tree and his eyes lit up. He felt something was off and cautiously did not approach. Is it really that easy? There must be a trap, he thought. Kill the target, go, and immediately a huge explosion came from the chest. The explosion stopped and the white smoke began to dissipate. The chest opened and the system's screen displayed the information. 15 kg of top-tier celestial ore can be used to refine celestial jade and upgrade a level equipment. Jiang Kai was surprised and hurried over. He didn't expect this to be a material that could directly upgrade a level equipment. He smiled inwardly, imagining the upgraded equipment after using the celestial ore. Most high-level equipment couldn't be upgraded due to lack of enhancement materials. Therefore, the rarity of enhancement materials was far more valuable than the equipment itself. Jiang Kai stored the treasure chest and celestial ore in his space. He looked at the items with a pleased expression. Just a low-level bronze treasure chest and already top-tier celestial ore. Great, let's continue exploring. Suddenly, the ground shook. He became alert. This feeling signaled a monster. It can't be, according to the rules, lost ruins shouldn't have monsters. Jiang Kai looked incredulously at the ground, then realized it was. Hot red magma erupted, breaking the rocks and earth. Jiang Kai wondered if opening the treasure chest caused a collapse in the forest. Damn it, this lost forest is really dangerous. He sighed and quickly ran off, cursing Hu En-han for putting him in this situation. Elsewhere at the lost ruins of Hong Mok Kai Nguyen, Hu En-han suddenly sneezed and then looked at the orb in the middle of the hexagram with confusion. How strange, why would I sneeze at this moment? Nguyen NG letter 1EF happily called out. Hu En-han, look over there, it's really a treasure chest and it's silver. Hu En-han hurriedly ran over. Thankfully, this is the 8th silver treasure chest. Nguyen NG letter 1EF, open it, she said, and Nguyen NG letter 1EF nodded. He gently touched the surface of the chest. The chest opened and the system's screen displayed the information. The heart of the Crimson Flame Lord contains a crystal with fiery power, can be forged into a weapon and grant eternal fiery power. Nguyen NG letter 1EF excitedly picked up the heart of the Crimson Flame Lord. This is a gemstone with fire attribute power. According to the description, it can enchant weapons, he said, and Hu En-han seemed intrigued. Just as expected from a silver treasure chest, the items inside have never disappointed, she said, then looked around. How strange, Hu En-han said sarcastically. At first I thought the Hong Mok Kai Nguyen ruins were terrifying, but it turns out it's just some old buildings. Hu En-han's eyes brightened, her mood lifted. At this pace, we'll soon finish exploring the surrounding areas. She raised her weapon and charged forward. All right, let's press on and explore it all. Nguyen NG letter 1EF followed. The scene shifted to another area in the lost ruins, the maze garden. Nguyen looked at the device and a notification appeared, found it. The bronze chest opened and the system displayed an explanation. Congratulations, you have discovered the level 120 job change material recipe for warrior equipment. The pillar exulted loudly. I can't believe we found the level 120 job change recipe just by guessing. How lucky. The vines began to move quietly as the two were focused on the treasure. 2 vines lunged to attack. The pillar sensed the danger approaching, quickly reacted and swung his hand to sever one vine. You're asking for death, he said. A vine wrapped around the pillar's ankle. The pillar anxiously asked, Nguyen, are you okay? She pulled back and replied, I'm fine, thankfully you reacted quickly. The pillar looked at the vine. Every time we open a treasure chest, these damn things show up. Though they're not poisonous, getting entangled is itchy and numbing. If only we could burn them all. Nguyen knelt down, staring intently at the vine. Maybe we don't need to set them on fire, we can make them disappear without it. She thought for a moment, then looked at the bottle of water in her hand. This is a spray bottle that removes the scent of kin species. Theoretically, if we spray this, the plants will mistake us for kin species decaying and will stay away. The vines retracted, no longer wrapping around the pillar's leg. It worked, the pillar shouted with joy. The pillar soldier looked at Nguyen with confident eyes. She smiled in agreement, thinking that if they kept this pace, fully exploring the area within the time limit was completely possible. 40 minutes later, the gigantic ultra-wide screen displayed the expedition time and the Fire God Squad's actual battle results. Member status: exploring. Yang Gold Treasure, Zhu Zai and Nguyen X5, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu X3, total 8. Yang Silver Treasure. Zhu Zai and Nguyen X9, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu X10, total 19. Yang Copper Treasure. Jiang Kai X2, Zhu Zai and Nguyen X18, Hu Yan and Ruan Yu X20. Everyone was stunned by the numbers. What had Jiang Kai been doing? 40 minutes had passed, yet he had only opened 2 copper treasures. Li could not hide his surprise either. Yu Sam spoke while typing, feeling tense. He reported that a purple treasure had appeared in the loot lists of the Anglers Squad and the Gui Jai Squad. Mao Fan blurted out in shock, a purple treasure. Could it be the level 120 profession-exclusive material that has never appeared before? Li sprang to his feet. Are level 120 professions about to appear? If so, wouldn't the Mo Nation and the Dai Nation become the focus of the entire Blue Star? Angel calmly analyzed the situation. There isn't much time left, and it's already too late for the Mo Nation and the Dai Nation to succeed. Something is wrong with Jiang Kai's performance. Did he fall into some kind of trap? Wei Ying agreed with Angel's view. That is possible. This ruin contains many types. Some are less dangerous, but others are extremely dangerous. 15 minutes later, in the Peachfall Forest, Jiang Kai fled for his life, dodging a river of magma. His face was drenched in sweat. After a long struggle, he finally found a chance to open the silver chest. He felt the forest was collapsing at an alarming speed. A massive boulder carrying uprooted trees hurtled toward Jiang Kai. He leapt high to avoid its impact zone. Jiang Kai was thrilled when he saw golden light bursting from a treasure chest. He lunged forward, determined to touch it. He recklessly flew in and touched the treasure. Jiang Kai pulled it into his storage space, but at the same time, the ground beneath him began to give way and magma erupted. Jiang Kai's expression turned grave. This is bad. This whole area is going to collapse. He pushed his speed to the limit, sprinting through sections not yet swallowed by magma. He scraped against a rock to slow down. A wisp of white smoke rose. Suddenly, magma burst up under Jiang Kai's feet. He was scorched and instantly yanked his foot back. Behind him, the space had almost been devoured by magma. Jiang Kai kept charging forward. Just a little more. Hurry. He clenched his teeth. Damn it, it's collapsing too fast, I can't shake it. At this rate, I'll be swallowed whole. The magma was right on Jiang Kai's heels. A multicolored beam lit up the entire space. He stared at it in doubt. Could it be? Amid the rubble, Jiang Kai discovered a glowing treasure chest. A countdown timer appeared on the screen, along with images of Nguyen and the Pillar Soldier. The screen displayed Fire God Squad battle results, Purple Yang Treasure. Someone exclaimed, a purple treasure. Yu Sam shouted with delight. The Pillar Soldier and I and Nguyen found a purple treasure. Shen Feng's eyes lit up. At last, we finally opened a purple treasure. The announcement rang out. Actual squad yields: Fire God Squad, Purple Yang X1, Gold Yang X14, Silver Yang X33, Copper Yang X67, Angler Squad, Purple Yang X2, Gold Yang X16, Silver Yang X30, Copper Yang X60, Guijai Squad, Purple Yang X1, Gold Yang X12, Silver Yang X25, Copper Yang X55. He kicked the table and stood up. What? The Angler's Squad opened 2 purple treasures. Li nodded. The true value of a purple treasure is the highest. Fire God's total treasure count may be in front, but they are still behind in purple treasures. He looked at Jiang Kai with disappointment. What a shame. I thought the Fire God Captain would surprise us this time, but his results ended up at the bottom. Right now he has Gold Yang X1, Silver Yang X1, Copper Yang X2. Someone else agreed, that's right. Wei Ying furrowed his brow, his expression complex as he stared at the screen, wondering what trouble Jiang Kai was facing. At the same time, at the Heinvo Guild, Thai sat on a chair, holding a glass of wine, surrounded by 4 beautiful girls. USC Mew Winter Snow spoke first. He only has 4 treasure yang. Didn't everyone say that Jiang Kai is the strongest below level 60 globally? He currently has 1 gold yang, 1 silver yang, and 2 copper yangs. Another person agreed. That's right, Jiang Kai, what trouble are you really in? USC Mu Thurlan became angrier the more she thought about it. Think about it, the Hein Vo Guild actually let this weakling take charge. Truly the biggest stain on Hein Vo. If I meet him in the arena, I'll make sure he can't stand up again. Shuan Sheng remained silent, merely nodding slightly, agreeing with Thurlan. Thai Thai disdainfully looked at Jiang Kai's achievements. First place in the global championship. That's just a past medal. Now he fails continuously, it's so embarrassing. Jiang Kai, look at what your value is now. Dong Zhu said irritably. This is so boring. We even specially arranged the Guangming Guild to deal with Jiang Kai. Didn't expect him to be so weak. Zia Hua placed her hand on her hip and replied, Isn't that right? Do you really want to get your hands dirty with him? Shan Sheng looked at the phone screen, his expression serious. Her eyes widened in shock at what had just happened, catching the attention of the other 4. Thai Thai asked, What's going on? This time she had to widen her eyes in surprise. Thai Thai yelled angrily, How could this happen? The exploration time and the glowing treasure of Yang appeared on the system screen. Half a minute ago in the Daovong forest, Jiang Kai was stunned as the glowing treasure of Yang, a legendary grade item, appeared in the mountains. A stream of fiery magma shot up from the ground behind him. Jiang Kai's strides grew longer as he had no way to retreat. He jumped high to land near the Yang and decided to bet everything. Jiang Kai rushed towards the giant circle of light, stretching out his hand to grab the glowing Yang, filled with hope. Great, take advantage of this moment. He held the Yang in his arms, shouting in joy, I got it! Jiang Kai opened the lid of the Yang and brilliant light shone out. He touched it and saw the ground breaking apart, and the glowing Yang falling freely into the bubbling magma below. He tried to step on a rock to survive as the magma below erupted fiercely. Jiang Kai helplessly watched the glowing Yang fall, thinking to himself, Damn, I've reached my limit. Oh Enhan, this is the good place you chose. When Jiang Kai was only a few meters from the magma, his body began to fade away. The system announced the end of the exploration time. Jiang Kai narrowly escaped the magma pit before being struck by it, and then the magma erupted once more, leaving no place to stand. The angel slammed his hand on the table, breaking it, and shouted excitedly, Well done, this kid Jiang Kai is truly divine. Tianjai watched the screen and sighed. The last few seconds still managed to open the glowing treasure of Yang. How did Jiang Kai manage that? Bao Fan quickly asked, The glowing treasure of Yang, isn't it supposed to be a level 140 material? Ngok Sam confirmed, even if it's not a level 140 material, it definitely is the most advanced material right now. Wei Ying sighed in relief, almost being deceived by Jiang Kai. The harvest from his exploration could change the position of Sheng Yao on the international stage. Elsewhere, something dropped heavily to the ground, making a loud noise. Jiang Kai frowned in pain, opening his eyes to look at the blue sky, wondering, Am I still alive? Oh Enhan and Nguyen and Gu He Hai ran over with a pillar following. Kai, what are you doing? You look so cool out there. He was surprised. Is everyone here? Jiang Kai analyzed the situation. The molten rock had melted away. This was the relic area. He remembered the system notification and slowly stood up. The exploration time was over just in time. He quietly asked, What happened to Captain Kai? He looked strange. She rubbed her chin in thought. Was the harvest from the relic not good, causing him to react this way? The pillar saw Jiang Kai's dazed face and waved his hand in front of him. Kai, are you okay? Don't scare me. How much of the glowing treasure did you open? Just do it within your abilities. Don't let this relic exploration turn into a disaster. It'll be tough if it goes wrong. Jiang Kai raised his glowing hand with a confident smile. The glowing Yang is revealed. Ho Enhan was stunned, stuttering, My God, the glowing treasure of Yang. Could this really be the legendary one? Jiang Kai proudly declared, The glowing treasure of Yang. We got it. The other 4 stood there, mouths agape, staring at the glowing Yang in his hand. He excitedly rushed towards Jiang Kai. This kid, you're not just exploring, you've clearly made a great achievement. Ho Enhan and Nguyen and Gu ran over to hug him, admiring, Kai, you're so awesome. A familiar voice came from behind, drawing Jiang Kai's attention. Is that really the glowing treasure of Yang? Alice and her team, disheveled, stepped forward. You guys opened the glowing treasure of Yang, how could this be? The pillar stepped forward to shield the others and replied firmly, What's impossible about it? Stop looking down on others. Don't forget, on the battlefield, you were the ones who lost to us. Ho Enhan mischievously winked. That's right, now you know, even after just one exploration. The difference between first and third place was clear. Alice was angry but helpless, gritting her teeth. Her teammate shouted in anger, What did you say? Alice yelled, Isn't it embarrassing enough? Come back here. They retreated. The pillar laughed loudly. Kai, look at how pissed they are. Jiang Kai smirked. They're angry. Strength is the best way to dispel any doubts. No nodded in agreement. The 5 of them walked into the forest. 2 figures stood behind a tree, watching. Grim said, Aren't you going to greet your old friend? Willis squinted and smiled meaningfully. No need, I think we'll meet again soon, he thought to himself as he watched Jiang Kai laughing with his teammates. Jiang Kai was greeted, hello, I'm Tan Wu, the head of the military committee. 3 minutes later, their group emerged from the teleportation portal. Chairman of the military committee, Tan Wu, said, congratulations to the Fire God team for achieving outstanding results in this exploration. Jiang Kai looked at him suspiciously. You are. Tan Wu extended a polite hand. Jiang Kai, nice to meet you. I'm Tan Wu, head of the military committee. I wanted to meet the legendary Fire God team last time but couldn't. Finally, I've made it this time. How do you respond? Hello, Commander Tan. Oh, Enhan quietly asked known. What's the military committee? Is it in charge of managing affairs? She explained. It's like the National Military Management Organization. Even the commander's orders have to be followed. Jiang Kai's face grew serious. Commander Tan is here to discuss the division of spoils, right? About that, I've already briefly gone over the division ratio with Captain Liu. He shrugged and calmly replied. This isn't urgent. From the current situation, we've gathered the most spoils in the arena. You guys have worked hard today. Tomorrow we'll discuss the details of the division at the military. What do you think? Known rubbed her chin, incredulously saying, I didn't expect Commander Tan to be so considerate. Jiang Kai agreed, all right. Ah Wu quickly called out, Commander Tan. Tan Wu replied, what is it? She whispered. The transfer to City L, he heard clearly. What? You think you're going to be transferred to City L? Everyone was stunned. The pillar broke out in a cold sweat. City L? Is that a dangerous area where the beast gods are active? Tan Wu nodded. That's right. Jiang Kai replied seriously. You think I'm your friend, Commander Tan? What's this about the transfer? He explained in detail. This is under the management of the Xuan Wu Guild. Recently, the Xuan Wu wants to transfer me. I belong to the War God Hall and Chang Jiangzhang, the commander, won't let me go. Oh, Enhan angrily said. Those scoundrels at the Xuan Wu Guild, seeing Captain Kai help, they're deliberately making things hard for him. The pillar agreed, yes, this is clearly using public matters for private vendettas. Nguyen Ngu was also furious, exclaiming. Known called out to him, Kai. Jiang Kai remained silent, but his hand clenched tightly, trembling. The sky was pitch black as he leaned against the tree, arms crossed, silently staring up at the sky. The sound of footsteps grew closer and the voice of the station chief rang out. It's late at night, yet you're out here pretending to ponder by yourself. Jiang Kai was surprised to see him holding 2 bottles of beer. Master, have a drink with me, he said, not giving Jiang Kai a chance to refuse. Jiang Kai took the bottle with ease. Is it all right, station chief? Just don't go causing trouble later by becoming the #1 battle god of the world again, he warned. The station chief smiled and glanced at his teammates. Someone had spotted the moon-watching stone from afar and guessed it was him. He gripped the bottle tightly, nodding slowly, thinking about Chuang's situation and the distribution of the spoil. He spoke to Jiang Kai. I can't pull back from Chuang's matter, but regarding the spoils distribution, we already agreed on the way back. Everything is for you to handle. Tomorrow, just discuss with the military how to proceed. We have no objections, Jiang Kai said, feeling guilty upon hearing this. The station chief slapped him on the shoulder in frustration, interrupting him. You're such a fool. Jiang, you're a good person, but you overthink things and trap yourself in a cycle. We're brothers, a team. Everyone follows you into battle, the station chief said. He still felt uneasy inside, wanting to retort. The station chief didn't let him speak further and looked directly into his eyes. No matter how good you are, Jiang Kai, does it compare to the bond we share and the future of the guild? The Fire God squad, once disregarded, had now won the national championship. He recalled every moment they fought together. They relied on trust and the willingness to protect one another. Even with their last breath, they forged a path to survival from despair. This trust kept them holding the final fortress for their brothers. The station chief pointed at Jiang Kai. These things are worth more than any material. Don't mix things up. He seemed to realize something and a light flashed in his eyes. The station chief comforted him. Don't let unnecessary worries become a burden. You are the captain of our Fire God squad, the pillar of the team. Every decision you make, we support unconditionally, he said. Jiang Kai was moved, smiling faintly and gently patted the station chief on the back. Master, you. Jiang Kai regained his confidence. I was wrong. With all of you here, I will boldly take action. The next day, the guards saw Jiang Kai's group and spoke up. Please, you lead the team inside. The military committee members were already seated. Jiang Kai politely said, sorry to have kept you waiting. Tan Vu stood up. We just arrived. Please have a seat. Before sitting, he quietly called Known, and she nodded in response. A flash of light rose from Known's hand. The collection cards from Jiang Kai's team were laid out before her. Tan Vu happily observed the items. Is this all the loot from the ruins? Jiang Kai, what's in the purple Yang treasure chest and the glowing Yang treasure chest? He answered, the purple Yang treasure chest contains key materials for the level 120 swordsman's class change, a total of 10 pieces. Jiang Kai pointed to the glowing Yang treasure card, looking at the military committee members. We only kept this one, the rest are for you. he said. Tan Vu was stunned. You're keeping the glowing yang treasure reward. Jiang Kai replied, yes. In the past, I split the spoils 60% for us, 40% for the military. But these rewards are invaluable, they can't be evenly divided. Tan Vu agreed, you're right. He paused before continuing. Actually, the glowing yang treasure is the item the military values the most. The station chief, sitting across, turned to face Jiang Kai, one hand resting on the chair, the other on the table, calmly speaking. Commander Tan, you can confidently remove the word perhaps. Tan Vu was confused. What do you mean? Jiang Kai smiled, holding the yang treasure card with rainbow light surrounding it. This contains 3 complete sets of materials for the level 140 martial equipment class change. Tan Vu couldn't believe his eyes, furrowing his brows, staring at Jiang Kai in shock. Luke Vu slammed the table, astonished. 3 sets. There are 3 complete sets of level 140 martial equipment material. This meant that Than Di not only had the potential to create a level 140 martial equipment, but could do so for 3 people at once. Now, whether facing demonized spirits or beast gods, they were more confident than ever. Tan Vu was deep in thought. After the young man suggested the way to distribute, he didn't rush to leave, seemingly waiting for negotiations. Jiang Kai acted as though nothing had happened, holding a cup of water and savoring it with his eyes closed. Tan Vu looked at Jiang Kai and said straightforwardly, Jiang Kai, let's be honest. If the military wants this treasure card, what are you asking in exchange? Jiang Kai replied, all right, Commander Tan, let's be straightforward. For conditions, he placed the cup down on the table and laid out his terms. First, I want each complete set of the level 40 class change materials for the martial equipment doctor, Feng Shui Master, Little Demon, Hermit, and 2 sets of the Heavenly Fate class change material. Tan Vu asked, Heavenly Fate, you mean the incomplete materials? Jiang Kai nodded. Yes. Tan Vu breathed a sigh of relief, generously saying, these requests aren't difficult, I'll have someone bring them to you soon. What are your other conditions? Jiang Kai crossed his arms, lowered his head and said, second, I've confirmed that Chuang Fang has long wanted to leave the Xuan Wu Guild, but the guild refused to release him, citing the money they spent training him. His previously refined demeanor had disappeared. His gaze sharpened as he said seriously, I hope the military will help him pay off the debt and take him in. Tan Vu remained calm. It seems you're quite close, willing to exchange your trump card for his safety. All right, I agree to this condition, Tan Vu said. Jiang Kai continued. Third, for the next 5 years, he must not be transferred to the Eagle Guard command away from Jiangzhong. Tan Vu was surprised. Jiang Kai, where is this request coming from? Known, standing beside him, thought quietly. Jiang Kai is worried that the Xuan Wu Guild will target the Eagle Guard command. Even though Master Lu is protecting him, the Eagle Guard command is always out front alone, with no support. Kai has always quietly protected others, and he also has his own way of responding to this protection. At this moment, Jiang Kai's gaze was cold, offering no further explanation. He just needed to consider whether he could meet my condition. Tan Wu thought for a moment and then said, although I don't fully understand your purpose, I agree to this condition. So what is your final condition? The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curled slightly and he slowly spoke. I want, he paused, his face serious, each word deliberate, the martial arts guild to be dissolved from here. Tan Wu's eyes widened in surprise, asking, what? A man with a shaved head next to Tan Wu stood up and shouted, Jiang Kai, are you joking? The Martial Arts Guild is one of the 10 major guilds of Shengyao. It is a crucial force on the front lines. Without them, our expansion speed would slow down significantly. Wu also spoke up to explain. Behind the Martial Arts Guild is the military-industrial complex, which has significant influence both online and in the real world on the overall power of Shengyao. To demand the dissolution of the Martial Arts Guild, I'm afraid you're overestimating our level of interference. Jiang Kai stood up when he heard this, not lingering or making excuses, and said, if that's the case, consider it as though I never mentioned it and I take my leave. Another person stood up from Tan Wu's side, loudly saying, Jiang Kai, what use is getting level 140 martial gear materials? You're not even a martial artist and in the end it's just for money. How much do you want? Name your price, we'll buy it. Jiang Kai turned around and glanced at him, asking, a single item that can change a nation's standing. How much do you think it's worth? But unfortunately, no matter the price, I won't sell. Tan Wu focused on the person in front of him, thinking. It seemed like he had made up his mind to go against the Martial Arts Guild. He lightly rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. The role of the Martial Arts Guild was certainly crucial, but if it were dissolved, the members and resources would be absorbed and merged by other guilds. From a national perspective, the overall fighting strength would not decrease. Jiang Kai led everyone and said, let's go. Nguyen and Gu nodded softly and followed. Tan Wu stood up and shouted, wait, Jiang Kai brother, please stop. Jiang Kai's footsteps slowed, but he did not turn around. Tan Wu walked closer to the group and said, to be honest, I feel ashamed. I don't know what kind of conflict there is between you and the Martial Arts Guild that brought us to this point. but frankly speaking, dissolving the martial arts guild is really difficult. But I have a proposal for adjustment, perhaps you could consider it. Upon hearing this, the corner of Jiang Kai's mouth curled as though he had achieved his goal. He turned and calmly replied, "Please, Commander Tan, speak." Tan Wu continued. "The dissolution of a major branch of the martial arts guild is the greatest concession we can make." At that moment, in a large hall, TT held the phone, her face horrified, listening to the voice on the other end. I can't believe it," she loudly asked. "What? Dissolving the martial arts guild branch in City S? How dare Jiang Kai make such a request?" Upon hearing TT's words, Xuan Sheng and Zia Hua were both shocked, dissolving the branch. On the other end of the line, Ha Wu continued. "President Ha, the committee is actually in a meeting. Issuing the notice is just a matter of time." TT, listening, was sweating and anxiously asked, "What? Does the martial arts guild's value not even compare to promotion materials? Of the dozens of promotion materials in Shengyao, how much have we contributed? And this is how we're treated." Ha Wu spoke to explain. "President Ha, don't get too worked up. The key issue is that Jiang Kai holds level 140 martial gear materials. This is enough to change Sheng Yao's international ranking." TT, unwilling, said, "Didn't we already send people to explore the new map? We should be able to gather enough materials soon." The voice on the other end replied, "That's if everything goes well." Ha Wu continued, "You know how great the pressure from Beast God is right now. We don't have time to wait. Perhaps your materials will come, but you're only losing a branch." TT wanted to speak further but was interrupted. "President Ha, you shouldn't provoke Jiang Kai." TT's eyes widened in anger, seemingly greatly agitated. The phone in her hand slipped out and hit the table. She wobbled, trembling, and heavy breathing was caught in her chest. Xuan Sheng spoke up at this moment. "The Martial Arts Guild can maintain its position in the top 5 of the 10 major guilds because of the branch in City S." Zia Hua responded. "At least half of the core team members are selected from there. If the branch is dissolved, our battle power will decrease by at least 40%. TT's face was full of hatred and she angrily said, "How long have we been preparing?" Just when everything was arranged, he turned the tables. Damn it, if it weren't for him getting the glowing treasure soon enough, he'd be the one dead. "He dares not to trample over me." As soon as she finished, the phone screen lit up. A voice on the other end said, "The decision has been made. President Ha, the branch in City S must be dissolved before 3 p.m. tomorrow." TT stood frozen in place, her mind in chaos, unable to say a word. Her face was expressionless at this point. She swiped the phone away. Xuan Sheng and Zia Hua spoke up worriedly. "President TT." At this moment, TT was shaking uncontrollably, thinking to herself, "Jiang Kai, I will make sure to kill you." The next day, at the Martial Arts Guild branch in City S, the image of a modern military base appeared. On the gate, a notice appeared, "Station A, waiting for assignment." Murmurs of discussion filled the air. "What's going on? Why the dissolution? Could this be a mistake?" "That's right, the Martial Arts Guild is one of the 10 major guilds of Shengyao. How can a branch just be dissolved like that? There needs to be an explanation." Another person quickly stood up to explain. "Everyone, please calm down. This is the decision of headquarters." The crowd did not listen and rushed to interrogate. "Where is Ha TT? On what basis does she dissolve our branch just after her promotion?" "That's right, tell Ha TT to come here and explain. We need an explanation." At this moment outside, Jiang Kai and the others were carefully watching the chaotic scene on the screen. Ho Enhan looked smug, praising, "The army's efficiency is outstanding. In just one day, they've handled what they promised us." Ha Wu was furious and the guild master laughed aloud. "Now I can't stop laughing just imagining the twisted, angry face of Ha TT." Jiang Kai stepped forward from the gate and spoke, "Is everyone here?" Nguyen and Gu smiled and said, "Captain Kai has arrived." The guild master walked over, slinging his arm around Jiang Kai. "Kai, why did you take so long to come back? Come see the show, you'll regret missing it." Ho Enhan also spoke. "That's right, the Martial Arts Guild branch is in complete chaos right now." Jiang Kai softly said, "Brother Lu just told me, the Martial Arts Guild branch in City S has been ordered to complete the dissolution before 3 p.m. today." He looked at everyone and continued to inform. "Moreover, because of this, there's quite a stir within the Martial Arts Guild. In this boss map battle, the Martial Arts Guild will withdraw. At the same time, the Demon Guild will replace them to ensure the strength of the boss battle isn't affected." Ho Enhan asked, "What about the Bright Guild?" Jiang Kai explained. "Although the Bright Guild was supported by the Martial Arts Guild, it is independent of them. Not only will it not be affected, but it will also recruit former Martial Arts Guild talents to increase its strength." Hearing this, Ho Enhan pouted, crossing her arms. "So we still have to listen to that annoying Lu Xian's command." The image of a hulking man with a despicable face appeared in everyone's memory. Jiang Kai calmly replied, "Just right, I also want to see what they can do." At another location, the image of a massive skyscraper appeared. A white-haired man appeared, panting heavily. From a distance, An-Tu held the stopwatch in his hand, excitedly announcing that the time was 3 minutes and 20 seconds, 5 seconds faster than last time. The eldest brother was out of breath, hands on his knees, too tired to respond. An-Tu stepped closer, speaking with concern. "Eldest brother, wipe your sweat quickly or the wind will catch you and make you sick." The eldest brother took the towel and wiped his sweat himself, saying, I'm not as weak as before. At this pace I think I'll recover soon. And Tu heard this but still scrutinized him harshly. And Tu reminded him, still, you have to be careful, don't follow second brother's example. As they chatted cheerfully, Jiang Kai arrived carrying 2 bags, asking happily, lately, what have you been singing? They realized someone was gossiping about him. The eldest brother set down the fruit plate and said, Jiang Kai, I've seen your performance in the contender competition. I didn't expect you'd be this strong now. And Tu sitting beside him agreed, indeed, second brother, you really are impressive. She scolded but also praised, second brother, such an important matter, yet you didn't give a heads up. I was so scared I nearly fainted. Thankfully, the army delivered the news that you were safe. Jiang Kai patted An Tu's head to comfort her. It was an emergency and I was in a hurry. Sorry, An Tu, for making everyone worry. She warned, HMPH, it's good you understand. Don't scare me and eldest brother again. He took out 2 vials of substance. Jiang Kai said, An Tu, let's set my matters aside. Today, besides personally reporting safety, I've brought 2 copies of the promotion documents for you both. Both stared in astonishment at the item. He solemnly introduced. These are 2 copies of the Heavenly Mandate documents. My specialty is derived from these documents. I analyze this special type of document and can convert it into a corresponding profession based on the user's traits. And Tu marveled, truly miraculous. He added, And Tu, I'm still young, I hope you finish your studies first. Then decide your own path, I'll hold on to my part for now. Jiang Kai handed the remaining copy to the eldest brother. Demon Star can be tackled anytime, but that path is far more arduous than imagined. You must think carefully. The eldest brother accepted the kindness and pondered, still feeling guilty. Previously bedridden, he only regretted not being able to recover quickly. Going to Demon Star was a risk, but his body wouldn't cooperate. And too worried, eldest brother, you exhausted yourself to sustain us. Now you blame yourself, he continued. But I heard most explorers at Kui Star undergo long-term training. I have no experience, poor physical foundation, and fear I wouldn't even survive initial training. But I will definitely train recklessly. Jiang Kai patted his shoulder reassuringly. Eldest brother, don't pressure yourself too much with initial trials. I have methods and the path ahead, I believe you can handle it. He revealed, once you reach the supernatural level you can even extract attributes. Then at Lamb Star you could be like a god hunter. The eldest brother thought of fighting divine beasts and avenging his family. And Tu put on an apron and said, lately, you've been cooking all the meals, I've been free and unaccustomed. Today, eldest brother, just stay and chat with second brother for a while. After the meal, I'll call you both. The eldest brother agreed happily. All right. He turned back to the main discussion with him, thinking about the guild guiding the king-level boss in the map battle this time. And Tu was worried and hadn't spoken. He asked, Jiang Kai, be honest, are you confident you can retreat safely? Jiang Kai assured him, eldest brother, don't worry, I'll be careful. He remained concerned, that's a king-level boss. She explained the situation. Jiang Kai explained, eldest brother, the map boss battle is not just about expanding the sacred star map at Kui Star, but also involves confrontation between all of Lamb Star's humanity and the divine beasts. This is a scenario created once in generation. This matter is extremely serious. Jiang Kai's voice was resolute. In the upcoming war, no matter how dangerous luring a king-level boss is, someone must do it. I cannot back down. Seeing his expression darken, she asked, startled, eldest brother, are you the one leading? The eldest brother shared, fool, I'm happy to see you grow up, conquering the world like this. I'm too thrilled to hold you back. He reminded, but one thing, protect yourself well. If you get overwhelmed, return home. Remember, Antu and I are always behind you, unconditionally supporting you. Jiang Kai felt reassured, yes, eldest brother. A few days later, inside the Ho En Han dungeon, a happy announcement came. Ho En Han, the spirit guide Captain Kai, I am now a spirit guide. Display information, Explorer Ho En Han, Spirit Guide level 41. Nguyen Ngu jumped, I also advanced to Berserker. Explorer Nguyen Ngu, Berserker level 41. Jiang Kai asked, what are your talents? Ho En Han answered, my talent is the Wailing Wolf, which allows communication with spirits and commanding them to attack targets. She was surprised, oh, do the spirits' attacks have high power? She blushed shyly, not very high yet, mainly to harass targets with a chance of causing fear effects. Jiang Kai understood, temporary insufficient offense is fine. Your control is already strong, Thunderstorm Chief plus the Wailing Wolf talent. With 2 major controls, others won't easily kill you. She blushed, yes, I think so too. Nguyen Ngu excitedly reported, Captain Kai, as a berserker, my new talent is Frenzied Song of the Dead. Jiang Kai compared, Frenzied Song of the Dead sounds stronger than your previous talent, Middle Death Strike. Ho En Han urged, Nguyen Ngu, quickly explain how this talent works. He revealed, this talent can further activate my nature and instincts, and also has a chance to trigger the true form state. This shocked both of them. Nguyen Ngu swung his sword repeatedly. Exactly, though I don't fully understand, this talent is very special. Different true form states create different effects based on circumstances and emotions. Ho En-han agreed, impressive, though I've never heard of it before. Jiang Kai thought, those who transform from demon to berserker are extremely rare. Combined with personal talents and diverse forms, it's normal to hear about them rarely. Jiang Kai concluded, the rarer, the greater the potential. Nguyen Ngu blushed, proudly acknowledging the compliment. Jiang Kai's watch vibrated with a notification. A holographic display appeared and he joyfully said, True too, he and Nguyen Nguyen have successfully advanced. Ho En-han happily replied. Excellent, now we're stronger working together. Jiang Kai continued. Along with Shen Yi advancing 2 days ago, now you all have new professions, increasing basic attributes by 100%. I also reached level 40. Only the promotion materials are left to continue. Ho En-han asked, Captain Kai, today do we continue killing monsters to level up? Jiang Kai's gaze was serious as he looked outside. Standing at the doorway, he calmly replied, Tomorrow will be the battle against the map boss. Call the master artisans, we will immediately head to the quarantine area to prepare for combat. Hu En-han and Nguyen Ngu, with determined expressions, answered in unison. The wind, tomorrow, at Loch Lin Axis. A majestic scene appeared, with mountain ranges jutting up like massive horns piercing through the sky. Below, an area seemed to have been set up by the military, with tanks, tents, and observation posts. Occasionally, shadows of people appeared. People were walking around the area, guarding and investigating the surroundings. One person pointed behind and asked, Have you heard from Jiang Kai and his group of 4? He pointed toward the forest and continued, The guild master's mission is to lure the king-level boss over there, don't get confused. Jiang Kai, with a confident expression, responded, Don't worry, we won't mix it up. He stroked his chin and reminded, Just remember, do your best, don't die in the hands of the boss. After saying this, he left without looking back, leaving Jiang Kai's group behind. Nguyen Ngu, furious, said, Damn, look at that guy's face, he clearly wants us to go sacrifice ourselves. Hu En-han agreed, Exactly. Jiang Kai, unconcerned, instructed, When the time comes, follow my lead. Counter each move as it comes. Jiang Kai's group, along with the master artisans, stood in the forest discussing how to handle the upcoming battle. Elsewhere, the president of the Radiant Guild, Tran Xuan Sin, looked at the person before him and said, Make sure Jiang Kai's guild goes through there as planned. And have the ambushes been chosen yet? We can't use people from our guild. The military forbids internal fighting during the Beast War. Liu Xian smiled slyly and said, Don't worry, President. I've spent a large sum to hire secret experts. The mission will be completed without any leaks. His face was full of malice as he continued, I will also personally ambush around there to ensure everything goes without a hitch. Tran Sin thought to himself with malicious intent about Jiang Kai. In the past, his mysterious martial arts were glorious, but he failed repeatedly against him. This time, he would make sure there would be no escape for him. The sun had set, and thousands of stars and planets appeared, creating a mystical scene. Below, everything was still, as if everyone had fallen asleep. A light gradually appeared behind the mountains, unclear whether it was the sun or something else. The ground trembled, rocks and earth were tossed and shattered. Hundreds, even thousands of monsters with different forms rushed toward them. Dust and smoke swirled behind them. High above, a man with horns growing from his head, veins bulging, waved his hand forward. The military received orders, soldiers took positions to attack the monsters, and hundreds of artillery shells and gunfire rang out continuously. The firepower aimed straight at the monsters. Amid the flames, there were fervent cries, For Than Dia kill! Tay Rang shouted loudly, and Jiang Kam persisted until the 5 major guilds defeated the boss. Team 7, the left flank, connect and hurry up. The ground beneath suddenly exploded and rocks and earth shattered, with hundreds of fragments flying into the air. 3 monsters jumped up from beneath, their bodies resembling crocodiles with spines on their backs, attacking everyone. A soldier shouted, Squad 3, encircle the golden-horned crocodile dragon. Don't let it break through the line. Squad 4, firepower attack, hurry up. The firepower aimed at the monster's head was ineffective, like scratching an itch, causing no harm. It rushed forward like a bullet, accompanied by agonizing screams. Tay Jiang sat on the ground, heavily injured, shouting, requesting backup. These crocodile dragons are too strong for us, we can't fight back. As soon as he finished speaking, a crocodile dragon stood behind Tay Rang. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and chewed on his head. A scream echoed. Blood splattered from the monster. Jiang Kai observed the explosion in the distance, the ground cracked, and he quickly advanced toward the group. Hu En-han's face was covered in sweat, panic-stricken. Damn it, are the armor of these beasts made of diamond? Jiang Kai remained silent, his sharp eyes fixed ahead. Shen Yi clenched his teeth, his face serious. The golden-horned crocodile dragon at the commander level is already hard to deal with. Shen Yi continued, I can't imagine how terrifying a king-level monster will be. Nguyen Ngu remained silent, nodding, not knowing what to do. Jiang Kai spoke, now is not the time to panic. No matter what, we have to be ready to fight at any moment. Monsters of various shapes and sizes appeared, all vicious and bloodthirsty. Seeing the scene before them, everyone's eyes widened in horror, shouting, "Not good, it's the king level. The king level monsters have arrived." See you in the next video. The guild leader laughed loudly. Now just imagining Ha Thai Thai's frustrated and angry face, I can't help but laugh. Jiang Kai stepped forward and spoke. "Is everyone here?" Nguyen NG letter 1EF smiled. "Captain Kai, you're here." The guild leader walked over and patted his shoulder. "Kai, why are you only back now? Come, let's watch this drama. It'll be a pity if you miss it." Ho Enhan also spoke. "That's right." At the Xuanwu branch, chaos was unfolding. Jiang Kai said softly, "Brother Liu just told me the Xuanwu branch in City S must complete its disbandment before 3 p.m. today." He looked at everyone and continued. "Also, this incident caused a stir within Xuanwu. For this boss fight, Xuanwu is withdrawing, while the CH letter 1EA3 Ma Guild will join to ensure the combat power in the boss fight isn't affected." Ho Enhan asked, "What about the Guangming Guild?" Jiang Kai explained. The Guangming Guild, though supported by Xuanwu, is still independent and unaffected. They even value the old talents of Xuanwu, strengthening their power. Hearing this, Ho Enhan crossed his arms and pondered. Ho Enhan said, "So we still have to listen to that annoying Liu Xian's command." The image of the despicable man appeared in everyone's minds. Jiang Kai calmly replied, "Just right, I also want to see what they can actually do." Elsewhere, a high-rise building appeared. A face appeared, the man with white hair panting heavily. In the distance, An T letter 1EED held a watch in his hand, joyfully saying, "Great, 3 minutes 20 seconds, 5 seconds faster than last time." The big brother at this moment was gasping for breath, unable to catch his breath. The sound of the big brother's labored breathing continued, indicating his exhaustion after the efforts just made. He leaned on his knees with both hands, exhausted, so he didn't respond to the girl. Zai stepped closer, worried, and said, "Big brother, wipe your sweat or you might catch a cold." Big brother took the towel to wipe himself. "I'm not as weak as before." While wiping his sweat, he said, "At this rate, I think I'll recover soon." "Good job, Kaka, go help Kai pull it out." Hearing that, Zai still annoyedly reminded him, "Even so, you have to be careful. Don't imitate your big brother, always showing off." They were chatting lively. Suddenly, a voice sang from somewhere. It was Jiang Kai. He carried 2 bags, happily saying, "No wonder you've been singing a lot lately." Turns out someone had been talking behind his back. Big brother and Zai called out as he appeared, "Kai, big brother." Inside the room, big brother placed a fruit plate on the table and said, "Jiang Kai, I've seen your performance in the contest. Didn't expect you to be this strong now." Zai, sitting beside him, agreed, "Exactly, second brother, you're really awesome." Zai lightly scolded, "But second brother, you really didn't give a heads up for something so important. I was so scared I almost fainted. Luckily, the military finally confirmed you were safe." Jiang Kai patted Zai's head, soothing him. "It was an emergency, I panicked at the time." "Sorry, Zai, for making everyone worry." The girl finally relented, still huffing. "Good that you know now, don't scare me or big brother like that again." He took out 2 containers of liquid. "Big brother Zai, let's put my matters aside for now. Today I came, besides informing everyone of my safety myself. I also brought 2 sets of promotion documents for you." Both of them gawked in surprise. Jiang Kai solemnly introduced, "These are 2 destiny documents. My extreme hand profession comes directly from them. I analyzed this special type of document to convert functions into corresponding professions based on the user's characteristics." Zai marveled, truly miraculous. He handed 1 container to her, saying, "Zai, you're still young. I want you to finish your studies first before deciding your path, so I'll hold on to your part for you." He gave the remaining container to big brother. "Chi Star, you can go anytime, but that path will be far more difficult than you imagine. You need to think carefully." Big brother accepted his brother's intention. "I've thought it through." Big brother still felt guilty. Lying in the hospital bed, he just wanted to recover quickly to risk it at Chi Star, but his body wouldn't cooperate. Zai worriedly said, "Big brother, I know, you exhausted yourself to support us. And now you blame yourself." He continued, "But I heard most explorers on Chi Star go through long-term training. You have no experience, poor physical foundation. I'm afraid you won't even pass the beginner trial, but you will train with all your might." Jiang Kai patted his shoulder to reassure, "Big brother, don't stress too much about the beginner trial, I have a method. As for the path ahead, I believe you can definitely make it." He revealed, Once you reach the extraordinary level, you can extract current attributes. Then on Blue Star, you can be like Hak Shen and Big Brother, fighting beast gods, avenging your loved ones. Zai put on an apron and told them that Big Brother had been cooking all these days, leaving her idle and unaccustomed. She said, "Today, Big Brother, stay and chat with Second Brother for a while. When the meal is ready, I'll call you both." Big Brother happily agreed. "Okay." Then he turned back to the main topic with him. "I thought I should mention. Your guild in this map boss battle will be responsible for luring the king-level boss. I didn't tell Zai yet to avoid worry." Jiang Kai, be honest, are you confident you can retreat safely? Jiang Kai assured, "Big Brother, don't worry, I'll prioritize safety." He still wasn't relieved. "It's a king-level boss, Kai, I'm worried." He analyzed to make him understand. "Big Brother, the map boss battle isn't just about expanding Sheng Yao's map on Qi Star. It also involves the confrontation between all of humanity on Blue Star and the beast gods. This is a scenario generations of people risked their lives to create. This is immensely significant for us." Jiang Kai's tone became resolute. "In the upcoming great battle, no matter how dangerous luring the king-level boss is, someone must do it. I can't back down." Seeing his frown, he cautiously asked, "Big Brother, are you angry?" Big Brother honestly said, "You fool, I'm happy. Seeing you grow into a man standing tall and strong, I'm overjoyed. How could I hold you back?" He didn't forget to advise, "But one thing, protect yourself well. If you're determined, then go home. Remember, both the captain and I are always behind you, supporting you unconditionally. With Jiang Kai's support, you'll feel more at ease." "Yes, Captain." A few days later in the dungeon, Ho Enhan happily announced that she had become a spirit master. "Captain Kai, now I'm a spirit master." Her information appeared: Explorer Ho Enhan, occupation, spirit master, level 41. Nguyen Ngu jumped for joy. "I've also switched to Death Fan now." Explorer Nguyen Ngu, occupation, Death Fan, level 41. Jiang Kai asked with concern, "What are your talents like?" Ho Enhan replied, "My talent is Wailing Demon Wolf, which allows me not only to communicate with spirits through the spirit realm but also to command them to attack targets." Jiang Kai was quite surprised. "Oh, is the attack power of the spirits high?" Ho Enhan smiled and replied, "Not very high at the moment. It mainly harasses the target with a certain chance of causing panic effects." Jiang Kai sighed, knowing that the current attacks weren't strong enough, but it didn't matter because she was already very powerful. With the Wind Thunder Staff and the Wailing Demon Wolf talent, she had two strong control skills. It wouldn't be easy for others to kill her. Ho Enhan blushed and humbly said, I think so too." Nguyen Ngu excitedly reported, Captain Kai, as a death fan, my new talent is Frenzied Death Song." Jiang Kai compared, "Frenzied Death Song sounds stronger than your previous talent, Mortal Disruption." Ho Enhan urged, Nguyen Ngu, quickly explain how Frenzied Death Song works." Nguyen Ngu revealed, "This talent can trigger my instincts and body's reflexes, and it can also activate the true self state." This surprised both of them greatly. True self state. Nguyen Ngu wielded his sword, thrusting back and forth. "Yes, although I don't fully understand it, this talent is very special. Different true self states will produce different effects depending on the circumstances and emotions at the time." Ho Enhan agreed, "Impressive, I've never heard of that before." Jiang Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Jiang Kai said, "Those who can become death demons and switch to Death Fan are extremely rare. Combined with personal talent, even if unheard of, it's quite ordinary. I believe the rarer it is, the greater the potential." Nguyen Ngu blushed with pride. I'm very happy to be recognized." At that moment, Jiang Kai's watch rang as if he had received some notification. A 3D screen appeared. Jiang Kai happily said, "The Guardian said that he and Non have also successfully switched occupations." Ho Enhan replied, "Amazing." Jiang Kai continued, "Now we'll be stronger working together. Plus, with Tham Engi having successfully switched yesterday, now all of you have new occupations, boosting your base attributes by 100%. And I've reached level 40. I just need the materials to continue switching." Ho Enhan asked, "Captain Kai, today shall we continue killing monsters to level up?" Jiang Kai looked outside sternly and answered calmly, "The day after tomorrow is the boss battle in the land map. Call Tham Engi, will depart immediately to the quarantine area, prepare for combat." Ho Enhan and Nguyen Ngu answered in unison, "Yes, sir." A majestic scene appeared, mountain ranges like giant forests piercing the sky. Below was a military area with tanks, moving tents, and a fully equipped observation post. Nearby, silhouettes moved around, seemingly on guard, surveying the area. Someone pointed backward and asked Jiang Kai's group, "Do we understand clearly?" The person pointed to the forest. "The guild's task is to lure the king-level boss in that direction. Don't get it wrong." Jiang Kai confidently replied, "Don't worry, we won't make a mistake." Tran Enhat stroked his chin, quietly saying, "Remember well. Good job, don't die at the boss's hands." After saying that, he left without looking back. Nguyen Ngu scowled. "Damn, look at that guy's face, clearly he wants us to die." Ho Enhan agreed, "Exactly." Jiang Kai paid no attention, reminding them, "When the time comes, follow my command, understood." Jiang Kai, Tham Engi, and the others stood in the forest, discussing the upcoming battle. Elsewhere, the leader of the Bright Guild, Tran Xuan Sin, looked at the person in front of him and said, "At that time, you must ensure Jiang Kai's guild passes through obediently. Has the remaining ambush been chosen yet? We cannot use anyone from our guild. The army forbids internal conflicts during this time." Liu Xian smiled insincerely and replied, "Yes, rest assured, guild leader. I have spent a large amount hiring secret experts. This mission will be completed easily. We will certainly not let anything slip." His face showed cunning as he continued, "I will personally ambush around this area. There will be no mistakes." Chen Sheng looked with a cruel expression, while Jiang Kai recalled the glorious days of Xu and Wu, but he always failed before him, one time after another. This time he was determined to make the enemy die without a place to bury them. At this moment, the sun had set behind the mountains, and thousands of stars and planets began to appear, creating a mysterious sight. Below, everything was silent, as if everyone had fallen asleep. A faint light emerged from behind the mountain, unclear whether it was sunlight or some other light source. The ground suddenly trembled, rocks and earth scattered and broke apart on the surface. Hundreds, thousands of monsters of different shapes rushed forward, dust and smoke swirling behind them. Above, a man with horns growing on his head and bulging muscles waved his hand to give orders. The army received the command to attack the monsters, and hundreds of artillery and guns fired simultaneously, non-stop aiming directly at the monsters. Amidst the waves of fire, a shout full of determination rang out, "For victory! Kill!" Zaijiang shouted loudly, holding his ground while saying, "Hold the line until the 5 major guilds defeat the boss. Team 7, left flank, connect, hurry up." The ground beneath their feet suddenly exploded, rocks shattered. Hundreds of debris flew up, and 3 monsters jumped out from the ground, their bodies resembling crocodiles with spiny backs, charging into the attack. A soldier shouted loudly, "Squad 3, surround the golden-horned crocodile dragon, do not let it break through the line. Squad 4, fire attack, hurry up." The gunfire hitting the monster's head was like scratching an itch, causing no harm. It charged like a bullet, crashing into the group ahead. A painful scream rang out. Zaijiang collapsed to the ground, heavily injured, shouting, requesting reinforcements. "The strength of these crocodile dragons is stronger than ours. We cannot fight back." As soon as he finished speaking, a crocodile dragon stood behind him. It opened its mouth, full of fangs, and bit down hard on Zaijiang's head. His scream was cut off, blood sprayed from his wound, splattering everywhere. Elsewhere, Jiang Kai saw the explosion crack the earth, quickly spreading toward his group. Sweat dripped down Hu Ren's face and she said in panic, "Damn it, are the monster's armor made of diamond rock?" Jiang Kai did not answer, his sharp eyes silently focused ahead. Shen Yi gritted his teeth, his face serious. "The golden-horned crocodile dragon of the leader level is already hard to deal with. I can't imagine how terrifying the national-level monsters will be." Nguyen Yu said nothing, silently nodding, unsure of what to do next. Jiang Kai spoke up, "Now is not the time to panic. No matter what, we must be ready to fight at any moment." More monsters continued to appear, each with different shapes and sizes, but all ferocious and bloodthirsty. Looking at the scene before them, everyone gasped in shock, shouting loudly, "This is bad, it's a royal-level monster, the royal-level monsters are here."